Since the advent of the horror world, zombies, vengeful ghosts, and vampires have all existed in this world. Horror games bring despair and death, and anyone can be drawn into them. The only way to survive is to follow the rules of the game and complete the tasks to regain the chance to live. As people discover ways to survive, talent becomes one of the rarest and most powerful factors. The realm of ghosts and monsters is divided into wandering spirits, evil spirits, vengeful spirits, red-clothed vengeful spirits, blood-clothed vengeful spirits, the unspeakable, and malevolent gods. At that moment, a female nurse came out from the main entrance of the third hospital. She was holding a booklet in her hand. Of the 12 participants, 8 were men and 4 were women, their eyes filled with fear and despair. In-chung had just gotten home from get-off work and never expected to encounter this situation. Game start. Current dungeon. Third hospital. Mission details. The third hospital is a renowned hospital in the world of ghosts and monsters, and ghosts often come here for treatment. Recently, the hospital is facing a staff shortage. Participants, please cooperate with the hospital's assigned staff and complete the week-long mission. If there are no negative evaluations, you may return to the world of the living. Friendly reminder. Hospitals are busy, so diligent work is necessary. Less observation and more action can increase your chances of survival. The game sounds gradually faded away, but a voice unique to him rang in In-chung's mind. Lucky player In-chung, you possess a special talent, the allure of the dead. Any ghost or monster that sees you will have their affinity raised to neutral. As the sole lucky player, you have been awarded an extra chance to use the extra talent roulette. Would you like to use it now? In-chung was slightly taken aback. Draw an extra talent. The next moment, a massive roulette wheel appeared before him. At the same time, the sound of the nurse's high heels drew closer. In-chung was completely unaware of the changes around him. The nurse's face grew colder and colder, her brows furrowed. Her initial goodwill towards In-chung had vanished instantly. Just then, the roulette wheel stopped. Congratulations to lucky player In-chung for obtaining the divine talent. Eye of Insight. Eye of Insight allows you to see through ghosts and humans within your field of vision, discerning their weaknesses and preferences, and using this information to survive. Human, you seem quite interested in me? The gentle, mature female voice brought In-chung back to his senses from his excitement. Before him stood a graceful nurse, holding a sharp scalpel. In-chung immediately realized that he had gotten himself into trouble. His gaze earlier had caused the nurse to misunderstand. Lena was clearly getting impatient, and she quietly raised the scalpel, pointing it directly at In-chung's cheek. He immediately activated his Eye of Insight to check Lena's information. Third hospital nurse. Lena, race, wraith. Friendliness, full of murderous intent. Strength, red-clad, vengeful ghost. Likes, passionate about medicine, aspires to become a renowned doctor. Weakness, long legs, current state. Irritable, easily angered, emotionally unstable. It seems you're unwilling to answer my question. Lena's voice was so cold it sent chills down your spine. Just then, In-chung suddenly reached out and grabbed Lena's wrist. Lena hesitated for a moment, then didn't immediately retaliate. Taking the opportunity, In-chung turned his hand into a pulse-taking posture. Beautiful lady, no one is not interested in someone as perfect as you. His flattery hit the nail on the head, and Lena's friendliness changed slightly, from murderous intent to hostility. He continued, as a doctor with professional ethics, I am more concerned about your illness, madam. I'm sorry, my gaze was too intense and caused you to misunderstand. Please forgive me, In-chung added. Are you a doctor? Lena stared at In-chung. Of course, In-chung replied confidently. Do you know what the consequences will be if you deceive me? Lena's voice grew even colder. I don't know, but I never lie. In-chung pretended to be honest. Lena smiled, a smile that concealed a murderous intent. Since you're a doctor, tell me, what's wrong with me? In-chung smiled slightly and released her cold wrist. Don't overthink it. I've already confirmed it by taking her pulse. He paused for a moment, then deliberately changed the subject. But, beautiful lady, are you sure you want me to say it here? Lena's expression changed slightly. She knew she did have a problem, but she didn't dare to ask. You all wait for me at the hospital entrance, Lena ordered the other players. The other players immediately obeyed and walked away. Lena gestured for In-chung to speak. In-chung cleared his throat and said, irregular menstruation. It should be called menstrual irregularity. Lena asked eagerly. Then do you know how to treat it? Lena's attitude had changed from hostile to neutral. Doctor. Lena tapped In-chung's chest, and he snapped out of his daze. He had actually been daydreaming in front of the red-clothed ghost. Sorry, I was a little distracted just now. Inchung apologized. Beautiful lady, I have a way to treat your illness. Really? Lena has been troubled by this problem every year, and now there is finally hope for a solution. Madam, treating your illness is not difficult, but you should know that doctors don't treat patients for free. Inchung looked troubled. A doctor's brain is the most valuable thing. I think you can understand that. With his insightful eye, he knew that information asymmetry could bring significant advantages. Although Lena often came into contact with dismembered corpses, she had never seen such an eloquent human being. She nodded in agreement. The doctors at the third hospital charge very high fees. I'll pay you if you can cure my illness. You truly are an excellent nurse. I knew you would understand. Inchung smiled, secretly pleased with himself. He told Lena the treatment method directly. This immediately caused Lena's favorability rating to rise from neutral to friendly. This is my payment. Lena took a card out of her pocket and handed it to Inchung. Inchung took the card and saw that it read Specially Appointed Physician, along with his photo and name. Is this what they call concealing one's identity? Inchung thought to himself. According to the information from players who have returned to the human world, hiding my identity might trigger some quests or special monsters. He frowned, pondering the risks and rewards the card brought, but judging from Lena's attitude, this identity shouldn't be harmful. Inchung confidently pinned his specially appointed physician identification card to his white coat and followed Lena into the hospital. The hospital was filled with the smell of disinfectant, mixed with some unpleasant odors, making people instinctively cover their mouths and noses. At the registration window, the ghosts lined up, with several security guards keeping a close watch on them, maintaining perfect order. In the logistics room, Lena scanned the crowd, her gaze softening slightly when it landed on Inchung. As contract workers, you can only do some basic tasks. She began assigning tasks. You three, go to the morgue and move the bodies. The three men were pale-faced. They hadn't expected their first assignment to be to go to the morgue. They didn't resist and could only accept it silently. You four will be in charge of nursing care in Ward 1. Lena pointed to the four female players, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At least they weren't going to a dangerous place. The rest are responsible for hospital cleaning. She quickly assigned tasks and distributed uniforms and temporary worker manuals to everyone. When she walked up to Inchung, she personally handed him a brand new white coat and also gave him a completely unnecessary stethoscope as a bonus. Thank you. Inchung smiled, solemnly accepted the white coat and put it on, then pinned the ID card to his chest. This scene left the other players present speechless. Among the male players, a well-dressed man looked at Inchung and Lena and suddenly realized the truth. Thinking about how he was about to enter the morgue, he couldn't help but raise his hand and say, Lena gave him a cold look. If you don't have any constructive suggestions, you'd better shut up. The man, Kuenfing, looked around. Beautiful lady, are you sure you want to say this in front of so many people? Inchung was stunned. At first, he thought the other party had some special skills. However, through his insightful eye, Inchung discovered his true identity. Ordinary man. Kai Xiaoquan, race, human. Friendliness, friendly. Strength, weak. Preference, male, weakness, full of weaknesses. Current status, deciding to sacrifice beauty to save his life. Inchung distanced himself from Kai Xiaoquan, thinking, a gay man is actually by my side? Lena stepped forward, her slender hand picking up a sharp scalpel. Kai Xiaoquan's gaze was strange, and Lena noticed it. Immediately, the scalpel sliced through Kai Xiaoquan's body with perfect precision, instantly dismembering him. A human head rolled to the ground, its face frozen, and landed right in front of a female player. Ah, the female player screamed. Whoosh, the scalpel flashed, and the female player's tongue fell off. Loud noise is prohibited in the hospital, Lena said coldly. The screaming female player covered her mouth, the pain causing her to convulse and fall to the ground. This is the cruelty of horror games. A life is brutally dismembered before your eyes, with no way to resist. Inchung felt more vulnerable than ever before, and his vigilance towards ghosts and monsters instantly rose to its highest level. Even specially appointed doctors aren't necessarily safe. If I encounter unreasonable ghosts or monsters, I'm completely powerless to fight back. Change into your staff uniforms, read the manual carefully, you have 20 minutes left. Lena put away her scalpel and said to Inchung, come with me. In a private consultation room, Inchung sat in a chair, looking somewhat relaxed. Lena went to get the medicine, giving him time to ponder why there wasn't a single survivor at the third hospital. At that moment, an elegant figure emerged from the dark clouds outside the hospital. The Count of Roses has arrived. Her problem is still not resolved. It looks like the third hospital is about to lose another doctor. The other ghosts looked at Count Rose with awe. Count Rose was a celebrity at the third hospital. Every time she came, the doctors perished. Every time she came, the hospital was brought to a standstill. Inside the meeting room, the doctors were in an uproar, the atmosphere tense. What disease does she have? A werewolf doctor asked anxiously. My master died at her hands. An alchemical cyborg couldn't help but exclaim. The director calmly raised his hand to signal for quiet. There was a newly hired, specially appointed doctor in the hospital. Let him give it a try. Inside the consultation room, In-shung was personally preparing medicine for the mature and sophisticated nurse, Lena. He thought to himself, this hospital run by a ghost has all sorts of strange and unusual things. As a powerful ghost, Lena in red naturally noticed In-shung's gaze, but she didn't care. As a ghost, she mostly encounters boring ghosts and ghost doctors who study medicine every day. The medicine is ready, beautiful Ms. Lena. In-shung handed the prepared medicine to Lena. She took the medicine and drank it without hesitation, hardly worried that In-shung would do anything to her. In an instant, she felt a warmth she had never experienced before flow into her body, with excellent results. In-shung, your prescription is amazing. Lena jumped up excitedly and gave In-shung a heartfelt hug. In-shung was momentarily stunned. The cold touch made him feel somewhat confused, and strange thoughts began to arise in his mind. Just then, Count Rose walked gracefully down the hospital corridor. Every ghost that saw her instinctively avoided her until she was far away, at which point everyone began to whisper among themselves. Suddenly, a crisp knock on the door broke the atmosphere in the consultation room. In-shung reluctantly pushed Lena aside. Please come in. Countess Rose walked in gracefully, and the male and female ghosts looked at her with different expressions. In-shung was attracted by her charm and felt that her temperament was no less than that of Lena, and even had a kind of aristocratic elegance. She was dressed in black, with a deep red crystal necklace hanging down her chest. Madam, are you here for a medical consultation? In-shung asked professionally. I heard that a human healer has come here, so I came to see for myself. Count Rose sat down gracefully. Just then, Lena hurriedly grabbed In-shung's arm. Ms. Rose, he's just a specially appointed doctor. He can't help you. In-shung sensed the warning in Lena's tone. He immediately used Eye of Insight to scan Count Rose. Vampire Count. Rose. Race. Vampire. Friendliness. Hostile. Strength. Blood-clad demon. Favorite. Blood. Maintaining aristocratic elegance. Weakness. Blood. Current status. Anorexia. Long-term ineffective treatment has led her to harbor murderous intent towards her doctor. In-shung felt a chill run down his spine. It turned out that his blood had a fatal attraction for Countess Rose. He thought to himself, this is troublesome. What should I do? She will die if left untreated, and she has already developed a murderous intent towards all doctors. If the Count of Rose knew the secret of his blood, would he simply drain his blood? Count Rose's clear voice rang out. Young lady, you're just a nurse. How can you be so sure this doctor can't cure my illness? Her gaze fell on Lena, and the invisible pressure made Lena's face even paler. Despite this, Lena still held tightly to In-shung's arm. In-shung relaxed his tense emotions. He gently took Lena's hand and smiled at her. Lena involuntarily looked back, blushed, pulled her hand away, and stood aside. Count Rose observed them with great interest, seemingly having never seen such a close bond. Human, aren't you afraid of me? She suddenly asked. In-shung smiled and replied, yes, but I didn't see the fear in your eyes. Because I know that a proper nobleman remains elegant even in anger. Besides, I still need to treat your illness. Count Rose smiled alluringly. Little one, I'm starting to like you. It is my honor to be appreciated by such an elegant noble lady, In-shung said, offering a sincere compliment. Count Rose resumed his cold expression. If you cannot cure my illness, you will die anyway. In-shung clearly felt the threat of death, but he was full of confidence. No one in the third hospital can surpass me. Countess Rose smiled again. I like your confidence. Let's begin. In-shung gestured for her to extend her hand. Countess Rose removed her gloves, offering her flawless, jade-like hand. In-shung gently placed 2 fingers on her hand, and the pulse instantly entered his heart. However, In-shung hesitated, as he knew absolutely no medical skills. He quickly withdrew his hand and pretended to be deep in thought. Madam, I understand your condition. You must have been suffering from this illness for many years, right? You really diagnosed it. Anorexia, right? In-chung said calmly, stating her symptoms. Just as he finished speaking, the entire consultation room was suddenly enveloped in a blood-red light. Count Rose's crimson domain power instantly enveloped the entire room. This was the domain of a blood-clad, demon-level powerhouse. For vampires, anorexia means shame, and if it were known to the outside world, it would become a laughingstock. In-chung knew that Countess Rose did not dislike blood, but rather that her pickiness about blood had reached its extreme. Little one, it's very impolite to reveal noble secrets. Count Rose's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Blood-red threads spread from her back, gently touching In-chung's face. Lena slowly stood up, her nurse's uniform stained red, the scalpel whirring softly, and gray wings quietly unfurled behind her. Count Rose looked at Lena. Little devil, the big guy behind you is troublesome, but not to the point where I need to be afraid. Release him, Lena replied coldly, her voice like ice. Why? Count Rose seemed somewhat confused. Because he cured my illness of many years, and because he is a good doctor. Lena's words were simple. Outside the consultation room, the director and other doctors from the third hospital gathered together, looking both nervous and expectant. The presence of humans and Lena has vanished. They must have been enveloped by Count Rose's crimson domain, the director said in a low voice, and the others nodded in agreement. That kid's dead meat. What can he do if we can't solve the problem? The werewolf doctor said dismissively. Back in the consultation room, In-chung felt immense pressure. Lena, trust me. In-chung took Lena's hand. Can you really cure my illness? She asked calmly. Of course. I wouldn't risk my life. In-chung replied confidently. Tell me about it. Count Rose's previous murderous intent subsided slightly. In-chung turned to Lena. Can I borrow your scalpel? Lena was a little confused, but nodded anyway. In-chung picked up a scalpel and cut his finger to feed the vampire. The moment the scalpel made the cut, blood gushed out. The Count of Roses's eyes immediately turned ardent, and Lena, standing beside him, also felt a surge of desire. The moment the blood dripped, Count Rose grabbed In-chung's finger and put it in her mouth. In-chung felt an unprecedented numbness, and the allure of the blood almost made him lose consciousness. In-chung. Lena suddenly snapped out of her daze and exclaimed as she pulled In-chung's hand away. In-chung's hoarse voice was filled with despair. Stop. Stop now. If you keep inhaling, I'm going to die. He was already feeling extremely weak. Madam, you should understand the importance of eating a full meal at every meal, right? Countess Rose's eyes gradually cleared, and she finally stopped sucking blood. Countess Rose's eyes were filled with an eerie light as she gently took In-chung's finger into her mouth. In-chung felt conflicted. Fortunately, Countess Rose was startled by In-chung's words and released his fingers. Her charm caused In-chung to bend slightly. I'm growing to like you more and more. Count Rose's scarlet eyes sent a chill down In-chung's spine. She invited In-chung back to the castle, but In-chung knew in his heart that this meant becoming a blood bank for the vampires. In-chung frowned. Madam, is this your attitude towards the doctor who can cure your illness? Lena also said with dissatisfaction. Countess Rose, you've gone too far. Her wings spread out, and the air in the crimson domain seemed to distort. In-chung was shocked to discover that Lena could influence Count Rose's domain. He realized that Lena was a special kind of ghost. Special monsters possess unique abilities, some of which can give them a huge advantage in the world of horror. In-chung used the Eye of Insight again, and the feedback surprised him even more. Third hospital nurse, Lena. Race, internal aspect death angel. Friendliness, trust. Strength, quasi-blood robe. Preferences, studying medicine, aspiring to become a medical master. Weaknesses, legs, wings. Current status, angry. Lena's identity as the Prime Minister deeply shocked In-chung. She is not only a vengeful ghost in red, but also a special ghost with the power of the Angel of Death. In-chung took a deep breath and calmly said to Lena, Trust me, let me handle this, okay? Lena finally agreed. Okay. In-chung felt Lena's deep trust in him. At this moment, In-chung knew that his relationship with Lena was even stronger than before. Lena restrained her increasingly rampaging power as In-chung had instructed, but her eyes remained wary. Count Rose smiled and sized up the two. As a nobleman, I wouldn't act like those people. However, doctor, how do you intend to treat my illness? In-chung knew that Count Rose's anorexia was of great importance. If he didn't answer well, he could lose his life. Ms. Rose, Your condition is not anorexia, but rather an extremely picky appetite caused by your noble status, In Chung said cautiously. My blood is obviously very attractive to you, In Chung continued. Of course. In Chung smiled slightly. Things are valued for their rarity. Count Rose chuckled. Little fellow, do you want me to restrain myself from drinking your blood? No. In Chung shook his head. A blood-clad ghost-level expert is among the top in the entire horror world. You have the support of the vampires, while I'm just an unlucky human who only had a chance to survive because I met a kind person like Lena. I don't have the ability to survive in this world, but if I give up some blood that isn't lethal, I can survive, In Chung continued. Count Rose's eyes flickered slightly, and Lena gently grasped In Chung's hand, sensing the sincerity in his words. In Chung said solemnly, I am a doctor, and you are my patient. Pay the medical fees, and I will cure your illness. You are intelligent and honest enough. Count Rose's gaze changed, as if he was attracted by In Chung's resilience. So, are you willing to try my plan? In Chung asked directly. Yes, Earl Rose replied succinctly. However, Count Rose continued, you have great potential to gain the trust of the Angel of Death. She paused, but Count Rose suddenly disappeared from the spot, and In Chung and Lena had no time to react. Even Lena was powerless against the true strength of the blood-clad demon. In Chung's senses were dulled due to excessive blood loss. The next moment, Count Rose's lips pressed against his neck. In Chung felt almost no pain, as if he had been completely drained. Before losing consciousness, In Chung vaguely sensed that something within him was subtly changing his body. Then, he fell into a deep sleep. Within the Crimson Realm, Lena looked at Count Rose with a puzzled expression. Her once healthy complexion now appeared somewhat pale. Why? Count Rose has never given his first embrace to anyone before, so why did he choose him? Count Rose's gaze fell on In Chung. This is my payment to the physician. The initial embrace had left her somewhat weak, but the smile on her face remained unchanged. Lena was slightly puzzled. I have a feeling this little fellow might become a powerful figure someday. Count Rose chuckled softly. Then, perhaps I can live a peaceful life under his protection. As she spoke, she drew a vampire magic circle with her slender hands. The magic circle flew towards In Chung's arm and imprinted itself on a small pattern. When he wakes up, remember to tell him that the array on his arm can be used to teleport items to me. Before leaving, she added with a light laugh. If one course of medication isn't enough, have him prepare more. As Lena watched Count Rose leave, she never expected that Count Rose, whom other ghosts and monsters revered, would show such a gentle attitude. Inside the consultation room, the bespectacled chief physician sensed something amiss. The other doctors also seemed slightly tense, yet also relieved. They secretly rejoiced that it was Lena who had brought in a specially appointed doctor, which saved one of their unfortunate companions from certain death. The director suddenly paused, his expression changing. Did you hear Count Rose's laughter? I think I heard it. Suddenly, the door was blasted open by a blood-red force, scattering fragments everywhere. Upon seeing the figure outside the door, the director and his doctors all shrank back. The new doctor is quite good. I admire him greatly. Count Rose left these words behind and strode away. The doctors were filled with disbelief. The Count of Rose's illness had actually been cured by a human? They were utterly astonished. Outside the gates of the third hospital, Countess Rose departed gracefully. Her appearance and departure caused a complete uproar both inside and outside the hospital. Unbelievable. Count Rose didn't kill the human doctor, a ghost exclaimed. Her mysterious illness was actually cured by a human? The other ghost couldn't believe it either. I gambled away all my wealth. How did humans manage that? A gambler gritted his teeth. The atmosphere in the hospital gradually returned to calm, but the different ghosts each had their own plans. Those ghosts who regularly sought treatment at the third hospital were all vying to receive In Chung's treatment. In Chung's consultation room does not have a registration system, so many ghosts with incurable diseases begin to fight for the opportunity to receive treatment. Some battered female human players were shocked by In Chung's rapid rise and his relationship with the monsters. They were simply taking care of patients, but due to some minor oversights, a part of their bodies was cruelly taken away by ghosts. Chapter 11. Chung Ji's main account goes online, a textbook example of flirting. The spacious corridor was crowded with ghosts jostling for space. In Chung remained unconscious, completely unaware that a long line had formed outside the consultation room. Fortunately, Lena helped him regain order. Meanwhile, inside the consultation room, the director's face was grim, and his eyes revealed murderous intent. His plan could not afford to fail, but Incheng's favor with Count Rose infuriated him. Even a being as powerful as the blood-clad demon is nothing more than an ant to him. Damn it! How could a human win the favor of Count Rose? The director roared inwardly, but remained calm on the surface. Doctor, shouldn't we show some goodwill? After all, Count Rose is very important, a doctor suggested. Although they were jealous of Incheng, they knew that cultivating a good relationship with Count Rose was the most practical thing to do. Show goodwill, the director sneered. Of course it's worth it. He secretly planned how to control the situation. Ugh. Incheng was unconscious for nearly half an hour. When he woke up, he felt like he had a strange dream. I seemed to. He clenched his fist and suddenly felt incredibly strong. Could it be that I'm too weak and hallucinating? He muttered to himself, trying to stand up. Crackling sounds rang out from his body, and he felt better than ever before. Lena, he called out. Then, seeing no one in the room, called her. The door opened, and Lena walked in with a smile. You're awake. She smiled and walked to his side. Lena breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that he was all right. Incheng noticed something was off about her gaze and asked, Where's Countess Rose? Has she left? Lena's smile faded, and her tone became calm. She's gone. Incheng inwardly cursed himself for being so stupid. His first reaction was to ask Count Rose. Thank goodness she's gone. I thought. He laughed, his tone a little nervous. Lena leaned forward slightly. What did you think? Incheng pretended to breathe a sigh of relief and gently took Lena's hand. I thought I was going to lose my only friend, Lena. Lena's face flushed instantly, and she avoided eye contact. What are you saying? She asked in a panic. Incheng understood immediately, realizing that he had grasped her little scheme. While I was unconscious, I had a nightmare, he whispered, his expression tinged with fear. Nightmare? Lena became even more curious, even forgetting that Incheng was still holding her hand. I dreamt that Count Rose rejected me and took me back to the castle to be a blood bank, Incheng said, his voice trembling. I thought I was going to die, but you, Lena, risked your life to save me. He looked into her eyes, his voice filled with gratitude. I thought I was going to lose you, Lena. Luckily, it was just a nightmare. Incheng spoke softly, his gaze gentle, and Lena's heart began to pound uncontrollably. Her cheeks flushed, and she held Incheng's hand tightly, unwilling to let go. The atmosphere gradually warmed up, and Incheng's gaze became increasingly profound. Thump, thump, thump. The knocking on the door shattered the moment of romance, and Lena quickly dodged away, her face flushed with embarrassment. Helpless, Incheng cursed inwardly. This is a rare opportunity, and it's been interrupted. The opportunity to become an undead knight was right in front of me, but it was ruined. He couldn't help but think that perhaps changing jobs wasn't such a bad thing. Chapter 12 Hidden Mission Unlocked. The Secret of the Morgue. Enter. Despite being interrupted, Incheng suppressed his displeasure and continued to treat the ghosts. Although the horror game's mission was delayed, he began to doubt whether his hidden identity was working. Based on his gaming experience, players were assigned identities upon entering an instance, and missions were then issued. Completing the missions was the only way back to reality. Incheng had already secured his position as a specially appointed physician, but there was still no news about his mission, which puzzled him. At this moment, the director of the third hospital, walked into the consultation room. Incheng immediately activated his Eye of Insight to check the other party's information. Nurse at the third hospital. Race, wraith, greedy ghost. Friendliness, hatred. You seem to be blocking this greedy person's path to wealth. Strength, peak of the vengeful ghost. Hobby, money. Weakness, money. Current status, this damned human must be killed. Let him die quietly in the hospital. The morgue mission seems like a good option. Incheng was startled, wondering if his temptation of the dead talent had malfunctioned. It should have been neutral, so why had the other party's friendliness suddenly spiked to hatred? Director what can I do for you? Incheng remained calm. Hurrah. I wouldn't call it giving pointers, but you did heal Count Rose. That's truly remarkable. He's lips curled into a sneer. Incheng had already figured out that he was no ordinary person, so he pretended to be modest and said, Not at all. Director, you flatter me. It's like this. He stopped beating around the bush. A regular at the third hospital needs to replace an arm. Count Rose's medical skills have proven your abilities, so I want to give you a chance to demonstrate them. What does the director mean? Incheng frowned. Go to the morgue and pick out a suitable arm for that customer. Your eye for talent is definitely better than ours, he said earnestly. Incheng became alert. The presence of ghouls in the morgue was anything but simple. Just as In Chung was about to decline, the sound of a horror game suddenly rang out. Congratulations to lucky player In Chung for successfully triggering the hidden quest at the third hospital, the secret of the morgue. Congratulations to lucky player In Chung for successfully triggering the third hospital's hidden quest chain, the crisis at the third hospital. In Chung suddenly realized that the triggering of the hidden mission was closely related to his identity as a specially appointed physician. Having this identity meant facing more challenges. Tasks and crises followed one after another. Accept or decline? In Chung weighed the options in his mind. The rewards for the hidden quest were sure to be generous, but the threat of the ghouls was also considerable. Knowing that he had the protection of the Count of Rose, In Chung understood that he would not dare to act rashly. If he refused, he could not do anything to him. After some thought, In Chung pretended to ponder. Since the director trusts me, how can I let him down? Seeing this, he quickly added, don't worry, as long as you satisfy the customer, the reward will be generous. In Chung smiled slightly. No, I just want Lena to come with me and help me out. No problem. Lena, if you're free, go with Dr. In Chung. He readily agreed, but In Chung already knew in his heart that he was unaware of Lena's true strength. Chapter 13, The Real Reason No One Survived. Morgue of the third hospital is located on the third basement level. For some reason, there is no elevator here, and the passageway leading to the morgue is gloomy and cold. In the world of horror, morgues are not only places to store corpses, but also warehouses for hospitals. Every body has a unique value to the hospital. Whether missing an arm or a leg, or only having some scattered organs left, there will always be ghosts who have a need for it. The sound of footsteps echoed in the silent passageway, and the pungent smell of disinfectant and other odors instilled fear. Even when there was nothing around him, In Chung always felt that a terrifying face might suddenly appear. Lena, are there any ghosts or monsters around? He stopped and asked cautiously. No, what's wrong? You seem a little off, Lena asked with concern. As a qualified nurse, she noticed In Chung's unusual behavior. Lena, you are my most trusted friend, and there are some things I can no longer hide from you, In Chung said in a low voice. You know that very few human players awaken their talents, right? Lena nodded. As the angel of death, she certainly understood these things. My talent allows me to connect the dots and find useful clues, In Chung continued. From the moment I arrived at the hospital, I received a hint from the game that the hospital was in trouble, which is why they hired outsiders like us. He paused, then asked in a low voice, but does selecting limbs really require medical expertise? There's something wrong with Director He's eyes. He seems very hostile towards me. Why did Countess Rose take a liking to me? As soon as she left, Director He came looking for me. Lena could hear the doubt in In Chung's tone, and she nodded to show her understanding. That guy he? Lena asked, slightly puzzled. Do you know anything? In Chung asked. I'm not really sure, Lena replied awkwardly. I'm just a nurse, and he doesn't let me get involved in many things. What's been going on with you guys lately? In Chung pressed. Doctors, caregivers, and even patients have been mysteriously disappearing lately, Lena said, spreading her hands. We're short-staffed, and Count Rose has been coming to the hospital frequently. Missing? In Chung asked sharply. Is it a human player or a ghost? Yes, all of them. No human player has ever left the hospital alive. Lena patted her chest, a confident smile on her face. Don't worry. With me here, you'll definitely be fine. In Chung had no interest in appreciating her smile. The disappearance, the ghoul, and the greedy he were all swirling in his mind. He felt that if he had just a little more information, he could crack the secret of the third hospital. Lena, where's the dean? In Chung suddenly asked. Since his departure that time, the dean has been staying in his private office and strictly forbids anyone from approaching, Lena replied. He said he is about to break through to the blood robe realm. Seclusion? In Chung frowned. What about the vice dean? No, the hospital's authority is very simple. There are only the director, department heads, doctors, and nurses, Lena continued. In other words, he now has almost complete control over everything. A glint flashed in Chung's eyes. Actually, the hospital has some shareholders, but they don't usually get involved, Lena added. At this moment, Chung finally connected all the clues. He is definitely the mastermind behind it all. Because of his position as director, he could manipulate everything in the hospital at will. The disappearances are most likely a cover-up to eliminate outside players. These players participated in the mission and may have come across He's secrets about accumulating wealth. To ensure the secret was not exposed, the third hospital became their graveyard. He's traps always have one fatal one, ensuring that players can never escape alive. Verification is simple, In-chung said in a low voice. The ghoul is a clue. I have the talent to see these things. But he didn't tell Lena the truth. If Lena can uncover the ghouls in the morgue, then everything will fall into place. In-chung smiled slightly, confident that with his eye of insight, he could uncover all the secrets. Next, with Lena's help, the mission will be completed, and everything will fall into place naturally. Chapter 14. The ghoul invites you to share a feast. Lena, I have some speculations, but I need your cooperation to verify them, In-chung said in a low voice, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. How do we do it? Lena asked directly. In-chung leaned closer to her and whispered something in her ear. Lena trembled slightly, and her cheeks flushed red. Did you remember? In-chung asked. It seems. I don't remember clearly. Lena's eyes flickered, slightly shy. Say it again. In-chung didn't seem to be in a hurry to leave and was willing to spend more time. Okay, Lena replied almost inaudibly. In-chung smiled and repeated his explanation. Half an hour later, the two left in unison, their steps synchronized. As they entered the morgue, Lena gradually disappeared from In-chung's sight, leaving him alone to wander through the cold and gloomy environment. The morgue was cold and silent, surrounded by hearses and rows of morgue lockers. For the timid, it would be a nightmare, but In-chung wasn't afraid, knowing Lena was protecting him from the shadows. The contestant changing his arm is just an excuse. His real purpose is to use the ghoul's hand to get rid of me. In-chung thought to himself, speculating that he might have deliberately left the ghoul here, or even used it to take the blame for him. The ghouls probably don't know much, he continued his analysis, his pace unhurried. Walking past rows of corpses, In-chung noticed that some of them had been gnawed on. Suddenly, a dull thud broke the silence. Is it coming? In-chung became alert and listened intently. The sound wasn't from an ordinary object falling to the ground, but from the dismembered remains of a corpse. The sound of a head rolling made In-chung's heart tighten. A hollow head appeared before his eyes, a bloody mess that sent chills down his spine. A chill ran down his spine. Although he knew he was safe, he couldn't completely suppress his fear. In-chung quickly surveyed his surroundings, vigilantly searching for any potential threats. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of water droplets hitting the ground and the viscous liquid similar to the dismembered limbs made In-chung immediately realize, it's up there. He took a step back, his eyes locking onto the shadow on the ceiling as the ghoul's figure rapidly approached. Its body was emaciated, its muscles exposed, and the blood-red muscles covered in mucus were almost nauseating. Accompanied by a stench, the ghoul revealed its hideous face. Wanderer, no faction affiliation, nameless. Race, ghoul. Friendliness, neutral. Strength, demon. Preference, eating corpses. Weakness, mental intellect, intellectual disability. Current status, it seems somewhat interested in you, deliberately throwing you its leftover head to see if you'd be willing to share it. In-chung couldn't help but feel exhausted. The temptation of the dead had finally taken effect, but wasn't this friendliness a bit too much? Can you come down? He asked tentatively, while gesturing for Lena to remain hidden for the time being. The ghoul made a hoarse sound, as if responding, or perhaps wondering. In-chung sighed inwardly. He is indeed shrewd. Even if we catch this kind of guy, we won't know anything. Just then, the ghoul nimbly leaped down from the ceiling, and In-chung immediately became alert. A neutral ghoul didn't mean it wouldn't attack. Next, the ghoul held up its head, covered in slime, and offered it to In-chung, as if hoping to share the food with him. In-chung's heart skipped a beat, and he checked again with his eye of insight. The ghoul's friendliness had changed to friendly. This ghoul has some issues. It's a deformed offspring of the family, used to being abandoned. Your calm reaction has made it take a liking to it, Lena's voice rang out. In-chung breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that his talent had come into play. He had almost doubted that he had become a ghoul's friend. However, the background of the ghoul family made him feel even more complicated. He had originally thought that ghouls were just low-level monsters, but it seemed that they were not so simple. Chapter 15. Unspeakable. Having many friends makes the road easier. It seems he was responsible for the deaths of the human players in the morgue. Should we kill him? Lena's voice rang in my ears, clearly speaking from a friend's perspective. As someone 2 levels stronger than a ghoul, killing the little thing in front of her was no problem for her. No rush, In-chung whispered. He was now at ease communicating with Lena, as the ghoul in front of him clearly had intellectual disabilities. What's this about the ghoul family you mentioned? There doesn't seem to be any information about it in the human world, In-chung asked. Most of the ghosts in the horror world are independent, but some are very racialized, and ghouls are one of them, Lena explained. Are they very strong? Incheng asked curiously. No, 99% of ghouls are just the lowest level monsters, but there are some exceptions. Lena's voice was filled with awe. The ruler of the ghouls is an existence of unspeakable level. Unspeakable. Incheng became very interested in this new term. This word had never appeared in the information of human players. These kinds of ghosts can sense your name even from thousands of miles away, and mentioning your name can bring down terror. Lena's eyes were filled with longing, but there was not a trace of fear. Incheng understood that although Lena was a red-clothed vengeful ghost, she was not afraid of ghosts that surpassed the blood-clothed vengeful ghost. This made him guess that the Death Angel family behind Lena might have an unspeakable existence. We've gotten off topic. Let's deal with the immediate problem. Incheng pulled himself back to reality and focused his gaze on the ghouls again. The inability to communicate is the biggest problem. The ghoul still held up the human head, its eyes filled with longing. Incheng sensed a longing for friends in its eyes. Although it was ugly and smelly and was holding a human head, it also seemed somewhat pitiful. Luckily, we're not ordinary people. Incheng put on rubber gloves, suppressed his nausea, and grabbed the human head from the ghoul's hand. Although I don't eat this, thank you for your kindness. The ghoul's eyes were filled with obvious joy. Although Incheng was unsure whether it understood him, he still responded politely. He realized that his talents of temptation of the dead and eye of insight might open up a completely new path for him. For most people, horror games are about killing and death, but for Incheng, he hopes to turn them into a healing game. Having more friends makes life easier. Why can't humans and ghosts be friends? Incheng thought to himself. He considered himself noble and would not look down on anyone or anything because of their appearance or stench. Meanwhile, there might be an unspeakable powerful figure hidden behind the ghoul family, and Incheng felt that it wouldn't hurt to make a good connection with them. However, this little thing is just a pawn being used by He, Incheng thought to himself. He watched as the ghoul's friendliness level increased, surprised that it skipped friendly and went straight to the trust level. How humble must one be to do this? Incheng was speechless. Next, Incheng put in some effort and finally made the ghoul understand his meaning. It obediently followed behind him, even tearing off a rotting arm to gnaw on. After everything was settled, Incheng began to open the morgue cabinet. However, as soon as the cabinet door opened, Incheng's face turned gloomy. 9 out of 10 cabinets were empty, and the remaining one contained only scattered remains. Incheng glanced at the morgue cabinet, but lost the desire to examine it further. He's greed has already turned the morgue into this state, and the deficit of the third hospital is probably unimaginable. Just how terrifying is He's private wealth? A strange light flickered in Incheng's eyes. Chapter 16 the clown is actually me? In this terrifying world, ghost coins are the only circulating currency and are also the reward for completing missions. With enough ghost coins, players can purchase items in the shop to increase their chances of survival. Although Incheng successfully triggered the hidden quest and had a high probability of completing it, he understood that these ghost coins were almost negligible in terms of the mall's consumption and far less than He's wealth. This is troublesome. Incheng frowned, pondering to himself. Killing He wasn't difficult, but completing the mission while seizing his wealth without being noticed and then disposing of him would be much more challenging. He, that greedy bastard, is extremely ruthless, showing no mercy to human players, hospital staff, or even patients. Incheng knows that he will definitely choose money over life. Let's finish the mission first. Incheng decided to himself. The mission, Secret of the Morgue, had already solved the ghoul problem. Now he only needed to select an arm to complete the mission. However, looking around, the morgue was empty, with only a few mutilated bodies remaining. The big customer needed intact replacements, and these severed limbs were clearly insufficient. He is indeed cunning. The mission is a trap, a double threat. Incheng's eyes flashed with murderous intent. If it weren't for the mission and He's wealth, he would have already made his move. His gaze shifted to the severed arm that the ghoul was gnawing on, and a plan quickly formed in Incheng's mind. Stop eating, he hissed, and the ghoul obediently stopped. Incheng's temptation of the dead was remarkably effective. The ghoul was extremely compliant with him. Come out, Lena, Incheng called out. Lena emerged from her hiding place, and the ghoul's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he made a threatening sound. Calm down, Lena is one of us. Incheng stood next to Lena and gave her a hug. The ghoul's hostility gradually disappeared. Goo. The ghoul made a questioning sound. and In-chung felt relieved and continued to soothe it. I have a new plan, and I need your cooperation, In-chung said in a low voice. What plan? Lena smiled slightly, without any doubt. Hee's mission was a dead end. He stole the bodies from the morgue long ago. All that's left are dismembered limbs. In-chung sneered, his killing intent rising once more. Lena's eyes flashed with the same murderous intent. He deserves to die. Can you contact the big client he mentioned? Be discreet, so he doesn't find out, In-chung asked. Okay, what should I do? Lena agreed quickly. Great, Lena, you're my lucky star. In-chung gave a thumbs up. Next, we can trick Hee first. In-chung already had a plan in mind. To use the existing resources to make Hee suffer some minor losses first, and then set a trap for him. Hee is most greedy for money, and wealth is the only bait that can lure him in. That big customer is the perfect target. In-chung thought to himself. He would also have to use his relationship with Earl Rose. Playing with a bloodstained scalpel in his office, imagining In-chung lying in a pool of blood. Just as he was lost in these wicked fantasies, there was a rapid knocking at the door, and the werewolf doctor burst in, panting. Something terrible has happened, chief physician. The werewolf doctor's voice was filled with anxiety. He frowned. Come in and talk, stop dawdling. The werewolf doctor rushed in and said urgently, Doctor, you can't save your arm. He was stunned. Wang Defa, what nonsense are you talking about? The werewolf doctor, panting, said, It's that big customer. He wants to transplant your arm. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his mind going completely blank. What? How could this be? He was so shocked that he couldn't speak, and his face turned ashen. Chapter 17. The greedy man started to panic. In the office, he was still in shock, unable to come to his senses. A knocking sound rang out, and then the door was pushed open. He glanced over instinctively, his pupils instantly contracting, and his killing intent was palpable, even sending a chill down the spine of the werewolf doctor beside him. Despite sensing the murderous intent, In-chung was not intimidated. He feigned fear and said, Director? What are you doing? I haven't offended you, have I? He snapped back to his senses, suppressing his anger and confusion, and asked coldly, Didn't I tell you to select limbs? What are you doing? In-chung breathed a sigh of relief and said, It's like this, I found in the morgue. Before he could finish speaking, he was already sweating profusely, inwardly cursing himself for being foolish. If he mentioned the morgue to the werewolf doctor, wouldn't he have exposed their secret? He hurriedly interrupted In-chung. Putting everything else aside, how dare you bring a ghoul to the morgue? He pointed at the ghouls following behind In-chung, his tone stern. In-chung chuckled inwardly. Him? He's the friend I met in the morgue. I didn't bring him in. How could a newcomer like me do something like that? This made He frown. Although he had doubts, In-chung was a newcomer after all, and was completely under their surveillance. It was impossible for him to bring ghouls in and out without permission. I'm sorry, I was blinded by anger. He calmed down and asked, Is that ghoul a new friend you made? Of course I know. There are no intact bodies left in the morgue these days. In-chung shrugged, looking helpless. This is the only decent arm I found. He threw the rotten arm from the ghoul's hand onto the table. He's expression changed, and the cold sweat on his forehead intensified. In-chung's words completely panicked He. Losing his arm was absolutely unacceptable to him. He realized he was in a predicament, and temporarily forgot about the problems with In-chung and the ghoul. In-chung, however, had no intention of letting this opportunity slip by. He had just completed the hidden quest and received a reward of 1,000 ghost coins. Next, he would naturally complete the hidden quest at the third hospital to get the final reward. As for He's troubles, In-chung had already made arrangements. Through Count Rose's treatment, he gained the other party's praise, which had a more effective influence in the ghost circle than advertising. Through his collaboration with Lena, he offered some minor suggestions that ultimately led He to this predicament. This was only the first step in In-chung's plan. Severing He's arm was not the ultimate goal, but rather to throw him into a panic and lay the groundwork for the trap to come. In-chung only needs to satisfy He's desire to eliminate him and complete the mission. When He can no longer sit still, Lena can make her move and break through his defenses in one fell swoop. He was obsessed with money, and this greed was also his fatal weakness. In-chung looked forward to the moment when He would be torn to pieces by the furious Frankenstein's monster. Director He, I've done my best in the selection process. Can I go back to work now? In-chung casually reminded him. He snapped back to reality, the gloom in his eyes vanishing. No rush. The hospital is short-staffed lately, so patients with mild symptoms can be handled by other doctors. You cured Earl Rose, so you should be able to put your skills to use. Ein Sheng nodded and smiled. Since director he says so, I'd like to see what illness has been dragging on for so long. Oh right, if you've taken care of the patients in the third ward, I still have some. He suddenly changed the subject and continued to list a long list of patients. As Ein Sheng listened, the warning sounds of the horror game rang out one after another. The hidden quests were supposed to be interconnected, but because of Ein Sheng's actions, they were all thrown out at once. Chapter 18 Gluttonous Kid, Capital sheds tears. Goodbye, director Ein Sheng said with a smile, leaving with a radiant face and the promise of 5 hidden missions. Each task rewards 1,000 ghost coins, so 5 tasks would yield 5,000 ghost coins, which is undoubtedly a huge fortune for human players. Even most veteran players might not have that many ghost coins. At this rate, I can become a hidden tycoon. Ein Sheng thought to himself with delight, feeling happy as he imagined being able to buy various items in the shop to increase his chances of survival after completing the mission. In reality, ghost coins are extremely valuable. 1 ghost coin can be exchanged for 100,000 renminbi in cash. This demonstrates their extraordinary value. After Ein Sheng left, He's face was terribly gloomy. He urgently dialed the number of his major client. Beep, beep. The call was connected. Hello, are you Mr. Ralph? He asked cautiously. I'm Ralph's servant. What's up? Came a cold voice from the other end of the phone. This is the director of the 3rd hospital. I have some questions to ask. Before could finish speaking, a cold reply came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Ralph's decision won't change. There's nothing to ask. Before the words were finished, the phone was disconnected. He was burning with rage, his eyes filled with panic and fury. Ralph's father had created the terrifying Frankenstein's monster, Ralph, whose power surpassed even that of Earl Rose. We can't just sit here and wait to die. He's eyes lit up as he thought of his partner. To steal hospital resources in the long term, he had a powerful sales channel behind him, and the forces behind these were not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, Ein Sheng had arrived at the 3rd ward and was standing in front of the patient's door. Skills to observe the patients inside through the small window of the ward. In the ward, there was only one glutton kid. This guy was eating frantically, barely chewing, swallowing everything he could fit in his mouth. Patient at the 3rd hospital, kid. Race, glutton. Friendliness, neutral. Strength, peak demon. Preference, binge eating. Weakness, gluttony, easy to poison. Current status, hungry, so hungry, extremely hungry. The glutton isn't insatiable, but someone has placed a teleportation array in his stomach, causing him to be perpetually hungry. It seems this was also He's doing. Ein Sheng felt a surge of admiration. He used this method to ensure that the gluttonous ghost could never be satisfied with his appetite, and that food and medical fees would flow in endlessly. He was simply a model of a capitalist. Lena. Yes, Lena replied. This guy doesn't seem simple. You help me restrain him, and I'll take a look at him. Ein Sheng said simply. Okay, Lena agreed without hesitation. Ein Sheng entered the ward directly, his scalpel gleaming coldly, hovering before Kid's forehead. Even if the gluttonous ghost was starving, he dared not make a move. Ein Sheng carefully checked his pulse. His face, Mr. Glutton, you have a stomach problem, but don't worry, it's easy to fix, Ein Sheng said. Kid was overjoyed upon hearing this. Really? Doctor. The murderous intent in his eyes disappeared, replaced by longing. Ein Sheng pointed to the mountain of food piled up beside him. Don't worry, it'll be a minor surgery. Lena smiled and waved her slender fingers, the scalpel precisely piercing the glutton's fat layer, the teleportation array destroyed by the cold light. Give it a try, you'll definitely be full now, Ein Sheng said. Kid eagerly grabbed a pile of food and swallowed it without chewing. After more than 10 minutes, he finally stopped eating, lay down on the floor, and the hospital bed creaked under his weight. Miracle doctor. You are truly a miracle doctor. Kid looked at Ein Sheng with gratitude in his eyes, tears streaming down his face. Ein Sheng nodded in satisfaction. Kid's friendliness level instantly rose to the trust level. Although his appearance wasn't exactly aesthetically pleasing, he had gained another goblin friend. Let's go, mission complete, next. Ein Sheng led Lena away, when suddenly a horror game notification sounded, and he received another 1,000 ghost coins. However, just as they were about to leave, Kid's voice suddenly came. Please wait a moment. Chapter 19 Ghostly Artifact. The Mysterious Eyeball Ring. Ein Sheng turned around and looked at the glutton. Any other questions? No problem. I'm very grateful to Dr. Insheng for solving my problem. The glutton wiped away his tears and took out a small box from his pocket. He handed the box to Insheng. Although I'm not very capable, I know how to be grateful. I hope this little thing can help you. Insheng was somewhat stunned. He looked at the glutton with a slightly complicated expression, took off his gloves, and took the small, greasy box. Thank you, Insheng said with a smile. It's all right, you deserve it. Gluttony chuckled, looking somewhat embarrassed. Oh right. The glutton suddenly remembered something. A ghost artifact. Insheng's eyes lit up, and his heart skipped a beat. A ghost artifact, though only a possibility, was enough to surprise him. Ghost artifacts are not just magical artifacts from cultivation novels. They are special items formed through supernatural forces in a horror world, making them rare and precious. Although Lena is powerful, she has never obtained a ghost weapon. Such things cannot be obtained simply by being strong. Rather, they depend on luck and whether one can gain the ghost weapon's approval. Ghostly artifacts choose their own masters. There is no such thing as forcing a master to accept one. Even if you obtain a ghostly artifact, if it does not recognize a master, it will only be a useless decoration. Insheng's eyes burned with desire. Who wouldn't want to possess a ghost artifact, gain the ability to protect themselves, and avoid always relying on others? Regardless of whether the box contains a ghost artifact or not, thank you for your gift. If we are destined to meet again, I will do my best to help you, Insheng said calmly, silently making a promise in his heart. The gluttonous man happily replied, That's great. I feel relieved to hear that from you, Doctor. After saying goodbye to the gluttonous ghost of gratitude, Insheng did not rush to the next mission location, but instead found a secluded place with Lena. After making sure no one was around, Insheng opened the small box that the gluttonous ghost had sent. Eyeball. Insheng was slightly surprised. What an eerie aura. Lena frowned warily, her eyes filled with suspicion. Inside the box was a blood-red, vertically shaped eyeball, radiating an eerie glow. The eyeball was set in a ring, and strangely, this vertical eye seemed to be alive, slowly rotating and meeting Insheng's gaze. Insheng felt a little flustered. That gaze sent chills down his spine, but ultimately nothing happened. The ring lay quietly in the box, its gaze meeting Insheng's, yet it showed no sign of recognizing its owner. It seems this is indeed a ghost artifact, but its effects are unknown. Insheng shrugged helplessly. Ghost artifacts do not automatically recognize a master upon contact. They only do so according to rules when the user approaches. If the user is not a suitable master, the artifact remains inanimate. Lena also said with a hint of regret, I hope you can get the ghost artifact to recognize you as its master, so you'll have more ability to protect yourself. She knew that Insheng was a human player and would leave the third hospital sooner or later. She could protect him here, but outside, the unknown dangers were greater. Forget it. It's not that easy for a ghost artifact to recognize its master. Insheng shook his head, put away the ring, and said, Let's go. Let's finish the mission first. As for this thing, we'll keep it and find a way to sell it for ghost coins later. Adjusting his mindset, Insheng took Lena's hand and headed towards the next mission location. Behind them, the ghoul followed quietly, like a guard. In the following time, with the help of the Eye of Insight, Insheng and Lena successfully dealt with the remaining patients, most of whom were unlucky souls who had been harmed by He Yi's schemes. They gained 6,000 ghost coins, the friendship of 6 ghosts, and a ghost artifact. The hidden quest at the third hospital was also nearing its end. This time, however, the mission wasn't initiated by He Yi, but rather by the warning sound of a horror game. Chapter 20 Insheng. Have I become inhuman? Vampire is not equal to vampire. The missions came one after another, each fraught with danger. If you weren't one of those lucky players, you'd probably be facing certain death by now. With your keen senses, you've smelled a conspiracy. He Yi, who's been assigning you death-defying missions, is up to no good. These sounds reached Insheng's ears. The mission was finally announced. Final mission, the crisis at the third hospital. The seemingly peaceful hospital is actually riddled with problems. Where is the ever-present hospital director? Why are doctors, patients, and staff disappearing one after another? Why have no human players survived? A deadly series of missions. The third hospital, this great ship, is about to sink because of the greed of some individuals. Mission requirements. Resolve the crisis at the third hospital. Time is running out. The madness of the greedy could destroy the third hospital at any moment. The reward will be issued after the task is completed. Insheng narrowed his eyes slightly after reading the mission requirements. Although he was reminded that time was tight, he remained calm. He is starting to panic. He smiled slightly, knowing that seeing that he was about to lose his status and arm, would definitely do something crazy, such as swindling one more penny before escaping from the third hospital. What are you laughing at? Lena asked curiously. In-chung responded with a smile. The final mission of the horror game has been released. After resolving the crisis at the third hospital, I will be able to complete the mission and return to the human world. Lena's eyes flickered slightly, as if she were reluctant to part. Are you leaving? In-chung laughed and said, No rush. The mission has a week. I will definitely save it for you until the last day, the last second. As he spoke, he uttered a cheesy pickup line. Lena's face immediately turned red, and she lowered her head, not daring to meet In-chung's gaze. In-chung felt a little smug, thinking to himself, this mature and sophisticated female ghost nurse is actually so easily embarrassed by me. Oh right, before we go back and bait we need to contact Count Rose first. In-chung suddenly realized that he hadn't contacted Count Rose yet, which was a crucial part of the plan. Speaking of Count Rose, there's something I forgot to tell you. Lena suddenly slapped her forehead and said with a slightly embarrassed expression. What is it? In-chung asked curiously. In-chung, prepare yourself mentally before I tell you, Lena said, her expression slightly worried. In-chung smiled and said, I've already survived in horror games, so what else can I accept? It's okay. Seeing this, Lena no longer hesitated and began to explain to In-chung about the first time Count Rose embraced him, especially the vampire magic circle on his arm. In-chung was momentarily stunned, his emotions a jumble of complex feelings, and he suddenly found himself speechless. He naturally knew this classic plot of the first embrace. Just a few hours ago, he was a normal human being, but now he had become a monster who depended on blood for survival. In-chung wasn't entirely averse to the vampire identity, since it granted him powerful abilities for survival. However, the limitations of being a vampire displeased him, especially the subordinate relationship with higher-ranking vampires after being transformed, which was unacceptable to In-chung. You seem a little unhappy? Lena noticed In-chung's hesitation and asked. Not this. In-chung smiled wryly and told Lena his views on vampires and bloodlust directly, without mentioning the Eye of Insight. After listening to In-chung's analysis, Lena's expression became somewhat strange. What's wrong? Is there a problem? In-chung asked, puzzled. I think you've misunderstood, Lena said seriously. Vampires and bloodlust are two completely different concepts. In-chung was taken aback. Huh? In the horror world, vampires and bloodlust are completely different. Bloodlust are noble beings, while vampires are servants marked by bloodlust, the lowest of the low, Lena explained. You can't just call Count Rose a vampire. In-chung was completely dumbfounded. A vampire is a vampire, and a vampire is a vampire? What's the difference? Vampires are one of the most elite and powerful groups in the horror world. Their bloodline doesn't have the flaws you mentioned, nor is there any subordinate relationship between them, Lena said earnestly. From the moment Count Rose first embraced you, you have been a member of the vampire clan. Chapter 21 Magic Circle? It's more like a straw. From Lena's tone, In-chung sensed a subtle hint of jealousy. Of course, this wasn't because she was jealous of In-chung becoming a vampire, but because Count Rose had transformed him, while Lena didn't have that ability. In-chung understood perfectly well. Although she didn't express it directly, he saw right through her little scheme. As In-chung completes the hidden mission with Lena, Lena's admiration for his medical skills grows stronger, and her friendship level with him rises rapidly, reaching a special level of attachment and infatuation. Wait, I have a question. In-chung suddenly thought of something, and an incredulous expression appeared on his face. What's wrong? Lena asked, puzzled. Countess Rose transformed me into a vampire, but she also intends to drain my blood. Isn't that equivalent to? In-chung was a little confused. The rules of the vampire clan seemed a bit chaotic. Lena explained with a blank look. I'm not quite sure, but it's rumored that vampires were created by the vampire clan to enjoy a constant supply of fresh blood, but it seems a bit unexpected. I see. In-chung smiled wryly. Is there anything else you need to tell me? Just tell me everything at once. I can handle it. Nothing else, except that Count Rose left a vampire magic circle on your arm. You can use it to send medicine to the Count, or perhaps to contact her, Lena said, pulling open In-chung's sleeve to reveal a deep red magic circle. In-chung stared at the magic circle, falling into a brief silence. After a moment, he asked somewhat stiffly, Can this magic circle automatically draw my blood and teleport it to Count Rose? Lena was taken aback, not expecting In-chung to have such a thought. She tilted her head and fell into deep thought. A few seconds later, Lena said seriously, Countess Rose asked me to tell you before she left that you can arrange the course of treatment yourself, but if she feels the treatment is not effective enough. In-chung immediately frowned, feeling that the magic circle left by Count Rose was simply a straw. It would take a sip from him all the time, which was really frustrating. Actually, you don't need to worry too much. Count Rose still values you highly, Lena said, trying to comfort him when she saw his worried expression. However, In-chung realized even more after hearing her words that he might just be trying to make his life force stronger so that he wouldn't be so easily drained. I have a feeling that Count Rose turned me into a vampire so that I would be more resilient and less likely to be drained dry, In-chung said in a low voice. Lena. Both remained silent, with the ghouls standing quietly behind them like guards. In-chung shook his head, deciding not to think about it anymore, and his gaze returned to the magic circle. Strangely, he seemed to have an innate ability to operate it. So he tried to activate the formation, and the first step was dripping blood. A straw? It must be a straw. In-chung couldn't help but mutter to himself, but he still cut his finger and dripped a drop of blood onto it. The blood droplet vanished instantly, and the magic circle flashed with bloody light, but the blood droplet did not fall onto the circle. Instead, it disappeared into the air. Lena. In-chung. At that moment, in the ancient castle surrounded by thorns and black roses, the crisp sound of wine glasses clinking came from the dining table, and the wine exuded the aroma of grapes. It's rare that you would invite me to this banquet. It seems your illness has really been cured. A slightly teasing, lowly-like voice came from the darkness. Count Rose smiled calmly. Illness? What illness? I just wanted to select some blood with good taste. You've misunderstood. Selecting blood and killing the doctor in the process? The figure in the darkness scoffed disdainfully. After being best friends with you for so many years, we know each other perfectly well. I'm just curious how a human cured your incurable disease. Count Rose raised an eyebrow, and instantly the hall turned blood red, the blood vessels seeming to surge with life, and the air became tense. You investigated me? Count Rose asked in a low voice, her voice filled with anger. Hey, you seem a little nervous? I used to do this all the time, and you've never reacted like this before. The figure gradually appeared in the darkness. She was less than 1.6 meters tall, dressed in ancient official robes, and wearing an official hat. Her face was delicate and lovely, and her eyes revealed a curious expression. Are we still best friends? You even have to keep this from me, she said, as the corpse energy around her clashed with the bloodstains of Count Rose like gray claws. Countess Rose was instantly enraged, her elegant demeanor nearly crumbling. She knew perfectly well how ruthless this seemingly innocent little zombie was, even resorting to any means to investigate her dirty secrets. These two women unexpectedly became heartless best friends, but because of a man, Count Rose was thrown into confusion, giving her an opening. Chapter 22, A Tragedy Caused by a Drop of Blood. The atmosphere in the castle hall was tense. The vampire servants were already used to it, and were numb to today's scene. However, today, an unexpected event quietly occurred. As the domain powers of the two blood-clad vengeful spirits clashed, Countess Rose's expression suddenly changed, a hint of unease flashing across her exquisite face. She sensed that the vampire magic circle she had left on In-chung had been triggered. Normally, such a trigger wouldn't cause any problems, but now, with a scheming best friend present, the situation is much more complicated. To satisfy her perverse tastes and savor the deliciousness of In-chung's blood once more, Count Rose set a rule within the magic circle. A drop of blood would be sacrificed. This drop of blood would be teleported directly to her. In-chung's blood is extremely attractive to ghosts and monsters due to his talent, temptation of the dead, especially vampires and blood-loving zombies. Gulp. As the blood droplet was transmitted, the vampire servants' fangs began to appear, their eyes gleaming with longing. If it weren't for the suppression of the vampires, they would have already been fighting over that drop of blood. Unlike the servants' restraint, the little zombie lowly beside them could not suppress her desires. Her bright yellow eyes gleamed with excitement as she moved like a shadow towards the drop of blood. However, Countess Rose was prepared. She sneered, and with a flick of her red tongue, the drop of blood disappeared into her mouth. Ah! The zombie lowly screamed, furious and unwilling, and the blood wine goblet shattered. Count Rose remained seated elegantly, watching the zombie lowly throw a tantrum, while the servants, pale-faced, knelt on the ground, feeling an invisible fear. Soon, the atmosphere finally calmed down. The zombie lowly calmed down, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes, her gaze fixed on Count Rose. It's that human doctor's blood, isn't it? The fragrance is intoxicating. It's a pity it carries the scent of vampires. Count Rose coldly replied. I know what you're planning, but don't even think about it, or I'll really turn against you. What if I say no? The zombie lowly said dismissively, her tone firm. Then our friendship of the past few years ends here. Count Rose's voice was cold and uncompromising. The zombie lowly's eyes. She hadn't expected Count Rose to turn against her because of a human. The two had once been ruthless best friends, their bond far deeper than it appeared. Why? The zombie lowly's tone softened, knowing that Count Rose was more responsive to gentle persuasion than force. The Countess of Roses replied coldly. There is no reason. The zombie lowly was puzzled, but received no answer. She knew that Count Rose would never easily admit to his hemophobia. At this moment, the zombie lowly suddenly became even more curious. Even so, you wouldn't give your first embrace to a human, would you? It seems that the human doctor is not simple. 3 black lines appeared on Count Rose's forehead, and she couldn't help but twitch her eye. Suddenly, the zombie lowly pounced on her, acting cute and charming. Count Rose knew perfectly well that she was feigning ignorance and acting cute, but she could only helplessly go along with it. After all, this little one, who looked so adorable that it melted one's heart, was actually more mature than she was. I can tell you about that human doctor, but you must promise not to have any designs on him and not to ask him anything about me. Count Rose finally compromised and decided to tell her some facts. The zombie lowly's eyes lit up, and her smile became even more cunning. Okay, I promise I won't lay a finger on him. But, Sister Rose, you can't keep it all a secret, can you? Countess Rose felt a sense of accomplishment. At least she had successfully made a blood-stained, vengeful zombie act cute and charming towards her. However, you'll need to clean this place up for me first. Count Rose gracefully withdrew his hand, his gaze sweeping over the servants in the hall. Snap! She snapped her fingers, and all the vampire servants instantly turned into crimson dust, scattering with the wind and disappearing outside the castle. Among the thorny black rose bushes, the blooming black roses became even more vibrant and fragrant. Chapter 23 Lord of the Corpse Tomb, Integrity? Doesn't exist. Nobody knows. The Black Rose Castle of Count Rose, a vampire clan. In an instant, all the vampire servants within became nourishment for the roses. The cause was traced back to a single drop of blood. If word gets out, treat this as an amusing anecdote. But within the vampire clan, it will probably cause quite a stir. Count Rose knew very well that only vampires could understand that ultimate pursuit of blood. So, to prevent trouble and to eliminate future problems, Count Rose mercilessly eliminated all the servants in the castle. Sister Rose is so cruel. She killed your servant who had taken care of you for so long. Unlike me, who was so good to my former servants. The zombie lowly was very good at finding opportunities, and said in a teasy tone. Huh. Count Rose sneered, not to be outdone. Yes, you're the best to your servants. After all, you made them all die with you back then. The eyes of the two, one big and one small, met, as if sparks were flying in the air. Oof. I won't argue with you. You have no idea what loyalty is, the zombie lowly said irritably. I don't understand loyalty, but I know how to control it. Count Rose sneered. Unlike you, some of your servants, after waking up first, didn't wake you immediately, but ran away. They are indeed very loyal. Zombie Lolita. The thing she hated most in her life was being drugged by Count Rose and having her dark past revealed. So much so that the Count of Rose used this incident to mock her for who knows how many years. This is why the zombie lowly is always dedicated to collecting dirt on Earl Rose. It's normal for scheming people to have scheming friends. Life is tough. Zombies are withdrawn. Once the dirt is brought up, unless someone can produce dirt of equal value, the zombie lowly will never be able to turn the tables and punish the Countess of Rose. The third hospital. In a quiet, sparsely populated office in the 5th ward, Insheng and Lena fell into deep thought. The ghoul remained obediently standing to one side, as immovable as a mountain. After Insheng sacrificed a drop of blood to activate the magic circle, the blood bead disappeared after being teleported away. Then it stopped responding completely, as if it had crashed. Insheng clearly felt that he could contact Count Rose on the other side through the magic circle. It's like making a phone call, but the other end is always busy and you can't get through. Of course he wouldn't know. Because he activated the magic circle so quickly, the Count of Rose's castle underwent a complete cleaning. It even attracted the attention of Count Rose's ruthless best friend. With the zombie loli, Count Rose certainly wouldn't dare to contact Inching easily. Otherwise, what if Inching accidentally let it slip? That zombie loli will probably be mocked for the rest of her life. Inchung and Lena waited silently for several tens of minutes. No way. In the scheme to outwit the greedy he, Count Rose was a crucial element. This is also the only powerful figure Inchung can currently leverage. Time slipped away amidst awkwardness and slight anxiety. Finally, the blood-red magic circle emitted an eerie glow. The projection showed the elegant and beautiful face of Countess Rose, and a cute little girl beside her who looked like a porcelain doll. Your daughter is so big already. Upon seeing this scene, Inching couldn't resist the urge to complain and blurted out something instinctively. In an instant, the scene depicts Count Rose laughing so hard he's bent over, with the magnificent mountains and valleys forming a beautiful landscape. The zombie loli's delicate and adorable porcelain-like face was instantly covered in black. The zombie loli went berserk on the spot, baring her teeth and brandishing her claws, furious and exasperated. The sharp, long canine teeth inside his mouth gleamed coldly. If Count Rose hadn't pulled her back from behind, she probably would have stormed into the third hospital on the spot and had a serious discussion with Inchung about life and death. Ahem. Inchung coughed awkwardly and quickly used his eye of insight to observe. Then, his face stiffened. Lord of the Corpse Tomb, Jiangling. Race, zombie. Friendliness level, hostile. Your words deeply offended her. Strength, blood-clad demon. Don't let her small size fool you. A terrifying power lies hidden within her tiny body. Preferences, blood, moonlight, sleeping, money-grubbing. Weakness, fears extremely young objects. If she can transform Yin into Yang, turning adversity into fortune, she will become a top-tier existence among zombies. Current status, seemingly enraged and aggressive, but actually incredibly calm inside. She's merely using this opportunity to test the relationship between Count Rose and you, and she's already made some preliminary deductions. Be careful, you've been targeted by the 1,000-year-old zombie. Is it too late for me to apologize now? Inching couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself. He had simply subconsciously let his inner tu chao, a Chinese internet slang term for sarcastic or critical comments, urge him to do something. And then he got targeted by a 1,000-year-old zombie. Well, thankfully, Zhang Ling didn't know what Inchung was thinking, otherwise she probably would have gone from feigning a berserk state to actually going berserk on the spot. Then they launched a relentless pursuit of Inchung. Age is always the most sensitive issue for human females. Even the title of Millennial Zombie was something Countess Rose had never dared to provoke her ruthless best friend like that. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you, beautiful and lovely lady. I sincerely apologize. Inchung has no moral integrity, and even if he did, it would be something he could easily discard. Upon witnessing the power of Jiang Ling's bloodstained ghost, he decisively chose to bow and apologize. A man may have gold below his knees, but not in his waist. He only has a herniated lumbar vertebra. If he had one, Inchung would probably be happy to take it out and replace it with survival supplies. In the world where horror games have come to be, he has heard and witnessed too many tragic and cruel stories. Integrity is nothing compared to life. Alright, tell me, why did you contact me so quickly? Could it be that you've already prepared the first course of medication? Count Rose's nimble tongue licked his lips, giving Jiang Ling no chance to speak. The way he looked as if he was savoring something made Incheng's index finger tremble involuntarily, recalling the feeling of being completely drained. My legs suddenly felt weak. No. Incheng quickly waved his hand and explained. The first course of medication is still being prepared. Incheng, seizing the opportunity, revealed his plan. Chapter 24. The plan is flawless. Rescue? There's nothing to hide. In one breath, Incheng told Count Rose everything that he had done. Given the other party's status, they probably wouldn't care about the life or death of the third hospital, nor would they care how greedy he is. Anyway, none of that has anything to do with Count Rose himself. But ghost coins are the hard currency of the horror world, and Count Rose certainly wouldn't mind having too many. After all, Incheng's plan only required her to ask a few questions, and she could make a fortune for free. Why not earn a fortune in black market currency just by talking? As Incheng expected, after listening to his plan, Countess Rose looked him over for a while with an expression that said, "This young man is quite sensible," and then readily agreed. She even gave Lena the phone number from her castle for future reference. However, there was a slight hiccup during the presentation of the plan. That's the adorable zombie loli Jiang Ling, who insists on getting involved in Yincheng's plan. They were successful and managed to get a large share of the profits. The reason is simple. Jiang Ling has a penchant for money. As the owner of the mortuary, she naturally possesses abundant resources. Coincidentally, Jiang Ling possessed the body of a dead, blood-stained, vengeful, ghost-level zombie. The appearance of this body. This ruined the original plan to gain He's trust simply by relying on the Countess of Rose's status and reputation. It directly transformed into using the arm of a blood-stained, vengeful zombie as bait to make the plan completely flawless. As for the distribution of the final spoils, a 4-3-3 profit-sharing method was adopted. Although Jiang Ling joined temporarily, she was able to provide bait, making the plan's success almost perfect. Therefore, there is nothing wrong with her taking 40% of the profits. As for Countess Rose, Yincheng was able to make a perfect plan only by leveraging her influence. In addition, in order to build a good relationship and get the other party to temporarily slow down the treatment progress, Yincheng generously gave the other party 30% of the profits. The remaining 30% belonged to Yincheng, but Lena refused to share it, citing that she had not contributed anything. Yincheng was well aware of her little scheme. Without any pretense, he accepted Lena's kindness directly. Survival is the most important thing right now, and any existing benefits can increase his chances of survival. At worst, he could settle his emotional debts. The shameless man had long been prepared to become a death knight. On the way back to the lobby of the third hospital, the ghost patients coming and going all looked at Yincheng with a faint sense of respect. It showed absolutely no greed or bloodlust towards ordinary humans. He was singled out for praise by Count Rose, demonstrating his extraordinary medical skills, and he also possessed the talent of temptation of the dead. The patients in the third hospital naturally did not harbor any hostility towards Yincheng. Along the way, Yincheng had already gotten used to the feeling of moving among a group of ghosts and monsters. However, just as Yincheng was about to head to the director's office to report back, he was blocked by 3 figures who were missing arms and legs and reeked of blood. "Save us. Please, save us." Without the slightest hesitation, the 3 female players, who were barely holding on, knelt down in front of Yincheng on the spot. Although one of them only had 1 leg left. The female player whose tongue was cut off by Lena did not appear. She has most likely perished at the hands of the monsters. "Save us. We're willing to pay any price to save us. We don't ask for anything. We just want to survive." The heartbreaking pleas were so poignant that they could break the hearts of anyone who heard them and bring tears to the eyes of anyone who saw them. Many of the ghosts and monsters on one side were quite moved by this scene. Some ghosts and monsters also had a previous life. They were once vulnerable human beings, which is why they are able to empathize. Of course, many others are taking a wait-and-see approach. Yincheng is now a celebrity at the third hospital and has considerable influence. If he were to actually ask to protect them, these ghosts would be happy to give Yincheng face. After all, Yincheng's current identity is that of a renowned doctor capable of bringing the dead back to life. Who among the ghosts who can come to the third hospital doesn't have some minor or major ailments? Instead of risking offending Yincheng, it would be better to go with the flow and give him face, especially when dealing with a few weaklings. Why not? The world of horror isn't just about fighting and killing. Human relationships also need to be maintained. He was faced with 3 female players kneeling before him, weeping bitterly and looking utterly miserable. Yincheng's emotions did not fluctuate much. He simply looked at the 3 of them calmly, pondering something in his mind. After a moment, he had a more complete idea of his plan. "Come with me." After leaving those words, Yincheng led Lena and the ghoul straight back to his consultation room. Instead of going to He's director's office immediately, since that guy was too busy to pay attention to him. Upon hearing this, the 3 female players burst into tears of joy, expressing their gratitude as they quickly chased after the attackers. Inside the consultation room, "You can stay here for the rest of the time. No ghosts or monsters will dare to attack you here." Yincheng sat in a chair with his back to the 3 female players, gazing out the window, seemingly lost in thought. "Thank you. Thank you." The female players were once again filled with gratitude, huddling together tremblingly, but the look of terror on their faces remained. Because it was a ghoul that reeked of stench, was covered in black slime, and had a hideous appearance. As if he were very interested in them, he stared intently at them from a distance with his large, dark eyes. Lena was also fiddling with a sharp scalpel, looking at them with a playful gaze. "Never mind them. Let's continue discussing how to buy the bloodstained ghost arm from Countess Rose's best friend." With his back to the female player, Inchung gave Lena a look and said deliberately, although Lena is somewhat love-struck, she is usually very calm and intelligent. He immediately understood Inchung's thoughts. He immediately looked away and deliberately pulled the curtain in the middle of the consultation room, shut out the 3 female players, appearing cautious and careful. Inchung gave a thumbs up, praising Lena's wit. He also began to deliberately lower his voice and talk to Lena. There was a curtain between them. After the pressure of being watched closely by the ghoul and the female ghost nurse was gone, their expressions finally softened, and their eyes held a more enigmatic glint. Especially after hearing Inchung mention the words, bloodstained ghost arm. And then, with Lena drawing the curtains, the 3 of them exchanged glances and simultaneously began to eavesdrop. Chapter 25. Unfortunately, they chose a dead end. One side of the curtain. Inchung spoke very naturally, in a voice that was just loud enough for the 3 players to hear, barely audible. He deliberately discussed with Lena the matter of purchasing the bloodstained ghost arm. They also specifically mentioned terms like major customer, resale, and make a fortune. A moment later, at Inchung's signal, Lena swiftly pulled open the curtain. 3 female players huddled together, seemingly unconscious from excessive fear and blood loss. His body trembled almost imperceptibly. Lena acted as if she hadn't seen anything. I'll go prepare now. Be careful, and remember, whatever you do, don't let Director He find out about this. I understand. Inchung nodded. After giving her a special instruction, Lena turned and walked out. As soon as the door opened, the patients from the 3rd hospital, who were lined up in a long queue outside, immediately showed expectant expressions. Go in. Dr. Inchung is free. Remember to keep order. Lena glanced at the orderly group of ghosts and monsters, and couldn't help but say something cold and sarcastic. Clear. The hanged ghost at the front of the line had a long, drooping tongue and a forced smile on his stiff face, looking quite sensible. Lena nodded slightly and drifted away. As Inchung looked at the patients who came in, his eye of insight was immediately activated. Patient at the 3rd hospital, Chong Wei. Race, hanged man. Current status. The ghost has been troubled by a stiff tongue for a long time, and unfortunately, the doctors at the 3rd hospital are helpless. As the long tongue is the hanged ghost's deadly weapon, the stiffer it becomes, the weaker it will become, hence the great distress. Solution. Boil together netherworld grass, rotten flesh flour, and the fountain of helplessness to soften the ghost's flesh. Doctor, is there any hope for my tongue? After Inchung finished taking the pulse, the hanged ghost couldn't wait to ask. It's no big deal, I can cure it. Remember this prescription. Go get the medicine, brew it yourself, and I guarantee it will cure you. Without any hesitation, Inchung directly told the hanged ghost the prescription. Miracle doctor. Miracle doctor. The hanged ghost was extremely excited. He had visited hospital after hospital in the horror world, but none of them could cure his stiff tongue. For Inchung, a simple prescription is all it takes to easily solve the problem. How can I not get excited? As for whether it's credible or not, with the prestigious name of the Count of Roses before him, even if it really doesn't work, the hanged man will still have to wonder if it's his own fault. In the world of horror, the intimidating power of a blood-clad vengeful ghost is still very effective in the minds of many lesser ghosts. Dr. Een, although I have already registered and paid the fees, please accept this small token of my appreciation. Just as Inchung was about to wave goodbye to his guests, the hanged ghost took out a wad of ghost money from his pocket and gently pushed it from the table in front of Inchung. He still had a fawning smile on his face. This patient, you're making me make a mistake, Inchung said meaningfully, his eyes narrowing slightly. Even a hanged ghost is shrewd. How could he not see through Inchung's implied meaning? Wrong, wrong. The hanged ghost slapped his forehead. I just picked this ghost coin up from the ground. It looks like it was dropped by you, doctor. Right. Inchung nodded in satisfaction. What I admire most about you is your honesty in returning lost property. I also enjoy making friends with noble ghosts. Having more friends means having more options. From now on, we're friends. I may not be able to help with other issues, but you can rest assured about my medical skills. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Een. The hanged ghost's smile grew even brighter. He was already hoping to please Inchung, so hearing these words naturally made him overjoyed. Oh, by the way, remember to tell the patients outside that I am a doctor with principles, so please don't make any mistakes. Before the hanged ghost left, Inchung didn't forget to give him this piece of advice. The hanged ghost, with a clear mind, patted his chest and said, Don't worry, Dr. Een, I understand. With an appreciative look, Yin Sheng watched the hanged ghost leave and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The martial world is not just about fighting and killing, but also about human relationships and social interactions. Next, as he shouted, his peripheral vision swept over 3 female players huddled together on a chair to the side, pretending to be unconscious. His eyes held a somewhat enigmatic expression. The road has been paved. How they walk it is up to them to choose. Some roads may look like grand avenues, but there might be a precipice ahead, and falling down there is certain death. Some roads are bumpy and extremely simple, yet they allow people to walk on them safely. The new patient was a headless ghost. Without saying much, Yin Sheng began the diagnosis and treatment. With the god-level talent of the Eye of Insight, his diagnostic efficiency is simply outrageously high. I don't know if it was the hanged ghost's message that had an effect. Every ghost who comes in for a consultation will find a sum of ghost coins, more or less, before leaving and return them to Yin Sheng. Without a doubt, in this consultation room, the only one who could possibly lose money is Dr. Yin. It will take about half an hour. Yin Sheng lost nearly 1,000 ghost coins, which was more than some less skilled players got from completing several tasks. He also made quite a few ghost friends as a result. Everyone got what they needed, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Before the 24th ghost patient even stepped into the ward, Yin Sheng's eyes flickered slightly, a hint of coldness rising deep in his pupils. The 3 female players who had been pretending to be unconscious woke up before Yin Sheng could continue treating the patients. One of the female players pretended to be a little embarrassed and said, "Boss Yin Sheng, we just remembered that we still have our own missions to complete. Although we are safe here with you, we will not be able to return to the human world if we do not complete our missions. Boss, you're so busy. We're already incredibly grateful for your protection during this time, and we certainly wouldn't dare ask for anything more. We still have our mission to complete, and hopefully we'll have another chance to return here." Another female player also spoke up, feigning sorrow. Seeing this, Yin Sheng said expressionlessly, "Go." The 3 female players didn't say anything, but expressed their gratitude again, and then helped each other out. With a click, the door to the examination room closed. Lena, who had been away for a long time, slowly appeared in the consultation room, her alluring figure flashing with cold light in her pupils. "Even though I schemed against them, I still gave them a way out, didn't I?" Yin Sheng's tone was tinged with regret, his voice gradually turning icy. "It's a pity they chose a dead end. I will help you kill them." Lena exuded a chilling aura, the scalpel gleaming coldly at her fingertips. "No, there's no need." Yin Sheng shook his head. Lena was stunned for a moment, then realized what was happening, and a cruel smile appeared on her beautiful face. "That's right. He won't let them live." Chapter 26. Humans know the terror of ghosts, but ghosts know the wickedness of the human heart. Logistics Department of the 3rd Hospital. In a quiet environment, the 3 female human players wore expressions that were completely different from their previous respectful and grateful demeanor. The jealousy and greed in their eyes were completely open and undisguised. That guy Yin Sheng clearly has the ability to perfectly protect us, and could even help us complete the mission easily, but he has no intention of helping us at all. If that's the case, then you can't blame us for doing this. Among the 3, the woman, whose face was covered in blood but whose beauty could still be discerned, clenched her fist tightly with her remaining arm and gritted her teeth as she spoke. The hatred in his tone was utterly baffling. The other woman with the broken leg, her expression also contorted like a ghost, said, "Why can he live so comfortably? And just by sitting there, he can amass a fortune in ghost coins. He could clearly help us, share some ghost coins with us, and help us live better lives. But he didn't do that. Instead, he stood by coldly. He's just putting on an act. He has fallen. He is human, yet he associates with ghosts and monsters. He completely turns a blind eye to the deaths of his fellow human beings. He's the one who deserves to die the most. How can someone like that live so comfortably in the horror world?" Ha ha ha. The silent female player sneered. His feigned benevolence and complete disregard for our attitude are precisely his biggest weakness. He probably never imagined that we would have the audacity to betray his secrets to the monsters. The 3 female players exchanged glances, as if they could see the tragic end that Yin Sheng was about to face in each other's eyes, and cruel smiles appeared on their lips. Yin Sheng will never know. The 3 female players whose lives she saved actually harbored such deep hatred for him. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't have any emotional reaction. Dead people are certainly not worth getting angry about. Yin Sheng had become accustomed to the unpredictable nature of human nature. In the logistics room, After whispering among themselves for a while, the three female players finally gritted their teeth and made a decision. They decided to betray In-chung and Lena's secret to Director Hee. They planned to use this as leverage to obtain sufficient benefits from Director Hee, as well as a guarantee of their safe return to the world. It's kind of funny to say it out loud. In-chung sheltered them and gave them the choice to live. Instead of receiving gratitude, they harbored even more resentment and jealousy in their hearts. They would rather believe in a ghost and place their hope for life on it than be quiet and return to the human world. In-chung gave them the opportunity to remain silent and thus survive. Unfortunately, they didn't cherish it. Bang, crack, snap, boom. In the director's office, the series of loud noises caused the werewolf doctor who had led the way to twitch his eye involuntarily. His gaze fell on the three female human players, and he said viciously, "You'd better guarantee that the so-called information is of extremely high value and can quell Director Hee's anger, otherwise." The werewolf doctor didn't continue speaking, but the killing intent he exuded made the three of them tremble. Knock, knock, knock. Who? Hee's angry voice could be heard from inside the office. "It's me, Director. I have very important information to report to you," the werewolf doctor said hurriedly. "Information?" Hee's tone was tinged with doubt. "Come in and talk." "Yes." The werewolf led three human players in single file. The office was a complete mess. Even Hee, who usually appears meticulous, has cracks appearing on his glasses. He sat on a chair missing half a leg, staring coldly at the group. "Speak. What information do you have?" His tone was icy, laced with murderous intent. He tried to use his connections to get rid of the Frankenstein's monster Ralph, but to no avail. It's already on the verge of getting out of control. Otherwise, he would probably ask what the werewolf doctor meant by bringing humans in. Right now, he's not in the mood. "You, tell us what you know," the werewolf doctor urged hastily upon seeing the situation. "Director Hee, we can have your information, but we need some conditions in exchange, because this secret is related to an existence at the level of the blood-clad demon." Despite their fear, the three players still retained some rationality. She knew to focus on the key points to pique Hee's interest. As expected, the mere mention of the four words, blood-clad vengeful ghost, caused Hee's pupils to shrink to pinpoints instantly. A few minutes later, the werewolf doctor licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, a look of pleasure in his eyes, and left the office. The office reeked of a pungent, bloody stench. Hee sneered and muttered, "What a fine Dr. In-chung. What a fine nurse Lena. You two are truly my good employees. I'm living in fear and even prepared to take risks, while you're plotting to make a fortune?" Even an arm of a blood-stained ghost would have an unimaginable attraction for an ordinary red-clad ghost, let alone a Frankenstein's monster like Ralph. Damn humans, do they think they can do whatever they want just because they've gained the Count of Rose's favor? Hee harbored unspeakable jealousy and unprecedented greed. The blood-clothed vengeful ghost's arm is worth at least hundreds of thousands of ghost coins, or even millions. What a wonderful number that is. A number that a greedy person simply cannot resist. He had been secretly scheming in the third hospital for so long, but he had only managed to scrape together less than 1,000,000 ghost coins. Ghost coins are extremely valuable, not in the millions or tens of millions. For ordinary players, having a few thousand is already a huge sum. But that weak human who had such good fortune only did so because of the Count of Rose's appreciation. You could easily earn a large amount of ghost coins. How could he, a greedy man, possibly accept this? For a greedy person is having a huge business opportunity right in front of them, but seemingly having no chance to get involved. In-chung was able to survive a series of doomed missions he issued. He was no fool, of course, and could see that In-chung was not as simple as he seemed. No matter how much he wanted to get rid of In-chung, he dared not do anything to In-chung openly because of Count Rose's appreciation. But now, Hee's attitude towards In-chung has undergone a tremendous change. How could he possibly let a deal worth millions of ghost coins slip through his fingers? At least until he has swallowed this big deal, he will not only not kill In-chung, but will also treat In-chung as an honored guest. After all, only In-chung has influence with Count Rose. Even if he had a large sum of money, without someone to connect him with the right connections, he could only watch helplessly. The thought of this filled him with a secret annoyance. When did a powerful ghost like him have to beg for help from a weak human? Just you wait. Once this deal is complete, you will surely die. A sinister smile crept across Hee's grim face as he picked up a drop of blood from the corner of the table and began to lick it with obvious relish. Chapter 27, Hee visits to discuss a deal? Outside the consultation room of specially appointed physician In-chung, the line of sick and ghostly figures remained as long as ever. The example of the Count of Rose came first. Afterwards, there were those ghosts who, having obtained the prescription for solving the problem from Yun-sung, couldn't wait to buy the medicine at the third hospital and try it out. Without a doubt, it's a cure-all. As a result, some patients who were initially skeptical about the ghosts and monsters were now convinced of their existence. They were finally relieved and joined the long queue outside the door of specially appointed physician In-chung. Some generous ghosts even started spending ghost coins to buy their spots from the ghosts at the front of the line. This truly made Dr. Yin's great reputation resound throughout the third hospital. In contrast, look at the consultation rooms of other doctors. It was completely empty. Not even a bird feather was left. Green-skinned alchemist, bird-beak masked doctor, and other doctors. They all stood at the door of the consultation room, gritting their teeth, their displeasure written all over their faces. Destroying someone's livelihood and cutting off their source of income is like killing their parents. No one could tolerate such a situation. Right now, they seem to want to get rid of In-chung even more than he does. Director, you're finally here. Please think of something quickly, or we doctors will really be out of a job. The moment he appeared in the corner of the corridor, the bird-beaked doctor instantly appeared beside he, complaining in a low voice. The other doctors also looked at them with sympathy. However, they never would have imagined it. Who can you blame for your own incompetence? Patients trust Dr. Een and don't choose you. Shouldn't you look for problems within yourselves? He snorted coldly, looking at them with a disappointed expression as he angrily rebuked them. Bird-beaked doctor. Unknown. Doctors, unknown. Listen to that. Listen to that. Do people say that? If they didn't know He's character, they would really think he was some kind of selfless person. But we're all old foxes. Why are you trying to pull off a ghost story? Who was it that deliberately suggested introducing Count Rose to that human physician, intending to use someone else to do their dirty work? But now things are completely different. Did they take the wrong medicine? After shouting angrily, he ignored them and walked straight towards In-chung's consultation room. The doctors were left completely bewildered, their foreheads covered in question marks. Knock, knock, knock. A knock came at the door. In-chung, who was taking the pulse of a drowning ghost, heard a knock on the door and a slight smile appeared on his lips. The fish has taken the bait. He, who was outside, did not wait for In-chung's reaction or care whether he was treating a patient or not, and pushed the door open and entered. On the surface, In-chung feigned annoyance at being disturbed, but inwardly he was sneering. The more anxious he became, the more it meant that his greedy heart had been completely led astray at that moment. Director you are also a doctor. You should understand that disturbing a doctor's consultation is a very impolite thing to do, right? In-chung spoke with a cold face. Lena was right behind him, but he was not afraid at all. I'm sorry, I was a bit presumptuous, but... He was already cursing inwardly, but on the surface he showed some apology and changed the subject with a joking tone. Dr. Een, you have to be careful when making friends. Your 3 human companions just told me a little secret. Before he could finish speaking, In-chung's face turned ashen. Lena behind him also adopted a murderous look, gritting her teeth. Seeing this, he smiled knowingly and said, This patient, please step out for a moment. I have some private matters to discuss with Dr. Een. This. The drowning ghost gave In-chung a subtle look, the meaning of which was clear. Do you need help? Go out first. Your symptoms aren't anything serious. You can come back in after I finish talking with Director In-chung said calmly. Seeing this, the drowning ghost had no choice but to leave the consultation room. The drowning ghost left. An antique-looking copper coin popped out of He's palm, and a strange, foul stench immediately filled the air. What does Director mean by this? In-chung asked coldly, covering his mouth and nose without any regard for He's feelings. He was too lazy to argue with In-chung right now. A little trick. Money can keep people away. It wouldn't be good if others heard about such a big deal, would it? Director you might as well speak frankly. There's no point in beating around the bush, In-chung said, getting straight to the point. I love your straightforwardness. He grinned. I've already taken care of those 3 humans who betrayed their friends. Consider it a bonus before I invest in your business. Now let's talk business properly. He also spoke frankly, making no attempt to hide his desire to get a share of the pie. In-chung didn't speak, but Lena sneered. Director you've been sitting in the number 2 seat at the third hospital for so many years, you can't be unaware that some things aren't something just anyone can interfere with, can you? That makes sense. He wasn't annoyed at all. You, Dr. Ian, managed to get in touch with the Countess of Rose through some difficult means. I don't think I have that ability, but he toyed with the copper coin in his hand, a smile gradually spreading across his face. If you cooperate with Count Rose, how much of the profits will you get? You're a new player, and Lena is just a nurse at the third hospital. How many ghost coins do you have combined that's enough to buy that bloodstained ghost arm, which is worth nearly 1 million ghost coins and is still priceless? Think it over carefully. I am not your enemy. I just want to make a deal with you, a mutually beneficial deal. Having said that, Ian Chung and Lena's expressions softened. They seemed to think that He's words made some sense. Director He, let's talk about your so-called mutually beneficial transactions. After a long silence, Ian Chung spoke first. He sneered inwardly. The young man was indeed still too impatient. Mr. Ralph, our major client, is highly regarded by the third hospital. You've hitched a ride on the Rose Earl's coattails, but you're just middlemen, aren't you? The kind who act as intermediaries and receive some rewards from the Rose Earl. Ian Chung and Lena remained silent, which he took as tacit agreement, and his smile grew even brighter. Why must the Count of Rose take the lion's share of such a good opportunity? Haven't you considered taking even more of the profits for yourselves? He's voice seemed to possess a certain bewitching power. The copper coin in his hand also emitted a faint glow, and some strange power began to stir the hearts of Ian Chung and Lena. It was as if it was trying to stir up their endless greed. It's a pity. Lena is a red-clad, vengeful ghost, and she also has a special identity as the inner minister. He's petty tricks were completely ineffective against her. Chapter 28: The Game of Human Relationships. Outside the consultation room of specially appointed physician Ian Chung, time slips away bit by bit. From the moment the drowning ghost walked out of the consultation room until now, the long lines of patients were starting to show signs of rioting. The drowning ghost, acting as the leader of the ghosts, waited outside the consultation room, its wet hair hanging down, its face growing increasingly anxious and impatient. Half an hour had passed since he entered the consultation room. They also tried various methods to eavesdrop or forcibly push open the consultation room door. But without exception, they all failed. He, at the peak of his power as a vengeful ghost, still possesses considerable skill. Most of these are just ghosts and evil spirits, so they cannot be easily eliminated. For ordinary humans, any ghost or monster is deadly enough. There is no difference between phantoms, evil spirits, and anything beyond that. However, the difference in rank between ghosts and monsters is not something that can be easily overcome. In some respects, the world of horror also shares some similarities with the human world. In the human world, the vast majority of beings are just ordinary people. Those who truly control power and wealth are always a minority. In the horror world, the vast majority of ghosts and monsters are just low-level spirits and evil spirits. True high-ranking monsters, such as Count Rose or the Frankenstein-like Ralph, are few and far between compared to the vast number of monsters. Therefore, the only way for them to force He not to act rashly against Dr. Ian was to unite. Make a big enough commotion at the third hospital to intimidate the other party. After all, as a reputable hospital in the horror world, its reputation is still very important to it. If things escalate, the shareholders behind the third hospital have come forward. Even he couldn't withstand it. If the consultation room door isn't open in the last 3 minutes, guys, get the party started. The drowning ghost displayed a leader's demeanor, raising its arm and shouting, which was echoed by countless ghosts behind it. Damn it. We finally saw a glimmer of hope to cure this intractable disease. If that bastard he dares to lay a finger on Dr. Ian, we'll make him regret it. Right, brothers? That's right. Let's go after that bastard he. Charge. The ghost's enthusiasm has been completely aroused, and the crowd is in high spirits. They might never have been so excited or thrilled for anything else. It's not surprising that they behave this way when it comes to whether they can solve their own chronic illnesses. Such a scene. The doctors in the nearby consultation room trembled with fear and cowered inside, too afraid to come out and stop it. Even the fierce and burly, tiger-headed, human-bodied ghost security guard had long since disappeared. With a click, while all the ghosts and monsters were timing their carnival with great fanfare, the consultation room door opened. To the astonishment of the ghosts and monsters, he actually walked out chatting and laughing with Dr. Ian. Director please take care. I still have many patients to treat, so I won't see you off any further. Ian Chung said politely with a smile. You go ahead and do your thing, don't worry about me. But remember to contact that person before tonight. I'll handle Mr. Ralph's side. He's eyes gleamed as he made his own plans. In-chung pretended not to see through the other party's little scheme and readily agreed. No problem. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation, Director He. It's a pleasure to cooperate. A strange glint flashed in He's eyes, but his smile remained unchanged. After He left, outside the consultation room, the ghosts and monsters, who had been somewhat agitated, instantly fell silent. With In-chung unharmed, they naturally had no reason to cause trouble. The third hospital has returned to a well-ordered state. The drowning ghost entered the consultation room and couldn't help but ask, Dr. In, that guy didn't give you any trouble, did he? It's all right, don't worry. In-chung smiled and shook his head. That's good, but Dr. In, you still have to be careful. Director He is no pushover. Thanks for reminding me. In the following period, relying on the characteristics of his eye of insight, In-chung frantically treated patients at a speed that the other ghost doctors could not even imagine. So much so that the ghost doctors could only grit their teeth and stare longingly at the door of the specially appointed doctor's consultation room. A flood of bitter tears, to whom can I tell them? Time slips away quietly. In the world of horror, there is no distinction between day and night. The sky was perpetually gloomy and terrifying, with dark clouds resembling grotesque and distorted faces, exuding an oppressive atmosphere. Inside the consultation room, after seeing off the last sick person of the day, In-chung stretched and gently embraced Lena, enjoying this precious, time alone with two ghosts. Ghouls aren't very intelligent. They don't understand anything and just follow him around like guards, so they're naturally ignored. In-chung boasted that he had already embarked on the path of becoming a necromancer. Having another clueless ghoul watching from the side is no longer a big deal. It's not time for the job change quest yet, is it? Do I need to pull some strings with Ralph? A moment later, Lena sensed something strange beneath her, as if a dormant ancient dragon was awakening. A blush flashed across her pale, bloodless face. Still somewhat unaccustomed to the change, she quickly spoke up to try and distract herself. Seeing this, In-chung smiled slightly and held Lena firmly in place. No need. The more we do, the easier it is to leave a loophole. As for Ralph, we have never told him about the blood-clad demon arm. When Ralph discovers he's been deceived by He, his anger will only be directed at He, and won't concern us, right? At this point, In-chung's smile grew even brighter. If He insists on implicating us before he dies, trying to take us down with him, it will actually do us no harm at all. On the contrary, it will bring us even more benefits. Lena was somewhat stunned. Benefits? This can bring benefits. The corpse of the blood-clad ghost belongs to Jiangling, the wicked confidant of Count Rose and the master of the corpse tomb. If Ralph really wants it, we'll just go with the flow and let him talk to her. After all, Ralph is a big customer, and he has the powerful blood-clad ghost behind him. He's definitely willing to pay a high enough price for this. By acting as a middleman and connecting the dots, we can win the favor of this big customer and the people behind him, right? In-chung understood it very well. Since Jiangling took the initiative to mention the existence of the blood-clothed ghost's corpse, that means that the corpse wasn't actually that valuable to her. Otherwise, wouldn't such a good thing that is expensive but hard to find be more likely to be stolen by thieves than to be coveted by them? So, after killing He, if Ralph still wants one of the bloodstained ghost's arms, negotiate with Count Rose's best friend and do Ralph a favor? The world of horror isn't just about fighting and killing. It's also about human relationships and social dynamics. Chapter 29, The Unspeakable Blood. Embrace the job change certificate, cool, soft, and comfortable, like a natural air conditioner. In-chung felt an unprecedented sense of wonder. My head rests gently on the shoulder of the job change book, enjoying a rare moment of peace. I don't know if it's because I was transformed into a vampire. The special aura emanating from the ghost, which was extremely corrosive to the living, seemed to have no effect on him. Exhausted from a long day, In-chung fell asleep peacefully while holding the job transfer certificate. Seeing this, Lena smiled slightly, as if she had thought of something. She gently wrapped her arms around In-chung's head, her movements extremely tender. If such a scene were to be seen in the real world, it would probably amaze everyone on the spot. In-chung will also become a living Ning Kaichin. He might become a milestone figure, forever remembered. Horror games have brought too much death, too much pain and despair to the world. The horror of ghosts and monsters, their bizarre power, and their ruthless and unpredictable methods. It left a far too cruel and profound impression on humanity. I don't know how long I slept. In Chung felt a slight numbness in his legs. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Lena's charming and beautiful face. In a short time, the ancient dragon, which had been sleeping, seemed to have a bad temper when it woke up, and immediately began to roll over in anger. The two long, round pythons had never experienced such a commotion before. They immediately trembled violently, and then shrank back to where they were, too afraid to move. The dragon's might permeated the air, and its breath was scorching hot, causing the temperature in the consultation room to rise rapidly. Gurgle, a sound that was slightly muffled yet undeniably awkward. The sound emanating from In Cheng's stomach immediately broke the tense atmosphere of the dragon-snake battle. Lena jumped up immediately. In Cheng, are you hungry? You haven't eaten all day? I'll go get you something to eat right away. Whoosh. It drifted away, carrying with it a cool, fragrant breeze. In Cheng. She patted her stomach helplessly. It seems that he has to feed himself before he can feed Lena. A few minutes later, Lena came in carrying a large plate of wheat bread and a small glass of milk. A slight apology crossed her face. I'm sorry, there aren't many things humans can eat in the horror world, and this is all we have in the third hospital. It's okay, I'm lucky to have something to eat. Compared to other players, I'm incredibly lucky. In Chung wasn't picky. He picked up a piece of rough wheat bread and stuffed it into his mouth. 1-2. In Cheng's movements became faster and faster as he wolfed down his food, his eyes even starting to turn red. Something's wrong. Lena quickly noticed In Cheng's unusual behavior. The bread she brought for In Cheng was more than enough to fill an adult's stomach, let alone an adult. But looking at In Cheng's state, he was eating one after another, and he seemed to be getting more and more frantic. Could it be? Lena's eyes flickered, as if she had thought of something, and she quickly grabbed In Cheng. Ugh. Huh. In Cheng chewed the food in his mouth frantically, making incoherent sounds, his eyes completely bloodshot. He's awakened. He's actually awakened. This speed is too fast, too sudden. Lena was stunned by In Cheng's talent, her face blank with disbelief. Her identity as the Angel of Death allowed her to know a lot of unusual information. The embrace of a vampire is not as simple or easy as creating a servant vampire. The existence after being embraced often goes through a long period of settling and integration, and may even go through death. Only then can they be successfully transformed into true vampires. At the same time, the person being transformed will also awaken their unique bloodline talent abilities. Gurgle, seeing that things were not going well, the restless ghoul let out an anxious roar. In Cheng was his only friend, and he didn't want anything to happen to him. Don't worry, he's fine. He just awakened his bloodline, Lena said helplessly, looking at the ghoul who was jumping around anxiously. However, this did not help much. Ghouls have limited intelligence, and it took In Cheng a lot of effort to get them to barely understand some things. Seeing this, Lena could only purse her lips helplessly. Ghostly energy filled the air, directly suppressing the ghoul on the spot. Water. I need water. Give me water. In Cheng felt like he was about to ascend to heaven. Every blood vessel, every drop of blood, and every tiny blood molecule in his body seemed to come alive, running wildly and erratically throughout his body. His heart, like a high-powered engine, was pounding non-stop. The speed was so fast and the sound so deep that it seemed to make the decorations in the room resonate and tremble. Water, water, murmured unconsciously, his two canine teeth replaced by two sharp, long fangs. Seeing this, Lena understood that what In Cheng needed was not water at all. It was blood. Furthermore, the higher the quality of the blood absorbed during the initial awakening, the better. In that case, the possibility of the new generation of vampires developing rare bloodline abilities after awakening will increase significantly. What should I do? What should I do? Where am I supposed to find suitable blood now? After recalling the details of the vampire's awakening, Lena immediately panicked. If allowed, she wouldn't mind donating blood to In Cheng. The problem is, whether it's the outward appearance of a ghostly being or the inner appearance of a death angel, they both belong to the ghostly category. Lena doesn't have any blood at all, so she's powerless to help. Wait, Countess Rose. She'll definitely have a way. Seeing In Cheng's increasingly uncomfortable state, Lena's eyes lit up, and she thought of the culprit, Count Rose. Just as she was about to use the consultation room phone to contact the other party. Inside the consultation room, an extremely strange, eerie, and sinister aura instantly enveloped every corner. Lena's inner form of the Angel of Death was automatically activated almost the instant that aura appeared, as if by a stress response. Gray wings and deep pupils turned gray-white, and the aura of death began to permeate the air. Fortunately, she remained rational and looked in the direction of the scent. That's when I was shocked to discover it. At some point, a drop of dark red blood appeared on Incheng's palm. The source of all the eerie and unsettling atmosphere was that tiny drop of blood. I only glanced at it. Lena felt as if there was something twisted and grotesque inside the blood bead, struggling and laughing as if it wanted to break free from the blood bead. Chapter 30 Bloodline Talent. Shadowy Appearance. Dual Talents. Mysterious. Bizarre. Terrifying. Bizarre. That was the most direct feeling Lena got from that drop of blood. She couldn't understand it. Just a single drop of blood made her feel unprecedented tension and fear. Unspeakable. Suddenly, a thought popped into Lena's mind, startling her. This could cause her to be forced to transform into the inner angel of death under stress. And even a single drop of blood, emanating power, seems capable of continuously eroding the outside world. A blood-clad vengeful ghost cannot do that. Then there must be the terrifying being above the blood-clad demon, known as unspeakable, yet always answered. How could Incheng suddenly have that kind of blood in his hands? Lena didn't have time to think any further. She quickly covered up the atmosphere in the consultation room and dialed the number of Earl Rose. It wasn't that she didn't want to stop Incheng's next move, but rather that she could sense it. That drop of blood was resisting her approach. To avoid any adverse consequences, she had no choice but to inform Count Rose. Beep, beep. As the phone went busy. Gurgle. Incheng seemed unable to endure that unbearable, bloodthirsty craving any longer. That incredibly strange drop of blood flew straight into his mouth and was swallowed. Is everything taken care of? On the other end of the phone came the elegant voice of Count Rose. Lena stared blankly at Incheng, who had swallowed the blood, for a few seconds before speaking in a trembling voice. Incheng has awakened and swallowed a drop of blood from an indescribable source. The line went dead on the other end of the phone, but you could still hear the crisp sound of a glass falling to the ground. Keep an eye on him. I'm coming right away. The Count of Rose's tone was more serious and agitated than ever before. After hanging up the phone, Lena was briefly in a daze. The blood droplet, which was highly likely to be of an unspeakable level, had already been swallowed by Incheng, and his transformation seemed to be continuing. At present, it seems that nothing unexpected has happened. But she had no idea what the actual situation was. Where am I? In the endless darkness, in a twisted world interwoven with crimson, there are mysterious, large stars that radiate light. Like an abstract painting by Van Gogh, it is distorted, sinister, and eerie. Incheng looked around. The stars seemed to be right beside him, within reach. He could even feel the temperature emanating from the inside of the star. Consciousness is somewhat blurred. Incheng didn't know why he was here. But none of that matters anymore. His body seemed to defy gravity, drifting aimlessly in this mysterious space. Deep in his heart, it seemed as if a voice was calling to him. An unseen force was also guiding him in the right direction. Outside world. How is he, Count Rose? Is he all right? Lena asked worriedly, her concern evident on her face. Count Rose, who had arrived at top speed, pondered for a moment, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. She could smell the unique fragrance of blood lingering in the air. Those are the kind of terrifying beings, ghosts whose names should not be easily mentioned. However, what Count Rose did not expect was that the blood of such a being was swallowed by a newly awakened vampire. Surprisingly, it didn't show any abnormal reaction. By observing Incheng's blood pulse, Count Rose discovered that Incheng seemed to have entered an unprecedented state of peace and tranquility. He seems all right, but it's precisely because he seems all right that I find something amiss. Count Rose's expression was serious. Logically speaking, even the blood of a blood-stained ghost shouldn't be something a little guy like him could withstand, let alone something like that. However, judging from his current state, the little guy seems to have entered the blood sea world where vampires awaken their talents. His spiritual light has been pulled into that world, which is why he is so strangely quiet in reality. I just don't know. As he was speaking, Count Rose abruptly stopped. Her scarlet, eerie eyes were fixed on what was behind Incheng. Lena's beautiful face also changed slightly. Beneath Incheng, in the dim light, the shadow that should have been inconspicuous presented an extreme darkness that seemed capable of swallowing all light. Even more bizarrely, Incheng himself did not make the slightest move. His shadow, however, seemed to come alive, constantly wriggling, twisting, and changing on the ground. Gradually, ripples appeared within the pitch-black shadow. A monster, pure black in color, slender and tall, with claws nearly half a meter long on its arms, emerged from the shadows. 1-2. A fleeting moment. Inside the consultation room. For strange creatures, pure black in color, without 7 orifices, and with smooth, round faces. Surrounding Insheng like loyal guards, protecting their king. Even more bizarrely, Insheng's own shadow had also disappeared beneath his feet. On his body, strange, deep black, demonic runes appeared. Is this considered a normal awakening? On one side, Lena couldn't help but ask with some curiosity. Count rose. She really wanted to say, "We don't know either." But that seemed to be a disgrace to the vampire nobility, yet even she couldn't understand it herself when asked to explain. Insheng, whom she personally transformed into a vampire, awakened his innate abilities. It is an incredibly bizarre shadow that has never appeared in the entire vampire clan before. Where is she supposed to find out? Silence became the unspoken answer. The clever Lena sensibly refrained from pressing the matter further. Why hasn't he woken up yet? This shouldn't be happening. Nearly 10 minutes later, Count Rose's expression turned somewhat grim. Lena became even more nervous upon hearing this. The vampires awaken. The first step is to activate the blood vessels. Once the first stage begins, it will awaken the vampire's deep-seated hunger. After the first meal, the most important bloodline talent of the newborn vampire is awakened. After one's talent is awakened, one should logically awaken to the present. However, when it came to Insheng, some special circumstances seemed to arise. Not only did he show no sign of waking up, but his aura became increasingly weak, as if he were about to dissipate. Could it be? Suddenly, Count Rose realized something, and the worry on his face instantly turned into shock. Is the little guy about to awaken a second bloodline talent? Chapter 31 Painful Bloodstained Hand. Insheng awakens. A second bloodline talent. Lena's beautiful face was filled with confusion. The word was so unfamiliar to her that she had never heard of it before. Count Rose's expression was also incredibly complicated. He slowly said, "Yes, a second talent. Even within the entire vampire race, there hasn't been a single person who has been able to unlock a second talent for thousands of years." Doesn't that mean? Lena's eyes shifted slightly, gradually becoming excited. Insheng's talent. That's right, his talent might be astonishing. Count Rose answered confidently before Lena could finish speaking. In the history of the vampire clan, there have been a total of 6 vampires with dual talents. Without exception, their lowest achievement was at the peak of the blood-clad demon, while the others were all beings of an ineffable level. To this day, one of those 6 may still be alive in one of the vampire clan's ancient castles, making them one of the vampire clan's most formidable assets. The Count of Rose's tone was full of emotion, and the shock in his eyes had completely turned into excitement. Insheng is a vampire she transformed into, and thus belongs to her lineage of vampires. A new generation of vampires with dual talents. This is sensational news for the entire vampire clan. Its significance is self-evident. Once other families find out, Insheng will probably become a hot commodity in the entire vampire clan instantly. Countless vampires would pay a huge price to win him over. A vampire with dual talents is practically equivalent to an unspeakable being of the future. No vampire family would not want his support. Now it seems I've gotten the better deal with this little guy. Count Rose licked his lips with his scarlet tongue, his eyes gradually burning with desire. Gently stroked her other arm with her slender, jade-like hand. The blood belonging to the blood-clad demon, like red chalcedony, gathered in midair into a thin stream and flew towards Insheng's lips. His breath had already weakened to the point of being almost imperceptible, and he instinctively began to draw blood. Gurgle, gurgle. The large gulps of food brought a rosy glow back to Insheng's pale, bloodless face. His breathing began to stabilize, and a brand new power began to quietly emerge. In contrast, Countess Rose's rosy complexion gradually turned pale. She mumbled weakly, "This little guy inhaled so much of my medicine this time. If it doesn't satisfy me for the first course of treatment, humph." "It's here," Lena exclaimed. The wings of the angel of death behind her seemed to have been stimulated again and suddenly spread open. She was somewhat surprised. This was the second time today that her inner power had been affected by external forces and had activated its own defense. Hiss! Count Rose was equally surprised. She gasped, her gaze fixed on the 4 blood-red arms floating in midair beside Insheng. Painful blood hand. Insheng has actually awakened this terrifying talent. Count Rose's tone was filled with disbelief and increasingly intense excitement. Is this talent really that strong? Lena asked, fully embodying the spirit of a good student, asking questions whenever she didn't understand. Strong? The terrifying talent of Painful Blood Hand cannot be measured by strength or weakness. It is, well, how should I put it? It is a very special kind, and one of the very few. It is said to be a special talent that can open the Blood Sea world of the Blood Clan. The Painful Blood Hand is controlled by its host, and while it is incredibly agile in both offense and defense, once someone is caught by the Blood Hand, it is the beginning of a nightmare for the enemy. Once the Blood Hand truly comes into contact with an enemy, it will directly attach itself to the enemy and corrode their body. In this process, all the pain and torment you can imagine will be perfectly manifested. That vampire elder with the Painful Blood Hand talent, with this terrifying talent and the strength of the blood-clad demon, tormented an unspeakable being to no end. Well, of course, that vampire senior also died a very tragic death. Countess Rose shrugged, feeling somewhat speechless as she recalled that incredibly arrogant vampire elder. Lena remained silent, unsure of what to say. How dare you use the strength of a blood-clad demon to provoke the unspeakable, and even make such a being suffer unbearably? It can only be said that he died a worthy death. What's wrong with me? Insheng slowly opened his eyes, feeling the warmth and sweetness on his lips, and for a moment he was a little dazed. I couldn't resist, and subconsciously took 2 more big sips. Seeing this, Countess Rose rolled her eyes with a charming and seductive expression. You little ingrate, you've already successfully awakened, and you're still sucking my blood. As she spoke, the wound on her jade-like arm healed instantly, and no more blood flowed out. Insheng reacted somewhat slowly. Blood? I drank your blood. Then what do you think you're sucking? Pure milk, Count Rose said irritably. Insheng, it was Countess Rose who saved you. When you awakened your second talent, your aura was too weak. It was she who used her own blood to revive you. Lena also reminded Insheng from the side, indicating that he should not say the wrong thing. Thank you. Although he didn't know what was going on, Insheng decided to express his gratitude first. Saying thank you won't cost you anything, will it? Thank you? No need. I also bear some responsibility for this matter. I didn't expect you, little one, to awaken so quickly. Count Rose shook his head, his tone still tinged with emotion. It felt like buying a lottery ticket yesterday and winning tens of millions in the draw today. It still feels somewhat unreal. Wait, what are these? Insheng, who had calmed down, was suddenly startled as he looked at the 4 thin, black monsters guarding his side and the 4 bloody hands hanging in the air. He felt that strange sensation, as if it were his own arm, and that it came from the same source as him. He quickly calmed down and slowly said, Shadow Hand of Pain? Is this the power of the vampires? Insheng felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. The power that others dream of, only ghosts and monsters can control. He obtained it here with ease, and his talent goes far beyond the power that ordinary ghosts and monsters can control. How can I avoid getting excited or agitated? This is a world filled with death and crisis for humanity. Insheng boasted that he would forge an unprecedented path. And power is something like that. In many situations, it's true that you can do without it, but you absolutely cannot be without it. Fortunately, he now has. Chapter 32 Strange Ghostly Artifact. It recognized a master, but not completely? Inside the consultation room, calmness returned. Count Rose's face was slightly pale, and he looked at Insheng with a playful expression. Insheng felt a chill run down his spine under that intense gaze. Well, I already owed her a blood debt, and now, it's even worse, I haven't paid it back yet. He turned around and awakened, sucking a wave of Count Rose's blood, instantly adding, debt on debt. If you can. He really wanted to say to Countess Rose, Auntie, I don't want to work hard anymore. Then he lay flat and waited for the rich woman to feed him. Unfortunately, the rich woman is a vampire, so he doesn't know whether she's being fed or not. He'll suck his blood. There's no escaping it. Cough, cough. Insheng coughed twice, looking slightly embarrassed, and changed the subject, saying, Since Sister Rose is already here, why not settle things with that guy once and for all? In the course of his words, he subtly closed the distance between himself and the other person. Upon hearing this, Count Rose slowly withdrew his burning gaze and said gently, There's no need to rush He's matter. Your biggest problem right now is to explain to us where that drop of blood you swallowed came from, isn't it? Although you have already consumed the blood, even the mere lingering scent is enough to subconsciously send a strong sense of alarm through me. The owner of this blood must be someone unspeakable. Unless you personally experience that realm, you can't even imagine how terrifying it truly is. You recklessly swallowed the blood of an unspeakable being, which could very well create a huge hidden danger for your future. Ah, In Chung smiled wryly, explaining, "This really isn't my fault. It was just a coincidence." As he spoke, In Chung took out the box that the gluttonous ghost had given him, which was in his pocket. The small box fits perfectly, and I don't know what material it's made of. It can perfectly lock the special aura of the ghost weapon inside. That drop of blood, an indescribable and terrifying entity, originated from the ghostly artifact in the box, the eyeball ring. The small box was opened. The eerie and bizarre eye-shaped ring was revealed once again. Those eerie vertical pupils stared intently at In Chung, their eyes meeting. However, that was all, instantly shattering the glimmer of hope that had just risen in In Chung's heart. A ghost artifact, Count Rose murmured, his eyes growing increasingly strange. Lena, standing to the side, stared warily at the vertical pupil, her scalpel gripped tightly, appearing somewhat tense. His blood-red vertical pupils were like crystal-clear lakes. The refracted and diffused luster is more beautiful than the most perfect work of art. Pupils, like works of art, slowly rotated, as if they were alive, yet their gaze remained fixed on In Chung. "Sister Rose, this is the source of the blood. I didn't realize it at the time. I instinctively craved blood and swallowed it directly. Could it be that I've really offended an unspeakable being?" After realizing what was happening, In Chung began to panic. Are you kidding me? He was just a new player who had been pulled into the horror game. If one were to truly provoke an unspeakable, terrifying being, one that is rarely heard of in the world and whose existence is completely unknown, then the future is truly unimaginable. It cannot be spoken, for if it is spoken, there will be an answer. You little fellow swallowed a drop of his blood, and if he had reacted, we wouldn't be standing here unharmed right now. Count Rose frowned and analyzed. Why would the blood of an unspeakable being exist in this eye-shaped artifact? Perhaps he has encountered some problems and fallen into a deep sleep. Perhaps he has already passed away, so there was no response after his blood was consumed. However, she changed the subject. That doesn't mean you're safe. Because there's another possibility, that the other party is playing the long game. Cast a long line to catch a big fish. A chill ran down In Chung's spine, and he felt a coldness in his bones. An unspeakable, terrifying monster, if it were raised like a goo worm. Once this thought crossed In Chung's mind, he couldn't help but feel increasingly disgusted. "Sister Rose, you are a noble of the vampire clan. Shouldn't you be able to check me to see if there are any abnormalities in my body?" For his own safety, In Chung hoped that his good sister could give him a medical checkup. "I already checked you when you first awakened, and there was nothing wrong," Count Rose replied. "No problem." In Chung found it somewhat unbelievable. He was just an ordinary human, no? A newly awakened vampire. What makes them so special that they could consume the blood of an unspeakable monster and be completely unharmed? No matter how you look at it, this is extremely unscientific. If I had to say, it's not entirely without problems, like the strange shadow of your first bloodline talent that you awakened. Count Rose seemed to have thought of something, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. A ghostly figure? In Chung narrowed his eyes, a thought flashing through his mind. The shadow beneath him instantly turned as black as ink, as if it had come to life. For slender, pure black, claw-like, ghostly figures crawled out of the shadows and guarded him from behind. The rippled shadow itself transformed into magical runes, covering his body. The moment the magic runes covered the body, In Chung could clearly see that his physical fitness had been improved in all aspects. More importantly, he possesses the ability to hide in the shadows. The 4 ghostly guards were also completely under his control and could fight the enemy without fear of death. They are born in the shadows and cannot be truly killed. Even if they collapse, they can be reborn in the darkness. The only way to completely eliminate them is to kill In Chung. Shadow, a fitting name. But the more I observe your strange ability, the more I feel that there is some connection between this ability and the unspeakable. Count Rose took the small box from In Chung's hand and examined it carefully. The eye-shaped ring, with its horrifying design, is always shrouded in an eerie mist, making it impossible to see its true nature. "Sister Rose, do you think it's possible?" In Chung slowly began, giving Count Rose a very subtle look. "Don't worry, this is indeed a ghost artifact, not some special ghost object. It's just that its state is a bit strange. It seems to have recognized you as its master, but not completely." After observing for a while, Count Rose rejected Yin Cheng's implied conjecture and said the following. Yin Cheng. They've acknowledged God, but not completely? Can ghost artifacts really be used like this? Chapter 33 Goods Ready. On the eve of the greedy man's doom, Count Rose departed. She needs to go back and check the records of the vampires to see if there is any record of the eyeball ring, this ghostly artifact, and whether Yin Cheng's awakened shadow ability is also included in the vampire's ability records. Only by identifying the problem can we find ways to solve it. Such a promising seedling, and it's also related to her medical treatment, so Earl Rose can't afford to be indifferent. Inside the consultation room, Yin Cheng remained standing on the chair, somewhat lost in thought. Lena looked at him with concern, but didn't know how to comfort him. It involves unspeakable aspects. Even Lena's inner circle, the powerful figure behind the Angel of Death, wouldn't dare say that he could definitely solve the problem. Each of these unspeakable beings is an extremely terrifying existence in the world of horror. They possess power beyond the comprehension of ordinary ghosts and monsters. Being on a different level, they can never understand that kind of terror. The consultation room was silent. It lasted for almost an hour and a half. Finally, the knocking on the door broke the silence. Yin Xingqiang roused himself and looked at He, who had just entered through the door. The other person smiled broadly, with a rosy complexion, making it hard to believe that he was a ghost who had been dead for countless years. Brother Yin, I've made all the necessary arrangements with our major client, Ralph. Now I'm just waiting for your news. How's it going? He came to deliver good news. The beaming smile on his face showed that his business deal with that major client had gone very well. Now we're just waiting for the goods from Count Rose to be ready. Then we can resell them and make a fortune. When will Mr. Ralph come to pick up the goods? Yincheng didn't answer, but asked in return. Soon. As you know, Mr. Ralph is a Frankenstein's monster, and no Frankenstein's monster can resist such temptation. In that case, may I apply to be Mr. Ralph's attending physician? As a doctor, this is a rare opportunity. With a hint of longing in his voice, Yincheng asked deliberately. I'm sorry, Brother Yin. I'm afraid I can't make it this time. It involves such an extremely precious material as the blood-clad ghost arm, which cannot tolerate the slightest mistake. Therefore, I will personally handle the surgery. He rejected Yincheng's suggestion without hesitation. Just kidding. He was planning to find a way to kill Yincheng as soon as the deal was done. How could they dare to let the other party continue to cultivate relations with Ralph's side? Is that so? That's a bit of a pity. Yincheng couldn't help but sigh with regret, but in his heart, he was overjoyed. He asked this question deliberately to dispel He's doubts and get the other party to take over the matter voluntarily, in order to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. As expected, this is a great opportunity to cultivate a relationship with a major client and also to get a better understanding of the bloodstained ghost's arm. How could he possibly give it up so easily? Don't worry, Brother Yin. Next time, I guarantee that the next opportunity like this will definitely fall into your lap. He feigned apology, then urged, Mr. Ralph's side is all set. What about yours? Don't worry, the goods will be delivered soon. Director are you ready with the funds? Cash on delivery. I hope Director won't have any other ideas. Ha! He laughed loudly. Brother Yin is overthinking it. Even if you gave me 10 lives, I wouldn't dare to play tricks on Count Rose, who is a blood-clad ghost, and her best friend. Don't worry, the ghost coins are ready, just waiting for the goods to be ready. Then wait. Never mind, we don't need to wait anymore, they're already here. Yincheng was about to say something like, then wait and see, but his eyes glanced out the window. The crows that once perched on the pale, withered branches have been replaced by a flock of bats. The bats flapped their wings, carrying a long box. He's eyes revealed an undisguised greed. He quickly nudged Yincheng's arm, signaling him to hurry up and called a group of bats to bring the goods in. At the same time, He himself also very sincerely took out his copper coin. The copper coins emitted a faint glow, and a metal box instantly appeared on the table. Upon opening the box, an aura of wealth immediately wafted out. Stacks of ghost coins were neatly piled up in the box. A full 880,000 ghost coins, not a penny more, not a penny less. This was almost all of He's net worth. Well, Yincheng didn't expect to be able to completely empty the other party's pockets. That would be completely unrealistic for a greedy person, and besides, doing so would only increase He's suspicions. Let's check the goods. Seeing He so readily take out the money, Yincheng gently waved his hand. The bats outside the window suddenly pulled the long box inside. He eagerly took the box, enveloped by the light emanating from the copper coins, before carefully opening it. The long box had just been opened a crack. A strong stench of death immediately assaulted our senses. Immediately following behind was a terrifying and malevolent aura. Like countless tiny venomous snakes, they try to burrow into the pores of human skin. He, who was in the first place, immediately stumbled. The bodies, which were essentially ghostly, were made somewhat transparent by the impact. A zombie's arm. No wonder it's like this. After it died, the corpse energy and evil energy couldn't be controlled and went completely berserk. He forced himself to remain calm, carefully examining the hairy arm in the box, his eyes revealing immense satisfaction. Inshun couldn't help but think to himself, as expected of those two cunning women, they deliberately tricked He even though it was a fake. But he found a suitable reason for himself and enjoyed it. Goods received. He didn't dare to play any tricks or try to deceive anyone. Trying to outsmart someone like Count Rose is simply courting death. Cash on delivery, goods on delivery. After the transaction was completed smoothly, he couldn't wait to leave with the goods so he could contact his big customer, the Stitcher. In-shung then couldn't help ask, Director what about the benefits you promised us? He snapped out of his daze, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, but he still smiled and said, Don't worry, once that big customer comes to buy the arm, you'll definitely get your share of the profits. After giving a vague answer, he didn't bother to explain further and simply pushed open the door and left. Click. The consultation room doors snapped shut, and Lena and In-chung exchanged a smile. The benefits, perhaps, will not come. But soon, he will face the wrath of a red-clad Frankenstein-s monster. Chapter 34 You've been tricked, you idiot. In the world of horror, there is no distinction between day and night. But as time goes by, the temperature in the air will drop lower and lower, becoming increasingly cold and biting. Among the bizarre clouds in the sky, grayish stars began to appear. It's as if they've added eyes to those distorted and terrifying faces. It makes people even more afraid to look up at the sky of this terrifying world. Walk through the corridor of the 5th ward. The operating room of the 3rd hospital is a building covered with plants that resemble ivy. The smell of disinfectant is pungent and irritating. The eerie, whistling sounds would occasionally drift on the wind into the ears of the ghosts in the operating room. The operating room is located on the basement floor of the operating area, inside the VIP operating room. Its body was bloated and weighed over 1,000 pounds. Its body was covered with wounds stitched up with coarse thread. Its parts were completely cobbled together, making it look like a giant slime that barely resembled a human. He is the 3rd hospital's biggest client, Ralph the Stitcher. He was lying flat on a huge operating table. Those two eyes, one large and one small, with different eye colors and an extremely discordant look, were filled with longing and were fixed on the long box in He's hand. The arm of the blood-stained, vengeful ghost. For the vast majority of ghosts and monsters, the only purpose of this arm is to give them a chance to touch the realm of the red-clothed fierce ghost. But for a Frankenstein's monster like Ralph, it means something completely different. The Frankenstein's monster is that it can control and unleash its unique power as long as it can be integrated into the body's organs. Ralph, already at the peak of the red-clad ghost, had one of the blood-clad ghost's arms merged into him. His strength will reach the threshold of the blood-clad demon. Although it is merely a threshold, it is this barrier that has trapped and killed countless ghosts and monsters who could not fully cross it in their entire lives. Lord Ralph, are you ready to become a near blood-clad, demon-level powerhouse? Before the surgery, he, dressed in a white coat, wearing a hat and mask, asked a question with a sense of ceremony. Ready. My great father, my creator, he also has high expectations for me. Ralph will not let him down. Let's begin. Ralph's voice was incredibly high-pitched, his tone carrying an eagerness and a certain unspoken flattery. That kind of flattery was certainly not directed at he, but at the creator he spoke of. He single-handedly created this terrifying monster. The words fell. Whoosh. The sharp scalpel easily cut through Ralph's incredibly cooperative skin, creating an incision of suitable size for the transplanted arm. Well, the so-called surgery performed by the goblin is just that simple and brutal. Ralph, being a Frankenstein's monster, is an even greater example. Transplantation is simply a matter of making an incision and then suturing the corresponding organ directly onto it. At most, they would use some special medicines for ghosts and monsters to promote the fusion, and that would be the end of it. He carefully applied expensive ointment to Ralph's wound, then turned around and took the box containing the blood-stained ghost arm. His eyes also took on a hint of intensity. This level of surgery is quite rare even for a doctor. He was naturally somewhat excited. Click. The box is opened. He was stunned. His eyes gradually changed from excitement to blankness, and then to fear and rage. No. Damn it, where's my arm? Where's my arm? After instinctively letting out a roar, he immediately came to his senses and looked at Ralph with utter horror. No. Mr. Ralph, let me explain. That's not how it works. There used to be an arm in the box. It was him. That human doctor deceived me. He conspired with Earl Rose to deceive me. I'm going to find him right now and make him hand over the blood-stained ghost's arm. His voice trembled with fear. At this moment, every inch of He-Yi's ghost body was trembling like a sieve. He desperately wanted to escape, but he couldn't. A difference of just one rank can be fatal. Ralph didn't utter a word. His incongruous eyes didn't even look at him. He just stared coldly at the empty box that only contained scales emanating from the corpse. After a while, Ralph's face, which barely resembled a human, showed no emotion whatsoever. Two eyes, one big and one small, shifted their gaze to He-Yi. You idiot, you've been tricked. It doesn't matter that you were tricked. What matters is that you tricked me because of it. The shrill voice suddenly changed, becoming furious. It became muffled and incredibly eerie, like the combined voices of a man and a woman. Mr. Ralph. No. Please give me a chance. I will definitely. He struggled and begged for mercy, hoping that the other party would take pity on him and give him a chance. It's a pity. Frankenstein's monster, Ralph, wasn't going to give him that chance. The abdomen of the body, laid out on the operating table, suddenly ripped open one of the wounds stitched with black lines. Inside the wound, it was like a black void, with countless rotting, foul-smelling arms scratching and waving inside. They connected together and instantly spread out, transforming into a ferocious and terrifying giant hand, with countless fingers wriggling on it, reaching out to grab He-Yi. The faint light emitted by the copper coin could not perfectly protect He-Yi. He was merely a peak-level vengeful ghost, utterly powerless against a peak-level red-clothed figure. Ugh! Filled with endless hatred, despair, and resentment. He-Yi's wails gradually subsided until they disappeared. Ralph's abdominal cavity was stitched up again with black thread, and he slowly stood up from the operating table. Its massive body emitted a pungent odor. His eyes, one large and one small and extremely disproportionately large, gleamed with wisdom. He is just a piece of trash who has been used, his value squeezed dry, and thrown in front of me. It's time for him to meet the real seller. Human healers are really interesting. They cured Count Rose, but got He-Yi into trouble. I haven't seen such interesting humans in a long time. Its massive body moved through the dark corridor, muttering to itself. But soon, the heavy footsteps suddenly stopped. Who? The shrill voice echoed in the dark and silent corridor, unusually tinged with a hint of wariness. A figure with dark red spots on a snow-white nurse's coat slowly emerged. Who else could it be but Lena? The third hospital actually has a red-clad figure hidden inside. The shrill voice rose a few octaves, as if finding it somewhat unbelievable. Mr. Ralph, Dr. Ian wants to talk to you about the deal involving the blood-stained ghost arm, Lena said, getting straight to the point. Ralph's eyes instantly blazed with fervor. Good. Chapter 35, He-Yi's Accomplice, Shadow Ghost Assault. Inside the consultation room, the air was icy cold, and the chill was biting. Ian Chung sat in a chair, gently tapping the table with one hand, and closed his eyes to rest. The ghoul remained quietly crouching behind, his friendliness so high that he regarded Ian Chung as the most precious thing in his life. Just in case something unexpected happens, and he manages to escape. Ian Chung also specially arranged for Lena to secretly keep an eye on him. Judging by the time, Lena should already be on her way back with Ralph by now. Ian Chung murmured to himself and looked out the window. Under the gloomy sky, crows perched on the bare branches of trees. Occasionally, it would let out a piercing caw, sending a chill down one's spine. The scenery further away was obscured by a thin mist and could not be seen clearly. That's how the world of horror works. This eerie fog has been proven to only obstruct the player's vision. This prevents players from seeing anything beyond their current game environment. Even though Ian Chung had been transformed into a vampire, the thin mist still obstructed his vision, preventing him from seeing the world outside the window clearly. What is the purpose of horror games? Are they really just games of life or death choices? Is it a powerful and terrifying monster, using this as a form of amusement to drag humanity into this world? Or is it the true supreme law, driving the turning of some causal wheel? The quiet atmosphere gave In Chung time to think, and all sorts of strange ideas began to emerge in his mind. He gazed out the window, and could vaguely make out the outline of what looked like a human city. Once. No matter how scary or bizarre horror games are, they are just like legends and stories to him. He only began to realize this after experiencing it himself. This terrifying world is filled with monsters, ghosts, and all sorts of strange tales. In a sense. In fact, it's no different from the world in which humans live. The only difference is, in the human world, humans are the masters, but here, it is a paradise for monsters and a hell for humans. Knock knock knock. The knocking interrupted In Cheng's thoughts. Cuckoo. The quiet ghoul emitted a dull, alert sound. The consultation time had long since ended. The aura of the newcomer did not belong to Lena, which alerted the ghoul. Who? In Cheng's eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous glint flashing deep in his pupils. The shadow beneath him seemed to be stirring restlessly, with dark tentacles surging within it. It's me. The werewolf doctor's deep voice came in. Director, he asked me to take you to help a patient with a problem. Hurry up and come out. That patient has a bad temper. If we're late, we can't guarantee what the consequences will be. The bird-beaked doctor's gloomy voice followed, carrying a hint of urging. Accomplice. Almost instantly, the two men outside the door explained their purpose. In Cheng immediately understood the reason. How could he, who had been able to secretly cause trouble at the third hospital for so many years, not have one or two trustworthy subordinates? Or rather, trust is unnecessary. Manipulating things with self-interest is sufficient. I knew he should be dead by now, judging by the timeline. Why is there no hint whatsoever about the mission to resolve the crisis at the third hospital? It turns out we have to clean up these small fry after all this time. In Cheng's eyes flashed with a fierce light, but he remained firmly seated in the chair. Lena was not around. Only a demon-level ghoul followed her. The two ghosts outside the door, judging from their aura, were both evil spirits. This means that he has to deal with one himself. Thump, thump. In Cheng's heart began to pound violently, and he felt as if the blood in his body was gradually boiling. When danger approached, his vampire instincts seemed to make him less nervous. His bloodline talent was stirring, but In Cheng suppressed it. He forced himself to calm down, staring intently at the doorway, and said, "Could you two please come in and wait a moment? I have a small problem that needs to be resolved before I can go with you." As he spoke, ripples appeared in the shadow beneath In Cheng's feet. For thin, ghostly figures silently emerged from the shadows and moved with incredible speed to the doorway of the consultation room. Two were hanging upside down from the ceiling, while the other two were lurking in the shadows by the doorway. Their movements were completely silent, without even a trace of their presence emanating from them. It seems no different from a simple shadow. What nonsense are you spouting? Director, he wants you to. The werewolf doctor pushed open the door without any ceremony, his blood-stained wolf head displaying a ferocious expression. But as soon as he came in, his cursing stopped abruptly. The slender shadow ghost moved with incredible speed, attacking with astonishing speed. The two claws at the door didn't target the werewolf doctor's real body. Instead, they used their long, exaggerated claws to pierce into the werewolf doctor's shadow. The shadow demon seems to possess the ability to bind enemies through its shadow. This is why the werewolf doctor suddenly stopped. At the same time, two shadow ghosts lurking on the rooftop launched a deadly attack. Approached the werewolf doctor's head at lightning speed, like black lines. A woo! A powerful wolf howl came from the werewolf doctor's mouth. In the face of a life-or-death crisis, his body began to swell violently. His hair pierced through his white coat, and his size continued to grow. Behind the werewolf, the bird-beaked doctor, seeing that things were not going well, also reacted immediately. The bird's beak beneath his mask suddenly opened, and a ghostly green aura gushed out towards In Cheng. Die! The arrow is on the string, and it must be released. Seeing that the shadow ghost's restraints on the werewolf were about to be broken by him, as he transformed into a giant wolf. In an instant, demonic patterns covered In Cheng's body, just as the poisonous mist surged forth. His body suddenly vanished from the spot. Instead, a long, thin, dark, ghostly figure appeared. On the ceiling, for bloodied, agonizing hands appeared around In Cheng. Under his mental control, the two bloody hands reached straight for the bird-beaked doctor's body. The other two instantly landed on the werewolf doctor, who had completely transformed into a giant wolf. A woo! This time, the giant wolf's howl was mournful and piercing. The two agonizing, bloody hands touched the giant wolf's fur. They instantly turned into a pool of blood, and seeped into it. The giant wolf with gray fur was instantly covered with blood-red patches, becoming extremely ugly and emitting an eerie, bloody smell. Its massive body immediately began to convulse and roll wildly on the ground, completely losing its fighting ability. Outside the door, seeing the giant wolf's miserable state, how could the bird-beaked doctor dare to let the painful bloodhand approach? However, just as he was concentrating on dodging the painful, bloody hand, in secret, the ghoul, which had vanished the moment the consultation room door opened, revealed its hideous fangs. Chapter 36 Ralph the Tycoon. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. He's not human. He's not an ordinary person at all. Director, he has miscalculated. I have to run. I need to get out of here quickly. The secrets of the third hospital are probably. The bird-beaked doctor completely lost his composure. All he wants now is to escape the third hospital, especially after witnessing the werewolf doctor's miserable state. He had to guard against the painful, bloody hand, not daring to let it touch his skin even a little. On the one hand, they also had to try their best to escape. So much so that he didn't even notice the strong, foul stench that was hitting his nose. Gurgle. When the dull sound reached his ears, the shadowy figure moved with incredible speed, leaping directly from the shadows in the corner without any fancy abilities. The ghoul's sharp claws and teeth are his best weapons. Sizzle. Ah! The doctor with the bird beak screamed in agony. The claws ripped him open on the spot, rendering him unable to move. He struggled, spewing dark green poisonous mist from his beak, which attacked the ghoul's face. However, the ghouls seemed to have maxed out their poison resistance and didn't seem to care at all. The ugly face lunged straight at the bird-beaked doctor. The struggle didn't last long. The corridor quickly returned to calm, with only the eerie sounds of the ghouls chewing remaining. In-chung dispersed the bloodied hand that had been chasing him, and his shadow returned to normal. His face was slightly pale. His powerful abilities also brought him a huge burden. This is why he had to finish the battle quickly. Inside the consultation room, the wailing continued. The painful bloodhand's innate ability can be described as a perfect experience that makes people feel like they are truly in the 18 hells. Of course, this is only part of the painful bloodhand's abilities. Its true destructive power lies in the fact that ghosts or humans corrupted by the bloody hand of suffering will gradually turn into a pool of rotting blood and die amidst endless pain. The rotten blood is absorbed by the painful bloodhand to enhance its own power. The stronger the enemy that is corrupted and killed, the faster painful bloodhand will grow. That's what makes this talent truly terrifying. It's a bit slow. Sitting on the chair, In-chung estimated that about 10 minutes had passed. The massive wolf, which was 2 or 3 meters tall, had shrunk to less than 1/5 its original size after struggling and howling. But it's not bad. With my current abilities, I can barely handle demon-level monsters. Any higher, it would be very dangerous. Secondly, I seem to have overlooked a very important point. During the battle, I didn't even use the Eye of Insight to assess the enemy's condition. That's a divine skill that allows you to anticipate the enemy's moves. Such a mistake is incredibly foolish. Remember, you must never make that mistake again. Looking back on his first personal encounter with a goblin, Yoon-sung realized the fatal mistake he had made. Fortunately, only a werewolf doctor and a bird-beaked doctor came. Their strength, at most, is only at the level of a demon. The Eye of Insight, a divine skill, while fighting his enemies. Although the enemy was swiftly defeated, a mistake is a mistake. This time it didn't have much of an impact. But what about next time? In-chung deeply reflected on himself. In the long corridor outside the consultation room, rumble, rumble. A dull, rhythmic sound, like a minor earthquake, rang out. She's here. In-chung's expression changed slightly. After sensing Lena's familiar aura, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Not long after, the consultation room had a slightly narrow entrance. A colossal object blocked the way outside. Lena appeared, but her delicate and charming face was now icy cold. Seeing the mess at the entrance of the consultation room, she immediately appeared beside In-chung. After carefully examining him, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lena didn't ask any more questions. The giant wolf lying on the ground had already said it all. And at this moment, In-chung's gaze fell on the massive figure outside the door, and his Eye of Insight was activated silently. The color family, Ralph. Race, Frankenstein. Friendliness, neutral. Strength, red-clad ghost. Preference, collecting various ghost and monster limbs and incorporating them into oneself. Weakness, core. Every Frankenstein's monster has this weakness. The core is everything to them. Current status. After killing the foolish and greedy he plans to find the real seller to discuss the trade for the bloodstained ghost's arm. Successfully completing the transaction will earn you Ralph's friendship. Otherwise, you will incur his resentment, as he is far from being as kind as he appears. Not as honest as he seemed. In-chung pondered for a moment, realizing that this big guy was not someone to be easily fooled. It's true that he died at his hands, but Ralph should have already seen through his scheme. Therefore, this big customer was still somewhat unhappy about being taken advantage of. A slight thought stirred in my mind. With Lena by his side, In-chung wasn't too worried about his safety. He voluntarily stepped out of the consultation room and stood in front of Ralph, the stitched-together monster. Compared to the Frankenstein's monster, In-chung appeared extremely small, as if he were standing in front of a small mountain. Human, you're the physician who cured Count Rose? And it was you who had Lena contact me before. The voice was high-pitched, tinged with interest. Yes, Mr. Ralph. In-chung nodded neither humbly nor arrogantly, and then went straight to the point. I already know why you've come, Mr. Ralph. As long as you are willing to pay a sufficient price, I think the Countess of Rose's best friend will be very happy to make a deal with you. Very good. Ralph likes a clean and efficient human like you. Ralph praised, nodding in satisfaction. Then he raised the massive, unidentified monster's arm that had been sewn onto his own body and extended 2 fingers. 2 million ghost coins, and a complete, undamaged arm of a bloodstained, vengeful ghost. How about it? Hiss. Upon hearing the price, In-chung gasped in shock. He couldn't help but mentally drag the dead, he out, and whip his corpse with curses. 2 million ghost coins. This is more than twice the amount of money he used to purchase the blood-clad demon's arm. Now, in In-chung's eyes, the massive Ralph, who was as big as a small mountain, was like a glittering gold mountain. Wow, that's incredibly extravagant. In-chung went to great lengths, joining forces with Count Rose and Jiang Ling, 2 blood-clad ghosts, to swindle 880,000 ghost coins from he. As a result, Ralph immediately offered 2 million ghost coins. How could he not be surprised and shocked? Chapter 37 The Fragrance of Corrupted Souls. The crisis at the third hospital is resolved. The deal talks with Ralph went quite smoothly. He may look like a simple-minded Frankenstein, but he is actually very thoughtful. After seeing the other party off, In-chung understood why they were willing to offer a full 2 million ghost coins. A significant part of this was to establish connections between the vampire clan and the corpse tomb for the Cruel family. Ralph is really something else, he thinks a lot. 2 million ghost coins, seemingly a transaction. In fact, it can also serve as a stepping stone. The Color family behind him is very fond of investment and business, and is very good at it. If Ralph can successfully establish connections with the vampires and the corpse tomb, he will be able to achieve his goal. Its value is naturally incomparable to 2 million ghost coins. This is impressive. In this world, one must never underestimate any ghost or monster, and especially never judge a book by its cover. In-chung silently reminded himself again, raising his guard even higher. Then his gaze shifted to the puppy, whose size had shrunk drastically, to less than 1/10 of its original size, and whose breathing was extremely weak. With a snap, as In-chung looked over, the puppy exploded on the spot, turning into a pool of eerily bright red blood scattered all over the ground. The blood, as if alive, meandered and twisted on the ground, eventually converging together. It transformed into 2 bright red arms, floated onto In-chung's shoulders, and then disappeared into the air. The moment the werewolf doctor died, the notification sound from the horror game rang in In-chung's ears. The mastermind behind the crisis at the third hospital is dead. The crisis at the third hospital is now completely resolved. Please find and awaken the director of the third hospital. This game mission will then be completely finished. After the mission concludes, players can choose whether to return to the mortal realm immediately, but the maximum stay cannot exceed the mission's maximum time limit. We've finally reached the final stage. In-chung sighed inwardly, walked to Lena's side, and gently put his arm around her. Let's go. It's time to meet the director of the third hospital. I'll listen to you, Lena said, completely unable to argue, looking like a little bird clinging to someone. Completely infatuated and in a state of love-struck infatuation, has devoted herself entirely to In-chung. It had long lost any trace of its terrifying red-clad, ghostly demeanor. Of course, this side of him would only ever appear in front of In-chung, under Lena's guidance. Soon, the man and the 2 ghosts arrived at the 14th floor of the third hospital. in front of an office with a tightly closed door and a bronze ring with an animal head on the door. Lena pulled In-chung back and pointed to the bronze ring with the beast head, saying, "This thing is a special kind of ghost, controlled by the dean. It won't open the door without the dean's permission. In other words, unless the dean who is currently in seclusion inside speaks up, we won't be able to get in." In-chung narrowed his eyes. "If we really want to go in, we'll have no choice but to force our way in." Lena raised her scalpel and gestured a couple of times on the bronze animal head ring, as if seeking In-chung's opinion. In-chung glanced at the bronze animal head ring, which had its eyes closed and seemed to have no intention of paying any attention to them. The Eye of Insight was quietly activated. Subordinate of the third hospital's director, anonymous. Race, soul chain. Friendliness, neutral. Strength, none, special ghost. Its sturdiness depends on how well it has been raised. Preference, greed for money. Weakness, eyesight. Current status, the human and the female ghost doll in front of us are completely unreasonable. They won't even give us any money as a token of respect, and they still want to go in? Bah, don't even think about it. This is a soul chain with no principles or bottom line. I suggest you smash it. The message from the Eye of Insight intensified the coldness in In-chung's eyes. He finally understood why the director of the third hospital was always in seclusion. They completely ignored everything happening in the outside world. Needless to say, a soul lock with greedy attributes. Wasn't that something he could easily control? If it weren't for the horror game's prompt telling him that he could still wake up the dean. He even suspected that the dean, whom he had never met, might already be dead. There's not much to say. Faced with this kind of bottomless soul lock, In-chung didn't bother with words and gave Lena a look. The cold, sharp scalpel instantly transformed into the most deadly weapon in Lena's hands. Bite! 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 Sparks flew everywhere. Stop! Stop right now! Stop cutting! Stop cutting! The screams of the god came from the mouth of the beast-headed bronze ring. Its eyes remained closed, and its large mouth, which held the bronze ring, stretched into an extremely ugly expression. However, In-chung did not speak. Lena completely ignored the screams of the beast-headed bronze ring. The scalpel flashed, and the ghostly aura of the red-clothed vengeful spirit corroded the copper ring, leaving visible, unhealable wounds. Of a soul chain is related to the degree to which it is kept. It appears to have zero power, but it is a portal to which the soul chains are attached. Unless you have the ability to cut the soul chains apart, you will be defeated. Otherwise, no one can get in. Ironically, no one would have imagined that a vengeful ghost in red like Lena would exist in the third hospital. She just happens to possess the power to shatter the soul chains. Wrong. Don't cut it. Wah. Please stop cutting me. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Open the door. I'll open the door for you right away. The soul chains wailed in agony, watching as the metallic luster on their surfaces steadily faded. It could no longer resist, and immediately opened the gate it was guarding. The gate had just opened. In-chung then smelled a particularly peculiar scent, somewhat similar to the smell of incense in a temple. Upon smelling the scent, Lena, who was standing to the side, had a sickly blush creep across her pale, bloodless cheeks. The red-clad ghost's body began to sway slightly. Corrupting soul incense. He lit the corrupting soul incense in the dean's office. Lena said to In-chung, barely suppressing the abnormality in her soul. Without the slightest hesitation, In-chung glanced at the strange dean who was fast asleep on the sofa in the room. He rushed into the house immediately and extinguished the incense that was still burning slowly. A moment later, the smoke gradually dissipated. Lena has also recovered, but she looks somewhat weak as she leans on In-chung. The cool, refreshing mountains and valleys gave In-chung a strange sense of excitement. However, the venue was not quite suitable at the moment, so he did not take any further action. Because the dean, whose head had been replaced by a glass container containing a brain, has begun to awaken. The two electronic eyes on the glass container were flashing with intermittent light. Chapter 38 The Dean's Gratitude. 3 choices. President of the third hospital, Quails. Race, modified special monster. Friendliness level, friendly, he appreciates you. Strength, red-clad ghost. Preference, modifying ghosts and monsters. Weakness, core, borrowing characteristics from the Frankenstein's monster. This freakish medical master has undergone terrifying modifications to himself. Do not regard him as an ordinary monster. Current status, he has been corrupted by the soul-corroding incense for too long, leaving him in a semi-conscious state. The message from the Eye of Insight brought In Chung a sigh of relief. At the same time, the moment Quills woke up, the notification sound of the horror game rang in In Cheng's mind. He breathed a long sigh of relief that he now had the right to return to the human world at any time. Although it seems that no further crisis will occur at present. However, as long as he cannot return to the human world at any time, In Cheng's heart can never be completely at peace. There are too many unexpected changes in the world of horror. Many players may have completed a task with great joy one second, only to be swept away by a sudden natural or man-made disaster the next, and perish there. In Cheng always kept the tragic deeds of his predecessors in mind, so as to serve as a warning to himself. Not bad. I never thought that an old man like me would be awakened by a human player one day. The light from the electronic eye on the glass container stabilized, emitting a soft green glow. From a speaker hidden somewhere, came Dean Quills's aged voice. Just lucky. In Cheng replied neither humbly nor arrogantly. There's no such thing as luck. Good fortune is also a part of strength. A face, like something out of an animation, appeared on the glass container, wearing a smile. Being able to gain Lena's approval is enough to say the whole story. After he finished speaking, Quills stood there stunned for a long time, as if a machine had crashed. After a while, the animated faces on the glass container changed slightly again. I'm sorry. That devil he was afraid I would wake up. So he burned corrupting soul incense in my office while I was injured. I inhaled too much of the corrupting soul incense's smoke, and my soul is still a bit confused. As Quills explained, his octopus-like lower limbs began to slowly stretch out. Not long after, the small figure that had previously appeared lying on the sofa had transformed into a colossal creature. Octopus tentacles with suction cups are encased in a metallic active armor. This makes Quills look less like a ghost and more like Dr. Octopus, a character with a futuristic sci-fi vibe. Dr. Octopus busied himself with his work, deftly pulling out all sorts of strange instruments, test tubes, and other oddities from a cabinet on one side. After a series of flashy maneuvers, Quills concocted 2 tubes of a dark purple liquid that was bubbling. One of the tubes was added without hesitation into his brain in the vat. The other tube, wrapped in octopus tentacles, was handed to In Cheng. A small gift, it can cure the poison from the blood-clad demon. Thank you, Dean. In Cheng didn't stand on ceremony, and took the test tube, putting it away. Quills made a pleasant sound as the brain in the jar was immersed in the bubbling liquid. Immediately, one of his octopus tentacles shot out rapidly, piercing through the office door in an instant. When the tentacle was pulled back, it was adorned with a bronze ring resembling an animal head. Wrong. I was wrong. No. The copper ring on his hand clicked and clattered as he struggled, begging for mercy repeatedly. Unfortunately, the pleading voices soon came to an abrupt end. The bronze ring with the beast's head had its eyes crushed by the octopus's tentacles, turning it into a lifeless object resembling a bronze block. Young man, I am a man who distinguishes between gratitude and resentment. Since he has not shown up, he must have already died at your hands. The third hospital suffered a significant loss due to my mistake, but you saved the day. The rewards the horror game has given you are well-deserved. I have 3 ways to repay your kindness for you to choose from. On the glass container, the animated face carries a somewhat serious expression. In Cheng's eyes flickered slightly as he listened to Quill's words. It would be a lie to say, I'm not looking forward to the extra rewards. But, he who eats another's food is bound to him. He who takes another's money is bound to him. Horror games are no longer something only human players know about. The ghosts and monsters in the horror world are already quite commonplace. Even though he knew that In Cheng would receive a very generous reward upon returning to the human world. When Quills brings up the word repayment, the implications are certainly not so simple. In Cheng had many thoughts, but in the end, they all boiled down to, tell me about it? Quills smiled and explained his 3 ways of repaying kindness. The first option is 100,000 ghost coins, a huge sum of money that is very tempting. The second option involves using 10 pieces of ghost-level materials, plus Quills personally crafting a ghost puppet to protect In Cheng's safety. The third option is a 5% stake in the third hospital, on the condition that In Cheng serves as the honorary chief physician of the third hospital and helps resolve any difficulties the hospital encounters. It has to be said, In Cheng was somewhat impressed by Quill's generosity. 3 options, each with great value, especially the ghost-level puppet, which made In Cheng's heart flutter. You need to know, the world where horror games have arrived is not only a world full of danger and eeriness. In this world, There are also crises and the danger of being killed. Ultimately, it all comes down to greed. So, no matter how you look at it, for In Chung, a puppet of the level of a vengeful ghost is actually the most valuable. However, he didn't make a choice immediately, but instead kept thinking about the third way of repaying kindness that Quails had given him. What is the value of a 5% stake in the third hospital? He wasn't actually aware of this, but what he saw wasn't just the obvious benefits. Rather, it's the hidden benefits concealed in the position of honorary chief physician. As is widely known, after a player finishes a horror game, they will likely find it difficult to reappear in the same scene, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Quill's third option, however, required him to lend a hand when the third hospital encountered difficulties. The hidden information within is quite intriguing. I don't need ghost coins for now, after I tricked He. As for the strength to protect myself, now that I'm a vampire, I can withstand evil spirits, so I can be considered to have the ability to protect myself in the human world. Of the three options, the last one, which contains hidden information, is the most valuable. In Chung had made up his mind. Chapter 39 Hidden Benefits of Option 3. Behind In Chung, the charming and lovely Lena tried to say something several times. But in the end, she remained silent. Although she desperately hoped that In Chung would choose the third option, she was unwilling to interfere with In Chung's own judgment. A love-struck ghost. Well, hopeless. However, before Lena could speak, In Chung, whose bloodline had already awakened, noticed her subtle actions. With his soul of Chung awakened, he had a sudden thought and pulled Lena to his side, whispering in her ear, "I want to hear your advice before making a choice, okay?" Lena felt as if she had been electrocuted. The tingling sensation around her ears almost made her fall over. His pale cheeks were rapidly heating up, and even his lifeless heart felt like it was about to leap out of his chest. I. Lena hesitated for a moment, unable to utter a complete sentence despite saying "I" 3 times in a row. On his smooth forehead, it looked as if steam was rising. A true steampunk princess. In Chung. He never expected that his little gesture would make Lena so shy, completely losing the cold and aloof demeanor he had initially seen. One side, Quill's electronic eyes blinked, though it was impossible to discern their expression. In Chung was also able to sense the curiosity and interest in the other party's heart. Well, in the minds of most ghosts and monsters, humans are almost on par with food. It is unprecedented for someone like him to not only live in harmony with ghosts and monsters, but to go even further. Huff, huff. Lena exhaled several long, cold breaths and regained her composure. She analyzed seriously. For the first option, In Chung, you'd better give up, because... Lena gave a subtle look and didn't continue speaking. The implication is quite clear. With a large sum of ghost coins swindled from He, In Chung will not lack ghost coins in the short term. The second option is very practical. A puppet of the level of a vengeful ghost is very valuable. I suggest you choose this option, In Chung. When the second option was mentioned, Lena was full of agreement. Before even mentioning the third option, she offered her recommendation. "Oh, what about the third option?" In Chung asked curiously, surprised that Lena hadn't offered a third option. "Let me explain the third option to you." Quills took the initiative to speak. "The shares of the third hospital are not of much value to you right now. The reason is simple. He has been causing trouble for so long, and the third hospital needs some time to recover. Therefore, if you choose the third option, the reward will be temporarily taken away." In Chung's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. He hadn't expected Quills to be so blunt. However, after a moment's thought, a smile appeared on his lips as he said, "Since you are so sincere in telling me this, there must be some benefits that I cannot refuse later, right?" "You're very clever," Quills exclaimed. "The position of honorary chief physician is special. Or rather, this position was specifically created for human players." Huh. In Chung's pupils contracted. He felt as if he had obtained some very important information. Why is there a position specifically created for human players in the third hospital within the horror world? The title of honorary chief physician is different from that of In Chung's current specially appointed physician. To put it bluntly, In Chung is currently just a temporary worker. Once the mission is completed, all his previous status will be null and void. The position that Quails is referring to is quite different. He clearly means that the position is long-term or even permanent. Of course, this is all predicated on the person holding the position surviving. Hiss whoosh. In Chung took a deep breath and tried to adjust his mindset. But he couldn't help but press further. "Dean, do you know some secrets about horror games? Otherwise, Why would the third hospital create a long-term position specifically for human players? It doesn't make any sense, does it? Calm down, kid. Actually, I don't know as much as you think. Quills shook his head, causing ripples to spread through the glass container. In fact, in every corner of the horror world chosen as a game setting, there exists such a special position. As for the reason, he didn't say anything more, but his meaning was already clear. A transcendent existence that spans both the human world and the horror world. No one knows what he really wants to do. At least, it's not something a red-clad vengeful ghost could know. In Chung felt somewhat frustrated, as if a large stone was lodged in his chest. My interest had been piqued by the octopus-like Dean, but all I got in return was an answer that barely even qualified as an answer. You'd better explain to me the hidden benefits of holding the position of honorary chief physician. Helpless, In-chung could only settle for second best. Quill's animated face nodded and said, First, you will have 3 opportunities a month to choose to return to the third hospital. At any time, without any constraints. In-cheng's eyes lit up as he asked. Yes, but you can only stay in the third hospital for 1 day. After that, you will be teleported back to your original location. 1 day? That's enough. 3 times a month, each time a 1-day chance to save your life. It's definitely something to cherish. Actually, it's more than 3 times, Quails explained again. The third hospital will also have 3 opportunities a month to actively recruit you here, but of course, this recruitment will require your consent. In-cheng's eyes grew even brighter. I initiated the process 3 times myself and was passively pulled in 3 times. That means he'll have 6 more chances to escape in an emergency each month. That alone makes it impossible for him to refuse option 3. I can agree to become an honorary chief physician, but I have one request that I hope the hospital director will grant. Tell me about it. When the third hospital needs me, I will only be responsible for treating patients. I have the right to refuse anything else. How about that? In-chung made his only request, though he didn't completely rule out the possibility that the third hospital might ask him for a favor in the future. It simply means that he has the right to refuse everything else. In-chung has always been very adept at handling interpersonal relationships and social interactions. No problem. Quills agreed after only a moment's thought. What he valued about In-chung was his exquisite medical skills. Well, the awakened Dean Quills has already learned about the major and minor events that have occurred at the third hospital recently through his methods. This is why he took the initiative to recruit In-chung. Chapter 40. Dr. Yin's appointment is booked for a week in advance. Inside the dean's office, Quill's animated face wore a satisfied expression. The mechanical electronic eye also flashed green light intermittently, filled with admiration for In-chung. By the way, since the third option won't bring you any benefits in the early stages, I'll give you a small gift as a token of my sincerity. Quills used one of his octopus-like hands to pick up the bronze ring from the dead beast's head. Under his flashy, lightning-fast manipulation. Not long after, a leather belt with a rather antique design and a buckle shaped like an animal head appeared in front of In-chung. What is this? In-cheng's eyes were slightly puzzled. He felt that the person in front of him, Quills, was not a doctor, but rather a master craftsman. Even though the soul lock is dead, this special ghost still has some value. After my modifications, it is now a relatively rare storage item. The beast head has about 3 cubic meters of storage space. I'm giving it to you. Quills tossed the belt into In-cheng's hands. Thank you, Dean. In-cheng certainly wouldn't be pretentious. These rare storage items are also very helpful for survival. In certain special horror instances, the food problem alone is enough to trouble the vast majority of human players. With the storage items available, this situation naturally no longer exists for In-chung. By the way, your mission is complete. You should be able to return to the human world at any time now, right? Quill suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, In-chung clearly felt that Lena's body beside him seemed to stiffen considerably. Yes, but there's no rush. I'll return after the time limit is up, In-chung said gently, holding Lena's hand. Quills gave Lena and In-chung a sarcastic look. That's good. Since you still have time, why not take on the responsibilities of your honorary chief physician? The third hospital needs to rebuild its reputation. In-chung. He knew that the belt in his hand wasn't for nothing. I had originally planned to spend the rest of the time with Lena in a sweet and private moment. For this reason, he even sent the ghouls to the morgue. Now it seems, that was a miscalculation. He who eats another's food is bound to him. He who takes another's money is bound to him. Quills has really figured out this principle. After leaving the dean's office, led by Lena, In Chung arrived at the VIP consultation room reserved for the honorary chief physician. Well, with the promotion, the treatment is naturally quite different from that of a specially appointed physician. While urging In Chung to get to work, Quills also did him a favor. That is, after becoming the honorary chief physician of the third hospital. The third hospital's authority to summon him 3 times a month was handed over to Lena. In this way, In Chung and others will have 6 opportunities each month to temporarily waive danger. For human players, such an opportunity is extremely precious. Even the ghouls, thanks to In Chung's influence, were allowed by Quills to be kept in the morgue. Help dispose of corpses that are not of much use. A single ghoul is hardly a burden for the massive third hospital. Compared to the ghoul's appetite is nothing. In front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, In Chung sat in the swivel chair, gently embracing Lena in his arms, enjoying the peace and warmth of the moment when things couldn't go any further. Outside the window, on the pale, withered branches, a few crows, their scarlet eyes glaring, would occasionally fly into the trash can, pick up a bloody, unidentified organ or two, and land on the tree. It added a touch of blood to the pale branches. In this world of horror, it seems there is no wind. The dark clouds in the sky always had that twisted and terrifying appearance. The gray stars twinkled faintly, like the eyes of demons embedded in terrifying faces, sending chills down one's spine. In Chung was in a state of half enjoyment and half torture. Time passed little by little. The gray morning star in the sky gradually lost its luster and disappeared into the dim sky. The crows began to emit eerie, sporadic cries. In a world of horror, a new day has begun. The main entrance of the third hospital rustled and whispered, as if they had appeared out of nowhere on the street. Each other familiarly, and then stepped into the hospital. The tiger-headed security guards stand like sculptures on both sides of the entrance, looking imposing and majestic. Huh? Where's Dr. Een? Where did Dr. Een go? Soon, the patients suffering from ghostly illnesses who came for treatment discovered the problem. The hanged ghost, whose tongue had been cured, had come all the way here to express his gratitude, and hurriedly asked the nurse beside him. Not only him, but many other patients suffering from ghosts and illnesses also came because of In Chung's reputation. But the consultation room of the specially appointed doctor was already empty. The patients with the ghostly illness immediately panicked. Yesterday, long queues formed, but the vast majority of those suffering from ghost-related illnesses were unable to receive treatment. So they came here very early this morning. Such a result, of course, could not satisfy them. Dr. Een? He has become the honorary chief physician of the third hospital. If you want Dr. Een to treat you, you need to make an appointment in advance. The nurse, with blood-red steel nails stuck in her body and her head covered by a cloth, gave an explanation and then turned and left. Holy crap, Dr. Een got promoted? The hanged man's tone was incredulous. If I remember correctly, Dr. Een only arrived yesterday, one of the zombies muttered to himself. Honorary chief physician, does that mean that Dr. Een is basically at the same level as Director He? Wow, Dr. Een is truly worthy of his reputation. This is the fastest promoted person I've ever seen in all my years at the third hospital. And he's even a human. Ahem, you guys chat first. I have something to attend to, and I'll be leaving now. Poor Dumbo. You're not planning to sneak off to register for an appointment, are you? The registration window, which had been deserted all day, suddenly became bustling with activity because of In Chung's presence. In a corner of the lobby of the third hospital, a group of ghostly doctors in white coats, of varying shapes and sizes, were on the verge of tears. Watching the patients with strange illnesses scrambling to register for appointments, they could only suffer in silence. Doctors could sense that the number of patients coming to see them seemed to have increased, but it also seemed not quite that much. They all waited anxiously in the lobby, but not a single person had their number registered. With the nurses inside revealed that In Chung's appointment was booked a week in advance. How can I avoid feeling heartbroken and upset? Without comparison, there is no harm. Doctors who doubted their own sanity have all begun to consider the possibility of changing careers. Chapter 41 Lena. Dr. Een likes an orderly treatment atmosphere. Inside the dean's office, Quills looked at the bustling VIP consultation room. The animated faces on the glass containers are all smiles. I knew it. This kid is the third hospital's lucky charm. Sure enough, with his reputation, the third hospital's reputation is expected to be restored soon. That traitor he took advantage of my injury to put me into a deep sleep with the corrupting soul incense, and secretly colluded with outsiders. If it weren't for In Chung, the third hospital would probably have really gone to the end. Quill shrank back to his seat on the sofa, his voice filled with emotion. The mere thought of he caused a red light to flash in his mechanical, electronic eyes. He is now dead at Ralph's hands. I wonder if the guy behind him will still be able to sit still. After being in debt for so long, now is the best time to bring down the third hospital. The little rats in the shadows should probably start making their moves soon, right? The slightly mechanical voice, carrying a faint chill, echoed in the office. Bubbles rose from the glass container holding Quayle's brain. Outside the VIP consultation room, the ghosts, holding their numbers, lined up in an orderly fashion in a long queue. The frequency of the numbers being called out inside the house, less than every 3 minutes on average, greatly pleased the group of ghosts. The speed of diagnosis and treatment is simply astonishing. And yet, it has never made a mistake so far. Next, Lena's cold voice came from the consultation room. Just then, a headless ghost was about to enter the consultation room. A ragdoll arm blocked his way. What are you doing? Cutting in line. The headless ghost's face immediately turned cold, and his severed head instantly floated up, looking menacing. In front of him was a uniquely shaped doll that looked to be less than a meter tall. However, the surface of the doll was covered with all sorts of hideous scars, and there seemed to be blood flowing from them. Ghost dolls are a common type of ghost in the horror world. Now, the ghost doll stopped the headless ghost, facing its ferocious expression. He calmly pulled 5 bills from his pocket. 500 ghost coins, sell this spot to me. With that, the ghost doll threw the ghost coins in its hand directly in front of the headless ghost and walked confidently into the consultation room. This scene stunned all the ghosts and monsters present. Just then, the headless ghost finally realized what was happening. His head, floating in the air, was extremely pale and grim. The quintessential Chinese phrase, knock your mother, just popped out of his mouth. He decisively grabbed the ghost doll that was about to cut in line and enter the consultation room, and threw it onto the wall with a splat, deforming it. Headless Ghost continued to curse. Get the hell out of here. You think you can cut in line for my spot with 500 ghost coins? Are you looking down on Dr. Ian? Or on us? Exactly. Where did this poor bastard come from, trying to act all high and mighty with only 500 ghost coins? Has he lost his mind? He's really brave. He actually wanted to buy a spot where his number was called with only 500 ghost coins. TSK. I wonder where this idiot came from, unable to grasp the situation. As soon as the headless ghost opened its mouth, it immediately drew echoes from the surrounding ghosts. Caught off guard, the ghost doll, still somewhat bewildered and stuck to the wall, had anger burning in its 2 dark eyes. In an instant, the aura of a peak-level vengeful ghost poured out from the ghost doll's body. The ghosts and monsters that had been mocking them suddenly fell silent. Even the headless ghost, still standing at the entrance of the consultation room, was staring at the ghost doll with extreme caution. What do you want to do? The headless ghost was slightly nervous. Facing a ghost doll of the level of a fierce ghost, his strength was naturally not enough. What? The ghost doll's small face contorted into a hideous expression. You greedy thing. I bought you a spot for 500 ghost coins, and you still don't appreciate it. The ghost doll was no pushover. It was humiliated and ridiculed by the crowd. His heart was already filled with murderous intent. Caught completely off guard, the headless ghost never expected that the ghost doll would dare to make a move inside the third hospital. Call out. Call out. Rusty iron nails, radiating soul energy, shot out from the mouth of the ghost doll. Just as the decapitated ghost was about to be pierced through the air before he could even react, his head was about to be riddled with holes. Lena. A gentle male voice rang out in the consultation room. At the same time, a voluptuous figure, dressed in a perfectly fitted nurse's uniform, stained with dark red blood. They appeared outside the consultation room. Ding, ding. The scalpel flew, and the rusty nail was chopped off on the spot. Red. A single complete sentence had not yet come out of the ghost doll's mouth. A scalpel precisely sliced open his doll-like body. Inside the doll was dark red, rotting flesh and blood, encasing a dark, grayish soul crystal. After a crisp snap sound, the ghost doll fell to the ground, completely lifeless, its 2 dark eyes losing their lively luster. Maintaining order is important. Dr. Ian prefers a good treatment atmosphere. Leaving behind a cold remark, Lena turned and went back into the consultation room. Hiss! In an instant, the air in the corridor was almost sucked dry by the ghost's gasps. The ghost doll seemed to be a vengeful ghost, right? It was, just like that, instantly killed by Dr. Yin's assistant. If I heard correctly, the ghost doll seemed to have called out read something before it died? It's terrifying to think about. I advise you not to think about it. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and go in to see your doctor. Didn't you hear that Dr. Ian likes a pleasant consultation atmosphere? What if you delay and Dr. Ian gets upset? The headless ghost was still standing there, somewhat shaken. The surrounding ghosts and monsters hurriedly reminded and urged them on. On the other side, outside the third hospital, not far from the intersection, is a ghost bar. The figure was completely shrouded in a trench coat, with his face covered by a mask, only occasionally revealing a few straws through the gaps. He looked at the broken grass doll in his hand, and a chilling aura emanated from him, causing the surrounding customers to instinctively keep their distance. The figure shrouded in the trench coat vanished from the spot in the next moment. An unexpected guest appeared at the entrance of the third hospital. The two security guards, with tiger heads and human bodies, saw the suddenly appearing figure in a trench coat and instinctively felt something was wrong, wanting to go forward and ask. However, their bodies seemed to freeze under the aura emanating from that figure, completely unable to move. A dangerous thought arose in the minds of the two security guards. The eerie creature before me is a terrifying red-clad, vengeful ghost. And they were the kind of people who came with ill intentions. Chapter 42 Scarecrow Jack, stealing from the wall? Move. Get moving. The two tiger-headed security guards were roaring wildly inside. But under the invasion of the red-clothed ghost's eerie aura, their bodies were completely out of their control. Jack, what kind of eerie wind blew you into my third hospital? Dean Quills appeared just in time, his octopus tentacles waving lightly, shattering Jack's ghostly energy field. Dean, the two tiger-headed security guards called out somewhat shamefully, as if they had been pulled out of a steamer. Go down. Some old fogies like to bully the weak. It's not your fault. Quills waved his octopus tentacles, and the two security guards immediately retreated into the hospital. The main entrance. His distinctive style, and Jack, who was completely shrouded in a trench coat, faced off. The powerful ghostly energy field, unique to the red-clothed vengeful spirit, was locked in a stalemate, neither giving an inch. A terrifying ghostly aura spread out, startling the plump crows on the surrounding withered tree trunks, who cackled and scattered in all directions. Ha! A moment later, the ghosts and monsters gathered inside the gate of the third hospital. To everyone's surprise, Dean Quills and that guy named Jack actually looked at each other and burst into laughter. Then, something even more unexpected happened. Quill's octopus tentacles landed directly on Jack's shoulder. The strange man known as Jack, whose arm was covered by a leather glove, was also hooked onto Quill's head. They looked like old friends who hadn't seen each other for years, and there was a lot of harmony between them. Old Jack, it's been so long. What brings you to my third hospital? Could it be that Xiao Kuan's broken and you're looking for a new one? Although Quills had his arm around him, he didn't hold back in his insults. Oh dear, you actually guessed right. Old Kue. A strange voice came from under Jack's mask. But it's a pity, I'd like to change it. But can you still find a good one at your third hospital? There is no doubt that Jack is rubbing salt into Quill's wounds. The morgue's resources had been almost completely drained by He. As Jack said, the third hospital's inventory was so low that they couldn't even find a whole little kumba. The animated face on the glass container of Quills froze for a moment, but he quickly grinned and said, How can you, Jack, use those secondhand junk? Just say the word, and I'll immediately stop everything I'm doing and personally build you a one-of-kind little Kuan, the fully automatic kind. What do you think? You can keep that kind of thing for yourself, you old man. Jack was taken aback and snorted coldly. His gaze swept across the lobby of the third hospital, finally settling on the still long queue at the registration window. The cold gaze beneath the mask finally returned to calm as he said, I heard that a human player came to your third hospital? In just one day, he managed to kill He and became an honorary chief physician. Quail sneered. What? No longer trying to hide it? You old bastard, you teamed up with He to try and ruin my third hospital. But you didn't expect such a special situation to occur, did you? It was indeed a bit of a surprise. I never expected that my plan would be ruined by a human. Jack made no attempt to hide anything and readily admitted it. So, you're here today to take revenge on that human brat. A faint red light flickered in Quill's electronic eyes. No, I'm here to see a doctor. Do you even believe that yourself? Why not? Jack's mask displayed a sinister grin. Could it be that the director of the third hospital is going to stop a patient who is desperate for treatment? Quill sneered. Then you'll have to wait in line. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Dr. Een is so famous in our hospital, his appointments are already booked for a week in advance. Jack. Inside the VIP consultation room, Een Shung was comfortably reclining in the chair. Behind him, Lena gently massaged his shoulders, her eyes completely fixed on Een Shung. At the desk, a skinning ghost carefully picked up the ghost coins that Een Shung had accidentally dropped from the ground. He respectfully handed it to the small box on the side. Then he vigorously wiped his bloodstained skin and extended his hand to Een Shung. Een Shung then took the opportunity to diagnose the patient. Before long, the skinning demon left, satisfied. Next, Lena's cold voice rang out. The door to the consultation room was pushed open. This time, however, it's not one ghost, but two. One of them was Dean Quills, whom Een Shung had just met not long ago. The other one. Een Shung activated his Eye of Insight immediately. Upon seeing the feedback, his eyebrows instantly twitched slightly. Director of Black Crow Hospital, Jack. Race, parasitic scarecrow. Friendliness, neutral. He seems to be trying to win you over. Strength, red-clad ghost. Preference, suppressing Quills. He has fought Quills his whole life, and suppressing him has become a habit. Weakness, fire. Ordinary fire has no effect on him. Current status. He's filled with curiosity about Dr. Een, who caused so much trouble at the third hospital in just one day. Under the guise of seeing patients, he's attempting to win you over. If that fails, solution, ignore him. Dean Quills won't stand idly by. Or you could choose to side with Jack. Presumably, he'll offer you a good salary. Win him over. Een Shung pondered for a moment, then realized that the ghost doll that had come to cause trouble earlier must have been the work of this scarecrow Jack. Black Crow Hospital is clearly a rival force with a fierce competitive relationship with the third hospital. While Quails was asleep, this Mr. Jack secretly colluded with He. One was motivated by self-interest, while the other was motivated by a desire to suppress Quills. Everything was going so smoothly. Jack just needs to wait for the day when the truth comes out. At that time, Quails will be held accountable by the shareholders of the third hospital, thus losing his position as hospital director for good. As for He, he's just a pawn. Once he's completed his mission, he'll naturally disappear quietly. It's a pity. The perfect plan was completely shattered by the appearance of a human player. Jack even lost a lot of precious corrupted soul incense as a result. A promising situation ultimately ended in failure. Of course, he had to come and see for himself what kind of human player had ruined his excellent situation. If possible, he wouldn't mind causing trouble for Quills. The situation that the third hospital had painstakingly maintained was brought back to square one. Chapter 43. As long as you're bold enough, even a ghost can take maternity leave? Inside the VIP consultation room. With the arrival of Quails and Jack, the atmosphere became somewhat eerie. Lena stepped forward with extreme caution, blocking Een Shung and Jack. Dean, may I ask what this is? Een Shung squinted and asked with a smile. Even though he already knew the reason for the matter, he still had to go through the motions on the surface. This is Mr. Jack. Well, he's a long-time patient at the third hospital, a long-time mental patient. He heard about your miraculous healing skills, so he came here specifically to see you. Quills put his arm around Jack's shoulder and immediately labeled him as mentally ill. Jack. He couldn't be bothered to continue arguing with Quills. His gaze fell on Een Shung behind Lena, and a ferocious smile appeared on his face as he revealed himself through his mask. Dr. Een, please examine me. As he spoke, Jack took the initiative to sit in the patient's seat, appearing very cooperative. However, please leave. I can't cure a fake illness. Een Shung simply said this with an indifferent expression. Not only Jack, but even Quails was stunned. Good heavens. That's really something. Although Jack did come here to cause trouble, isn't it a bit disrespectful to the red-clothed ghost to tear off the mask so openly? Inside the consultation room, the air gradually became icy cold. Jack, shrouded in a trench coat and mask, seemed to stiffen at Een Shung's blunt words. Lena stood guard beside Een Shung, her gaze fixed coldly on Jack. It seemed that if the other party made even the slightest unnecessary move, the scalpel at her fingertips would instantly become a deadly weapon. Quills also silently stood between Een Shung and Jack. As friends who have known each other for many years, he knew Jack's character very well, or rather, his race. Parasitic scarecrow, a rather rare type of ghost, inherently fierce and bizarre. Its bizarre and terrifying parasitic methods are something even Quails fears. The way he deliberately put his arm around Jack's shoulder was to prevent Jack from using parasite straw to cause trouble at his third hospital. But I never expected it. In Sheng, whom he particularly favored, actually exposed Jack's true colors without any hesitation. The tense atmosphere gradually dissipated with a soft laugh from Jack. Interesting humans. In Sheng received this evaluation from the ghost once again, and he was somewhat used to it. It seems that in the minds of most ghosts and monsters, humans are supposed to be born with a fear of them. He showed no fear or panic, which naturally made him the interesting human in the eyes of the ghosts. Mr. Jack, if you have nothing else, please leave. I still have to continue my work for today. In Sheng calmly saw the guest off again. Joke. There were two fierce ghosts in red on his side. Although the dean appeared to have been injured, he was clearly no ordinary person. Lena also possesses a special ghost with an inner appearance. He certainly didn't need to worry too much about his safety. After all, he had the presence of Count Rose, a vampire noble, behind him. Ralph also owes him a favor. You wouldn't believe it until you did the math, and the results were shocking. In Sheng had no idea that he had unknowingly become a connected member in the horror world. Double. Whatever Quails offers you, I'll pay double. Just join my Black Crow hospital. How about it? Jack's words were startling. The animated faces on the Quails jar to the side all changed color. A faint smile appeared on In Shengjuan's handsome and sunny face, and then he gently shook his head. He's now online as the real Brother Cheng. He gently grasped Lena's cool, delicate hand beside him. Even if it's 10 times or 100 times, so what? Without the right ghost, no matter how high the reward, I won't go. These words were spoken with unwavering resolve and firm determination. Lena's body was cold, and her heart, which had long been dead, seemed to melt at this moment. She leaned weakly against In Sheng, her eyes seeing nothing but his figure. If it weren't for the presence of the Dean and Scarecrow Jack inside the house, I'm afraid even the most violent storms will be stirred up by In Sheng's words. Jack. Silence. Shock. Confusion. A complex mix of emotions surged wildly within the Scarecrow's heart. He wished he could rub his non-existent eyes hard, then wipe In Sheng's eyes again, and solemnly tell him, the nurse in front of you is a monster. It wasn't just Jack. Even Dean Quills, who had noticed something amiss, was somewhat bewildered. It's not surprising that men pursue attractive women. But pursuing a female ghost and being so blatant about it, isn't that a bit too much? Cough, cough, cough. Quill couldn't help but cough a few times. This brought the atmosphere in the consultation room back on track, which had started to drift off course. Jack also suddenly came to his senses, and his gaze towards In Sheng became strange. If he had previously thought of In Sheng as an interesting person, then, so now, the word interesting should be replaced with outrageous to describe it properly. He had seen plenty of bold people before. Anyone want a female ghost to take maternity leave before? Shocked as I am, Jack hadn't forgotten his purpose. A thought flashed through his mind, and he said, beautiful nurse, if you're willing, I'm willing to offer double the compensation and sincerely invite you to join my Black Crow hospital. What do you say? Jack, aren't you being a little too dismissive of me? Lena remained non-committal and did not respond. Quills was furious. Jack had been poaching his girlfriends right in front of him time and time again. If this dean doesn't react soon, it really won't be right. Lena's salary will be doubled. As for Dr. Ian, Quills fell into a brief moment of thought. If Jack hadn't come to cause trouble, the benefits he gave to In Sheng would have been quite generous. Solely from the Soul Lock are worth more than tens of thousands of ghost coins to human players. But Jack just happened to arrive right before In Sheng returned to the world. The moment they opened their mouths, they offered double the treatment. Although In Sheng said he was willing to stay at the third hospital for the sake of Nurse Lena. But if the dean himself doesn't offer any response at all, Quills was also worried that In Sheng might have some other ideas, such as taking Lena with him to join Jack's forces. So, Quills began to rack his brains. How can we make In Sheng stay at the third hospital without any doubt? Chapter 44. Friends come, there's candy. Enemies come, there's a big knife. After pondering deeply for a long time, Quills gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and said, Dr. Ian, your strength is limited after all. In a place like the thriller world, which is full of dangers, it is still very dangerous. For your safety, Dr. Ian, I, the Dean, will personally craft a puppet of peak-level vengeful ghost for you. I wonder what type of puppet Dr. Ian prefers. Is it something nimble and lightweight, or something large enough to carry people? Without competition, there is no involution. Jack's sudden arrival caught Dean Quills somewhat off guard, especially when the other party is determined to poach someone, no matter the cost. Sees In Sheng as the third hospital's lifeline, naturally cannot sit idly by. The third hospital finally saw some signs of recovery in Insheng. His exquisite medical skills earned him praise and trust from a large number of ghosts and monsters. There is no better opportunity than now to restore the reputation of the third hospital. So, Quills completely abandoned his dignity as a red-clothed ghost and even took the initiative to ask Insheng about his preferences. It's a display of sincerity that makes people envious. Insheng was slightly speechless, but his heart was filled with joy. Then I'll have to trouble the dean. I prefer puppets that are small and portable and preferably good at hiding. That would be even better. Quill's face twitched slightly in response to Insheng's quick reply. For a moment, he didn't know whether he should feel relieved or heartbroken. No problem, as long as you like it. Quills could only manage a forced smile in response before eyeing Jack menacingly. Hey, didn't you hear what Dr. Ian said? You should go now. Don't delay his treatment of patients. Jack didn't leave after hearing this. Instead, he stared intently at Insheng. Human, are you really not going to join my Black Crow hospital? Insheng detected a hint of threat in the sinister tone. His gaze gradually turned cold as he said, word by word, I really like the atmosphere at the third hospital. I have no interest in Black Crow Hospital or anything like that. Does Mr. Jack understand what I mean? When friends come, we offer candy. When enemies come, we wield swords. Although Insheng didn't mind abandoning his principles in order to survive, but he also has his own bottom line and principles. Within the third hospital, given his relationship with Lena alone, he would never choose to betray her. Moreover, he is now considered to have connections, so it's not like just anyone can threaten him. Insheng felt he had let down all the relationships behind him. Oh, Jack, rejected, spoke in a long, strange tone. A rustling sound gradually emerged from beneath the trench coat covering the body. That were already sticking out from the neck area began to wriggle slightly. The yellowish straw gave people an eerie feeling, as if it were alive. Jack, are you pretending I don't exist? Quills was enraged, and his shrunken body instantly grew to gigantic size, with 8 enormous tentacles gleaming with a metallic sheen. The animated face on his glass container transformed into one radiating rage. Beside Insheng, Lena went even further, her nurse's gown, stained with dark red blood, instantly turning crimson. The ghostly aura unique to the red-clad, vengeful spirit poured out without reservation. Whoosh! The scalpel flashed, and Lena let out a piercing, soul-shaking scream, fully revealing her terrifying nature as a vengeful ghost in red. Without the slightest hesitation, she decisively charged towards Jack. A sudden scene. Not only were Quills stunned, but even Jack the parasitic scarecrow, who had only wanted to threaten Insheng, was somewhat dumbfounded. A vengeful ghost in red. They never expected that the obedient nurse following Insheng, a guy who was obsessed with women and risked his life, would actually be a vengeful ghost in red. What they find even more incomprehensible is, a dignified, fierce ghost in red robes would actually be so subservient to a human. This is absolutely unbelievable. Wait. Jack was a little numb, letting him dodge wildly, and the trench coat he was wearing had been cut to shreds. Lena, whose murderous intent had been completely aroused, had a faint grayish-white color in her eyes. In her hands, the scalpel became a weapon equally deadly to ghosts and monsters. Although the inner form of the Angel of Death was not fully activated, its hidden power was imbued into the scalpel by Lena. Jack was caught off guard, and several of the straws were cut off. However, what horrified him was his severed straw, almost as soon as it fell to the ground, rotted and withered, losing all its vitality. Damn it, you're not an ordinary red-clad person. The hideous face hidden behind the mask instantly changed color, and his tone became tinged with fear. This, Quail's electronic eye flickered and oscillated violently. Without his notice, his body crept silently toward Jack's back. If there's a chance to take him down directly, that would be great. Quills doesn't mind killing. The VIP consultation room is very spacious. Even with Lena's hands moving freely, wielding the scalpel like a dense network, she still couldn't cut Jack into pieces immediately. Inside the house, straw was constantly scattered, decaying and withering. Insheng stood cautiously to one side, observing Jack's every move with his keen eye, to have complete control over the other party's psychological state. His 2 bloodline talents were stirring, ready to pounce on any possible unforeseen circumstances. Only, after Insheng saw Jack's latest status information. Lena, come back. He's just a puppet. These words were spoken. Lena returned to Insheng's side without hesitation. On Jack's mask, the expression became noticeably more ferocious, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent as he looked at In-chung. Quill's animated expression carried a hint of surprise and uncertainty. "Kid, are you sure this is just a puppet? You know, if you miss today's opportunity, it won't be so easy to kill him again. It's obvious." Quills was somewhat reluctant to let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. His 8 flexible tentacles, gleaming with metallic sheen, had completely blocked Jack's escape route. Lena only needs to apply a little pressure. Quills felt he was fully capable of killing his old rival, Jack. Interesting human, you are becoming more and more intriguing. Even Quill couldn't see through my puppet body, yet you found a flaw in me? Can you tell me what went wrong that made you realize I'm just a puppet? Jack asked with a sinister laugh. After his identity was exposed, he was too lazy to continue hiding anything. Standing frozen in place, he no longer flinched at the tentacles that Quill kept trying to block his approach. Chapter 45 Jack's Wrath. Vowing to kill In-chung. Quills was tricked. Lena was also deceived. In-chung's eye of insight level is too low, and the feedback information he can get is limited, just like he cannot see through Lena's identity as the inner prime minister. So at first, he didn't realize that Jack had only arrived in a puppet body. Until, the eye of insight, reflecting the current state, captured a subtle change in Jack's mind. The sentence, "If all else fails, we'll have to give up this puppet body," made In-chung suddenly realize something. He then realized why Jack, who was on the territory of an opposing force, dared to threaten him in front of Quills. A puppet body capable of unleashing the power of a red-robed figure is indeed quite precious. But that was just a puppet, not the real thing. Jack's race speaks volumes. Parasitic scarecrows might find it more difficult to parasitize monsters of the same level and turn them into their puppets. But it's not impossible. This body is that of a vengeful ghost in red. In-chung suspected that it was most likely due to Jack's racial abilities. The special ability to parasitize is indeed something to be wary of and fearful of. "Dean, I think you need to give us a proper introduction to this Mr. Jack. His racial abilities seem to be quite special." In-chung did not answer Jack's question, but instead turned his attention to Quills. His implication was that he possessed some special means to see through the enemy. This also serves as a reminder to Quills to reveal more information to him. Quills was a cunning fox. How could he not understand In-chung's implied meaning? Jack, the infamous parasitic scarecrow Jack, the reason his Black Crow Hospital has always been no match for my third hospital is largely due to himself. It is clearly a ghost transformed from a scarecrow, yet it possesses the bizarre ability to parasitize. No patient can accept the risk that they might become Jack's puppet at any time during the diagnosis process. So, Black Crow Hospital has no business and can only do some shady dealings. You can't blame anyone else. When it came to belittling his old rival, Quills showed no mercy. As you can see, Dr. Ian, there is no doubt that the red-clad ghost-level puppet is parasitized by Mr. Jack. If you actually join a hospital like this, it probably won't be long before you can't guarantee that you'll still be yourself. The tone was sarcastic, yet it conveyed a chilling truth. At this point, Quill's eye twitched violently again. He himself had forgotten that if he had brought up the issue earlier, why bother giving In-chung a raise? We should also send him a small, exquisite, and well-hidden peak-level ghost puppet. Unfortunately, even in the world of horror, there is no such thing as a remedy for undoing mistakes. Words spoken are like water spilled. Quills could only blame himself for losing his composure and becoming flustered because of Jack's arrival. One side, the mask on Jack's face twisted into a terrifying expression. His wide, ear-to-ear grin was enough to send chills down your spine. Within the trench coat riddled with wounds, withered yellow straws swayed slightly, wriggling and burrowing inside as if they were alive. Jack didn't make any movement. He just stood there stiffly. In-chung became even more cautious. Deep down, he had already sentenced this incredibly eerie scarecrow to death. The information fed back by his eye of insight allowed him to always be aware of Jack's every move. For example, right now, Jack is thinking about whether to try a desperate gamble and try to plant puppet grass seeds inside him. It was this malicious thought that fueled In-chung's murderous intent. A vengeful ghost in red, filled with malice towards itself and possessing bizarre abilities. If the other party doesn't die, In-chung feels he might not be able to sleep peacefully. Quills, don't you know that it's very impolite to casually reveal other people's secrets? Jack's voice grew increasingly somber and dry, like the sound of two pieces of dead wood rubbing together. His body was like a real scarecrow, remaining motionless and stiff in place. Lena seemed to sense the danger and stood guard in front of In Sheng with a cold expression. Quills wasn't stupid either. He vaguely guessed Jack's sinister plan. 8 metallic tentacles wriggled, completely blocking Jack's movement and giving him no chance to make contact with In Sheng. You want to turn me into your puppet? In the tense atmosphere, In Sheng suddenly spoke, his eyes fixed on Jack with an extremely cold gaze. This is really annoying. That tone makes me want to kill. Jack's mask cracked and twisted, revealing some reddish straw underneath. What gives you the courage to lose even the most basic fear and awe when facing a red-clothed ghost? You mere human. In the end, Jack's calm demeanor completely transformed into a ferocious roar. In Sheng's seemingly indifferent attitude towards him had thoroughly enraged him. His massive body ripped the trench coat. A human corpse completely rooted in straw. It emitted a pungent, foul odor and was exposed to everyone's eyes. The blood-stained straw kept wriggling among the corpses, looking incredibly eerie. Click, click. The corpse's joints were twisted at eerie angles, emitting horrifying sounds. That rotting, maggot-infested face, with its empty pupils, stared straight at In Sheng, who was being protected behind it. He seemed to want to see the look of terror on that human face after it saw its own body. Pity. Jack is destined to be disappointed. Are you provoking me? Trying to terrify me, make me lose my mind, and then give you the opportunity to parasitize me. In Sheng's tone gradually returned to calm, but the icy coldness in his pupils seemed capable of freezing the air. Ha ha ha. Jack laughed maniacally, and the corpse emitted a series of horrifying sounds as the bones twisted and turned. Provocation? Provocation of humanity. You lowly food. You piece of trash. How dare you say that the great parasitic scarecrow Jack is provoking you? You're courting death, human. You're courting death. I'm going to kill you. You'll definitely die by my hand. You definitely will. Jack roared menacingly, grinning maliciously, as the corpse's joints cracked and splintered. His stiff arm made a horrifying tearing gesture, as if he wanted to rip In Sheng to pieces. Anger, the anger of being provoked by humans, was completely ignited deep within Jack's heart. Even with the protection of the red-clothed vengeful ghost. Even that reptile was fortunate enough to be valued by the Count of Roses. Jack will kill him too. Kill that lowly reptile who dared to defy him. Chapter 46. Mr. Jack, please die. The stench emanating from the rotting corpse. It permeated every corner of the consultation room. The enormous corpse was completely rooted in straw, a truly gruesome sight. Those empty eyeballs were staring straight in the direction where In Sheng was. If it weren't for Quills and Lena protecting In Sheng so fiercely behind them, enraged Jack would probably have already charged forward and torn the tiny human in front of him to shreds. Quills, and this unknown ghost nurse, how long can you protect him? A sinister, hoarse voice came from the mouth of the rotting corpse stuffed with straw, carrying a strong sense of mockery. He's just a human being, a lowly human being no different from a reptile. Aren't horror games meant to bring them into our world just to spice up our monotonous and boring lives? You monsters actually protect a lowly reptile? How ridiculous, utterly ridiculous, ah. Jack's tyrannical laughter echoed unrestrainedly throughout the room. The parasitic scarecrow's characteristics make him extremely difficult to kill. After all, who knows how many parasitic puppets he secretly harbors? Who knows where his true form is? It was precisely because of this reliance that Jack dared to appear so brazenly in front of Quills. Even with 2 fierce ghosts in red standing before him, he remained calm. At worst, we can just abandon a very valuable puppet, and the main body will only suffer some damage. As long as he doesn't die, Jack still has a chance to turn the tables. You lowly reptile, Jack has his eye on you. Fear it, tremble. Once you enter the horror game, remember to be very careful. You never know when you might be swallowed by a scarecrow or torn to pieces. Faced with Jack's provocation, In Sheng remained unbelievably calm. Even Quail's animated face was all scrunched up. Lena's killing intent was even more intense, and her gray eyes flashed with cold light. I wish I could chop this damn scarecrow in front of me into pieces and then set it on fire. As everyone knows, I am a doctor who likes to make friends and treats everyone kindly. In Sheng ignored Jack's threat and continued to speak. I'm so glad that my first horror game took place at the 3rd hospital, where I made a lot of friends. More importantly, I met the most important person in my life, Lena. I love this peaceful atmosphere because, in my opinion, the relationship between humans and ghosts is not necessarily filled with killing and death. Unfortunately, Mr. Jack, you are trying to shatter my wonderful expectations. At this point, Yin Sheng paused, his gaze meeting Jack's empty and terrifying eyes with a solemn expression. So, Mr. Jack, would you please just die? When such a question reached Jack's ears, his stiff body twisted abruptly in shock, the bones in his waist cracking with a chilling sound. Hee-ha! Jack laughed maniacally, but his eyes were fixed on Yin Sheng with intense anger. Human, reptile, ant, who do you think you are? Just because you've gotten lucky and gained the Count of Rose's favor, does that mean you can run rampant in the world of horror? What a joke. What a huge joke. You lowly reptile, how dare you? How dare you speak to me in such a tone? Jack was absolutely furious. Two stiff arms were wildly flailing in the air at Yin Sheng, the twisted bones making terrifying noises. Unfortunately, he was just wasting his time. With Quails and Lena under their double protection, he was no mere puppet. Even if the real Yin Sheng were to come, he might not be able to harm him in the slightest. Calm down, Mr. Jack. Getting angry is bad for your health. Shall we wait and see? Yin Sheng spoke with a forced smile, while simultaneously rolling up his sleeves to reveal the bright red vampire magic circle on his arm. Mr. Jack, guess what? Will Count Rose step in for me and crush you like a reptile? Upon hearing this, Jack's stiff body trembled almost imperceptibly for a moment. Even the true form, hidden in the shadows, couldn't help but feel a sense of panic. The Count of Roses, a blood-soaked, vengeful ghost. It was certainly enough to terrify and frighten Jack, who was just a red-clothed ghost. However, he quickly calmed down, and a stiff, mocking expression appeared on his face, which was covered in straw. Reptile, you don't actually think that someone like Count Rose would actually take action against a bug like you, do you? Who knows? Yin Sheng took Lena's scalpel and gently cut his finger. A unique fragrance, detectable only by ghosts and monsters, emanated from Yin Sheng's blood. In an instant, Quill's electronic eyes gleamed with a bright yellow light. Even in the empty eye sockets of Jack's puppet corpse, an undisguised look of greed was revealed. A drop of blood, under Yin Sheng's control. It landed precisely within the vampire magic circle. Instantly, a burst of blood-red light erupted. The exquisite and perfect face of the Count of Roses, with his alluring gesture of licking his lips, was reflected in the consultation room through the magic circle. Little brother Yin Sheng, are you so eager to see your older sister? The slightly teasing and mocking tone made Quills in the consultation room subconsciously turn his head away, pretending he hadn't seen anything. His opinion of Yin Sheng rose to a new high once again. Judging solely from Count Rose's tone and attitude, it seems that Yin Sheng is seen by the other party in a way that goes far beyond simply being admired. Jack's puppet body froze completely, and a hint of panic began to appear in his empty eyes. He never expected that Yin Sheng would be able to contact Earl Rose anytime, anywhere. Those are blood-clad, vengeful ghosts, standing tall in the world of horror, among the very few. As for the unspeakable things beyond that, and the legendary evil gods, even the monsters in the horror world rarely come into contact with such beings. Therefore, blood-clad ghosts are basically the top-tier beings in the open in the horror world. Who controls the power of the domain? Jack's racial abilities will be perfectly countered. This is why he felt panicked. Jack can act with impunity when facing red-clad ghosts of the same level, because at most they can only kill his puppets. But if he were to face the blood-clad vengeful ghost, he would only face certain death. The worst thing is when the air suddenly goes quiet. The tense atmosphere in the consultation room became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop when the reflection of Count Rose appeared. Only Yin Sheng remained calm throughout. Chapter 47 Cognitive Error, Heartbreaking and Breathless. The way the Count of Rose was referred to changed from little guy to little brother. Although Yin Sheng felt a slight dissatisfaction, now was clearly not the time to prove this point. He was very sensible and understood the principle of taking advantage of the situation. There's certainly no harm in getting closer to Count Rose. Sister Rose, I'd like to make a small deal with you. I wonder if you'd be interested? Yin Sheng asked bluntly. Oh, a hint of curiosity flashed across Count Rose's face. What good business deal does little brother have this time? Tell me about it. She was clearly intrigued. By scheming against He, Count Rose made a fortune out of nothing, earning over 260,000 ghost coins. No one would complain about having too much money, not even she, a vampire noble. When the word deal was heard from Yin Sheng again, Count Rose found it hard to have any hope. I would like to ask Sister Rose for a favor. In return, I will give you my entire 30% of the profits, plus 200 milliliters of my blood. I wonder if you would be interested? Yin Sheng made no attempt to hide the murderous intent in his eyes, and asked seriously. Help? What happened? Countess Rose was only reflected in the consultation room. Her vision was limited, and she couldn't see Jack's presence. Even so, she noticed that Cheng's condition was somewhat off. His tone unconsciously took on a hint of concern, and a dangerous glint flashed in his scarlet pupils. Cheng has just awakened the innate abilities of the vampire race, and his strength is already no weaker than that of ordinary monsters. In addition, the biggest threat within the third hospital, has also been eliminated. Ralph, a major client of the third hospital, also owed Cheng a favor because of Cheng's connections. Lena, who is the angel of death, has her whole heart devoted to him. No matter how you look at it, Cheng shouldn't be in any danger right now. But ironically, this little brother, whom the Count of Roses valued so highly, contacted her again not long afterward. They were even willing to pay such a high price to get her to help. It is clear that what he encountered was by no means simple. Although such a request may seem a bit rude, I really can't think of any other way. After all, I have no relatives or friends in this world. The closest people I can find are only Lena and you, Sister Rose. Everywhere. Before making his request, Cheng subtly tried to get closer to them once again. Tell me what happened. Although Count Rose's expression remained unchanged, she was clearly pleased with Cheng's words, and her tone softened considerably. I'd like to ask you, sister, to help me kill a red-clothed, vengeful ghost. The price is as I mentioned before. Is that all right? Phew. Countess Rose breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, even rolling her eyes and giving Cheng a charming glare. I thought something terrible had happened to you. My heart was pounding so hard, and it turns out, it was just to kill a red-clothed ghost. Cheng. He scratched his head somewhat awkwardly, unsure how to respond to Count Rose for a moment. He suddenly realized a problem. In terms of cognition, red-clad ghosts are particularly striking to humans, especially those like Jack who are dressed in red. It is naturally highly threatening, especially deadly. After all, how many players could possibly escape the pursuit of the red-clad ghost on their own? However, the terrifying red-clad ghost in the eyes of the players was seen by beings like Count Rose. Perhaps, at most, it's just a tiny, slightly larger ant? In other words, he was taking it so seriously, acting as if he was willing to pay any price, but in reality, it was completely unnecessary. Cheng couldn't help but grumble to himself. Now that he realized it, he started to feel a little sorry for the huge amount of ghost money he hadn't even touched yet. After a long silence, Cheng smiled weakly. Since it's just a red-clothed ghost, Sister Rose, could we discuss the price a bit more? Heartbroken, Cheng tries to make amends. However, the Countess of Rose's reflection smiled radiantly, utterly captivating. Of course, no way. My little brother Cheng, do you think that your sister's personal intervention isn't worth the price? Danger. Upon hearing this question, Cheng instantly felt a huge danger flashing on his forehead. No, of course that's not what I meant. Beautiful, elegant, and generous Sister Rose. I just. Cheng quickly offered a compliment, and then, got stuck on the spot. He can use cheesy pickup lines to flirt with ghosts, so how else can he explain this kind of problem? Cheng has only just awakened, and his bloodline essence is somewhat depleted, so he cannot provide more blood for the time being. In the end, it was the gentle Lena who offered an explanation for Cheng. Upon hearing this, Cheng became even more silent. Lena, who seems to have absolutely no concept of money, seems to have missed the point of his bargaining. He really doesn't care much about 200 milliliters of blood, but more than 200,000 ghost coins. That's truly heartbreaking and makes it hard to breathe. But what can he do? Since Lena had already explained it that way, he could only go along with it, and with a somewhat weak expression, he said miserably, "That's how it is. Once I recover, I promise I'll make sure you, Sister Rose, have a good meal." Cheng made a promise with tears welling up in his eyes. There was nothing he could do. Things had already gone this far. He didn't want it to be like this, but if he kept Rose's sister in a state of dissatisfaction for a long time, there was a risk that she would be drained. Excellent. Little brother is so sensible. It makes your older sister very proud. Countess Rose was quite satisfied with the answer, and a charming smile appeared on her exquisite face. But the next moment, her tone turned icy. Tell me, little brother, who do you want to kill? Since I have some free time now, I'll take care of this trouble for you. Whoosh. The scarecrow's terrifying body began to tremble violently, like a sieve. From the moment the Count of Rose's reflection appeared, he tried his best to minimize his presence and dared not move an inch. But Jack never expected this. The relationship between Insheng and Count Rose cannot be described simply by the word value. Was completely stunned. For his cunning and treacherous nature, he simply couldn't understand it. How could a terrifying being, a blood-clad vengeful ghost, be so intimate with a lowly reptile? However, none of that matters anymore. The important thing is, Jack's true form, hidden in some dark corner, only felt a large, dark red death character appear on his forehead. Chapter 48 Jack as a small gift. Parasitic Scarecrow Jack is just one step away from being eliminated. A slight discrepancy between reality and his prediction. It was precisely this tiny margin of error that ultimately led to its demise. Views humans as lowly reptiles, enjoys torturing them, and relishes watching them struggle in the face of death. Ultimately, it met its end. The world of horror is, most of the time, not much different from the human world. But more often than not, the law of the jungle is the only rule in the world of horror. In very rare cases, the rule of big fish eating small fish will be broken. For example, someone like Insheng, who's a nepotism hire. Forcibly suppressing his fear, Jack manipulated the puppet to speak. Dr. Een, actually, we can still discuss this. There's no irreconcilable conflict between us, is there? And also, Countess Rose is of noble status. How could someone as lowly as me be worthy of her personally taking action? Everything today is just a misunderstanding. I, Jack, am willing to pay any price to clear this up. What do you say? The more tyrannical Jack was before, the more humble he is now. That cautious, submissive demeanor, coupled with that ugly and horrifying face. It really gives people an indescribable awkward feeling. Misunderstanding. Insheng couldn't help but sneer. In this world, there are never any real misunderstandings, only the fear of those who lack the strength. Sister Rose, you must have heard it too, Mr. Jack, the parasitic scarecrow from Black Crow Hospital, is the target I want you to kill. Since you've agreed to this deal, I'm leaving everything to you from now on. Countess Rose smiled sweetly upon hearing this. Don't worry, my little brother, you will soon hear the news of his death. As soon as he finished speaking, the reflection of the magic circle disappeared. From beginning to end, Count Rose had absolutely no intention of paying any attention to Jack. Even Jack's humble attempts to clear up the misunderstanding had no effect whatsoever. The call has been disconnected. Even with his silver tongue, Jack had no chance to continue speaking. Time is like water droplets falling to the ground, making a crisp, ticking sound, quietly passing by in the stillness. With Quails and Lena protecting him, no matter how crazy Jack gets, he can't hurt Insheng. All he could do was stand there stiffly and numbly. Nobody knows what Jack's true form is like now. Soon, the corpse, its face ravaged by straw, suddenly displayed an expression of utter terror. Then it went completely silent, as if it had crashed. Insheng was somewhat relieved. Count Rose was still quite efficient. After agreeing to the deal, it seems they immediately took action. On the other side, Jack's true form is hidden in a ghost supermarket not far from Black Crow Hospital. He knelt on the ground, trembling, and in his empty eye sockets made of straw, flowed emotions called despair and fear. The Count of Roses has found him. Furthermore, with the terrifying domain power of the blood-clad demon, he forcibly condensed back the fragments of his soul that were scattered across the many puppets. Although the condensation of the divided souls amplified Jack's power to a certain extent, the problem is, he's still just a vengeful ghost in red. There was absolutely no way to survive when facing the blood-clad vengeful ghost. What's more, we're facing two terrifying beings at the level of blood-clad vengeful ghosts. That's right. The Count of Rose was not the only one chasing after Jack the parasitic scarecrow. Beside her stood a petite and adorable little girl, with a yellow talisman on her forehead, who was less than 1.6 meters tall. She is none other than Zhang Ling, the mistress of the corpse tomb. She was a guest at the Rose Earl's castle, and was enjoying herself after making a fortune with Insheng. Before the excitement had even subsided, he heard from Count Rose that Insheng had paid to kill Jack. Well, we adhere to the principle of sharing everything when we meet. To act cute and charming towards Count Rose for a while, before she got the chance to chase down Jack together. And so, the underworld chasing Jack the red-clad, vengeful ghost unfolded. The crimson domain of the Count of Roses, the corpse domain of the 1,000-year-old zombie. The contrasting colors of red and gray create a distinct and clearly defined space within the ghost supermarket. What? Can anyone tell me what's going on? An innocent, vengeful ghost, who was shopping in the supermarket, squatted down and trembled as it asked. Beside him, a group of equally innocent ghosts, not even at the level of vengeful spirits, didn't even have the courage to speak. One by one, they fell straight to the ground, trembling like leaves, directly corroded by the ghostly aura of the blood-clothed vengeful spirit. This is the suppressive power of higher-ranking ghosts over lower-ranking ghosts. Although Countess Rose and her companions weren't targeting those low-level monsters at all. However, even just releasing the domain and the ghostly energy that spread out was a terrifying power that those low-level ghosts could not resist. Jack, who was at the core of the domain and was being suppressed and unable to move, felt endless despair. Should we just kill them? Jiangling asked. Beside her, a gray aura of corpse energy stretched out like countless grotesque arms reaching out from hell. It looked as if the scarecrow's body would be torn to shreds at any moment. Kill him, but keep his body as intact as possible. I'm planning to give little brother Yin Chung a small gift, and while I'm at it, collect the remaining payment for this deal. Countess Rose wore a bright smile, her nimble tongue licking her lips, as if savoring the flavor that captivated her. Jiang Ling's eyes darted around, a sly glint in them. Sister Rose, what's the rest of the reward? You didn't tell me before that there was a reward besides ghost coins. The somewhat cheesy words made Count Rose's skin crawl. She glared at Jiang Ling with some annoyance, feeling quite frustrated. She was preoccupied with preparing a gift for her little brother and seeing if she could get more blood from him. As a result, they overlooked the fact that there was another vampire following them. If Jiang Ling found out, she would know that her deal with Yin Cheng included 200 milliliters of Yin Cheng's blood. That would be terrible. Given Jiang Ling's personality, she'll probably pester her until the end of time, just to try and get a share of the pie. As the Countess of Rose, a member of the vampire clan, she knew all too well how powerful the allure of Yin Cheng's blood was. The temptation that she couldn't resist, Jiang Ling, who also loved blood, naturally couldn't escape it either. Even before she arrived, Jiang Ling was still indignant. The reason is, when Yin Cheng contacted Countess Rose, she was unable to taste the drop of blood that was transmitted through the magic circle. Yin Cheng's blood has almost become an obsession for this zombie loli. Chapter 49 Yin Cheng, Omnum. Once a shining star, the parasitic scarecrow Jack remains a nightmare for countless human players. He's dead, beyond any hope of survival. Even the body itself was packed into a large gift box, arranged in an exquisite manner. A gift should look like a gift. After Count Rose and Jiang Ling left carrying the oversized gift box, the innocent ghosts, who were crawling on the ground and trembling, gradually began to come to their senses. The owner of the ghost supermarket, a minotaur, carefully climbed down from the beef shelf. After wiping the cold sweat streaming down his forehead with lingering fear, he realized what was happening. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "What's wrong with the world lately? Are blood-clothed ghosts as worthless as cabbages, running around everywhere? I seem to have encountered them at least 3 times in just a few days." Clearly, Mr. Minotaur's luck wasn't very good, or rather, it was abnormally good. They were able to encounter terrifying ghosts and monsters of the bloodstained level no less than 3 times in a short period of time. This clearly demonstrates his powerful luck. "Sho, old bull, do you want to die? How dare you talk about such a being behind his back?" A water monkey next to the Minotaur couldn't help but shudder upon hearing this and warned him. I got too excited and was careless." The Minotaur's face stiffened, and he hurriedly lowered his head and bowed repeatedly to apologize, as if afraid that Count Rose and Jiang Ling, who had already left, would reappear. Fortunately, Count Rose wasn't so bored as to deliberately turn around and toy with these weak monsters. Before long, the ghost supermarket, which had been somewhat chaotic, gradually returned to order. The frequent appearances of the blood-clad ghost had become a major topic of conversation among the ghosts. They just didn't notice. What does the frequent appearance of blood-stained ghosts really mean? The third hospital. Outside the VIP consultation room, a long line of strange patients stood waiting. I'm starting to get restless. Since Dean Quills entered the consultation room with a mysterious man, they haven't heard a number being called. Just as the patients suffering from the ghosts were becoming restless and anxious, a group of black shadows formed from bats, carrying 2 figures, appeared in front of the third hospital. Hiss! The 2 tiger-headed security guards gasped in surprise. They hadn't expected that the great Earl of Rose would reappear at the third hospital after only 1 day. They could only stand there, too afraid to move. However, Countess Rose and the equally terrifying figure beside her had no intention of paying them any attention. Carrying an oversized gift box, she followed the direction she sensed and headed straight for the VIP consultation room. In an instant, throughout the entire third hospital was the crisp sound of Count Rose's footsteps. Neither the patients suffering from ghosts nor the hospital staff dared to breathe loudly. They stood frozen in place, looking exactly like a group of scarecrows that Jack had turned into puppets. But this is obviously not their fault. Count Rose is one thing. He's already a regular at the third hospital. For her, the patients with the ghosts and the staff of the third hospital felt awe, but not fear. After all, Count Rose was a nobleman who followed the so-called noble code and would not act recklessly. But who knows what the petite and cute zombie next to her is? Jiang Ling, the ruthless best friend of the Count of Rose. The sinister and terrifying master of the corpse tomb. She may not be the most powerful zombie in the morgue, but she is the one with absolute dominance. She looks petite and cute, and is very endearing. In reality, his personality is unpredictable and hard to understand. Many of the ghosts who came to provide Jiang Ling with dirt on Earl Rose rarely returned alive. Jiang Ling had inquired about Earl Rose's dirty secrets at the third hospital before. During this process, quite a few patients suffering from ghosts and even doctors died. He has a powerful background and an eccentric personality. Such a blood-clad, vengeful ghost would naturally instill fear in the other ghosts and monsters. Fortunately, Jiang Ling's attention was completely focused on them today. Her cunning eyes darted around, as if she were plotting something. On the way here, she had already made a 3-point agreement with Count Rose, promising that she would not act rashly after seeing Yin Cheng. However, how could Jiang Ling's little scheme be so easily dismissed by Earl Rose? To be a truly ruthless best friend, one must always maintain the fine tradition of stealing someone else's partner. Can she still be called a heartless best friend? Dean, what do you think of this material? Could it be used to forge a decent puppet? Confirming that Jack's fragmented soul had disappeared from the puppet. Without the slightest disgust or fear, Yin Cheng walked up to the corpse, looked it over, and then asked Quills. After silently mourning for his old friend Jack for 3 seconds, Quills nodded decisively and said, "With a corpse of such a red-clothed ghost level, we should be able to raise the level another notch and refine a quasi-red-clothed level puppet." "Oh, I see. That'll be of trouble then." Just as Yin Cheng was about to ask Quills for help, the door to the consultation room clicked open. A small figure rushed to Yin Cheng's side at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. She grabbed his hand and brought it to her nose, sniffing it like a puppy. The scene unfolded so suddenly and too quickly, fast that even the red-clad ghosts, Quails and Lena, couldn't react. Yin Cheng. Lena was extremely flustered and her anxiety was at its peak. Lena had met Jiang Ling before, so she dared not make any rash moves. The only thing they could do was turn their pleading gaze to Count Rose, who stood at the door with a furious expression. "Jiang Ling." Count Rose's melodious voice was now incredibly deep, calling out each word with deliberate pause. Cough cough. Jiang Ling reluctantly let go of Yin Cheng's arm and swallowed. Then, turning back every few steps, she retreated, explaining, "I was just smelling it, just smelling it." "Huh." Count Rose responded with a cold laugh. "Don't forget the 3 rules. As the master of the corpse tomb, you don't want to bring shame upon it, do you? I advise you to behave yourself, otherwise." Jiang Ling, Epsilon, 3. Life is tough, even zombies sigh. The feeling of being manipulated is absolutely awful. But what can she do when she's a zombie who keeps her promises? With no other option, Jiang Ling could only stand still and behave herself for the time being. But her cunning eyes kept staring at Yin Cheng, scrutinizing him intently. Yin Cheng. TT. It's numb, it's really numb. First, there's the Count of Roses, eager and thirsty, and now there's the little zombie eyeing them covetously. Question: how can one preserve their precious blood as much as possible from a combination of vampires and zombies when there is no way to resist? I need help urgently. Chapter 50. Not a single drop more. Sister Rose, why did you come all the way here in person? Finally, Yin Cheng, trembling, forced a smile and took the initiative to ask. Good heavens. He had originally planned to delay for a while and collect another 200 milliliters of blood to mail to the other party. Now it seems. Is 200 milliliters really enough? Panic, I'm so panicked. Looking at Jiang Ling's drooling eyes, Yin Cheng wished he could find a hole to crawl into and disappear into, so that no one could find him. Little brother Yin Cheng, I brought you a little gift this time. Shouldn't you thank me a little? With a charming smile, Countess Rose shoved the oversized gift box beside her in front of Yin Cheng with a loud bang. Having fully awakened his vampire bloodline, he immediately sensed what the big guy in the box was. Sister, you brought Jack's body? In Cheng's expression brightened slightly, and he felt a little touched at the same time. In Cheng could still sense the Count of Rose's high regard for him. When he awakened, the other party rushed over without saying a word and even transferred his own blood to him as a resource for awakening. This gives us a glimpse into the situation. Therefore, In Cheng still highly approves of this Rose sister. That's right. Considering that your sister brought you an extra gift, shouldn't the final payment for the transaction be made? Count Rose's eyes were teasing, and her nimble tongue licked her bright red lips. Although the words were not finished, the meaning was already very clear. In Cheng, oh. Sure enough, the most expensive thing in the world is always free. While silently complaining in his heart, In Cheng had to force a smile and tentatively asked, how about adding 100 milliliters? Count Rose narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly. Little brother In Cheng, this is a complete corpse of a red-clothed vengeful ghost, a very rare and precious material. Upon hearing this, In Cheng felt like crying out loud. However, circumstances are beyond our control. He couldn't refuse such a gift that was offered to him so readily. 200 milliliters, add another 200 milliliters. That's really the most I can do. Not a single drop more. In Cheng had a bitter expression on his face, looking like he was about to be squeezed dry. One side, Lena turned her head away, feeling a little reluctant. She really wanted to share some of the burden with In Cheng. Unfortunately, she was powerless to do so. She was merely a bloodless ghost, and for the time being, she was no match for Count Rose. Without harming In Cheng's life, she could only let Count Rose do as she pleased. After all, the Earl still values In Cheng and wouldn't truly harm his essence. Time slips away silently. After In Cheng kept playing the victim and bargaining. In the end, an agreement was reached with Earl Rose for 450 milliliters of blood. And it's the kind of transaction that happens in person. Dean Quills personally performed the procedure, drawing blood with perfect precision, and handed it over to Earl Rose. Jiang Ling, who was standing next to her, was so anxious that she jumped up and down. During the blood draw, In Cheng's heart was pounding rapidly. A blood-soaked, vengeful zombie, while he was drawing blood. With its sharp teeth bared and staring intently at him, how could he not be afraid? Held Jiang Ling down firmly, preventing any unexpected situations from occurring. Vampires have amazing regenerative abilities. The tiny puncture hole from the needle prick healed in the blink of an eye. After the peculiar fragrance of In Cheng's blood disappeared from the air, Jiang Ling gradually calmed down. His cunning eyes kept darting around, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Upon seeing this, In Cheng shuddered. Knowing that he had been targeted by the zombie Loli, he quickly changed the subject, saying, Dean, can two materials of the level of a red-clothed ghost be used to create a puppet of the level of a red-clothed ghost? Quills remained silent, giving In Cheng a strange look. Young man, you don't really think that the red-clothed ghost is as easy as cabbage, do you? The reason Jack is able to possess puppets at the level of the red-clothed ghost is entirely due to his unique talent, and it also requires him to split his soul to control them. Every puppet lost will cause some damage to him. A puppet at the level of a near red-clothed vengeful ghost is basically the highest level that can be created. Anything higher. Quills pondered for a moment, a hint of longing appearing on his animated face. More advanced puppets may be possible to create, but the problem is, it's not worth it. Not worth it. In Cheng was slightly taken aback. Yes, the red-clothed ghost is different from ordinary wandering spirits, evil spirits, or vengeful ghosts. Ghosts that have reached this level have undergone a fundamental change compared to lower-level ghosts. Quill sighed and continued. It's not that I'm unwilling to invest in helping you. In fact, I also want to achieve a technological breakthrough and create a puppet of the same level as myself. The problem is that there are no suitable materials to serve as the power core for driving the red-clothed ghost puppet, unless you can find the core of a special monster like Ralph Frankenstein. But you must know that the value of that precious core already surpasses that of an ordinary red-clothed vengeful ghost. Using it to make puppets is basically a waste. Therefore, becoming a quasi-red-clothed woman is the limit of what I can do. Quills couldn't help but sigh again. If possible, wouldn't he also like to make full use of his skills to create a puppet that would impress people? Even a skilled cook can't cook without rice. Since cores are hard to come by, even if he had one, why didn't he cultivate a monster just like Ralph? There is a difference between puppets and ghosts. The former is an inanimate object, lacking the potential for growth. The latter, on the other hand, has a higher potential and growth capacity that puppets do not possess. The only commendable thing about puppets is that their loyalty can be guaranteed. But for someone like Quails, his value is too low. Wait. It's not entirely impossible for you to create a puppet of the level of a red-clad, vengeful ghost. After a moment of silence, Jiang Ling suddenly spoke up. Quill's eyes lit up. Lena looked slightly curious. Count Rose frowned slightly. Yin Sheng shuddered and subconsciously said, "Actually, I think a puppet at the near red-robed level is enough. We don't need to pursue it too much." "What are you talking about? You're someone Rose values highly. Your safety is the most important thing. How could a mere quasi-red puppet possibly protect you?" With a serious and righteous expression on her extremely cute face, Jiang Ling spoke with great conviction. However, the more she acted like this, the more flustered Yin Sheng became. His intuition told him that this little zombie girl was up to no good. Chapter 51. We are vampires, not blood pumps. Speak plainly, don't beat around the bush. Don't forget, we made a 3-point agreement. Count Rose quickly saw through Jiang Ling's little schemes. However, she was indeed somewhat worried about Yin Sheng's safety. Well, Yin Sheng has only been at the 3rd hospital for a short time, but he has already caused quite a stir. First came the vengeful ghost He, then came the red-clad Jack. Most importantly, Yin Sheng also swallowed a drop of blood belonging to an unspeakable level of ghost, which might have involved some major karmic consequences. Count Rose was still somewhat worried. I'm worried about both my food supply and the potential of Yin Sheng, this rising star among the vampires, being cut short. So, even though she knew some of Jiang Ling's ulterior motives, she still patiently refrained from dragging Jiang Ling away directly. Ahem. Seeing the helpless look on Count Rose's face, Jiang Ling cleared her throat triumphantly. Little brother Yin Sheng, you haven't forgotten that this princess still has a zombie corpse of the level of a blood-clothed vengeful ghost in her hands, have you? Upon hearing this, Quill's mechanical electronic eye instantly shone brightly. An extremely rare material of the level of a blood-stained ghost. For a monster like him who loves to transform, it was undoubtedly a tremendous temptation. However, Quills quickly stalled. The 3rd hospital's predicament has not yet fully recovered. Poverty made him rationally remain silent. On the other hand, Yin Sheng was equally moved after hearing about the corpse of the blood-clothed ghost again. However, he had just gone from becoming rich overnight to being penniless, with tens of thousands of ghost coins still in his possession. Not much better than Quails. How could he afford the blood-clad ghost-level material, which is worth 2 million ghost coins for just one arm? Further speculation. Jiang Ling came with Count Rose, so she obviously knew about the deal between him and Count Rose. In other words, this little zombie knew very well that it had no money. Here's the problem. Knowing he had no money, they still specifically mentioned that rare material. What is Jiang Ling's intention? There's probably only one purpose. Blood. Yin Sheng's blood. Yin Sheng's face grew even more bitter, tears welling up in his eyes. But he had no one to confide in. Having just had 450 milliliters of blood extracted from him, his legs began to tremble slightly. The corpse of the red-clothed, vengeful ghost equals 450 milliliters of blood. Blood-clad ghost-level materials equals unknown. He didn't really want to answer this question, but he was also reluctant to give up the precious opportunity to obtain the red-clothed, ghost-level puppet. So conflicted. So very conflicted. Yin Sheng stood there with a bitter expression, unsure of what to say. If it's to be used as a power source, it should require the heart of a blood-clad ghost-level zombie, right? Lena, who had remained silent the whole time, suddenly spoke up and asked a question. Quills nodded subconsciously. That's right. The heart of a zombie at the level of a blood-clad ghost is more than enough as the power source for the red-clad ghost puppet. Then, Miss Jiang Ling, how many ghost coins would that heart cost? Lena asked a little nervously. Yin Sheng. Jiang Ling, unknown. Count Rose glanced thoughtfully at Lena, a strange feeling of unease rising within him. As for Quails, the glass container holding his brain was bubbling wildly, like water boiling. The fact that a nurse in his own hospital was a hidden, vengeful ghost in red was already enough to surprise Quails. But now it seems, Lena is not only incredibly powerful and has a special identity, but she also seems to be extremely wealthy. What made Gue even more jealous was that she seemed to be planning to help this human boy, Yin Sheng, buy an extremely rare material. Quails had never known what jealousy was, but he felt as if he had eaten 1,000 lemons, sour to the extreme. Not for sale. When Lena asked her, Jiang Ling resolutely refused. Then, bang, Count Rose gave her wicked best friend a good-natured tap on the head. Then her slender fingers turned slightly red. The head of a 1,000-year-old zombie. It's made of steel. Why did you say you weren't going to sell it? Are you kidding us? Count Rose rubbed his fingers and said irritably. Jiang Ling didn't care at all about being hit on the head. A sly smile appeared on her cute face as she said, I won't sell, but we can barter. This princess is very generous. Considering how good your relationship is with little brother Yin Chung, I can accept installment payments. Were revealed. Absolutely the truth. After all that talk, isn't it just that they want our blood? And installment payments? Isn't that just regular blood collection? Yin Chung was filled with grief and indignation, but his body betrayed him as he asked, Miss Jiang Ling, how do you plan to exchange goods? Jiang Ling's eyes lit up, and she let out a triumphant laugh. The materials used are of the blood-stained ghost level, especially the heart part. I'm sure everyone knows how rare they are. Jiang Ling pretended to ponder for a moment, then put on a magnanimous expression and said, 100 milliliters of fresh blood a day, continuously supplied for a year. How about that? Cheap, right? Yin Chung. It is known that an adult can donate a maximum of 400 milliliters of blood at a time. Jiang Ling asked for a quarter of a top-tier blood donation every single day, and it has to last for a year. He's a vampire, not a blood pump. Bang. Ouch. 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 Jiang Ling covered her head and grimaced, looking extremely cute. Throbbing headache, even from the blood-red, spiky forehead. Glared at Count Rose with feigned grievance. 100 milliliters a day? Do you think Yincheng is a blood pump? Countess Rose rolled her eyes and said irritably. This. Jiang Ling knew she was in the wrong and said awkwardly. Isn't there a saying among humans? Asked the sky, then bargained down. If you're not satisfied with the price, we can talk it over slowly. Well, being clever, she certainly wasn't stupid enough to think that Yin Chung would agree to such a condition. Yin Chung is now considered a vampire, and if he is in a state of blood deficiency for a long time, it will affect his growth. Jiang Ling was well aware of how much Count Rose valued Yin Chung, so her true intention was naturally to pursue a long-term, steady relationship. However, when it comes to buying and selling, it's all about bargaining. More importantly, Jiang Ling wanted to outdo Earl Rose in front of Yin Chung. Imagine, every day, she would hold a cup of Yin Cheng's blood and wave it in front of Count Rose. How wonderful it would be to watch the other person grit their teeth, yet be utterly helpless. Chapter 52 The Unspeakable Impending Demise. A storm is brewing. For the next half hour, Yin Chung argued his case logically, with Count Rose lending his support, and Lena silently cheering him on. Quills had no say and could only watch with envy from the sidelines. If he could, he would really like to trade his own blood with Jiang Ling. Trading by the ton is fine too. Unfortunately, Quails lacked the talent for temptation of the dead, and his blood held absolutely no allure for the two blood-clad ghosts. Final. The negotiation ended with Jiang Ling gritting her teeth, her face falling, and cursing. The terms of the deal were changed to, Yin Chung would provide Jiang Ling with 200 milliliters of blood every 7 days, for a period of 1 year. Most importantly, one of the key conditions is that, as Yin Cheng's strength grows, the amount of blood he provides can be reduced accordingly. In other words, as long as Yin Chung grows fast enough, the frequency of blood delivery can then be further reduced. The fact that they were able to discuss things to this extent is undoubtedly inseparable from the assistance of Count Rose. This is also why Jiang Ling is so agitated and jumping up and down. After the transaction details were finalized, who had been standing silently atop Lemon Mountain, called out to Count Rose and Jiang Ling, who were about to leave. What is it? Count Rose asked coldly, showing none of the gentleness she had shown Yin Chung when facing the dean. Quill's animated face turned extremely solemn as he said, Gentlemen, I have something very important to discuss with you, which may involve things that cannot be said. Count Rose and Jiang Ling's pupils shrank to pinpoints. Yin Chung narrowed his eyes, recalling what Lena had said, that Quill seemed to have gone into seclusion after an outing. At first, I thought that Quails was injured by the blood-clad ghost, which gave he the opportunity, but now it seems. Seeing Quill's extremely serious expression, Yin Chung suddenly felt a sense of urgency, as if a storm was brewing. Were your previous injuries caused by something unspeakable? A hint of suspicion flashed in Jiang Ling's eyes, but she quickly denied it. No, you, a mere red-clothed woman, had absolutely no chance of surviving against such an existence, no matter how special you were. Count Rose's expression changed slightly as he made a connection to something, and he asked, Are the blood-clad ghosts that have been frequently appearing in Yinming City recently related to what you've mentioned? Because of his anorexia, Count Rose had previously paid no attention to the changes in the underworld city. Jiang Ling was so focused on getting back at her wicked best friend that she didn't pay attention to these issues. It wasn't until Quails brought it up that they started to realize what was happening. My injuries are laughable. I was only injured at the very root of my soul because of a single accidental glimpse. Quills looked terrified. Every time he recalled the scene from that day, his electronic eyes would start flashing wildly. That day, Quills never dreamed that he, a mere red-clad figure, would have the honor of seeing a glimpse of an unspeakable aspect of a being. What terrified him even more was that with just one glance, he inexplicably sensed that indescribable being, seemingly on the verge of destruction, exuding an aura of decay and decay. The injury Quills suffered was due to that one glance. His very soul almost decayed along with that unspeakable being. Carrying shocking news that would devastate Yinming City, he immediately returned to the third hospital. And then, he got tricked by He. The experience, simple yet terrifying, came from Quails' mouth. Count Rose and Jiang Ling, both of whom were at the blood-clad level, couldn't help but gasp in shock. Yinsheng also kept a close eye on Quails' condition with his eye of insight. After confirming that what the other party said was true, he couldn't help but feel a bit of absurdity. I'm just a newbie who's just started playing horror games. Although the opportunities were plentiful, they immediately encountered the unspeakable major event of the death of a super ghost that was almost unknown in the human world. Isn't that a bit outrageous? At the same time, Yinsheng also learned some simple information that was rarely circulated in the world. For example, the world of horror also has its boundaries. Yinming City, where he is currently located, is situated within the chaotic ghost realm. The unspeakable being, whom Quills caught a glimpse of and was about to perish, was speculated to be in existence from beyond the chaos realm. Both Count Rose and Jiang Ling have impressive backgrounds. Their speculation was quickly confirmed. The ineffable realm within the chaotic ghost realm is such that even on ordinary days, not a single ghost can be seen. However, they still maintain some connection with the outside world. Although Countess Rose and her entourage could not contact them personally, the people behind them were still able to do so, confirming the veracity of Quills' message. A moment of silence fell over the room. The eyes of Count Rose and Jiang Ling clearly showed signs of interest. It is unspeakable, or perhaps it is an unspeakable being on the verge of falling. For blood-clad, vengeful ghosts like them, it was an almost irresistible temptation. Calm down, Sister Rose. And Miss Jiang Ling too. On one side, Yinsheng remained silent for a long time, then felt that something was wrong and quickly offered some advice. Countess Rose snapped out of her reverie, a hint of doubt flashing across her alluring face. Little brother Yinsheng, do you suspect something's amiss? She was very smart and immediately saw the reason for Yinsheng's worries. Although there aren't as many powerful ghosts and monsters in the human world as in the horror world, I believe that the principles summarized by our ancestors can also be applied to the horror world. Yinsheng said solemnly. There must be a reason for this unusual behavior. An unspeakable being who is about to fall should not be making such a public display, whether he is being hunted down by enemies or for some other reason. I may not be able to fully comprehend just how terrifying this unspeakable power is, but even from your few words, it is a terrifying existence that even the blood-clad demon cannot compare to. If that's the case, why was even the woman in red able to see him so easily? Dean, is your survival really just because you're lucky, because you're special? I suspect there's a big problem behind this unspeakable being that's about to fall. He analyzed the problem very seriously, and felt more and more that something was not quite right. The smell of conspiracy is almost overwhelming. The burning passion in Count Rose and Jiang Ling's eyes gradually cooled down with Yinsheng's words. Their expressions were rather unpleasant, and their pupils were filled with intense vigilance. The unspeakable temptation caused them to lose their minds. Yinsheng's reminder made them suddenly realize the truth. There are too many flaws in this matter. Upon closer examination, the problems can be almost all identified. But how many ghosts and monsters can remain rational under such temptation when faced with the imminent fall of an unspeakable being? Not to mention those who witnessed it firsthand, like Quails and other monsters. Can they control their inner turmoil and refrain from coveting that unspeakable figure on the verge of destruction? Chapter 53. As expected, the mysterious cross necklace. Count Rose and Jiang Ling left. Then, on Yinsheng's arm, another unique mark of Jiang Ling's corpse tomb appeared. It gives me the feeling of having two straws. Helplessness, tinged with a touch of sadness. How could a perfectly good doctor start selling his blood to make a living? Cheng couldn't understand this question. Life is tough, Cheng sighed. However, Cheng's face soon broke into a smile again. The reason is simple. Jiang Ling's bloodstained, ghost-level zombie heart has arrived. The heart was transmitted through the corpse tomb mark. Lena immediately stepped forward and held it in her hands, preventing the spread of the corpse energy. To prevent Cheng from being harmed by the corpse energy, Dean, I have prepared the main materials for the puppet. I'll leave the rest to you. I'll do my best. Quills didn't dare to make any boasts or say anything about certain success. He has never actually created a red-robed puppet. The only guarantee that Quills could make was to do his best. Then I'll leave it to you, Dean. Cheng didn't hesitate and decisively handed the materials to Quills. With the combined pressure from Count Rose and Jiang Ling, the other party wouldn't dare to resort to any underhanded tactics. Quills nodded, and the giant octopus tentacles carrying the materials drifted away. Outside the house, the long line of patients watched as Dean Quills appeared. They immediately surrounded them. Dean Quills, how is Dr. Ian? Is he able to resume treating patients? A gaunt old man, suffering from severe bone pain, asked impatiently. Is Dr. Ian all right? Quills, you're the director of the third hospital. You must protect Dr. Yin's safety. Some ghosts who seemed to be quite familiar with Quills, and they couldn't help but give him some advice, clearly still quite concerned about Cheng's safety. He was a ghost who came to express his gratitude after being healed by Yun Sung yesterday, and he was the kind with a bit of a background. Quills remained silent for a long time, watching the ghostly patients who were eagerly surrounding him. Although he had considered that Cheng's existence would bring unprecedented changes to the third hospital, but it seems the changes are a bit too drastic. As a result, almost all the patients at the third hospital voluntarily transferred to Cheng's care. The rest of the doctors look like they're about to lose their jobs. Quills remained silent for a long time, his animated face turning slightly dark, listening to the cacophony around him, all of which were inquiries about Dr. Yin's condition. He felt a throbbing pain in his head. If this continues, the other doctors in the third hospital will eventually be reduced to menial tasks, right? Dr. Ian is fine. You can continue seeing patients. Just keep waiting in line according to your numbers. Quills was a bit annoyed, gave a perfunctory reply, and left in a hurry. The patients with the ghostly illness breathed a long sigh of relief and then returned to their orderly state, waiting for Dr. Ian to call their number in the VIP consultation room. Calling numbers, dropping money, being found and returned by honest people, getting medical treatment, and then the cycle repeats. This became the main theme of Cheng's life these past few days. With the help of his superb medical skills, Cheng's reputation soared, and even patients suffering from ghosts and monsters outside the third hospital came to him by word of mouth. Gradually, the title of Miracle Doctor at the third hospital spread quietly throughout the entire Yiming City region. There was no way around it. With the Rose Earl theme in the marketing, Cheng couldn't help but become famous. Not to mention, his exquisite medical skills have never failed him so far. He became famous in Yiming City. It was just a little bit earlier than expected. After another nearly full day of high-intensity work, Cheng lay on the sofa that had been specially moved for him, enjoying Lena's cool and extremely comfortable lap pillow. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This is the right way to play a horror game. Knock, knock, knock. The puppet is complete. A knock came at the door, accompanied by Quills's tired voice. Cheng's eyes lit up instantly, and he couldn't help but get excited. Today is the last day he can stay at the third hospital. He had already given up hope that Quills would be able to finish building the puppet before he left. But Quills gave him a surprise. Please come in, Dean. Cheng reluctantly got up from Lena's lap pillow and looked expectantly at Quills as he entered the room. I have fulfilled my mission. This puppet may well be the best masterpiece of my life. Although Quills looked slightly tired, the animated face on his glass container was full of excitement. Quill's wish was to create a puppet that would be perfect for him. Now his wish has been fulfilled, and it was even achieved on the ashes of his old rival. Although I was a little tired, I was so happy that I could say I was incredibly relaxed. As he spoke, he handed the uniquely designed necklace to Cheng. The necklace is pure black and smooth to the touch. It's unclear what material it's made of. But that's not the point. The point is that the pendant is about the size of an index finger. The pendant is shaped like a yellowish cross made of straw. On the cross, bound to a horrifying-looking corpse, its face contorted in pain and grotesque, was so lifelike that it sent chills down one's spine. A necklace with an eerie design. It was the perfect masterpiece that Quills created after working tirelessly for several days. Dr. Ian, drip your true blood onto the cross, and you will be able to control it as if it were your own arm. The puppet's abilities, characteristics, and so on will also be transformed into information for you to know. Quills looked on with anticipation, eager to witness his masterpiece being activated and displaying its immense power. Face immediately fell, and his eyes showed a hint of weariness. Blood, or the original, true blood. Ian Chung felt as if he couldn't stand the word blood. Having successfully awakened into a true vampire, Ian Chung naturally understood the significance of primordial blood to the vampire race. A drop of primordial blood is almost equivalent to a small part of the soul that has been separated out. Although he knew that this was a necessary condition for manipulating puppets, otherwise it would be too ridiculous if something like a puppet could be taken away so easily. Yeah, that's what I think, and it really hurts. However, as uncomfortable as it may be, Ian Cheng's body still tells a story. With a gritted tooth and a stomp of the foot, Ian Cheng's fingernails suddenly became sharp and long, piercing straight into his heart through his white coat. The next moment, a drop of blood, as bright as amber and as clear as jade, fell onto the straw cross under his guidance. His face turned visibly pale, and his aura became much weaker. Of one's original true blood is a tremendous price for vampires, even if it is only a single drop. But after the puppet recognized its master and transmitted back information, he became aware of it. A surprised smile couldn't help but appear on his pale face. Chapter 54: The Ultimate Weapon of Mankind, Parasitic Puppet. The process of refining the puppet was very peaceful. Strange scenes such as treasures recognizing their owners or strange phenomena appearing all over the sky. Thank you for your trouble, Dean. I'm very satisfied with the puppet, thank you. After the refining was completely completed, Ian Chung did not try to activate the puppet, but instead expressed his gratitude to Quills. The puppet was able to be manufactured so quickly and perfectly met his expectations. It was easy to carry. Clearly, Dean Quills has put in a lot of effort, and it's only right to say thank you. I'm glad you're satisfied. Being able to create such a puppet has fulfilled a long-cherished wish of mine. I should be the one thanking you. Quills appreciated Ian Cheng's attitude and responded in kind. Should I find you a spacious place so you can test the puppet's power? Seeing that Ian Chung didn't seem to want to activate the puppet, Quill couldn't help but ask. He seemed a little unwilling if he couldn't witness his own creation unleash its full power. However, Ian Chung shook his head and said, I am very satisfied with the puppet you crafted, Dean. The feedback I received also gave me a good understanding of its capabilities. There's no need for any testing. Quills. He suddenly felt a little regretful that he had made the puppet so perfect. It must be said that Quills' methods of creating puppets were quite ingenious. After the refining was completed, all the information and details of the puppet were completely fed back to Ian Chung. Parasitic Puppet was the most fitting name Ian Chung could think of. It is why Quills considers it a masterpiece. It's not simply because the puppet itself can unleash power at the level of a red-clothed vengeful ghost. More importantly, it may look like a puppet, but in reality, it can become many puppets. Because Quills actually preserve the innate abilities of Parasite Jack the Scarecrow perfectly. Even the other red-clad corpse that Jack contributed was perfectly integrated into the puppet. That is, the horrifying, bound corpse on the cross. The corpse is the first step in activating the puppet. It will detach from the straw cross and return to its original shape. When transformed into a separate puppet, it can display the power of a red-clad vengeful ghost. Of course, it doesn't have any special abilities. The only thing worth mentioning is that it's quite durable and has decent recovery capabilities. The puppet's second activation is to activate Jack's true form, which is the cross woven from straw. The straw that parasitizes the Scarecrow is flexible and sharp, possessing the ability to grow and extend on its own, as well as to entangle and strangle, making it quite powerful. Most deadly of all, when faced with an enemy who has lost his thread, Ian Chung is able to manipulate straw to possess the enemy's body. This will allow us to create more puppets. What excites Ian Chung the most is that the special talent of the parasitic Scarecrow Jack, parasitism, is divided into 3 levels. In the first stage of parasitism, the straw erodes the target's vital organs and brain, thereby achieving the goal of completely killing and controlling the target. At this stage, the puppet created by parasitism can exert less than half of its original strength. But the appearance will remain unchanged, and that's the key point. The second stage is like the mangled corpses that Jack manipulates, completely unrecognizable, with straw roots. It can exert about 80% of the host's strength and life, but cannot exert the host's original talent. The third stage is when one is completely transformed into a scarecrow. At this stage, the parasitized puppet can use all the abilities of the parasitic scarecrow itself, which means it has been assimilated. The level of the parasitized entity determines the strength of the puppet created after complete parasitism, which corresponds to the level of the parasitic scarecrow. However, relatively speaking, it is necessary to achieve a state of complete parasitic assimilation. The time required is directly proportional to the strength of the host. Completely assimilated the red-clad, ghost-like puppet before his death speaks volumes. For Yin Sheng, the parasitism in the latter two stages was actually not very meaningful. In this terrifying world, strength reigns supreme, and those who are parasitized are easily detected when facing powerful individuals. Yin Sheng also found it difficult to create a large number of scarecrow puppets within the limited time of the game mission. Let alone the third stage of parasitic assimilation, it would probably be difficult to even complete the second stage. Moreover, the horror game that Yin Sheng wants to pursue is based on human relationships and social interactions, rather than the painful struggle of fighting and killing. Without being provoked, he had no interest in playing some silly game like a ghost hunter. Isn't it great to make friends happily? Isn't it great to expand your network of connections, and perhaps even your ghostly ones? Having more friends means having more options, as long as you have enough friends in the horror world. One day, Yin Sheng will be able to roam freely in the world of horror games. Therefore, the parasitic abilities preserved in the puppet have limited scope for use in horror games. But, what if we were in the human world? Just thinking about it made Yin Sheng's heart pound. Without a doubt, once parasitic puppets appear in the human world, they will become a terrifying weapon of mass destruction. You need to know, even veteran players of horror games, except for a very small minority. For example, those lucky enough to have a ghost artifact recognize their master, and those who choose to coexist with ghosts or be parasitized. Wearing red is a height that almost no player can reach in their entire life. Don't be fooled by the fact that the red-clad figures can appear at any time in the horror world. Their numbers far exceed those of the blood-stained ghosts. But for humans, it is impossible to reach that level through their own strength. It's almost impossible to climb to heaven, because humans and ghosts are essentially beings from two completely different dimensions. Without the power of ghosts or monsters, or the moment of entering a horror game, one might awaken a powerful talent. Even if they spent their entire lives, they would never be able to touch the power of the extraordinary. The vast majority of human players rely on the shop feature provided by horror games to survive. The number of extremely lucky individuals who possess the strength of a red-clothed vengeful ghost is extremely small in the human world. The probability is probably less than 1 in 10,000. Under such circumstances, the abilities of the parasitic puppet will be extremely difficult to detect. If Yin Sheng is sincere, he can easily use parasitic puppets to turn many people into his marionettes. They can easily build a puppet army in the world, which ordinary people cannot easily detect in a short period of time. Imagine a familiar person beside you, or a relative, friend, etc. Imagine being silently controlled, your internal organs and brain replaced by withered straw. How terrifying would that be? Of course, there are flaws as well. The parasites, after all, do not possess the memories and emotions of their previous lives, and act entirely according to Yin Sheng's commands. If this goes on for even a short time, it will be easy for those close to you to notice that something is wrong. However, compared to its terrifying nature, this tiny flaw is nothing. Chapter 55 Returning to the Human World. Parasitic puppets, and a third activation. Unless absolutely necessary, Yin Sheng would rather not have to use this final restart. Self-destruction is the final activation of the parasitic puppet. The explosion, centered on the heart of a blood-clad zombie, will unleash a terrifying power that even the red-clad zombie would find difficult to resist. However, it's basically meaningless. The parasitic puppet itself is enough to deal with beings of the red robe level. The combined combat power of the corpse and the parasitic scarecrow is still quite considerable. If we can force Yin Sheng to the point where he has to use the third activation, there are only two possibilities. They encountered the deadly blood-stained clothes, or were chased by a large group of people dressed in red. Regardless of which option is chosen, even if the third self-destruct option is activated, it will essentially be meaningless. Only in certain special circumstances might the sudden self-destruction of a parasitic puppet bring about some unexpected effects. After thanking him again and bidding farewell to Dean Quills with a reluctant expression, the consultation room fell silent. Yin Sheng casually stuffed the parasitic puppet into his belt. This necklace has such a bizarre design, that even ordinary people who haven't played horror games can tell it's extraordinary, let alone those who have. Wearing it on your body makes it too easy for people to notice. If this causes any unnecessary trouble, that's not what Insheng wants to see. The initial excitement gradually subsided. Insheng's gaze returned to Lena, who was clearly happy for him as well, her flawless face adorned with a naturally charming smile. But, no matter how hard Lena tried to hide it, Insheng also noticed the disappointment in the other person's eyes, and there seemed to be something else besides that. Lena, Insheng, a male and a female ghost, as if they were telepathically connected, simultaneously called out each other's names. For some reason, the temperature seemed to rise inside the house, even though Lena had her own natural air conditioning. You go first. You go first. Insheng couldn't help but reveal a rather awkward smile. A blush rose on Lena's pale face. After a moment of silence, Insheng looked at Lena, whose friendship level had rapidly increased to the point of life and death together. He made a decision in his heart. Today, he will definitely change jobs. Insheng has never been a hesitant person. Lena has already reached this level, so what's wrong with the Undead Knight changing classes? Don't talk to him about female ghosts or anything like that. How many women in this world can do what Lena did? Unwavering trust. Meticulous protection. A simple and unwavering philosophy. These 3 points alone are enough to outshine many others. Not to mention, Lena was even willing to spend a lot of money to buy the heart of the blood-clothed zombie from Jiangling for Insheng's sake. A rich woman, or a rich woman who is loyal to you and makes you feel safe. I ask you, who could resist such temptation? Screw worldly conventions. There's no time like the present. This is a golden opportunity, don't miss it. I, Insheng, am changing jobs today. The idea had taken hold, and Insheng walked to the door of the consultation room and locked it with a click. Then he turned around again. With a whoosh, the curtains were drawn shut, blocking the view of the crows on the withered trees outside. The VIP consultation room is very large. There was even a small cubicle specially prepared for Insheng to use as a resting place. I wonder if this was done intentionally by a certain scheming dean. A series of actions. Even Lena, the yellow-flowered ghost, sensed a tense and uneasy atmosphere. The face, which should have been pale and bloodless, turned even more flushed due to the owner's nervousness. Preparations are complete. Approached Lena step by step, unhurriedly. Lena seemed nervous and somewhat frightened. The dignified red-clad ghost was being relentlessly cornered by Insheng. There was no way to retreat. At that moment, he was incredibly grateful to Count Rose. The potential benefits of becoming a vampire are truly numerous. In the night of this terrifying world, gray stars twinkle, like the eyes of a distorted face, flickering. However, tonight, the morning stars seemed to be obscured, and the dark and ominous clouds in the sky were so thick that they covered everything. That night, I couldn't sleep. Time flows like water, ticking away quietly. Encountering the right ghost on your first time entering a horror game is undoubtedly lucky. In the game involving 12 people, only Insheng survived. The world of horror is cruel. It doesn't care about fairness. Some people are just born lucky. But some people, no matter how hard they struggle, ultimately cannot escape death. At the moment of separation, after quickly tidying up, with a look of reluctance in his eyes, Insheng instructed, "Take good care of yourself. The horror world is far more dangerous than the human world. Remember, don't get involved in that unspeakable matter that is about to perish. Don't worry, I'll listen to you." Feeling Insheng's care, Lena felt extremely sweet inside. Insheng leaned down and touched Lena's forehead. "It's time. See you next time." Putting aside all his lingering affection, Insheng patted Lena's head, his body gradually fading until it disappeared. Lena watched Insheng leave the world of horror. Her gentle expression quickly turned cold again, as if she had transformed back into the terrifying, blood-stained nurse she once was. No one knows the depths of the terrifying red-clad ghost's heart. A human has moved in. Oh no, to be precise, Insheng is now a vampire. And I also got an additional job change. Chapter 56, The Palace of Pacifying the Rebellion in Great Xia, a visit. Yunqing. Inside a rented room of about 40 square meters, Insheng stood up from the sofa. The lingering fragrance unique to Lena in his nose, and the power unique to vampires within his body. Everyone was telling him that what he had experienced these past few days was not a dream. I went to the bedside and plugged in my phone, which I had left in the room. After a short wait, Insheng turned on his phone and glanced at the date. As expected, time in the horror world flows in sync with time in the human world. There is no such thing as time standing still. Insheng couldn't help but sigh inwardly, just as he was packing his things and leaving the place where he had lived for many years. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang. Insheng's body tensed instantly, his pupils shrank to pinpoints, and a flash of crimson appeared in his eyes. They've come knocking so quickly. They seem to be from the authorities. But we can't guarantee anything, so for safety's sake. He silently took the parasitic puppet out of his belt. On the cross pendant, the horrifying corpse was silently freed from its restraints. Having suppressed his eerie, ghostly aura, Insheng deliberately kept his body from shrinking back to its original size, then casually stuffed it under the sofa cushions. Being cautious, he walked to the wall beside the door instead of going directly to the peephole to look. A world where horror games have arrived. Ghosts and monsters are indeed terrifying, but the human heart is even more treacherous, and he must be wary. Who? Insheng asked in a low voice, his body like a taut bow, ready to be released. For checking natural gas. A reply came from outside. Insheng. I'd be a fool to believe you. Why did you have to come now? We just got back from a horror movie, and you're here to check the gas? Are you kidding me? Insheng narrowed his eyes, temporarily ignoring the person outside. He carefully recalled the details of his return. Final. His gaze fell on the phone that was charging. In an instant, Insheng suddenly realized. Nowadays, mobile phones have their location systems forcibly turned on at all times. After a week, the battery will be completely depleted and the device will naturally shut down. He just got back and hasn't had time to sort out his gains from the first game. He hurriedly charged his phone, then checked the date and time. This became Insheng's biggest weakness. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. After all, it was his first time experiencing this, and he was still lacking in the ability to handle such matters. A world where horror games have arrived. Humans live in constant fear, terrified that they might be pulled into a game and become snacks for monsters. The official authorities of Great Xia could not possibly remain indifferent. To be precise, every country has changed its existing system to adapt to this dark era as much as possible. One such method is the surveillance of residents. The purpose is not to restrict their personal freedom, but for safety reasons. The purpose of keeping mobile phone location services on at all times is precisely this. If the location disappears, it basically means that the target has been pulled into a horror game. Officials will be alerted immediately and send people to verify the information. In an era fraught with crisis, this was a move made out of necessity. Insheng was clearly discovered in this way. Not long after he turned on his phone, someone came to his door. Only, he couldn't guarantee that the person outside the door was an official. Horror games, while bringing fear to countless people, have also inspired ambition in some. They proclaimed themselves the chosen ones, possessing power belonging to gods and spirits. It's perfectly normal to feel inflated after gaining extraordinary power. Then, in order to realize his ambitions, he joined forces with some like-minded people to create some strange organizations, which is not surprising in this world. Before the advent of horror games, the rampant spread and indiscriminate sale of information was the norm. After the arrival? For survival, for profit, for powerful strength. So what can't be traded? After some thought, Insheng gradually calmed down. He is no longer a lamb to be slaughtered. They could even be considered among the top-tier pro players. I still haven't adjusted my mindset. I don't think I need to be so reserved. Whether it's the official authorities or those scattered organizations, I have enough means to deal with them now. He has successfully awakened as a vampire. He possesses a vitality that is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people, and this is the source of his confidence. Conventional firearms in the world cannot effectively harm him. Secondly, the existence of the parasitic puppets is not just for show. If he's really pushed to the limit, Insheng wouldn't mind showing what a real killer weapon is. To be honest, I have limited patience to know who you are. Facing the calm group outside the door, whose intentions were unclear, Insheng asked again. Okay, it seems you really are a player who has successfully survived a horror game. This time, the voice coming from outside was that of a mature, magnetic woman. It seems that after confirming Insheng's identity as a young man, they adopted a more persuasive communication style. To be honest, we are from the Palace of Pacifying Chaos, codenamed 9527. You can check the Palace of Pacifying Chaos official website. A magnetic, mature female voice directly revealed her identity. Insheng had an idea. He took out his phone, logged into the official website of the Palace of Pacifying Chaos, and directly entered the number 9527 in the search bar. Soon, Information about a woman as mature as a ripe peach appeared before his eyes. This is how officials identify themselves when they come to inspect someone's home. The Palace for Pacifying Chaos was a special organization established by the Great Xia government specifically to address issues related to horror games. Their identification codes are kept secret under normal circumstances, and their numbers are replaced after each mission. This is to ensure the accuracy and authenticity of identity information. So you are the elder sister from the Palace of Pacifying the Rebellion. May I ask what brings you all here? After his identity was confirmed, Yinsheng's attitude improved slightly, and he made full use of his sweet talk. However, he still had no intention of opening the door. Because, whether it was the official suppression palace of the Great Xia dynasty or those unruly organizations in the mountains and countryside, Yinsheng currently has no intention of making any contact. He possesses 4 great talents, 1 from his own start, 1 from a lottery, and 2 from Vampire Awakening, a red-robed puppet, spatial equipment, and tens of thousands of ghost coins. Each of these points, once revealed, is a secret that can drive people crazy. Just to be on the safe side, he doesn't want to contact any other horror game players right now. Chapter 57: A Series of Troubles, a rising intent of killing. Yinsheng's rented room remained locked, showing no intention of opening the door. Hua Xiangling couldn't help but frown. Yinsheng's vigilance was a bit too strong. For them, dealing with such people is often a very difficult task. The purpose of quelling the rebellion in the palace was actually quite simple. It was just a test to see if the target player was mentally sound. Secondly, it depends on whether the player has been parasitized or even possessed by a ghost or monster. Similar incidents of parasitism and possession of a body have occurred more than once. Each time this happens, it often brings a significant disaster to the corresponding area. The reason is quite simple. Ghosts and monsters have almost completely different ways of perceiving things than humans do. For example, killing. Ghosts and monsters kill people and even treat humans as food. It's like humans stepping on an ant and eating a pig or sheep. This is why, once a ghost or monster inhabits a human body, it returns to the human world along with that person. It's basically equivalent to an impending disaster. As an official organization of the Great Xia dynasty, the Pingluan Palace's mission is to maintain order and relative stability in the world as much as possible. This is the only thing they can do. Inside the room, Yinsheng pondered how to deal with the people from the Palace of Pacifying the Rebellion. Then, as quickly as possible, they moved away from this place, changed their appearance, and hid themselves. Outside the house, Hua Xiangling did not rush to try to break down Yinsheng's psychological defenses. Instead, he silently took out his phone and messaged his 3 teammates. The target isn't an ordinary player. They've most likely gained supernatural powers within the horror game. That's why they're so hostile towards us. Hua Xiangling was very intelligent. Judging from Yinsheng's attitude, she figured out some things. Those who acquire the power of ghosts and gods generally exhibit 2 completely different reaction states. They either become arrogant, feeling that they are no longer ordinary people, and develop some unusual thoughts, becoming quite ambitious. Then there are those like Yinsheng, who are overly vigilant and maintain a high level of alertness towards everything after leaving the horror game. As for the middle level, can it still maintain a peaceful state? Very few. Countless humans who survive the game have developed mental problems to varying degrees. Even the lucky ones who have obtained the power of ghosts and gods are no exception. What troubles them the most is, regardless of which of the 2 groups they belong to, they are both quite resistant to the idea of pacifying the palace. The former was driven by ambition, while the latter was entirely out of vigilance. After a series of phone conversations, this is aimed at rare players like Yinsheng. Hua Xiangling and her teammates ultimately decided to resolve the issue by treating it as a special case. It is not yet confirmed whether Yinsheng possesses the power of the ghosts and gods. But, as long as there is a certain possibility, it is enough to make the people in the Palace of Suppression change their strategy. They would try their best to win over any potential possessor of supernatural power. Inside the house, Yinsheng's special senses as a vampire allowed him to clearly know that the people outside had not yet left. The fact that the other party remained silent for a long time made him even more cautious and vigilant. Although the Palace for Pacifying the Rebellion is an official organization of the Great Xia dynasty, however, there were also some individuals among them who encountered problems. Yinsheng narrowed his eyes slightly and tentatively called out, "Sister, are you still there?" Yes. Hua Xiangling responded quickly this time. "Yinsheng, do you mind being addressed like this?" "I don't mind. May I ask what brings you all from the palace of pacifying the chaos to my place? Insheng, you must have just experienced a horror game, right? As an official of the Palace of Suppression, I won't play those roundabout games with you. I know you're very vigilant right now, which is a good thing. It's definitely right to be cautious. At this point, Hua Xiangling paused, then changed the subject. However, our duty as the Palace of Pacifying Chaos is to maintain the stability of Great Xia. We just want to ask you a few simple questions. Is that all right? Insheng's heart stirred slightly as he realized that the other party wanted to confirm whether he had been contaminated. He wasn't stupid, and he immediately understood the other party's intention. After thinking for a moment, he replied, yes. The questioning was brief and rapid, almost one question after another. Insheng answered quickly, without the slightest hesitation. Because the problems are all very simple things. However, there are some pitfalls involved, such as food preferences, preferences for one's future partner, etc. The questions were answered very quickly. If Insheng had been possessed by a ghost, he would no longer be human. So, for humans, some simple questions. For ghosts and monsters, the meaning is completely different. After all, the way ghosts think is quite different from that of humans. This is also a very effective way to distinguish them. With frequent questioning, some clues can be detected, which is enough for the professionals in the Palace of Suppression to make a judgment. The people who quelled the chaos in the palace, from their arrival to their departure. Insheng's door remained closed. After confirming that Insheng should be fine, they tentatively extended an invitation. Of course, Insheng politely declined the invitation. However, they still left Insheng their contact information so that he could contact them once he had thought things through. Insheng did write down the number, just in case. After quickly packing a few clothes, he picked up a bag, put on a mask, and went out the door. His keen senses as a vampire allowed him to confirm that the people from the Palace of Suppression had already left. What he needs to do now is to leave this place of trouble as quickly as possible. However, I had just stepped out of the apartment building. Insheng sensed several gazes fixed on his body. They are located in several corners of his residential community. Their eyes followed Insheng's every move intently, their target very clear. The people who quelled the chaos in the palace may cause problems, but they are unlikely to go too far. They shouldn't pull a surprise attack. So, these people who are targeting me must be from the forces formed by those ambitious guys? A flame seemed to ignite in Insheng's heart, and a faint killing intent was rising steadily. The era of horror games. He was not unaware of the chaotic situation and the collapse of order. But to his surprise, the other party was so blatant, directly following behind the Palace of Pacifying the Chaos. It can be said that they were almost completely unscrupulous. Organizations that dare to do this either have a lot of confidence, or he's just an arrogant, overconfident guy. I wonder which category you belong to. I just want to leave quietly. Is that really so difficult? Crimson hue began to surge deep within Insheng's pupils. The bloodlust killing instinct seems to be quietly reawakening. Chapter 58. It's my turn to devour you all. The people who had quelled the rebellion had just left. Then some clueless guys showed up. Insheng has gained a deeper understanding of the current situation. A 1,000-mile-long river embankment can be breached by an ant hole. The collapse of order does not happen overnight. The impact of the horror game itself is probably the main reason for the decline in popularity. But those ambitious individuals also played a very important role in it. Insheng dislikes those who are too ambitious. In comparison, he prefers a peaceful and tranquil life. What's the point of fighting for power and profit? Wouldn't we still be dragged into the horror game, living a life of constant uncertainty? If possible, Insheng only wants to be with Lena, whether in the horror world or in the human world. How wonderful it would be to be together as a couple. However, when such a thought arises, suddenly, the image of Count Rose flashed through his mind, along with a blurry, rather short figure. With a whoosh, Insheng woke up with a start. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, dripping silently. How could I have such a terrible thought? That's Count Rose, a bloodstained ghost. And who was that blurry figure? Insheng felt his head buzzing. He was clearly a pure, lovely, and masculine young man. So how could he have such strange ideas? After successfully becoming a Death Knight, Insheng's true, brother Chung, spirit seems to have begun to fully awaken. After making several turns, Insheng walked through a series of buildings and headed straight for a bus stop. There was no one on the platform. There were very few pedestrians on the road, and not many vehicles were traveling on the highway. In an era of horror games, everyone is on edge, and apart from necessary outings, few people stay outside for long periods of time. It seems that only staying at home can give people a greater sense of security. Brother, are you in such a hurry to leave? Why don't you stop and listen to us for a bit? Suddenly, a deep voice came from behind In Sheng. Several figures quickly caught up. The man in the lead, wearing sunglasses and concealing his arms with his trench coat, pointed his knife at In Sheng's back. In Sheng, who relied on the senses of the vampires to detect their gradual approach from beginning to end. The crimson color within his pupils surged wildly. However, as soon as In Sheng made a decision, the strange look in his eyes instantly disappeared and he returned to calm. You want to recruit me? On behalf of your so-called leader. The straightforward words clearly surprised the man behind him. This was the first time they had encountered someone like In Sheng, who could still question them so calmly even after being threatened. Despite his surprise, the man holding the knife to In Sheng's back lowered his voice and said, "That's true. I hope you can cooperate, kid, otherwise." There were no extra words, but the tip of the knife moved even closer. It seemed like this wasn't his first time doing something like this. He appeared quite skilled at it. Let's go. Since you've extended such a sincere invitation, I certainly can't let you down, can I? With his back to them, In Sheng grinned, his expression sinister. No one noticed that he was wearing a strange necklace around his neck, hidden by his collar. Very good. I think the leader will also like a pragmatic guy like you. The man with the knife was very satisfied with In Sheng's attitude, and then waved to the person behind him. A short while later, his subordinate then drove up in an old, beat-up black car. Holding a knife to In Sheng's back, never giving him a chance to face it head-on, he led him into the back seat and blindfolded him. The dilapidated car wobbled along the road, heading straight out of the city. Almost an hour later, the wrecked truck screeched to a halt at the gate of a remote logging camp, so secluded that no one else was around. Despite being completely bewildered, In Sheng's vampire senses allowed him to clearly perceive that there were at least 30 pairs of eyes watching him from outside the car. Come out. The sound, like a voice changer, came from not far outside the car. This time, they stopped holding the knife to In Sheng and threatening him. I don't know if they thought the situation was already settled or for some other reason. Regarding this point, In Sheng himself was very clear about it. It wasn't that they had let their guard down, but rather that not far away, there was a lucky individual who controlled the power of ghosts and gods. With someone like that in charge, what is there to worry about? Do you mind if I take off my blindfold? The first thing In Sheng asked after getting off the bus was a polite question. Of course, that's your freedom. The hoarse voice, as if a voice changer had been activated, rang out again. Based on perceived location, In Sheng accurately determined that the other party was the possessor of the ghost and god power. The blindfold was removed. Insight was activated immediately. Leader of the garbage organization, Jiang Juanhao. Race, human. Friendliness level, neutral. He wants to control and manipulate you to become his subordinate. Strength. Wanderer. Strength and ambition often don't match. His interests. Power, women, money. He clearly doesn't understand the proverb, a snake trying to swallow an elephant, meaning that greed is insatiable. Weakness. Trash is full of weaknesses. Current status. Seize this kid's ghost coins, then make him submit, so I can seize more benefits for myself. Just a piece of trash. Kill him if you want. The feedback put In Sheng at ease. He might be considered unlucky, but he wasn't completely unlucky. At least it wasn't targeted by just any organization. Behind it stood a super lucky person in red. Feeling much more relaxed, In Sheng glanced around. The environment of the logging camp is quite nice, which is exactly the kind of secluded place he needs. Is this all the people in your organization? In Sheng spoke first, asking a question that was quite jarring to Jiang Juanhao. This is only now. With me here, the future will naturally be even stronger. The hoarse voice exuded confidence. Present your task reward. I will consider assigning you a suitable position based on your contribution. This is a process that every newcomer must go through. Don't refuse, or you'll suffer the consequences. Their purpose was laid bare. Their hoarse voice was filled with greed and unbridled threats. Jiang Juanhao. Those who were watching In Sheng were also staring intently at him with the same look. It's obvious. They have transformed from the initial victims into the new persecutors. In Sheng lowered his head deeply, looking at his outstretched hands, as if in despair. His body seemed to tremble slightly. No one could see his distorted smile behind the mask. Pitch-black pupils had turned a deep crimson. My throat feels a little dry. He let out a low sigh. Suddenly I looked up. His scarlet eyes seemed to radiate an eerie light, which was extremely frightening. The crowd swept over by those eyes. I felt as if I were being watched by a terrifying beast on the hunt. They are both human beings. The guy in front of them gave them a strange sense of fear, like he was their natural enemy. I knew this day would come sooner or later. But why do you all have to speed things up for me? Humans and ghosts, there's really no difference. Ghosts eat people, and you are the same. But today let's switch roles. It's my turn to devour you. Chapter 59, The Feast. From the moment the power of the vampires awakened, In Sheng had foreseen the arrival of a certain moment. What surprised him was how quickly this moment arrived. A chosen one of the gods. How is that possible? In an instant, Jiang Juanhao felt a chill run down his spine, and his hoarse voice was filled with disbelief. Well, those who possess ghostly or divine power often have many different names. The chosen one, the cursed one, the half-demon. Regardless of what they are called, one thing is undeniable. They wield terrifying power that ordinary humans do not possess. Run, run away, run, otherwise you'll die. Only those favored by the gods can deal with the divine ones. Leader, everything is in your hands. Chief, kill him, plunder him. Some fled in panic, while others, filled with fear, placed all their hopes on Jiang Juanhao. After all, he was also considered by ordinary people to be a chosen one of the gods. Jiang Juanhao's expression was extremely cold, and his body was tense, like a crossbow that could be released at any moment. His right arm began to dry up and become thin and long, with sharp black nails gleaming coldly. The ghost hand, a ghost-level ability, is Jiang Juanhao's only reliance. This is his reward for surviving the transformation he underwent by a perverted monster. All the experimental materials who participated in that game at the same time as him died. Only he successfully merged with the ghost hand, becoming a qualified test subject. I only managed to escape from the game by sheer luck. Die. Understood the principle of striking first to gain the upper hand. He lunged forward, charging toward In Sheng, who stood rooted to the spot with bloodshot, demonic eyes. 10 meters, 8 meters, 6 meters. Whoosh. Jiang Juanhao suddenly grinned menacingly, and his right arm, which had transformed into a ghostly hand, was severed from his body. It flew straight toward In Sheng, its black, sharp claws carrying deadly poison. The sudden appearance of the ghostly hand surprised In Sheng. Of course, it was just an accident. What is that? Jiang Juanhao, whose eyes were already showing a triumphant look, suddenly had his pupils shrink to pinpoints. Within his sight, for arms, seemingly made of blood, quietly appeared and surrounded In Sheng. The ghost hand's sudden attack was easily caught by the blood hand. Then, ugh, ah, kill me, kill me. Ghost hand and Jiang Juanhao are one, and the terrifying power of painful blood hand made him directly feel what hellish pain and torment is. Just for a moment, Jiang Juanhao's body collapsed to the ground with a thud, his body convulsing and spasming wildly. Such torment. He even forgot to beg for mercy, he only wanted to die. But the ghostly hand, gripped tightly by the bloody, painful hand, was unable to move. It was constantly dissolving, and before long, it completely turned into putrid blood scattered all over the ground. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The fleeing men paused in their tracks. That's too fast. That's so fast. They never expected that they were also favored by the gods. Their own leader was treated like a toy, being manipulated at will by the other party. The piercing wails echoed in their ears, chilling them to the bone. My body began to tremble involuntarily. My legs felt heavy and weak, as if they were filled with lead. Escape? How do we escape? Capable of instantly killing fellow chosen ones, running away became a joke. Step, step. In Sheng walked step by step to Jiang Juanhao and picked him up. The murderous intent in his bloodshot eyes gradually dissipated. Instead, there was a craving for food. Long, hollow fangs gradually extended out. The losses from refining the parasitic puppet, coupled with the transactions with Count Rose and Zhang Ling, had already left him in a state of hunger. If In Sheng hadn't possessed a strong will, the first thing he would have done upon returning to the human world would probably have been to hunt for prey. Sizzle. The sharp fangs pierced the artery, and the fragrance of the fresh blood was so tempting. Glug glug. The warm liquid was being swallowed frantically by In Sheng. His scarlet eyes shone with a joyful light. In just a few seconds, with his arms severed, Jiang Juanhao became a dried-up corpse, which In Sheng casually tossed onto the ground like trash. After licking the blood from the corner of his mouth clean with his tongue, his gaze fell upon the men who were already numb with fear. In Sheng put away the bloodied hand, and a chilling smile appeared on his lips. Do you know what color fear is? Outside the logging camp, there was a deathly silence. The organization members, terrified to the point of near shock, dared not answer the monster's questions. Fear, in my eyes, is black, like an abyss that constantly pulls people down, making it hard to breathe and impossible to break free. In Chung reveled in the fear of the crowd, savoring their terror. This is the instinct of vampires, and also the essential difference between monsters and humans. Although deep down she still considers herself human, in reality. Whoosh. His blood was boiling, providing In Chung with boundless energy. The feast has begun. A few minutes later, In Chung stood amidst a pile of corpses, savoring the wonderful feeling of eating. Disgusted? Terrified? That kind of emotion has completely left him. From the moment the power of the vampires awakened, it ceased to exist. Even though it's a trash organization, the fact that they were able to get my information means Jiang Juanhao must have some ability, though not much. In that case, the logging camp, being his territory, should be relatively secluded and could serve as a temporary resting place. In Chung muttered to himself, analyzing the current situation. His gaze fell upon the scattered mummies, and he silently pulled out the parasitic puppet hidden under his clothes. Activate the puppet's second state. The parasitic scarecrow instantly detached from the necklace, transforming into its original form, which was over 2 meters tall. Swish, swish. The withered yellow straw, as if it possessed a life of its own, grew out of the scarecrow and spread rapidly. Straw crawled into the bodies through their mouths and noses. Not long after, one after another, the desiccated corpses slowly rose from the ground, surrounding In Chung in a terrifying manner. If we're going to make use of waste materials, there's no need to manipulate them as important puppets. We can just assimilate them into scarecrows and use them as surveillance equipment scattered around the logging camp. In Chung made a decision in an instant. The players who were intimidated by Jiang Juanhao had no additional value to him. There is no point in manipulating it. Therefore, the best option is to directly assimilate them into scarecrows and serve as surveillance cameras. After manipulating the puppets, they gradually walked out of the logging camp. In Chung silently walked into the logging camp. The sky gradually darkened. A series of withered corpses, their steps stiff, walking across the wilderness. It looks so eerie and creepy. Chapter 60. Taking stock of the gains. Has this made me a trillionaire? A massacre. This did not affect In Chung's mood at all. He has also noticed some changes in himself after being transformed into a vampire. However, for In Chung, this is neither good nor bad. In order to survive better, what do some negative, or even non-negative, impacts matter? Inside the logging camp, all kinds of utensils were already covered with dust. Spiders and mice are everywhere. There are 3 floors in total. The bottom floor is covered in dust and shows no signs of being inhabited. We went straight to the 3rd floor. A huge single room, fully equipped with all the necessities for daily life. Clearly, this is the territory where the leader resides. It belongs to In Chung now. After confirming that there were no threats left by Jiang Juanhao inside the house, In Chung simply took off the blankets and other bedding and threw them away, piling his own clothes on the bed to temporarily serve as a duvet cover. Then, he relaxed and lay down, trying his best to clear his mind and enter a brief state of tranquility. A terrifying world where danger lurks everywhere. Even with Lena's protection, he couldn't truly relax completely. For him, the mortal world is ultimately safer, given his current strength and resources. As long as he doesn't act recklessly, almost no one can threaten him. After relaxing and resting for several tens of minutes, In Chung took the initiative to call for a horror game. This is a special ability of the players. Every selected player will have this privilege. The meaning is also very simple. Horror games will provide players with a player panel and some extra small features, which can be considered as a small perk for players. However, this small perk can only be unlocked after successfully surviving the first game. Lucky player, In Chung. Race, vampire. Strength, demon. Talented abilities, temptation of the dead, eye of insight, shadow clone, bloodstained hand of pain. Ghost coins, 35,680. Unclaimed quest rewards, 3,000 ghost coins, 5 intermediate amulets. Resist attacks from evil ghosts for 1 minute. 1 advanced amulet. Resist attacks from fierce ghosts for half a minute. 1 top-tier amulet. Resist attacks from red-clothed ghosts 3 times. 1 special item corrupting soul incense. Burns for 1 hour. Ghosts below red-clothed level will fall into a deep sleep upon smelling the incense if unprepared. Under special circumstances, even red-clothed ghosts will be affected and fall into a deep sleep. What a stingy guy. I completed so many hidden quests, and this is all the reward I get. As expected of a horror game, is it designed to keep players in a constant state of fear and survival? Looking at his player panel, Incheng couldn't help but complain, although I had already predicted that this would be the outcome. But he still felt somewhat unbalanced. 5 intermediate-level amulets, 1 advanced-level amulet, and 1 top-level amulet. The duration of their success is getting shorter and shorter, which is understandable given the principle that higher positions are more valued. But compared to the tasks Incheng did, the rewards for completing the task were completely disproportionate. Count Rose's embrace, the parasitic puppet, the beast head leather belt, including the eyeball ring. Those were all things that Incheng obtained through his own abilities. It has absolutely nothing to do with the game's rewards. Let's take a look. That really feels like a huge loss. The task he accomplished would likely have been a death sentence for anyone else. His current gains are clearly not ideal for him. Well, of course, the only person who would have such thoughts is Incheng. The rewards he received, if placed in the eyes of the outside world and the players, would be a different story. Every single one of them, even the lowest grade, is priceless. There was a player who seemed to think he was going to die in the game sooner or later. Therefore, he took out a low-level amulet that he had finally managed to obtain and put it up for auction, intending to exchange it for money and live a carefree life before he died. A low-level amulet can only withstand attacks from wandering ghosts for 3 minutes. In Incheng's eyes, it was basically nothing more than garbage. But it was eventually auctioned off for a terrifying price of over 100 million. Players can also purchase low-level amulets in the shop. Price equals 1,000 ghost coins. In Incheng's eyes, it was very cheap. However, for the vast majority of players, this is an enormous fortune that is difficult to accumulate. Not to mention, such life-saving items require special privileges to purchase. Players need to play 2 games to gain the right to purchase low-level amulets. Not to mention higher levels. In a horror game with an alarmingly high mortality rate, how many people can survive the second game? Who would be willing to sell the items they risked their lives to obtain, which could increase their chances of survival? Not everyone is lucky. To become a favored one of the gods, or to be recognized as a master by a ghost artifact, thus ascending to heaven in one step. The vast majority are just people struggling to survive in horror games. Well, if you look at it on the bright side, I'm now a hidden trillionaire. The only problem is, it seems like this money won't be easy to withdraw. After receiving the reward and stuffing it all into the beast head leather belt, Incheng complained helplessly. It is true that amulets are quite valuable. However, actually selling it is not a simple matter. This could easily cause Incheng some unnecessary trouble. So, the idea of selling it was nipped in the bud as soon as it arose. The 38,680 ghost coins, if placed outside, they would be enough to drive players crazy. Incheng then kept it in the little vault that the horror game provided for the players. This is a small perk of horror games. Ghost coins can be deposited and withdrawn at any time, which is very convenient. This can also, to some extent, prevent the possibility of humans killing each other to steal ghost coins. The reason Jiang Juanhao's body wasn't searched was because the ghost coins in his vault couldn't be retrieved after his death. It seems that next time before dealing with such scum, we can use the painful blood hand to open their defenses, take their ghost coins, and then dispose of them. Incheng is very good at self-reflection. Even the smallest mosquito leg is still meat, isn't it? After reflecting, Incheng sat cross-legged on the bed and began to think about the future again. The frequency of horror games, under normal circumstances, will increase with each new game, starting at a later time. According to information from players in the game, players who have played the game more than 3 times will generally wait at least half a month before being pulled back into the game. This can be considered as giving humanity a certain amount of buffer time. However, the time intervals between the first 3 games could only be described as short. The second game was only 5 days after the first. In other words, practical matters and handle all the problems within 5 days. Chapter 61. The concept of a forbidden zone in the human world. A new dungeon arrives. 5 days. Under Incheng's tense and hurried arrangements, it was almost fleeting. During this period, through the legacy left by Jiang Juanhao, there is a professional computer which cannot be tracked or located. Using the special software, Incheng purchased what he needed. A new mobile phone and a whole bunch of daily necessities. The transaction took place in the bustling city center, and nothing unexpected happened. The merchant was fairly trustworthy. Nothing unpleasant, such as murder or robbery, happened. Under the watchful eye of the Eye of Insight, Insheng learned that this was a special organization that specifically served horror game players and had a pretty good reputation among them. After resolving the mundane matters in reality, after Insheng stored a large amount of food inside the beast-head leather belt, while eating instant noodles, I began to think seriously. In this world, he had no relatives or friends, and he once lived a miserable life of working 996. Now I've become a horror game player, which is a complete transformation. It's impossible for me to continue working. 996? Forget about it. Although he couldn't compare to others who risked their lives to survive every day, Insheng was still walking on the edge of danger. A vampire noblewoman and a zombie lowly, who's always lusting after his body. So, it's absolutely impossible for him to reintegrate into his former circle, hide himself, and continue living the life of a working-class person. Lost in thought. Sudden, a flash of inspiration struck Insheng. He recalled a novel written by a certain red-haired monster, in which the 4 characters' forbidden zone of life gave him unprecedented inspiration. I control parasitic puppets, which are equivalent to red-clothed monsters that exist in reality. It only takes 3 days to completely assimilate ordinary people into scarecrows. Is it possible to use this to create a forbidden zone of one's own? Insheng's heart pounded, and he felt more and more that his idea was feasible. The scarecrows, transformed from humans, are far less powerful than the monsters. However, the scarecrow itself is strange enough that it can deal with ordinary people without much trouble. If it were a sneak attack, it could even threaten trash like Jiang Juanhao, a chosen one of the gods. However, it seems that my current abilities are still not quite enough. Insheng frowned slightly. Creating a forbidden zone in the human world is bound to attract the attention of the chosen ones, and even the Great Xia government. He felt that relying solely on the parasitic puppet was still somewhat unsafe. But the idea of creating a restricted area was deeply rooted in Insheng's mind, refusing to dissipate. Until a countdown in my mind gradually reached 0. Insheng pursed his lips helplessly, and his figure gradually faded into the distance until it disappeared. After the field of vision was restored, a group of 10 horror game players stared at the children's playground sign in front of them. The 3 of them did not appear too nervous or fearful. As for the other 6, they trembled with fear in their eyes. Insheng's gaze swept over them, and his eye of insight was activated silently. 6 newcomers and 3 veteran players who had completed their 3rd game. He completely ignored the newcomers. The 3 veteran players must have something up their sleeves. Judging from their reaction, they seemed quite confident. Before everyone could even get to know each other, the warning sounds of the horror game echoed in their minds. Game start. Current dungeon. Children's playground. Mission details. Due to unforeseen circumstances, ghost parents in Yiming City are currently unable to care for their children. Therefore, they are leaving their children at the children's amusement park, allowing them to play freely while receiving free care from the park staff. As a result, the amusement park is extremely busy and is therefore hiring temporary employees. Dear game participants, please cooperate with the park staff to complete the corresponding tasks. Those who complete the tasks will be able to return to the human world after 3 days. Friendly reminder. Dealing with children requires plenty of enthusiasm, patience, and attentiveness. The basic rewards for this round of the game will be distributed after the game ends. A children's playground? Can ghosts really have babies? After the voice in his mind faded away, this was Insheng's first thought, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself. Ghosts and monsters can also reproduce in certain ways. One of the 3 veteran players answered Insheng's question with great enthusiasm. I see. Insheng breathed a slight sigh of relief. He was really afraid that he would hit the mark on the first strike and become a ghost father without any preparation. Another veteran player ignored Insheng and looked at the other newcomers, saying, Everyone, I'm a veteran player who has been through the 3rd game. Based on my experience, the more normal the name of a dungeon, the more terrifying the danger it might actually be. Therefore, I hope everyone can join hands, stick together, and help each other. What do you think? These words were spoken. The other 2 veteran players became wary and remained silent. As for the 6 newcomers, they were somewhat bewildered and at a loss. Among the newcomers, 5 are young people, with only one being a rather old man who looks to be over 50. The veteran player's reputation was brought to the fore. The 5 young men were clearly somewhat interested. They were, after all, newcomers. Although they had read a lot of information about horror games beforehand, they ultimately lacked practical experience. I think it's a good idea. Sticking together for warmth should increase the survival rate quite a bit, right? The young woman, who looked slightly shy and nervous, took the initiative to stand behind the veteran player. Seeing this, the other young newcomers hesitated for a moment before joining the veteran player's team. Only the man, who was over 50, stood silently in place, his face gloomy and motionless. In response to this, In-chung had absolutely no interest in it. Regardless of whether the veteran player wanted to find a few scapegoats or genuinely intended to band together for mutual support. He didn't care about any of it, nor did he have any intention of joining. Human nature is unpredictable. He couldn't trust anyone. His gaze was drawn through the amusement park doors, peering inside. Inside the park, there was a deathly silence. There wasn't a single ghost child or park staff member to be seen. Upon seeing this, In-chung couldn't help but frown. The situation seems quite different from that of the third hospital. Does that mean we have to go inside to detect the anomaly? In-chung guessed what was going on in his mind, crossed his arms over his chest, covered the parasitic puppet, and silently walked into the amusement park. It's impossible to avoid it. Horror games couldn't possibly have such a huge flaw. Instead of wasting time outside, it's better to take the initiative and seize the opportunity. Chapter 62, The Paradise Uproar. Taken over by ghost children. Hey, stop right there. Just as In-chung was about to step into the amusement park, Yi-kun, a veteran player who encouraged everyone to stick together, stopped him with a slightly dissatisfied tone. In-chung stopped and turned around. What advice do you have? The park staff haven't even shown up yet, and you're rushing in like this? Aren't you afraid of causing an accident and getting everyone else into trouble? Yi-kun was adept at manipulating the crowd's emotions, seemingly standing on a moral high ground, and began to criticize In-chung. Oh, In-chung replied expressionlessly. Then you can continue to wait. After saying that, he stepped straight into the park. They gave Yi-kun and the others no chance to react at all. Yi-kun's angry curse was swallowed back down, unable to find a target to vent his anger. After his expression turned sour, he turned his attention to the other two players, who seemed calmer than the newcomer. Brothers, it's one thing for that guy to disobey orders and cause trouble, but you two should be experienced gamers and know the rules of the game, right? Yi-kun spoke slowly, while also testing the attitudes of the two veteran players. You go your way, I'll go mine. It's best if we don't cross paths. Veteran player Lu Jun responded coldly, then walked to the entrance of the amusement park and began to observe the situation. Another veteran player, Yu Quan, gave Yi-kun a cold glance and then ignored him. After being rejected repeatedly, Yi-kun's expression grew increasingly grim. His gaze fell on the silent older man, but he hadn't spoken yet. The man, who was clearly a new player, did something that even he didn't expect. A man over 50 years old actually rushed into the amusement park. The speed was so fast that no one had time to react. Are all the players I've been matched with this time insane? Are they all rushing to their deaths? Yi-kun cursed inwardly, but still couldn't help walking towards the amusement park gate, standing by the door and peering inside. They had been waiting outside for almost 10 minutes. However, the so-called staff members still did not appear. Follow the normal game process. Once the player appears, the corresponding instance staff will appear immediately. If there are no staff members present, the horror game itself will provide appropriate hints. After all, this is a survival game, not a game of elimination, so it will at least give people a way to survive. Gentlemen, what's your take on the current situation? Yi-kun couldn't help but ask the other two veteran players not far away. Lu Jun coldly uttered 3 words. There's a problem. Yi-kun. Nonsense. Who can't see that there's a problem right now? Are you trying to write some kind of nonsensical literature? Yu Quan, who had remained silent all along, suddenly spoke up. Let's go in together. Since the staff haven't shown up, there's no point in us continuing to wait. Going in together will at least offer some protection. As he spoke, Yu Quan's gaze silently swept over the 5 new players, a strange light surging deep within his pupils. Upon hearing this, Yi-kun's eyes flickered slightly, and after a moment of silence, he nodded. Now that things have come to this, they have no other choice. A few minutes later, under the guidance of 3 veteran players, all players were completely immersed in the children's playground. However, after stepping through the gate and entering, in their field of vision, the environment remained unchanged. The constantly spinning wooden horse bearing human heads was completely empty, without a trace of a ghost. In the ball pit made up of countless eyeballs, there wasn't a single little devil in sight. Bloody circus, room of mirrors. The surroundings were eerily quiet, until... Woohoo. The fun toys have finally arrived again. Quick. What should we play for our first game? How about we kick the ball? I love kicking the ball. No way. I'm already tired of playing with it. How about we play Eagle Catches Chicks, or hide and seek, or even ghost catching? A clear, childlike voice suddenly came from all directions, startling the 5 newcomers so much that their faces turned pale. There's a significant difference between encountering ghosts and monsters through movies and television and actually experiencing them in person. That deep-seated fear made it impossible for them to remain calm and composed. Hey bro, what's going on? Can you tell me? Lu Zhen looked at Yin Cheng, who had come in earlier and was standing quietly to one side, and couldn't help but step forward to ask him. Yin Cheng glanced at him, and considering that the other had answered his previous question, he offered a brief suggestion. It's obvious that something went wrong at the amusement park. The staff are probably all gone, and now it's the kids' turn to run wild. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhen gasped in shock. Even veteran players Yi Kun and Yu Quan felt a chill run down their spines, and the hairs on their bodies stood on end. It is well known that naughty children can be very dangerous. In a world of horror, a mischievous child is even more terrifying. They pose a far greater threat to human players than ordinary ghosts. The nature of ghost children is truly unfathomable, yet these creatures act entirely according to their whims. There were no instructions from the park staff. Surviving these mischievous kids are probably close to zero. The laughter and the eerie children's voices continued to mingle. At the same time, in the minds of Yin Cheng and the others, the sounds of horror games also echoed. Mission change. A special situation has arisen. The park staff have disappeared, and the children are left to entertain themselves. As temporary staff, please do your best to play with the children. As long as they have enough fun, you will survive. Mission completion requirements. Participate in at least 3 games with the children to earn the opportunity to leave the children's playground. The warning from the horror game completely terrified the players. Now, even the 3 veteran players started to get restless. Are you kidding me? Play 3 games with a bunch of unruly kids? I'll die, won't I? I'll die a horrible death. The 3 veteran players had uncertain expressions, each seemingly lost in thought. Among the 6 new players, 5 of them were young and terrified, yet helpless. They could only stand there trembling, some even crying silently. Only men over 50 years old appear very weathered and gloomy. A strange smile appeared on his face. Yin Cheng activated his eye of insight, read the other party's current state, and instantly understood. A pitiful man, who had a child late in life, lost his innocent child due to an accident. He was filled with regret, heartache, and torment. It wasn't until he was drawn into the horror game that a thought began to form in the man's mind. That is, will his child also turn into a ghost and exist in this bizarre world? So, he was laughing when everyone else was in despair. Because he saw hope. Chapter 63 Drop the Handkerchief. Horror version. Life is unpredictable. The large intestine encloses the small intestine. Having lost all hope in reality, they place their hopes on horror games that evoke fear, awe, and even trembling in countless people. Yin Cheng didn't know how to evaluate the other party, but he suddenly felt that this man, who was over 50 years old, probably had a greater chance of survival than the other players. This was his intuition. What are we playing? What are we playing? Hurry up and think of something else fun. Damn it. It seems like everyone's already tired of playing all these games. How boring. How boring. Stop arguing. Sudden. A child's voice, innocent and tender, drowned out the noisy discussions and debates. The park suddenly became incredibly quiet. Yin Cheng narrowed his eyes, trying to trace the source of the sound and find its owner. But unfortunately, the ghost children are hiding somewhere, and even the vampire's senses cannot detect their presence. After his strength improved, he gained a completely new understanding of many things. Yin Cheng also basically realized the situation. The eye of insight was most likely limited by his weak strength. Therefore, they are unable to perform at their full potential. His unique, god-level talent is far greater than what he can currently unleash. Yin Cheng deduced that if Perfect had activated the eye of insight ability, he should be able to forcibly read the other party's information as long as the target reveals any clues, and in a comprehensive way. Well, unfortunately, he obviously can't do that right now. The ghost children wouldn't show themselves, and there was nothing he could do. It's decided, let's play Drop the Handkerchief for the first game. So quiet you could hear a pin drop, the innocent voice of a young girl rang out once more, making a decision for all the ghost children. Yet not a single ghost child dared to utter the slightest complaint. The next moment, 10 ghostly figures of varying heights, builds, and shapes suddenly appeared in front of Yin Cheng and the other players. Some of them had blue faces and fangs, and their bodies were stiff. Some were unremarkable, no different from ordinary children. Some are as big and strong as a fat ball, and just by looking at them, they seem to weigh well over 200 pounds. Toys, big sister wants to play drop the handkerchief. What are you all standing there for? The fat ghost child cursed in a gruff voice, and with each step he took, the ground trembled slightly. Ghost child beside him, as thin as a bamboo pole, couldn't help but chime in. Why don't you hurry up and sit in a circle? If you disturb the boss's enjoyment of the show, you'll all die. When death was mentioned, the ghost children who had revealed their forms couldn't help but lick their lips. Human flesh and blood still hold a strong allure for these ghost children. There's nothing to hesitate about. The 3 veteran players quickly dispersed, not caring about anything else, and sat together in the semicircle formed by the ghost children. After carefully observing each of the ghost children who had revealed their forms, the over 50-year-old Huan Wang's eyes showed slight disappointment. But he showed no fear and sat down next to a ghost child. He even gave the ghost child an incredibly kind smile. Such a scene. Naturally, this was observed by the 3 veteran players, causing them to feel a chill run down their spines. They've never encountered such bizarre players before. Only ghost children at the wandering spirit level. Judging from this, apart from the big sister they mentioned, the risk of this game should be much lower than that of the 3rd hospital. The eye of insight swept over the ghost child who had revealed his form. As In Chung analyzed the situation, he walked over and sat down next to Huan Wang. The 3rd hospital is, after all, a high-risk facility with a 100% mortality rate. The current situation of children's playgrounds is quite different from what we've seen before. But thankfully it's not that bad. Right from the start, there are evil spirits and monsters, and even a treacherous ghost like He plotting against them. In terms of safety, In Chung, after careful consideration, believed that even if he did have a conflict with the group of ghost children, there would be no danger to his life. Not to mention, he also had the means to temporarily seek refuge at the 3rd hospital. It seems like we can really let loose and have some fun now. In Cheng's lips curled up slightly, indicating his satisfaction with the arrangements for the 2nd game. The 3 people sitting opposite Yi Kun looked at In Cheng, who also had a smile on his face. His eyes twitched violently involuntarily. The same thought popped into their minds. Madman. Another madman. 5 new players took their seats, trembling with fear. Chubby, raspy-voiced ghost child revealed a terrifying smile. The game is about to begin. Let's all sing together and enjoy the fun of the game to the music. He didn't explain the rules of the game, nor did he even choose the first person to drop the handkerchief. Then, without thinking, he began to sing a ballad in a strange tune. Drop it. Drop it. Place it gently behind the little monster. Don't tell him. Hurry, hurry, catch him. Hurry, hurry, catch him. 10 ghost children sang in unison. The tune was bizarre and absurd, and even the lyrics seemed to be sung incorrectly. But Huan Wang and In Chung joined in the singing. The 5 new players were completely overwhelmed by fear and could only manage to hum weakly. Yi Kun and his 2 companions were, after all, veteran players, and they understood the importance of following the rules of the horror game, so they joined in the singing. But, as they sang, they began to realize that something was wrong. The ghost children stared intently at them, their expressions gradually becoming ferocious and terrifying. Their voices grew louder and louder. The bizarre and absurd nursery rhymes, sung by them, are terrifying and horrifying, striking straight to the heart. Cold sweat began to bead on the foreheads of Yi Kun and the other 2. They knew something was wrong. But the Ghost Children's games don't even have rules explained, so how can they know where the problem lies when they're completely clueless? Cold sweat dripped continuously from my forehead. The children's chorus gradually turned into a sound like piercing screams and wailing. The ghost children, which initially still resembled human forms, gradually cracked open, revealing their ugly and terrifying true appearance. Of the 5 new players, 3 were so scared they wet themselves on the spot, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Although Huan Wang had unusual ideas, he couldn't help but feel somewhat apprehensive in the face of such a scene. But after the initial fear, it transformed into a feeling that is difficult for ordinary people to understand, sympathy. Only Yin Sheng remained unmoved, like a mountain, having already used his eye of insight to figure out the true rules of this game. In addition, thanks to his talent for seduction, the imps all maintain a neutral/friendly attitude towards him. What is there for him to be in a hurry about? Drop it. Drop it. The nursery rhyme continued, but the shrill, mournful sound was like a harbinger of a demon's demise. It cast an indelible shadow over people's hearts. Chapter 64 Handkerchief equals arm. The piercing screams gradually subsided. The ghost children's expressions, however, became increasingly distorted and excited. They kept licking their lips, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Toys, you've lost the first round. The fat, grotesque boy grinned maliciously, his body covered in wounds and cracks, his fat trembling like a small mountain. I lost. I lost. The toy lost. It's turned into food. Time to eat meat. So happy. Which one should we choose? They all look so delicious. Hurrah! I'll choose him. I love lean meat the most. The 10 ghost children were so excited that they drooled and pointed at each of the 10 players. In Chung was the only one who showed no sign of being chosen by any of the ghost children. The talent of temptation of the dead seems to only allow ghosts to initially have a neutral attitude towards In Chung. Even just being neutral gave In Chung a head start. After all, 99% of ghosts and monsters view humans with malice. In a neutral state, as long as In Chung doesn't do anything reckless, the ghosts won't attack him on their own initiative. Only in very rare cases will the special effect of the temptation of the dead lose its effect, such as when Count Rose is in an anorexia state. The ghost children arguing and choosing their ingredients. He had no intention of stepping forward to act as a savior. That kind of foolish idea would never even cross In Cheng's mind, especially after he had just returned to the world and experienced a feast. I have gained a deeper understanding of human nature. He had no intention of provoking anyone, and even planned to live in seclusion to avoid trouble. And what was the result? As a result, trouble found him on its own. In Cheng knew very well what would happen to an ordinary new player if they fell into Jiang Juanhao's hands. That kind of trash organization is completely focused on exploiting newcomers. As for providing assistance, resources, and nurturing subordinates' growth, that's absolutely impossible. The vast majority of small organizations in the human world are basically no different from Jiang Juanhao. In a world of horror, ghosts eat people, and in the human world, those creatures eat people just the same way. There's no fundamental difference. Human nature is treacherous. Those who aspire to be saviors often meet a terrible end. In Cheng didn't want to die, so he chose to walk his own narrow path, a path that could only support one person. After a noisy argument, the ghost children have finally chosen ingredients that will satisfy everyone. You're the one. The chubby, gruff-voiced ghost child stood up like a mountain of flesh and walked towards the new players sitting together. Boom. Boom. The dull footsteps kicked up dust. No, it wasn't me. It can't be me. Get away. Don't come any closer. Choose them. You absolutely must choose them. 5 new players sat together, praying nervously. Their bodies couldn't help but want to retreat. However, the park seemed to be under some kind of special force, binding them firmly in place, unable to retreat. No. Why me? Why me? The new player was devastated when he saw the chubby ball monster heading straight for him. He wailed and wept on the spot, uttering desperate questions. It's a pity. Ghosts and monsters never reason with humans. Just like humans don't ask pigs and sheep if they want to die before slaughtering them. It seemed that they found the wailing a bit too noisy. The fat ball's grotesque face furrowed. A slam of fat-packed arms. Snap. A fresh head exploded on the spot. Red and white substances splattered, instantly splashing the face of the player next to him. The warmth caused the fear deep within him to erupt like a volcano. Trembling. A frantic roar from the depths of my heart. Yet, they dared not move freely, or rather, they lacked the strength to move. My body has already lost control due to fear. However, the next moment, he then experienced firsthand what utter despair truly meant. Whoosh. Whoosh. The moment the chosen new human player was killed, the ghost children then began to move. They swarmed forward and tore the somewhat obese new player apart right in front of everyone. Blood splattered everywhere. The scene was horrific. What followed was a series of chewing and swallowing sounds that were so intense they were almost explosive. What's even more terrifying is, there were also ghost children who didn't want to waste the brains that had been splattered out earlier. He used his rotting tongue to lick the head of the new player who had been splashed with the splatter. The human players were deathly silent. I didn't dare to breathe, my body numb as I stood there. He turned his head to one side, too afraid to look at the horrifying scene. Compared to them, Yi-kun and the other 2 were much better off, having already adapted to the situation. They were frowning, pondering why they had lost the game so inexplicably. Lu Zhen seemed to have sensed something, and his gaze fell on In Cheng, who remained calm and composed. His intuition told him that the man not far away seemed to have already figured out how to play the game. But the ghost children were enjoying their meal. Lu Xun didn't dare to ask any questions, nor did he dare to try to change his position and sit next to Incheng. He could only slightly open his mouth, trying to ask for help through lip reading. However, Incheng completely ignored him this time. I understand. Suddenly, Yi Kun, one of the 3 veteran players, lowered his voice and exclaimed excitedly, "The song. It must be a problem with the song. At first, I thought they sang it wrong, but they kept repeating it, and that's when I realized it. What they call dropping the handkerchief is actually just dropping the hand." In other words, Yi Kun's voice trembled slightly. "I'm afraid that at the start of each round of the game, one of us will have to sacrifice an arm as a price in order to truly begin the game." After all, they were people who wanted to use newcomers as scapegoats. Yi Kun was clearly quite capable and quickly deduced the truth. He then lowered his voice and informed Lu Xun and Yu Quan, who were also veteran players. The ghost children were enjoying their meal and didn't pay any attention to Yi Kun's little actions. Or perhaps, the game only becomes more interesting once the rules are known to humans. A few minutes passed. The humans chosen to become food were all reduced to nothing, not even bones remained. The fat, chubby ghost child chewed it up and ate it clean. Blood-stained ghost child grinned sinisterly as he surveyed the crowd. The game continues. Chapter 65. Big Brother, you're so fast. I didn't even have time to react. The game continues. These 4 words reached the ears of the human players. It's no different from a death warrant. It was only the first round of the first game. One of the 10 had already died, and 4 of them were completely consumed by fear, at a loss, and unable to think carefully about the problem. In this situation, how do you survive 3 games and escape from the amusement park? The probability of success is almost 0. This is the most brutal part of horror games, especially when the situation in the game itself gets a little out of control. Faced with the rampant antics of the ghost children, the chances of survival are even lower. Incheng sighed inwardly, his gaze involuntarily falling on the 3 veteran players. Of his keen senses, he naturally heard Yi Kun's analysis. It was no different from the information he obtained with his insightful eye. The cruelest part of the game of dropping the handkerchief is that it's just like the bizarre nursery rhyme. Human players must cut off their own arms while still alive and then throw them behind their chosen target as handkerchiefs. And this is just the beginning. The chosen target must be able to detect the handkerchief behind them before the song ends. Then he would lose. Secondly, if he notices it, he won't be able to catch up with and catch the person who dropped the handkerchief before the song ends. That counts as a loss. Conversely, if the person who dropped the handkerchief gets caught, then he loses. This was the rule when the author was a child. There may be differences in different places, so please don't worry about it. Incheng also obtained additional information using the Eye of Insight. That is, if you play exactly according to the rules, even if you lose the game, it wouldn't be that fatal. All you need to do is stand in the middle of the circle and perform a show. Certainly, the children themselves will judge the show's success. If it makes them laugh, it's considered a success. Failure, a part of your body, will become food as punishment. So, this is a game that is completely unfair. Whether they can survive depends entirely on the whims of the ghost children. Fortunately, this was nothing to Incheng. Drop it. Drop it. The bizarre and eerie nursery rhyme began to play again. But this time, among the ghost children, one who looked almost the same age as a 3- or 4-year-old human child stood up on his own. A chilling smile graced her pale face as she hopped and skipped merrily around the circle of people. Incheng narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew it. The ghost children will also take the initiative to cause trouble, rather than just waiting for human players to figure out the rules of the game on their own. In that case, the first round of the game isn't over yet. I'm afraid there won't be many left out of 10. The hand is gone. Yi Kun and the other 2 veteran players quickly noticed that the left half of the bouncy ghost child's hand had disappeared. They were startled, turned around immediately, and then breathed a sigh of relief. Arms, not behind them. Oh, this. On the other side. Incheng's eye twitched slightly involuntarily, looking at the smiling ghost child who was skipping around happily, glancing at him with seemingly casual eyes. He knew he had been chosen. It's not because of anything else. It is precisely because of his talent for seducing the dead that the ghost children naturally feel a certain fondness for Incheng. Well, for ghosts and monsters, a neutral attitude towards humans is already considered a sign of goodwill. The child's affection made him subconsciously want to play with Incheng. It was just a game, and I didn't mean to hurt Incheng. Have no choice. In Sheng had no choice but to grab the cold, pale half of the ghost hand with his other hand. It felt a little plump. Big brother, come and catch me. If you lose, you have to perform a talent. When the ghost child saw that In Sheng had noticed, he laughed and ran to the other side of the circle, his eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. Then you'd better hurry up and run, because I'm very fast. Of course, I'm even better at endurance. In Sheng slowly stood up as the bizarre nursery rhyme gradually became more and more exciting. He moved. Whoosh. In Sheng moved like a gust of wind, instantly appearing beside the ghost child from his original position. The speed was astounding, whether it was the ghost children or the human players. They didn't even have time to react. In Sheng's strength already surpassed that of the ghost child, reaching the level of a demon. The vampire's terrifying physical abilities alone far surpassed those of these mere wandering spirits. Don't say you didn't realize it. Even if In Sheng gives the other party a 10-second head start, he can easily catch up with them. Gotcha. In Sheng picked up the pale-skinned, somewhat petite ghost child with his other hand. They also reattached his arm. Wow, big brother, you're so amazing. You're so fast. I didn't even have time to react. The ghost child didn't care about the humiliating way he was being carried around. Instead, he stared at In Sheng with eyes full of admiration, his eyes shining even brighter. Although the naive ghost child was just telling the truth, In Sheng still felt something was off. However, now is not the time to dwell on these issues. You lost, so shouldn't you perform a little show for your older brother? In Sheng asked with a smile. Of course. Of course. The ghost child showed no sign of frustration at losing the game. Instead, he was full of enthusiasm, moving around excitedly in In Sheng's hands like a fish. Judging from the information fed back by the Eye of Insight. After a simple chase, the ghost child's favorability rating immediately rose to the friendly level. His temperament was truly no different from that of a child. Please begin your performance. In Sheng released the ghost child from his grasp and returned to his seat. Everything happened too fast. The human players went from initial surprise and stunned silence to delight. Or rather, fear and vigilance. The surprise, of course, came from the remaining 4 new players. Yi Kun and his 2 companions were filled with fear and vigilance. Inside a thriller game, a powerful figure has appeared who can manipulate ghosts and monsters at will. What does this mean? Most of those favored by the gods wouldn't be able to achieve this level of skill easily, right? The appearance of a veteran player has a completely different meaning for new players and veteran players. The former hopes to latch onto a powerful patron, while the latter fears that they might become pawns sacrificed by the big boss at any time. After all, isn't that the same idea Yi Kun himself had when looking at those new players? Extending his own experience to others, he would naturally feel fear, fearing that he too could become a pawn to be used and discarded at any time. Lu Zhen and Yu Quan had similar ideas. The look in his eyes as he looked at In Sheng was not filled with any joy or excitement, but rather with unprecedented vigilance. Chapter 66 Hill in the Mirror. The ethereal, melodious voices of children singing echoed in the quiet amusement park. It possesses a wondrous charm that no human can sing. It makes you want to relax and calm down by following the rhythm of the song. Even the 4 new players, who were the most frightened and apprehensive, were now completely captivated by the ghost child singing. A few minutes later, the moving singing gradually subsided. Snap, snap, snap. In Sheng took the initiative to applaud the ghost child, whose singing absolutely deserved such praise. Big brother, I sang pretty well, didn't I? A group of players felt inexplicably bitter. The young, shy ghost child asked In Sheng. They've already figured it out. The ghost children's attitude towards In Sheng seems to be fundamentally different from theirs. However, they couldn't be sure whether it was true or false. Ghosts and monsters were unpredictable and beyond their comprehension. Who knows if it was just a spur-of-the-moment act by the ghosts. She sings very well. If such a voice were in the real world, I wonder how many people would admire her. In Sheng gave a very pertinent answer and gave a thumbs up. The ghost child's singing voice seems to contain its unique innate power. Although it is still very weak, it has a unique influence that can bring people a sense of inner peace. For players who are constantly under mental strain, this is nothing short of a mental baptism. Therefore, even after the advent of horror games, it was an era when entertainment had long since declined. Like that of a ghost child will most likely be sought after by a large number of players. Thank you for the compliment, big brother. I will continue to work hard. After receiving the praise, the ghost child smiled innocently and happily, and sat back down in his original seat with a grin. It's obvious. Ghost children will not be punished for performing, regardless of whether anyone approves of it. Continue the game. After everyone was seated, Fatball Ghost Child's voice rang out. Like a death knell, it jolted the newly recruited players, who had just calmed down, back to reality. The game is not over yet. Although they benefited from Yin Cheng's influence, and were able to be cleansed by his ethereal singing, thus calming down and no longer feeling so afraid. However, the cruel game is not over yet. They still have to struggle to survive in this bloody and unfair game. Children's playground. The mirror room. The endless rows of mirrors formed a labyrinth. What's horrifying is that there's something in the reflection of each mirror. There was a ghostly figure in each of them, laughing and playing, but not a sound came out. Deep inside the mirror room. Inside a magnificent mirror, shaped like a magic mirror and exquisitely crafted to perfection. With twin ponytails, a face as delicate as porcelain, and a black princess dress, she stood in the mirror. If Yin Cheng were here, he would definitely praise her without hesitation as the perfect gothic Lolita. In her hand, it looked like she was holding an even smaller mirror. The scene inside is reflected in the drop the handkerchief game that is taking place in the park. With her big, round eyes, she looked at Yin Cheng in the small mirror with great curiosity. What an interesting older brother, he seems, not to be human. He wasn't afraid of Tong Tong at all, and he gently picked him up and helped Tong Tong fix his arm. What a kind older brother. He can't wait to go out and play with her older brother. A growing curiosity appeared on her flawless, porcelain doll-like face. His amber eyes sparkled with joy. But soon, a gloomy expression filled that face that made you want to pinch and squeeze it. Hill tugged at her ponytail in frustration, while her short, white-clad legs couldn't help but stomp their feet. Mom told me that Hill isn't allowed to leave the magic mirror lately. Hill is a good girl, and good girls have to listen to their mothers. But I really want to play with my big brother myself. What should we do? What should we do? Hill really wants to be praised by the kind older brother too. Hill is the most well-behaved and obedient child. In the world reflected in the mirror, Hill muttered to herself in frustration. Her amber eyes, looking at the small mirror in her hand, gradually filled with jealousy. Those little devils who could only follow her around excitedly were able to play with the gentle older brother. Why can't she be as obedient, well-behaved, and adorable as Hill? The more she thought about it, the more upset she became, and her delicate face grew increasingly gloomy. Inside the room with the mirror, the labyrinth of countless mirrors began to tremble slightly. The ghost children reflected in the mirrors sensed something and quickly stopped their playful antics. They huddled nervously in a corner by the mirror, terrified that at this critical moment, they would be dragged out by the boss and become a punching bag. Death is unlikely. The ghost children were in awe of their leader's methods. The reason they were able to take over the amusement park was because of the boss's absolute power. Achoo! Yin Cheng, who was singing a nursery rhyme to the rhythm, touched his nose with a puzzled look on his face. With his status as a vampire of demonic strength, he would sneeze for no reason. That's really strange. Could it be that Lena is thinking of me? Yin Cheng wondered to himself. Lena is dressed in red after all. If she misses him too much, it's not impossible for her to sneeze. Yin Cheng was unaware of this. It's true that a ghost is constantly talking about him, but it's not his beloved Lena. Instead, it's a gothic little girl sitting in the mirror. When the game entered the third round, the rules were also brought to the attention of the human players because of the little devil Tong Tong's initiative. Only, knowing this doesn't mean they can play the game in the same way. The ghost children can easily detach their own arms and then put them back on at any time. But human players can't do that. No one would be willing to sacrifice themselves to make others happy. However, this time the situation is different. Among the new players, there is one whose mindset and attitude are completely different from the ordinary players. Huan Wang. Young man, I know you're very strong. So could you please break my arm? A completely severed one. A weathered voice sounded beside me, full of sincerity. A hint of respect appeared in Yin Cheng's eyes. With his discerning eye, he clearly understood the thoughts of the pitiful man before him. He just wanted to make sure that children had as much fun as possible, hoping to get some information about his own children from them. Huan Weng did not expect Yin Cheng to help him survive. Perhaps he himself had no will to live. His only hope was to find his child. That's all. Chapter 67 has been turned into a healing game. Huan Weng's request. Yin Cheng didn't hesitate much. Doing a favor in this way wouldn't harm his own interests. To receive gratitude from the other party is, well, that's quite rare. It hurt a little, but you endured it. The moment the words left his mouth, Yin Sheng's arm transformed into a sword finger and slashed down, clung to his fingernails, almost imperceptible to the human eye. Snap! Huan Weng's hand was severed at the wrist. There was no blood splattering. After all, Yin Sheng was a vampire, with his unique power attached to him. Huan Weng was unlikely to die from excessive blood loss. The intense pain caused his face to turn pale instantly, and his brows furrowed involuntarily. But what terrified the other players and sent chills down their spines was this. The middle-aged Huan picked up his arm with his other hand, and even forced a kind smile onto his face. Then, he started running in circles while singing a strange nursery rhyme. In an instant, the human players were extremely tense, and Yi Kun and his two companions stared coldly at the constantly running man. They are on guard, filled with fear. In their view, Huan Weng wanted to survive and win the game. The only option is to throw the arm behind another human player. Choosing the ghost child is almost a death sentence. They didn't believe that a single game could have multiple top-tier players capable of breaking the balance. However, the next moment, all the human players except Yin Sheng were proven wrong. How dare he? Yi Kun couldn't believe her eyes and murmured to herself. Lu Zhen and Yu Quan both wore expressions of disbelief. As for the other new players, they were even more astonished, their mouths agape. Huan Weng threw his severed arm behind the fat, ghostly child. That's the most ferocious and terrifying ghost child who slapped a new player's head off before. Drop it! Drop it! The nursery rhyme continued, but there was a noticeable pause in the middle. As for the ghosts and monsters, they could easily detect Huan Weng's little tricks. However, they were originally looking forward to an interesting spectacle of humans killing each other. The result, however, was somewhat unexpected. The chubby ghost child seemed to find it somewhat unbelievable, unable to understand what the man, who still wore a kind smile and looked at them, was thinking. But none of that matters anymore. The game had already begun, so naturally he was going to grab the man. Boom. Boom. The heavy footsteps caused the ground to tremble slightly. But the speed of the fat ball ghost child is not slow. At least, he was much faster than Huan Weng, who had to run while enduring the pain. Unsurprisingly, Huan Weng was captured, but he still wore a calm smile, which made even the chubby kid more and more surprised. You lost. It's your turn to perform now. The fat, chubby boy left behind a cold remark and tossed Huan Weng's arm back to him. Under Yin Sheng's keen observation, he discovered that the ghost children present were beginning to change their attitude towards Huan Weng. This reminds me of the hints given in the original horror games. Enthusiasm, patience, and meticulousness. Huan Weng at least achieved the most important thing, enthusiasm. Therefore, the relatively simple-minded ghost children may have developed a tiny bit of approval for him. Sure enough, compared to the other players, it is the unconventional Huan Weng who has a greater chance of surviving. Perhaps. Yin Sheng pondered for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the ghost children before turning to Huan Weng, who had walked to the center of the circle. He believes that a new, chosen one, may be born today. Because the 10 ghost children, there was a tiny creature with a hideous and ugly appearance, and extremely thin. The look in his eyes as he gazed at Huan Weng clearly carried a certain longing. In layman's terms, it was a somewhat love-starved child. Interesting. Yin Sheng's lips curled up slightly. Huan Weng seems to be turning this thrilling survival game into a healing game. Standing in the middle, Huan Weng, holding his own arm, first gently thanked the fat, bouncy boy. Because the other party didn't eat his arm directly, but returned it to him. Then, his performance was very simple. It just told a story. The story of a man over 50 who lost his child. The children in the story are described vividly, and all their characteristics are clearly described. Have you seen my child? If you have, please let me know. I'm willing to pay any price. In the end, Huan Weng looked at the ghost children with a gentle gaze, like that of a kind old father. Perhaps in his eyes, these terrifying ghost children were not much different from his own tragically short-lived child. Snap! Snap! A faint round of applause was given to this program, which actually did not satisfy the ghost children. The applause came from the ugliest and smallest ghost child that Yin Sheng had noticed. Passed. The first game is over. The next game will begin after the boss makes a decision. Although the fat ball ghost child didn't feel anything, he didn't intend to harm Huan Weng. The words fell. The ghost children vanished from everyone's sight, as if refracted by light and shadow. Just as the human players were about to breathe a sigh of relief, their faces stiffened and they froze. Because the rest of the ghost children disappeared and left. But there was still a small, ugly ghost child with sallow skin who had not left. Not only that, he even took the initiative to walk towards Huanwang. Such a scene. From the player's perspective, the meaning is quite different. New players were afraid of something going wrong, so they stayed put and didn't dare to move. Yi Kun, on the other hand, had an intensely jealous look in her eyes, wishing she could replace Huanwang. Lu Zhan remained expressionless, but deep in his eyes was a hint of envy. Yu Quan, on the other hand, seemed somewhat restless, his fists clenched tightly, struggling and conflicted. As for Huanwang himself, after a slight surprise, he took the initiative to ask, "Young friend, do you need any help from me?" His kind smile and sincere eyes, devoid of any disdain, moved the ghost child even more. It's done. Yinxing knew from the sight that the biggest winner of this game had emerged. A chosen one is about to be born, and perhaps it won't have any major side effects. Chapter 68. As long as I have no morals, you can't kidnap me. Can you be my father? The ghost child is simple and straightforward, without any hint of ambiguity. Getting close to Huanwang, he directly expressed his feelings. This is true for the vast majority of ghosts and monsters. Huanwang was clearly taken aback, but he quickly recovered and didn't say anything more. As a former father, he could feel the inferiority complex and the longing in the child before him. Can you be my father? The ghost child asked again. Of course, child. Huanwang's face. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, he embraced the ghost child tightly. A cold, ghostly creature embraced by a human. They collided. Gradually, the little ghost child turned into blue smoke and dissipated. On Huanwang's chest, beneath his clothes, was a unique mark. He gently covered his chest, his expression extremely complicated. In the end, however, he couldn't say anything. Thanks. Huanwang walked to Yincheng's side, bowed, and expressed his sincere gratitude. He did not become arrogant in the slightest after becoming a chosen one. You're welcome. Yincheng waved his hand dismissively, adding a casual reminder. Using the power of the ghost child, we might be able to preserve your hand intact. After you get out alive, it might even be able to be reattached. Thank you for reminding me. Huanwang expressed his gratitude once again. Yincheng ignored them and looked around the empty amusement park, where not a single ghost was to be seen. He couldn't help but frown. Those ghost children disappeared without a trace was simply unbelievable. It came suddenly and left mysteriously. There wasn't a single trace to be found. The leader of the ghost children in the park seems to be quite something. Yincheng couldn't help but sneer. He speculated that the amusement park had spiraled out of control because it had been taken over by naughty kids. It's highly likely that this is related to that big sister. At the moment, the first game is over. Before the second game was decided, Yincheng planned to take a good look around the amusement park. Let's see if we can find any clues to find the boss that the ghost children mentioned. To catch the thief, first catch the king. Although Yincheng is following the strategy-based route, he can't possibly have to woo each and every one of those bratty kids, can he? That's really ridiculous and a huge waste of time. With that thought in mind, Yincheng took a step forward and headed deeper into the amusement park. Wait, boss, wait for us. A hurried shout came from behind, causing Yincheng to frown instinctively. Sure enough, trouble always comes knocking on my door, even though I've tried my best to keep strangers away. Yincheng sighed helplessly in his heart. Then he turned his head and looked at the players who were catching up with him, expressionless. 3 pieces of advice. First, I don't have time to play the role of a savior and worry about your life and death. That's a problem for you to consider yourselves. Secondly, as fellow players, I would like to kindly remind you that information cues are crucial in horror games, and that chosen one is your role model. Finally, I have no morals to speak of, so you can't hold me hostage. Yincheng held up 2 fingers and said seriously. The indifferent words instantly chilled the hearts of the players who had been hoping to catch up. I thought I could follow in the footsteps of the pros and just coast along in the game. The result was clearly not satisfactory. No, boss, please help me. I just want to live. I'll do anything you ask to live. With a thud, someone immediately knelt down, crying and begging. Dignity is so cheap when faced with the threat of life and death and the torment of fear. Big brother, please help us. We're all human, struggling to survive in this world. Shouldn't we help each other? Only by working together can we survive better. Yi Kun couldn't hold back and stepped forward, taking up the banner of righteousness. Yes, we're all human. Boss, you can't just stand by and watch us die. As long as you're willing to save me, we'll return to the world alive, and we promise to follow your lead from now on. I'll pay. Boss, save me. I can give you a lot of money. It's normal to resort to any means necessary to survive. In Chung could understand. After all, he was also a player himself. However, while I understand, I'm sorry, he doesn't buy into that kind of thing. A friendly reminder is already more than enough. More? It doesn't exist. In Chung didn't bother with any further explanation and simply turned and left. He was about to leave. The players panicked immediately, especially the newcomers, who couldn't hold back any longer. Stop! Stop! How can you just abandon us like this? Someone shouted out shameless words on the spot. The others, far from blushing, joined in the agreement. What does "we are all human beings, shouldn't we work together in the same boat" mean? What do you mean by "can you bear to watch us die"? There were even statements like, "if you don't save us, we'll expose you when we get back to the human world." Faced with a huge disparity, the threat of life and death, and the torment of fear, their mindset has become unbalanced. At first, it was just words of moral blackmail. Later on, it even evolved into vicious whispered curses and angry shouts at In Chung. Only In Chung, moving incredibly fast, had already gone far away, heading deep into the amusement park, and thus did not hear anything. Otherwise, well, they didn't have the guts to chase after them and yell at them. In Cheng's strength was undeniable, and when Huanwing asked him to cut off his hand, he acted ruthlessly without the slightest hesitation. Faced with such a ruthless person, they could only vent their dissatisfaction verbally. On the other side, Lu Zhen watched Yi Kun leading the new players in a commotion, gave a disdainful sneer, and then began to rest and recuperate on the spot. He wasn't as daring as In Chung in exploring everywhere. Being able to take a break during this rare, threatening time can be a very effective way to relieve mental fatigue. Another veteran player, Yu Quan, repeatedly cast his gaze upon Huanwang. In the end, he suppressed his greed and sat down dejectedly on the ground. In the real world, he would have dared to take a gamble. However, this is a paradise for ghosts and monsters, so if he does something irrational, it is very likely that we will incur the wrath of the monsters, and at that time, we may die without a burial place. While In Chung was searching everywhere, Huanwing also took advantage of the fact that the player's attention was not on him. He actively wandered around the amusement park, trying to make contact with the ghost children. The remaining players, led by Yi Kun, gathered together, constantly cursing and hurling vicious curses. The vulgarity and offensiveness of the language made Lu Zhen, who was standing to the side, frown. What they didn't know was, inside a certain magic mirror, a gothic little girl in a black princess dress. Her porcelain-like face pouted, revealing an unhappy expression. Chapter 69 Hill is angry. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! How dare they? How dare they use such vicious language to talk about such a gentle older brother? That's too much. That's absolutely too much. In the world reflected in the mirror, Hill kneaded her fair face, muttering to herself. My mother said that I should be a polite and well-mannered child. Hill listens to his mother the most. Hill is the best and most obedient child. Why can't those toys be as obedient and well-behaved as Hill? Mom said that disobedient children would have their tongues pulled out, their eyes gouged out, and be thrown into a frying pan to be fried. But toys aren't children anymore, so how should Hill punish them? Two soft ponytails swayed constantly. Hill's adorable face was filled with an unhappy expression. Her mother had never taught her how to handle toys that were being impolite. This caused her some distress. Tong Tong, come here for a moment. Hill, reflected in the mirror, waved towards another mirror not far away. The mirror instantly moved closer to the magic mirror. The young ghost child, whose arm had been reattached by In Chung, asked curiously, Big sister, is there a problem? Those trashy toys are so disobedient, and even insulted the gentle older brother who took over for you. Do you know how to punish them? Faced with a brat like Tong Tong, Hill displayed her boss-like demeanor and calmly asked, How dare they insult Big Brother? Tong Tong immediately became furious, her clear childish voice suddenly turning shrill and chilling. Kill them. I'm going to kill them right now. Tong Tong couldn't sit still any longer and immediately wanted to step out of the mirror world. Quiet down. Hill snapped, adopting a bossy tone. What's the point of simple killing? My mother said that if children misbehaved, their eyes would be gouged out, their tongues would be pulled out, and they would be thrown into a frying pan. How could these lowly toys be killed so easily? Then, what do you want to do, boss? Tong Tong couldn't help but ask. Hill remained silent, looking at Tong Tong's innocent face, and couldn't help but sigh. If you know how to handle things yourself, why would you ask me? But soon, Hill's amber eyes flickered slightly as she came up with an idea. How about this, Tong Tong? go ask the gentle older brother if he has any fun game ideas. Let those toys play their final role in the game suggested by the older brother. Upon hearing this, Tongtong's eyes lit up instantly. Okay, big sister. I'll go right now. To be able to meet that gentle older brother again. How strange. Looking across the entire park, there isn't a single ghost or monster to be found. Beside a giant Ferris wheel made from the corpse of an unknown ghost, Incheng sighed. As he walked, his eyes darted to almost every corner. But to my dismay, not a single ghost could be found. Well, Incheng wasn't in such a hurry to go inside some buildings to search for something, so he chose to take a risk. Without knowing the nature of the big sister mentioned by the ghost children, he didn't want to take unnecessary risks. The boss had very strange methods. She could simply make the ghost children disappear into thin air. Such methods are quite troublesome. If you can't touch it, what good is having immense strength if you can't even see it or touch it? Big brother. Just as Incheng was sighing, a clear child's voice came from behind him. It was still as sudden as ever. However, Incheng was not afraid at all. Instead, a faint smile appeared on his face. In stark contrast to the other players. Those guys would love for the ghosts to stay hidden, or rather, to simply not show themselves at all. But for Incheng, only by constantly interacting with ghosts and monsters can he find the flaws in them, and then take a step further to get in touch with the big sister behind them. After solving the root cause of the problem, whether you stay in the park or try to explore the other benefits further, whether it's returning directly to the human world or not, isn't it all an easy matter? Turning around, Incheng looked at the familiar ghost child in front of him and asked with a smile, "Little guy, is there something you need from me?" The eye of insight was activated silently, observing the ghost child's current state, and he instantly knew the other party's intentions. At the same time, Tongtong then spoke up. "Big sister asked me to ask you, big brother, if you have any fun game suggestions." "Oh," Incheng feigned surprise. "Games? I know quite a few, but is something wrong, big brother?" Tongtong noticed the change in Incheng's tone and quickly asked with concern. For some reason, it feels like I'm trying to fool a child." Incheng muttered to himself, but his body language was very sincere as he said, "The games in the human world and those in the horror world should have some differences. I don't know if you guys will understand. How about this?" Incheng changed the subject. "You take me to meet your boss. I'll talk to her personally and let her choose based on her own interests. Face-to-face communication is better, isn't it?" Hearing that Incheng wanted him to take her to see the big sister, Tongtong's face instantly showed a troubled expression. "Big brother, it's not that I don't want to take you, but, it's okay. If you have any difficulties, that's fine too. I'll tell you the rules of the game, and you can relay them to me." Incheng waved his hand generously and then began to talk about some of the games and ways of playing in the world. There are many kinds. Games like Knock on 7, Visit 3 Gardens, and Truth or Dare. Humans may not be good at much else, but when it comes to playing, there are countless ways to do it. Simple and complex, we have it all. Tongtong's eyes grew brighter and brighter as she listened, as if her very existence had been elevated. Their usual games are just old-fashioned games like hide and seek and drop the handkerchief. Where can one find more knowledge than Incheng, who has experienced the drinking culture firsthand? A dozen minutes later, Tongtong left happily to report back to her older sister. Incheng, through Tongtong's previous changes in condition, used his eye of insight to discover the real reason why no ghosts could be found in the amusement park. The mirror room. All the ghost children, including the park staff who were being controlled, they were all hidden inside the mirrors of the mirror room. Therefore, it's not hard to guess that the big sister Tongtong was talking about is the one who is the leader of the gang. Its abilities are definitely inextricably linked to mirrors. I wonder, does a so-called mirror only work its power when a real mirror is used, or? Incheng gazed at the small swimming pool in the amusement park not far away, a hint of doubt in his mind. The shimmering water reflected the gloomy sky. Sometimes, it's not just a mirror that can be called a mirror. Chapter 70, Round 2 of the game, Knock 7, Mirror Image Illusion. Incheng pondered the abilities of the big sister, mentioned by the ghost children. A moment later, Tongtong's figure suddenly reappeared in front of him. It's like the refraction of light and shadow, or like real spatial teleportation. It's amazing. Big brother, the second round of the game is about to begin. Big sister has decided to play the Knock 7 game that you mentioned. On the surface, Tongtong came to call Incheng back to reunite with the other players, but in reality, she had ulterior motives and directly informed them of what the next game would be. Good girl, thank you. Insheng thanked her and casually patted Tongtong's short, smooth, black hair. Cool and silky smooth, with a feel completely different from that of a human. Tongtong stood obediently in place, letting Insheng pat her head. After a long while, she reluctantly said, "Big brother, you should hurry back and start the game. I have to go back now." "Okay, go ahead." Insheng nodded, but inwardly sighed. It seems that most of the ghost children in the park lack normal care. This is the weakness of the ghost children, and also a major factor that can be exploited. For him, who takes the strategy route. If we were to max out the favorability ratings of all these ghost children, will this affect the ghost parents behind them? A smile gradually crept onto Insheng's face. He felt he had grasped the true core gameplay of this game. Playing games is not the goal. To indirectly build a certain level of goodwill with the parents behind the ghost children through playing games. Who knows, in the next game, you might encounter one of the ghost fathers or ghost mothers. Given the bond we have with their children, it would be good if we could get some help. While pondering, Insheng returned to the place where the human players were huddled together. Huan Wang was also reminded by the ghost child that had just merged into his chest, and he walked back. His face showed slight disappointment, clearly indicating that he had not received any news about his child. Yi Kun and the other 4 new players looked at Insheng with a hidden malice. However, no matter how well it was concealed, Insheng's keen insight easily detected this. A single glance from the Eye of Insight. A hint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Not saving them would make them mortal enemies. A simple sentence is enough to describe the current state of those 5 guys. The level of friendliness is also directly reflected in hatred. It's ridiculous, but Insheng has gotten used to it. Or rather, in a world where horror games have arrived, many people are no longer surprised by them. The 3 female players inside the 3rd hospital had already given Insheng a very deep understanding of them. So, he wouldn't mind sending these guys who hate him to the brink of death in the next game. Brand new game provided to us by a very gentle older brother. The sudden appearance of the ghost child set the stage for the second game. However, Insheng looked at the little girl ghost child who was wearing a white princess dress, had her hair in pigtails, and whose face was shrouded in a mist. His pupils contracted slightly, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Mirror image. Race. None. She is merely an illusion the mirror wants you to see. Friendliness. Friendly. Strength. None. Preferences. Unknown. Strive to improve yourself. Perhaps in the future you'll be able to discern the true nature of puppets, illusions, and subtle clues. Weakness. Mirrors. Breaking the ubiquitous mirrors will naturally make the mirror image disappear. Current status. Reading out the game rules, then observing you closely. Yes, she's observing you. The real entity behind her seems particularly interested in you. The information returned by the Eye of Insight is not complete. But for Insheng, this also speaks volumes. He breathed a sigh of relief, especially when he saw the friendliness rating. A cunning and unpredictable behind-the-scenes big sister, who is difficult to guard against. Judging from the mirror image, she at least maintained a friendly attitude towards herself. More importantly, the little tip in the Eye of Insight's preferences section confirmed one thing for him. A god-level talent can be fully utilized is indeed linked to his own strength. Knock 7. What kind of game is that? Among the 5 newcomers, there were some inexperienced students who had not yet been exposed to drinking culture and were completely clueless. The others seemed to have all played the game before, and a hint of relief flashed in their eyes. However, when asked by the new players beside them, they remained silent. She didn't seem inclined to explain anything to him at all. Even when the person kept pressing them for details, they would only make excuses like, "We've never played it before." The saying, "It is better to die for a fellow Taoist than for a poor one," is profoundly embodied at this moment. In every round of the game, 9 times out of 10, someone will die. There were only 10 players in total, and one of them has already died. Based on common sense, the ghost children had finally gotten their hands on this batch of toys, so there was no reason for them to be wiped out in just 1 or 2 rounds. What's the point of that? So, a reasonable deduction is that at most 1 or 2 people should die in a round of the game. Or perhaps, a brave warrior, like Huan Wang, or even someone like Insheng who could truly defeat the ghost child, would step forward. In this way, the game can be ended. However, Insheng has made it very clear that he will not help their will. The over 50-year-old Huan Wang completely ignored them from beginning to end. Unable to rely on others' mercy, they will naturally come up with other ideas. For example, letting novice players who know absolutely nothing about the game rules step on landmines and die. Satisfying the ghost children's appetites might just allow you to advance directly to the next round. If you can survive 3 games, you can return to the world alive. What does it matter whether other people live or die? The 9 ghost children took their seats in turn, forming a circle with the human players once again. The little ghost child, dressed in a white princess dress, and with her face shrouded in mist, stood quietly to the side, watching silently. Although the other party's face could not be seen clearly through the fog, In-chung could also feel that the other person's gaze was constantly lingering on him. Game start. A pleasant voice came from the little ghost child. The players, who had formed a circle, immediately tensed up. Especially the guy who didn't know the rules of the game. His eyes were bloodshot, his forehead veins were bulging, and he was on the verge of a breakdown. 1, 2, 3. With the ghost child in the far corner, count off from left to right. The pace was quite slow, but to players who were unaware of the rules, it sounded like a death knell. Chapter 71. The change in the nature of the game. Knocking on the 7 is a very common drinking game. It's also a very simple game. A group of friends take turns calling out numbers, choosing to start from 1 or any other number. Of course, the first digit cannot be 7, nor can it be a multiple of 7. The counting process cannot be skipped. And those who follow up with the numbers, once they encounter numbers containing 7 or multiples of 7, they would then choose to clap or bang on the table to avoid that number, while the people behind them would continue to call out the next number. If someone fails to react in time and shouts out a number containing 7 or a multiple of 7, then he has lost, and the next round of the game will start with him counting off again. In the human world, this game is often played at drinking parties. If you lose, it's just a matter of drinking. In the horror game, the punishments in the hands of the ghost children are clearly not so simple. 6. Snap. The 7th ghost child claps. 8. 9. The 9 ghost children finished counting. They all looked at the human players with malicious eyes. Well, In-chung and Huan Wang are exceptions. They licked their lips, their eyes filled with longing for food. 10. Sitting next to the ghost child, Huan Wang decisively called out the number. 11. In-chung replied calmly and composedly. 12. 13. 2 newcomers reported their numbers without incident. This instantly put the players who knew the game rules at ease. Snap. Lucian clapped his hands to avoid the 14th. The player who was initially unaware of the rules observed the numbers called out and the clapping hands with particular care. Soon, his eyes lit up and he felt more confident. 15. Yu Quan reported. 16. Yi Kun reported. 17. A novice player, unaware of the rules and relying solely on the first lap of the game, shouted out the fatal 17. He thought that the numbers that needed to be skipped were multiples of 7. This ignores the number 7 itself. Unfortunately, and fatally so. You lost. You lost. He. The loser has to accept the punishment. Come on, let me see. Which place should we choose for the best food? Thigh. I want to eat thigh. No, I think we should eat our hands instead. The little bones make a nice sound when we chew them. How about we eat the small eggs instead? Mom says they're really nutritious. The 9 ghost children eagerly discussed which part of the defeated human they should cut off as food. The chilling words sent shivers down the spines of the players. The player who lost the game, in particular, turned deathly pale, muttering repeatedly, "How could this be? How could I have lost? I didn't do anything wrong." It's a pity. The ghost children wouldn't explain to him why he lost. Quiet. The crisp sound of the mirror image rang out, and the scene instantly fell silent. I think his eyes are pretty good, so let's eat the eyes first this time. The sweet, childlike voice sounded eerie to everyone's ears. With a single word, the fate of the loser in the game was sealed. Whoosh. One of the ghost children reacted the fastest. He rushed straight up to the losing player and reached out to grab him. Ah! The piercing screams were utterly devastating. The 2 bloodshot eyeballs were gouged out by the ghost child. With a slurp, he inhaled. He immediately swallowed it whole. Delicious. It's so delicious. The ghost child couldn't help but exclaim. Damn it. He beat me to it. Another ghost child complained. Next time I'll definitely strike even faster. I definitely will. The chattering of the ghost children quickly drowned out the wails of the defeated players. Having just enjoyed the fresh food, the ghost child happily sat back down in his original seat. Then, they continued to stare intently at the player whose eyes had just been gouged out, their eyes filled with an eerie gaze. Many of the ghost children were already licking their lips. In-chung mentally sentenced the player to death, thinking he was doomed. In games like Knock 7, the loser starts counting again. Players in a state of intense pain and torment are already unaware of the rules, and now they probably have no mood to even think about them. The footsteps of death are creeping in my ears. It made him seem as if he couldn't hear any sounds from the outside world. An endless fear, like an abyss, dragged him down, deeper and deeper. Time seemed to have started a countdown. Beneath the veil of a mirror-like illusion, amber eyes gleamed with excitement and pleasure. Insults the gentle older brother must die. They must die slowly, in pain and torment. Timeout. You failed again because you did not start a new round of the game. The clear, childlike voice, however, was terrifying. This time, let's eat his tongue. The extremely malicious words, spoken with remarkable calm, essentially signaled the player's imminent death. If your tongue is eaten, how can you count? Whoosh. Another ghost child rushed out, his eerie smile stretching to his ears, making his doll-like face look terrifying. With tiny arms, they brutally pried open the tightly locked crowns of the defeated player's teeth. With a sizzle sound, the tongue was ripped off by a terrifying force. The inevitable outcome was that they would be devoured. What followed gradually turned into a painful torture show. The mirror image will declare failure every half minute. The players, barely clinging to life yet riddled with wounds, could only be devoured bit by the ghost children. Yi-kun and the others didn't dare to utter a sound. Even veteran players feel genuine fear and panic when faced with such a terrifying scene. They suddenly felt a little envious of the first player to die. At least, that guy died a quick death, without suffering torture and pain before he died. They didn't know was that from the moment they began cursing and hurling insults at In Chung. The nature of the game then underwent a qualitative change. Another player has disappeared, leaving not even a trace of their bones. This round of the game is not over yet. Because after those ghost children ate one player, they were still eyeing the remaining players with longing. Damn it, do we have to lose another one? Yi-kun cursed inwardly with fear, but his eyes involuntarily fell on the new player to his right. Wicked ideas suddenly popped into his head. When it was the other person's turn to avoid clapping for numbers, could he stop them and force them to fail? Yi-kun thought about it more and more, and it seemed feasible, and her eyes couldn't help but light up with excitement. We're already in the second round of the game. If we can get through it using these methods. In the third round, the same method will be used to sacrifice all the players except In Chung. Wouldn't he then be able to return to the world unharmed? Chapter 72, The Unfairness You Can't Afford to Envy. Yi-kun's thoughts. In Cheng's all-seeing eyes saw it all. There's nothing to comment on. In In Cheng's eyes, they were already a bunch of dead people. Watching them scheme against each other is not interesting at all. It's just the pathetic death throes of scoundrels. It's hard to know whether the mirror image saw through Yi-kun's restless intentions. She actually took the initiative to speak, causing one of the 9 ghost children to leave the stage, leaving only the remaining 8, and then change their positions. 8 ghost children then slipped among the 8 human players. Yi-kun was completely stunned. Yu Quan, who seemed to share the same thought, also had an expression of elation on his face. The game begins. The words fell. This time, the ghost children remained silent. The human players instantly realized that they were being waited for to start the game on their own. Thoughts raced through Yi-kun's mind at that moment. His gaze inadvertently swept over In Chung, and a murderous intent flashed deep in his pupils. An idea immediately came to mind, and Yi-kun put it into action right away. 22. He took the initiative to call out the first number. The insidious part is that, according to calculations, if the chanting continues, In Chung will be chanting number 28, while the ghost child in front of him will be chanting number 27. These 2 numbers happen to be consecutive and should be avoided. Yi-kun wanted to use habitual thinking to trick the other party. Deep down, he harbored resentment towards In Chung for failing to save him from death, and at this moment, his mind seemed to have an unprecedented flash of inspiration. 23. 24. Everything seemed to be developing exactly as Yi-kun had envisioned. Little did he know, his wicked intentions were completely under In Cheng's observation. Even more unexpectedly, it was In Cheng's turn to face the ghost child in front of him. He loudly shouted out the number, 27, then feigned surprise and said, "Oh dear, I think I lost." The acting was so exaggerated and fake that it left people speechless. Things are getting more and more interesting. With the information feedback from the Eye of Insight, the ghost child's purpose in doing this was immediately clear. In Cheng's smile deepened, and he became increasingly interested in the ghost child boss, whom he had never met, but who had a strong liking for him. The ghost child lost. Before anyone could speak, He voluntarily accepted the punishment. He gouged out one of his own eyes and ate it. Then, snap, it grew back all of a sudden. Although it looks terrifying, such methods are basically the specialty of ghosts. Yi-kun and the other human players felt aggrieved, but dared not speak out. More than one veteran player who has survived horror games often says the same thing. Never try to reason with ghosts and monsters. The game continues. The clear, childlike voice rang out again. This time, the ghost child beside In-shung gave Yi-kun a cruel smile and shouted the number 36. Damn it! Damn it! Yi-kun felt a chill run down his spine from being stared at, especially when he noticed that the other ghost children seemed to be staring at him eerily as well. He was instantly filled with rage and curses, cursing incessantly. The child actor, whose acting was so poor, deliberately shouted, 27. Now it seems, he has a vague feeling that the ghost children are intentionally protecting In-shung. After understanding this crucial issue, Yi-kun felt utterly disheartened. What the hell is this supposed to be? Panic, tension, and fear began to overwhelm Yi-kun again, shattering his composure. In-shung has filmed 37. The next player, Ghost Child, was cautious and made no mistakes. Until, of the ghost child in front of Yi-kun. Instead of shouting 46, he quickly and loudly clapped his hands near Yi-kun's ear. An unexpected situation. This immediately disrupted Yi-kun's rhythm, as he was already flustered by the pressure from the ghost children surrounded by wolves. My ears were ringing from the sudden, loud slap. 444. After hearing 4 sounds in a row, he suddenly realized what was happening. I'm 47. He's the one who should be clapping. Pupils shrank to pinpoints in an instant. Pointing at the ghost child in front of him, he said tremblingly, You lost. That's right. I lost. The ghost child laughed with pride instead of shame. But you lost too. The rule of striking 7 is that if the person who makes a mistake continues to clap or call out numbers, they also lose. Boom. Like a bolt from the blue, it exploded deep in Yi-kun's mind. He couldn't understand why a group of ghost children from a terrifying world would be so knowledgeable about human drinking games. However, he didn't have any extra time to think about these issues. Those malicious, hungry eyes. They were staring intently at him. It seems they are deciding which part of the body to eat first. No, I can't die. Yi-kun was, after all, a veteran player who had experienced several horror games, and he became incredibly calm in the face of life and death. He then pulled a dagger from his waist. Whoosh. With an extremely decisive strike, he severed his other hand. Enduring the pain, he threw his palm in front of the ghost children. Then, disregarding everything else, he took out the hemostatic medicine he had prepared in advance from his pocket and frantically sprinkled it on the wound. It hurt a lot, but he wanted to live more than the pain. Faced with Yi-kun's ruthless actions, the ghost children simply looked at the mirrored illusion on one side. Seeing that she didn't say anything, the ghost children understood what their leader meant. They couldn't let the person who wanted to scheme against their older brother die too quickly. Therefore, Yi-kun's actions were tacitly approved. One of the ghost children quickly picked up his palm and began to chew it with a crunch sound. The eerie sound deeply disturbed Yi-kun's mind, and he almost bit his teeth to pieces. The severed arm seemed to be hurting more and more intensely. Looking at this scene, In-shung couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If those people in the human world who like to urge others to drink could also experience such a scene from the underworld, they should be able to understand the pain of being forced to drink when you can't drink it. The game continues. But as you play, the things that don't feel right about the game become apparent. Whenever it was In-shung's turn to clap his hands to avoid numbers containing 7 or multiples of 7, the ghost children in front of him would deliberately make exaggerated mistakes, and then immediately punish themselves. They didn't give In-shung a chance to make a mistake at all. On the other hand, Yi-kun, a veteran player, fared terribly after several rounds of the game. He cut off an arm several times, enduring excruciating pain, and fed it to the ghost child. He had personally cut off flesh from both thighs several times. He lay on the ground covered in blood, his consciousness already blurred, yet he was still subconsciously counting. Utterly tragic. Yi-kun's fate made the remaining human players acutely aware of a cruel reality. People are truly different from one another. They suffered the torment and fear of hovering between life and death. But that man enjoyed the protection of the ghosts. The stark contrast made them feel absurd, while screaming unfair in my heart. This gave rise to endless envy and jealousy. Unfortunately, envy and jealousy couldn't help them overcome their life or death crisis. Chapter 73, Let the Older Brother Come In and Play. The curtain fell on the seventh strike. The price was the deaths of 2 players. It appears that after 2 rounds of the game, there are still 7 people left out of the 10. But in reality, of the remaining players, aside from In Chung who remained calm and collected, and Huan Wang who was an outlier, no one is without anxiety, fearing that they might make a wrong move. The final round of the game, and also the most crucial one. If you survive, you will be able to successfully return to the world of the living. With hope at hand, they dared not let their guard down. The mirror image disappeared. The ghost children did not leave. The scene became somewhat quiet. Only the eerie sounds emitted by the terrifying toys inside the park when they were in operation continued to echo. Huan Wang left again, still eager to gather as much information as possible about his child within the limited playtime. But the ghost children in front of him clearly had no intention of paying him any attention. He could only try to find those hidden ghost children. In Chung had no intention of moving this time. Since the leader of the ghost children hasn't chosen to show herself, it means she doesn't want to meet him in person right now. Making a fool of yourself is not a smart thing to do. If there is absolutely no threat to one's life, there's nothing wrong with going along with the host's arrangements. Big brother, we haven't decided what to play for the 3rd round yet. Can you play with us for a bit? A strange-looking ghost child with a head on his stomach walked up to In Chung and asked him a question. The rest of the ghost children also gathered around instantly, their eyes filled with longing. Sure, In Chung smiled gently and asked, what would you like to play? Hide and seek. I love playing hide and seek the most. A ghost child quickly spoke up. He was the young master of the Mountain Ghost clan, and he had a rather dignified and imposing air about him. His demeanor was clearly far superior to that of the other ghost children. As soon as he spoke, the other ghost children fell silent, showing no intention of competing at all. In Cheng's lips curled up slightly. He admired this devilish kid with a powerful background. However, he's a man who's prepared to go all out. Of course, it's impossible for a little brat to sway my thoughts. What about you guys? Is there any game you'd like to play? Just tell me. I'm free right now, so I can play with you guys for a while. In Cheng always wore a gentle smile. This attitude resonated deeply with the ghost children. This caused their favorability rating to skyrocket. After all, even their ghost parents don't have the patience to play with them. The words fell. The remaining ghost children could no longer contain their excitement and began to chatter excitedly. Not long after, of the other players, In Chung began his new round of the game, all by himself. Hide and seek. Pass the buck. Jump rope. It does sound like a very serious childhood game. However, when you actually play it, it's still a bit outrageous. Hide and seek involves tearing a ghost child apart on the spot, and then having him and other ghost children hide the fragments of the mountain spirit. Then let In Chung go and find them all. The kicking ball was equally brutal. They would simply rip off the head of a little devil and use it as a ball for the game. Jumping rope, the bloody, gushing intestines are what's called the rope. He swung it around, splattering blood all over the ground. It looked absolutely horrifying. For a long time to come, In Chung also got to experience the childhood joys of a mischievous kid in the horror world. Their leader, for some unknown reason. For a long time, no 3rd game was played. The ghost children, however, have changed batch after batch. Even the lowest favorability rating was reduced to the friendly level by In Chung. The vast majority of them have already reached the trust level. Even more, a small number became heart-to-heart level friends. A childish and terrifying game, though it might be boring for an adult to play. But building up favorability is a different story. If conditions permit, In Chung wished he could hunt down every single ghost and monster in the entire Yiming city. Back then, as long as ghosts and monsters are our friends, shouldn't horror games also be turned into peaceful and healing games? On the rapidly spinning carousel head, In Chung envisioned a bright future. Inside the room with the mirror, inside the magic mirror, the little girl in the black princess dress had a bright red lollipop in her mouth at some point. The little tongue makes slurping sounds, which looks extremely cute. While eating candy, I looked at the scene reflected in the small mirror. Carousel with human heads, Titan Ferris wheel, ball pit with eyeballs. Those are all the places Hill wants to play with In Chung. It's a pity. All she could do was let the ghost children take In Chung to experience them one by one, just to get a glimpse of them. Hill dared not disobey his mother. Otherwise, her strict mother would banish her to the kaleidoscope, where she would endure a long period of loneliness and desolation. That was the punishment Hill feared most. Hill really wants to play with that fun and kind older brother, but Mom won't let Hill leave the magic mirror. Hill, with a lollipop in his mouth, mumbled incoherently. Although her voice was clear and melodious, her delicate and flawless face always wore a gloomy expression. Her amber eyes, fixed intently on the small mirror, burned with the flames of jealousy. What should we do? What should we do? Hill can't disobey her mother, but Hill really wants to play with her big brother. The clear, crisp voice gradually became emotional, taking on a tone of annoyance and anxiety. Click! The blood-red lollipop was bitten to pieces by the silver teeth. Bright red liquid flowed from the bitten candy coating and was licked clean by Hill, bit by bit. Such a scene. If some strange uncles in the world saw this, they would probably die on the spot from insufficient blood packs. Surpasses that of ordinary Lolita. At the same time, she will be in even greater danger. Etc. As Hill pulled out a new lollipop and put it in her mouth, a thought suddenly flashed through her mind. With a crunch, the freshly opened lollipop, before it could even enjoy the warmth on its tongue, was bitten to pieces by the silver teeth. Hill should listen to her mother and not go out. But Mom didn't seem to say that Hill can't bring other people into the magic mirror to play together, did she? Hill's face instantly brightened, and the scene in the mirror world also changed from gloomy to sunny. Hill is such a genius. Gentle and funny big brother. Come find Hill. The third game is Find Hill. Chapter 74. Wanna buy your life? The Inscrutable Merchant Guild. Call. In-chung let out a long sigh of relief. As he watched the last batch of ghost children disappear quietly, he couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. Playing can be tiring too. In particular, one group after another took him to visit all sorts of bizarre and terrifying attractions in the amusement park. It took In-chung most of the day to finally explore the entire amusement park, winning over the ghost children. The only place I haven't been to is the mirror room. Seeing that no more ghost children were appearing, In-chung was not in a hurry. He quietly walked to the swing next to him, sat down, and enjoyed the rare peace and quiet. On the other side, the ghost children all went to play with In-chung. The surviving human players also benefited from In-chung's influence, during which time they spent most of the day. Not being gripped by fear and death is a rare moment of safety after entering the park. Huan Wang did not continue searching for the ghost child to inquire, because the ghost child in his chest who recognized him as his father had already told him about the current state of the paradise. Only by protecting himself can he have more opportunities to find his former children. If you do something irrational and anger the boss, even a ghost child couldn't save him. Veteran players Yuquan and Lu Zhen kept a certain distance from each other and sat quietly in place. Their expressions were unpredictable, sometimes showing hesitation, sometimes struggle, and sometimes a strong sense of resentment and reluctance. As for the remaining three new players, they huddled together and seemed to be whispering and discussing something. A short while later, Lu Zhen remained silent until he saw that In-chung was no longer surrounded by the ghost child. He finally couldn't help but stand up and walk towards In-chung. What's up? In-chung sat on the swing, calmly gazing at the man in front of him. Boss, I'm willing to give up everything I own, whether it's ghost coins or items. I still have some foundation in the human world, and if you're interested, I'm willing to offer it up with both hands. I know that these big shots are not ordinary players, and I don't expect them to save my life directly. I just hope that they can put in a good word for me with the mastermind behind this game. That would make me very happy. No one is immune to fear when faced with life and death. Lu Zhen is a smart man. He's the kind of person who can make money with his brains. The first game went fairly well. He could tell that the ghost children were just playing around normally, even though their methods were incredibly cruel. But starting from the second game, the nature of the game changed dramatically. The game is completely centered around the big shot in front of you. Before the game begins, Yi-kun and others attempted to use moral blackmail to threaten the powerful figures into providing them with protection. After failing, they continued to curse and rage. Then what? Yi-kun is dead, and another player who insulted the big boss is also dead. However, the way they died was many times more cruel than that of the first game, and it was clearly a case of being targeted and killed. It's obvious. The big sister behind the ghost children seems to be very interested in and fond of the big boss in front of her. In such a situation, Lu Zhen was very clear-headed. If he wanted to survive, then he had no choice but to be prepared to give up some things. I'm hoping that some big shot will say a good word for him. All your assets. In-chung became slightly interested. This man, who remained relatively calm throughout, did not have any extreme thoughts or actions towards him. The other party was quite sensible, knowing not to ask for too much, only to receive a kind word. Such a person is quite easy to communicate with, and if enough benefits are offered, Incheng wouldn't mind putting in a good word for him. Of course, that's on the premise that he himself won't lower his mirror ghost's favorability because of it. This is all my ghost coins, and a low-level amulet. It was definitely painful, but Lu Xun still took out all his assets from the horror world without hesitation. There were a few scattered ghost coins, totaling around 500, and a low-level amulet worth 1,000 ghost coins. Incheng stared at the other party, and the information fed back by his eye of insight showed that Lu Xun indeed had not kept anything to himself. However, that's not enough to get him to help. The value of this little bit of stuff is 0 to Incheng. He's a man who once brushed past six-figure sums of money. How could he possibly care about something of such low value? Not enough, too little. The calm voice was like a bolt from the blue for Lu Xun. He went through several thrilling games, and finally managed to accumulate this much wealth. The result is hard to explain. Lu Xun boasted that he was risking being robbed by a powerful figure to show his sincerity. However, the big boss didn't even care about his meager assets. Large beads of sweat dripped continuously from Lu Xun's forehead. His brain was working frantically. He felt as if his CPU was about to burst into flames, and there seemed to be wisps of smoke rising from his forehead. He was thinking with all his might, recalling everything of his own that had value. He was willing to give up everything just to survive. Survival is the only thing that matters. Incheng sat calmly on the swing, his gaze turning to the mirror room in the distance. The third game hadn't even started yet, and that ghost girl leader was probably brewing some kind of wicked idea. Sitting there like that was getting a bit boring for him. Although it's tiring to build up goodwill, it's also very rewarding. With his vampire constitution, he felt full of energy after only a short rest. If you don't find something to do, it would be a waste of your precious time in horror games. In my mind, Lena's perfect image quietly emerged. I wonder how far the children's playground is from the third hospital. If it's close enough, could we? Incheng couldn't help but reminisce about the feeling of experiencing both ice and fire. Boss, ghost coins and such things may not be of much value to you. Lu Xun's words interrupted Incheng's thoughts. But I pride myself on my abilities in the real world. I am a mid to high level member of the Wujian Chamber of Commerce, and I can get many things done. As long as you give the order, I will do everything in my power to serve you, no matter what. And I guarantee that everything I bring you is completely untraceable and absolutely clean. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xun looked at Incheng with extreme nervousness. This is the only value he can demonstrate, aside from the ghost coin. He's gambling. If a big shot has certain needs in the world, but he doesn't like to show off, then, to him, I would have some additional value. If there's no demand, then there's no then. The Wujian Chamber of Commerce. Incheng narrowed his eyes, a hint of bloodlust flashing in his dark pupils. The computer left behind by Jiang Juanhao. Incheng used the name of the software to purchase supplies, and the user experience was quite good. That's right, the Infinite Business Association. Chapter 75, A Stable Food Source, Searching for Hill. The Infinite Business Association. When these words came out of Lu Xun's mouth, this finally piqued Incheng's interest. That's right, boss, the Wujian Chamber of Commerce. The most famous and trustworthy special organization in the Great Xia dynasty. As long as you're willing to pay, you can buy almost everything that money can buy here. You can even buy some extremely rare horror game items. Seeing that the big shot was finally showing some reaction, Lu Xun immediately began to introduce the Wujian Chamber of Commerce without reservation. Incheng also used his eye of insight to judge the truth or falsehood of what the other party said. Lu Xun did not utter a single lie. At least in his understanding, the Wujian Chamber of Commerce did indeed possess such strength. Furthermore, Lu Xun himself had several transactions involving ghost coins. This is evident. The Wujian Chamber of Commerce is quite powerful. An underground organization, similar to a black market. Incheng was well aware of the difficulty in gaining the trust of numerous players and facilitating the trading of ghost coins. It seems that the Wujian Chamber of Commerce must have some favored ones supporting it. If what Lu Xun said is entirely true, then he does have some investment value. Incheng pondered silently, his gaze towards Lu Xun no longer so indifferent. A person who is of useful value, provided that you can guarantee that they will not betray you. Incheng wouldn't mind taking on a tool. After all, many things in life are unavoidable. For example, food issues. This food is not that food. Human food has no meaning for him now. At best, it can only satisfy one's appetite and allow one to eat some. The growth of vampires is inseparable from bloodshed. This is a cruel and true reality. Actively hunt. For Yin Sheng, it's not impossible, but the risks are enormous. The Great Xia Palace for pacifying the rebellion was not just for show. Their keen insight was evident from the fact that they were able to approach them so quickly. Moreover, what kind of trump cards they have in their hands. The human world seems almost no different from the vampire's hunting grounds. In fact, Yin Sheng knew very well that this was not just about reckless hunting. Even a seasoned hunter, who hunts with utmost care and caution, can easily leave traces. The era of horror games has arrived. The Great Xia's Sky Eye system operates almost around the clock without stopping. Active hunting can easily leave clues. Therefore, if there is a long-term, stable, and reliable supplier that can provide a source of fresh blood, why should Yin Sheng risk hunting for food himself? He's not one of those vampires in the movies who specifically targets virgins. Yin Sheng felt that such behavior, which was very easy to leave flaws and was also somewhat influenced by human aesthetics, was not advisable. If we were to do that, it would be far too easy to leave a loophole. Food is food. He cares about the quality of his blood, not about whether it's beautiful or ugly. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Sheng finally made a decision amidst a multitude of thoughts. He stretched out one hand and gently ran it across his chest. A thin, withered yellow straw, like a horsehair worm, kept moving in his hand. I can put in a good word for you and try my best to save your life, but... Yin Sheng smiled slightly and spoke slowly. At the same time, he extended his right hand. The thin, withered yellow straw looked like a strange worm, constantly moving inside my palm, and it looked incredibly eerie. It followed Yin Sheng's outstretched right hand and slowly wrapped around the trembling Lu Zhan. The speed wasn't fast. Yin Sheng was deliberately keeping them in check. He was assessing Lu Zhan's sincerity. Accepting straw rooting within the body, it is controlled and can be detonated at any time. That means Lu Zhan is willing to be manipulated by him and has no other thoughts in his mind for the time being. But if Lu Zhan came, Lu Zhan left. Scattered ghost coins and low-level amulets. Although Yin Sheng had no intention of taking it, he kept it as a gift for surrendering. This process didn't take too long. But after he left, he seemed to let out a long sigh of relief. His eyes were filled with an unprecedented sense of awe. Before this deal, in his eyes, Yin Sheng was at most a special kind of big shot. But after this deal, Lu Zhan believes he has latched onto an unprecedentedly powerful ally. Yin Sheng's mystery and power were deeply rooted in his heart and could not be erased. Seeing Lu Zhan return with a joyful expression, Yu Quan, a veteran player, instantly perked up and followed suit, walking towards Yin Sheng. And then, that was it. Even the qualification to buy one's life is not something that just anyone can obtain. Fortunately, Yu Quan was still quite rational and restrained. Otherwise, the joke of losing his life instead of trying to save it would have started with him. A gentle older brother, and toys. Hill has already figured out the rules for the third game. The game will be called Find the Hill. Go to the room of mirrors, and find the real Hill among the thousands of mirrors. That's how you win the game. Toys, you will have 3 chances to be judged, so be sure to cherish them. Every wrong judgment will be punished. The clear, childlike voice gradually faded away. Yin Sheng's eyes brightened. The other players instinctively shivered. They hadn't forgotten that in the last round of the game, under that beautiful yet demonic voice, those 2 players died. What do we do? Those ghosts are clearly targeting us. Even if we play by the rules, we're bound to die. One of the new players, harboring deep malice towards Yin Sheng, posed a question that evoked despair. No, I don't want to die. Think of something. There must be some way. The other person was terrified, his fingernails digging deep into his flesh. Him. Let's follow him to find him. Those ghosts won't bother him. If we follow him, we might have a chance of survival. The last person remained relatively calm and saw through the crux of the problem. Her eyes were fixed on Yin Sheng, as if she had seen her last hope. The other 2 also lit up instantly upon hearing this. The 3 exchanged glances, and, tempted, immediately took action, following Yin Sheng. Hearing these words from the side, Lu Zhan sneered inwardly. He'd seen people court death before, but he'd never seen a whole group of them go up there to do it. Just now, Lu Zhan explained the situation to Yin Sheng. These guys have ulterior motives towards him. After surrendering, it's not uncommon for people to tattle or report on each other. Although I didn't have much contact with Yin Sheng, Lu Zhan boasted that he could still deduce some of the big boss's personality. Anyone who dares to harbor hostility towards him will likely face no repercussions from him. Chapter 76, A God-Given Opportunity. Hill's Self-Conquest. The Mirror Room. To be precise, it should be called a mirror maze. The interior space is far more than just a small house on the outside. In the dim light, mirrors linked together form a network of interconnected passageways. Some of the things that are frightening are, in the reflection of each mirror, there exists the figure of a ghost child. What's even more bizarre is that these ghost children all look the same. They all present a cute but somewhat melancholic little girl appearance. They were all wearing the same white princess dresses and had their hair in pigtails. In-chung was the first to step into the mirror room. In an instant, a clear, childlike voice rang out. Big brother is finally here. Come and play with us. No, we're the big sister now. Big brother, come and guess who the real big sister is. Hee hee. The ghost children instantly became cheerful, even though the sounds they made were all exactly the same. However, the personalities of the ghost children are still quite distinct, and one can discern them from their tone of voice. In-chung was slightly curious whether the ghost in the mirror named Hill was mingling among the ghost children or lived in a unique mirror world. Big brother, you have 3 little tagalongs following you around. A clear, childlike voice rang out beside my ear, coming from the first mirror by the door. You're Tong, right? You're still so well-behaved and obedient. In-chung looked at the little girl in the mirror and smiled gently. Wow, Big brother is amazing. He can even recognize Tong. The sound of things returning to normal was filled with amazement. At the same time, the image of the little girl in the mirror gradually disappeared and was replaced by the innocent-looking Tong. When I played with you, I got to know your personalities and hobbies. Tong is so obedient. How could I not recognize her? Believe it or not, I can identify each of these little guys based on their preferences. In-chung spoke confidently. Big brother is so amazing. Tong can't even recognize all her friends yet. Tong's affection for In-chung has reached the level of complete trust, and she completely believes in his words. Me, I want to play. Big brother, come guess who I am. I want one too. Me too. As soon as In-chung said this, the little Lolas in the mirror instantly became enthusiastic. Little did they know, under In-chung's discerning eyes, although their reflections are distorted and altered by the mirror, their essence remains unchanged. Therefore, it can be seen at a glance. The ghost children are laid bare. For example, after Tong's example, the rather assertive little mountain spirit was the first to speak up. No rush, one at a time. You must be you, the little mountain spirit, right? The little guy is still as domineering as ever. In-chung had already learned their names when he played games with the ghost children earlier. After revealing his identity in one sentence, the young master of the mountain noble family instantly returned to his original form. He looked at In-chung with intense excitement, as if he were a genius. And this was such a small act, merely to identify them. In an instant, Yu, the young master of the Lingshan noble family, went from being trusted to being completely open with someone. In-chung, who is able to observe the level of favorability, is quite clear about this. Trust and open communication seem to be only one level apart. In reality, the gap is still quite large. To be completely open and honest with someone is essentially equivalent to unconditional trust, the kind that doesn't require any reason. Ordinary trust, however, needs to be built on certain foundational support. A change that happened silently. In-chung's smile grew even warmer, and the light in his eyes became even brighter. The third game was a golden opportunity for him. In-chung seemed to have already seen a huge wave of goodwill beckoning to him. A certain fan concealed its magnificent true form, transforming into an ordinary mirror, hidden among the mirrors deep within the labyrinth. He couldn't help but mutter, "He's so kind. Big brother is so kind." In such a short time, he's remembered all the little brother's preferences and personalities, and he can even distinguish each of them accurately. If the most well-behaved, most obedient, and most perfect Hill were to appear in front of Big Brother, he would surely remember her forever, right? Big brother will definitely become Hill's best friend. He definitely will. I want my big brother to stay with Hill forever. I'll be seeing my big brother soon. Should I change into a prettier dress? What color does my big brother like for me? This is so hard to decide. In-chung acted recklessly, stopping in front of every mirror he came across. He would feign probing conversations, quickly discerning the ghost child's preferences before revealing the ghost child's true identity. Well, while pursuing efficiency, he also strives to leave no loopholes. Therefore, it is still somewhat necessary to put on a show. Not far behind In-chung, 3 furtive figures walked tremblingly through the mirror maze. The ghost children who had reverted to their original forms and were only a mirror away from him. They were both scared and relieved. They were afraid that the ghost children would suddenly attack and devour them alive. I'm glad I made a smart choice and followed the right goal. In this way, In Chung led the way, while they sat back and enjoyed the fruits of his labor. How comfortable. If it weren't for the fact that they were too afraid to speak in front of the ghost children. They're probably all praising themselves for their cleverness right now. In their excitement, they followed In Chung closer and closer, as if afraid of being left behind. At the beginning, we kept a distance of several tens of meters, listening to In Cheng's voice to determine the direction. Now, they are almost following in In Cheng's footsteps. The lights were dim, and In Cheng's shadow stretched long on the ground. The three new players failed to notice a problem. Inside the maze of crooked mirrors, In Cheng's shadow always manages to peek out at just the right moment, allowing them to see it clearly. In addition, In Cheng's voice kept ringing out from the front. This convinced them that they were always following behind the big boss. Little did they know. They didn't know when it started, but what they were following was actually just a shadow. In Chung did not personally address the interests of the three new players. A shadowy figure was separated, allowing them to amuse the ghost children in their final moments and boost their favorability. That's the only value they can offer. Chapter 77, The Mirror Lady's Daughter, The Spirit in the Mirror. Three new players, filled with excitement, continued their journey. They were certain that In Chung would be able to lead them to their true objective. Only, as they walked, they began to feel that something was wrong. Their steps gradually stiffened, and the fear in their hearts suddenly surged again. In the end, they stopped, because there was still a lot of noise coming from ahead. The moment they realized something was wrong, they all vanished. The worst thing is when the air suddenly goes quiet. In the mirror, each and every one of these strangely shaped, ferocious, and eerie ghost children. They all stared at them with ill intent. There seemed to be a hint of mockery and ridicule in his eyes. Only the shadow they had been following remained motionless in its original position ahead. It was as if they were waiting for them. The quiet yet eerie scene amplifies the fear in people's hearts. The three new players' bodies trembled uncontrollably. They looked at each other and saw the despair in each other's eyes. Could the shadow in front of us be him? One of them finally couldn't hold back his emotions any longer and spoke up shakily. No way. If we don't start communicating with them soon, they might be driven to a mental breakdown by unspoken fear. I don't know. The other person's voice trembled. Damn it. Why? It's something he could do so easily. Why won't he help us? The last person finally broke down. She collapsed to her knees with a thud, looking utterly helpless and desperate. While tears streamed down her face, she didn't forget to keep berating and cursing In Chung. It seems, if it weren't for In Chung, he wouldn't have ended up in such a state. Whoosh. Whoosh. Seeing the last person, after their mentality exploded, they began to complain and curse In Chung for not helping them in their time of need. The other two players immediately distanced themselves from each other. They may be a little stupid, but they're not beyond redemption. If they still can't see anything in such an obvious situation in the second round of the game, then all that growth would have been for nothing. As expected, the ghost children in the mirror heard the insults directed at In Chung. Those cold, sinister eyes all focused directly on the person kneeling on the ground. Smile appeared on each of the children's bizarre and distorted faces. Each scream, louder and louder, was the last sound left in the terrifying world by the player whose mentality had collapsed, being swarmed by ghost children and devoured alive. The two players, who were just observing, found their pants getting wet again without even realizing it. Fortunately, the ghost children ate that guy, merely glanced at them with a sinister smile before returning to the mirror. In the mirror, continue to stare intently at them, waiting for them to make a mistake. Time's up. Toys that aren't fun at all, please make your first choice. The lowly voice echoed perfectly within the mirror maze. Demonic sound filled the air, turning the players' faces pale. This includes Lu Zhan, who had just knelt before In Chung. His face looked ashen, like he'd just eaten a spicy snack. I had just asked In Chung to put in a good word for me with the ghost child boss, but she ended up playing this game. Until the real hill is found. Even if the big shot wanted to, he wouldn't have the power to speak up for him. Sigh, I can only take it one step at a time. All the cute girls in the mirror look exactly the same. I can't tell them apart at all. Lu Zhan sighed, seemingly intentionally, then silently and casually chose a mirror in front of him. He had no insightful eyes, nor had he ever been in contact with the ghost children. What else could he do but choose randomly? At the same time, Forced by circumstances, the players have all made their own choices. Then, no, ugh, screams rose and fell, but there were only two voices. Even from a distance, Lu Xun felt a chill run down his spine. It wasn't hard to imagine the miserable state of those two men. But, unexpectedly, it seems that his previous attempt to curry favor with Incheng had caught the attention of the ghost child boss. The ghost child he chose in the mirror merely jokingly plucked a few of his whiskers. It hurts a little, but the pain inexplicably moved Lu Xun. That's the power of a true master. He's definitely going to cling to that golden opportunity. Regardless of the circumstances, Lu Xun attributed all the credit directly to Incheng. He's a smart man. Of course he wouldn't be so foolish as to think that a simple act of flattery would achieve such an effect. Ghosts and monsters might fall for this too. However, most ghosts and monsters won't give you the chance to flatter them. The screams came from the two new players. Lu Xun's trump cards are now practically gone. Since he wasn't injured, it means that Ghost Child didn't make things difficult for him. Huan Wang is possessed by a ghost child, so he should have already been removed from the ranks of toys. Of course, the same is true for me. Yuquan's side most likely used some kind of low-level protective talisman or other trump card to tough it out. As Incheng continued to clarify the identities of the ghost children, he kept thinking to himself, Lu Xun was not made things difficult. Assuming that nothing like what happened to Huan Wang occurred, it basically means that Hill did not take action against him because of me. Although thinking like this might be a bit narcissistic, that's probably the general idea. However, there was not a single piece of mirror or any fragment of mirror at the place where I made the deal with Lu Xun. Thinking of this, Incheng's pupils narrowed slightly, and he made a rough estimate of Hill's abilities, whom he had never met. Indeed, the meaning of a mirror is definitely not as simple as just a mirror. While feeling a pang of emotion, Incheng also received subtle directions from the ghost children. Deep inside the mirror maze, in front of an ordinary mirror, the little girl in the white princess dress inside, with her big, blinking eyes, was looking at him with a curious and longing gaze. The information fed back by the Eye of Insight came into view. Hill, the daughter of the lady in the mirror. Race, mirror spirit. Friendliness, trust. Her overly strict upbringing seems to have caused her to develop some strange traits. Strength, vengeful ghost, a rare and special ghost, as rare as the angel of death. Even though she is just a vengeful ghost, she can unleash power far exceeding that of a typical vengeful ghost because of certain items she possesses. Preference, perfection. Sometimes, perfection is more than just an adjective. It's a unique attitude. Weakness, mirror. Current status, I really want to reveal my identity right away and pull that gentle older brother into the mirror world to play games with me. Spend some time with the kid, considering how well-behaved he is. Chapter 77, The Guide to Conquering Mu? Lady Mirror. A Spirit in the Mirror. When the two titles came into view, Incheng suddenly understood something. Now I understand why there's only a hill of the vengeful ghost level. Yet he was able to subdue many ghost children, including the young master Wanyu, a mountain ghost of the level of a fierce spirit. Lady Mirror is undoubtedly easy to understand. Her true form may be a mirror ghost in the truest sense. Hill, on the other hand, is a special ghost that was conceived within this mirror, possessing immense potential. Therefore, it is not difficult to deduce. Because of this special connection, Hill held an extraordinary significance for her mother. You could even say they are twins from the same body. Thinking of this, Incheng couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. That situation could very well lead to the fact that what Hill sees, her mother could also see. He had already vaguely sensed Hill's personality. Under overly strict upbringing, she seems to have developed a slight Yandra tendency. They had never actually met, yet Hill's favorability rating had already soared to the trust level. If I directly reveal her identity, my favorability towards her will probably increase on the spot, right? But the problem is, that Lady Mirror is at least a blood-clad level big shot. What will she think? Incheng couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself, and his plan to expose Hill's identity also faltered slightly. He's not stupid. That allows a daughter of the level of a vengeful ghost to easily unleash power far exceeding her current level. Of course, we cannot judge based on the lowest limit, so Incheng gave a rather pertinent definition, bloodstained clothes. Then the problem arose. Imagine this. A powerful mother watches her child being repeatedly seduced by a strange man. How would this mother feel? Something's not right. Incheng felt a pang of bitterness, but he had no other choice. Now that we've come this far, if we don't find Hill, It might backfire, right? She's a yandere, a perfectionist at that, and she's backed by a terrifying mirror lady. Just thinking about it is incredibly exciting. You must be the most beautiful, cute, and perfect child among all the ghost children, right, Hill? There's nothing more to say now. Hill has already upgraded herself to the trust level. Whether for his own safety or to prevent the onset of yandere's symptoms, In-shung has a real need to increase his efforts. A gentle smile, sincere eyes, and pleasant words. All of this moved Hill deeply, and her amber eyes shone even brighter. I knew it. Big Brother will definitely recognize Hill easily. Hill, who had been impatiently waiting, immediately transformed back into a gothic Lolita in a black princess dress, her delicate and lovely face filled with a sweet smile. Hill has appeared. This means that the third round of the game is about to end. In-shung and Huan Wang had long been excluded from the category of toys. The fate of the remaining toys who failed to find Hill is self-evident. The sounds of a horror game came right to my ears. Congratulations to lucky player In-shung for successfully clearing the children's amusement park amidst unexpected changes instance. You can now leave the instance and return to the real world at any time. Due to an unexpected change in this instance, survivor rewards are doubled for this game, with 2,000 ghost coins awarded per round. Lucky player In-shung is the winner of the final game and receives an extra reward. Mirror Image, a special item that can create a mirror image illusion that lasts for 1 hour each day and can be released or withdrawn at any time. Call. I breathed a slight sigh of relief. Although the situation of the other players is still unknown, at least In-shung has obtained the return scroll. With ample confidence, he naturally had nothing to panic about. Just raise your favorability rating and you're all set. Big Brother, can you play games with Hill too? Her longing gaze, coupled with her clear, childlike voice, is simply irresistible. Of course, In-shung agreed without hesitation. But could Hill do my brother a favor as well? What kind of help? Hill asked cheerfully, pleased with the affirmative answer. Could you also help the guy who made a deal with me complete the game? He has some additional value to me. Would Hill be willing to do me this favor? Of course. Hill set the rules of the game, so modifying them is no problem. Hill proudly raised her little head, looking like she was about to praise me. In-shung readily complied by offering compliments such as Hill is awesome. The slightly yandere gothic Lolita was quite pleased, and the happy smile on her face was almost never interrupted. The level of affection, which has been raised to the heart-to-heart level, seems to be gradually shifting towards the level of obsessive infatuation. On the other side, Lu Zhan, whose face had turned deathly pale, suddenly looked astonished, and then his eyes lit up with ecstasy. The failure notification sound of the horror game had just rang in his ears. It was like being struck by lightning, a death sentence pronounced upon him. But what I never expected was, horror games can actually be adapted. 1 second his defeat was declared, the next second he was told it was due to unexpected factors. He was supposed to fail, but luckily he succeeded in the game. Thighs. Golden thighs, no? These are absolutely amazing thighs. Lu Zhan was overjoyed, his excitement was beyond control, and his eyes shone with an unprecedented light. Hold on tight. I must cling to this amazing leg for dear life. Lu Zhan, who survived, had a glimmer in his eyes, as if he could see the future. Huan Wang, who was also grateful to In-shung, clearly did not fail in his game either. His uniqueness earned him the approval of the ghost child. In the world of ghosts and monsters, children are often not cared for as meticulously as humans. They were allowed to play freely in the amusement park. Even the mountain spirit family was allowed to do so. This shows that the child's upbringing actually lacked care. The unconventional Huan Wang treated the ghost children equally, regarding them as friends with his own children who must be somewhere in this world. So, the ghost children were not scary in his eyes. They were not much different from his own children. Out of respect for the ghost child, he'll let him go. However, Yu Quan and the 2 new players weren't so lucky. The game ended in an instant. The new players were forced to devour the impatient ghost children on the spot, without even being able to scream. Yu Quan, on the other hand, benefited from the talisman that had not yet dissipated, and trembled as he huddled within the gray light shield protecting him. His eyes were filled with despair. Ghost children, and when they all rushed at once, the amulet's energy was consumed much faster. Cracks have begun to appear on the gray light shield. Chapter 79, Legal Lolita. A certain mirror lady's unexplained panic. I don't know why. In-shung felt that his status as a lucky player was somewhat exaggerated. The first game was a doomed situation at the 3rd hospital. Apart from him, the entire player group was wiped out. They didn't even make it past the first day. In the second game, the park staff maintaining order were completely subdued by the mischievous kids. The sudden change caused the game's survival chances to drop drastically on the spot. If In-chung wasn't in this game, he guessed that perhaps only Huan Wang was likely to survive. This is all assuming that the 3 veteran players don't cause any trouble. Of total annihilation is still the highest. After a brief moment of reflection, looking at the small, fair and tender hand that was being handed out from the mirror, without hesitation, In-chung reached out and grasped it. The dazzling light and shadow dazzled my eyes. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe it as a complete transformation. After all, it is a rare and special ghost, just like the angel of death. The spirit in the mirror's domain is the world inside the mirror. If it weren't for the return scroll in hand, In-chung would have been a little hesitant to enter. As for fleeing to the third hospital, he wanted to stay for now, to spend some happy time with Lena before the refresh. Wouldn't that be better? The sensation of experiencing both ice and fire was unforgettable for In-chung, who had tasted its sweetness. The sun shines brightly, and the grass is lush and green. Mountains and streams, birds singing in chorus. The overwhelming fragrance of flowers momentarily distracted In-chung. A colorful and beautiful butterfly landed on his fingertip like a scene from a painting. Big brother, isn't my house pretty? Hill's amber eyes were filled with anticipation, as if she wanted to show off her family's best possessions to her favorite person. Beautiful. This is the most beautiful scenery I've ever seen in the horror world. In-chung responded sincerely. He wasn't lying. I only experienced 2 scenes in total. One was the third hospital, which was filled with the smell of death and disinfectant. The other is the paradise we have right now. The various ghost toys in the park are remarkably well defined, with human heads and eyeballs as the main features. There are also all sorts of terrifying and horrifying things. The scene of birds singing and flowers blooming is completely different from the terrifying and bizarre appearances outside, making it a veritable paradise. That makes it all the more precious. Hill's eyes crinkled into crescent moons, clearly pleased with In-chung's answer. He then eagerly said, "Play games with Hill, big brother." Before we start playing the game, may I ask Hill a question? In-chung pondered for a moment, then said with a slightly serious tone. Hill gently bit her finger, looking incredibly cute. What's the problem? Hiss. Something deep inside In-chung felt like it had been touched, and he desperately needed a blood pack. The real-life gothic Lolita in front of me is far more impactful than any axolotl. Even someone as knowledgeable as him couldn't help but feel a little excited. Excuse me, how old is Hill this year? In-chung asked this simple question with great innocence. Considering Hill's favorability rating is constantly shifting towards obsessive infatuation. He didn't want to break even after 3 years, only to make a killing by being sentenced to death. The great light of harmony shone upon him, so he naturally could not make any fundamental mistakes. However, as soon as the question was asked, Hill's face turned bright red. Her 2 little hands nervously and awkwardly pinched the pleats of her princess dress. Her little head bowed deeply. Her shy expression is absolutely adorable. In-chung. We didn't do anything to the little girl, did we? Why are you suddenly feeling shy? In-chung, completely bewildered, was utterly confused. But soon, little Hill gave an amazing response. Does the older brother asking Hill's age mean he wants to pursue Hill? No, not right now. But, if it's your older brother. No, Mom said, but Hill really likes playing with her big brother. Steam rose from the cute little head. After an increasingly inexplicable blush and nervousness, Hill started muttering incessantly on the spot. In-chung. Surprised face? He swallowed hard, feeling a slight panic in his heart. He wasn't sure if the woman in the mirror could actually see what was happening right now. Completely shut the little girl down, something In-chung truly hadn't expected. Hill? Hill! He called out tentatively twice, and thankfully, despite Hill's frantic nagging, he still cared about In-chung. She immediately put aside the dilemma of mom or brother in her little head and obediently quieted down. He also answered In-chung's question. Hill is already 312 years old. Although she's still a bit young, if you really want to pursue her, she'll consider giving you a chance. In-chung remained silent, his smile slightly stiff. It's true that she's a legal little girl, but is she really that young? We've lost count of how many rounds we've lost. Of course, being old is not a problem, and In-chung doesn't care. He breathed a slight sigh of relief. At least he wasn't walking the line between 3 years and the death penalty. However, Hill's somewhat absurd level of self-conquest has, to some extent, made things a little easier. Well, when Hill revealed her age and intended to give Inchung a chance. Goodwill has already transformed into obsessive affection. The surprise came too fast. Inchung hadn't even done anything yet, while Hill was frantically pursuing her own strategy. Inming City. Inside a confidential meeting room. On either side of the long table sat 5 or 6 ghosts of varying sizes. If Inchung were here, he would see 2 old acquaintances, Count Rose and Jiangling. They were near the far end of one side of the long table. A woman with skin as clear and translucent as jade, naturally radiating light and exuding an alluring and enchanting charm. She gracefully looked in the mirror, constantly grooming her appearance. Her hair was crystal clear, and when she swayed gently, it shimmered like the morning stars. The crystal-clear necklace plunges deep into the undulating mountains and valleys. Her face had sharp features, giving her a fierce look, yet it also exuded a unique beauty. Lady Mirror. From the moment she became famous in Inming City, she has always maintained this title. No one ever knew her real name. All we know is that this Lady Mirror is so powerful that even among the blood-clad ghosts, she ranks among the top. Now, on the mirror-like face, which seemed to have its own special lighting effects, her brows were furrowed and her eyes were uneasy. She didn't know when it started, but a strange sense of unease began to creep into her heart. Chapter 80 Blood Sacrifice. Mom's coming to kill. Madam, do you have any complaints about the decision made by the Parliament today? If you have any complaints, feel free to speak up. Our temporary alliance is to resolve issues. If internal conflicts arise instead, that would be bad. Wearing a top hat and a black tailcoat, and toying with a deck of cards in his hand, the type of human demon slowly spoke. That's right. If Ms. Mirror has any suggestions, she can just bring them up, and we can discuss them together. The patriarch of the Clow family, Fog Clow, who is also the creator of the stitched-together Ralph, spoke in a friendly manner. Count Rose and Jiang Ling remained silent throughout. If it weren't for Ralph, the Frankenstein monster, who brought them into contact with the Clow family, they, who have never been particularly sociable, were not originally among those invited to this meeting. However, due to the recent major changes in Inming City, the few blood-clad monsters held this special council. No, it has nothing to do with the meeting. Ms. Mirror shook her head. In fact, I completely agree with the decisions made at the meeting. As she spoke, a sharp glint appeared in the deep blue eyes of the Mirror Lady, and she continued, "It may be true that an unspeakable being is about to die, and it may also be true that the news has spread throughout the entire Inming City. However, it should be, as you say, that he is struggling in his death throes, wanting to hold a grand blood sacrifice in order to rejuvenate him from his dying state. In this process, he may not be picky. Any ghost or monster can become the target of blood sacrifice. It's just that our existence is more likely to pique his interest." The Mirror Lady hit the nail on the head. The unspeakable impending death spread throughout the entire Inming City in a very short time. Such tempting news is enough to drive ghosts and monsters crazy, especially those red-clad monsters. An unspeakable secret lies right before our eyes. If we could obtain materials from such a terrifying corpse, can they also use their unique characteristics to find a way to climb higher? It's inevitable to be moved. But they weren't fools, especially Count Rose and Jiang Ling, who had been reminded by Yin Chung repeatedly. An unspeakable being on the verge of death has caused such a commotion, if it weren't for the purpose of prolonging life through a blood sacrifice. That's absolutely unbelievable. All right, since Ms. Mirror has no objection, the agreement reached at this meeting shall take effect immediately. Who was playing with playing cards, took out a contract from his pocket, and slowly rose into the air. There were more than 10 people in blood-red robes inside the room. All the top figures in Inming City had imprinted their auras on them. It's just an aura. This also takes into account the special nature of Ms. Mirror. From this day forward, all ghosts and monsters in Inming City shall be restrained from prying into the unknown, mysterious, and unspeakable. Gentle measures cannot stop greed. To prevent unforeseen circumstances, we must take strong measures. Gentlemen, lofty discussions are meaningless to us, but letting an unspeakable being die quietly is very meaningful. Foge Color gave a sinister smile. Although that guy has shown up many times, he doesn't dare to venture deep into Inming City. As for the situation inside Inming City, everyone knows what's going on. Therefore, the only way to hold a grand blood sacrifice ceremony is to lure the ghosts and monsters in Inming City to the location that the unspeakable person has prearranged. Using himself as bait to fish, he probably has his eye on more than just our Yiming city. Therefore, Yiming city must never be touched without authorization. That's right. The goblin in the top hat fluttered the cards in his hand. No matter how many fish that guy lures from other territories, we just need to wait and see. He's much more anxious than we are. If there's nothing else, let's call it a day. I have some personal business to attend to and need to leave first. Ms. Mirror's brows furrowed even more, and the panic in her heart came inexplicably, making her somewhat annoyed. Very well, then, goodbye everyone. Yiming City greeted each other. He vanished from the conference room in an instant. Roller coaster. Drop tower. Big flywheel. To Yincheng's surprise, the seemingly well-behaved and cute gothic Lolita girl actually really enjoyed these incredibly exciting activities. With the help of the special methods left behind by the Lady of the Mirror, Hill, as a spirit within the mirror, can easily materialize these interesting things in the mirror world. In terms of experience, it's no different from the real thing. While experiencing these activities, Hill pretended to be a little scared and asked Yincheng to hug her. After all, the relationship between Lady Mirror and Hill is quite complicated. Twins in one body. From Hill's words, and from the information fed back by the Eye of Insight, Yincheng could tell that the woman's feelings for Hill were very strong. It could even be a form of possessiveness. Otherwise, with Hill's abilities, she could easily pull all her friends into the mirror world and play with them. But clearly, she didn't do that. Yincheng is already an exception. Yet another thrilling waterslide experience. Hill, who was happily splashing water on Yincheng, suddenly froze, and her expression immediately turned panicked. Yincheng, with his keen observation skills, immediately thought to himself, "This is bad." That's what made Hill show that expression. I'm afraid. Yincheng shuddered and stopped his plan to pick up Hill and dive together perfectly. The next moment, a chilling aura wafted from not far away. Click, click. The beautiful surroundings began to crumble, as if the world were on the eve of its collapse. The only thing that made Yincheng feel both clear-headed and somewhat moved was, it was clear from her words that Hill held deep reverence for her mother and dared not defy her. She stepped in front of him, shielding him from the corrosive aura of terror. Chapter 81. Madam, you don't want your daughter. Mother, Hill. The gothic Lolita spoke with excitement, tinged with awe and fear. The mirror lady remained calm, her radiant face seemingly devoid of any emotion. Even the tone of his voice when calling out to Hill was so flat. Only the constantly shattering spatial fragments flying in the air around him revealed the turmoil in his heart. Having experienced the 996 work schedule before, Yincheng has seen his fair share of disappointments. He knew very well that the calmer the mirror lady appeared, the stronger her murderous intent and anger were inside. The information returned by the Eye of Insight also illustrates the problem. Lady Mirror, Qingyuan/Lost Soul. A name is sometimes more than just a label. It may also carry special meaning. Race, Mirror Ghost/Demon Mirror. Due to a fortuitous encounter, the demonic artifact soul-stealing Demon Mirror, which recognized it as its master, was completely fused with it, causing its strength to increase rapidly. Friendliness, full of murderous intent. Secretly raiding the base will naturally provoke the master's murderous intent and anger, even though you are passive. Strength, peak bloodstained armor. Please be prepared with a return scroll at any time. You are currently in the opponent's world. Preferences, control. She can control the world inside the mirror at will, creating everything with a thought. She also hopes the world outside the mirror can be the same. But unfortunately, things are unpredictable. How can everything be perfect? Weaknesses, name Mirror. Current status, I really want to kill that brat. But Hill seems, damn it, those wicked vampires. How dare they deceive my precious Hill? Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. A moment of triumph while stealing, but the master's return brings endless wrath. A name? A dual identity? Or not just a facade, but one that cannot be seen through for the time being. Yincheng's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Ignoring Qin Yuan's murderous intent, he locked onto the key information. This is likely the key to breaking the current deadlock. With the prior information under his control, Yincheng breathed a slight sigh of relief. Of course, the return scroll is still tightly controlled and ready to be released at any time. The terrifying monster at the peak of the Bloodrobe realm required Yincheng to be extremely cautious. Especially, he was also awkwardly in the other person's world. Hill, my Hill, have you forgotten your mother's instructions? Are you going to become a disobedient child? Qingyuan's voice was cold and aloof, as if she possessed an indifference that kept people at a distance. No, Hill is very obedient. Hill did not disobey her mother's instructions. The Gothic Lolita mustered her courage and, for the first time, did not obediently quiet down because of her mother's words. Qingyuan's eyes, and her mood became increasingly unsettled and complicated. For the first time, her daughter Hill talked back to her. All for a vampire man she had never even met before. Sensed that her daughter had grown up, and her anger and murderous intent were rising within her. Because she likes to control everything, she instinctively wanted to deny Hill's statement. You still say you haven't disobeyed my orders. Before she could finish her sentence, Qingyuan was stunned. Looking back, she always told her daughter that for safety's sake, she must never leave the magic mirror. Furthermore, contact with other ghosts and monsters outside the magic mirror is strictly forbidden. But she overlooked the fact that she subconsciously believed that the obedient Hill would not bring other ghosts into the magic mirror. The flaw had always been there, but it was her subconscious that made Qingyuan never expect Hill to do this. The result was merely the time spent attending a meeting. Qingyuan was furious to discover that her house had been burgled. Not only that, her obedient daughter also showed exceptional protection for the person who stole her house. It's like your own cabbage being eaten by a pig, and you're still shaking your leaves and saying goodbye to the pig with reluctance. Cough cough. Although being a kept man is appealing, given the current situation, Inchung still had to explain himself. He's going to unleash the ultimate ninjutsu of a certain senior, Naruto, Sage Art, Talk no Jutsu, being hated by such a powerful, blood-clad demon. A mere polite cough instantly drew Qing Yuan's murderous gaze. Those crystal-clear, jewel-like eyes, with their extremely sharp gaze, put immense pressure on Inchung. Then, Inchung immediately unleashed his ultimate move. Madam, you wouldn't want your daughter to become your enemy, would you? Click. Click. Upon hearing this, countless fragments within the mirror world were instantly reduced to dust by Qingyuan's rage. The towering, awe-inspiring mountains and ravines, their undulating forms caused by the furious surge of anger, create a captivating spectacle. Magnificent. Magnificent. Inchung gave the most objective assessment. However, now is not the time to think about these issues. Gaijiao, cough cough, he couldn't help but drift off for a moment. Coming to his senses, Inchung continued. Ms. Mirror, you are an excellent mother. I completely acknowledge that, however. Having grasped Qingyuan's key to survival, he began to use rhetoric to guide her. As expected, the first part of the sentence pleased her greatly, but the twist made Qingyuan unable to help but ask, but what? Hill is my most beloved daughter. No one loves her more than me. Ah, right. Inchung really wanted to say that to her. However, given his impressive skills, he sincerely suppressed his inner urge to mock. Yes, Ms. Mirror, you may indeed be the one who loves Hill the most in this world. However, there are some truths in the human world that may not be clear to those in the horror world. Your emotions are often very pure and simple, not so complicated. So, Ms. Mirror, you probably don't know the saying, heavy love can sometimes become a burden, right? Want to sleep? Persuade Qingyuan to dispel her hostility and reverse her favorability. The crux of the problem, of course, lies with Hill. Himself? It was just that he happened to meet Hill at the right time. A conflict will inevitably arise between Qingyuan and Hill. Can be seen from Hill's mild Yandere tendencies and Qingyuan's preference for control. If this continues for a long time, Inchung even suspected that this could very well lead to some tragedies. And he is currently a major factor that could very well cause Hill's downfall. This is also why Qingyuan was hesitant to act rashly. Is love also a burden? As Inchung finished speaking, Qingyuan murmured to herself, a slight stirring deep within her heart. As for Hill, her reaction was even more obvious. She turned around and gave Inchung a warm hug. The force was immense, as if it wanted to meld itself into Inchung's body. Inchung knew that Hill was so excited because his words resonated with her. The pursuit of perfection is an attitude. But what if it's because of a mother's teachings that one is forced to pursue perfection? The meanings are quite different. Chapter 82. This deadly self-conquest attribute. Those involved are often confused, while bystanders see things clearly. In the human world, power may not be as terrifying as the ghosts and monsters of the horror world. But when it comes to the subtlety of emotions, it is something that ghosts and monsters cannot match. A single word awakened me from my dream. Hill jumping for joy and excitement. Qingyuan threw herself into the arms of the vampire man. While a murderous intent surged between her brows, She was also constantly questioning herself in her heart. In-chung can discern the preferences of ghosts and monsters. But that was from his perspective. For ghosts and monsters themselves, it's an instinct or a habit. They may not even be aware of their own preferences, they just do it out of habit. Aside from those with obvious motives, such as the Count of Rose, who have a very clear pursuit of blood. Lady Mirror's preference belongs to the former category. Love burden, Qingyun murmured to herself, the light in her eyes dimming considerably. She suddenly realized, looking back, that her love was not the same as her daughter's. It's beyond just a burden. It's more like being shackled by invisible chains. Although her concern for Hill's safety was partly at play. But facts are facts, and they cannot be changed. Hill, however, obediently followed all her words from beginning to end. She would punish him severely for making small mistakes. I don't know when it started. Hill began to strive for perfection, aiming to make every word her mother said flawless. Hill, Mom was wrong. It's extremely rare for a demon at the peak of the blood robe realm to actually bow his head and admit his mistake. In-chung thought about the relationship between Hill and Qingyuan. He felt that it was understandable. Well, in the real world, apart from a very few enlightened individuals, it's hard to say whether they could achieve that level of achievement. After all, the "it's all for your own good" mantra is truly hard to resist. Mother, Hill could hardly believe his ears. My mother actually apologized to me. A few words from brother In-chung? Unbelievable. Hill's affection for In-chung surged once again, and they were almost on the verge of becoming inseparable. The level of infatuation and attachment reached its peak on the spot. It was Mom's fault, Hill. Can you forgive me? Qingyuan's voice was no longer cold and calm, but carried a hint of longing. This kind of emotion was something Ms. Mirror had never shown before. Only her daughter could have accomplished such a feat. Mom is only doing this for Hill's own good, isn't she? So even if Mom makes a mistake, Hill will always forgive Mom. Hill's clear and moving voice carried the most sincere emotions. This, Qingyuan finally smiled. However, a turning point has arrived. Hill, who was clinging to In-chung like a koala, turned serious. Mom, you can't hurt brother In-chung. He's Hill's favorite older brother. Hill wants to stay with him forever, never to be separated. Click. The space in the mirror world has been reduced to dust. In-chung felt as if he heard the sound of something breaking. His body stiffened as Hill held him tightly. The problem between Qingyuan and Hill to be resolved so easily. Perhaps this has something to do with the simple-mindedness of ghosts and monsters. The conflict between mother and daughter has been resolved, but it seems I've become the center of the conflict now. Danger. The characters on his forehead were so dark, they were almost black, and only In-chung could see them. He never expected that Hill would say something like that at such a crucial moment. Good heavens. That's really something. Yuan and gaining her favor as the Good Samaritan, who eased the mother-daughter relationship. After saying a reluctant goodbye to Hill, they went to look around the park to see if there were any additional benefits. The whole thing ended happily ever after. As it turns out, unexpected situations often arise just like that. The favorability rating did indeed surge, but not for Qingyuan, but for Hill. Mild Yandere tendencies and a self-conquering attribute. The core of the conflict was immediately shifted to In-chung. Although it was unintentional, it was deadly. A bitter smile is a sign of helplessness and heartache. Watching Qingyuan's favorability drop from full of murderous intent to neutral, and then surge back to full of murderous intent. The thrill was like riding a roller coaster. The space was completely dark, and within that darkness seemed to be countless souls, peering at In-chung. Strange murmurs, indistinct calls, horrifying screams. The world in the mirror was completely changed according to Qingyuan's will, becoming gloomy and terrifying. Even her own body seemed to have transformed into an endless array of tiny mirrors, each reflecting a completely different face. They were wailing, they were angry, they were struggling. Those are souls imprisoned by the mirror of lost souls. Legend has it that there are 3 demonic mirrors in the horror world, each a powerful ghost artifact. They are respectively named Lost Soul, Lost Spirit, and Thousand Faces. The first 2, mirrors, are, as their names suggest, possessing the power to steal souls and captivate spirits. They are both eerie and powerful. The abilities of the Thousand Faces mirror are somewhat unknown, and not much information about it has been circulated. But there is no doubt about it. The power possessed by the 3 magic mirrors is extremely strange and powerful. Nowadays, In-chung then experienced a terrifying feeling that was almost suffocating. He didn't know how many souls the soul-stealing mirror had swallowed. Qingyuan like puppets, becoming part of her power. A person's evil intentions can be ignored. The malice of a group of people is enough to make people feel fear and apprehension. So, how terrifying is the evil intent emanating from tens of thousands, hundreds of millions of ghosts? Now he understands it. My hands and feet are ice cold, and I can't control it at all. They can't even do something as simple as slightly bending their fingers. If Hill were not taken into account, Qing Yuan has probably been itching to make a move for a long time. That feeling was comparable to being stabbed in the face. It's quite remarkable that Yin Sheng wasn't chopped into a woodcutter's axe on the spot. Hill, move aside. Looking at Hill, who was clinging to Yin Sheng like a koala, the ghosts in the countless small mirrors were roaring and howling wildly. No, absolutely not. Hill's tone remained equally firm. In her hand, a beautifully crafted and ornate small mirror had appeared out of nowhere. It emitted a faint, hazy light, enveloping Yin Sheng. Call. After the extremely oppressive feeling dissipated, Yin Sheng immediately breathed a long sigh of relief. But, before Yin Sheng could even catch his breath and use his silver tongue to calm the two people down, the two of them, one big and one small, were even ready to calm down. Hill did something else that almost made Qing Yuan lose her temper on the spot. Chapter 83, Who could resist such temptation? A cool yet warm sensation. The moment they touched was fleeting, yet exquisite. Yin Sheng was stunned, and subconsciously licked the corner of the lip, savoring the taste. Qing Yuan went berserk, her crystal-clear hair dancing wildly, her killing intent palpable. Hill nestled shyly into Yin Sheng's arms, her amber eyes hiding an almost imperceptible joy. After developing the Yandere/Yandere attribute, I began to conquer myself. Hill seemed to be experiencing an unprecedented joy called rebellion. Hill Yu. Qing Yuan's composure crumbled, and her voice trembled. Even her daughter herself had only experienced a few kisses. But now, unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Oh, please spare me. Yin Sheng was also devastated. He really wanted to tell Hill, if you really want to kiss, at least find a secluded place. If there's no such place, at least don't kiss in front of your doting mother. That's really dangerous. My scalp is tingling. No, it's exploding. A berserk, peak-level blood-clad, vengeful ghost. Yin Sheng's heart could barely withstand such stimulation. But unfortunately, Hill seems to be planning to escalate the effort. Current status. This is so strange, I really want to. Then I turn my gaze to the other side. Destroy everything. Destroy everything. Only I can enjoy the kisses of my precious daughter. Yin Sheng, absolutely amazing. One is eager to try. Another one was also eager to try. One of them just wants to be kissed, hugged, and lifted up high. Another wanted to tear Yin Sheng to pieces and even scatter his ashes. The key point is, he was completely in a passive position, which was rather frustrating. Has Yandere tendencies, and Qing Yuan, who has a strong desire for control. The personalities of this mother and daughter are truly amazing. Ironically, it seems that Hill is starting to show signs of rebellion because of him. How could Qing Yuan not go berserk? Get down. I don't. Let him go. I don't. Hill, aren't you listening to your mother? Listen, except for anything related to brother Yin Sheng. Qing Yuan was so angry she felt like vomiting blood. Well, assuming she had blood in her body. At that moment, she truly felt an unprecedented sense of frustration. Had been nurtured within her body for over a century and had been taught by her for over 200 years. In just one short day, he was completely led astray and almost turned into that vampire man. That feeling is completely indescribable. As a powerful, blood-clad ghost at the peak of her power, Qing Yuan herself couldn't remember how long it had been since she had experienced such a feeling. Cough cough. Feeling the legal lowly gripping him tighter and tighter, Yin Sheng couldn't help but cough twice. He wants to speak. He really didn't want to be hunted down by peak blood robe as soon as he entered the horror world in the future. Unfortunately, Hill, who knew nothing of fear, did not give Yin Sheng a chance to speak. She did whatever she thought of. Another smack of a mouthful of smoke shut Yin Sheng up. Time passed second by second. Yin Sheng was both happy and trembling, and cold sweat kept pouring down his forehead. Yin Sheng's eyes were constantly on Qing Yuan's current state, fearing that she might disregard Hill and kill him as well. Ironically, deep down he felt a little excited about this situation. Something's not right. This isn't me. I shouldn't be like this. Wake up, Yin Sheng. A frantic roar from the depths of my heart serves as a wake-up call. He didn't want to go further down that path. What difference would that make him from Cao Cao? The legacy of Cao Cao is not to be revived. As for Qing Yuan's current state, Yin Sheng was completely baffled. It turned into a complete mess, and even the Eye of Insight's built-in analysis function didn't offer any evaluation. I don't know if he was so angry at Hill's bold move that he lost his mind. Mother. After Hill wiped the sugary strands clean, she seemed to regain her composure and softly called out to her mother. Her daughter's call pulled Qingyuan back from her mental lapse. Now, her eyes were incredibly complex, but the murderous intent emanating from her body had dissipated considerably. It wasn't because she no longer harbored hostility towards Yincheng. It was simply because she felt helpless. That Qingyuan likes to control everything, but her love for her daughter is also extreme. That's why she was hesitant to act rashly, and no matter how furious she was, she didn't dare to easily lay a hand on Yincheng. The world turned around and transformed back into that beautiful, bird-filled world. Qingyuan regained her radiant beauty, and countless ghosts disappeared. Everything seemed to have returned to calm. In fact, beneath the calm surface, Qingyuan had a vague feeling that her daughter was about to do something beyond her bounds. Hill, my dearest Hill, I won't hurt him, but you have to promise me one thing, okay? She tried her best to speak in the gentlest voice, hoping to stop what was about to happen. But there are some things, especially when dealing with a Yandere. Preventing it is pointless. Before Qingyuan could even finish speaking, she had already mentioned what she wanted to say. The scene that shattered her heart happened. The exquisite little mirror held in her fair, delicate hands shone like stars, becoming ever more dazzling and captivating. It detached from Hill's little hand and merged directly into Yincheng's brow. Everything happened in an instant. The contract has now been successfully concluded. Yincheng was speechless, unsure of what to say. He originally thought that Hill's desire to stay with her older brother forever meant that she wanted to keep him in the mirror world so that he could always be with her. But it turned out he had misunderstood. Hill was incredibly decisive. In an environment where horror games have become prevalent, under the game's special rules, monsters can sign contracts with players they like and become partners. Of course, barring any unforeseen circumstances, a player can only contract one monster. Such contracts can usually only be initiated by ghosts or monsters. Humans do have the right to refuse, but whether they can survive after refusing is uncertain. Moreover, who would refuse such a rare opportunity to obtain extraordinary power? Yincheng couldn't refuse. It wasn't because of a thirst for power, but because he knew all too well the terrible consequences of refusing a Yandere. Even though Hill was only mildly Yandere, Yincheng didn't want to provoke her. Moreover, this would allow them to form a certain degree of bond with a top-tier blood-clad demon. Who could resist such temptation? Chapter 84. Retreating to Advance. Cheng Ji's rhetoric returns. The glow faded. The world reflected in the mirror was deathly quiet. Hill, nestled in my arms, had rosy cheeks and was incredibly cute. After reluctantly letting go of Yincheng, she then put on a pitiful look, as if she had made a mistake, and turned to walk towards her mother. Mom, Hill was wrong. Her soft, sweet voice, like she was being coquettish, was absolutely adorable. It could fall into Qingyuan's ears. It sounds like a rebellious daughter confidently telling herself, I was wrong, but I won't change. What can you do about it? Are you angry? That's for sure. My carefully nurtured daughter was kidnapped in less than a day. They even signed a contract, making it almost a situation where they would share both the glory and the loss of Yincheng. Qingyuan was not only angry, but also filled with unprecedented worry. The thought of her beloved daughter having to be by the side of a vampire man who is also a human player at the same time is unbearable. She was absolutely furious. But things have already come to this point. Could that little vampire named Yincheng really be willing to give up such a good opportunity and break his contract with Hill? Horror games have been around for so long. Which human player isn't grateful to be able to contract with a ghost? Moreover, Hill is a rare and precious ghost, and he has a special relationship with a blood-clothed, vengeful ghost. No one could possibly resist such a temptation. The die is cast, and though one may feel 1,000 unwillingnesses and 10,000 resentments, the die is cast. Qingyuan could only forcefully suppress the anger and murderous intent in her heart, looking at her daughter with extremely complicated eyes. Sigh? 1,000 words, gathered at the tip of his tongue, turned into a helpless sigh. Mommy. Hill understood how hurtful her actions were to her mother. After acting impulsively, there was no sign of regret. But Hill, being an obedient and well-behaved child, still wanted to calm her mother down. At least, she wanted her mother to understand that her older brother Yincheng was a very gentle vampire, completely different from other ghosts and humans. Yincheng stood quietly to one side, making no unnecessary movements. He knew very well that what the mother and daughter needed most right now was communication. As an outsider in Qingyuan's eyes, he naturally shouldn't get involved. Hill, perhaps you're not wrong. The one who's wrong has always been your mother. If your mother hadn't been controlling you, you wouldn't be. After a brief silence, Qingyuan couldn't help but say regretfully. Hill gently shook her head. Mom is not wrong. Hill was being willful. But, can you let Hill be willful just this once, Mom? The amber eyes of the gothic Lolita shone with an unprecedented brilliance. Hill has never regretted his actions. But she also hopes that her mother can accept Incheng and stop being hostile towards him. Hill doesn't want to see her mother and the older brother she likes unable to accept each other because of her. It seems Hill has really grown up. She's starting to learn to be willful and rebellious. Qingyuan was filled with emotion, her eyes welling up with tears, and she stroked her beloved daughter's head, sighing helplessly. Mommy. Hill hugged her mother, her tone becoming affectionate again. Incheng, watching this scene from the side, was also filled with emotion. The mirror lady, who has an extremely strong desire for control, also seems to be a rather sentimental female ghost. Then, he deliberately moved his head away, forcibly shifting his gaze to the flower field teeming with butterflies on the other side, pretending to admire the beautiful scenery. Lady Mirror actually cried, and her tears looked as dazzling and colorful as diamonds. This bombshell revelation gets out. One can imagine that the entire Yiming city would be shaken by this. That domineering, all-powerful woman who loves to control everything can actually cry? To avoid seeing something he shouldn't have, Incheng glanced at it briefly before decisively shifting his gaze. A moment later, Vampire Boy, Qingyuan, with a forceful voice, suppressed her anger and called out. She didn't call out his name. Otherwise she was afraid she wouldn't be able to hold back and would lose her murderous intent again. That's right. Her anger towards Incheng has reached the point where she'd go berserk just for mentioning his name. At this moment, Hill stood obediently and adorably beside Qingyuan, playing the role of a well-behaved and cute child. But her amber eyes were blinking as she gave Incheng a meaningful look. He clearly looked like he had succeeded. Incheng smiled bitterly, speechless, seeing Qingyuan's murderous intent surging between her brows, yet she was forcibly suppressing it. He felt utterly helpless. Incheng really wanted to remind Hill that this little ant was in a mirror world. Do you even know what a ghost mirror is, or what the value of a magic mirror is? Do you really think you can hide these little tricks from your dear mother? Hill clearly hadn't considered all of that. Qingyuan, naturally, blamed everything on Incheng. I can't just ignore this mess. You've already taken someone's precious daughter away through a contract, so can't you even let your mother-in-law complain a little? He obediently moved a little closer and stood in front of the other person. Because of his contractual relationship with Hill, he wasn't worried that Qingyuan would attack him. Therefore, they became a little bolder and no longer maintained the so-called safe distance. Huff, huff. Incheng's approach caused Qingyuan's breathing to become noticeably more labored, and she felt particularly suffocated and frustrated. After finally managing to control her anger, all the things Qingyuan wanted to say disappeared. It all boils down to this. We must treat Hill well and never let her suffer any injustice. The contract has already been signed, so even if Qingyuan threatens Incheng, it won't have any effect and may even backfire. So she could only soften her tone helplessly. Actually, Incheng hesitated for a moment, logged onto his main account to clarify his words, and continued. Hill's actions were also somewhat unexpected to me. Hill is so beautiful and lovely, the most perfect child I have ever seen. I couldn't bring myself to refuse any of her requests, so I couldn't refuse Hill's contract. But seeing the deep mother-daughter bond between you and Hill, I am unwilling to separate you. Even as a player, I do hope to have your help. But more importantly, I want Hill to be happy. You are Hill's mother and the person she loves most. I don't want my presence to ruin the relationship between you. So, if Hill is willing, I can immediately terminate the contract and give Hill his freedom. Retreat to advance, defend to attack. In order to turn the tide and change Qingyuan's favorability, Incheng had no choice but to resort to some underhanded tactics. Hill's favorability rating had already risen to the level of mutual dependence the moment the contract was signed. Will she change her mind and terminate the contract? The answer is definitely no. However, Incheng's sincere words had a significant impact on Qingyuan, the woman in the mirror. The murderous intent between the other party's brows vanished almost instantly. Only in his eyes did a hint of doubt remain. Chapter 85 The Gift of the Blue Kite, a storyboard of a lost soul. The world in the mirror. Qingyuan, the mirror lady, is born with natural light and shadow effects and is radiant with light. Even on her face, which was as clear and smooth as jade, there was still a hint of doubt. Can anyone resist the temptation of a contract with their daughter? Although, he is a vampire player who has been converted and has already awakened. Are you really willing to break the contract with Hill? Qingyuan asked, forcing herself to remain calm. At the same time, she gently pulled her daughter back, not allowing her to speak carelessly at such a time. Of course, Yinqing answered without hesitation, but immediately added, provided that Hill himself wishes it to be so. Seeing the bright smile on Hill's face, Yinqing returned a gentle smile. Retreat to advance, defend to attack. This is a tactic, but in a sense, it is not just a tactic. It's certain that Hill can't break the contract. The bond of life and death is no joke. But, for Yinqing, even if the contract with Hill was terminated, the loss is nothing more than Hill's special ability. Through the contract, Yinqing, though very envious of such an ability, did not necessarily need it. If this can maximize the favorability between Hill and Qingyuan, it's just that there's one less contractual constraint, but there's an extra peak-level blood robe as an ally. Why not? Compared to using the emperor to command the feudal lords, what Qingyuan kept in her heart at all times was something else entirely. Yinqing still prefers the strategy-based approach, though that might be a bit slower. However, its strength lies in its stability. Most importantly, because of the relationship with Hill, once Yinqing reaches the maximum level of favorability with Lady Qingyuan, the Mirror Lady, their relationship will be much more reliable than that of Count Rose and Jiangling. That Miss Qingyuan doesn't drink blood. I hope what you say is true. In the end, Qingyuan only uttered this one sentence. There was no threat. Everything was very peaceful. She is very smart. She knows what kind of personality her daughter has, and she also knows how close her daughter is to Yinqing right now. Even she herself rarely receives a kiss from her daughter. It happened twice right before my eyes today. One of the repayments. Under such circumstances, forcibly ordering Hill to terminate the contract with the other party would only have the opposite effect. Yinqing's statement is already the best possible outcome. At least, it would make Qingyuan feel a little better. Under the watchful eye of insight, her favorability rating also dropped from a state of murderous intent back to neutral. Well, that's all for now. Yinqing didn't expect to quickly max out Ms. Qingyuan's favorability. After all, just thinking about it is really going too far to snatch someone else's precious daughter away right in front of them. Unless he terminates his contract with Hill now, he can probably quickly improve Qingyuan's favorability. But if we do that, the Yandra Hill might do something really strange. To avoid being killed by a machete, Yinqing had no choice but to proceed gradually and find a way to deal with Miss Qingyuan later. Hill, from now on you won't be able to stay with mommy all the time, so please remember to be careful. Qingyuan ignored Yinqing, turned around, bent down, and gently hugged her daughter, unable to help but mutter some instructions. Now, she is no different from an elderly mother who is about to watch her daughter get married. Hill hugged his mother with some reluctance, his amber eyes sparkling. However, this atmosphere did not last long. The mother and daughter calmed down and resumed their slightly arrogant demeanor. Well, Yinqing continued to admire the beautiful scenery of the butterfly flower sea, seemingly ignoring it. Hill has grown up, and your mother has nothing proper to give you as a coming-of-age gift. So take this mirror with you. Wear it as if your mother is always by your side. Qingyuan's slender, jade-like fingers touched the air. A small mirror with an exquisite and ornate design, adorned with gemstones, radiating a strange and eerie power. It appeared in her hands. No, we can't have Hill. Surprisingly, Hill resolutely refused. Listen to me. You've already been willful once. This time you have to listen to your mother. But, no buts. Hill remained silent. Faced with her mother's hardening stance, she knew very well that once her mother made a decision, she would never change it. Reluctantly, he accepted the small mirror and merged it into his body. One side, Yinqing glanced at Qingyuan, and his pupils immediately contracted. In the section on the opponent's strength, the 4 characters Bloodclad Peak had transformed into Bloodclad Fierce Ghost. Could it be? Yinqing was slightly moved and guessed something. Lady Qingyuan is so powerful is largely because she has completely merged with the soul-losing mirror. Insight explains this very clearly. There can only be one reason for her sudden decline in strength. She split her own essence and handed a part of the soul-losing mirror to her daughter. Hill and Qingyuan are of the same origin. Qingyuan can manipulate the power of the magic mirror, and so can Hill. This is a selfless and generous gift, which, in a sense, is also a gift to In Chung. The mirror lady left. The park was deathly quiet. Lu Jun had already left the game and returned to the human world. After searching unsuccessfully for several years, Huanwen also chose to return to the mortal world and slowly make plans. Inside the mirror maze, there are ghost children reflected in each mirror. They didn't dare to breathe loudly until Qing Yuan left, at which point they finally breathed a long sigh of relief. The boss's mother is terrifying. No one knows what mistake the boss made to enrage the woman in the mirror. Just a hair's breadth away from perishing in the mirror world due to the mirror lady's outburst of rage. The next moment, whoosh, the mirror shattered on the ground, and the ghost children were freed from the world within the mirror. They all focused their attention on the mirror in the very center. That gentle older brother was pulled into the game by the older sister. And coincidentally, Lady Mirror returned. The ghost children naturally couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. Fortunately, the mirror gradually disappeared. Instead, that familiar figure appeared. But what the ghost children found utterly baffling was this. Their eldest sister always stayed in the mirror world and never came into contact with any ghosts or monsters. At this moment, she was hanging on her older brother's chest like a koala. Well-behaved and adorable appearance was simply unbelievable to the ghost children. Is this still the same ruthless and terrifying, unpredictable boss they knew? Chapter 86 Divine Skill, The Realm Within the Mirror. The moment Inchung appeared with Hill, the room was completely silent. Then, the ghost children all turned their heads away as quickly as possible. A 180-degree turn, without the slightest hesitation. Cough cough. Hill also realized that her authority as the leader seemed to be diminished because of her current state. But she couldn't bear to leave In Cheng's warm embrace. He coughed twice as a signal. Big brother. Goodbye, boss. The ghost children shouted in unison, and then vanished in a flash. Upon seeing this, In Cheng couldn't help but purse his lips. From this perspective, wouldn't you say we've taken control of the future of Yiming City? This group of ghost children grows up, won't they be able to roam freely in the underworld city? A bright future is worth dreaming about. Hill, do you know how far apart Paradise and the third hospital of Underworld City are? The ghost children dispersed. In Cheng had some free time and asked Hill. The third hospital? Hill pursed her lips and thought for a moment. It's probably several streets away. Hill gestured with his hand, indicating that it was very long. Okay. In Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. In the past, he would have been more than happy to accept this, as the third hospital and the amusement park were close enough. In that case, he could still find some time to visit Lena and have her give him a warm welcome. Now, a Yanderous spirit attached to her, and their affection level is so high that they are inseparable even in life and death. If I take Hill to see Lena now? In Cheng thinks he might need a resurrection item, or at least one that can reset cooldowns infinitely. Why did you suddenly ask about the third hospital, big brother? Hill's amber eyes narrowed slightly, a faint glint of light flashing within them. Oh, that was the first horror game I ever experienced. The director was pretty good to me. I was thinking that if it was nearby, I could take some time to go and see it. In Cheng answered naturally, and naturally did not mention Lena. A chaotic battlefield had begun to emerge. He had to be careful. The main reason is, he never expected to encounter a gothic Lolita like Hill, who has a self-conquering attribute. Oh, I see. If you'd like to go, big brother, Hill can take you. Hill smiled sweetly, resting her little head on In Cheng's shoulder, her breath cool and refreshing. Forget it. The distance is too far, and your identity is quite special. To avoid unnecessary trouble, let's stay in the amusement park for a while, and then go back to the human world. By the way, where have all the park staff gone? In Cheng skillfully changed the subject. Although Hill looks like a petite and cute gothic Lolita, her delicate mind is a bit of a headache for In Cheng. Those uncles and aunts who aren't cute at all, they were banished to the outside of Paradise by Hill through the power of the mirror a long time ago, and Hill doesn't know where they are now. Hill explained with an innocent expression on his face. In Cheng, let's silently mourn for the ghosts and monsters working at the amusement park for 3 seconds. They were truly unlucky to run into a lawless, spoiled brat like Hill. Alright, never mind them. Speaking of which, is there anything in Paradise that would have any value in the human world? In Cheng lifted the little girl off his body, took Hill's soft little hand, and walked out of the mirror room. His eyes swept around the amusement park, landing on the terrifying and horrifying rides and attractions. Big brother, do you want to pack up everything in the park and take it with you? Hill asked very considerately. If it's worthwhile, we can consider it. In Cheng didn't hide anything. Hill was his contracted spirit, definitely one of his own. There's absolutely no need to hide these little schemes. In terms of value, they actually have some, Hill said with a sweet smile, explaining, the reason why the ghost children are placed in the amusement park is not simply for foster care. Those amusement rides, like the carousel with human heads, the Titan Ferris wheel, and the ball pit with eyeballs, etc. Every piece of play equipment is filled with a lot of ghost energy, which is beneficial to the growth of ghost children. In Cheng's eyes lit up. So, these tools can also be of some use to you, Hill? It has a little bit of an effect, Hill commented fairly. After all, she already possessed the strength of a vengeful ghost, and the amusement park could only provide her with limited enhancements. Since it works, that's good. While the park staff are all out, let's. Insheng and the little girl Hill exchanged a smile. Then, two figures, one tall and one short, walked toward various equipment within the park. A small mirror materialized in Insheng's hand. He stuck the mirror on the corresponding amusement park ride, and in an instant, the huge carousel with human heads disappeared. On the other side, Hill was more efficient than Insheng. With a gentle tap of her little hand, the corresponding amusement park attraction would disappear instantly. The two people, one big and one small, were like magicians performing a magic trick, was being emptied at lightning speed. The scattered ghost children were all stunned, rubbing their eyes vigorously. The boss and the others. It seems like they're planning to empty the entire amusement park. It's not just seems, it's been completely emptied out, isn't it? Oh, this. The ghost children regrouped, their faces blank, and gradually fell silent. A world within a mirror. The spirit in the mirror, Sierra, perfectly inherited the unique abilities of her mother, Qingyuan. It can pull everything it comes into contact with into the world inside the mirror. They can be said to be born with unique abilities in their field. Once pulled into the world of the mirror, on Hill's home turf, one must strive to defeat her. This is extremely difficult. Certainly. Right now, Insheng and Hill have used this amazing skill to create the effect of a super storage cabinet. Compared to the beast head leather belt crafted by Dean Quills, the mirror realm is so much more useful. Inside the park, Insheng and Hill act as hard-working porters. On the other side, Lady Mirror, having left, gazed at the castle surrounded by black roses and thorns in the distance. Without hesitation, she flew straight into the castle. Inside the castle, Countess Rose, who was having a deep conversation about the horrors of life with her ruthless best friend, had her brows slightly furrowed. My gaze followed the window. A mirror lady, with her own light and shadow effects, quietly appeared in front of the castle window. Why are you here? Countess Rose was somewhat bewildered. She didn't have much of a relationship with Lady Mirror. The fact that the other party had taken the initiative to come to her door left her deeply puzzled. Chapter 87 Countess Rose. First of all, I haven't provoked anyone. Ms. Mirror, is there something you're unhappy about regarding the previous meeting that you'd like to discuss with us privately? Count Rose was puzzled, but he still patiently asked. No, Qingyuan shook her head and said slowly. I have come here on another matter. I wonder if you, Earl Rose, are aware of any recent cases of human players being transformed into vampires. Countess of the Rose, surprised face. Jiang Ling, oh. After the shock and bewilderment, a hint of wariness flashed in Count Rose's eyes. Lady Mirror, since when have you become interested in the affairs of my vampire clan? Qingyuan. For a moment, she didn't know how to start the conversation. Tell them that your precious daughter has been kidnapped by a new member of your vampire clan? A human player who looks like he was recently converted showed exceptional talent in a horror game. I admire him, so I came to ask him about it. If his status isn't so friendly to vampires, then I will bring it under my command. Qingyuan quickly changed her mindset and approached the question indirectly from a different angle. Oh, Count Rose was genuinely surprised. Recently, in Yinming City, apart from Insheng, there are no other vampires who have been transformed. What surprised her was, there are only about 10 blood-clad ghosts in the entire Yinming City. It seems that every time Insheng enters the game, he provokes someone of this level. Even the Count of Roses was worried for him. What's his name? Just in case, Count Rose asked cautiously. Insheng. Silence is the answer without words. Qingyuan was very clever and immediately noticed something in Count Rose's eyes. The moment she uttered that name, the other person's expression clearly turned somewhat surprised and astonished. Especially the zombie lowly Jiang Ling on one side. Her face was filled with disbelief, as if curious about what Insheng had done. To think that he could win the favor of Lady Mirror. Yinming City are almost all infamous. The defining characteristic of the mirror lady is isolation. But now this powerful, blood-clad monster, known for his eccentricity, has actually taken a liking to a player who has been transformed into a vampire? It's simply unbelievable. Do you know him? Qing Yuan asked bluntly. Yes, Countess Rose did not deny anything. Regardless of whether Yin Sheng offended Qing Yuan or what Qing Yuan said was true, she has to make her stance clear. If it's the former, Count Rose wouldn't mind helping Yin Sheng resolve some potential problems. After all, she valued that little guy highly. If it's the latter, the Count of Rose might gain a steadfast ally thanks to Yin Sheng. At that time, her influence within Yinming City will expand even further. Which vampire did he transform from? And to which lineage does he belong? Or is he one of your subordinates, Count Rose? Qing Yuan's tone became slightly agitated. May I ask why? Even if that guy's performance is excellent, it doesn't seem to warrant such attention from someone of Bloodrobe's level, does it? Count Rose felt increasingly strange, the unspoken message being, as a mirror ghost, you don't seem to have any particular fondness for blood, do you? I'm sorry, I can't answer the question, but I can tell you that the little guy is very important to me, and I have no intention of hurting him. If Count Rose can provide any relevant information, I am willing to offer appropriate compensation. Since Lady Mirror has put it this way, then so be it. Count Rose thought for a moment and replied, Yin Sheng is a vampire that I personally transformed. He has remarkable talent and potential, and I value him highly as well. Before the words had even finished, the terrifying aura of the blood-clad, vengeful ghost surged forth with frenzied force. Mirrors kept appearing around Qing Yuan. The candlelight reflected in the mirror flickered like distorted faces. Field. Lady Mirror's mysterious mirror realm. Whoosh. The crimson and gray areas spread out almost simultaneously. The three-way standoff within the Black Rose Castle had reached a stalemate. Only, Count Rose was completely bewildered, having no idea why Lady Mirror had suddenly become so furious. The most crucial issue is, even if Yin Sheng caused trouble, she was merely a substitute for Yin Sheng's existence. Why did the other person seem to be venting all their anger on me? No, not sisterly at all. This isn't in the river at all. What did this little guy do to me? Why does he look like he wants to fight me? Count Rose was speechless and could only unleash his domain to contend with Lady Mirror. On the other hand, there's Jiangling. At first, it subconsciously released its domain to resist. Then, after realizing that the spearhead had absolutely nothing to do with her, she decisively stepped aside, pulled out a bag of sunflower seeds she'd somehow gotten her hands on, and started cracking them open with great enthusiasm. Of a heartless best friend is on full display at this moment. This is outrageous. Ms. Mirror, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Under the increased pressure of a one-on-one situation, Count Rose was enraged. Countless blood threads extended from his blood domain, frantically attacking Lady Mirror. Despite both being clad in blood-red robes, he was well aware that there was a significant gap in strength between them. But Count Rose is not someone to be trifled with, and if Lady Mirror really wants to fight to the death, she is not without trump cards to counter this. This is outrageous. Qing Yuan sneered angrily. She considered herself the biggest victim, and was filled with anger, but had nowhere to vent it. Because of Hill, Yin Sheng could never possibly touch him. Qing Yuan felt helpless and frustrated. All I can think of is the guy who turned Yin Sheng into a vampire. I want to vent all my frustrations. Result. Qing Yuan never expected that Yin Sheng would have such a powerful background and receive the first embrace of the Count of Rose. But none of that matters anymore. The important thing is, the distress caused by her beloved daughter being abducted makes it difficult for her to maintain her lychee routine now. Just thinking about what Hill did while holding Yin Sheng in the mirror world. Lychees? How could she eat lychees like that? Boom. The mirror reflected the blood-red domain, and countless blood streaks also rapidly spread out from the mirror, colliding fiercely with the Earl's domain. A terrifying force spread. Black Rose Castle, the vampire castle that stood tall in the City of Shadows, couldn't even last a few seconds. It turned into dust. Today, Yinming City seems destined to be a lively day. Chapter 88, 8 Dozen Pretty Dresses. Inside the amusement park, the scene was empty, with only the ground remaining to be cleared away. Yin Sheng nodded with satisfaction. Beside him, Little Hill wore a smug little expression. She was happily enjoying Yin Sheng's head pat. Well, he was enjoying the joy of the harvest, and was still unaware of it. A departed Lady Mirror and her patient, Count Rose, are engaged in a friendly exchange. It's time to go. Hill, would you like to say goodbye to your friends? The ghost children gathered around, watching him and Hill with friendly eyes. Inchung rubbed Hill's head and asked, "No need. They probably don't want me to say goodbye to them in person." A strange light flashed in Hill's amber eyes as he glanced at his large group of underlings. The awe in the eyes of those little ones said it all. Well, it's only in front of Inchung that Hill behaves obediently enough. However, her fondness for thrilling rides like roller coasters reveals that Gothic Lolita's inner self is not as innocent and docile as she appears. Okay, then, see you next time. With a gentle smile, Inchung exits the game in a terrifying world. The little girl Hill also transformed into specks of light and merged into Inchung's body. After signing the contract, she was no longer a free ghost, but a spirit belonging solely to Inchung. It can be perfectly concealed within Inchung's body and will not be easily detected. Call. Inchung, who had just gotten out of bed, let out a breath of stale air. With a gentle wave of his hand, the Gothic Lolita in the black princess dress instantly appeared beside him. Hill looked around the not-so-large third-floor bedroom of the lumberyard with curiosity, and couldn't help but ask excitedly, "Is this the world where Big Brother is?" It seems not too different from the horror world. From some perspectives, the difference between the human world and the horror world is indeed not that great. Inchung recalled something and said slowly, "The only difference may be that the powers that can be used are not quite the same." Hill became interested. Are there powers in the human world that can rival those of ghosts and monsters? Yes, but those weapons are usually only effective against humans. As for ghosts that have no physical form, they are not very effective. Inchung was well aware of the power of firearms. Those things are fine for dealing with entities that can be harmed, like Frankenstein's monsters. But if you want to deal with a ghost like Hill or Lena, that would make it completely useless. However, Inchung wouldn't underestimate anything because of this. Firearms have limited threat to ghosts and monsters, but as for humans themselves, this is also the foundation upon which the Great Xia government has been able to maintain order. In the time that follows, Inchung explained a whole bunch of human theories to the little girl Hill. He was done. So they let Hill wander around the lumberyard as he pleased. For Hill, he had essentially only been able to stay in the mirror world, even though everything was within his control. But if you stay there for too long, you'll still get bored. Compared to the world of horror, the human world was full of novelty in Hill's eyes. After temporarily dismissing Hill, Inchung took out his phone from inside the beast-head leather belt and pressed the power button. Having learned from his previous experience, he fully charged the device and shut it down before the game even started. Now, he is a true amateur player. After entering the game, someone sneaks into your house and finds a few bits of information on your phone. That's a mistake you absolutely cannot make. After the phone is turned on, a series of missed calls all originated from the same number. And very quickly, the pleasant ringtone of the cell phone rang. Inchung smiled faintly and tapped the screen. On the other end of the phone came Lu Zhan's familiar voice, tinged with a hint of wariness. Inchung. Great. I finally got in touch with you. I thought, oops, you're so steady, you'll definitely be alright. Enough with the small talk. Do you remember our deal? Inchung had no intention of wasting time with Lu Zhan and went straight to the point. Of course. If you need anything, sir, Lu Zhan will do everything he can, even if it means going through fire and water. Blood, all types of blood, the more the better. Lu Zhan was a little confused, but he didn't question anything and quickly replied, "No problem. Prepare another 1,000 mirrors for me. The size doesn't matter too much, but there's one thing you need. They must be sturdy enough." "Okay. Is there anything else you need, sir?" "Give me a dozen pretty princess dresses, the kind that's perfect for little girls, the best and most exquisite ones." Inchung, who was about to hang up the phone, suddenly remembered something and added an extra request. There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone before a single word came through. "Okay. The transaction will take place at..." After specifying the transaction location, Inchung hung up the phone. Inside the logging camp, Hill was interested in everything and liked to explore everything. In the bedroom on the 3rd floor, Inchung lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and enjoyed a precious moment of comfort and relaxation. Lu Zhan's move was made rather casually. Whether the other party will truly comply completely depends on how this transaction goes. According to the parasitic puppet's perception, Lu Zhan is located far to the southeast of where Inchung is. It is so far that even the parasitic puppet can only vaguely sense it, but cannot exert any influence or control over it. However, that last straw took root in Lu Zhan's heart. If they haven't been provoked on a normal day, it's fine. If an external force tries to pull it out, Then, Lu Xun might only be able to hope for a heart transplant. Yuanming City. On the 38th floor of Hanyuan Building, in front of the luxurious office floor-to-ceiling windows, Lu Xun's eyes were filled with excitement. I knew it. Boss Yincheng is definitely not a simple person. He needs a lot of blood, so it seems very likely that Boss Yincheng has some connection with the vampires, or even one last request, a beautiful princess dress. It's unbelievable. In this horror game where I could barely survive, the big boss actually managed to subdue the mastermind behind it all. Lu Xunke had not forgotten the final game, titled Finding Hill. And in that mirror, there were countless adorable little girls who looked exactly alike. The ghost children also revealed enough information. The final boss of the park is a ghostly little girl named Hill. Does Yincheng want a princess dress? Quirks? That's impossible. Therefore, the only answer is, now it seems, Yincheng, the golden ally in Lu Xun's mind, is far more powerful and terrifying than he imagined. This is hardly a golden thigh. Clearly, she's got a diamond thigh. Chapter 89 Lolis and lollipops are a perfect match. Glug glug. After the water boiled, bubbles kept rising in the iron pot. Hill watched Yincheng's every move with curiosity. What was originally just a simple act of cooking instant noodles seemed to become sacred under Hill's scrutiny. Does Hill eat regularly? While the noodles were cooking, Yincheng asked with a hint of curiosity. Eat something, the gothic Lolita murmured. Then with a gentle movement of her small hand, a lollipop that looked like congealed blood appeared in her hand. Does a lollipop count? Big brother, would you like one? Hill crunched the lollipop into his mouth with his silver teeth, chewing it until it was completely crushed. Then, with an adorable expression, she asked, and casually handed a blood-red lollipop to Yincheng. Hiss! Yincheng gasped and took the lollipop. His expression turned extremely serious. Hill, please promise me something, okay? Don't mention just one thing. As long as it's something your big brother asks you to do, Hill will do her best to complete it. Very good. I knew Hill was the most obedient and well-behaved. Yincheng nodded in satisfaction, then continued. Promise your brother you won't chew it, okay? Hill asked innocently, her amber eyes filled with confusion. Why? Oh, this. All right. Since it's your big brother's request, Hill will definitely agree. Yincheng, unusually, took the initiative to call Lu Xun again. Beep, beep. After the busy signal. Hey, is there anything else you need, sir? Lu Xun displayed a humble attitude very well, demonstrating a clear self-awareness. Give me a box of lollipops, all kinds of flavors, even better if they have fillings. Lu Xun was slightly taken aback again. Then, as if he had thought of something, his face was filled with admiration. He replied decisively, No problem, boss. I've got it covered. The call ended. Yincheng turned to Hill. Hill, you've probably never had a lollipop in the human world, have you? No. The gothic Lolita girl was overjoyed, her eyes shining. She was quite interested in many things in the world. Lady Qingyuan, her life was quite monotonous and dull. Now that he's finally free, Hill naturally wants to try everything. During the conversation, the instant noodles are cooked too. Serves too. Although Hill is a ghost, he can also eat human food. At least for now, it's not a problem to indulge in some verbal sparring. Slurp. After taking a delicious slurp of noodles, Hill's amber eyes brightened even more, and she mumbled, So delicious. Yincheng smiled, but did not speak. Deep down, she was thinking, what a pitiful little girl. She's so happy with just a bowl of instant noodles. If it were a full Manchuhan imperial feast, wouldn't people be so happy they wouldn't know which way was up? Certainly. Yincheng only thought about it. He doesn't possess any of the common skills of a novel's protagonist, such as top-tier cooking skills. The kind of person who can conquer the world even with just barbecue. 996 work schedule of the past left Yincheng with no desire to go home and cook for himself. Eating a bowl of instant noodles to tide me over is already pretty good. After the meal, even though there was no dirt at all on the corner of his mouth, Hill obediently wiped her mouth with a tissue, wanting to present her best self to Yincheng. After tidying up a bit, Yincheng sat on the bed, his gaze following the window, looking out at the scenery outside the logging camp. The sun had already set, leaving only the afterglow and colorful clouds. The forest gradually fell into shadow, and the dozens of scarecrows standing around the logging camp looked somewhat eerie in the shadows. A forbidden zone in the human world. This idea had been brewing since the game's last return. A spirit like Hill, Yincheng felt he could now unleash his full potential. Certainly. You have to eat your food one bite at a time, and walk your path one step at a time. Yincheng's idea was to take a low-key, covert approach in the early stages. With Hill's mirror realm ability at your fingertips, hiding is incredibly easy. Moreover, Hill's ability allows him to use anything that can achieve a mirror effect, anything without its own will, to control the slightest movement within a radius of 30 miles. The effect is achieved by scattering enough mirrors around the logging area. The monitoring capabilities that can be achieved, and it can be used as a teleportation point, far greater than the conditions that parasitic puppets can create. If things turn out badly, Yincheng and Hill can immediately move their base camp to the mirror world. Then, a mirror is used to achieve the effect of teleportation. This is the mirror spirit, a rare spirit that can bring terrifying enhancements to its host. Within the world of horror, Yincheng cannot guarantee anything. After all, it was a dangerous world where red-clad monsters existed. Once the domain was unleashed, those under the blood-red robes were powerless to resist. However, in this world, Yincheng can confidently say, he has already established himself as invincible. Tomorrow, after the transaction is completed, we can start making plans. Yincheng pondered for a moment, then made the decision not to rush into the operation. What kind of layout are you going to make, big brother? Hill asked curiously, a blood-red lollipop still dangling from her mouth. Clearly, she had heeded Yincheng's advice, and the lollipop had been in her little mouth for quite some time. Paradise, a paradise that belongs only to Hill and his big brother. What do you think? Snap. Overwhelmed with excitement and joy, Hill instinctively exerted his strength. This caused the lollipop to crumble instantly. Yincheng's eye twitched violently. Hill seemed to realize something as well, and immediately looked at him pitifully, saying, I was wrong. Even the cute and perfect little girl has chosen to apologize. What else can we do? Of course, the choice is Chapter 90 Cognitive Illusion. Part 1. Yincheng suppressed the wild thoughts in his mind. At that moment, he realized what was happening. Hill is a demon, and his understanding of punishment and such is completely different from that of humans. The mirror lady doesn't seem like the kind of ghost who would hit a child. Therefore, it's more likely that Hill's usual punishments for making mistakes are some form of lenient punishment. For example, Yincheng guessed it pretty accurately. In the process of Lady Mirror teaching her daughter, Hill was never physically punished after making a mistake. This led to Yincheng's seemingly normal, worldly approach of stir-frying bamboo shoots with meat. In Hill's view, it was just that her older brother wanted to play with her. Oh, this. After figuring it out, Yincheng was slightly speechless. This was just too much. Cough cough. Coming to his senses, Yincheng coughed heavily twice to show his seriousness. Not play this game today. We can play it another day, but Hill. Don't worry, big brother. Before Yincheng could finish speaking, Hill immediately patted her little chest and assured him. Hill has remembered. I promise I won't do it again. Yes, Hill is so obedient and sensible. I believe you. Yincheng nodded. Afterwards, we enjoyed a rare moment of peace with Hill, watching the sun set in the west. This was a novel sight she couldn't see in the horror world. Time passes. The sunset glow had faded, and the edges of the sun were no longer visible. Darkness enveloped the earth. The horizon. A crescent moon peeked through the clouds, casting a hazy glow. The stars are sparse and indistinct, appearing and disappearing intermittently. Outside the logging camp, fog began to spread. A gentle breeze blew through the forest, creating a mournful, plaintive sound. The forest at night resembled something out of a horror movie. It's just that those cawing, enormous crows are gone. And that chilling cold that seeps into your bones. So beautiful. Hill looked at the starry sky and the crescent moon in the sky and couldn't help but sigh. His amber eyes shone with an unprecedented brilliance. Human world. A place completely different from the world of horror. While this place possesses a cruelty that rivals any horror movie, it also boasts its own unique scenery. Let's go out and look at the stars. Yincheng affectionately patted Hill's head. He noticed the longing in Hill's eyes, so he took the initiative to ask. Great. Hill cheered instantly, clinging to Yincheng's chest like a koala. Whoosh. The vampire's powerful physique and extraordinary speed. Yincheng easily reached the roof of the logging camp. They found a slightly flat area and lay down on it. A gentle breeze was blowing. A sky full of stars. The moonlight was bright and clear. I didn't feel the slightest bit chilly. On the contrary, it felt exceptionally fitting for the occasion. Because all of this is a scene unlike anything found in the world of horror. That gloomy and dark world, as if it were dying, lacked the vitality of human life. Perhaps, This is the true and only difference between the world of horror and the human world. I spent a sleepless night. The dawn light shone down. As nature comes back to life, the forest seems to have been revitalized, no longer as eerie and terrifying as it was at night. The sunlight shone on Hill without making her feel uncomfortable. The idea that ghosts and monsters are afraid of sunlight doesn't apply to this bizarre world. What a beautiful world. Enjoying the magnificent sight of sunlight piercing the darkness at sunrise. Hill couldn't help but sigh again. Yes, it's a beautiful world, In-chung agreed. However, the horror world also has its unique scenery, doesn't it? Yes, big brother. When I have the chance, I will definitely take you to see the beautiful scenery in the horror world. Hill made the promise and kept it in his heart. Okay, I'm looking forward to Hill taking me to see the beautiful scenery of the horror world. In-chung gently stroked Hill's smooth little nose. Then, amidst the other person's coquettish whimpers, he rubbed them into his body. It's truly integrated into the body. The contractor's ability to actively retract and nurture the spirit within their body is a unique ability resulting from the contract. When they went to make the next deal, In-chung couldn't openly bring little Hill along. In a crowded and noisy environment, In-chung doesn't really want the little girl to be exposed to the players of the Palace of Suppression for the time being. That would cause him a lot of trouble. The trouble here refers to invitations, constant invitations, or attempts to win someone over. The surveillance of players of the Great Xia horror game by the Pingwan Palace was quite extensive. Its reputation is still quite good. They never take strong measures against any unofficial players. On the contrary, they will do everything they can to win them over. Because with each additional player, there is a possibility of another chosen one. The purpose of the Palace of Pacifying Chaos was to quell the chaos and prevent the Great Xia from being plagued by ghosts and monsters. They will vigorously cultivate their players and do everything they can to support them. Of course, all of this is based on the premise that players cannot rely on the power of ghosts and monsters to ignore the existence of order and rules. In this world that shows signs of collapse and chaos, of pacifying the rebellion could maintain this mindset. So, for thriller game players with potential and exceptional talent, they will spare no effort to win them over and do everything they can to recruit them in order to have more power to maintain a stable order. Unfortunately, this is exactly what In-chung doesn't want to see. Compared to integrating into an organization, serving it, and acquiring resources, which may lead to some common conflicts, this approach is more effective. He still prefers the current pace. Play the role-playing game, make friends in a thrilling world, and then effortlessly win. After returning to the human world, enjoy some peaceful time. Isn't he good enough? Even for organizations with the best reputations, In-chung understands one principle. A profound lesson learned during the 996 work culture era. Wherever there are people, there will be struggle. Chapter 91 Mirror Image, Luzhen's God. Part 2. Claim your reward. On the way to the transaction location, In-chung silently recited a prayer. The next moment, the amount of ghost coins on the character panel jumped from 35,680 to 41,680. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the rewards for the horror game were unusually generous. The amount of ghost coins was doubled, and a special item called Mirror Image was also given. After briefly examining the bright silver ring, a mirror prop, In-chung put it directly on his hand. The logging camp is quite a distance from the city center. Driving the dilapidated car left behind by the nameless garbage organization, In-chung spent a considerable amount of time parking it in a secluded corner. He walked to the bus stop, spent 2 yuan, and slowly rode the bus into the city center. Inside the largest shopping mall in the city center, in a coffee shop, Lu Zhan, who was sitting next to several large and small boxes, kept yawning and drinking coffee with dark circles under his eyes. In order to hurry over and fulfill the boss's request, he didn't sleep all night and used all his connections to barely gather what the big shot needed. Then, without stopping, he flew over on a private jet, striving to leave a useful impression in the big boss's mind. Lu Zhan is a smart man. Having risen to the upper echelons of the Wujian Chamber of Commerce, he clearly understood the meaning of the word value. That's why he went to such lengths to impress In-chung. Before a man who could easily subdue even ghosts and monsters, and who himself possessed the power of gods and demons. If one does not possess sufficient value, one will not even have the chance to become a pawn. The late veteran player Yu Quan is the best example. Wrap this one, and this one, and this one up for me. Inside a clothing store in the mall, In-chung, wearing a mask, selected several trench coats and a hat. Well, In a world after the arrival of horror games, trench coats and hats are not uncommon. Every vigilant player likes to disguise and conceal themselves to some extent. After spending the little cash I had, In-chung went into the restroom to change into a brand new set of clothes before slowly making his way to the coffee shop where the transaction was to be held. Not long after In-chung left the restroom, a figure wearing his old clothes also came out and left in a completely different direction. The coffee shop was quiet. Apart from Lu Jun, there was no one else there. It's obvious that this place has been booked out. Big. The moment Lu Jun saw the man in the trench coat and mask appear, he instinctively wanted to call him Big Boss. Fortunately, he stopped his impulsive act in time, simply standing up and respectfully waiting for In-chung to sit down. Is everything prepared? In-chung got straight to the point, not intending to waste time. The blood you need is all in this refrigerated box. The quantity is not particularly large, only about 10 kilograms in total. In-chung frowned, somewhat dissatisfied, and said, "Is that all?" No. Lu Jun quickly explained. "Storing blood is quite troublesome. I only brought these because I was thinking that you might not have the equipment to store blood properly right now. As long as you ask, although this thing is a bit difficult to obtain, it can still be produced continuously." Not bad. What about the rest? In-chung nodded with slight satisfaction, showing his approval of the careful attention to detail in the chess pieces. What you need? Princess dress and lollipops are all in these boxes, guaranteed to be top quality. As for the 1,000 mirrors, we need to go to a factory here to pick them up ourselves. Given the tight schedule, I really can't carry this many mirrors by myself. Please understand. Lu Jun said somewhat awkwardly. Originally, he had planned to have 2 of his underlings bring everything directly to In-chung. However, considering that the big shot might not like interacting with strangers, there was nothing he could do but come to the appointment alone, without letting anyone else interfere throughout the entire process. Is it reliable? In-chung narrowed his eyes, pondered for a moment, and then couldn't help but ask. In today's world, thanks to the advent of horror games, some people have inevitably gained the power of ghosts and monsters, given the sheer number of such games available. This often leads them to do some unusual, even inexplicable, things. Such actions are very likely to attract the attention of the Palace of Pacifying the Rebellion. They ordered 1,000 mirrors at once. Even if it's treated as a purchase, it might still attract attention. Don't worry, boss. The Wujian Chamber of Commerce is not that simple. We have our own people in all walks of life. This is also an important factor that allows the Wujian Chamber of Commerce to provide many players with hidden spending channels. They may not be entirely trustworthy, but for such a small transaction, I am confident that I can guarantee that your information will not be at all at risk of being leaked. When talking about the Wujian Chamber of Commerce, Lu Jun's eyes revealed a hint of pride. Go pick up the goods and deliver them to the alley between number 163 and number 164 Qingyun Road. Park the car there, and I'll drive it away myself. After thinking it over, In-chung made a decision. The need for mirrors is still quite necessary. In the forest, not in the city center. Things that have a mirror effect can be seen everywhere. Hill's abilities would be greatly limited without the mirror. No problem. Lu Jun readily agreed, and then got up to leave. Etc. Is there anything else you need? Keep this. One is the payment for the transaction, the other. I hope you can advance further within the Wujian Chamber of Commerce. The middle and upper levels are not enough for me. Hiss. Lu Jun was stunned and gasped. The hand that was instinctively reaching out to take it trembled in midair. This is too precious. I can't accept it. He had initially wanted to make a deal with In-chung to save his life. A low-level protective talisman was practically his entire fortune. For ordinary players, those are invaluable treasures. Now, 2 intermediate-level protective talismans actually appeared in front of him. Even a low-level amulet can be worth over 100 million. What about the intermediate level? No one would ever put it up for auction. It's a top-tier item that money can't buy. My opinion of In-chung skyrocketed once again. If he had previously regarded In-chung as a valuable asset. So now, In-chung is the god in his heart. No, even a god can't compare to In-chung. Because even the gods wouldn't give him 2 intermediate-level protective charms. After the initial excitement and elation, calmness took its place. Lu Jun, who has also handled many sky-high price transactions. This was the first time he'd encountered such a precious item, one that even he dared not easily accept. Chapter 92 Another Strange Attribute Has Awakened? Part 3. When he arrived, In-chung was driving a beat-up car that had been owned by who knows how manufactured people. On the way back, In-chung drove a domineering pickup truck. Even he couldn't help but sigh. It's so good to be rich. Whether in a world of horror or in the human world. Compared to that beat-up car, the powerful pickup truck offers a completely overwhelming driving experience. Soon, after parking the car a short distance away from the logging site, a mirror materialized in In Cheng's hand. That was the manifestation of the symbol of Hill's covenant with him. This is also the vehicle that allows In Cheng to activate Hill's abilities. A power that can be fully transformed like that of vampires and activated without any external aid is not very common among the chosen ones in the human world. Well, the leader of that trash organization who was killed by In Cheng is somewhat of a rare case. Ordinary people who transplanted the bodies of ghosts were lucky enough to survive and were not killed by the backlash. There was an element of luck involved, to be honest. Unfortunately, luck was there, but not much. He didn't have the destiny of a chosen one, but he contracted the illness of one. That's his fault. The beautiful little mirror was gently tossed by In Cheng, and it suddenly grew larger in midair. It became a full-length mirror taller than In Cheng, and In Cheng took a step out. The mirror surface rippled gently like the surface of a lake, and his figure blended into it. The next moment, inside the bedroom on the third floor of the logging camp, In Cheng's face appeared in a dusty mirror. Such a bizarre scene would at least frighten an ordinary person into fleeing in panic if they saw it. Fortunately, the logging camp was deserted. Even if they did, they would be dead. The small mirror was thrown out of the mirror and quickly magnified into a full-length mirror. In Cheng's face disappeared from the dusty mirror and appeared in the full-length mirror, where he slowly walked out. There are still problems. It's not as perfect as I imagined. In Cheng muttered to himself, realizing the flaws in Hill's abilities for him. There's nothing we can do about it, big brother. Hill also appeared quietly, pulling on In Cheng's arm from the side, her expression slightly innocent. Indeed, I don't have Hill's ability to change my size at will. I wonder if vampires can gain some new abilities after their strength increases. In Cheng was also quite helpless. Within a certain distance, Hill's ability allows him to teleport in a unique way, which is quite a powerful ability. If conditions allow, In Cheng could even achieve the legendary feat of the Golden Flash. But one problem severely limited him. That is, the size of the mirror will restrict his movement. As a spirit within the mirror, Hill's form can naturally shift between reality and illusion, and so can her physical size. In Cheng couldn't do that. Only a large enough mirror could accommodate his comings and goings. Fortunately, thanks to Hill's abilities, she possesses the ability to scale at will. It barely makes up for the lack of ability. It's a little troublesome, but the impact on the world is insignificant. Don't vampires have blood magic? Big brother In Cheng, haven't you learned it? Hilton asked with some curiosity when In Cheng mentioned vampires. Blood magic. In Cheng pondered, a hint of doubt flashing in his deep eyes. Within a world of horror, there is a very common piece of information, almost universally known. Each ghost possesses a corresponding innate ability. Well, those that are too weak only possess the most basic ghostly powers. Based on this premise, In Cheng suddenly remembered. Both Count Rose and Jiang Ling have left unique spatial marks on their bodies. Are they both ghosts with spatial abilities? The probability is probably extremely low, and judging from Countess Rose's crimson domain, she doesn't seem to possess spatial talent. Big brother, don't you know? Seeing In Cheng deep in thought, Hill couldn't help but ask, her sweet, childlike voice incredibly adorable. Upon hearing this, In Cheng slapped his forehead and pondered to himself. I overlooked that. Hill is the daughter of Lady Mirror, so she must know a lot of information that I don't. My brother has only recently awakened, and he only has a superficial understanding of many things about the vampires. If you know anything about them, Hill, please tell me about the vampire's blood magic. It is a good habit to ask questions when you are not knowledgeable, but it is a very unwise choice to pretend to know what you don't. Fortunately, In Cheng is the former. Hill chuckled with a hint of malice. Big brother didn't know. Such a good opportunity, if I don't take the chance to talk to my older brother and ask for some benefits appropriately. That Hill is so foolish. Mom told Hill a lot of stories about vampires, but what? In Cheng asked cooperatively, was practically emanating from Hill's amber eyes. How could In Cheng not understand Xiaoxi's thoughts? Big brother wants to play games with Hill, so Hill tells Big brother. Hill couldn't contain his anticipation and eagerly stated his conditions. Oh, this. In Cheng remained silent, feeling that if things continued like this, Hill might. In Cheng's rationality gradually entered a state of -1, -1, -1. The slogan of a certain inscription for the criminal chamber, is about to be shouted by Yin Sheng. However, at that moment, buzz, a sound like a vibrating telephone came out. Ling Yinqing instantly regained his senses. A small mirror with an ornate and exquisite design, exuding a gloomy and eerie atmosphere. It flew out of Hill's body, which was lying in front of it, and trembled constantly. The humming sound comes from it. All the words I wanted to say came down to two simple, unadorned characters. Holy crap. Chapter 93, The Ferocious God Who Rules and Creates the Rules. Part 4. The image of Lady Mirror, with her stunningly beautiful face and aloof demeanor, subconsciously surfaced in Yin Sheng's mind. Even Lena's alluring face seemed to appear before his eyes. Then the two gradually transformed into the shape of a wood-chopping knife. As if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head, Yin Sheng's body temperature dropped rapidly. That's so unhygienic, so incredibly unhygienic. Despite his inner resentment, Yin Sheng calmly pulled Hill up and made him stand obediently. And they maintained a certain distance. Hill, your mother seems to want to talk to you about something. Yin Sheng couldn't help but speak up to remind him. Hill, completely lost in thought, didn't notice at all. Lady Mirror Qing Yuan has already manifested in response to stress. I feel so weak, Mom. Isn't Mom in the horror world? How could she possibly contact Hill? Hill mumbled softly, her amber eyes seemingly veiled with a misty haze and a hint of bewilderment in them. Yin Sheng calmed down upon hearing this, looked at the small mirror that was still trembling in midair, and breathed a slight sigh of relief. That makes sense when you think about it. Separated by a world, the distance is immeasurable. It would be truly strange if Lady Mirror could easily contact Hill. However, the panels of the Lost Soul mirror probably still contain some of Qing Yuan's will. That's why he appeared at the critical moment, interrupting Yin Sheng's second turn process. Disappointed? A tiny bit, maybe. However, it's acceptable. At least Yin Sheng avoided a possible fate of being hacked to pieces. Before we max out the Mirror Lady's favorability and turn Hill and Lena's favorability back to the obedient level, it would be better to refrain from taking any real action for now and remain relatively cautious. The favorability rating of goblins seems to only have a few levels. But Yin Sheng, who has already successfully changed jobs, guesses that there are actually some special states beyond the bond of life and death. Just like having a deep, unspoken understanding, there is also a sense of obsessive affection. Obedience and compliance are the hidden levels of intimacy that Yin Sheng deduced within this special relationship. The road ahead is long and arduous, and the task is arduous and the journey is far from over. Yin Sheng couldn't help but sigh, his gaze falling on the little girl, Hill. She had put away the distraught panel that was gradually calming down, and her eyes had regained their clarity. Big brother, shall we continue playing the game? One sentence almost made Yin Sheng go berserk again. After a wry smile, Yin Sheng said helplessly, we can play the game later. We don't have much time left in the human world. The next horror game will be coming soon. Before that, let's focus on building our paradise. The game is fun, but it's easy for things to get out of control. Hill also has a slight Yandere tendency, before she can say something like, you've come at the right time, like a certain little flying knife. Yin Sheng didn't want to risk his life for the time being, so it was best to play it safe. Okay, Hill will do whatever Big Brother says. Hill smiled sweetly, took out a lollipop that Lu Jun had specially brought from the small pocket of her princess dress, and obediently ate it. Wait, did I forget something? Suddenly, Yin Sheng slapped his forehead, as if he had remembered something. Is it moss? Hill asked, her words slightly slurred. Yin Sheng pondered for a moment, then cleared his thoughts and said, the initial issue we discussed seemed to be about vampire blood magic, right? Oh, the little girl Hill's cute face showed a slightly confused expression. Ma, it seems so. The air suddenly fell silent. 3 seconds later, Yin Sheng and Hill tacitly began discussing the origins of blood magic. He also obtained some important information from Hill that was completely unknown in the world. The origin of blood magic comes from something beyond words, something no one dares to even imagine. The fierce god. Ordinary ghosts and monsters can indeed only use their own innate abilities, and some of the less powerful ones don't even have any innate abilities at all. The abilities of ghosts and monsters are generally quite limited to a certain extent. People like the modification expert Quill and the Frankenstein's monster Ralph are, after all, a minority. I want to gain additional abilities. There are only 3 ways. Quills and Ralph are of the same type. The second method is to obtain the recognition of a ghost artifact as its master. Each ghost artifact is unique and has different abilities. The increase in the power of ghosts and monsters is also the most significant. Qingyuan, the Mirror Lady, is a typical example. As for the third type, this method is almost impossible to replicate in today's world of horror. An unspeakable ghost become a near taboo? Why did such a formidable chasm arise between them and the blood-clad vengeful ghost? The reason is simple. Just like the difference between red clothes and bloodstained clothes, there is the word domain in between. Between the bloodstained clothes and the unspeakable lies the word rules. The unspeakable ghosts and monsters have completely evolved their innate abilities into a unique power of rules. The field is still subject to regional limitations, and rules are everywhere. It is not something that can be said to be the embodiment of rules, but rather something that is called a fierce god above it. He has completely taken control of its own rules, and break free from it. It has created a completely new system of rules and power. This is the symbol of a malevolent god. Blood magic is the power of rules passed down by the progenitor of the vampire race, the fierce god. Relying on the power of bloodline, it is an additional means that can be learned and mastered by every true vampire member. Of course, not every fierce god would create similar rules to bring blessings to the entire race. Therefore, special powers like blood magic can only be controlled by members of the vampire clan. It is extremely rare and uncommon. Of replicating this method are no different from those of getting zero. According to Hill, the horror world hasn't heard a single word about the evil god for a very long time. There is no unspeakable figure who has any intention of becoming one of the evil gods. Since it relies on the special rules of bloodline, it must be because my current strength is not up to par that I cannot activate it. Count Rose would not hide this from me. If the evil spirit level isn't enough, then it seems that at least the fierce ghost level is needed to be able to access blood magic. Improving our strength is now an urgent matter. Yin Cheng's eyes gleamed as he set himself a small goal. He should improve his strength in the next dungeon. Chapter 94. The third game arrives. The Resort of the Dead, Part 5. After having a goal, Yin Cheng, on the contrary, was somewhat looking forward to the next game. A terrifying game where others treat them with the same fear as wolves and beasts. For him, the style of painting has completely changed. Let's go. It's time to start building our paradise on Earth. Yin Cheng smiled slightly, took Hill's little hand, and walked out of the logging camp amidst her sweet smile. The logging camp was located in a very remote area, almost deep in the heart of the forest. I wonder what the guy who built this factory was thinking. However, this did provide Yin Cheng and Hill with an opportunity to act freely. One is a vampire, the other a spirit, both possessing powers beyond the ordinary. In a very short time, a large area was cleared. Then, holding a small mirror, Yin Cheng released the facilities that had been stored away within the mirror's inner world at the appropriate point. Hill was doing the same thing. But what if the ghost children of the horror world found out about this? They're probably going to have a little meltdown, right? While Yin Cheng was busy, on the outskirts of the city, inside a seemingly ordinary pancake shop, several ordinary-looking men and women, dressed as factory workers, walked into the innermost part of the pancake shop. Not long after, inside the underground base of the Palace of Suppression, the bespectacled, impeccably dressed man looked at the group of people who had returned with the news and asked, "How is it? Has that person shown any intention of joining our Palace of Suppression?" "I'm sorry, but based on our collective deduction, that person probably doesn't want to join the Palace of Pacifying the Rebellion." Among the group of workers, the leader answered the question. "Oh, what do you mean? He rejected our generous offer." "That's not the case. In fact, we never saw his real self. The guy who appeared on the surveillance footage from the beginning was just a phantom-like existence. If his phantom hadn't gradually dissipated in front of us, we wouldn't have been able to tell the difference between the real and the fake." Phantom. The bespectacled man's voice rose several octaves. If they had only speculated before, Yin Cheng was most likely a chosen one. Now they can be absolutely certain. With the power of technology, creating realistic images is not impossible. The problem is that he was able to create an illusion that was indistinguishable from an ordinary person, completely fooling the subordinates who were tasked with winning him over. That's something that current technology simply can't accomplish. Well, after his initial excitement, the bespectacled man sighed again. They appeared in front of you, and then disappeared right before your eyes. Such a gesture is easily understood by anyone with a modicum of intelligence. The other party's subtext: "Don't try to win me over. I have no interest in joining the Palace of Suppression." What a pity, a chosen one of the gods. In recent days, I don't know what changes have occurred in the horror world, but the player's mortality rate has increased significantly. Not to mention those favored by the gods. Even ordinary players have not made it back alive. The bespectacled man couldn't help but sigh, but he didn't give any further orders to his subordinates to win over Incheng. If the other party doesn't give a clear answer, then so be it. If you insist on going to see the other party after making your position clear, then that's not an attempt to win them over, but a provocation. This is not what a wise person would say. The man with glasses is able to sit in this position because he understands one thing very well. That is, never use so-called righteousness to coerce players who risk their lives and barely survive the horror game. Let's change our target. Incheng, this chosen one, is ultimately not meant for us. Inside the base, the bespectacled man spoke with a hint of helplessness. In less than half a day, the paradise deep in the heart of the forest has been created. The speed is so fast thanks to the generous gift from the former paradise. Well, Incheng and Hill, they're just porters for the amusement park. Two figures, one tall and one short, sat atop the Titan Ferris wheel, admiring their masterpiece and basking in a sense of accomplishment. To make the park more secluded and less likely to be discovered, Hill contributed a great deal of extra effort. Using a large number of mirrors as a foundation, Hill's power is attached to the mirrors, manipulating the refraction of light and shadow. If you don't go inside the paradise, from the outside, it would appear to be an ordinary forest. Even the logging camp itself would be hidden. This simple, yet practical ability can last for a full half-month at a time. The strain on Hill wasn't too great. After the park was completed, this is a rare moment of leisure. Incheng's daily task is, play games with Hill. Play new games with Hill. Play new games with Hill. Life isn't always full of excitement. Peace and tranquility are also part of it. Of course, if he hadn't been constantly flirting with the edge of the axe, Incheng's life would indeed have been quite peaceful. The presence of this soul lost panel always allows him to act with restraint and propriety. Little Hill seemed to thoroughly enjoy the close bond she shared with her older brother. Besides, the blood that Lu Zhen brought has already been drunk up. Well, in terms of taste, there's not much difference. The improvement for Incheng was quite good. Perhaps because his current strength is not very strong, the blood of ordinary people has a significant effect on him, although it has not yet broken through to the demon level. However, judging from the character panel, it has already reached the peak of the demon level. With just a small trigger, Incheng could also advance to the level of a vengeful ghost. Carefree days always pass quickly. After making the arrangements, Lu Zhen took care of the refrigeration equipment for him. Incheng's third thriller game has finally arrived. Hill cheered, his amber eyes filled with elation. The world may be beautiful, but after a while, one can become aesthetically fatigued. For Hill, participating in the game is like coming home. It's so comfortable. The little girl crashed headfirst into Incheng's body. The next moment, Incheng's figure gradually faded and disappeared from the room. The moment consciousness returned, Incheng immediately heard the players' voices. The resort for the dead. Thank goodness. Luckily, we can finally breathe a sigh of relief this time. Yes. According to the information released by the Palace of Suppression, the Resort of the Dead is one of the few horror game instances with a survival rate of up to 60%. A group of people discussed humbly, each with a face full of relief. A 60% survival rate. Compared to the first two games Incheng experienced. A survival rate of 60% is indeed quite remarkable. Chapter 95 The Count of Rose Called. Part 6. The reason why the Great Xia Palace for pacifying the rebellion was able to attract so many people favored by the gods was because it is inseparable from some of the factors that it possesses. It is said that a certain bigwig in the Palace of Suppressing Chaos possesses a special ghost artifact. This artifact can calculate the survival probability of every game instance since the horror game's inception. Of course, this is information that can be released to ordinary players. That ghost artifact possesses any other abilities remains unknown. The Dead Resort is one of the dungeons that has been statistically identified as having a remarkably high survival rate. The player's excitement is understandable, especially when there is another chosen one among the players. Player, chosen one Mouqian. Race, human. Friendliness, full of murderous intent. The allure of the dead has no effect on humans. Strength, wanderer. Preferences, cannibalism, becoming stronger. He will stop at nothing to achieve his goal of becoming stronger. Weakness, a weakling's weaknesses are everywhere. Current status, great. The lower threat level of the dungeons makes it even easier for me to raise ghosts. I hope my companions won't get killed by those monsters. You're all my food reserves. Humans know how terrifying ghosts are, but ghosts know how wicked people are. The information fed back by the Eye of Insight made In Chung narrow his eyes. The 4 large characters, full of murderous intent, were paired with the notes in the preferences section. He easily figured out what kind of person this chosen one was. He was originally a monster in the human world, but one day he gained the approval of ghosts and monsters. Becoming a chosen one of the gods, he naturally became even more unscrupulous. Players matched with him struggled to survive, while also having to guard against attacks from their own teammates. This is a classic example of a backstab by an insider. In front of the resort sign, the ghost responsible for guiding them has not yet appeared. Mo Yuqian, being a werewolf, was already getting restless. He glanced around at his teammates, a total of 30 people, and didn't detect the slightest trace of ghostly aura. As he felt much more at ease, a kind smile appeared on his face. The next moment, a ghostly figure emerged from his body and landed beside him. With a blue face and fangs, and a broad and thick waist, he exudes a fierce aura that inspires fear in those who behold him. Everyone, this instance we're facing is the resort of the dead, where the survival rate is very high. Don't worry too much. I, Mo Yuqian, the chosen one of the Palace of Pacifying Chaos, will do my best to protect you. Before entering the instance, let's stay united as much as possible and avoid infighting. With such a high survival rate in this dungeon, as long as we don't act recklessly, there shouldn't be any major problems. Of the contracted spirit instantly attracted the attention of many players. Mo Yuqian's words naturally attracted a large number of players. He's quite shrewd. He knows how to impersonate someone from the Palace of Suppression to gain the approval of others. After all, players who have experienced a game once are unlikely to trust so-called one of their own. In Chung took the opportunity to observe the information about the other party's spirit. You won't believe it until you see it, and what you find will shock you. The information fed back by the Eye of Insight made In Chung understand what is meant by the rule of mutual appreciation among perverts. The blue-faced, fanged monster is called the man-eating demon. Easy to understand, a ghost that grows stronger by eating people is a perfect match for Mo Yuqian. Among the wandering spirits, the cannibal's strength is considered among the best. Inseparable from his backstabbing behavior in the game. I'd better just crush this guy once we're in the dungeon. Although other people's lives and deaths are meaningless to me, it would be really annoying if he used other monsters to annoy me. When the resort staff came out, In Chung had also made a decision in his heart. The reason we didn't just take action and crush this guy is. The reason is that In Chung doesn't want to let Mo Yuqian affect his strategy-based gameplay in the dungeon. Randomly killing a summoned temporary employee is clearly not something that managers would like to do. Unless the resort's managers are some kind of ghost with peculiar tastes. The ghostly staff members who came out of the resort looked somewhat stiff, with pale faces, but their appearances were not much different from humans. His Eye of Insight, In Chung confirmed the other party's identity, a relatively young zombie that had only recently gained sentience. Zombies? Could it be that this resort belongs to Jiangling? He had some suspicions, but he remained calm and composed. But at this moment, Earl Rose is in such a hurry to contact me to ship the goods. In Chung pondered for a moment, then a slight burning sensation on his arm told him the Count of Rose was calling. His first thought was that the other party was definitely waiting for him to send the medicine over. Judging by the time, it really is time to take the medicine. But soon, In Chung thought about it again and realized that something was not quite right. The Earl of Rose called, but Jiangling didn't? Given that guy's money-grubbing nature, shouldn't he be urging me to ship the goods as soon as the time comes? Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. My intuition tells me that the Count of Rose's phone call might not be so simple. In Chung felt a strange, unpleasant feeling welling up inside him. With so many people around, he had no intention of answering the phone. However, unexpected events often happen faster than expected. In Chung, who wanted to keep a low profile, had his identity exposed by his zombie employees. The zombie, whose limbs were not very nimble, was holding a photograph and walked straight towards In Chung. His gaze kept shifting between the photo and In Chung himself. When he got to the front of it, he carefully checked it over and over again. Young Master In, I didn't expect it to really be you. The stiff, dry tone was extremely unpleasant to listen to. But that one sentence immediately ignited the anger of the other players around him. Holy crap, did I hear that right? That ghost called the player young master? Oh no, there must be something wrong with my ears. No, you heard right. That's what he said. but I have absolutely no idea what's going on, sisterly. Could it be that he is not actually human, but a ghost that has infiltrated our ranks? Damn, now that you mention it, I'm starting to panic. Could there be a werewolf among us? Wow, has the Dead Man's Resort developed a new feature that has increased the death rate? Chapter 96. The player's mindset underwent a slight change. Part 7. The player's conversation gradually veered off course. People even started to feel insecure and began to distance themselves from one another. He looked at everyone like a wolf, extremely wary. In Chung. Speechless. Of course, there was also Mo Yu-chien, who had just gathered everyone together, intending to stick together for warmth. Enraged, he wished he could summon a spirit and devour In Chung on the spot. Why did he reveal his identity as a chosen one of the gods? Why impersonate someone from the Palace of Suppression? Isn't it just about gaining everyone's trust so that it's easier to betray them? Result. A single, seemingly random remark from a zombie employee instantly shattered any trust that hadn't even been established. Even Mo Yu-chien himself had some doubts, wondering if there was some terrifying monster among the players whose true strength he couldn't fathom. The zombie employees ignored everything the players thought and said, "Young Master Ian, Mr. Ralph has instructed us in advance that you should be treated as an honored guest and given the best hospitality upon your arrival. The resort for the dead is owned by the Courier family. Once you're here, you'll feel right at home. You can relax and have a good time. Don't worry about game quests or anything like that. By the way, Mr. Ralph also instructed that if you have any needs, any staff member at the resort will do their best to meet your requirements, Mr. Ian." The zombie employee is clearly a straightforward and honest person with no guile. Completely disregarding the presence of so many players, he relayed Ralph's words to the entire resort staff. He relayed the entire story to In Chung. In Chung, who was the one in charge, suddenly realized what was going on. Ralph, the stitched-together monster who was a major client of the third hospital. Standing behind him was the Courier family from Yiming City. What a coincidence. In Chung himself never expected that the benefit of having a wide circle of friends would come so conveniently. "Young Master Ian, please follow me. Mr. Ralph has arranged the best accommodations for you, as well as a series of recreational activities. Your only task is to make sure you have a great time at the resort. If you have any complaints, please be sure to tell our staff and we will handle it as soon as possible." The straightforward zombie employee gestured for them to proceed. Completely ignoring the other players around him, leaving them aside, he seemed to only have eyes for In Chung. Ralph specifically instructed every employee at the resort to treat the distinguished guest, In Chung, with utmost care. Temporary worker? What is that thing? Is it important that distinguished guests come to visit? Although the zombie employee was straightforward, he still understood the importance of things. After a slight silence, In Chung helplessly spread his hands and said, "Please thank Mr. Ralph for his kindness. In that case, I will accept it without hesitation. Thank you for your patronage, young Master Ian. It is an honor for the Dead's Resort." After realizing that In Chung wasn't someone difficult to deal with, the zombie employee breathed a sigh of relief and gave him a very obvious compliment. The players around them listened to the zombie employee's constant flattery. My mindset has changed slightly at this moment. Task. After this word was mentioned, hold back their expressions any longer. The young Master Ian, mentioned by the zombies, is actually a player? The confirmation of this shocking news was like a bolt from the blue, leaving all the players stunned and speechless. We're all players. Why is it that while we are struggling to survive, you become a guest of honor in the mouths of ghosts and monsters? While we were still celebrating the 60% survival rate of the dungeon, you've just run into a horror game and come here to enjoy life? The slight difference in price made the players go crazy with the sour lemons, and the air seemed to be filled with a sour smell, especially for players experiencing a horror game for the first time. Unable to contain their excitement, they decided to approach In Chung for help and ask him to let them experience the feeling of winning without lifting a finger. More experienced players, though secretly envious, but they showed no intention of going up to talk to him. Joke. If someone can be considered an honored guest by ghosts and monsters, can they still be regarded as a normal human being? In the eyes of these players, In Chung was no different from a demon. So, to ask a demon to carry you to victory in a game, they wisely remained silent. Even if there was hope, they could always plead more earnestly later to gain sympathy. It wouldn't be too late. "Before I enjoy my vacation, I'd like to do one small thing. Is that all right?" In Chung's tone was slightly cold, and although it was a question, it carried an air of unquestionable certainty. The The Color family is making every effort to build good relations with Count Rose and Zhang Ling, both of whom are in blood-red robes, thanks to the connections introduced by Yin Cheng. The goodwill shown by Ralph is the best proof of this. Therefore, he can indeed indulge himself a bit in this instance without any negative consequences. Of course, you can do whatever you want within the resort. The zombie employee responded very frankly. That's good. Yin Cheng gave a faint smile. Then, for slender, dark figures rose from his shadow, guarding his side. They were like the king's servants, utterly devout. Their bodies, like light capable of devouring everything, revealed the ultimate darkness. Its long, sharp claws seemed born for slaughter. The sudden scene scared away the players who were about to approach and chat. Only then did they realize that even if the so-called young Master Yin was a player, he was a player completely different from them. Friend, what do you mean by this? I don't think I've done anything to offend you. Eerie shadow drew ever closer. Mo Yuqian dodged and hid behind the cannibal. But the shadowy figure showed no sign of stopping. He panicked instantly. You? What do you want to do? Get away from me. Get away. Get out of my way. We're all players, and I'm a member of the Restoration Palace. Are you going to be an enemy of the Restoration Palace? You? Whoosh. In just a moment, the seemingly invincible cannibal was torn to pieces by the dark claws. Demons and wandering spirits are only one rank apart. It would be as easy for Yin Cheng to crush him as crushing an ant. The death of the cannibal also severely injured Mo Yuqian, causing him to vomit blood continuously. The contractual relationship means that they share both prosperity and adversity. Although it won't affect his life, with such injuries, the possibility of completing the game's mission is almost zero. Moreover, Yin Cheng showed no intention of giving up. Chapter 97 The Unelegant Count of the Rose, Part 8. With a plop, Mo Yuqian, weakened to the extreme by the backlash, couldn't help but collapse to the ground. Even so, driven by a strong will to survive, he continued to support himself with his hands, slowly crawling backward. Let me go. I'm from the Palace of Pacifying Chaos. If you kill me, the Palace of Pacifying Chaos will not let you get away with it. My spirit is dead. It's just a useless piece of trash now, and it poses no threat to you whatsoever. Let me go, please let me go. Blood continued to spill from Mo Yuqian's mouth, yet he continued to frantically beg for mercy. They even tried to hide behind the other players. Unfortunately, he's too slow now. The area where he was located was essentially a vacuum zone. The players were all terrified by Yin Cheng's habitual killing, so how could they dare to come into contact with Mo Yuqian? They stood far away as if avoiding a plague. After a brief period of doubt and torment for Mo Yuqian, Yin Cheng lost interest in playing. He who kills will be killed by others. However, Yin Cheng only intended to kill the other party before he could kill him. A long, thin, eerie figure appeared beside Mo Yuqian in the blink of an eye. The pure black figure, like a symbol of despair, caused Mo Yuqian's last hope to completely collapse. Why? On his deathbed, he asked the question that had always haunted him. Call out. Black Claws whistled. A fine head tumbled to the ground and rolled along the ground as if carrying a lingering obsession until it reached Yin Cheng's feet. Those unseeing eyes stared straight at Yin Cheng. The surrounding players felt a chill run down their spines. I'm not killing you for any other reason than to kill you. Yin Cheng smiled slightly, and the four ghostly figures instantly returned to the shadows on the ground. Then he walked into the resort without looking back. The zombie employee hurriedly chased after him, only remembering something just before entering the room. He turned his head 180 degrees, gave a sinister smile, and said to the players, Temporary staff, since we have important guests at the resort, you must perform well. If you displease them, that guy on the ground is the best example of you. Go to the employee registration area. There will be people there to assign you tasks. As soon as he finished speaking, the zombie employees scurried after Yin Cheng. Outside the resort, the scene was deathly quiet. Those unseeing eyes seemed to be staring down at everyone present, making them feel unprecedented pressure. A resort for the dead with a 60% survival rate. Will the data still be the same now? There was no reason at the beginning. It just suddenly stopped. Is this really not a super terrifying game with a hellish difficulty level and a 99% death rate? Let's go. Given the current situation, what other options do we have besides following the proper procedures? One of the veteran players was the first to come to his senses and spoke in a slightly somber and dejected tone. Gentlemen, you should give up on that young Master Yin's idea. The corpse lying on the ground has already said everything. He is just a ghost in human skin. It would be bad if you ended up not being able to latch onto a powerful figure and dying yourself, but also dragging others down with you. Another veteran player also spoke in a slightly somber tone. The group of players looked at each other, speechless with despair. They were as fortunate as they were at the beginning, and now they are just as sad. People's joys and sorrows are not shared. In Chung casually killed a man with ulterior motives, without offering any explanation. This solved the problem of him potentially being harassed by players. At the same time, this also made him appear as a demon in the eyes of the players. I just don't know why. While they feared a demon like In Chung, they also felt an unprecedented envy in their hearts. Young Master In, this is the room that Mr. Ralph prepared especially for you. In the spacious apartment, the zombie employees stood cautiously to one side, introducing themselves to In Chung. After committing the act of killing without cause, the employee, who was initially relaxed, began to feel somewhat tense. He was afraid that he would follow in Mo Yochin's footsteps. Where's Ralph? He didn't come. Looking at the normal dwelling that had been specially prepared to conform to human aesthetics, In Chung couldn't help but ask. Since the other party has made such a careful preparation for me, there's no reason why they wouldn't come to take things a step further and get closer to me. Mr. Ralph has been held up by some matters. If young Master In would like to stay at the resort for a few more days, Mr. Ralph should be able to come over. The zombie employee responded respectfully. In Chung nodded, instantly understanding why Ralph hadn't come. Aside from fusing the arm of the blood-clad ghost-level zombie, there really wasn't anything else to do. Go down now. I'll call you if I need anything. Feeling the continuous burning sensation at the magic circle mark on my arm, In Chung waved to the zombie employee, who tactfully left, closing the door behind him. Hiss whoosh. After taking a deep breath, In Chung lifted his sleeve and gently touched the blood-red magic circle. Well, it's common knowledge that answering the phone is free. Therefore, In Chung didn't need to serve Count Rose a single drop of delicious pre-dinner dessert. The magic circle is activated. She appeared before In Chung with disheveled hair and somewhat tattered clothes. Holy crap. Earl, are you alright? You and Zhang Ling got into a fight over the spoils. Seeing the Count in such a state, In Chung could only think of this one explanation. Then, he noticed that the Count's face seemed even darker. Ha ha ha. Beside Count Rose, Zhang Ling's increasingly unrestrained laughter reached In Cheng's ears. This made him realize that the Count's current state had nothing to do with his scheming best friend. In Cheng's brain was spinning at an alarming speed. Why did the Count of Roses call himself? Why does she, who is usually so elegant and noble, look like this? Who could possibly drive a vengeful ghost in blood to such a state? One question after another swirled wildly in my mind. Ultimately, however, it all comes back to the fundamental question of why the Count had called him. I don't know if it's because I'm nervous, or because I subconsciously don't want to accept the truth. In Chung did not use his eye of insight to investigate Count Rose's current state. Perhaps, this is the subconscious instinct of living beings to try to escape when faced with uncontrollable forces. Little In Chung, let me tell you why Rose became like this. As a heartless best friend, how could she not stab the Count of Rose in the heart again at such a moment? Then, boom! A deafening roar erupted from within the reflection, and a domain of crimson and gray enveloped everything. Chapter 98 Count Rose. Listen to me, thank you. 9. Numb. The tingling sensation on the scalp. Looking at the reflection, the crimson domain and the gray corpse energy domain were engaged in a near-frenzied clash and bombardment. In Chung knew this was no small matter. The Countess of Roses looks like she's about to silence her wicked best friend. It's terrifying. Time slips away, bit by bit. The battle raged fiercely within the reflection, with constant roars and the clash of blood, and gray seemingly capable of tearing everything apart. Debris was everywhere, and dust was everywhere. In Chung sat down in a chair and began to quietly think about how to face his bleak life as a vampire. Even though he didn't know what had happened, he knew from the situation that it was definitely related to him. Could it be? Suddenly, In Chung caught a glimpse of the full-length mirror in the room. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed into my mind. Blanche. In an instant, 1,000 words were condensed into a single word, bursting forth in my heart. If it is Lady Mirror, then everything makes sense. My vampire identity is not difficult to investigate, as long as Countess Rose admits that she converted me. There's no escaping it. Helpless shrug. JPG. Aside from Lady Mirror, who has nowhere to vent her anger, who else would dare to provoke Count Rose, who has a vampire background? No matter what, Once this matter is explained, it's really not that big of a deal. From another perspective, I actually helped Count Rose establish a more reliable marriage alliance with Lady Mirror than even the Collart family. Therefore, Count Rose has no reason to cause me trouble. After comforting himself, In-chung felt much better. Seeing the astonishing battle scene reflected in the mirror, I no longer felt particularly afraid. On the contrary, they seemed to be watching with great interest. A battle scene with bloodstained ghosts is not something that just anyone can watch live. There were no fancy tricks. It was a direct clash between domains, extremely brutal and terrifyingly powerful. Half an hour passed. The battle continues. An hour passed. 2 hours. In-chung was dozing off. Outside the French windows, the sky over the horror world was always that same dim and gloomy appearance. It's difficult to judge the time. Fortunately, he had a timer that he had prepared in advance inside the animal head leather strap. The instant before he entered the game and kept it inside the belt. Space-type items do not have any special rule that time does not pass. The items thrown inside will still change over time. This is not as useful as it is in the novel. Holy crap. A gasp of surprise escaped In-chung's lips. You won't believe it until you see it, and what you find will shock you. He actually watched the battle scene in the reflection out of boredom for at least 6 hours. Such a long time has passed. Wouldn't be surprising if many of the players outside got injured or even died. But he spent his days idly watching live streams in his room. To be honest, the blood-clad ghost really lasted a long time. While In-chung couldn't help but sigh, there was also a hint of envy and longing in his eyes. People get bored. All sorts of random thoughts start popping into their heads. 6 hours ago, In-chung was still worried about whether he would get beaten up by Count Rose. Now, his thoughts had drifted to the question of whether the blood-clad, ghost-level Countess Rose and her ilk would be even more terrifying to exploit. As he thought about it, In-chung couldn't help but shiver. Silently reminded himself, before he reaches the strength of the blood-clad demon, he absolutely must not. Boom. Another dull, loud bang followed. The continuous commotion within the reflection finally subsided. It was a certain zombie Loli, the sound of her grinding her teeth in hatred, which sounded rather grating. Clearly, age does not always determine ability. Jiang Ling was centuries older than Count Rose, but in a fight, they were evenly matched, and neither could gain the upper hand. The Count of Rose's alluring face reappeared in the reflection. Her hair was increasingly disheveled, and her clothes were badly torn. Beyond the magnificent valley, one of the buttons protecting the mountains and rivers has been blown off. In-chung felt a dryness in his throat and subconsciously avoided eye contact. Thinking about the blood-clad demon's incredible stamina, and then thinking about my own still weak strength. All my ideas were forcibly dispelled. This time, without Jiang Ling's interference, Count Rose finally spoke. In-chung, tell me, what exactly did you do in the last horror game? She tried her best to suppress herself and maintain her elegance. Unfortunately, the attempt to maintain the status quo failed. She was so angry that she didn't even notice how badly her clothes were torn. This. In-chung hesitated helplessly, then decisively told the whole story like pouring beans from a bamboo tube. There's no point in hiding these things. It would only make Count Rose unhappy. No one would willingly accept being beaten up for no reason. Vampires are no exception. In short, that's pretty much it. After speaking rapidly for a while, In-chung softened his tone. Then came an enhanced version of sweet talk with a hidden agenda. Now that Hill has made a contract with me, Lady Mirror is practically one of us. And I am a vampire personally transformed by you, Count Rose, so our relationship is naturally beyond question. In this way, it is equivalent to establishing a fairly solid alliance between Ms. Mirror and us. How many bloodstained robes are there in the entire Yinming city? Our allies alone account for several of them. Count Rose, the future of Shadow City is just around the corner. No need to thank me. After all, I didn't do much in this matter. It's mainly because Hill likes me as her older brother. Analyze the pros and cons. The conclusion is, this is a great thing. Finally, using Hill as an excuse, all possibilities of Earl Rose labeling In-chung were eliminated. After all, we didn't do anything, did we? The reflection inside. After hearing In-chung's final conclusion, the magnificent valley trembled violently, as if an earthquake had struck. In-chung's gaze, which he had deliberately looked away from, involuntarily drifted back. I was just concerned about whether Count Rose was injured. That's all. After silently finding an excuse in his mind, his gaze remained fixed on the spot. After all, ensuring a child's livelihood is a very important matter, isn't it? For quite a while, Count Rose couldn't utter a single complete sentence. Even a powerful vampire like her was so angry that she temporarily lost the ability to organize her thoughts. However, In Cheng's explanation was impeccable. Even if you're angry, there's absolutely no reason to vent it. Ultimately, all the words can be summed up in one sentence. Thank you so much. Chapter 99. One thing subdues another. Hill completely defeats Lady Mirror. 10. The call was disconnected. Count Rose's fury was entirely predictable. Even before the phone ended, In Cheng seemed to hear something like, "Keep practicing with me." Then came a series of booming sounds, and immediately the reflection disappeared. In that case, Count Rose will be furious and won't want to talk to me for a long time. Jiang Ling, having learned about the Earl's dirty secrets, was forcibly dragged away to practice again. So, it seems I could go a long time without needing medication? In Cheng's lips gradually curled up. He never expected that his contract with Hill would bring such hidden benefits. I'll have to give Hill a good reward later. Big brother, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Just as I was thinking this, Hill's clear, childlike voice rang out, though her tones sounded somewhat weak. In Cheng's mind cleared instantly, and the corners of his mouth that had been turned up instantly drooped. Looking at Hill, who had taken the initiative to appear and was sitting in front of him somewhat timidly, the Soul Law storyboard he was holding was so conspicuous. The mirror reflected the less than elegant appearance of the woman in it, making her even more jarring. The face, which usually boasts natural lighting effects, now appears somewhat dim. But the anger in Qing Yuan's eyes was so intense. After the jackals were driven away, a fierce tiger appeared. Life is unpredictable. The large intestine encloses the small intestine. Hello, Ms. Mirror. Is there something you need from me? In Cheng forced himself to greet him, but he knew perfectly well what was going on. After venting her anger on Earl Rose, Qing Yuan still wanted to know the reason behind it, which was really difficult to explain. Therefore, the best solution is pretend to be deaf and dumb. As long as I don't bring it up, then everything can be treated as if it never happened. Call it self-deception or self-comfort. What else can In Cheng do besides this? Hill is too charming, and he's always hanging around with her. It's already quite an achievement that he can control himself. Although, restraint is also passive. What is it? Lady Mirror exploded upon hearing this. How dare you ask me what's wrong? In Cheng, speechless and choked with emotion. Should I tell you the truth? Hill and I have been developing all sorts of little games together. If it weren't for your magic mirror, we would have already. That fact. I'll die. I'm definitely going to die. A strong will to survive made In Cheng, though inwardly grumbling, honestly remained silent. Silence is golden, but it's also a matter of life and death. Mommy. Seeing that her mother was about to lose her temper, Hill quickly turned the mirror over and pointed it at her own little face. Then I used the child's innate skill, the art of acting cute and charming. The effect is remarkable. Facing her beloved daughter, especially after being enlightened by In Cheng, Qing Yuan felt deeply indebted to Hill. His gaze softened instantly. She could get angry when facing In Cheng, but she simply couldn't bring herself to be angry with her own daughter. Turn around. Helpless, Qing Yuan could only say this. No. Hill continued to act coquettishly, and In Cheng secretly gave her a thumbs up. Turn around. Qing Yuan forced herself to become serious. No. It's been a few days. Doesn't Mom miss Hill? Doesn't she want to chat with Hill and ask if she's doing well in this world? Seeing that her attempts to charm her were about to fail, the resourceful Hill immediately changed her strategy. He activated a special skill that only a boxer and a child could use, the counterattack. This punch landed. Remarkable results. In the mirror, Qing Yuan's eyes immediately surrendered. Helplessly, she suppressed the 1,000 words in her heart and began to inquire about Hill's well-being. Actually, ever since the day Hill ran away with In Cheng, she already had some bad premonitions and was preparing for it. What she didn't expect was, In Cheng and Hill's movements were ridiculously fast. If she hadn't kept a backup plan, Hill would probably have truly and completely transformed into the appearance of In Cheng, this vampire man. The scene of the mother and daughter chatting was very heartwarming. But to avoid being held accountable after the chat is over, In Cheng gave Hill a thumbs up, then pointed to himself with his other hand, and then to the door of the room. Hill, being very sensible, quietly gestured a no-go sign to In Cheng. In Cheng smiled with satisfaction, then slipped out without making a sound. Even though there was no sun loungers were still provided near the pool at the resort for the dead. In Cheng simply lay down with a pia chirp, and then let out a long breath of stale air. What a thrilling and exciting day. Although it's not a battlefield, it's even worse than one. Is this some kind of test from heaven? Luckily, my silver tongue, it's not just a name. With the help of Ms. Hillman and the mirror, I managed to get through this dangerous situation without any real trouble. The road ahead is long and arduous, and we still need to proceed cautiously with our second job advancement quest. After a moment of reflection, In-chung waved to the water ghost employee on the side. As the zombie employee said, at the resort for the dead, all the ghosts and monsters had already been warned by Ralph. Even if I can't remember what In-chung looks like, they would also compare photos, just like zombie employees, to prevent mistakes. When the VIP waved, the staff member from the water ghost company immediately scurried over. Young Master In, what are your orders? His fawning expression was reminiscent of the shrewd people In-chung had encountered during his 996 work schedule. Is there anything to drink? I'm a little thirsty. Could you also bring some food? Lying down is just lying there doing nothing, without eating or drinking anything. I just don't feel quite right. By the way, he also wanted to try doing some missions to see if he could exploit bugs in horror games. Well, because of Ralph's intervention, In-chung received a clear hint directly in this game. But, even if we clear the game, it's not a bad idea to do some side quests, right? For example, a water ghost employee might assign himself tasks such as eating the food in front of him or drinking the beverage in front of him. Isn't this also a kind of task? Of course, In-chung couldn't guarantee what the reward would be. He was simply testing whether a method he had previously overlooked would work. Not long after, the water ghost returned carrying a tray. On top were some oddly shaped fruits and a bottle of bright red beverage, which was probably alcohol. Respected young Master In-you. Before the water ghost could finish speaking, In-chung interrupted him. Issue me a mission. Upon hearing this, the water ghost was stunned for a moment, then immediately realized what was going on. Respected young Master In, I am now issuing you a task. Please eat the food before you, and, while you're at it, drink this fine wine brewed with the essence blood of the tiger demon. After he finished speaking, In-chung nodded in satisfaction. To see such a sensible water ghost. Chapter 100 Player. I'd better go serve the ghosts. A water ghost, an employee of the dead resort, has given you a task. Do you accept? As soon as the water ghost finished speaking, the horror game's notification sound rang out at just the right moment. Accept. In-chung silently recited a prayer in his heart, then waved to the water ghost, who tactfully withdrew. Grapes, apples, and bananas. Looking at the fruit on the tray, In-chung couldn't help but guess. That long bunch, each fruit resembling an eyeball, with its scarlet skin, is very similar to grapes. The so-called banana is a fruit that is shaped like a finger and has a dark purple peel. The apples were no different from usual, except that their bright red color was somewhat glaring. Each fruit exuded a faint, ghostly aura, which made In-chung feel quite comfortable. Pick up a grape and pop it into your mouth. Chew through the skin, and you'll find a sweet and slightly refreshing taste that's quite delicious. In-chung's eyes lit up. He was immediately filled with appetite for these specialty fruits from the horror world. Before entering the game, the blood bag that Lu Jun had prepared for him had already been emptied. I just happened to be a little hungry now. They drank the so-called fine wine brewed from the essence of the tiger demon while eating the specialty fruits of the horror world. If it weren't for the absence of a full sun in the sky, it would truly be perfect. In-chung received exceptional treatment. This naturally attracted the attention of some ghosts and monsters. In the outdoor swimming pool, many strangely shaped ghosts and monsters curiously sized up In-chung. The way they looked at In-chung was filled with a sense of awe. Hey, that guy looks a bit unfamiliar. I don't think I've ever heard of him in Inming City. Whisper to the big-eared ghost next to him. It seems so. There are only a handful of truly powerful families in Inming City, so they can be easily eliminated. For the employees of the Kurol family to treat him like this, could it be some young master from an outside aristocratic family? Big-eared ghost also speculated. I wonder what this young master's temperament is like. If he's easygoing, then perhaps we could. The miserly man with the pointed snout and monkey-like face had a glint in his eyes and a look of longing on his face. Forget about it. Another water ghost employee quietly appeared in the pool. That's Mr. Ralph's distinguished guest. No ghosts or monsters are allowed to disturb him. If you disturb his enjoyment, I don't think you can withstand the wrath of the Color family. The discussion in the pool. However, the way they looked at the man on the recliner was a mixture of awe and caution. The existence that Ralph treats with such caution is not one they can easily provoke. The world of horror isn't about fighting and killing, but but about ghosts and human relationships. Ordinary ghosts knew very well that they were no match for these ghosts from powerful families. What else can we do besides envy? On the other side, the edge of an outdoor swimming pool. Several young and beautiful female human players, dressed in revealing swimsuits, stood there nervously. As a temporary employee, the task they were given was extremely disheartening. Play with someone. Well, of course, not the kind of online game companion service you find in real life. Rather, it's about satisfying customers and making them happy in every sense of the word, companionship. They were well aware of the implications of this and felt helpless about it. Reality is just that cruel. Refusing to work with staff in a horror game is a death sentence. Compromise and yield, and there is still a glimmer of hope. To live or to die is a very difficult choice. Hey you guys, stop standing there. Are you all blind? Can't you see our customers are all in the pool, needing your services? Wearing the same swimsuit, but with broad shoulders and a thick waist, she resembled a living, mobile water bucket, a kind of middle-aged woman-like monster. His eyes were filled with jealousy and malice as he cursed viciously. Between her sharp fangs, some scarlet flesh still clung, emitting a foul stench. Let's go? We're going right now. Faced with the giant, fleshy monster, the 4 female human players almost burst into tears. One of the female players, who seemed to have some experience, quickly spoke up with her teammates. The words fell. She glanced around the outdoor pool and then felt utterly hopeless. The ghosts in the pool all had strange appearances, and their gazes towards them were filled with intense malice. Going there? Wouldn't that be like a lamb entering a tiger's den? Etc. Just when the female players were filled with despair, a chilling voice called out to them. The elderly, flabby ghost frowned and looked at the water ghost. What are you doing? Can't you see I'm scolding my employees and telling them to work harder? They're all pretty good looking, they shouldn't be wasted on those trash. The water ghost responded coldly, giving the old lady ghost no better look. Don't forget, we have distinguished guests at the resort today, so everything should revolve around making them comfortable. These words were spoken. The old woman's forehead appeared to be dripping with cold sweat. For some reason, she, who always enjoyed tormenting young female gamers, almost overlooked the fact that a distinguished guest had arrived at the resort. I apologize. It was a mistake on my part. That young master is also a player, and he probably prefers to be served by his own kind. I'll leave them to you. I have some other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. The chubby, elderly ghost hurriedly handed over control of the human players to the water ghost. Then he left without looking back. She was terrified of being remembered by Yin Chong. In the face of such power, even the slightest mistake could be fatal. You're so ignorant. Young Master Yin is a gentle and refined man, not some kind of killer. Why would he be so petty? The water ghost was somewhat bewildered and expressed disdain for the old lady ghost's hasty retreat. However, he hadn't noticed yet. After hearing that they would be assigned to serve that young Master Yin, the faces of the female players turned deathly pale instantly. His eyes were filled with fear. Gentle and refined. Not a killer star? These 2 sentences echoed in the minds of the female players, who felt as if a flock of crows were circling overhead, making extremely mocking, cawing sounds. I feel that I'm not good enough to serve such distinguished guests. How about I go and serve those ghosts in the pool instead? One female player acted decisively and took the initiative to speak up, trying to salvage the situation. Water ghost, unknown. Something's not right. Something's not right. We're all players. Shouldn't we be grateful and overjoyed to hear about such a quest? Why do these guys in front of me have such expressions of losing their parents? Chapter 101 Brave Nyo Nyo, unafraid of difficulties. The water ghost's eyes darted slightly, and a hint of suspicion appeared on its wet face. Did something happen before we entered the resort? He asked tentatively. This. Several female players were somewhat flustered, unsure whether to speak or not. Speak. This is an order, the water ghost declared firmly. Yes. The water ghost's malice was obvious, and the female players naturally dared not hide it. He immediately poured out the whole story, like beans spilling from a bamboo tube. After hearing this, the water ghost's expression turned somewhat strange. He had been working as a pool attendant at the resort for the dead for a long time. He has seen all sorts of ghosts and monsters, as well as scheming human employees. Through his brief encounter with Yin Chong, Shui Gui deduced that the other party was not the kind of powerful figure who liked to cause trouble. But then, this very being, without any warning or reason, killed one of the player's companions. Something's wrong. The water ghost pondered for a moment, then ignored it. Whatever the problem is, what does it have to do with him? A clever ghost knows to avoid prying into the secrets of those in power. Otherwise, they often die very quickly. No matter how many excuses or reasons you have, now immediately, go and serve young Master Ian. You must unconditionally fulfill all his requests. If you disobey, there are punishments at the resort that are crueler than death. The water ghost chuckled sinisterly and threatened. Oh right. Watch your words and actions. Do what young Master Ian tells you to do, and if not, then behave yourself and don't act recklessly. Trying to guess what your superiors are thinking will get you killed very quickly. A warning, or rather, a piece of advice. The purpose was certainly not really for their benefit. The water ghost simply didn't want his arrangements to upset young Master Ian. The 4 female players trembled violently, yet they forced themselves to nod in agreement despite their fear. Then, the water ghost's face once again displayed a fawning smile. He took the lead, walking towards Ian Chung with 4 female players. Not far away. Of the 2 male players assigned to clean, one had a burning rage in his eyes. Brother Nyo, that employee took your girlfriend to that so-called young Master Yin's place. Beside Nyo Feichin, Bai, a player who was also rather short, nudged his shoulder and said in a low voice. I saw it. You didn't need to remind me. Nyo Feichin gritted his teeth, his deep voice uttering each word slowly and deliberately. My mood was clearly not very good. In fact, he was happy the moment he entered the game and saw his girlfriend. I feel that I finally have a partner in the game whom I can trust. And then, that was it. The assignment of tasks left them no opportunity to speak or even make contact, especially after seeing his girlfriend wearing an exceptionally revealing swimsuit. Nyo Feichin immediately sensed that something was wrong. That damned ghost actually made his girlfriend act as that kind of tool. He felt as if a huge green meadow had suddenly grown over his head, and it was the kind that looked eerie and ghostly. But unfortunately, he had no way to do it, and he had no power to do it. Cleaning was his duty, and anything outside of that was forbidden. These are all excuses that can be used to kill ghosts and monsters and eat their flesh. Girlfriend and survival. He had no choice but to choose the latter, and comforted himself that only by surviving could he have a chance to save his girlfriend. As a result, he witnessed something that further fueled his anger. That damned ghost employee actually took his girlfriend and the other female players to the place where the so-called young Master Ian was resting. What is the purpose? Sima Zhao's intentions are obvious to everyone. Brother Nyo, actually, Bai saw that Nyo Feichin was so angry and embarrassed that he was about to lose control, so he quickly tried to comfort him. The 2 of them were in charge of cleaning, so it would be a waste for Nyo Feichin to go and die. So, if he's left alone, the difficulty of survival will increase exponentially. Therefore, Bai had to persuade Nyo Feichin to stay. Your girlfriend went to serve? Take care of that young Master Ian, but that doesn't necessarily mean she was actually doing those things. Besides, given that person's status and position, what if they're pleased with being pampered and receive some gifts in return? Wouldn't that make them incredibly powerful? Even if you really did, well, it's okay to take it easy. Who knows? You might even be able to use that connection to beg that person to save your life, right? Brother Nyo, take it easy. The world where horror games have come to you is like being raped. You can't resist, so you might as well try to accept it. That way you might be able to live a more comfortable life. Bai's constant nagging and comforting first caused Nyo Feichin's forehead veins to bulge, and he almost lost his temper. But his strong will to survive eventually calmed him down. I inexplicably began to agree with it, and some strange thoughts actually arose in my mind. You're right, I should calm down. Impulsiveness won't solve anything. Nyo Feichin quickly calmed down and comforted himself. I am not the Prime Minister, yet you expect me to perform the duties of one. On the recliner, Ian Chung watched the approaching water ghost and female player, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He also sensed the obvious hostility from not far away, after silently sending out a shadowy figure to eavesdrop. The news I received is quite explosive, especially the last sentence of the man known as Brother Nyo. Even Ian Chung was somewhat taken aback. You started off acting all furious and hostile. Result? They surrendered on the spot after just a few words? Actually listened to those words that were just persuasion for the sake of persuasion? Ian Chung was speechless. 8 words silently came to mind. Brave Nyo Nyo, unafraid of difficulties. Ian Chung couldn't bring himself to brag to people's faces. After all, he wasn't the Prime Minister, nor did he have Jianwei protecting him. Most importantly, Hill is still on the phone with Lady Mirror. Given the current state of the Yandra a little lowly, if she discovers that Ian Chung is behind her back, playing some games that she has never played before. She'll be in trouble. The scene is too beautiful to imagine. Behind Hill stood Lady Mirror, who was already quite dissatisfied with him. If something like that happens again, that's truly a case of reaping what you sow. Young Master Ian, these are temporary employees that I specially selected to take care of your daily life. Considering they come from the same place as you, they might understand your customs better than we do, so? The water ghost explained cautiously, his tone clearly ingratiating. The 4 female players behind him were trembling uncontrollably, their eyes filled with terror. Chapter 102 Special Achievement Quest, Blood Hunter. A person's name, a tree's shadow. Yin Sheng's unreasonable and indiscriminate killing left a very deep impression on them. That line, "I'll kill you for no reason other than to kill you." Every time they think back on it, it puts immense pressure on the female players. What are you all standing there for? Greet young Master Ian. After explaining to Yin Sheng, the water ghost turned around and scolded him with some dissatisfaction. Seeing how clueless these players were, he became somewhat anxious. Young Master Ian, hello. Urged on by the water ghost, the female players bowed somewhat shakily. Her head was lowered deeply, as if she was afraid of meeting Yin Sheng's gaze. After a brief silence, Yin Sheng waved to the water ghost, who obediently left, explaining things to the 4 rather attractive girls in front of him. Yin Sheng did not have that idea. Often, being seen as the bad guy can actually save you a lot of trouble. Just wait over there. I'll call you if I need you. Casually dismissing the few female human players, Yin Sheng closed his eyes, lay quietly in the chair, and began to think. The female players breathed a sigh of relief and obediently waited to the side. Based on the water ghost's actions of issuing him a task, Yin Sheng has now come to a conclusion. Well, it's unrealistic to expect to get a horror game for free. His bug-like behavior resulted in pitifully low rewards for completing the task. There is only 1 ghost coin. For ordinary players, they might be overjoyed to frantically complete tasks to accumulate points little by little. But for Yin Sheng, this was a huge waste of time. Secondly, the role of ghost coins is not that important at the moment. Only after playing a certain number of games will the shop be fully unlocked, containing a wide variety of items, some of which are quite tempting for Yin Sheng. For example, there is a daily limit of 100 milliliters of spiritual blood. From wandering spirits to bloodstained clothes, everything can be purchased with ghost coins. And this is a resource that even ghosts like Count Rose would have a hard time obtaining. The existence of the shop is perhaps the greatest benefit that horror games offer to human players. However, there is a very important prerequisite. You must survive until the mall resources are fully opened. You also need to have a surplus of ghost coins to spend and strengthen yourself. Under normal circumstances, 3 games will unlock most of the purchase permissions in the shop, except for extremely rare items like Spirit Blood and the Gambling Dog function. It takes 5 games to fully unlock all the features. It seems like there's no rush, but there's clearly some big commotion coming to Yinming City recently. It may not have a drastic impact on the city, but that doesn't mean it won't cause any shock. It involves the unspeakable power of rules, which is too tempting to ghosts. It is hard to guarantee that no despicable outsiders will come to Yinming City to cause trouble. The thought of that unspeakable entity secretly plotting a shocking conspiracy. Yin Sheng was having a bit of a headache. He even wondered if he possessed the Conan physique, even though he was only at the level of a demon. The ghosts they encountered were either dressed in red or bloodstained clothes, and there were also some particularly rare and special ghosts like Hill and Lena. The title of Lucky Player probably refers to someone who has misjudged the skill tree. While inwardly complaining, Yin Sheng also felt a little pressured. Even though he controls a red-clad parasitic puppet, he can still draw upon Hill's power. His fighting ability surpasses that of ordinary red-clad warriors. However, Yin Sheng's own strength remains a major weakness. In this world, Lu Zhan, this pawn, can indeed provide him with a continuous supply of food. The improvement that ordinary people's blood can bring is limited. Those with extraordinary powers are so rare that they want to buy their blood as food. It might be possible, but it's definitely not something Lu Zhan could do in his current capacity. Right now, there's only one way to get the right to purchase spirit blood of the corresponding or even higher rank in the shop ahead of time. Yin Sheng narrowed his eyes, looking at the special purchase information in the mall, and made up his mind. He can't wait. No matter how much you rely on, it's all external force. It's not as important as developing one's own strength. His innate talent and potential are comparable to those of special monsters like Hill and Lena. Once they've fully matured, they might even surpass them. Special Achievement Quest, Blood Hunter. Once you successfully hunt a monster of the corresponding rank using only your own strength without any external assistance, you can fully unlock the shop function. During this process, even if a person favored by the gods possesses a spirit power that surpasses their own, their power will be compressed to a level corresponding to that of the player. Players can draw upon the power of spirits, but the spirits themselves cannot appear to assist. Powerful weapons like parasitic puppets will also lose their effectiveness. As he imagined the scene of the blood hunt, Inshin couldn't help but clench his fist slightly. For him, the only real battle was the one when the third hospital was attacked and killed by the werewolf doctor. The lack of combat experience is a major weakness. However, this doesn't have a big impact. There are many ghosts in the dead man's resort, and with Ralph's connection, I can find a large group of all kinds of sparring partners. Not only can it detect the abilities of various ghosts and monsters so that it won't be caught off guard in the future, but it can also hone its own lack of combat experience. But before that, we need to find a way to contact Ralph first. Once he made up his mind, Inshin would not hesitate. The blood hunt quest is impossible for ordinary players to complete. But for him, it was only average. With his many abilities, as long as he doesn't make a stupid mistake, he is perfectly capable of handling the situation. Furthermore, the blood hunt quest can be performed once for each stage of a player's journey. It is a special type of task that can be actively chosen to be performed. Ordinary players would naturally steer clear of such a task. Survival is difficult enough, let alone a mission with the words Blood Hunter on it, which obviously increases the level of danger significantly. Only those favored by the gods will be particularly interested in blood hunt missions. Because, once the blood hunt is completed, the reward that In Chung needs to obtain in advance by unlocking the shop purchase privileges is just the simplest one. Chosen ones truly value is. Blood hunt is a two-way street. Monsters hunt players, and players hunt monsters in return. They can perfectly plunder each other. Players can perfectly absorb the power of monsters they kill, greatly increasing their strength. Vice versa. With a bit of luck, there's even a chance they might steal each other's innate abilities. Where there is great profit, there will always be brave men. Favored by the gods is never lacking in every stage of the blood hunt mission. The ghosts and monsters were equally entertained. Whispering, there will definitely be an extra chapter today? Chapter 103 not being awesome, but unhappy. Brother Nyo, what's going on? That guy seems completely uninterested in your girlfriend. No, I mean, he seems totally uninterested in those women. If this continues, things might not look good. The task the water ghost assigned them was clearly meant to curry favor with him. If they couldn't demonstrate their value, I'm afraid. Beside Neo Fachin, the short Baiyu started muttering to himself again. They swept the ground. The two kept glancing around the pool and at In Sheng's surroundings. When they discovered that the so-called young Master In made no move against those scantily clad, yet still quite charming women, Baiyu was the first to get restless. He was also hoping that Brother Nyo's girlfriend could get close to that young Master In. Then I'll help him win effortlessly. There's no reaction at all. How can that be acceptable? What do you mean? Do you really want my girlfriend to be? The idea that Nyo Fachin had finally come to understand suddenly became unclear again. He glared angrily at Baiyu. If it weren't for the location, he would definitely have given Baiyu a good beating. Damn it, if you can't speak properly, then don't speak at all. Although I had a tiny bit of a thought in my heart. Was it something I could bring up in public? No. Brother Nyo, that's not what I meant, Sai. Baiyu chuckled awkwardly and quickly explained. I was just worried about your girlfriend and the safety of those human players. Look, they were simply assigned to serve that young Master In, which directly eliminated the possibility of being harassed by ghosts. There are so many ghosts in the pool, all of them staring at us menacingly, waiting for us to make a mistake so they can punish us. But look at them. Does any ghost or monster dare to spy on the people around young Master In? I wonder what Baiyu does in the human world. He's incredibly eloquent. Despite his ulterior motives, he portrayed it as concern for the safety of his teammates. Brother Nyo, my dear Brother Nyo, if the dead man's resort were only on normal difficulty, that would be fine. At least there's a 60% survival rate. But what's the situation now? That young Master In is the biggest unexpected event. Our life or death may depend on the other person's single thought. If he's unhappy, we'll die. If your girlfriend hadn't seized this golden opportunity, it would have been such a shame. Baiyu was sincerely analyzing the situation for Nyo Fachin. Well, from a survival perspective, it's not entirely unreasonable. Clinging to someone powerful is a simple, direct, and quick way to achieve results. The premise is that you have to be sure that there is a possibility of hooking up with this powerful figure. Bai Yu's words were completely evasive, and he wanted to use Niu Feichen's girlfriend to gain benefits for them. Then they can sit back and reap the benefits. After all, young Master Yin's brutality is well known. However, Bai Yu did not mention these things at all in his words. They only see the advantages and ignore the disadvantages. This is a typical example of empty promises. However, Niu Feichen actually listened to it. Even the way she looked at Yin Sheng changed, no longer caring about whether a green meadow would grow on her head. He now actually hopes that his girlfriend and Yin Sheng can develop a relationship that goes beyond friendship. At that time, who knows, he might even develop a special married woman attribute bonus because of his relationship with his boyfriend. Could it make the other person feel even more pleased, thus saving his life? Once people follow their inner thoughts, they will continue that way of thinking and go further and further astray. Clearly, after being persuaded by Bai Yu, Niu Feichen had completely gone astray. No, I can't just sit here and wait to die. I have to take action. After thinking it over and finding it increasingly feasible, Niu Feichen pondered for a moment. Seeing that his girlfriend showed no reaction whatsoever, he became anxious instead. Seeing Niu Feichen looking somewhat dazed, the short Bai Yu knew in his heart that things had succeeded. Understanding people's hearts is something he's been doing for a long time, and he's especially good at making empty promises. With such a delicious-smelling pancake placed in front of Niu Feichen, how could the other party not be tempted? After all, human nature is selfish most of the time. In order to survive, they will subconsciously choose to sacrifice others to fulfill their own needs. There is no such thing as love or hate without a reason in this world. Family ties, perhaps, the only exception. Huh? What are those two up to now? On the recliner, after confirming that he was to carry out the blood hunt mission, Yin Sheng was about to make a phone call to Mr. Ralph. Get the other party to cooperate and give you a good chance to hone your skills. As a result, we saw two sneaky guys, under the guise of cleaning the floor, sneaking towards the pool. Ulterior motives towards him, Yin Sheng simply ignored them. I will not offend others unless they offend me. If anyone offends me, I will eliminate them completely. This is Yin Sheng's code of conduct. After all, he's not some kind of serial killer. It's not like someone would want to confiscate your property and wipe out your entire family just because they frown at you. That would indicate some kind of mental problem. In this regard, the eye of insight is very useful. With just one glance, Yin Sheng saw through the current state of the two sneaky guys. Then, he was somewhat dazed. The other party is actually unhappy that they weren't bullied. What kind of weird blonde victim is this? One of them dared to speak, and the other dared to believe. They even made a special trip over to try and communicate with his girlfriend, Sun Xiaowei, by exchanging glances. Although Yin Sheng still harbors some desire to inherit the legacy of Cao Cao, he is still somewhat inclined to do so. But the current conditions just don't allow it. Young Master Yin, may I leave for a moment? I'll be back soon. Sun Xiaowei's voice trembled slightly, carrying a hint of fragility, making her appear pitiful. It does have a rather unique charm. Yin Sheng simply responded with a faint sound, and then looked away. He's currently focused on improving his strength, and as long as the other players don't bother him, he doesn't have any malicious thoughts. As long as these guys don't touch his secret. After the arrival of the horror game, it's not unheard of. Some players who became chosen by the gods slaughtered all the other players in the game in order to hide their secrets. Yin Sheng's core secret, the eye of insight, and his talent for the allure of the dead, might one day be exposed. He might very well do the same thing. Chapter 10 for the terrible duty that scared Ghost. Young Master Yin, do you need me? The water ghost walked up to Yin Sheng at just the right moment, looked at Sun Xiaowei who had huddled in a corner with the two human players, and made a throat-slitting gesture. No, ignore them. Let's see what tricks they're up to. It'll be quite interesting. Yin Sheng's lips curled into a slightly strange smile, dispelling the water ghost's idea of being a special group. Horny humans could be. Yes, that's exactly it. It's definitely not because I have any strange ideas about special bonuses. Yes, please feel free to ask me if you need anything. It would be our honor to serve young Master Yin, the water ghost flattered. By the way, is there a way to contact Mr. Ralph directly? There are some things I need his help with. Yin Sheng thought about it and decided that he should inform that big customer. On someone else's turf, even though they treat you as a VIP. But if you have any ideas, it's always better to let others know. Otherwise, it could easily cause some unnecessary misunderstandings. Yes, does young Master Yin need it now? The water ghost replied respectfully. Yin Sheng nodded. Yes, the sooner the better. Please follow me. As soon as he finished speaking, The water ghost made a gesture of invitation, perfectly embodying the word service. Not long after, In-chung was taken to the manager's office. In this process, he'll finally got rid of her nagging old mother. She returned to In-chung's side with great enthusiasm, holding his hand tightly and refusing to let go. With a cream-filled lollipop, a local specialty, dangling from her mouth, a joyful expression graced her delicate face. Inside the office, a slender man, who looked no different from a human and had vertical pupils, was smiling at In-chung in a friendly manner. The manager of the resort for the deceased, Snake 16. Race, Serpent Demon. Strength, Vengeful Ghost. Young Master In is truly a man of exceptional talent. Even at our first meeting, I have a premonition that he will be the future pride of Inming City, with a bright future ahead of him. The very first thing they say is flattery. In-chung's eye twitched slightly. He finally understood how Snake 16 had obtained his managerial position. You flatter me. I need to contact Mr. Ralph about something, I wonder. One doesn't hit a smiling face, and In-chung's attitude was very approachable, far less forceful than Snake 16 had imagined. Well, in the world of horror, status and strength determine everything. Ghosts and monsters think differently from humans to a large extent. Humans learn humility and caution through learning. But ghosts are slightly different. With their strength and status, they can treat those below them with impunity. Just like how Countess Rose treated her vampire servants. The same principle applies to how Jiang Ling treated her burial goods. Therefore, In-chung's approachable nature was very effective in winning over a monster like Snake 16. It's just an attitude, a single sentence. This caused the manager's favorability rating to jump from neutral to friendly and directly to a friendly level. Of course, this phone is specifically for one-on-one communication with Mr. Ralph. Please use it. Snake 16 enthusiastically gestured for them to proceed, even making room for them. Thank you. Of course. After exchanging a few pleasantries, In-chung dialed Ralph's number. After a brief busy signal. Hey, what's up? On the other end of the phone, Ralph's voice sounded somewhat muffled and suppressed, and his tone was not very patient. Clearly, merging with the arm of the blood-clad demon was not so simple for him, who was merely a red-clad ghost. Mr. Ralph, it's me, In-chung. In-chung revealed his identity. It's Dr. In. I'm so sorry. I thought it was that kid Snake 16. Dr. In, is there anything I can help you with? Although the voice on the phone still sounded subdued, the attitude had undergone a complete transformation. Hearing this, Snake 16, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but twitch his eye. There are indeed some things I'd like to ask Mr. Ralph for a favor. In-chung didn't keep anyone in suspense and went straight to the point, explaining his plan to use the ghosts and monsters in the dead man's resort to hone his combat experience. Why did you contact me for such a small matter, Dr. In? Just do it directly. I've already informed them. Dr. In, you can do as you please. Is there some blind fool who's disobeying my orders? On the other end of the phone, Ralph's tone instantly turned angry. Snake 16, standing to one side, quickly looked at In-chung with pleading eyes, hoping he could explain. In-chung, of course, wouldn't let Ralph misunderstand anything. No, not at all. In fact, the staff at the resort are very welcoming. It's just that guests should follow the host's lead, and it's only right to inform you, the host, before doing anything. That's good. That's good, I thought. Ralph breathed a sigh of relief. This was a crucial time for the Courier family to establish relations with Jiang Ling and Count Rose. He couldn't tolerate In-chung having any unpleasant experiences on his turf. Dr. In, just do it. Even if you kill some ghost employees, it doesn't matter. It would be their honor to die at your hands, Dr. In. Okay, thank you very much. After hanging up the phone, Snake 16 wiped away imaginary cold sweat and looked respectfully at In-chung, saying, Should I start making arrangements now? Although he was feeling a little flustered, he had no choice but to ask the question. The water ghost who brought In-chung almost turned into a puddle of water and evaporated on the spot. To hone combat experience. Is it simple? Of course it's simple. It's just fighting, right? But what if the person who demands this tempering is the current crown prince? The sparring partners were ordinary civilians. Would ordinary people find it simple? No, that's deadly. Didn't you hear Ralph say that it doesn't matter if some ghost employees are killed? This shows how highly respected young Master In was in his heart. So, this is a tough job. One wrong move, and you could lose your life. It's a job with unspeakable suffering. If possible, even water ghosts want to hide. But the problem is that doing so will almost certainly lead to an even more gruesome death. Mr. Ralph is generous to ghosts, but if it goes against his will, 9 times out of 10, those kinds of things become a part of his body. By the way, some readers have asked if there are any skirts available. If you'd like to create a skirt, please leave a message here. If there are enough people, we'll make one. Chapter 105, A Major Event Brewing? Relax, I'm not some kind of extremely cruel guy. I'm just letting you hone my combat experience. Yin Cheng's senses were incredibly sharp, and he instantly noticed the subtle changes in Snake 16 and the water ghost. Knowing the details of the ghost's story, he offered a few words of comfort. Only. Snake 16 clearly looked at himself with a questioning gaze that seemed to say, "Are you sure?" Yin Cheng. Well, the violent killing outside the resort is ultimately impossible to explain to the public. He's destined to be known as a capricious and wicked man. What happened? Why have all the ghostly staff at the resort, and even the ghosts who were playing there, left? Among the 5 people huddled together, the man with the sinister aura asked with some surprise. Their task was to deliver food to the guests at the resort. A task that seems simple, but actually has the highest mortality rate. They had already prepared for the high probability that they would lose an arm or a leg. Before the food was even served, all the ghosts in the resort collectively left. The ghost staff member in charge of guiding them only told them, "Don't move without permission," before quickly leaving. Such a scene naturally filled the 5 people with doubt. Perhaps something big has happened. Long Yuxuan, the leader of the team, with his imposing presence and gleaming eyes, guessed. A big event? What do you mean? Fang Qian, an older man, asked curiously. Before you entered the game, didn't you read the basic information released by the Palace of Calamity? The so-called major events are just that in the horror world. The dungeons have undergone special changes for some reason, or even suffered impacts, and may collapse directly. Changes in the instance will directly lead to changes in our mission, which may make our mission disappear and change to surviving until the instance ends. There may also be some unforeseen changes. Long Yuxuan, with an air of profound mystery, began to explain. "Captain, what should we do now? Wait and see, or?" Wang Jin, who was burly and clearly a trained fighter, had a hint of interest in his eyes. Released by the Palace of Suppression will know this. Whenever a major event occurs in the instance, causing changes to occur. For players, it is also a situation where opportunities and dangers coexist. Several times, players have gotten away with being tricked into signing contracts with dying monsters during major events. By leveraging the life force of human players and the shared prosperity or shared ruin nature of the contract, the ghost's life was kept afloat. Human players, as a result, were instantly elevated to the status of chosen ones. Each gets what they need. It's a win-win situation. At the moment, such a commotion at the Dead Man's Resort made it hard for Long Yuxuan and his group not to suspect that a major event was about to unfold. "Gentlemen, at least 3 people in our team have experienced at least one horror game." Long Yuxuan spoke slowly, a greedy glint in his eyes. "But among the 5 of us, not one is a chosen one of the gods. In the world of horror games, it's very difficult to survive by relying solely on the life-saving items provided by the store. Everyone knows that. Without that special power, our lives and deaths will forever be in the hands of monsters. The opportunity is right in front of us. Gentlemen, will you strive for a bright future, or eke out a living, only to become food for monsters at any moment? Let's vote." Long Yuxuan's words were very seductive. However, he did have some of the qualities of a captain, allowing everyone to vote. Of course, there's some truth to what he said. The world of horror is cruel. One cannot become a chosen one of the gods, nor awaken any powerful talents. The survival journey for ordinary players is far too difficult. Let's do it. A man dies and his birds fly to the sky. If he doesn't die, he'll live 1,000 years. My life, Wang Jin's, is worthless. Rather than suffer for survival, I'd rather go all out. Wang Jin was the first to speak, his rugged face showing a determined expression. It's obvious. He had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time to finally unleash his full potential. Let's give it a shot. Captain Long is right. If we don't fight, we'll just be surviving for the rest of our lives. Surprisingly, Fang Qian, who didn't even know what the big event was, also chose to take a gamble. With 2 people leading the way, and Long Yuxuan, who was already extremely interested, there was a strong response. Without a doubt, the small team's vote has already reached a conclusion. Scenes similar to the one before us are occurring in various corners of the resort for the dead. The collective disappearance of ghosts and monsters, all heading to the same place, was too attention-grabbing. Players who are always on high alert would certainly not ignore such a phenomenon. Aside from the already deceased Mo Yuqian and the eccentric young Master Yin, there are as many as 28 remaining players. After the big event arrived, more than half of the players chose to take the opportunity to gamble. We won. The club is so tender. If I lose, I won't even have the chance to go into the sea. Oh wait, I don't even have the chance to go into the sea. Gamblers add the self-suggestion in their minds. If others can do it, why can't I? It can create illusions, and ironically, many people have these illusions. In a corner, next to the outdoor swimming pool, Neo Fachin finally got the chance to talk to his girlfriend, Sun Xiaowei. But he had barely uttered a couple of sentences when a bright red mark appeared on his face. The shape matches the handprint perfectly. Xiaowei, listen to me. It's not that I want to hand you over to that guy. It's just... Neo Fachin attempted to defend himself. Bai Yu, standing to one side, also provided assistance, continuously showcasing the various interests involved. Well, to put it bluntly, if Sun Xiaowei cannot take the initiative to cultivate a relationship with Yin Sheng, it will be entirely detrimental. Once you win them over, it will be entirely beneficial. Gradually, Sun Xiaowei's anger gradually subsided, and a strange light surged deep in her eyes. Resort for the dead. The square was deathly silent. The spacious plaza, forged from special black stones, possesses the ability to absorb all noise. Even with hundreds or thousands of ghosts gathered here, it remained completely silent. The central area of the square. Resort manager Snake 16, holding a special megaphone, is delivering a mobilization speech. Well, this speech wasn't just for the resort's employees. It's also for the ghosts and monsters playing in the resort. To avoid being punished for offending young Master Yin, he should avoid being a ghost. Snake 16 set his sights on these tourists. The saying, better to die than to die yourself, applies everywhere. Chapter 106. Can you earn money while gaining experience? A few minutes passed quietly. In the silent plaza, Snake 16's voice from the loudspeaker no longer rang out. The resort's fewer than 100 ghostly employees wore bitter expressions. Tourists, on the other hand, are highly polarized. Some tourists who knew the inside story hesitated and were reluctant to take on the task. Those unaware of the inside story were eager to act. Snake 16 promised his sparring partner very generous terms. You can get 500 ghost coins for each battle. This price is not low, because Yin Sheng's strength is only at the level of a demon. The level of evil spirits, less than 200 remained. Among them, there are fewer than 24 of them that are of the level of vengeful ghost. Dressed in red. This is the normal phenomenon in horror game instances. The probability of encountering powerful figures one after another, like Yin Sheng, is still very low. Final. The goblin who was fortunate enough to become Yun Sung's sparring partner was selected. The number was accurate to 36. This also includes the resort staff who had to work with Yin Sheng to undergo rigorous training. Because many tourists and staff are of the same race and have similar talents and abilities. Not all ghosts and monsters, like vampires, develop almost entirely different abilities upon awakening. Snake 16 was also among the sparring partners. Yin Sheng's plan was also to find out just how big the gap was between a vengeful ghost and a top-tier evil ghost. The group of ghosts scattered and went to the seats around the desolate square, sitting down at random. Then, rumble, rumble. A dull thud accompanied the continuous tremors of the ground. Dueling arena, over 100 meters long and wide, suddenly rose up. The arena was surrounded by strange rocks that exuded a chilling aura and were covered with jagged barbs. It seems this resort isn't just a simple resort after all. With this kind of operation, they might even be hosting some underground boxing matches, right? Yin Sheng stood in the middle of the deathmatch arena, looking around with a sense of Gonkai, mixed feelings of emotion and reflection. Young Master Yin, should we disperse those spectators? When Snake 16 saw Yin Sheng looking around with a somewhat inexplicable expression, she assumed he didn't like being watched, so she asked him considerately. There's no need for it, but... Yin Sheng shook his head, then rolled his eyes and continued. There should be an entrance fee to watch the performances on the deathmatch stage, right? Snake 16 instantly understood what young Master Yin meant. That's a must. Actually, this is the resort's core money-making industry, charging admission fees based on deathmatch tournaments of varying strengths. Under normal circumstances, the ticket price for a battle at the level of a demon is 30 demon coins. But Mr. Yin, your status is special, so it's impossible for you to only sell tickets at this price. The starting price should be at least 50. What do you think? As expected of the manager, his words are so pleasant. Yin Sheng thought to himself, nodding and saying, 50 ghost coins it is, After all, it's not a real death match. Young Master Ian makes a good point. Shall we begin now? Or should we begin preparations a little earlier? Let's begin. Real slaughter doesn't give people a chance to prepare. Yin Sheng's eyes narrowed, and the aura emanating from his body gradually became sharper. The deep, eerie red in his eyes was blooming, like a blood-red lotus. Snake 16 felt a chill run down his spine, thinking to himself that this job was indeed not easy. Young Master Yin's aura clearly indicates that he is ready to go all out against his enemy. As a vampire, plus the one with whom he has a contract. Ordinary evil spirits of the same rank could possibly be a match for him? Of course, this is not a problem he needs to worry about. Snake 16 waved his hand lightly, and all the ghosts in the arena retreated one by one, leaving only himself, who also shrank into a corner of the deathmatch arena. As the most powerful ghost in the resort, he is also responsible for Yin Sheng's safety. Otherwise, if something were to happen to Yin Sheng here, that responsibility was one he could not bear. The area around the silent square was filled with onlookers, though not many. There were still thousands of ghosts and monsters. The lively scene made the human players huddled in a corner 100 meters away from the deathly silent square tremble with fear. With such a large number of ghosts, they would be at risk of causing chaos. That would be absolutely deadly. Inside the deathmatch arena, trial is about to begin. Yin Sheng's opponent was a demon-level lizard man whose foul-smelling saliva dripped onto the black bricks on the ground, emitting wisps of white smoke. Sharp fangs and claws, and a scarlet, whip-like tongue. These are all weapons used by the lizard man. With his keen insight, Yin Sheng instantly discerned his opponent's weakness, his jaw. The lizardman's entire body was covered in hard scales, except for a small area around his lower jaw that was not covered by scales. Is young Master Yin ready? Snake 16 asked again, just to be on the safe side. Yin Sheng responded calmly, his eyes fixed on the lizard man, fully focused on entering battle mode. Vampires are natural hunters. His racial instincts give Yin Sheng an innate and keen intuition for combat. Start. Snake 16 had barely finished speaking. Whoosh. The lizardman's muscular legs suddenly exerted force, propelling him, in his dark green attire, toward Yin Sheng at lightning speed. The lizardmen don't have any special talents. They rely entirely on their physical strength and the deadly toxins in their saliva. The enemy is very fast. However, in Yin Sheng's perception, it was not so threatening. No one noticed the black bricks of a deathmatch arena. When there is no sunlight, the shadow is almost always at your feet and does not extend too far. Before the battle even began, Yin Sheng's shadow was already unusually long. Even their direction was towards the direction from which the lizard men were attacking. 3, 2, 1. Just as the countdown in his mind ended, the lizard man arrived right in front of Yin Sheng, within 5 meters of him. A ghostly figure, a natural ability that activates at crucial moments. From the shadows on the ground, a deep black claw suddenly emerged and viciously stabbed towards the lizardman's jaw. The incident happened suddenly. The lizardmen had no time to react, and couldn't even stop their rapidly advancing bodies. Just as the dark claws were about to pierce his throat, the claws seemed to melt, transforming into 5 fingers, which then slammed into his chin. With a bang, the shadowy figure was not weak. With its immense impact, the lizard man was sent flying backward. He crashed heavily to the ground and immediately lost consciousness. Call. Snake 16 breathed a sigh of relief, not because of the lizardman's life or death, but because, at the crucial moment, Yin Shao clearly stopped and did not directly kill him. This means that the other party was truly only honing their skills, rather than satisfying their own bloodlust. In this way, the pressure on them as sparring partners will naturally be reduced a lot. Chapter 107 Lilith and Elise. Shadow. That guy's talent is related to shadows. Hiss. Could it be yet another future Shadow Lord? What a bizarre ability. Even the Shadow Lord can only control his own shadow or merge with it, but this guy can summon puppet soldiers from his own shadow. Incredible. If such an ability were fully developed, wouldn't one person be able to fight against 10,000 demons? Terrifying. A question suddenly occurred to me. Could it be that the reason this guy, known as young Master Yin, is so highly regarded by the courier family is because this is terrifying to think about. Could it be that the younger generation of that Shadow Lord has also started to emerge? His shadow ability manifested, instantly annihilating the lizard man. The emotions of the ghosts in the stands were instantly ignited. If it weren't for the excellent soundproofing of the dead silent square, it would probably be a noisy mess by now. Even many ghosts and monsters compare In-chung to the legendary Shadow Lord. After all, Shadow-type ghost talents are extremely rare. Human players don't really understand this. The zombie staff who led In-chung into the resort earlier weren't very bright and didn't know any of this. Only now, after In-chung's abilities have been fully revealed to everyone. This immediately sparked various speculations. In the stands, a certain alluring and seductive onlooker had a strange glint in her pale purple eyes. She was wearing a leather jacket, which accentuated her perfect figure. She also had curved horns on her forehead, and a dark purple heart-shaped tail swayed behind her. Elise, I think I found a very cute prey. Lilith's tail swayed more and more happily as she licked her lips and said to her companion beside her. Heh, how many times have you shameful succubus, said such things? The woman called Elise mocked mercilessly. She was tall, a full head taller than Lilith, with a slender and well-proportioned figure. Its abdomen is covered with 6 black exoskeleton decorations that resemble crab legs. Her attire was somewhat eccentric, yet she exuded a wild and dangerous charm. The place where these 2 bewitching female ghosts were located was completely a vacuum zone. The occasional prying glances were filled with intense vigilance and apprehension. TCH, they're just too weak. They can't even withstand my little whip. So how could they possibly have a deeper conversation with me? Lilith responded with pride, not shame. Iris gave a cold laugh upon hearing this. You don't need to justify your perverted hobby so confidently. I find it disgusting. Humph. Lilith snorted, clearly displeased with her best friend's sabotage, and immediately retorted. That's still better than you. You clearly have no intention of having children, yet you still eat with such gusto. I'd love to. Me too. Another daily bickering between 2 ruthless best friends. Their gazes met, neither willing to yield, as if sparks were flying between them. Until a new round of competition has begun on the deathmatch stage. Getting back to the main point, what do you think of this interesting little guy? Lilith licked her lips, appearing alluring, but her eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. Very strong. Even if we were at the same level, I couldn't guarantee I could take him down, and I don't know if he has any other tricks up his sleeve. Elise crossed her arms in front of her, creating a beautiful arc in the valley. Her eyes were fixed on In-chung in the deathmatch arena, and her appetite seemed to be rising. Yes, he's very strong, and his abilities are somewhat similar to those of the legendary Lord of Shadows. But the more similar they are, the more tempted I become. The heart-shaped tail curled slightly, and a blush flashed across Lilith's fair face. Her gaze was fixed on the figures on the deathmatch stage, as if she were seeing some scenes that particularly pleased her, and her legs couldn't help but tense up. A deep red whip covered in thorns and barbs, as if it were alive, coiled around her. Like a venomous snake flicking its tongue, it has found a delicious prey. Seeing this, Elise couldn't help but frown and reminded her, I advise you not to act rashly. Don't forget why we came to Inming City. Purpose, Lilith murmured, her dark purple eyes flickering. Purpose is important, but my mother is also very anxious about my marriage. This is no excuse, Lilith. Elise shifted her gaze, staring at Lilith with a hint of coldness in her voice. All right, I surrender. After all, my mother instructed me to listen to you in everything. You wicked adopted daughter. How did you manage to make my mother favor you so much? Lilith reluctantly withdrew her gaze and began to mutter resentfully to herself. Elise's lips curled up slightly, a hint of triumphant joy on her face. Unfortunately, she won again in the battle between the adopted daughter and the legitimate daughter. Time passes. Next, Snake 16 has lost count of how many times he's uttered this line. Instantaneous, and still instantaneous. Demon-level lizard men, wraiths, hanged ghosts, fire demons. There wasn't a single one who could stand up to In-chung head-on. For eerie shadows appeared simultaneously. The shadows themselves hadn't even had time to enhance their power, yet they were already running rampant, leaving no chance for other ghosts of the same level. The shadowy creatures so terrifying is that they have no physical form. Once they encounter danger, they can even change their shape on the spot to avoid attacks. Each of these ghostly figures possesses strength no less than that of a demon. With a natural advantage in numbers, In-chung was naturally invincible. So later on, still feeling no pressure, In-chung began to increase his efforts. The number of enemies that can be deployed at once has increased from 1 to 2, and then to an equal number of 5. Many of the monsters that had been instantly defeated in previous matches have even returned to the deathmatch arena. With In-chung holding back and not killing anyone, They were quite happy to leave a good impression of being devoted and hardworking in the eyes of the young master in front of them. Sure enough, the pressure started after the numbers increased. Weaving through the attacks of the 5 monsters, Incheng finally felt some pressure. However, even with the ability to see through weaknesses, he still seemed to be handling things with ease. During this process, Incheng's proficiency in using the shadow talent is rapidly improving. The painful blood hand was hidden away as a trump card. Hill's abilities are the same. Showing others only 3/10 of your cards is enough. Keeping the remaining 7/10 hidden often yields unexpected and excellent results. Imagine, all his enemies believed him to be a guy who had achieved fame and fortune through his shadow abilities. Suddenly, in the middle of the battle, you get ambushed by Old Six Hand. Or it's the kind of thing that, once you get involved, brings endless torment. The tide of battle could turn in an instant. Chapter 108 Eye of Insight equals perfect control of the battle. The water ghost's manipulation of flowing water. The fiery breath of the fiery demon. The mountain spirit's earth spikes invaded. Of the wood spirit entwine. In addition, there's the gluttonous demon, who acts as a meat shield at the very front. This combination is practically flawless among demon-level monsters. But in front of Incheng, it appeared to be full of flaws. Although it appears to belong to the 5 elements, and the enemy occupies 4 of them, in reality, the coordination is far from as perfect as imagined. The ability of the Eye of Insight, even in its most basic form. He was also able to observe the enemy's current status at any time. After his physique was strengthened, Incheng's mental and physical abilities were greatly enhanced. Countless thoughts can be processed in an instant to make the most accurate judgment. With almost a premonition of the enemy's movements, Incheng was able to perfectly seize the initiative in the battle. He didn't make a single unnecessary movement, unlike at the beginning when he used force to suppress the ghost. Do everything you can to minimize the consumption of power and achieve the most ideal attack in the simplest and most straightforward way. It sounds simple, but it's incredibly difficult to do. The existence of skills may not be very effective against ghosts or monsters with bloodstained clothes. Because their fighting style is simple and brutal, once their domain is activated, those under the bloodstained clothes become invincible. Both being clad in blood-red robes, they are also competing in terms of the power of their respective domains. Once the domain is broken, it means defeat is imminent. But, for Incheng right now, combat skills are of paramount importance. The vengeful spirits beneath the bloodstained clothes, aside from the exceptionally special kind like Hill, can pull people into the realm of mirrors and achieve a different kind of domain control. Otherwise, it would be almost impossible to demonstrate power in a similar field. In other words, from the Wanderer stage to the Red Robe stage, skills can still play a significant role. For example, right now, Incheng's body was forcibly twisted in an extremely cruel way, resulting in a bizarre posture. They dodged the breath attack from the fire demon and the water jet from the water demon. The ghostly figure that had been waiting for a long time, before they could even get close to his body. The gluttonous ghost really wanted to get close to Incheng. However, he was constantly suppressed by the 2 eerie figures and could not move. His body was covered with wounds. It's time to end this. Incheng already had a high degree of understanding of his current strength. Aside from the abilities of Painful Bloodhand and Hill, they lacked real combat experience. His goal has been achieved. On the ground, Incheng's shadow disappeared, replaced by strange black demonic patterns on his face and skin. The next moment, his figure instantly swapped with the ghostly figure that was entangled in a battle with the fiery demon. The unexpected turn of events caught the other party completely off guard. The shadows transformed into Incheng's weapon, and black magic patterns spread out, forming claws that devoured the light. Whoosh! The moment the claws were aimed at the fire demon's brow, the fire demon knew it was time to leave the stage. The shifting of shadows is so subtle and difficult to defend against. Moreover, Incheng possesses an ability that he has never revealed before, shadow binding. The shadow is not just a simple combat puppet. What makes them truly bizarre is their ability to imprison the main body by attacking the opponent's shadow. Because the pressure wasn't too great, Incheng didn't intend to reveal the full extent of his shadow talent. A few seconds later, the battle is over. After the 5 evil spirits left, Incheng stretched his muscles and bones, making a series of crisp sounds. He had tentatively used the vampire's powerful regenerative abilities during the battle just now. For example, forcibly twisting one's bones and joints to perform actions that the body cannot normally do. Although it will hurt a lot, it can help you avoid some fatal attacks. Cruel yet practical. Shall we continue? Snake 16, somewhat bewildered, took a long time to come to his senses and looked at In Chung with the same eyes one would use to look at a monster, then asked, "No, it's pointless. We've already seen almost all the types of abilities that can be seen here. Apart from the two in the stands." Long ago, In Chung had already noticed Lilith and Elisa's spying. That gave him goosebumps was far too aggressive. It's hard to even pretend you don't know. Let's forget about those two. They have special identities. They are direct descendants of a powerful force outside of Yiming City. Their visit represents the goodwill of that force, and they want to form an alliance with Yiming City. Snake 16's expression changed slightly, and he quickly explained. Moreover, those two are already at the peak level of vengeful ghosts. Young Master Yin, your talent is indeed terrifying, but you have not yet fully matured. Given your status, it is not worth risking engaging in a battle of insubordination. Besides, those two are not easy to deal with, and they have powerful forces backing them up. The reputation of the Courayer family alone is not enough to subdue them. His words carried a hint of admonition, yet they were not offensive to listeners. Finally, the interests and consequences involved were also pointed out. Upon hearing this, Insheng naturally didn't say anything more and silently nodded. He did want to hone his skills, but he didn't intend to torture himself. A peak-level evil spirit fighting a peak-level vengeful spirit, while still having to conceal its strength, is not much different from seeking humiliation. Different levels of power can bring an overwhelming advantage. Phew. Snake 16 breathed a sigh of relief. He was genuinely afraid that In Chung would target those two. Then, I will serve as your sparring partner, young Master Yin, and let you experience the power of a vengeful ghost in advance. However, Insheng shook his head this time and rejected Snake 16's suggestion. No need, there's not much point in doing that. After the battle, he knew exactly where his limits were. The ghost level possesses overwhelming power. But if Insheng takes control of the battleground, then everything will be different. The mirror realm is not simply a space teleportation skill. The painful blood hand technique can easily break down an enemy's will, quickly rendering them unable to fight. For Insheng, the threat posed by the vengeful ghost was far less than he had imagined. Let's call it a day. I'm a little tired. Prepare some blood for me, as much as possible. As for the cost, deduct it from the audience's ticket price. Insheng deliberately appeared somewhat tired. No problem. This is a small matter and won't cost much. You can just wait to receive the money. Snake 16 readily agreed to this small request. He was already thankful he didn't have to fight alongside Insheng. So what was this little thing? The curtain fell on Insheng's side. The players gathered outside the silent square were completely bewildered. They thought it was some major event, but the result was completely different from what they imagined. Nothing happened except that young Master Yin put on an exaggerated personal show. It displayed its terrifying strength to the fullest extent. It has left an indelible impression on the hearts of many players. They couldn't imagine that they were also players. The power they wield is so easily superior to that of demons and monsters. Chapter 109 Lilith arrives. Blood hunt begins. I'm out of here. Human players who had hoped to take a gamble with the monsters withdrew before they dispersed. No major bloodshed occurred in the horror world. Some were horrified, while others were envious and jealous. Some even harbored ulterior motives, wanting to find out why that young Master Yin was able to leap from a human player to such a powerful being. The greed in Neo Feichen and Bai Yu's eyes was almost overflowing. They stared intently at Sun Xiaowei. Neo Feichen shamelessly pleaded, Xiaowei, you saw it with your own eyes, how terrifying that young Master Yin's strength is. So many ghosts and monsters, even when they joined forces, were no match for him. He is definitely not just a simple chosen one of the gods. There must be some secret behind him that can make you stronger. For our happy future, Xiaowei, you have to seize this opportunity. Only by getting close to him can you get those secrets out of him. Then we won't have to struggle to survive like we do now anymore. The words carried a hint of seduction and instigation. But it is indeed tempting. Sun Xiaowei nodded expressionlessly. No one knew what she was thinking. Back in the room. The blood that Snake 16 had prepared for Insheng was delivered at just the right time. The portion size is generous, and the packaging is exquisite. Each bottle contains 500 milliliters and is stored in a crystal-clear glass bottle. There are 10 bottles in total, which is more than enough for a demon-level vampire to replenish his energy, and there is even more to spare. Big brother, are you really going to participate in the blood hunt mission? Hill revealed herself, her extremely cute face filled with deep worry. As the daughter of the Mirror Lady, she naturally knows a lot. Blood hunting missions are special missions that carry extremely high risks for both humans and demons. Most importantly, once the Blood Hunter quest begins, Hill will be locked inside Incheng's body and unable to provide any assistance. Only under the contract's effect can Hill's abilities still be used by Incheng. I have a reason to participate. Improving my strength is urgent. The situation in Inming City is very strange recently. I must have a stronger ability to protect myself. Incheng spoke firmly as he silently opened the shop for the horror game. Among them, the yellowed, blood-stained ticket, like a key to some forbidden passage, radiates a bizarre glow. Since you insist on participating, big brother, please bring this. Hill's amber eyes revealed deep concern, and a small magic mirror appeared in her hand. A storyboard depicting a lost soul. As soon as it came out, it began to tremble violently, seemingly very dissatisfied with Hill's actions. Well, thankfully, Lady Mirror didn't show up in person, which relieved Incheng a little. Hill is such a good boy. He praised her generously and gave Hill a gentle pat on the head. The little girl instantly became soft, cute, and adorable, turning into someone completely defenseless. Just as Incheng was planning to take further action. Buzz, buzz. The storyboard of the lost soul began to vibrate and hum wildly, like a small electric motor. It's obvious. On the other side of the mirror, a woman became extremely jealous and expressed strong dissatisfaction with Incheng's actions. Helpless, Incheng stopped what he was doing. He took the rather dissatisfied, soul-stealing storyboard from Hill's small hand and casually stuffed it into the beast head leather belt. In Incheng's hand, there was now a blood-stained ticket. Blood Hunter tickets are only 300 ghost coins in the shop. Compared to amulets that cost thousands of dollars, this is economical and cost-effective. The reason is quite simple. Things that can save your life are naturally incredibly expensive, while things that have a high probability of killing you are naturally much cheaper. Let's not delay. Let's take advantage of this free time and get started. Incheng collected all the bottles filled with blood from the table and pondered for a moment. Seeing this, Hill obediently returned to Incheng's body. Knowing that she couldn't stop her older brother from taking the risk, all she could do was offer him as much help as possible. Fortunately, although Ms. Mirror was particularly annoyed with Incheng, in these aspects, he was not so willful as to prevent Incheng from using the power of the soul loss frame. The fact that he was able to stuff it into the space of the beast head leather belt is enough to prove that Lady Mirror is still willing to help Incheng on matters of principle. Open. Before the word beginning could be uttered, a slow, deliberate knocking sounded at the door. Incheng frowned. Who? The images of Sun Xiaowei and the other female players flashed through his mind in an instant. They speculated which one the figure outside the door might be. A charming and understanding older sister little brother, wouldn't you like to have a long talk about life with her? A voice, naturally alluring, came from outside the door. Just hearing its voice is enough to conjure up an incredibly alluring, blurry figure in one's mind. One of those two guys in the stands earlier? Incheng narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint in his pupils. Snake 16 had said that the two men had very unusual backgrounds, as they were outsiders. They came to be responsible for forming an alliance with Inming City. As for the purpose of the alliance, Incheng deduced that it was most likely related to the unspeakable thing that was about to die. But why did they come looking for me? Let's not talk about life. Besides, whether your younger brother is young or not is not for you to decide. Please leave. I'm not in the mood to see guests right now. With his origins unknown, Incheng didn't want to waste his time. He tore open the yellowed, blood-stained ticket in his hand. Before Incheng, a dark, gaping door quietly appeared. Without hesitation, he stepped straight in. In an instant, the pendant on her chest had lost its spirit, and Hill, hidden inside her body, seemed to have lost all connection. He took out the soul-lost mirror from inside the beast head leather strap, and there was no more violent trembling. The power beyond the realm of demons was completely blocked. Even the mirror lady, whose true form was merged with the soul-losing mirror, was unable to use the split screen to contact Incheng. Interesting. Looking around, Incheng realized he was in a small room. The furniture in the room was all covered in dust. Only the desk and chair were spotless. There were no signs of ghosts or humans around, but he still managed to summon two eerie shadows that lurked in the shadows beside him. Even a lion will exert all its strength when hunting a rabbit. In this bloody and brutal game of plunder, there is no room for the slightest slack. Something's not right. In the blood hunt missions, there wasn't a tense and exciting chase scene at the beginning. On the contrary, it was extremely quiet, and there wasn't a single sound coming from outside. seems quite different from the information circulating among the chosen ones who experienced the blood hunt missions. Inchung began to ponder. The Palace of Pacifying Chaos aims to maximize everyone's chances of survival. They have made all the information that could be made public completely public. Blood hunting missions are also included. But now, the blood hunt instance that Inchung entered seems to be somewhat different from others. Chapter 110: The City of Lost Memories. His aura has vanished. Outside the residence of Inchung at the resort for the dead, Lilith frowned, the thorny whip coiled around her swaying gently, as if conveying some information to its master. You may escape this time, but you won't escape next time. You're the man Lilith has her eye on. How can you escape my grasp? The tap, tap sound of high heels gradually faded into the distance. After a long while, Snake 16 finally emerged from the shadows on one side. His gaze was cold as he stared in the direction Lilith had left, muttering to himself. Outsiders had better behave themselves. If they anger Mr. Ralph, well. Inside the small house, Inchung was somewhat troubled. He felt like he was being targeted by the horror game. Upon entering the game, it seemed as if his luck had been completely exhausted by that extra chance to draw a talent. This results in some unexpected changes in each game instance. The same applies to the third hospital and the children's playground. Even in what seems like the simplest dead man's resort, a wolf appeared in the player's party. The current blood hunt missions present a completely different picture from the information released by the Peace Palace. I thought it would be a thrilling and exciting battle royale game. The result was eerily quiet. The shadowy figures to gather information. They entered house after house, but found nothing. Wait, this is... Inchung snapped out of his reverie, and his gaze fell on the spotless desk. A dusty diary suddenly appeared on the previously empty desktop. A faint chill rose in Inchung's heart. At the same time, congratulations to lucky player Inchung for successfully entering the special dungeon, Lost City of Memories, through the Blood Hunt quest. Introduction. Memory is a fascinating thing. It recalls beautiful moments, painful ones, hatred and warmth. But if he loses his memory, will he still be him? Memories woven from despair and pain are devastating. He tried his best to forget it, but it only became clearer. Memories gradually and uncontrollably spread from his mind, transforming into a familiar yet strange city. Here, his memories cycle, and pain and despair are replayed. Hint: memories may be more than just memories. When one person possesses another's memories, then, will they replace them? Or, will they steal everything that rightfully belongs to them? The sounds of the horror game gradually faded from my mind. However, every single word was deeply and painfully etched into Inchung's heart. Even a simple introduction gave Inchung a chill down his spine. The City of Lost Memories. A unique copy, entirely formed by the memories of a terrifying being, interwoven with pain and despair. So here's the question. Can memories still linger in one's mind? More importantly, could this transformation actually materialize and become a real city? Just how terrifying is the power of this big shot who wants to get rid of his memories? At worst, he's probably something indescribable. I am but a mere peak-level evil spirit. What merit do I deserve such treatment from you, being directly sent to the memory instance of an unspeakable master? Inchung was at a loss and couldn't help but mutter something. His gaze, however, fell upon the diary lying on the table. It's obvious. This is the key item to start the mission. Perhaps, the moment this diary is opened, some unknown changes will occur throughout the city. Inchung was in a bit of a predicament. His keen intuition told him that opening the diary would definitely lead to some unexpected changes. The problem is that he can't get any more information without opening the diary. The task may very well get stuck. The blood hunt mission begins. It cannot be stopped. But Inchung still has 6 more opportunities to go to the third hospital for a respite. However, he wouldn't waste his time until he encountered a sufficient threat. Wait. I'm currently in the midst of a blood hunt mission, and anything beyond my current strength will be sealed off. So, if I go to the third hospital, will everything that's been forbidden be reinstated, or will things remain as they are? If it's the latter, doesn't that mean? It has to be said that Inchung sometimes has a very vivid imagination. One second he was agonizing over the diary issue, the next he veered off topic to his honeymoon with Lena. My apologies. This is not the time for such thoughts. Inchung quickly calmed down, took a deep breath, and sat down on the spotless stool. Passive waiting is not his style. Taking the initiative might give him a head start. The instant your bottom touches the stool, a strange feeling suddenly washed over me. It was as if an extremely complex emotion had suddenly arisen in my heart, indescribable and inexplicable. In short, it was depressing and somewhat unpleasant. Incheng's expression turned somewhat gloomy. He dared not hesitate. That strange, negative emotion made him deeply uneasy. I turned to the first page of the diary. It was pitch black, as if ink had been spilled, obscuring the name that should have been written on that page. The next page features crooked and distorted font. April 1st, 0404. As usual, Dad hit Mom, then begged her not to leave, saying he would definitely change his ways. As always, Mom forgave Dad and gave me money to buy steamed buns from Grandpa Lee before going to school. I was very obedient and went with my friend Asheng to buy steamed buns from Grandpa Lee's shop. Grandpa Lee's steamed bun shop is famous throughout the whole city. Asheng has disappeared, so I have to go to school alone. When Asheng came home from school, no one was home. It was very quiet. I'm so tired, I should go to sleep. I'll stop writing in my diary here for today. Simple, straightforward, clean, and concise. It was nothing like how In-chung used to deliberately add a long, drawn-out section of text when completing a task as a child. But these simple words only intensified the chill in In-cheng's heart. The next page of the diary could not be turned, as if it were under a spell, no matter how hard he tried. I closed the diary in resignation. In-chung immediately stood up from the stool. However, it was just like that I got up. The whole world before our eyes has undergone earth-shattering changes. The once lifeless world seemed to have been turned on by a switch. It became a colorful and lively scene, with birds chirping outside the window and vendors hawking their wares. But what gave In-chung a chill was, he heard the sound of a man hitting, cursing, and smashing things coming from outside his door. Chapter 111, an incredibly bizarre situation. Oh no, I've become the main character in a diary. As soon as the thought arose, the sounds of beating and cursing outside gradually subsided. Instead, one could hear the man pleading and regretting his actions. Finally, the farce came to an end with a woman's gentle voice. Immediately afterwards, to In-cheng's surprise, the door to the room was opened. A woman of average appearance, but with a very kind expression, walked in. In-chung was somewhat numb. This was the first time he had faced such a situation, and all he could do was take it one step at a time. Fortunately, the eerie shadows remained unaffected and continued to lurk. Mysterious figure sent out to spy on information. It has already died, and is being reborn in the shadow of In-cheng's original body. What are you thinking about? A woman's gentle voice sounded in her ear, as if she had noticed something unusual about her child's behavior. Nothing. In-chung snapped back to his senses and tried his best to remain calm. Knowing nothing about the diary's protagonist's personality, he could only avoid revealing his true intentions by speaking as little as possible. The appearance of the characters also gave In-chung the opportunity to use his eye of insight. However, this look left him somewhat stunned. The figure in my memory, my mother. Race, unknown. Friendliness, neutral. Strength, unknown. Preferences, unknown. Weakness, unknown. Current status. The child needs to go to school, and there's no time to cook breakfast today. Let him go to Grandpa Lee's house and buy some steamed buns to make do. You'd better follow her plan. No. Even in its most basic state, the eye of insight can easily discern the rest of the information. A hint of doubt lingered in In-cheng's eyes. This scene was unlike anything he had ever witnessed before. Could it be that the problem still lies with the word memory? At this stage, the so-called mother hasn't shown any particular preferences, so my memories of her are full of question marks. The only things that can be observed are her identity, level of affection, and current state. Thinking this, In-chung couldn't help but look towards the door again. The man with a stubble beard, a flushed face, and a bottle of liquor in his hand. The figure in my memory, my father. Race, unknown. Friendliness, neutral. Strength, unknown. Preferences, unknown. Weakness, unknown. Current status. How could I do this? How could I make the same mistake again and again? My wife is too gentle. She shouldn't forgive me again and again. But I can't bear to lose her. I don't want her to leave me. She's a drunkard, maybe. It seems my analysis was correct. This is a city of memories, and all the characters in the city will change because of the changes in her memories. It's not that we can't see it. It's that information simply doesn't exist. At least for now, these figures in our memories are not subject to any issues of preference or like. In-chung became increasingly certain of his guess. At the same time, Mother's gentle voice rang out again. What are you looking at? You're almost late. I don't have time to cook for you today. Take the money and go to Grandpa Lee's house to buy some steamed buns. As she spoke, she took out 2 1-yuan bills from her pocket and handed them to Incheng. The moment the banknotes came into view, Incheng's pupils immediately shrank to pinpoints. The unknown coins that exist in memory are not ghost coins, but real currency in the human world. A chill crept wildly into every corner of Incheng's body. It was as if he had seen a completely different world. A world of horror, a world of humanity. Originally, he thought, no, almost all of humanity thought this way, that the two worlds had never truly collided. They should have been two completely unrelated worlds. It was only for certain reasons that some sparks flew. But now, it seems that everyone's perception is wrong. Because he actually saw a corner of the human world in the memories of a certain big shot in the horror world. Although that corner of the world seems to have never been seen by humankind. Suppressing the pounding in his heart, Incheng took 2 yuan from his mother's hand. Go ahead, and remember to study hard. The mother continued her kind instructions. Incheng nodded, picked up the school bag that had appeared on the bedside table at some point, put it on his back, and then walked out of the house. The shadow on the ground merged back into his shadow. Old-style buildings. Almost every house was next to another, with a long walkway in the middle. From the moment I stepped out of my house, the world seemed to quiet down again. The doors were tightly shut, and the empty corridor felt somewhat eerie. Incheng was extremely vigilant, knowing that this was the end of a small plot in the diary, and the beginning of the second one was about to begin. Sheng, that little friend, should be making his appearance soon. At that time, the world in my memory will start turning again. Incheng was very cautious with every step he took. Those tightly closed doors were like the shut mouths of demons. Perhaps at any moment, it will open its blood-red maw and devour the person, skin and bones, in one fell swoop. Step, step. Footsteps were especially clear in this environment. Just as Incheng was about to step out of the third room after his own home. Squeak. The wooden door opened with a sickeningly loud sound. Incheng instantly became highly alert. The eerie shadows were ready to move, and the painful blood hand was poised to strike. One hand was always tucked into his waistband. If he senses something is wrong, he will immediately use the power of the soul loss panel to avoid danger. Oh, what a coincidence. You're leaving home at this time too. Come on, let's go to Grandpa Lee's house to buy some steamed buns and eat them on the way. As the boy finished speaking, the silent world seemed to be turned on again, regaining its life. The corridor no longer seemed so gloomy and terrifying. The figure in my memory. Sheng. Race, unknown. Friendliness, friendly. Strength, unknown. Preferences, unknown. Weakness, unknown. Current status. I've been waiting for ages. Thankfully, his alcoholic father didn't give him a hard time today. It's so tough having such a father, but thankfully he has a good friend like me. A kind and good kid. What are you daydreaming about? Come on, or we'll be too late. If we're late, the teacher will be angry and make us stand as punishment. Sheng's urging voice rang in my ears. Incheng snapped out of his reverie, nodded silently, and followed in the other person's footsteps. Was the name automatically hidden? Or did he forget his own name? Does the note, Sheng is a kind child, mean that Sheng can be trusted? With 1,000 thoughts swirling in my mind, I walked faster and faster. No matter how fast he sped up, Sheng's figure was always not far ahead of him. Every now and then, it would turn around and give me a smiling look. Chapter 112, A Thunderclap. The building was old, and the floor where Sheng and his friends lived wasn't very high. Soon, Incheng followed Sheng downstairs. Let's go. Let's hurry up and buy some steamed buns before there are too many people at Grandpa Lee's steamed bun shop. Sheng's face always radiated an innate, warm smile. Deep down, Incheng felt a sense of impending doom. Sheng was kind, but he disappeared after a simple act of buying steamed buns. The me is now safe and sound, and even made a special note that Sheng's house was very quiet. The so-called Grandpa Lee may be a wicked person, but what role do I play in all of this? The memories were so painful and despairing that even the most unspeakable person chose to escape. Is this the beginning of the suffering? Thoughts raced through my mind as I tried to connect all the clues I could gather. But in the end, there was still not much to gain. Incheng could only roughly guess that Sheng had gotten into trouble at the steamed bun shop. I was lucky enough to escape, and I seemed to be keeping quiet about it. He couldn't turn the second page of the diary, and he didn't know what happened afterward. In front of the steamed bun shop, Grandpa Lee, with his wrinkled face, wearing a felt hat and a kind smile, is greeting guests. His family's steamed bun shop is indeed doing very well. There are long lines of people early in the morning. And this is still what Asheng meant by not many people. It's hard to imagine what a steamed bun shop would look like at its peak. Insheng and Asheng consciously lined up at the back of the queue. Of Insight began to scrutinize the old man selling steamed buns. The figure in my memory, Grandpa Lee. Race, unknown. Friendliness, neutral. Strength, unknown. Preferences, unknown. Weakness, unknown. Current status, not enough. Not enough. Too little. Less and less. My business will suffer if this continues, no? I need to find more raw materials. His mother is quite nice after all. It's rare to find such a filial woman willing to serve me. So there's only one option. Outward kindness doesn't necessarily reflect inner character. Boom. Insheng's eyes became slightly vacant. It was like being struck by lightning. Without the Eye of Insight, he certainly wouldn't be able to obtain such crucial information right now. However, it was just one glance. The kind and lovable old man suddenly appeared to Insheng as no different from a man-eating demon. Ingredients, raw materials, and the disappearance of Asheng. The reasons why steamed bun shops are booming. Once everything is connected, the answer becomes quite simple. However, what Insheng didn't expect was, my mother was a woman who seemed incredibly gentle, the kind of woman who could constantly forgive even my alcoholic father. It turns out that such a huge problem was hidden there. A drunkard likes to beat and scold his wife, but she will always forgive him. But secretly, this wife seems to be having an affair with someone else. If such a devastating fact were to be known by a child, what will he do? Insheng felt a chill run down his spine. The unfamiliar city before him now seemed to have transformed into a city of sin. The scene in the very first diary entry was so shocking. What about this city of memories, which is at least unspeakable and something everyone wants to escape? Why are you spacing out again? Asheng couldn't help but call out twice, his face showing some worry. He felt that his friend was definitely still influenced by his alcoholic father. He seemed to become gloomy all over. It's okay. Let's go buy more steamed buns. Insheng took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Knowing full well that a major change was about to occur, he was already poised to act. 5, 2, 1. After the last person who bought steamed buns left the front of the line, the world seemed to fall silent once again at that moment. Everything around him disappeared, leaving only the steamed bun shop in front of him and Grandpa Lee. Asheng stood to the side, seemingly oblivious to everything, and said enthusiastically, Grandpa Lee, I'm here to buy steamed buns again. Today I want 2 pork and scallion buns, and 2 cabbage buns. Okay, no problem. Grandpa Lee replied with a smile, his face full of kindness. But then he showed a somewhat annoyed expression. Oh dear. Look at this old man, my memory is so bad. I just remembered that I was going to the cellar to get something, and then I forgot about it. Grandpa Lee forgot something? Why don't you pick up some steamed buns for us, and I'll go get them for you. Asheng's innate kindness and generosity made Grandpa Lee smile from ear to ear. Good boy. What a good boy. Then go inside and get it for me. It's in the cellar. It's a small bottle. Just open it and take it out. Okay, Grandpa Lee, I'll go right away. Asheng was completely unprepared and didn't care why a steamed bun shop would have a cellar, nor did he consider it. Why do we have to open the small bottle to get something? The steaming heat gushing from the steamer basket patted Insheng's cheeks. But at this moment, he couldn't move at all. As if a forced plot had been triggered, his body was frozen in place. Grandpa Lee's kind smile gradually faded, and his gaze seemed to hold a hint of regret. Take the buns and go. Asheng will probably need a while. It looks like I'll have to go help little Asheng out. After handing the prepared buns to Insheng, Grandpa Lee turned and left. The steamed buns in the bag emitted an enticing aroma, a strange smell I had never smelled before. Just smelling it makes my mouth water. The reason why Grandpa Lee's steamed bun shop is so successful may lie here. Under Insheng's gaze, Grandpa Lee's figure gradually disappeared into the darkness inside the steamed bun shop. The next moment, the world restarts, and the scenery that had disappeared reappears. The noise was deafening, and the questions from the customers behind him about where old man Lee had gone kept rising. Insheng's body also regained its mobility. It seems this is where the decision will be made. Let's go in and find a way to rescue Asheng. Or after going in, that me discovered Grandpa Lee's secret, and then escaped with his life thanks to his mother, and kept silent ever since. That I must have made the latter choice. While pondering and analyzing the situation, Insheng stepped into the steamed bun shop without hesitation. At the same time, the chilling aura that hit him made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Ghostly aura. In this city, which seemed no different from the human world in his memory, In-chung felt such a powerful ghostly aura for the first time. Chapter 113: The City That Has Fallen into the Abyss. Something's not right. In-chung became increasingly vigilant and cautious, glancing around as if everything outside the steamed bun shop was isolated from him. There was only one road leading into the shop. The city in my memory, judging from the money that mother gave me in the world, must be a place from my memories of her time in the world. If that's the case, how come there's ghostly energy appearing? My doubts grew stronger. From the memories of this terrifying world boss, In-chung felt that he had come into contact with some unbelievable things that might involve an important connection between the human world and the world of horror. There was no hesitation in the steps I took. The later he arrives, the greater the chance that Ah-shung will be harmed. Having come this far, In-chung guessed that what he needed to do was probably to make up for his past regrets as much as possible. In this way, he can fill the void in his memory, rewrite the ending in his memory. Since it is a city of memories intertwined with despair and pain, then the most important thing is to eliminate its despair and pain. In-chung murmured something, and his figure appeared at the entrance of the cellar. The eerie, ghostly aura grew even stronger. It felt like stepping into a haunted house. Even the ghosts scattered throughout the resort of the dead don't exude such a strong ghostly aura. There's no time left. In-chung gripped the storyboard of the lost soul tightly in his hand. For shadowy figures crept in through the darkness of the cellar entrance, acting as his eyes and discreetly observing the situation inside. Jars, one huge wine jar after another. Even the smallest ones are at least half the height of an adult. The cellar was quite spacious, with dozens of those jars displayed inside. In the very center of the cellar, on a square table, there were obvious marks of chiseling and carving. Some black grime remained on those marks. Ah-shung lay unconscious on the table, his limbs bound by chains, unable to escape. The so-called Grandpa Lee was on the side, slowly sharpening a pig-slaughtering knife. The hissing sound sent chills down one's spine. Beside him was a small, dark green bottle, the liquid inside swirling like smoke, emanating an eerie aura. What made In-chung feel most depressed was, in a corner of the cellar, there was a square object covered with a red cloth. From there, In-chung sensed a presence that made his heart pound. Red robes? Or something beyond red robes? Could it be that the reason why that unspeakable being has such painful memories ultimately lies in this? While making his own guesses, In-chung no longer held back and entered the cellar in his true form. Knock, knock. The sound of footsteps on the wooden steps was so clear. Grandpa Lee's sinister gaze turned grim as he looked over at the sound, his wrinkled old face instantly turning ugly. You little beast, this is not a place for you. Get out. Grandpa Lee didn't even bother to pretend to be kind anymore. If it weren't for your mother being so well fed, you wouldn't be leaving here today. Get out. May I ask why? Is it to make money? Or is there some other purpose? Why are you doing this? Approached Grandpa Lee step by step. The information within the eye of insight changed somewhat after the other party entered the cellar. The strength column has been changed to peak of evil demon. In a city steeped in memories of humanity, a figure with the power of a demon has appeared. Is it that person's memory has been distorted, or is everything truly real? All the questions were put to rest. Without any sense of tension, In-chung, who was already very experienced in combat, was able to monitor Grandpa Lee's movements at any time. In his eyes, the other party was full of flaws. Why? Hey, that's an interesting question. You're such a quiet person, you actually care about something like this? Grandpa Lee clearly knew something. So, can you answer my question? In-chung asked sincerely. Go back now. These things are not for a little beast like you to know. Meat is meat, and it has no right to know the secrets of a butcher. Grandpa Lee resolutely refused and once again called him a little beast. But this time, In-chung narrowed his eyes slightly, catching the information in the other party's words. You little beast may not have been a deliberate insult. It's because, in the other person's eyes, I, right now, is no different from a pig or sheep that hasn't grown up yet. Is it another cannibal? Or has the entire city become a living hell? The eerie shadow in the shadows immediately took action. Whoosh, whoosh. Two eerie figures revealed themselves, their sharp, long, dark claws almost invisible in the dimly lit cellar. They blocked all of Grandpa Lee's escape routes, leaving him with no way to avoid it. At the same time, the other two eerie figures followed the darkness and invaded the shadow of Grandpa Lee. What the hell is this? Feeling his body being inexplicably restrained, Grandpa Li panicked a little when he realized what was happening. Despite possessing supernatural powers, he seemed quite fearful and unfamiliar with the appearance of ghostly figures. Unfortunately, Insheng gave him no chance to resist. With a glug sound, the old man's head was severed and fell to the ground on the spot. Instead of the relaxation that comes with killing the enemy, Insheng's face became somewhat solemn. Information fed back by the Eye of Insight. Surprisingly, his act of killing caused a change. The figure in my memory, Grandpa Li. Race, shadow spirit. Friendliness level, full of murderous intent. Strength, peak demon. Favorite, human flesh bonds. Weakness, soul form. Current status, I see. Sacrificing myself again and again can gradually free me from the shackles of my physical body, allowing me to become an adult. I've gone mad. Take me away. How can I possibly thank you enough? You may be a bit dull, but you're definitely a top-notch ingredient. Don't be afraid. Let me offer you as a sacrifice to the great Lord. He will be very pleased. Within the old man's body, which was torn in two, the vengeful spirit gradually broke free from the constraints of the flesh and manifested itself. His wrinkled face was filled with a wicked smile. To this, Insheng remained remarkably calm. Why would you think that after dying once, you would become my opponent? The old man's laughter stopped abruptly upon hearing this. Chapter 114 The Cause, Inviting the Shrine. The atmosphere inside the cellar suddenly became somewhat deathly still. Old Man Li clearly didn't realize the seriousness of the problem. In the memories of that unknown being, Old Man Li was undoubtedly terrifying. But that's all there is to it. A monster that has just transformed from a human body into a ghost. Insheng was curious and very interested in this process. However, the opponent's strength has not actually improved in any substantial way. For him, who at that time might have been just a little kid, or even just a human being, Li, an old man with peak demonic power, who enjoys making human flesh bonds, has a stark contrast beneath his kind exterior. It truly is something that could be considered a childhood nightmare. Especially since he seemed to have really enjoyed eating Old Man Li's steamed buns. Perhaps this is the beginning of his nightmare. The once peaceful world was shattered. After discovering the cruel truth, they began to constantly run away, until they lost themselves. What is that? Even though Old Man Li, who had been completely transformed into a Yin spirit, still possessed the strength of a peak evil spirit. Coupled with the unique ability of Yin spirits to transform between reality and illusion, they are quite troublesome opponents. Unfortunately, he ran into Insheng, a monster among demons. Without any chance to resist, he was completely subdued by the shadowy figure. The sharp, long claws of shadow can wound even spirits without physical form. Insheng pointed to the cube shrouded in red cloth in the corner and asked in a cold voice. Unexpected. This time, Old Man Li didn't hide anything and said it directly. That is a great god. As long as I keep offering sacrifices to him, I can transcend my mortal body and become a loyal divine servant under his command. His eyes were filled with fervor, and his tone was almost one of extreme obsession. More importantly, the information fed back by the Eye of Insight indicated that Old Man Li was not lying. A god. Insheng's eyes narrowed slightly, a strange crimson glint appearing in his pupils. Tell me, what do you know about this god? Old Man Li chuckled sinisterly, seemingly utterly unafraid of the threat of death. Since a god can be revered as a god, how could mortals like us possibly know? Don't waste your energy, just kill me, and let me return to the embrace of the gods. The fervor in Old Man Li's eyes grew even more intense. It seems that ever since he transformed into a spirit, he has developed an even greater reverence and longing for the god he speaks of. This is not hard to understand. In his human form, through sacrifice, even such an old man could gain power far exceeding that of a young adult. Now that they have transformed into spirits, it is not surprising that they have unwavering faith in it. However, Insheng was well aware of the information that the Eye of Insight had relayed just before Old Man Li was about to sacrifice Ashing. The person whom Old Man Li was referring to as the target of the sacrifice clearly had a known name. But it's unclear whether it's due to that big shot's memory or some other reason. The name of the person Old Man Li mentioned could not be found. The name of the person who holds those memories is also unknown. Do you think I'm stupid? Would you be so insane as to offer a sacrifice to a wild god whose name you don't even know, or whose very existence is uncertain? Insheng's voice took on a cold tinge. Even if the guy in front of you is just a memory. At this moment, He could only regard it as a real existence. The other party is currently in a state of near madness, and it's impossible to discern anything further. However, such an exaggerated existence as the City of Memories has appeared. So, using the painful blood hand to threaten the living existence in my memory shouldn't be a big problem, right? An arm made of blood quietly appeared in front of In-chung. It looks ferocious, yet exudes a strange charm. In-chung's lips curled into a playful smile. I hope you'll like it. The bloodied hand slowly reached out, its fingertips touching Old Man Lee's brow. Ugh! A sharp, piercing scream came almost instantly from the old man's mouth. The spirit's body began to tremble and convulse wildly. Painful blood hand is a terrifying talent that is extremely lethal and can bring ultimate pleasure to enemies. At this moment, it achieved its ultimate effect. The old stuff inside the body was not even completely eroded by just a touch of a fingertip, and it didn't even last a few seconds. He then wailed and struggled, trying to reveal all the information. Seeing this, In-chung was not in a hurry. He let the old thing enjoy the torment for a while longer, until the In spirit body dimmed considerably. Only then did he slowly and deliberately put away his painful, bloodied hand. Huff, huff. Even the old thing that had become a ghost couldn't help but gasp for breath after being subjected to intense torment. At this moment, he didn't look like a ghost, but rather like a drowned ghost. Go ahead and tell me. I hope you can give me something of value. Tell me. I'll tell you right now. Under the threat of the bloody, painful hand, the old man finally understood that there were things in this world more terrifying than death. Without hesitation, he swiftly and concisely revealed everything he knew, like pouring beans from a bamboo tube. I don't know when it started. In this not-so-prosperous and not-so-obvious city, a trend of inviting shrines began to emerge. The herd mentality is very common among people. They watched helplessly as their steamed bun shop's business declined day by day. Old Man Lee then decided to bring a shrine home to see if it could bring him some good luck, to bring the steamed bun shop back to life. On the first day the shrine was brought home, he had a strange dream that very night. An existence named will make Old Man Lee's dream a reality if he offers up a blood and flesh sacrifice to it. The concept of flesh and blood sacrifice is very vague. Old Man Lee, who had believed in these things since childhood, slaughtered a hen that day and placed it as an offering in front of the shrine. The next day, the offerings were gone, replaced by a piece of bright red raw meat placed in front of the shrine. Old Lee didn't know what he was thinking at the time, but subconsciously he thought of using that piece of meat to make steamed buns. His intuition told him that the buns made with that piece of meat would definitely be a hit. As it turns out, Old Man Lee's guess was correct. As a result, he went further and further down the path of offering sacrifices to the great man. From chicken, duck, fish, and meat, to pork, mutton, beef, and horse meat. The shrine became increasingly dissatisfied. Large quantities of animal flesh and blood could only be exchanged for a tiny bit of blessing. Finally, one day, Old Man Lee, who was also unable to find satisfaction, turned his attention to his own kind for the first time. Chapter 115, The City Frozen in Time, Return. The story wasn't as far-fetched as one might imagine. It all started with a strange trend of inviting shrines. The reasons behind this are still too complex to investigate. At that time, In-chung had no idea whether the horror game had already begun. If it has already happened, then it's not entirely incomprehensible. Ghosts manipulated human players, orchestrating a scheme that plunged the entire city into the abyss. But if it doesn't happen, not daring to think any further, In-chung withdrew his thoughts and cast a cold glance at the Old Man Lee in front of him. This guy has killed countless of his own kind, using their flesh and blood to sacrifice to monsters in order to turn his business around. The phrase, heinous crimes, is insufficient to describe the extent of his sins. In-chung had no intention of acting as a judge of justice. But all he wanted to do at that moment was to grind the guy in front of him to dust. The painful, bloody hand reappeared. A blood-red light was flashing in In-chung's eyes. No, no, kill me, kill me. Seeing the strange bloody hand that had caused him unbearable pain reappear, Old Man Lee panicked. Where is the confident and invincible look that it once had? Now, he is no different from those of his former kin who lay on that table, struggling and waiting to be slaughtered. Sizzle. The blood-stained hand of agony pierced through Old Man Lee's spirit body and then spread out instantly. Its transparent body was stained with a touch of blood. There were no cries of pain. Old Man Lee's body was convulsing violently, and indescribable torment and pain were constantly assaulting him. leaving him without even the strength to make a sound. It's hard to imagine that one could still feel such pain after being separated from the physical body. Insheng felt he had done a good deed. He helped a lost old man rediscover the happiness he had once lost. Does it make sense? Suddenly, Sheng, who was clearly unconscious on the table, suddenly woke up. His face no longer bore the warm smile he was born with. He looked at Insheng with extreme calm and asked, "You asked me if it makes sense? I'm sorry, I don't know either. I just did it because I had the ability." Insheng was not alarmed. He knew that this was the unknown big shot using Sheng to communicate with him. A pitiful fellow who has forgotten himself and can only communicate with outsiders by relying on the figures in his memories. If you have the ability, then you do it. But what if you have the ability, but don't do it? Or what if you don't have the ability? It sounded like he was talking to himself, or perhaps asking a question. Sheng's voice became somewhat low and suppressed. At the same time, the erosion by the painful blood hand was completely finished, and the old man Li, whose spirit body was completely transformed into a pool of putrid blood, gradually disappearing into the air. Near the ear, the sound effects from the horror game came at just the right time. Congratulations to lucky player Insheng for successfully completing the demon-level Bloodhunter quest. The raid begins. You can return to the previous horror game world at any time. An invisible force began to flow continuously into Insheng's body. It made him feel like he was in a hot spring, with every cell seemingly cheering with joy. Insheng was speechless. This was completely different from what he had imagined, plundering, and from the experience of his predecessors who had carried out blood hunt missions. Old Man Li was killed directly by him, as the painful blood hand already possessed a certain ability to devour and transform. Logically speaking, the blood hunter's plundering should have begun when Insheng held absolute dominance. But now it seems, the power he plundered was not the so-called Old Man Li at all, and it is very likely that it originated from the original body of this memory. Is everything in memory transformed into reality, or are every figure in memory merely a manifestation of himself? Insheng wondered what was going on in his mind, his gaze falling on the figure that was still murmuring. The other person's words were somewhat alarming. At first glance, it didn't seem like anything special. But the second time, the third time, Insheng grasped the key point in the other party's words. They had the ability, but didn't do it. Although the other party's tone carried a hint of inquiry, it sent a chill down Insheng's spine. What does this sentence mean? That unknown being, who was able to rescue the other party, could only watch helplessly as his little friend, Sheng, was slaughtered by Old Man Li? If that's the case, then the nature of this unknown being is highly questionable. But why would someone with such a temperament be tormented by memories? Too many questions, too few clues. Insheng will find it difficult to find an answer in a short period of time. Within the eye of insight, Sheng's information remained largely unchanged, with the vast majority still consisting of question marks. Only the current status column has changed. If I had been braver back then, would everything have been different? This is the origin of my suffering, and will it continue to be so in the future? Clearly, that person was also at a loss. The first entry in his diary was indeed the beginning of his suffering. However, such a bloody and cruel event was described in a rather understated way in his diary. This clearly shows that his mentality was also quite problematic. However, none of this has much to do with Insheng. If it weren't for the damn twist in the blood hunt mission, he wouldn't have had to deal with this weirdo in the first place. A breakthrough has been achieved. Suddenly, Insheng sensed something and merged with the power he had plundered. He has finally taken another step forward from the peak of the evil spirit level and successfully entered the fierce ghost stage. The power conveyed by the contract is also growing in tandem. Hill was already a vengeful ghost, and Insheng's enhancement was just the right time to unleash her power. I did what you couldn't do, and I did it for you. Whether you are good or bad, I only have one thing to tell you. Insheng spoke slowly, calmly scrutinizing the other person. For some reason, he had a strange intuition that he would still have some connection with this person in the future. Let's just consider it a good deed, Insheng thought helplessly. There's never a way to undo mistakes in this world. Many times, you have to trust your first instinct and then do it. If you do it, you might make a mistake and you might regret it, but if you don't do it, you will definitely regret it. After saying that, Insheng didn't care what the other person thought. He silently uttered the word return in his heart, and his figure instantly blurred and disappeared in this city of memories. What Insheng didn't know was, with his departure, the city woven from memories instantly turned pale, losing all its color. It's like being frozen in time. Inside the resort for the dead, In a luxurious room, Incheng's figure appeared quietly. As Hill eagerly emerged, her petite body clung tightly to his arm. Chapter 116 The Count of Roses Thanks *2. Inside the room, in the rare quiet, Hill clung tightly to Incheng's arm, a slightly aggrieved expression on her little face. The Blood Hunter mission's work. Even contracted spirits can only contribute the power of their corresponding rank. They were unable to show up and help. After a brief separation, Little Hill's infatuation with Incheng clearly increased dramatically. This also made Incheng agree with the saying, a brief separation is for a better reunion. He gently pulled the petite gothic Lolita into his arms, savoring the brief peace that followed his bizarre experience. Buzz, buzz. A sound like a cell phone vibrating came from Incheng's waist. His face immediately fell, thinking to himself that Lady Mirror was too amazing, actually able to transmit vibrations through the space of the beast head leather belt. Have no choice. Incheng pulled out the storyboard of the Lost Soul. Qingyuan, with her own special effects of light and shadow, appeared with an exquisite face in the small mirror. How is the situation? This time, she didn't get angry, but asked with some concern. After all, Incheng's life or death is directly related to Hill's safety. Lady Mirror, you've come at the right time. I have some questions that I would like to ask a blood-clad expert like you. Incheng's expression turned serious, and in front of Hill, he recounted his bizarre encounters during the blood hunt mission. In the small mirror, Qingyuan's expression changed continuously as Incheng narrated. The moment she finished speaking, her expression became extremely solemn. Incheng, I have to give you a piece of advice. If possible, try not to start any more blood hunt missions in the future. My intuition tells me that you're being targeted. Qingyuan's warning came from inside the mirror, causing Incheng's expression to change slightly. You mean, from now on, my blood hunt missions will likely continue to take me into that eerie city of memories? Not only that, I suspect, the entity behind the existence of the city of memories may have already discovered you. No way. That city is just a memory of that unknown big shot. Incheng felt a chill run down his spine. Just to be on the safe side, he didn't even lift the red cloth covering the shrine before returning to see what kind of culprit was behind it. But Qingyuan told him that she was still being watched. In this world, there are still many unknown and mysterious abilities, especially the special rules created by certain evil gods, which are beyond our imagination. The city of memories you speak of is at least an evolution of an ineffable existence. When it comes to the power of rules, do you think memories are just memories? Otherwise, where would the power you plunder come from? Incheng was a little numb, but he still couldn't help but argue. The power I plundered should have come from that person himself, right? Qingyuan shook her head. If he is merely unspeakable, then what you have plundered may only be his own power. But what if he is more than just unspeakable? The power of the evil gods is beyond our comprehension. They have already established the rules, so who knows if they can easily transform between reality and falsehood. Incheng remained silent. From the very beginning, he hadn't considered the existence of a terrifying being like the fiend god. After all, what makes him, a mere demon-level vampire, have the ability to come into contact with some of the most powerful beings in the horror world? However, Ms. Qingyuan's words made him somewhat worried. Better safe than sorry. It's hard to imagine whether a malevolent god trapped in a cycle of painful and desperate memories could easily lose control or even go berserk. I will try my best to avoid participating in blood hunt missions in the future. Incheng's lips were dry as he made the promise with difficulty. If possible, you'd better ask Countess Rose again. The vampire lineage is very ancient, and she may know more about many things than I do. Qingyuan offered her suggestion, though her eyes held a hint of resentment. Since it concerned her own daughter, she had no choice but to do her best to help Incheng analyze the problem. Thank you for the reminder. I will definitely keep Ms. Mirror's advice in mind. Incheng said sincerely. Hill, who was sitting properly beside him, was sucking on a lollipop and looked well-behaved and cute. With her mother in front of her, Hill still didn't dare to be too enthusiastic. Otherwise, it would cause trouble for brother Incheng, which is not what Hill wants to see. After exchanging a few more warm greetings with Hill, Ms. Qingyuan reflected in the small mirror. The call was disconnected. Incheng looked at the magic circle on his arm with a slight headache. Count Rose is probably not in a very good mood right now. After shutting himself up, he's probably feeling really down. It's not impossible that he's still venting his anger on Jiangling. But it concerns something that cannot be spoken of, and is even of the level of a ferocious god. He had to be extremely cautious. After carefully examining my body and confirming that there were no problems, In Chung even thoughtfully checked Hill, while the gothic Lolita was blushing and coyly accepting. He also confirmed that Hill did not show any abnormalities, etc. In Chung suddenly thought of something. He had an even more direct way to perceive his own condition. The character panel in a horror game. Lucky player, In Chung. Race, vampire. Strength, vengeful ghost. Talented abilities, temptation of the dead, eye of insight, shadow, bloodstained hand of pain, city of memories, fragmented. Ghost coins, 41,681. Unclaimed mission rewards, none. Special status, mark. Hiss. In Cheng's hair stood on end. He gasped for breath and almost jumped off the sofa. What's wrong with Big Brother? Hill asked anxiously, her delicate face full of worry. In Chung gave a wry smile, slumped weakly onto the sofa, and said helplessly, "This is a big problem." A moment later, a drop of blood flew into the magic circle. The phone was dialed, and Count Rose, regaining her elegant figure, appeared in the reflection. "What's up, Earl? I think I might be in big trouble," In Chung said with a wry smile, getting straight to the point. Count Rose's eerie eyes flashed with a blood-red light. "Is someone making things difficult for you? You are a seed of my lineage of vampires. If you encounter a problem you cannot solve, don't worry, I will take action." Count Rose was still very magnanimous, even though she had been quite angered by In Chung before. "We've really run into a problem. She is still very reliable." In Cheng's expression was slightly suspicious as he tentatively asked, "Earl, are you sure? Are you questioning my credibility?" Count Rose's face darkened, and his tone changed. "Of course not," In Cheng quickly replied. "But since you've said that, I'm much more relieved." He thought to himself, the vampires are, after all, a special race that has produced ferocious gods. Furthermore, there are unspeakable big shots lurking in the shadows. If a problem does arise, it might actually be something that can be solved. "Tell me, what's wrong with you? I'm free now, and if it's convenient, I'll head over and help you sort it out." The Count of Roses was generous and outspoken. Deep down, he was thinking that while solving the problem, he should at least collect a small fee. Count Rose, even if you have the time, I'm afraid the problem isn't so easy to solve." In Chung tried his best to appear calm, and said somewhat awkwardly, "Countess of the Rose, unknown." A not-so-pleasant premonition suddenly sprouted in her heart. "You haven't gotten me into trouble with another bloodstained one, have you?" After a tentative inquiry, In Chung shook his head, and the person breathed a slight sigh of relief. However, his next words caused Count Rose's blood pressure to spike. "They're probably 1 or 2 ranks higher than Bloodrobe. Our vampire clan should be able to withstand them, right?" After a long pause, Count Rose, her face flushed and utterly dejected, finally spoke. "In Chung, thank you so much." Chapter 117 Hill. The Bad Sister has appeared. Amidst the ruins of the castle, a mischievous glint flashed in Jiang Ling's eyes as she moved closer to Count Rose. "I think I've heard something incredible. It seems that Xiao Yinxing has offended an unspeakable being." Countess Rose had lost all will to live and didn't even want to answer her wicked best friend's questions. "Hey, don't do that. Tell me something." Jiang Ling began to take advantage of her lowly figure, using her charm in a reasonable way. However, Count Rose remained motionless, as if his computer had crashed. "Fine, I won't beg you, Xiao Yinxing. Why don't you tell me what happened yourself?" Jiang Ling pushed Count Rose aside and brought her little head, covered in yellow talismans, close to the reflection. "Can you help me solve this problem?" Yinxing immediately became interested. Jiang Ling's identity is that of the Lord of the Corpse Tomb. This is clearly not a simple entity. Who knows, there might be some unspeakable big shot behind it. "No, I was just asking." Jiang Ling was clearly not stupid, nor was she so brainless as to agree to solve the problem for Yincheng. The Count of Rosary is the best example. I've already been led astray by Yincheng. Then what are you talking about?" Yincheng thought irritably, immediately losing the will to elaborate. After a long silence in the reflection, Count Rose gradually regained his vitality, and the solemnity on his face was clearly visible. "You get out of here." She pointed to the side with a serious expression. Seeing her wicked best friend so serious, Jiang Ling wisely refrained from continuing her banter. After Jiang Ling left, the Crimson Realm concealed everything. The Count of Roses, with an unprecedentedly solemn expression, said, "Tell me, what exactly happened?" "It's like this," Yincheng quickly explained. The more he listened, the deeper the Count Rose's brow furrowed. After Yin Chung finished speaking, he explained the special status that had appeared on his character panel. Count Rose's expression was as cold as ice. This time it's really not your fault, but the problem is too serious for me to handle. She was still reasonable and didn't take her anger out on Yin Chung. Then, Earl, do you have any solutions? Yin Chung was a little flustered. Anyone would be unable to sit still if they were being targeted by two people who were at least of unspeakable level. Solving problems that are at least unspeakable is easier said than done. You should stay at the dead resort and not wander around. I will be there shortly. This is of great importance, and I need to take you back to the clan's territory. The Countess of Roses said earnestly. Clan territory? Yin Chung asked with some curiosity. Don't worry about that. Just remember not to reveal the fragrance of your blood, or you might run into some trouble. Count Rose couldn't help but offer a word of advice. Yin Cheng's body trembled instantly, and he nodded hurriedly. Even if Rose hadn't mentioned it, he would have almost forgotten how incredibly alluring his own blood was to vampires. The Count took him back to his clan's territory, a land inhabited entirely by vampires. There is no doubt that his blood will be a huge problem. The call ended. Yin Chung breathed a slight sigh of relief. It's true that he's run into big trouble, but fortunately, Count Rose is quite reliable and willing to help him solve the problem. This is the advantage of having people behind you. If it were some clueless kid with no connections, they would probably be completely panicked and at a loss in the face of this situation, right? Consoling himself in this way, Yin Chung led Hill to open the door and go to the outdoor swimming pool. Sun Xiaowei and the other three female players still stood by the pool, waiting for the distinguished guests to grace them with their presence. This gave them a rare moment of peace and tranquility within the horror game. Not far away, swept the spotless ground around the pool back and forth. Her gaze was fixed on Yin Chung the moment he appeared, and she couldn't look away. It seems the death rate at the Dead Man's Resort is indeed quite low. Otherwise, given the behavior of those two, they would have died more than 100 times over. Yin Chung made a mental assessment, then lay down on the recliner. Hill clung to Yin Cheng's chest like a koala, refusing to let go no matter what. This crisis has made little Hill a bit scared. She truly didn't want to be separated from Yin Chung for even a moment longer. Young Master Yin, what services do you require? To the surprise of the other three female players, Sun Xiaowei, for some unknown reason, actually took the initiative to ask them a question. She bowed slightly to show respect and wore light, cool clothing. It perfectly showcases the rather nice mountains and valleys. In addition, there's her slightly weak and defenseless temperament, as well as her special attribute bonuses. It still has its own unique charm. It's a pity. With his mind filled with unspeakable and ferocious thoughts, Yin Chung had no other ideas at the moment. Go prepare some food for me, something exquisite enough, suitable for vampire tastes. After thinking for a moment, Yin Chung still gave a word of advice, and his eyes never once fell on Sun Xiaowei from beginning to end. Okay. Sun Xiaowei retreated with a slightly unpleasant expression, her eyes filled with deep resentment. The other three female players were also slightly tempted upon seeing this. However, intimidated by Yin Cheng's villainous image, they ultimately refrained from making any rash moves. The female player's inaction does not mean that the succubus who is particularly interested in Yin Chung has not taken any action. Lilith exudes stunning charm, her tight leather outfit perfectly showcasing her curves. She approached slowly with sensual, swaying steps and a naturally alluring smile on her face. Beside her, Elise had a cold expression, but when she looked at Yin Chung, she couldn't help but lick her lips. Big brother, two naughty older sisters have appeared. Hilton displayed strong hostility and couldn't help but increase the strength of her grip on Yin Chung. Even human female players can be completely ignored by Hill. In her view, it was at best a toy. It's okay if the older brother just plays around with it. But the two guys in front of me, they are the strong ones who possess competitiveness. Hill wanted to assert her dominance and directly categorize them as the bad older sisters. Yin Chung didn't say anything about Hill's little actions, his gaze fixed on the two incredibly alluring figures. Is something wrong? If so, I hope not. If not, that would be best. No matter how alluring a figure may be, nothing is more important than one's own life. He now only wanted the Count of Rose to arrive as soon as possible so that he could resolve his worries. Chapter 118 Lilith's Strange Attributes. Outside the outdoor swimming pool, the situation became somewhat tense. The three female players huddled in the back, trembling with fear, wishing they could dig a hole and hide on the spot. Although Lilith and Elise both seem to possess a captivating allure that makes them somewhat attracted, but the extreme sense of threat emanating from them made them even more terrified. That feeling of being easily crushed at any moment is awful. Ladies, you have crossed the line. The water ghost appeared at just the right time, his face somewhat gloomy, lacking the obsequious expression he had shown when facing Inchung. Clearly, he's a ghost who knows how to choose sides. They did not shrink back because of Lilith and Elise's power. Lilith giggled, exuding natural charm. Don't be so nervous. We just want to have a friendly chat with the handsome guy, not do anything else. Elise remained silent throughout. It's unclear how Lilith persuaded her to bring her to Inchung. Miss Lilith, I suggest you talk to someone else about life. Your deeds are not uncommon even in Inming City. And Miss Elise, are you just going to let her throw tantrums like this? If that's the case, I think Inming City won't feel the sincerity of your Phantom City, so let's just drop the alliance. Snake 16's figure appeared at just the right moment, standing between Inchung and Lilith. His body was slightly tense. In terms of status, he certainly cannot compare with those two. But he was, after all, Mr. Ralph's confidant, and the glory of the Color family also shone upon him. More importantly, the young master Inchung behind him had only just broken through to the level of the fierce ghost. However, he is associated with several blood-clad level beings, and even the Courier family dares not underestimate him. Inchung could be said to have provided some assistance in enabling the blood-clad members of Inming City to work together so effectively to deal with the unspeakable major event. How boring. Hey buddy, you can answer me yourself. Want to come over and have a good chat? The sweet, coquettish voice that came from Lilith's mouth was completely devoid of the affectation of an ordinary woman. On the contrary, it possesses a unique allure, and even though Inchung is somewhat absent-minded now, he can't help but feel a little agitated. A crimson hue appeared in his pupils. After being promoted to a vengeful ghost, he hasn't had a chance to test his strength yet. The powerful Lilith before us might be a good choice. The other party repeatedly tricked them. Inchung felt he had a reason to let Lilith know that some people are not to be trifled with. If you get angry and can't release it, it can be harmful to your physical and mental health. Lilith, daughter of the Blood Queen. Race, succubus. Friendliness, friendly. Her favorability can sometimes be fatal. Strength, peak of the vengeful ghost. Preferences, pain and pleasure. Being liked isn't always a good thing, since for her, pain equals pleasure. Weakness, submission. The one who can truly conquer her will gain Lilith's loyalty and current status. So cute. So charismatic. I'm becoming more and more interested in him. I can't wait to spend some enjoyable and fun time with him. The joy of these fun times might only be for her own benefit. The information returned by the Eye of Insight left Inchung speechless. Based on human experience, Lilith, this succubus, most likely possesses certain perverted traits. The frightening thing was that the data feedback told Inchung there were probably quite a few unfortunate souls who were tortured to death at Lilith's hands. Just by looking at the long whip covered in thorns swirling around her side, Inchung could imagine a lot. His gaze shifted to Elise, who was standing to one side. Elise, the adopted daughter of the Bloody Queen. Race, spider demon. Friendliness, neutral. Strength, peak of the vengeful ghost. Preferences, eating, watching the prey's death throes. Weaknesses, flame, obsessive-compulsive disorder related to cleanliness. Current status. Although Lilith is a disgrace to succubi, she has good taste. Hopefully, after she's done playing with you, I can still enjoy my feeding activities. She wants to eat you, literally, but before that, perhaps you can try some bold moves? Inchung. Unknown. Does the Blood Queen have some serious illness? It's one thing if one's own daughter is a pervert. Even adopted daughters can be this outrageous. They call themselves the Golden Duo, huh? One person finishes playing, and the other takes the credit. This is even worse than being tricked into giving away kidneys outside the Great Xia territory. Their remains have been completely wiped out. You really want to have a heart-to-heart talk about life? In that case, how about we go to the pool and have a proper chat? Inchung stuck out his tongue and licked his slightly dry lips. The big hand gently patted Hill's little head. As a contracted spirit, Hill instantly understood what her older brother meant. The surface of water can also be regarded as a mirror. And all mirrors, without self-awareness, can be manipulated at will by the spirit within the mirror. Inchung had no concept of martial ethics. The most important thing is to defeat your opponent as quickly as possible. Lilith's weakness, submission, gave Inchung some unusual ideas. If hentai has strange attributes, then we should use the same methods to counterbalance them, right? A blush flashed across Lilith's face. So you like playing these kinds of tunes, huh? Of course. I can't wait. As soon as she finished speaking, her body flew straight into the swimming pool. The long whip of thorns surrounding him let out a shoo sound, like a thunderclap. A strange ripple spread out. The monsters in the pool are at most at the peak of the evil spirit realm. For a moment, as if her mind had been thrown into disarray, she began to head out of the pool. Within a short period of time, the pool was emptied instantly. Snake 16 looked at In Chung with some worry. Young Master In, are you really going to? Don't worry, I'll show those outsiders what it means to follow the rules. Gleaming white teeth were revealed with his smile. Two long, sharp canine teeth gleamed coldly. A succubus is sweeter? In Chung began to feel a little hopeful. You may all leave now. I don't think Miss Lilith would be happy to have someone watching my game with her. Snake 16 and Water Ghost looked at each other, and despite their worries, they obediently left. Before leaving, he didn't forget to take 3 trembling, bewildered female human players with him. You're plotting against her. Just as In Chung was about to step into the pool, Elise's barely audible voice rang in his ears. He looked over with some surprise, but all he saw was a half-smile on Elise's face. And then there were the words coming from beside her ear. It's okay. I don't mind if you teach her a lesson, just don't kill her. Chapter 119 Manipulating Lilith. In Chung remained silent. What kind of scheming, dark, and unlucky best friends are these? This is how Count Rose and Jiang Ling were. Lilith and Elise seemed to be even better right now. Ignoring Elise's words, In Chung jumped directly into the pool. Lilith had been waiting for a long time, and the moment he touched the water, the thorny whip came whistling. Its sharp edge stung the skin. However, just as the whip was about to touch In Chung's body, Lilith's smile grew even more delighted. His figure vanished without a trace in an instant. Shadow cloak. Lilith frowned instantly, realizing something. Her gaze then fell on the shadows at the bottom of the pool, but there she could not sense any trace of In Chung's presence. Ashore, Elise's usually stern face now showed a hint of seriousness. Shadow-based abilities are already extremely rare and unique. But it seems that this charismatic man also possesses some additional special abilities. That guy's aura has completely disappeared from here. Could it be that little ghost girl? Elise couldn't help but guess. Since Hill followed In Chung into the resort, he has not shown any special characteristics. A little tag-along next to her older brother, only good at acting cute and charming. The spirit in the mirror possessed the innate ability to conceal her presence, which prevented Elise and Lilith from noticing her special abilities. Even though Iris suspected that In Chung was plotting against her, she never expected his methods to be so bizarre. The guy who was right in front of you a second ago vanished completely the next second, as if he had entered another world. Wait, could it be that? A sudden idea flashed through Elise's mind. Another world? The only way to achieve this effect is through an ineffable means, a domain. A unique domain power that can isolate everything within the domain from the outside world. He's clearly only at the level of a fierce ghost, incapable of doing this. Could it be that little lowly, like ghost is actually Bloodrobe? No, if she were in Bloodrobe, wouldn't it be simpler to just suppress Lilith? In other words, that vampire man possesses some kind of unique ability, similar to a domain. The swimming pool, could it be related to water? Or a mirror? She kept reasoning in her mind, and her clever mind quickly allowed her to perceive the key factors and arrive at an answer that was almost identical to the truth. The spider demon race, their calm and collected hunter talents, are perfectly embodied in Elise. However, even after getting the answer, she showed no sign of reminding Lilith. As a wicked best friend, it's incredibly pleasurable to see my best friend make a fool of herself. Come out quickly. Didn't we agree to spend happy times together? Why is the handsome boy hiding? Come out quickly. The thorny whip was lashed out continuously, producing a constant series of cracking sounds. Without a target, no matter how strong one's own strength is, an effective attack cannot be achieved. This is the huge weakness of the vast majority of powerful individuals who rely solely on brute force. Within the realm of the mirror, In Chung smiled as he observed the outside world through the mirror. Hill nestled in his arms, his little face beaming with pride. So what if you're strong? Can you fight your way into the world inside the mirror? Once they're in, it's uncertain who will be in control of whom. Big brother, should we go and drag her in right now and give her a good lesson? Hill couldn't help but ask, his amber eyes revealing a strong desire to attack. Well, Hill naturally exhibits hostility towards any potential competitor. That's the downside of being a Yandere. In Chung needs time to correct it. No rush. The most important thing for a hunter is not his own strength. To a large extent, the success of a hunt depends on the hunter's patience. Once the prey's patience is worn down, they will naturally reveal their true colors. Looking at Lilith, who was becoming increasingly impatient in the pool, Incheng's lips curled into a knowing smile. The game is over. On the shore, Elise made her assessment. She knew Lilith's personality, of course. Lilith never hesitates to have happy times with the lucky ones she has her eye on. Often, Elise would also be able to take the opportunity to eat. Patience is something Lilith lacks, but it's something Elise has in abundance. So, when she saw Lilith begin to get agitated, she knew the game was about to end. Whoosh! As Lilith lashed out with her whip, a powerful arm appeared out of nowhere. It emerged from the water and quietly appeared beside her. The mirror realm was revealed to Elise for the first time. She thought to herself, just as I thought, and immediately became wary of all smooth objects around her. Lilith suffers, but she doesn't want to end up in that situation. Miss Lilith, the pool is a bit boring. Why don't we go somewhere else to play? Her alluring figure froze abruptly as the voice beside her caught her off guard. Lilith, after all, was an extremely experienced combatant, and a pair of small black magic wings suddenly stretched out from behind her. I wanted to use my wings to fly into the sky and get rid of the arm that was grabbing me. Unfortunately, she suddenly realized that her body had become stiff and unresponsive. Incheng grinned and instantly pulled the other person into the mirror world. He has already shown himself, so of course he won't give the other party any chance. The shadow was still as useful as ever. The moment it emerged from the mirror realm, it silently crept up to Lilith's shadow. When Lilith tried to escape, the shadow activated its deadly restraints. Welcome to the mirror realm. I think Miss Lilith will enjoy the time that follows. Incheng gracefully made a welcoming gesture, and Hill on the side also cooperated by scattering flower petals, making it look like she was welcoming a distinguished guest. Outside world. Like a venomous snake, the long, thorny whip howled and thrashed wildly, venting its frustration alone in the pool. A hint of pleasure finally appeared on Elise's cold face, radiating an eerie and alluring charm. My dear sister, the enemy is too powerful, and I am powerless to help you. Good luck to you. With a soft whisper, Elise reclined gracefully in the chair, savoring the rare moment of peace and tranquility. Chapter 120. The painful blood hand unlocks a new function. Elise's leisurely time did not last long. They were startled by the overwhelming pressure emanating from above. Her gaze was fixed on the horizon. A dark cloud formed from bats quietly emerged, carrying two figures, one tall and one short. At the same time, on the water's surface at the edge of the pool, a figure with its own light and shadow effects also quietly appeared. Three people in blood-stained clothes? What's going on? How come they're all here at the same time? Even for the sake of forming an alliance, we don't have the influence to send three blood-clad warriors at the same time, do we? Elise started to panic because two of the three men were looking at her. Where's Incheng? Bats dispersed. Count Rose and Jiang Ling landed in front of Elise, asking indifferently. The oppressive aura of the blood-clad vengeful ghost rendered her immobile, preventing her from even getting up and displaying the utmost respect. No need to ask anymore. Incheng is in my mirror realm. On the water's surface, the mirror-like woman, who had quietly emerged, spoke indifferently. Well, because of Incheng, Lady Mirror and Count Rose don't get along very well. What happened? Countess Rose asked with a hint of worry, genuinely concerned that Incheng had hidden himself in the mirror world because of the previous incident. That would mean that the unspeakable, or even malevolent, threat is imminent. That's how it is. Elise quickly explained the situation, without daring to embellish it in the slightest. I'm sorry, my silly sister has some personality flaws. She can't control herself when facing a man like Incheng. Please forgive her. We came here in good faith to discuss cooperation, not to deliberately cause trouble. We hope you can understand. Faced with the blood-stained ghost, Elise did her best to lower her profile. Certainly, the shock she felt at that moment was the most intense. Previously, Elise could never have imagined this. A little guy who had just advanced to the level of a fierce ghost was able to attract three blood-clothed fierce ghosts at once. And judging from their expressions, they all seemed extremely concerned about it. Did that guy save the entire Yinming city in his past life? Otherwise, how could he receive such exaggerated treatment? Elise couldn't help but inwardly grumble, increasingly speculating about Incheng's identity. Let's go. I'll take you in and see what that brat is up to. Lady Mirror was a woman of few words. With a gentle wave of her hand, a door appeared before everyone's eyes. Beyond the gate lies a world entirely different from the resort. Count Rose and Zhang Ling exchanged a glance, their eyes slightly wary, but they still stepped inside. Elise had no choice but to agree. The ability to create a mirror world is truly very useful, despite its drawback that it requires drawing in enemies to achieve maximum effect. However, compared to its power, this flaw is nothing. Lilith was frozen on the cross. The black leather jacket was covered with scattered gaps and tears. Her hair was slightly disheveled, but her face held a strange radiance. I will not yield, Insheng. I will never yield. Just you wait. Once I get out of here, I'll show you what real suffering is. What is this? It's not even half as painful and cruel as the whip of thorns. Stubborn and tenacious. Lilith's resilience was a bit exaggerated, leaving even Little Hill completely stunned. The weakness revealed by the insightful submission. Originally, Insheng was still hoping to completely resolve the problem, but the result was truly somewhat unexpected. Lilith, whose hentai value is off the charts, is not only cruel enough to her prey, but also just as hentai to herself. A painful experience that could completely break even ghosts and monsters. Instead of making Lilith admit defeat, it aroused a strange competitive mentality. Insheng was somewhat numb, inwardly cursing the pervert, but also feeling helpless. After all, actually killing the other party wouldn't be a big deal. The Blood Queen behind Lilith is clearly no ordinary person. He didn't have any major grudge against the other party, and it wasn't worth offending a powerful figure in blood-red robes for that. That's it. That's all. Young man, why don't I teach you what real torture is? I guarantee it will be much more exciting than it is now. Seeing that Insheng had stopped, Lilith immediately began to mock him. Insheng couldn't help but twitch his eye slightly, cursing inwardly, damn lunatic. And just then, Hill, who was beside him, gently tugged at his large hand, her amber eyes gleaming with a sharp light. The little girl lightly jumped and landed directly in Insheng's arms, then whispered her idea into his ear. Oh, isn't this a bit inappropriate? When Insheng heard the little girl's suggestion, he was tempted but also hesitated. After all, that thing has only been used a few times. But the results each time were so impressive that even Insheng himself was somewhat astonished. He worried that if he actually used it on Lilith, he might ruin her. Don't worry, big brother, Hill thinks it'll be fine. These things can't do anything to her, so we have no other choice. Hill was like a little devil, stirring up Insheng. On her smooth forehead, it looked as if two small horns had sprouted. She was clearly quite resentful that she couldn't win over Lilith despite all the torment she had endured. Then, shall we give it a try? Insheng was also quite tempted, and his eyes couldn't help but stare at Lilith with a somewhat predatory look, his smile gradually turning lewd. Give it a try, Hill exclaimed excitedly. We did it right away. As if to drag people into hell, an arm forged in blood quietly appeared. For some reason, Lilith, who was fearless and regarded torture as enjoyment, suddenly shivered. What is this? She asked instinctively. Insheng grinned wickedly. Don't be afraid. This is something that can truly make you feel pain. Lilith, 00. For some reason, she suddenly started to panic. The next moment, the bloody hand struck Lilith directly between the eyebrows, who had no way to avoid it. Ah! A strange tone came out of her mouth with great passion. Insheng's face darkened, and he quickly used the power of the mirror realm to seal the other party's mouth. Otherwise, that scene would be somewhat inappropriate. Chapter 121 Mother wants to beat her. For figures have just appeared in the mirror realm. I happened to witness this amazing scene. Elisa's expression changed slightly, and a look of disbelief appeared in her eyes. She knew better than anyone what kind of person her younger sister was. Disgrace to succubi is well deserved. What's even more terrifying is that a creature capable of such ruthlessness towards its prey is just as cruel towards itself. In fact, Elise is essentially wicked enough to become Lilith's scheming best friend. However, today, this was the first time she had ever seen such an outrageous side of Lilith. One side, the mirror lady's cheeks, with their built-in light and shadow effects, were as black as the bottom of a pot. Count Rose wore an expression of great interest. The zombie lowly Zhang Ling smacked her lips and muttered in amazement. So perverted. Insheng, what are you doing with my daughter around? The angry yet crisp roar caused the entire mirror realm to tremble violently. Space shattered like a broken mirror. A fierce wind swept through the pitch-black, boundless space. Insheng. Hill. Lilith, ugh. Hill tried to salvage the situation. Mom, let me explain. Oh no, let me explain. The six-sided prism instantly appeared, suppressing Hill on the spot to prevent her from seeing or hearing any more inappropriate images or sounds. Glug. In Chung swallowed hard, looking as if a dark cloud was hanging over his head. My mother was caught playing inappropriate games with the other woman's daughter. What should I do? Well, let me explain. There's a reason for all of this. In Chung spoke somewhat flusteredly, the information fed back by his eye of insight indicating that his mother-in-law was truly beyond furious. Normally, it would be fine if one noticed Hill and In Cheng's intimate behavior through the storyboard of Lost Souls. After all, that day was bound to come sooner or later. But Ms. Mirror didn't expect that In Chung would be so outrageous. That's outrageous. That's absolutely outrageous. Explanation? How else can it be explained? Seeing is believing. Hearing is deceiving seems to be a common saying in your world, right? The woman in the mirror sneered, looking like she was saying, I won't listen. Well, no mother could remain rational after witnessing this scene. Ms. Elise, are you really not going to explain yourself? Or are you just going to watch her die in the mirror realm? In Chung, quick-witted, changed his target and said coldly to Elise. Upon hearing this, Elise suddenly came to her senses. She was so shocked that she forgot to explain herself. After all, judging from the scene, although Ms. Mirror was extremely angry, she did not show any murderous intent at all. This reveals just how powerful Mr. Yin's connections are. When Lady Mirror's gaze fell on Lilith, it was filled with blatant murderous intent. Aren't you going to stop your painful, bloody hands? Count Rose couldn't help but offer a reminder. Although In Chung sealed Lilith's mouth, he forgot to retract his painful blood hand. So much so that In Chung stiffly dispersed the pain and bloodshot hand. Suddenly, a strange whimpering sound came from the cross. Then there was no further movement. It seems unlikely that Ms. Lilith will be able to return to normal in the short term. Ms. Mirror, please don't be angry. This matter is indeed due to a reason and has nothing to do with young Master Yin. Elise spoke up, explaining from In Cheng's perspective. She's a smart girl, knowing when and what to say to achieve your goal. If the misunderstanding is allowed to continue, Lilith will surely die. Her identity was completely ineffective. In her rage, how could Lady Mirror possibly care about the relationship with a fellow blood-clad demon? So, the goal is to solve the problem while also building closer relationships. The only way is to stand in In Cheng's shoes and explain the reasons for the problem clearly. After all, this was something Lilith caused in the first place. She just didn't expect that this time she would actually be the one being manipulated. A moment later, it took Ms. Mirror a long time to calm down. With a wave of his hand, the six-sided prism vanished. The moment Hill appeared, he immediately shielded In Chung. This scene caused her elderly mother's heart to clench. Hill took the opportunity to observe the situation with his amber eyes. A sly glint flashed across his face as he understood the current situation. Then, while Mommy is so mean, she doesn't believe Hill and won't listen to Hill's explanations. Boo-hoo. Art of acting cute and charming, plus the art of crying loudly. The woman in the mirror was completely stumped. To avoid being ridiculed, she hurriedly waved her hand, isolating herself and Hill in another dimension. Cull. In Chung breathed a sigh of relief. The crisis is over. Little guy, you're pretty fancy at this. Could it be that the painful bloodhand talent will eventually go down a path of monstrosity? Count Rose looked at In Chung with amusement and said with a hint of teasing. Well, although it was said in jest, it's also true. Throughout the long history of the vampires, there were a few elders who awakened the painful blood hand. They all seem pretty perverted. There's no way around it. After getting used to their enemies being tormented by pain and despair, it's normal for them to start enjoying that feeling. However, In Cheng's approach seems somewhat different. Count, please don't make fun of me. If this lady hadn't been constantly causing trouble, I wouldn't have had to resort to this tactic. In Chung sighed helplessly, but still didn't reveal that Sheer was the one who started the idea. It's not a fun thing for someone to let Count Rose and Jiang Ling get their hands on Lady Mirror's dirty secrets through their own words. This is often how trust levels decline. In Chung is very detail-oriented and tries his best to avoid making mistakes, especially given that the Mirror Lady was already extremely wary of herself. However, after Seal's cute and charming tactics this time, Lady Mirror should be more lenient. Hillswood is still trustworthy. In Chung was lost in thought, completely unaware that Lilith had awakened on the cross behind him. Her eyes were filled with intense adoration as she looked at him. Chapter 122 The Earl's Taunt. A burning gaze. Even though In Chung had his back to Lilith, he gradually sensed it. However, given the current situation, Lilith's current state is rather inappropriate. The moment In Chung turned around, He noticed the change in the column for the weakness of yielding. Originally, it was just 2 characters, but Inching's own name was added after it. Smack. The crisp sound of a slap echoed in the empty mirror world. Lilith, be normal. Elise's figure appeared beside Lilith at some point. A bright red handprint instantly appeared on the other person's fair face. However, Lilith showed no sign of anger, as if she was already used to it. Inchung felt both emotional and helpless about this. 2 heartless best friends who are both traitors. What is a mere slap? No. With a slight twitch of her fingers, Elise's snow-white spider silk instantly enveloped her. No matter how much the other party made sounds, it did not release him. Please excuse my poor manners, gentlemen. Elise deliberately put on a somewhat ashamed expression and spoke to Count Rose and Jiang Ling. It's okay, it's not me who got hurt anyway. The Count of Rose calmly replied. Clearly, she still harbors some resentment towards Ms. Mirror's actions. Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared up, can we discuss the matter of cooperation? Countess Rose, as you should know, my sister and I have come with sincerity. To avoid any misunderstanding, the Empress Dowager specially sent us here instead of going herself. Elise's words were very insightful. This demonstrated sincerity and also alleviated the concerns of Count Rose and others. Incidentally, the potentially misunderstood attitude of looking down was completely glossed over. Inching asked with some curiosity, cooperation? Yes, cooperation, young Masterine. Elise explained patiently. Regarding an unspeakable being who is about to fall, our Queen Mother believes it is necessary to unite with other major powers to deal with it. It's unspeakable. Inching couldn't help but frown. He was only playing his 3rd horror game. They had already come into contact with at least 3 such beings. Well, to be precise, even 4. The mysterious artifact, the eyeball ring, provided Inchung with a drop of terrifying blood when he awakened. The shadow talent is highly likely related to this. By the way, now that I've advanced to the level of a vengeful ghost, I might as well try to use the Eye of Insight to uncover the secrets of the ghost artifact. And, can you see anything special about the shadow ability? Thinking of the unspeakable, Inching couldn't help but think of the eyeball ring. He has already advanced to the next level, but he hasn't had a quiet opportunity to try it out yet. Countess Rose, are you still planning to take action against that unspeakable being? After calming down, Inching couldn't help but ask. Are you worried about us, little one? Count Rose asked with a hint of teasing, but inwardly he was quite satisfied with Inching's attitude. Before Inchung could answer, she continued. Don't worry. No one who can grow to the blood robe level is a brainless idiot, except for a very few exceptions. For example, using the painful blood hand to deliver a cruel blow to some unspeakable senior vampire of yours. At this point, Count Rose looked at Inchung with a slightly strange expression. It seems to carry a hint of metaphor. Inchung. The deeds of our predecessors are glorious, but unfortunately, we would never be so reckless. One side. Elise was a little embarrassed. After she finished speaking, Count Rose and Jiang Ling completely ignored her. Instead, he joked with Inchung, leaving her standing aside. This left her somewhat puzzled. What exactly did the blood-clad people of Yiming City think of the alliance? I wanted to interject, but it wouldn't be appropriate. The only option was to turn to Inchung, hoping that he could help them ask him. She has realized just how outrageous young Master Yin's status is in Yiming City. Moreover, according to inquiries, the other person's identity is clearly that of a player of a horror game. This is why Elise felt even more that Inchung was unfathomable. As a player, he had several blood-clad ghosts circling around him. Even the 2 most beloved daughters of the bloodthirsty empresses never received such treatment. I sensed Elise's pleading gaze. Inchung didn't ignore it, and looked at Elise and asked, what does your mother mean? What is the purpose of the alliance? Don't tell me you didn't realize that the unspeakable one is up to something. Don't worry, as I said, we came with the Queen Mother's sincerity. Iris breathed a sigh of relief and quickly explained. The unspeakable one wants to prolong his life through a grand blood sacrifice. Yiming City are well aware of this, which is why my mother said that the best course of action right now is to remain still. He is nearing the end of his life. He is anxious, but almost every major city in the horror world has an unspeakable slumber within it, so he dares not make any rash moves. The only way is to lure the prey out into the outside world, and then make your move. Inchung raised his hand to interrupt the other person. There's no need to talk about the information we already know. Let's talk about something meaningful. Count Rose and Jiang Ling stood to one side, chatting idly. It seemed as if the matter had been entirely entrusted to Inchung. This scene further deepened Elise's appreciation for Insheng. What mother means is that if the life extension cannot be said to be successful, then there is naturally no point in us intervening. But what if he fails? At that time, what an irresistible temptation it will be for the blood-clad ones to possess an unspeakable, dead figure. I think only you, the blood-clad Countess of Roses, can truly understand that feeling, right? An unspeakable remains is equivalent to a remnant of a rule. I will not elaborate on its value. What the Empress Dowager means is the same as what Phantom City means, an alliance to sign a contract and share the profits equally. Wouldn't that greatly increase the chances of success? Elise said it quite frankly. Under the observation of his insightful eye, Insheng was certain that she was not lying. However, after becoming a vengeful ghost, the occasional notes that appeared in the eye of insight brought him some completely different information. Chapter 123: The Fisherman's Unspeakable Secrets. Current status. I must do my best to forge an alliance between Shadow City and Phantom City. This will greatly enhance my status within Phantom City, allowing me to once again trample Lilith under my feet. She and her mother may genuinely want to form an alliance, but the person who prompted them to do so may not be so cunning. The notes are quite interesting. Insheng couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He felt somewhat satisfied with the transformation of his eye of insight. There were also some doubts about who exactly was the person who prompted the Blood Queen to send Elise to form an alliance. However, this problem is easy to think about. There's really nothing inherently bad about forming alliances. The only downside is that, unspeakably, the amount of spoils distributed after death is rather large. But forming an alliance also increases their chances of successfully seizing the loot. It is essentially equivalent to having only benefits and no harm. But is the truth really that simple? I have insight that detected something amiss. Insheng wouldn't think too much about it. After all, Count Rose had said that the blood-clad ghost, apart from that vampire elder, wasn't a fool. But now it seems. It's hard to say. Is there a problem? Iris asked, noticing that Insheng was frowning and silent, his expression not looking too good. She hurriedly and cautiously asked why the other person's attitude had suddenly changed. There are indeed some minor issues that need to be discussed privately with the Count and the others. Madam, you should probably isolate yourself from the other lady for the time being. Insheng waved his hand gently, and the spiritual power in the hill mirror was unleashed. Elise and Lilith, who was shrouded in spider silk, were instantly separated. What's wrong, little one? Little Insheng, have you discovered something interesting? Two figures, one tall and one short, both cast intrigued glances. Insheng. Sooner or later you'll find out. Word is big. You'll have to bear with it. While inwardly grumbling, he maintained a calm expression and said, Gentlemen, don't you think this alliance is a bit too deliberate? Insheng offered a rather tactful reminder. Count Rose and Jiang Ling exchanged somewhat surprised glances. Why do you say that? Isn't this a common tactic for securing profits more securely? Count Rose couldn't help but ask. If it only involves the blood-stained clothes themselves, then there's really no problem with doing this. Insheng had already prepared his answer when he quickly said, I have a question, a very important question. That unspeakable being, on the verge of death, wanted to prolong his life through a grand blood sacrifice. Have you ever considered how many ghosts and monsters would be needed to prolong the lives of those beings? The words fell. Count Rose and Jiang Ling's expressions instantly turned serious. They overlooked this crucial issue, which they have consistently ignored. The group of red-clad figures in Yinming City was to ignore it and wait. That's why they never bothered to calculate just how many terrifying numbers of ghosts would be needed to sacrifice an unspeakable being in order to prolong its life. Just then, Insheng's voice rang out again. As we all know, there is an insurmountable gap between each level of ghosts and monsters. Even those under the blood robe may still be able to use their talents to overcome the gap. But ever since the blood robe was created, the possibility of being killed offside has been broken. It involves the unspeakable power of rules, and even its name cannot be easily mentioned. For mentioning it will surely trigger a response. Such a terrifying being. Can an ordinary ghost truly prolong its life after a blood sacrifice? Or was his target not an ordinary ghost or monster from the very beginning? If you don't think about it, it's fine, but if you think about it carefully, it's terrifying. Insheng even suspected that something unspeakable had orchestrated a grand scheme. The first layer of appearances, used to lure people in, may only be the most obvious purpose. It was merely to let these people in blood-red robes know that an unspeakable being was about to fall. stirs up their inner desires for the unspeakable. An even bolder conjecture was born in Yincheng's mind. He blurted out almost immediately, "There are no fools or idiots in the blood robe, but what if the unspeakable failure to extend life happens? Will you still be able to keep your composure and not start a bloody struggle?" Count Rose fell silent, a sharp glint flashing in his blood-red eyes. Even Jiangling's cute face showed a hint of lingering fear. In other words, the Blood Queen behind Elise and the others is an unspeakable subordinate who is deliberately finding prey for her. The Count of Rose instantly made this connection, and the crimson aura began to spread almost uncontrollably. Jiangling was also surrounded by the aura of death, but the yellow talisman on her forehead emitted a hazy glow, as if it was suppressing something within her. This allowed Jiangling to remain sufficiently calm. Whether they are unspeakable subordinates or not is actually easy to determine. All you need to do is send some people to other major cities to gather information. We'll find the answer by seeing if any similar alliances are happening, and by the way, whether they come from the same group of people. An unspeakable being may have great power, but it can't control too many blood robes, can it? Especially beings like Count Rose and Jiangling. Yincheng offered some constructive advice. Wrongfully accusing Iris and the others would do Yincheng no good. The truth is that Lilith has already given in. He might be able to use this connection to influence the relationships among the ghosts in Phantom City. It is truly a pity that the Earl provoked him to commit unjust murder. It's definitely not for any strange or weird ideas. Absolutely not. I think what Xiao Yincheng said makes a lot of sense. If the unspeakable one really is trying to deceive us by faking his death, it would indeed be very easy for us to be fooled. The unspeakable aspects of the living inspire fear and suspicion, but the dead. Jiangling didn't continue speaking. Instead, she gave Count Rose a look and then said to Yincheng, "Send me out. I'll go and verify whether your guess is true or false." Okay. Yincheng immediately opened the portal from the mirror realm to the outside world. After Jiangling left, Count Rose looked at Yincheng with a very satisfied expression. Clearly, Count Rose was very proud of his judgment. Let's leave those two in the mirror realm for now. We can deal with them after we've ascertained the truth. Count Rose's words temporarily saved Elise and her companion from danger, but it also restricted their freedom. Then, Count Rose's expression turned serious again as he said, "Are you ready to come back to the vampire clan's territory with me?" Chapter 124, Sending Someone to Their Death? So fast. Yincheng was slightly surprised. There's no other way. It concerns something unspeakable, even a terrifying being at the level of a ferocious god. We can't afford to be careless. Count Rose said somewhat irritably. Her elegant and alluring face carried a hint of helplessness. She herself couldn't understand how Yincheng's ability to cause trouble could be so outrageous. Let's look back at her first encounter with Yincheng. Then a fierce ghost in red robes stood up for him. At that time, Count Rose recognized Yincheng's extraordinary talent. But I never expected it to be so extraordinary. It's almost unbelievable. The blood-clad monsters surrounding Yincheng. There are at least 4 at present. She is associated with Jiangling, Lady Mirror, and the blood-stained clothes of the Courier family. Well, the even more outrageous problem is this. When Yincheng first awakened his vampire form, a strange drop of blood was highly likely to be related to an unspeakable being. Now he has 2 more terrifying marks on his body. With strength even less than that of someone in red, he managed to provoke so many powerful beings. This was the first time Count Rose had ever witnessed such a powerful ability to cause trouble. Wait, let's greet Ms. Mirror first, and tell her about the unspeakable conspiracy. All right. Count Rose nodded. Yincheng opened the portal to the mirror realm directly. At the outdoor swimming pool, Sun Xiaowei looked resolute, constantly encouraging herself in her heart. From the moment Yincheng asked her to prepare food, she then had some strange thoughts. The phrase, "food suitable for vampires," was deeply imprinted in Sun Xiaowei's mind. Vampires. Even among humans, there are many legends about this race. There are even human players who have been turned into vampires. Well, in their understanding, vampires equals bloodsuckers. They were unaware of the true differences. Sun Xiaowei, success or failure hinges on this moment. Be brave. You must be brave. In terms of looks, I may not be as good as those 2 ghost girls, but compared to the other female players, I'm not bad either. The opportunity is right in front of me, and I must cherish and seize it. While encouraging himself, he looked at Yincheng and the other person who appeared by the pool. Sun Xiaowei's eyes lit up immediately, and she quickly stepped forward. Count Rose's expression was slightly strange. Just as I stepped out of the mirror realm, a human woman walked towards me with a big smile on her face. Count Rose frowned slightly and looked at Insheng. Your lover? Don't make fatal jokes. Lady Mirror will kill me. Insheng quickly shook his head. Ralph is deliberately trying to curry favor with me in order to maintain a good alliance with you through me. Insheng had a clear understanding of his own situation. He doesn't look down on himself, but he also doesn't become arrogant because of it. Every external assistant comes at a price. It's impossible to rely on that for a lifetime. Okay, so what's wrong with her? Count Rose was still somewhat confused. When human players see ghosts or monsters, when do they not always avoid them? It's really rare to see someone actively approach you. Insheng was speechless, unsure how to answer the other party for a moment. Are we to tell Count Rose that Sun Xiaowei is harboring some wicked intentions and wants him to embrace her for the first time? With his keen insight, Sun Xiaowei's little schemes could not escape Insheng's notice. Have no choice. If it were at a different time and in a different place, under absolutely safe conditions, Insheng wasn't going to refuse the meat that was offered to him, especially since the other party also comes with attribute bonuses. The key is he's not in the mood right now. Two incredibly eerie marks hung like swords overhead. Plus, Ms. Mirror, a fiercely protective mother, was also by her side. Insheng certainly didn't dare to have any other thoughts. Lady Mirror probably needs a little more time to appease Hill. Earl, let's rest for a bit. Would you like to take a look at me and see if you can detect the mark inside me? It's no use. I observed you the moment I saw you and didn't notice anything unusual. Insheng sighed helplessly. Things were really tough for him. Despite being a new player, he had to bear such immense pressure. That's way too exciting. Where's the food I asked you to prepare? Insheng and Count Rose sat down by the pool, and he asked subconsciously. Overwhelmed by the imposing presence of Count Rose, Sun Xiaowei, who was trembling on the side, immediately moved closer to Insheng. The word food instantly gave her courage. Young Master Yin, aye. Sun Xiaowei seemed to be stuck, her face flushed, and her fists clenched tightly. Count Rose stood to the side, staring at Sun Xiaowei with a look that was both amused and somewhat dangerous. I suggest you take back what you're about to say, stop having any illusions, and just obediently go and deliver the food. Insheng stared calmly at Sun Xiaowei, whose mind was in turmoil, and slowly spoke. I am willing to become your food, young Master Yin. I only ask that you give me a chance. Sun Xiaowei completely ignored Insheng's warning, her mind completely absorbed in her own world. I mustered up my courage and said those words. Insheng. Well, Sun Xiaowei completely ignored her friendly reminder. With his discerning eye, he naturally noticed Count Rose's subtle mood. I don't know why, but this countess doesn't seem too happy to see him sucking Sun Xiaowei's blood. So, the moment Sun Xiaowei opened her mouth, Insheng knew that she was probably beyond saving. You volunteered to become the little guy's food? Count Rose spoke first, his tone somewhat enigmatic. Yes. Sun Xiaowei was clearly ready to go all out, and nodded firmly in response. Little one, I suddenly feel that my anorexia should be tested to see if it has recovered. So, would you mind giving me this food? A faint smile appeared on Count Rose's alluring face. I'm not young, Insheng thought to himself, but with a strong survival instinct, he replied, Of course I don't mind. Please enjoy your meal. Then, Insheng silently turned his head to examine the spirit blood in the shop. The blood hunt quest has been completed. Access to the mall is no longer an issue. Insheng doesn't lack ghost coins for the time being. He was slightly troubled between choosing between a vengeful ghost and a red-robed spirit bloodline. At the same time, no, that's not how it is, don't. Sun Xiaowei's desperate voice gradually weakened until it finally fell silent. Then, the Count of Rose spat out a bright red crystal with obvious disgust. That was the essence of her blood, which she spat out without hesitation. This tastes awful, little one. Looks like my illness still hasn't gotten better. Chapter 125, A Not-So-Coincidental Collision. With a thud, the shriveled corpse lay on the ground. Vampires may seem to be among the monsters least different from humans. But this does not mean that they will therefore retain any kindness towards humanity. Food is simply a matter of whether it's palatable or not, and the question of whether they could fill their stomachs. People like Insheng are ultimately just a very small minority. Even after Sun Xiaowei died, she was still humiliated by the Earl. Like spitting out chewing gum, he spat the essence of his congealed blood onto the ground. Seeing this, Insheng felt a little regretful, but he also quickly became more vigilant. Sun Xiaowei's death is inevitable. She's completely dead, so there's no problem with that. But the words of Count Rose, The illness doesn't seem to be cured yet, still echoed in his ears. This made In-chung involuntarily shrink back. It's obvious. After a terrible meal, the Count, though disgusted, found his appetite aroused. Cough cough. In-chung quickly became serious. Countess, haven't you noticed that your symptoms have actually begun to improve? You know, you used to have a strong aversion to other blood types, but now at least you can come into contact with them, right? Upon hearing this, Count Rose looked at In-chung with a half-smile and slowly nodded. What you said seems to make some sense, Dr. Een. Oh no. When the title Dr. Een came out of the mouth of the Count of Rose, In-chung knew it. What is the other party planning to do next? After all, being called little guy is a bit unpleasant. But at least you won't be squeezed out, right? Being called a doctor means that the patient needs to undergo a new round of treatment. Wait, I seem to have forgotten something. Spirit blood. Can I buy spirit blood to serve as the Earl's drinks and food? In-chung suddenly had a brilliant idea. The in-game store is the biggest convenience that horror games offer to players. It is also something that ghosts and monsters cannot control. Spirit blood is one of the most valuable items, but it is only effective for a very small number of players. Coincidentally, In-chung was among them. Countess, I do have a small suggestion now. I wonder if you would be willing to accept it. Before he could finish speaking, In-chung added, the doctor's advice. What do you mean? Count Rose became somewhat interested, a faint light flashing in his blood-red eyes. Spiritual blood of the blood robe realm. Are you sure? Count Rose was somewhat surprised. The same applies to In-chung. The horror game has been around for so long, and the existence of the shop is not unknown to the ghosts. It's just that it's a perk that the game specially created for its players. The ghosts cannot perform certain special operations. For example, controlling human players and using them to perform certain actions can enable the monsters to make purchases in the in-game store. All players controlled by the monsters will lose their spending privileges in the shop. This is like a special protection mechanism. In-chung was curious as to why Count Rose didn't know that spirit blood could be purchased in the mall. You seem surprised too? Count Rose's lips curled into a playful smile. Really? You didn't know that the shop, for different players, is actually quite different? Huh? There's such a saying? In-chung was a little confused for a moment. There is a general consensus in the world regarding information about the mall. There has really been no news circulating about any special differences between the mall. Well, it seems you really don't know that the flow of information in the world isn't always so selfless. The Count of Rose made a joke, then began to explain. On the other side, Neo Fachin and Bayu swept the ground around the outdoor swimming pool until it was almost reflective. The two looked at each other, their hearts filled with despair. Sun Xiaowei is dead. He became a dried-up corpse, lying coldly by the pool. They were very puzzled. What had gotten into Sun Xiaowei? There was clearly a powerful ghost beside In-chung. She actually offered herself up. Confusion and bewilderment filled their minds. What happened? What's going on? How did our hopes die? Neo Fachin spoke blankly and helplessly, his heart turning cold. Bayu was speechless. He had some cleverness, but not much, and he didn't understand Sun Xiaowei's shrewd move at all. I thought I could take advantage of Sun Xiaowei's special attribute bonus, and maybe even get some lucky break. As a result, it was all over before it even began. Stop asking. If you have that time, why don't you consider going to collect your girlfriend's body, and see if you can get any information out of her? Bayu tentatively asked. Get lost. Do you think I'm stupid? Xiaowei's dead. What am I doing going up there? I'd be nothing but food. Neo Fachin immediately retorted angrily. Okay, I was just suggesting it. After all, she's your girlfriend. Bayu was slightly disappointed, realizing he hadn't been able to persuade Neo Fachin to act impulsively for the sake of a woman, which was truly a pity. He did indeed want the other party to test the waters and see what the situation was. This would also make it easier for him to contact the other female players and continue trying to curry favor with them. I see. In-chung looked as if he had learned something and expressed deep emotion. He really hadn't expected that. Count Rose's understanding of the player's shop is surprisingly thorough. He knows more than a proper player like him. From the other party's mouth, he learned that, firstly, there were indeed differences between them all. Secondly, and most importantly, the reason why the shop can be called a benefit for human players in horror games is because of this. A large part of the reason lies in the targeted training of the mall. Differentiated products are what Count Rose calls targeted. To put it bluntly, for ordinary players, the items in the shop are almost exclusively amulets and exorcism charms. It was only enough for their survival. But there are those like In-chung who are favored by the gods. However, items that can help them grow will appear in the shop. So, it seems to me that the purpose of horror games is. Your conjecture is also the conjecture of many of us monsters, and it is one of the reasons why I chose you as a seed of the vampire clan. The Count of Roses' scarlet, eerie eyes gleamed with a sharp light. In Chung fell silent, a strange feeling creeping into his heart. His intuition told him that the horror world itself seemed to be facing a major problem. The collision between the human world and the world of horror now seems impossible to be a mere coincidence. Those two unspeakable beings had their eyes on him. That's the best proof. Chapter 126 Vampire Territory. Seed. A targeted training program for the online store. The unspeakable contact with the human world. A city that remains in our memories. Inchung was a bit flustered. The horror game had only just begun, and he already felt like he was caught in a huge vortex. What exactly is wrong with the horror world? The vampires are a race that once gave birth to ferocious gods, and has continued for a long time to this day. Doesn't anyone know anything about them? He couldn't help but ask, hoping to get an answer from the Count. In fact, this is the answer that many ghosts and monsters are looking for. Countess Rose sighed softly. It's not exactly a secret, but I don't know when it started, but the evil gods who wield power and create rules seem to have encountered some very serious problems. Don't think that the evil god is a god who is high above, indifferent to everything, and detached from worldly affairs. Just like the progenitor of the vampires, his radiance shines upon the entire vampire race, and the existence of blood magic is something he created for the continuation of the race. Inchung nodded in agreement. Having already advanced to the level of a vengeful ghost, certain powers within his bloodline have awakened. The special power of rules, blood magic, is like a memory engraved in the blood. In his vengeful ghost stage, he was already able to begin exploring its mysteries. However, time is short, and Inchung has not yet had a chance to try it out. However, it is undeniable that the existence of blood magic has indeed brought a huge boost to the vampire race. Even some vampires with mediocre talent can still surpass ordinary monsters through the power of blood magic. This is a ferocious god, capable of bringing terrifying benefits to the race. Will the problem with the malevolent spirit affect the world of horror? Who knows? Maybe yes, maybe no, but the creation of horror games is definitely not a simple matter. Count Rose shook his head. Inchung sighed helplessly. The ambiguous answer did not reassure him at all. Instead, I became even more worried. His experiences in the City of Memories made him realize that long ago, terrifying monsters had come into contact with the human world. That city, where Inchung has no memory of the human world, may very well have completely fallen into a world of horror. Is this the only instance of something like this? Ugh, this is such a headache. Life is tough, Inchung sighed. Fortunately, the communication between Ms. Mirror and her beloved daughter has finally come to an end. That exquisite face, seemingly bathed in light and shadow, was expressionless, and the look in her eyes as she gazed at Inchung no longer held any anger. Hill, on the other hand, was completely unconcerned, like a bird returning to its nest. It clung to Inchung's chest like a koala. Big brother. Yes, yes. Inchung chuckled and patted Hill's little head. The spirit in the mirror had a body that was as soft as a boneless board and weightless. Even if you hang on Inchung's body, it won't be a burden to him. In crucial moments, it can even be directly kneaded into the body, making it incredibly portable. Inchung was playing around with Sheer. Count Rose also began to talk with Lady Mirror. He informed the other party of Inchung's conjecture. Unsurprisingly, Ms. Mirror's expression immediately turned serious upon hearing this speculation. The fisherman's reputation is beyond words. If everything was indeed orchestrated by him behind the scenes, then the problem is far more dangerous than the current situation. After being informed of the situation, Count Rose was about to leave with Inchung when Jiang Ling's small figure quickly descended from the sky. Count Rose and Lady Mirror turned their gazes to Jiang Ling. How is the situation? Under the yellow talisman, Jiang Ling's little face was full of seriousness as she said, "The situation is no different from what Xiao Inchung guessed. Many of the surrounding main cities have started to form alliances. Even blood-clad subordinates from the corpse tomb came to try and win him over. I simply don't believe there isn't some invisible hand pulling the strings behind this." After he finished speaking, the two women in bloodstained clothes expressed their deep approval. "I have a question. How is it possible for that unspeakable being to orchestrate events across so many terrifying world districts and influence so many bloodstained cloaks to make decisions?" Incheng found it somewhat unbelievable. Within the same main city, which also suffers from unspeakable suppression, almost every bloodstained robe belongs to a different faction. How could the other party have influenced so many bloodstained clothes? The unspeakable one, who was about to die, shouldn't have made a move in front of someone of the same level. Upon hearing Incheng's question, the three people in bloodstained clothes frowned. After a moment, Lady Mirror slowly spoke. The rules that the unspeakable one represents, are perhaps special rules like bewitching. Bewitching, it's not impossible. With unspeakable power, the rules of bewitching can indeed easily capture weak ghosts in a short period of contact. Count Rose nodded, agreeing with this conjecture. That's right, with such bizarre power of rules involved, the possibility of him faking death to fish for pretexts becomes even greater. All you need to do is plant a seed of deception and confusion in the hearts of ghosts and monsters, and with the right circumstances, they will have no choice but to believe it. Although Jiang Ling looks innocent and cute, she clearly knows a lot. Jiang Ling, go and inform the Color family to tell the rest of the bloodclad in Yiming City not to act rashly. Good. The matter was of great importance, but the ruthless best friend Jiang Ling did not act out. It instantly transformed into a gray silhouette and disappeared into the horizon. Lady Mirror also turned around and disappeared into the mirror world. Let's go. It's time for us to set off. Count Rose waved his hand gently, and countless black bats transformed into dark clouds, carrying the two away quietly. Vampire territory. It doesn't exist in any corner of the horror world. It is a special space that is attached to the world of horror, yet stands independently of it. Here, the sun and moon revolve, mountains and rivers flow, and a gentle breeze caresses your face. A bustling city stands in the center of this space. Incheng, who had just entered, clearly had a look of disbelief in his eyes. Is so different from what he imagined the vampire territory to be. What? Do you think the clan's territory should be a gloomy graveyard? Oh, this. Let's go. Let's go directly to see the elder of the vampire clan, who is also an awakener of the painful bloodhand talent. The Count of Roses spoke with a slightly teasing look in his eyes. Incheng's face immediately fell. He learned from Count Rose that those gifted with the painful blood hand would eventually become Hantai. The senior the Count mentioned. Couldn't that be a harem? I only just realized that the character, Chug, in the protagonist's name in these chapters was misspelled as Tone. I'll correct it on my computer when I get home. In conclusion, there will be no shortage of updates and daily bonus chapters. The author will persevere. Chapter 127, The O'Connor Family. On the street, there were quite a few pedestrians. No, I mean, vampires. They were dressed much like humans. The biggest difference is perhaps that they are all handsome men and beautiful women. In terms of appearance, vampires are indeed impeccable. The Count of Roses is one of the best among them. Along the way, countless vampires looked at Count Rose with awe. It's obvious. This true noble among the vampires held a very high position in the eyes of the other vampires. The way they looked at Incheng was tinged with curiosity. In the corner, many vampires also had their opinions about him. Some questioned his identity and background, others commented on his appearance, and some even speculated about his sexual orientation. Vampires, who are born with long lifespans, must lead rather dull lives on a daily basis. They share many similarities with humans. In terms of gossip, they are in no way inferior to humans. In a city belonging to the vampires. In the central area, inside a building called Black Moon, decorated with a crescent moon hanging high on its roof. In the rest area of the 44th floor, several figures held wine glasses between their fingers, swirling the scarlet liquid inside. Through the floor-to-ceiling window, I observed two figures walking side by side below. Not a follower, nor a trashy half-finished product like a vampire. It seems that Count Rose's embrace has already been used on that brat. Tiffany, tall and slender, wore a graceful and alluring floor-length dress. A faint, teasing smile played on her lips. Father, it seems your plan has backfired. Earl O'Connor, Tiffany's father, chuckled. Our attempt to win over Earl Rose through marriage has failed. We wanted to secure a pure blood for our family, but what can we do when your foolish brother is so disappointing? Earl O'Connor's gaze fell on the handsome blonde man beside him, his eyes radiating a faint coldness. It was my fault, father. If there is any chance to make amends, I am willing to pay any price. The blonde, handsome man, Norls Lima, knelt on one knee in trepidation, his words revealing his humility. Well, he squandered a perfect opportunity that his father, O'Connor, had prepared for him. He should have been promoted to Blood Robe, but because of this failure, he missed an opportunity to win over Count Rose. Not only that, but it also caused huge losses to the O'Connor family. In the eyes of the Earl of O'Connor, kinship was far less important than self-interest. The vampire race is not a monolithic entity. Where there is life, there will be struggle. This is no exaggeration. The struggle between the various families within the vampire clan has been going on for quite some time. Count Rose's father was an ancient and unspeakable figure whose position within the clan was unshakable. O'Connor wanted to use his son as an opportunity to win over the other party. Unfortunately, Knowles was a disappointment. A lot of resources were wasted. Father, instead of blaming Brother Knowles here, why don't we think of a way to change our approach and continue trying to win over Earl Rose? Bruno, the second son of Earl O'Connor, a strikingly handsome blonde man, spoke slowly. He was dressed in a well-tailored tuxedo, looking elegant and extremely charming. Second brother is right. There's no point in blaming eldest brother. Our current focus should be on that little guy next to Count Rose. Someone who could catch the eye of Count Rose and be transformed into a vampire must be no ordinary person, right? Tiffany took a sip of the crimson liquid in her wine glass, then lightly licked her lips, exuding a captivating charm. Earl O'Connor nodded slowly. Earl Rose, we have already lost our chance. We need to find a way to control that little fellow. Since it was you, Tiffany, who brought this up, then we'll leave it to you. You too. Is there a problem with assisting her from the sidelines? Knowles quickly stood up and nodded, saying, Yes, father. Glint flashed deep in Bruno's eyes, but he still nodded without changing his expression. Tiffany chuckled softly. Well then, thank you very much to my two good brothers. After saying this, Tiffany waved her hand lightly and then drifted away alone. Father, isn't it a bit unwise to just leave this matter to Tiffany? You know, her way of doing things has always been somewhat. At Bruno's prompting, Knowles couldn't help but ask. O'Connor slowly turned around and drank the crimson liquid in his glass in one gulp. Tiffany may be a disobedient child, but she is at least a charming vampire girl, and no vampire can resist her charm. This answer left Knowles speechless. Bruno nodded, then turned and left. Countess, it seems we are being watched. It must be said that Yin Cheng's keen intuition is quite astonishing. So many vampires were watching him, yet he didn't feel anything different. But after being targeted by the O'Connor family, he immediately became aware of it. They're just members of the O'Connor family, nothing to make a fuss about. Count Rose was already used to it. Even within the vampire clan, there are quite a few people who want to win her over. Don't worry, they won't want to deal with you openly, especially in the vampire territory. On the contrary, they will choose to win you over. Win them over? Yes, because my father is also an ancient and unspeakable figure within the vampire clan. I see. Yin Cheng nodded, finally understanding why Count Rose was so highly regarded by the other blood-clad warriors. Your reaction is truly disappointing. Unexpectedly, Countess Rose seemed somewhat dissatisfied with Yin Cheng's calm response. Should I act really shocked? Yin Cheng deliberately put on a shocked expression. Count Rose. After a brief silence, Count Rose's smile returned, radiating charm. Poor little guy, after just a few games, he's already been targeted by several unspeakable people. Faced with Count Rose's teasing, Yin Cheng was speechless. No matter which player it is. Hearing about something unspeakable, a ghost or monster of such a level that has no news of it in this world, they would probably be shocked beyond measure. The bloodstained clothes were terrifying enough. The power of the domain was enough to crush everything. What the unspeakable things above mean for ordinary players is self-evident. Only someone like Yin Cheng could be repeatedly associated with unspeakable things. He's become somewhat numb. Chapter 128 Lilith Enhanced Version equals Serena. So, the person we're going to see is your father, Earl? As the bustling streets gradually disappeared from view. Instead, a secluded, narrow path leads to a lush, verdant forest. Compared to the bustling vampire city, this place exudes a gloomy and inexplicably terrifying atmosphere. There was clearly nothing in the woods. Yet Yin Cheng always felt as if countless eyes were watching him. No, of course not. Do you really think my father is a pervert who has awakened the painful blood hand? The Count of Roses replied curtly. Yin Cheng. Well, ever since Hill suggested that Yin Cheng use the painful blood hand to deal with Lilith, it seems that the Countess has already accepted Hantai's identity. Only, Countess, is it really appropriate for you to speak of an elder in the vampire clan who has also awakened the painful blood hand in this way? Yin Cheng was somewhat curious. Even if the Countess of Rose's father is unspeakable, such a blatant evaluation still seems a bit presumptuous. Once you see that perverted woman, you'll understand why I said that. Count Rose's expression changed instantly, turning slightly red, with anger flashing in his eyes. In an instant, countless fantasies arose in Yin Cheng's mind. He was thinking to himself, wow, the information returned by the Eye of Insight was absolutely astonishing. An unspeakable, vampire elder, was actually, Lala. Moreover, he had a great admiration for Count Rose. Scary. Yin Cheng began to feel scared. He even started to wonder if the painful blood hand could really gradually turn people into masochists. But thankfully, at least he's straight. Even if he's a bit tsundere, it's only to deal with someone like Lilith. Kuan Fong, and the like. A moment later, deep in a secluded and quiet forest, a pitch-black tunnel appeared before them. It resembles a cave, or perhaps a bat's head with its mouth wide open, revealing two sharp teeth. A babbling brook flows past the cave. Seeing this scene, Yin Cheng couldn't help but feel a little strange. Why does this environment feel so odd? Count Rose's expression turned somewhat strange, and he even muttered under his breath, this guy is really getting more and more. Let's go. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have come to find her. Yin Cheng shrugged helplessly upon hearing this. He didn't want it either, but life is like being forced. He couldn't resist, so what could he do? Cross the stream. Step into the cave. The moment the two entered, blue phosphorescent flames were instantly ignited from both sides of the cave. The dim environment instantly became much brighter. However, the chill in the air was still somewhat biting. The next moment, Count Rose and Yin Cheng suddenly disappeared from the spot. Before the two could react, they found themselves in a high-tech room that looked like a laboratory. What is this? Yin Cheng felt a chill run down his spine. He looked around at his surroundings and murmured unconsciously, welcome to my pleasure laboratory, little one, and my dearest, most beloved, Hot Rose. A magnetic and captivating voice resounded in the laboratory in an extremely cheerful tone. The corpses, their skin peeled off and fixed to the display shelves, even clapped their hands, blood splattering everywhere. One by one, the small white mice with bloodshot eyes, locked in cages, made a piercing squeak sound, as if welcoming the arrival of guests. The sophisticated instruments began to operate, and the colorful liquids in the test tubes started to mix and intertwine. The billowing smoke rose to the metal roof, emitting a series of unsettling, corrosive hissing sounds. A moment later, everything returned to calm. Wearing a white lab coat, her figure was perfectly accentuated, her exaggerated silhouette resembling towering mountains and hills, as she opened the laboratory door and walked in. Her long, wine-red hair and a beauty mark at the corner of her eye added a touch of softness to her appearance. But on her otherwise stunning face, there was a cross-shaped scar on the side, giving her a somewhat wild look. Black leather gloves, black lace covering the large, round, white python. She exudes an amazing charm. Vampire, Serena. Race, vampire. Friendliness, friendly. Strength, ineffable. Guess what rule she represents? Preferences, on, a play on words, implying a lack of interest or creativity. The former is regrettable, and the latter is not recommended to inquire about. Arousing the other party's interest is not necessarily a good thing. Weakness, none. They have almost become the embodiment of the rules themselves, so they have no weaknesses. The only way to suppress or even kill them is to use the power of the same rules. Current status, oh, how long has it been since my sweetheart last visited me? A year, 2 years, or 10 years? Finally, she still remembers me. Hot little Rose, you must still have feelings for me. This is a hentai who likes to fantasize. Just finished reviewing the information about the unspeakable big shot. Just when I felt a little numb inside. Then you see Serena swaying with alluring steps, amidst the magnificent and awe-inspiring landscape of mountains and valleys. Little Rose, my little Rose. Look, it's been so long. This is a gift I've carefully prepared for you. Quick, drink this, and then let's start our fun time. The various test tubes in the laboratory, the liquid that was eventually combined, were placed in a cup and handed to Count Rose. Serena's eyes were filled with eager anticipation, as if she really hoped that Count Rose would drink the ever-changing, multicolored liquid. I refuse. Count Rose chose Dame, without hesitation. Just kidding. She was already extremely wary of Serena, so how could she possibly drink the gift that Serena had prepared? Oh no, this is all my hard work, little Rose. How can you be so heartless as to refuse me? Serena seemed like a natural actress, leaving In Chung completely stunned. One second I was excited and eager, the next I was heartbroken. They can change their minds faster than turning the pages of a book. In Chung couldn't help but make a small comparison between Serena and Lilith in his mind. Then I discovered, well, Lilith is just a simple S. But Serena in front of me is even worse. She's practically a lunatic? In Chung thought to himself, but his body remained true to itself, showing no abnormality and keeping his expression calm throughout. Don't mess with this combination of hentai and neuroticism. This is a truth that everyone knows. Chapter 129 Good News and Bad News. Snap. A crisp sound echoed inside the laboratory. It sounded a little harsh. Holy crap. Is Count Rose really that eccentric? It's one thing to casually refuse what can't be said, but to be so capricious as to smash the other person's gift? In Cheng's eyes were somewhat vacant. I always felt an indescribable majesty, as if my heart was shattered into pieces. Ignore her. She's acting crazy all the time. Compared to other things that are unspeakable but worthy of respect, just treat her as a lunatic. Count Rose's merciless words left In Cheng speechless. When their gaze fell upon Serena, sure enough, she immediately wore an expression of deep sorrow. Her eyes were filled with sorrow and resentment, and even a hint of grievance as she stared at Count Rose. She looked exactly like a young wife who had been abandoned by her husband. In Chung responded with silence. The Count of Roses could have offered such a sarcastic suggestion, but he couldn't. It's fine if the Count of Rose just said it casually. In Chung wasn't so arrogant as to think he could casually point fingers at someone unspeakable. Little Rose, you've broken my heart. That was a gift I carefully prepared for you, a gift that took me several years to make. Serena, in a dramatic display, knelt on the ground, on the verge of tears. Tears welled up as she watched the spilled liquid fall to the ground, its multicolored hues constantly shifting and changing color. The expressions, demeanor, and even the emotions were all very well portrayed. If it weren't for the information returned by the Eye of Insight, In Cheng actually believed it. Unfortunately, the Eye of Insight is truly a divine skill. Serena's performance, though flawless, could not hide her true state from him. In Cheng finally understood why Count Rose treated Serena in such an attitude. When dealing with a guy like that, in some ways, you can't trust a single word he says. Wait a minute, maybe I can try this out and see the effects of the upgraded Eye of Insight. In Cheng's gaze fell on the multicolored liquid on the ground. The Eye of Insight worked amazingly well. Serena's unparalleled invention, the orientation reversing potion, the line between genius and madness is thin. Effect. As its name suggests, the medicine can reverse the orientation of all life, beyond what can be said, and it takes effect immediately upon oral administration, a genius creation, but unfortunately misused. Tap tap tap. In Chung subconsciously took a few steps back and hid behind Count Rose. Looking at the spilled medicine on the ground was like looking at a monstrous flood. That's terrifying. That's terrifying. How could such a vicious thing exist in the world? On Kuan-Fing's eye to correct his mistakes. But it would be such a waste to give it to a lady like Countess Rose. If it weren't ineffective against ghosts and monsters beyond the realm of the unspeakable, In Chung would even have liked to give some to Serena himself to see the effect. Using things like Kuan is really a waste of resources. Stop pretending, just be normal, okay? Count Rose's eyes twitched, and he spoke with a dark expression. Okay, I'll listen to whatever little Rose says. After all, no one in this world loves you more than I do. Serena stood up instantly, her face serious. In Chung, Countess of the Rose, straight face. The drama queen Serena calmed down. She actually appeared to be a very charming woman. Every word and action exudes a unique charm. Tell me, what problem has little Rose encountered this time? You almost never come to me on your own initiative. As she spoke, a hint of resentment crept into Serena's eyes. Seriously, I'm annoyed, Earl Rose retorted. After the mountains and valleys trembled violently, Count Rose calmed down and said, help me check his body to see if there is anything wrong. There are two beings of at least unspeakable level who have left marks on him. This little guy is very important to me, and I can't afford to lose him. The next sentence didn't even have time to move In Chung. Countess Rose continued. After all, he's my long-term meal ticket. In Chung. Okay, all that touching was for nothing. The proud Countess Rose will never admit that she cares about us. Serena was somewhat taken aback upon hearing this. Wait, did I hear that right? Two unspeakable beings have their eyes on this little guy who isn't even dressed in red. Count Rose. In Chung. Seriously? Serena asked again, confirming. Inching nodded silently. Count Rose remained silent. Hee, how interesting. Little one, you've piqued my interest. Serena's gaze toward Inchung shifted from initial indifference to now being filled with interest. She simply waved her hand gently. A strand of Inchang's hair was instantly severed and fell into her palm. A unique law, invisible to the naked eye, began to operate. Serena's eyes, it was as if countless streams of data were flashing wildly. Even her complexion began to slowly develop an unnatural rosy hue. Inching felt increasingly uneasy. Serena was silently labeled as a mad scientist once again. Her body language became increasingly honest as she shrank behind Count Rose, unwilling to make contact with him. Deep down, she even had a slight worry. What if the other party noticed the peculiarity of her eye of insight? Amidst complex emotions, Serena gradually calmed down. The strands of hair in my hand turned into smoke and dissipated. Count Rose asked somewhat anxiously, "How is it?" Serena's expression turned unusually serious. "Are you sure there are only 2 marks? Are you sure they are only unspeakable? Just say what you want to say, stop beating around the bush. What's going on?" Count Rose was somewhat exasperated, deeply resenting the mad scientist's tendency to keep things mysterious. "Well, the good news is that I only found one unspeakable mark, whose rules seem to be related to memory. But unfortunately, that's the bad news too. I could only find this one mark. I probably don't need to explain what that means, do I?" Serena looked at Inchung with an expression of utter curiosity, scrutinizing him from side to side. Interest within his pupils also intensified. In contrast, Inchung and Count Rose. His heart sank. Only one mark was found. One. However, there are clearly 2 personal panels provided by the horror game. In other words, the owner of one of the marks. Even Serena, whose abilities are beyond comprehension, couldn't detect it. Chapter 130, The 2 Mirrors of Yin and Yang, Life and Death. Can I ask you a question? Inchung couldn't hold back any longer. The hairs on his body stood on end. Go ahead and ask. We're all on the same side. Little one, don't be so afraid of me. I'm not going to eat you. Serena licked her lips and gave Inchung a flirtatious wink. Inchung, you'd better say eat. He silently grumbled to himself, then asked, Senior. He was interrupted before he could even open his mouth. Call me sister, Serena corrected her firmly. But, no buts. Inchung. Sister, if I may be so bold as to ask, what level would your strength be considered in the realm of the unspeakable? You're powerful, so you get to call the shots. It's just a matter of how you address someone. What's wrong with calling someone wife? Will a piece of flesh fall off? That's quite a presumptuous question, asking someone such a private matter right off the bat. Serena's feigned shyness had a unique charm. But Inching wouldn't fall for it. He wouldn't have any illusions about the other party's superb acting skills. Speak like a human being, or I'm leaving right now. The Countess of Rose was furious. He dared to harass her man right in front of her? That's going too far. All right, Serena responded with a bow and scrape, completely lacking any of the unspeakable mystery or authority she usually exuded. Then, Serena's expression hardened, and an incredibly terrifying pressure instantly emanated from her alluring body. Even in matters that cannot be spoken, I am second to none. The pressure vanished instantly, revealing a captivating and alluring figure. It's hard not to wonder if her words contain some other deeper meaning. However, Inching doesn't have time to think about these things right now. He felt a little scared. Serena's strength is second to none, even in the realm of the unspeakable. Even a big shot of this caliber only noticed a single mark. It just so happens that it's related to that unspeakable person who is connected to the rules of memory. What about the other one? That name is a string of gibberish, a terrifying entity closely associated with the shrine. Even more so, he is the mastermind behind a city's descent into an abyss. Serena failed to detect the mark on that guy. To what extent has his power reached? Could it be that it is truly an unimaginable, ferocious god? Pressure was eroding Incheng's mind. At his age, he is bearing pressure that is not his due. Even the beautiful and charming face of the Countess Rose showed a solemn expression. Blood-red light flickered within his eerie, scarlet eyes. Serena. She took the initiative to call out the name of the unspeakable big shot, her expression extremely serious. Little Rose. Serena stared intently at Count Rose, instantly shattering the serious atmosphere. Bang. Enough is enough. There's no need to endure it any longer. Serena, a fan of sex, has finally made Count Rose lose his temper. A sharp crack on the forehead sent a crisp sound through the indescribable area. Ah, after all these years, little Rose, you've finally taken the initiative to reach out to me again. I'm so touched, I'm so moved, sob. In Chung. Unknown. It's hopeless. It's hopeless. Serena, Lilith is truly insignificant and completely overwhelmed. I thought that Shuei's unspeakable actions would at least make the other party a little unhappy. As a result, not only did they not feel unhappy, they even got excited. Now let's look at the count of roses. In Chung shrank back. The look in someone's eyes when they want to kill them can't be hidden. Ahem, just kidding. Little Rose, don't get excited. If you have any other questions, just say them. Serena quickly changed the subject. What is the condition of the progenitor? What exactly is wrong with the horror world? Do you understand the true nature of horror games? 3 questions in a row. Each question elicited a subtle change in Serena's expression. The information fed back by the Eye of Insight made it very clear to In Chung. Serena was in a very turbulent state of mind at that moment. She probably knows some inside information, but it seems like she can't bring herself to say it. In Chung had a guess in his mind. Even under the watchful eye of the Eye of Insight, Serena didn't dwell on that information, even in her current state. This gave In Chung the opportunity to spy. Thinking deeper, is it because the things involved make even the unspeakable beings subconsciously unwilling to think about or recall them? Still can't answer? Count Rose remained calm, having grown accustomed to Serena's attitude. Because her father had the same attitude when faced with the same problem. Improve yourself, reach the unspeakable level as soon as possible, integrate yourself into the rules, and occupy a rule. You'll understand everything then. Knowing too much too early is pointless. Serena sighed, a rare occurrence for her. However, there is one thing I can tell you, little one. You can listen to it too. It involves the human world and the world of horror. Serena seemed unwilling to disappoint Count Rose too much. I couldn't help but bring up another issue. The human world, a world of horrors, is actually like 2 mirrors reflecting each other. Of course, neither of them is fake, but real. Therefore, within the world of horror, there are all sorts of rumors and stories from the human world. In the human world, there are also various legends about ghosts and monsters. Can I interrupt for a moment? In Chung couldn't help but ask. However, Serena seemed to read his mind and chuckled softly. You mean, since a mirror world of ghosts and monsters exists, could a world of gods also exist? In Chung nodded, and then he knew the answer in his heart. There is no mirror world for the gods. The human world symbolizes vitality, like the yang in the yin-yang symbol. The horror world represents death. Whether it is vampires or other races that seem no different from humans, they are actually the dead, which also means the yin in the yin-yang symbol. 2 mirrors reflect each other, maintaining a certain balance, but the emergence of horror games has broken this balance. Of course, perhaps the balance was already broken long before that. Who knows? I can tell you with certainty that the disruption of the balance has led to some irreversible changes. It seems that the evil spirit gradually disappeared from sight around that time. The words fell. Count Rose and In Chung were unable to calm down for a long time. The human world and the world of horror are actually 2 mirrors reflecting each other. Like the yin and yang fish, they are intertwined and maintain a certain balance. But now, the balance has been broken. The situation seems to be heading towards the unknown. Chapter 131. In Chung, need to borrow money. After leaving the cave where the phosphorescent fire had burned, all that remained was a ground covered in white powder. Crossing the stream in front of the cave, a secluded forest lies before you. After leaving Serena's territory, the vampire magic circle on In Chung's arm has been successfully upgraded to a double composite version. Serena truly lives up to her reputation. She genuinely shows her feelings for Count Rose. For the sake of the other party. It also left its mark on In Chung, enabling him to call for backup at certain crucial moments. What's your take on the issues of humanity and the world of horror? Serena spoke. Count Rose's face had remained solemn. His brows remained furrowed, and the light in his eerie eyes dimmed. How should I see it? I'm not Yuan Fang. In Chung thought to himself, trying to find humor in his words, but he still answered honestly. That's not something I should worry about, Countess, and it's not even something you should worry about. Although Serena is, well, a bit, well, she's right about one thing. Hurry up and raise it to the unspeakable level. Perhaps once you integrate yourself into a set of rules, all the problems will be solved, and the answer will naturally become clear. In Chung is not arrogant. He didn't become arrogant just because he had encountered enough terrifying beings, nor did he offer advice from a position of weakness. That's true. Although Serena is a bit unreliable, she's at least reliable enough. Much more reliable than my dad, who only knows how to sleep. Count Rose shook his head and smiled with a hint of self-deprecation. In Chung. Reliable? Are you serious? And what a jerk the Count of Rose's father was. How could she possibly think that Serena was more reliable than him? You don't know until you come, and what you find here is quite a surprise. After a brief experience, In Chung seemed to have gained a completely new understanding of vampires. Well, to put it bluntly, it's a bit like having nothing better to do than eat a full meal. But thinking about it, In Chung realized it was normal. In this race with a long average lifespan, time is the one thing they have in abundance. It's not surprising that some strange quirks developed during this period. Return to the vampire city. Count Rose did not intend to see the guest off directly. She took In Chung to her property, Black Rose Manor. Despite having Rose in its name, this place is actually a vineyard. A large group of alluring female vampire servants were busy running around the manor. It seems they just happened to arrive at the peak of the harvest season. The Count of Rose's winery also began operations. It's a bustling and prosperous scene, yet it also has a sense of being completely different from the world, far removed from the hustle and bustle. He lay leisurely in the chair, sipping the finest wine in his glass. In Chung temporarily forgot his troubles. Not far from him, Count Rose was also lying in a chair, enjoying the sun. Her graceful figure, bathed in sunlight, seemed to be draped in a light veil. It must be said that Count Rose was someone In Chung knew among all the ghosts and monsters. The most elegant and aristocratic woman. Certainly. It would be even better if the wine glass in the other person's hand didn't contain his blood. Well, at least the Count of Roses bought him an insurance policy. It also taught him secrets about the human world and the horror world. As part of the medication treatment, it's harmless to give back to Count Rose as a side benefit. Little one, remember one thing about the City of Memories. Unless absolutely necessary, it's best to avoid getting involved. Don't think about coveting an unspeakable power. You should know that all gifts come with a price. Not every guy is like me. Savoring the sweet blood, Count Rose's mood instantly improved, and she didn't forget to give In Chung some instructions. Don't worry, I'm not so arrogant as to think I can mess with those unspeakable big shots. In Chung nodded in deep agreement. In fact, he knew it very well. If it weren't for the existence of the temptation of the dead talent, the Count of Roses most likely won't give him his first embrace. His path won't be so smooth. In Chung was well aware of the power of the Eye of Insight. However, the foundation laid by the temptation of the dead is the main reason why he embarked on the comfortable strategy route. Good that you understand. Let's hurry, perhaps. Count Rose sighed, his meaning clear even though he didn't finish his sentence. The problem that could make even a madwoman like Serena show a serious attitude. It goes without saying how serious it is. Horror games may be a catalyst, or perhaps a way to avert certain future crises. In Chung was an insider. The best way is to grow as fast as possible. Understood. Starting tomorrow, I will consume 1 vial of spiritual blood every day to accelerate my growth as much as possible. Ahem. At this point, In Chung coughed somewhat awkwardly. Count Rose immediately noticed that something was wrong with him. In Chung was looking at him with an embarrassed smile. He looked like he wanted to say something, but hesitated. Speak your mind, Count Rose said irritably. Then I'll tell you. In Chung probed again. Explain. I am In Chung. May I borrow some money? With a shrug, In Chung spoke earnestly. Countess of the Rose, unknown. Say it again. What are you trying to do? The Count's tone was somewhat incredulous. Ahem, I need to borrow money. In Chung spoke succinctly, even rubbing his fingers together. If I remember correctly, those little devils at the 3rd hospital must have given you quite a bit of ghost money. You've successfully completed the tasks for both games, so you should receive some ghost coins as a reward. With your abilities, you don't need to use any items from the shop to survive at all, and now you're telling me you actually need to borrow money? Count Rose was really starting to lose his composure. Well, didn't I already say I need a vial of spiritual blood every day to accelerate my growth? You probably know how corrupt the mall is, right? 100 milliliters of ghost-level spirit blood won't have much of an effect. Naturally, I can only choose the bloodline of the red-robed level, which is most suitable for my current strength. In Chung attempted to explain. However, Count Rose waved his hand to interrupt him. Just tell me, how many ghost coins do you need to consume every day? In Chung slowly extended 3 fingers. 3,000. 30,000. The blood in my mouth suddenly didn't taste so sweet anymore. Count Rose looked at In Sheng with an incredulous gaze. Do I look like a money-printing machine to you? In Sheng was speechless. He never expected that a red-robed level spirit blood would be so corrupt. 30,000 per tube. In order to accelerate his growth, he had no choice but to shamelessly borrow money from the Count. Chapter 132 The Call of Blood Magic. The bloodline of a vengeful ghost in red. 30,100 milliliters. The price is a bit high, but not unacceptable. However, given In Sheng's financial resources, it is clearly impossible for him to support this. The Countess of Roses was just one of the options In Sheng had for borrowing money. His true ideal target was still his dear Lena. Well, this horror game has come to an end. Compared to other players who struggled and barely managed to gain the right to return to the human world. From the very start of this game, In Sheng was already standing at the finish line. If it weren't for that tiny, unexpected thing that happened during the Blood Hunt mission, he has now returned to the world. Originally, after unlocking the purchase permission for Spirit Blood, In Sheng's best goal is to ask the lovely Lena for a tiny bit of her dowry money in advance. However, this was because Hill was still inside him. Before Hill is completely tamed to the point of obedience. He was too afraid to take the risk of doing that with Lena in front of Hill. Otherwise, Hill, with her mild Yandere tendencies, might do something unexpected. Her precious daughter so much. In Sheng didn't want to end up like that, with a woodcutter's knife. Therefore, Count Rose became his first choice for borrowing money. As for Hill, Ms. Mirror prefers to be alone and doesn't seem to be particularly wealthy. Count of Roses? Didn't you see how huge their estate is? 30,000 a day, little guy, you really dare to ask for that much? Count Rose's face darkened, and his eyes twitched involuntarily. Even a printing press can't go through your money faster than you. In Sheng shrugged. What can I do? I'm desperate too. The online store has clearly marked prices, and there are no discounts for bulk orders, which is frustrating for him. Just as the atmosphere was becoming somewhat tense, a vampire servant dressed as a maid approached Countess Rose and whispered a few words in her ear. Instantly, Count Rose's eyes lit up. The O'Connor family. Not bad at all. You're so lucky, little guy. You were just saying you were short of money, and now a great opportunity has come knocking on your door. The Count of Roses spoke with a hint of cunning, quite unlike his usual elegant demeanor. It seems that Jiang Ling has led them astray. In Sheng, what do you mean? Did you deliberately offer up your family, which had been eyeing my family before, as an opportunity to cause trouble for you, Earl? That being said, he had already used his eye of insight to see the current state of the Count of Rose. After learning about the O'Connor family's thoughts, In Sheng's expression instantly became somewhat strange. It really is like a pillow being delivered when you're sleepy. Count Rose was clearly feeling the pinch of spending 30,000 ghost coins a day. Now look what's happened. The biggest culprit has come knocking on our door. Why not go with the flow? The person who came is Tiffany. Remember to showcase your talent. I will pay you full attention. You should understand what I mean, right? I understand. It's all about getting them to choose to win me over, and then indirectly win you over, Countess. Although the 996 work schedule was very torturous, it also honed In Sheng's shrewd and insightful mind. This is nothing. He could easily understand it without even needing the eye of insight. Go and bring Miss Tiffany here. Yes. The vampire servants retreated. In Sheng raised his wine glass and gently toasted the Earl. He downed the crimson liquid in the glass in one gulp. The entrance to the manor. Only one vampire servant was guarding the gate. In front of her, a tight-fitting long dress perfectly accentuated her stunning figure. A verdant necklace hangs amidst the mountains and valleys. It forms a striking color contrast with the milky white snowflakes. Her long, golden hair cascaded down her shoulders, the strands glistening as if shimmering with light. If In Sheng were to see Tiffany, he would most likely only use 3 words to describe her. That's the big wave. Miss Tiffany, please come with me. The arriving vampire servants gestured for Tiffany to enter. Along the way, Tiffany was anything but quiet, subtly probing for information about In Sheng. However, the servants, who knew nothing about In Sheng, couldn't utter a single word in response. The standard response was always a brief, "I'm sorry, miss, I don't know." This situation left Tiffany somewhat frustrated. As they approached the place where In Sheng and Earl Rose were resting, the sounds of fighting could be heard quietly. The vampire servant, a peak-level vengeful spirit, transformed from a cute and sensual maid into a ferocious and savage monster. Sharp claws, exaggerated bat wings, and bloodthirsty fangs. The vampire servants, after transforming into monsters, displayed a speed that surprised even Yin Chung. More importantly, the opponent can fly and use its bat wings to continuously swoop down from midair to attack, slightly restricted Yin Cheng's ghostly movements. In order to perform well in the current small theater, Yin Cheng certainly couldn't kill his opponent instantly. Otherwise, a simple scene of soul loss would easily solve all the problems. However, this battle also gradually made Yin Cheng aware of his own shortcomings. Royal heir. In his mind, vampires should be born hunters. Even vampire servants can fly with ease. Why is it that a pure-blooded vampire like him did not grow wings and have the ability to fly? With this question in mind, while manipulating the 4 phantoms, Yin Cheng also hid the remaining 2 phantoms in the shadows on the ground. 2 additional phantoms are added for each level of strength gained. The situation is somewhat deadlocked. The vampire servants were too fast, and their shadows constantly swept across the ground, making it difficult for Yin Cheng's eerie shadows to locate them. However, at that moment, the elegant voice of the Count of Roses quietly rang out. Go and feel it. What do you desire most right now? Blood magic is the power of rules passed down through the bloodline of vampires. It is a legacy engraved in the blood. Vampires are nothing but inferior monsters. They are just lowly creations of blood magic, and of course they have the ability to fly for convenience. But you are different. You are a pure vampire. At the ghost stage, you should already be able to feel the power in your bloodline. Awaken it. Make good use of your bloodline. Awaken it with your strongest desire. The Count's voice seemed to possess some indescribable magic. This caused Yin Cheng, who was engaged in battle, to gradually lose his focus. But he didn't realize it. A blood-red sheen was constantly flowing across his body. It felt like some strange vein was throbbing, or like divine script written in blood, constantly piecing together to form a complete sentence. Chapter 133 Blood Demon Armor. Soaring through the sky to hunt. Everything outside seemed to be shut out. Yin Cheng's body seemed to be controlled entirely by instinct. Before his eyes, there was a bloody light, as if he were seeing a vast ocean made of blood. The waves were terrifying, and blood-red thunder roared. The mysterious power of rules, which should have been so far away from him, was now so close. The benefits that the progenitor of the vampires sought for his descendants by utilizing the power of the rules are now manifesting themselves here. It's only at the stage of a vengeful ghost. Then one can truly touch the power of the rules that can only be accessed through words. My blood was boiling even more. It was as if a voice was calling to Yin Cheng, guiding and instructing him. The gentle, instructive voice captivated and fascinated him. It was as if they had entered a state of complete absorption in the world around them. Yin Cheng's true form simply closed his eyes and devoted himself entirely to comprehending the blood-red ocean. Outside world. The crimson light on his body grew increasingly intense, transforming into bizarre and eerie crimson characters that continuously intertwined and linked together. They formed an orderly arrangement and connected to create wonderful sentences. Behind them, a pair of wings, made of blood and bone, were quietly spreading out. Unlike bat wings, those wings even had dark red feathers that shone with a metallic luster in the sunlight. The edges of the feathers are as sharp as knives, and with the slightest vibration, they produce a whistling sound. The appearance of blood-red wings. This does not mean the end of the change. On the contrary, it seems that this was just the beginning. On a recliner, a glint of light flashed in the Count Rose's scarlet, eerie eyes. Her body had quietly risen to a sitting position without her noticing. His gaze was fixed on Yin Cheng, as if he were looking at a pervert. A real pervert. Blood demon costume. A surprised and incredulous voice came from beside Count Rose. This interrupted Count Rose's increasingly erratic behavior. She glanced to the side and saw Tiffany, who had just arrived, her beautiful face filled with shock. She surpasses even the Earl of the Rose. Count Rose chuckled inwardly, still thinking of putting on a show for the other party, and then getting her to obediently invest in Yin Cheng and help her raise her child. Now it seems, even Count Rose himself was astonished. How could Tiffany possibly remain calm? Count Rose could even see the burning flame in Tiffany's eyes. Without a doubt, she would probably be willing to pay any price to win over Yin Cheng, including herself. There's no need to make such a fuss. It's just the blood demon armor, and besides, he can't yet perfectly control and use it. The words from Versailles, spoken by the Count of Roses, did not sound sarcastic at all. Rather, they seemed quite natural. Well, after all, Yin Cheng is someone she values. No matter how talented he is, it's only natural, right? Ha, Countess Rose is joking. If even the blood demon armor isn't enough to shock vampires, then what could possibly catch their attention? Tiffany smiled wryly and said, those are the only 3 forbidden techniques in blood magic, and they are also said to be among the abilities that can most directly touch the fundamental rules of blood magic. What is his strength? He's just a kid who recently advanced to the ghost stage. He's only just come into contact with blood magic, yet he's already mastered the blood demon armor that countless vampires can only envy. This talent is something even my father probably couldn't match. It must be said, Tiffany is very good at talking. Instead of comparing Yin Sheng to Count Rose, she brought up her own father. This placed the O'Connor family in a lower rank than the Earl of the Roses. Even the Earl of Roses, who was quite wary of the O'Connor family, was not immune to this kind of conversation. He couldn't help but let a faint smile appear on his face. There's no need for further praise. The daughter of the O'Connor family should be a smart person. Let's get straight to the point. Count Rose suppressed his smile and spoke calmly. Why is Earl Rose in such a hurry? Why not enjoy this interesting battle first, shall we? Despite only possessing the strength of a red-clad warrior, Tiffany was not overly reserved in front of the Earl. All right. The words fell. The 2 women turned their gazes back to Insheng. Now, Insheng suddenly opened his closed eyes. A crimson light, along with the dramatic changes on his body, cast a crimson shadow. The bizarre text constructed from blood, the interwoven sentences, gradually revealed their true effect. The bloodstains dissipated. Insheng now wore a dark red suit of armor. The entire body was completely enveloped in it, and the face was also covered by a hideous and grotesque mask. The wings behind him were fully spread. A dark red light flowed continuously from the armor and wings. Crimson steam billowed from the gaps in the armor. Blood demon armor, one of the 3 forbidden techniques in blood magic. Huh? It seems very powerful. Insheng clenched his fist, thoroughly enjoying the immense power within him. Right now, with the blood demon armor on him, his strength has increased by a full 100% according to a rough estimate. Certainly, such a terrifying increase also comes at a price. Blood magic, which can be called a forbidden technique, naturally consumes a great deal of energy. The blood demon armor on Insheng's blood will be burned and consumed at a rather slow rate. The crimson steam seeping from the gaps in the armor was the blood energy that had been consumed. Perfect ability. Blood consumption is a very simple matter for vampires as long as they have sufficient war preparation resources. But right now, it's time to finish this quickly. Beneath the grotesque and malevolent mask, a flash of bloodlust appeared in those scarlet, eerie eyes. The ability to project shadows was retracted. The blood demon armor added. Even a peak-level vampire servant became incredibly fragile in Insheng's eyes. Its wings fluttered. Whoosh. The first time he flew through the air, it felt strangely familiar, as if he was born to be the one to control the sky. Insheng transformed into a blood-red streak of light, soaring freely across the sky. Its speed was several times faster than that of the vampire servants who had completely transformed into monsters. This is the true power to fly. They are not comparable to vampires, those half-baked, inferior creatures. It's time to end this. After enjoying the wonderful experience of soaring through the sky, Insheng's mind gradually calmed down, and his eyes grew even more intense. He stood in midair, watching the vampire servant who was clearly in a panic, looking for an opportunity to attack, but completely at a loss. Insheng slowly raised his arm, making a grasping motion in midair. A crimson light emanated from the armor. A great bow, forged from blood, took shape in an instant. Chapter 134: An Opportunity for a Live-In Son-in-Law. The blood demon armor truly lives up to its reputation as one of the 3 forbidden techniques among the rules and power created by the ancestor. The perfect all-around enhancement and the ability to freely condense blood weapons is truly enviable. Below, Tiffany expressed her heartfelt feelings, her face flushing slightly. Reverence for the strong is an instinct for monsters in the horror world. Even Tiffany, a pure-blooded vampire, is no exception. The blood demon armored envoy in the sky is merely a little guy at the level of a fierce ghost. With such terrifying talent, he will at least become a top-tier blood-clad powerhouse in the future. Is there a problem with admiring the strong of the future? No problem at all. This time, Count Rose did not refute anything. She was also aware of the power of the blood demon armor. After all, as someone the O'Connor family wanted to win over, she herself also controlled one of the 3 forbidden arts of blood magic, the blood puppet. Given the blood demon puppet's eerie power, Count Rose naturally felt it most acutely. She had thought that Yin Cheng's talent was already astonishing enough. Unexpectedly, it turned into a small battle, intended to hone the opponent's skills and also to put on a show for Tiffany. Yin Cheng has gained direct control over one of the 3 forbidden techniques of blood magic. It could be described as an unexpected surprise, or the scene could have ended perfectly here. The horizon, the blood, red bow was slowly drawn. At the same time, the vampire servants, constantly seeking opportunities to attack, were like frightened birds. His body trembled violently. Bah! The piercing scream, carrying sonic waves, became the vampire servant's final, devastating blow. Encased in blood-red armor, Yin Cheng appeared to her as an invincible figure. Her opponent's strength and speed were even greater than hers. To deliberately get close is tantamount to suicide. Only by using covert methods like sonic attacks can there be any hope of turning the tide. However, hope turned into despair before it could even be born. The fact that the blood demon armor is one of the 3 forbidden techniques is no joke. An absolute increase in strength is only one aspect. Flying through the air is only the second aspect. Its terrifying and all-around defensive capabilities are the third feature. The sound waves had no effect whatsoever. The crimson bow had been drawn to its full extent. A dark red arrow quietly condensed, dull and lifeless, yet exuding a chilling sense of oppression. Call out. Yin Cheng's fingertips loosened. Arrow shot out. A look of despair appeared on the vampire servant's Zhengning face. There's no way to avoid it. There's no way to escape it. The arrow locked onto it the moment it was fired. It gave her the feeling that even if she went to the ends of the earth, she would surely die. Whoosh. Blood splattered. In midair, the monsters that the vampire servants had transformed into plummeted. Half of his body was completely destroyed and disintegrated under the corrosive influence of blood. Thump. Half of her body crashed heavily to the ground, but her head was still looking at Yin Cheng, who had also fallen to the ground. Despite blood gushing from his mouth, he still trembled as he said, "Thank you." Yin Cheng didn't kill her, otherwise, it would have been her head that exploded right now. After all, he was Count Rose's servant. Even if he was just a vampire servant, the lowest of the low among the vampires. That's also to give the Earl face, isn't it? The vampire clan is a cruel place. In the eyes of pure-blooded vampires, the status of vampire servants is not much different from that of human players. Even so, whether in a world of horror or in the human world, plenty of guys are vying to be turned into vampires. Improving one's strength is secondary. The most crucial point is that, as long as they don't make mistakes, they are generally not killed arbitrarily. Vampires can enjoy just as long lifespans, which is actually much better than ordinary monsters. Not to mention, you have to consider the owner before you beat a dog. The title of vampire still carries considerable weight in the world of horror. Unless you've messed with something truly formidable, they'll usually give you some leeway. Ghostly affairs and worldly wisdom are ultimately unavoidable. The blood demon's armor dissipated. Yin Cheng pretended not to know anything and walked up to Count Rose, asking, "And who is this?" "Tiffany, O'Connor's daughter. By the way, O'Connor is one of the bloodstained ghosts of the vampire clan. How about it? Want a chance to become her son-in-law?" "The Count of Rose teased me," he said deliberately. Then, Yin Cheng's body stiffened slightly as he felt Hill's strong protest within his body. If Count Rose and her mother, Lady Mirror, weren't on the same level, Hill probably stormed out in a huff and banished it to some deserted corner of the mirror world to enjoy eternal solitude. Yin Cheng was well aware of how terrifying Yandere women could be. Even if it's just a mild case, he can't let his guard down. Until he can get Hill to completely obey him, he needs to play it safe for now. "No need, thank you. I have no interest in being a live-in son-in-law." Yin Cheng sincerely rejected Count Rose's proposal. "Would you mind having another vampire wife?" A pleasant voice rang out, catching Yin Cheng off guard. Hill inside him became even more agitated, as if he were holding a lollipop and about to smash the woman in front of him to death. Yin Cheng. He truly hadn't expected that this Miss Tiffany would be so, well, bold. He flirted with her in front of Count Rose and Hill inside her body. "I'm a little hesitant at the moment, thank you." The honest answer did not disappoint Tiffany. On the contrary, it made the flame in her eyes burn even brighter. "If you mind it now, doesn't that mean you won't mind it in the future?" Tiffany smiled radiantly and exclaimed, "You are such a witty gentleman." Yin Cheng. Unknown. We can admit he's a gentleman. After all, he was already quite gentlemanly before the horror game. But how did you come to the conclusion that I'm funny? One side. Count Rose watched the conversation between the two with interest, but for some reason, he also felt a little uncomfortable. It's like, the cabbage you've painstakingly cultivated is about to be eaten by a pig? And so, Count Rose interrupted their cryptic conversation. All right, let's get down to business. Miss Tiffany, shouldn't you state your purpose? My purpose in coming here is also one of the reasons I came here, as you just mentioned. If you're interested, you can come to me anytime to fulfill today's promise. Tiffany giggled, her slight tremor causing ripples to spread across the mountains and valleys, making them appear dazzling. Count of the Rose. Ming hashtag. Hill in the shadows. Oh, Lena. Komonino. Oh. In Chung. Degree. Can't we just talk like this? It was supposed to be just a transaction, but how did things start to go so far off track? Chapter 135 Ambitious Tiffany. Inside the body. Hill gradually calmed down. Because In Chung promised that after returning to the human world, he would give her all kinds of lollipops, one box at a time, and give her more pretty dresses. Well, a little girl is still a little girl. Even though Hill is a 31-year-old little girl, she is no exception. A lollipop and a pretty dress always make it easy to win someone over. On the other hand, Count Rose was not so easy to deal with. Although, in In Cheng's opinion, the Countess of Rose had no idea what kind of jealousy she was feeling. The atmosphere gradually became somewhat tense. In this respect, Tiffany is surprisingly no less imposing than the Count of Rose. Despite being just a ghost in red, she boldly confessed her feelings and made it clear that she wanted to become In Cheng's wife. Her attitude was unbelievably firm. In Cheng couldn't help but begin to seriously examine the other party's information. Finally, in the preferences section, he noticed crucial information. Preferences, investment, power, your enormous potential makes her determined to make the biggest bet. She's an ambitious woman, and the O'Connor family clearly can't fully satisfy her ambitions. I see. He's an autocratic vampire. That makes sense now. In Cheng pondered deeply. Tiffany's behavior suggests that her purpose in coming here was not simply to win him over. Perhaps, she wanted to board the Rose Earl's ship and ride the winds to new heights. He has brought the O'Connor family under his control and is even beginning to climb towards a larger power center within the vampire clan. In Cheng's eyes gradually became playful. Tiffany's father probably never imagined that his beloved daughter was actually trying to win over In Cheng. In reality, they've already started plotting how to usurp the throne. Seems like backstabbing. When it happens to you, it always makes you feel bad and unable to find a way to cope. But if it happens to your opponent, that would be really interesting. Unconsciously, In Cheng didn't have much affection for the O'Connor family. I can't explain why, it's just a simple intuition. Subconsciously, I placed it in the position of an adversary. With a pop sound, In Cheng pulled the cork out of the wine bottle, stained with bright red wine, and threw it on the ground. Guests are welcome. Let's sit down and talk things over. He acted as a peacemaker, very gentlemanly pouring wine for the two beautiful ladies. Cheers. In Cheng raised his wine glass and silently gave Count Rose a meaningful look. Don't forget the topic. Ahem. Count Rose snapped out of his reverie and coughed twice. Cheers. The Count of Rose's relenting instantly eased the atmosphere in the room. The glasses clinked together, producing a crisp sound, and the wine swirled within, releasing a rich aroma. A glass of wine goes down the throat. Count Rose cleared her throat and slowly said, Tiffany, you are a smart woman. The spectating is over. Now it's time to talk about business. Less than 2 seconds after he finished speaking, the Earl quietly added, I don't want to hear you use any more words to express your love for In Cheng. Thank you. Her words were very direct, and Tiffany innocently blinked at In Cheng. In Cheng silently turned his head, pretending not to see. Since the Earl has already said so, I certainly cannot continue to waste the Earl's time. Tiffany smiled, her eyes crinkling. My father, O'Connor, wanted me to come and win over this genius you brought back, Earl. I think you understand why, so I won't go into details. So, you intend to carry out your father's orders? Count Rose's lips curled into a slightly mocking smile. Tiffany, in my memory, you're not exactly an obedient daughter. Yes, it's really exhausting to play the role of a good daughter in front of your father, Tiffany admitted with surprising decisiveness. Even In Cheng, a listener, felt somewhat bewildered. Damn it. Are all vampires this straightforward? Is it okay to say this outright? Or is this a tacit understanding between women? However, In Cheng also understood that Tiffany was an ambitious woman. Extraordinary talent of Count Rose, who advanced to the blood robe level at a very early age and is capable of standing alone. In terms of power, O'Connor doesn't have an unspeakable father figure behind him. There was no close friend like Serena. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to win over Count Rose and leverage her influence. They are inferior to others in both strength and influence. Above them was an elderly father in his prime, who controlled the entire family. Tiffany's ambitions had absolutely no room to be realized. And then Inching appeared. This gave her a glimmer of hope, and just as she had expected, O'Connor sent her to win her over. Everything was going in the direction she had hoped for. The only problem is, Inching's talent is truly amazing. She was so good that she was willing to devote everything to supporting him. Investing is not just about investing in things that you can easily control. To invest in a future powerhouse, all you need to do is not be so heartless and devoid of humanity. Tiffany was confident that the other party would remember her kindness and, in turn, offer her some help. This is the meaning and value of investing. Since you're so sincere, I'm becoming quite interested in your purpose. Count Rose's interest was piqued when Tiffany openly admitted her ulterior motives. With her legs crossed, her slender calves swayed gently beneath the black fabric. For anyone who wants to lose control, that's an irresistible temptation. Fortunately, Inchung wasn't. He had complete control. Couldn't quite get a word in edgewise during the conversation between the two women. So naturally, our attention shifted to other places. And then, Inchung also crossed his legs and started to sway leisurely. The O'Connor family. I'm willing to sacrifice the entire O'Connor family to gain your support, Earl Rose. I can utilize all the resources of the O'Connor family to help you nurture him to the best of my ability. I only hope that at some point in the future, Count Rose and he will be on my side and offer me some assistance. What do you say? These two brief sentences surprised not only Count Rose, but also Inchung, who was standing to the side. Tiffany's opening statement revealed her intention to offer up the entire O'Connor family. After the initial surprise, the Earl and Inchung quickly regained their composure. The huge profits also mean potential risks in the future. Tiffany's ambitions are too great. He readily agreed. Being coerced into repaying a debt of gratitude in the future is a minor matter, since it was originally a transaction. However, if the return required is too great, then the two sides might end up with rather unpleasant feelings. Chapter 136, Seeing Through Ability. After Tiffany's words, this made the atmosphere somewhat awkward once again. Count Rose gave Inchung a look, signaling that it was time for him to speak. Inchung immediately looked at Tiffany's graceful figure and laughed. Miss Tiffany, don't you think your appetite is a bit too big? I don't deny that the O'Connor family may be very valuable, and even I am very interested in them. However, it doesn't seem like an equal exchange to directly gain the Count of Rose's promise to me, does it? I may be temporarily disregarded, but the value represented by Earl Rose alone already surpasses that of the O'Connor family. Otherwise, why would your father, Mr. O'Connor, go to such lengths to have you win him over? Tiffany's expression didn't change at all. Instead, her smile grew even brighter. Her beautiful face exudes a confident charm. If I remember correctly, Countess Rose seems to have mastered the blood puppet, one of the 3 forbidden spells of blood magic. The sudden question made Inchung's eyes flicker slightly. He has mastered one of the 3 forbidden techniques, the blood demon armor. Within that sea of blood, they had already categorized various blood magic spells and learned a great deal of information. Blood demon puppet, one of the 3 forbidden techniques. It possesses 2 abilities. One method involves using the essence and blood of vampires to create blood demon seeds, capable of controlling enemies. The demonic seed takes root and sprouts within an enemy's body. It can turn the enemy into a puppet and easily manipulate them. The second ability. That's rather cruel. By burning their own essence and blood, they can greatly enhance their combat power. They can also transform themselves into emotionless war puppets, fighting to the death with their enemies. Unless everything is annihilated by the enemy, even if the soul is destroyed and only the body remains, they will fight the enemy endlessly. The second ability is often not fully activated, but rather remains in a semi-activated state. To maintain absolute rationality, calmness, and disregard for pain during battle. It's a pretty scary kind of supportability. Tiffany now mentions the blood puppet talent wielded by Count Rose. The meaning is already quite clear. Count Rose himself was slightly surprised. You're willing to become my puppet? You should know that once the blood demon puppet is planted, everything about you will be in my hands. Why not? Tiffany smiled radiantly, the brilliance in her eyes making Inchung feel somewhat frightened. My foolish father was too rigid and wanted to control everything. Little did they know, his era has passed. He should just obediently lie in his coffin and sleep, and let the future be controlled by the new generation of vampires. Wouldn't that be better? Tiffany's smile gradually turned cold. Letting that idiot Knowles try to advance his blood robe was the stupidest decision he ever made. What's even more ridiculous is that he actually fantasizes about marrying you, Countess of the Rose, huh? Tiffany continued to recount O'Connor's stupidity. The conversation revealed that this was a family that also possessed considerable power among the vampires. In her words, it was practically the epitome of stupidity. Knowles, the eldest brother with terrible talent, is still expected to achieve great things. Bruno, the second brother, is somewhat intelligent but hesitant and indecisive. And Tiffany herself, the third daughter whose talent clearly surpasses that of her two older brothers, yet she is treated like a commodity by O'Connor. In-chung and Count Rose exchanged a glance. I'm starting to understand why Tiffany can be so decisive and ruthless. A woman who is seen as an object, yet is ambitious and wants to control everything. Under O'Connor's pressure, he chose an alternative path. It still sounds somewhat unbelievable. It seems that she has simply changed from being oppressed by her father to being oppressed by someone else. But is that really the case? Although Countess Rose and O'Connor are both bloodstained, their talents and potential are not on the same level. The bloodstained clothes marked the beginning of Count Rose's life, but were O'Connor's end. The power behind the Count of Roses was far beyond what O'Connor could match. The most crucial point is, having lived away from home for so long, Count Rose had absolutely no interest in the power struggles within the vampire clan. This is the biggest reason why Tiffany was willing to become the puppet of the Count of Roses. The Countess who wasn't particularly interested in power. She still needs a professional to help her manage the power in her hands, doesn't she? Tiffany was clearly confident that she could win over the Count of Rose. Moreover, she still has the opportunity to take advantage of In-cheng's roundabout route. Call. On the bed, In-cheng let out a long sigh of relief. Hill quietly appeared and obediently massaged her older brother's shoulders, clearly enjoying the time she spent alone with In-cheng. Breathing in the fresh air of the world, he felt as if he had been transported to another world. This is the norm after every horror game. The mirrored worlds reflect each other. One side is life, the other is death. Human life has its beauty, and the world of horror has its charm. Tiffany eventually became Count Rose's blood demon puppet, and at the same time agreed to In-cheng's conditions. Invest 900,000 ghost coins in him in 1 month. Even before leaving, Tiffany reminded In-cheng that the promise could be fulfilled at any time. Such a huge sum of money would probably be difficult for even a lone wolf like Xue to afford. But the O'Connor family's roots are still there. After informing the head of the O'Connor family about In-cheng's talent, and with the cooperation of Earl Rose, a friendly treaty was signed. All problems will then be solved naturally. In the eyes of these large families, things that can be solved with money are nothing. It is worth mentioning that Iris and Lilith were left at the Rose Earl's manor by In-cheng. They have been temporarily detained. Unfortunately, ghosts that haven't signed a contract cannot be brought back to the human world. So the only option was to leave it to Count Rose to treat it. After relaxing for a moment, In-cheng stopped Hill from obediently rubbing his shoulders and gently rubbed Hill's head to express his appreciation. The little girl's porcelain-like face, adorned with a sweet smile, was so heartwarming. On the ground, the pitch-black shadow slowly stood up. In-cheng looked at his own shadow with a slightly complicated expression, and his eye of insight quietly activated. As expected, I can now even see through their abilities. He felt somewhat invigorated. What does it mean to understand ability? The moment the enemy makes a move, In-cheng can immediately ascertain all of their secrets. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Fighting against In-cheng. The moment the enemy made his move, it was as if he were already standing naked in front of him. There will be absolutely no privacy whatsoever. Chapter 137, A Change of Taste. Talent ability, Shadow. Characteristics, Shadow Clone, Slender Man, Shadow Swap. Swap positions with a Shadow Clone. Shadow Cloak, merge into the shadow. Shadow Bind. Use Slender Man to attack the shadow, thus affecting the main body's movements. Shadow Erosion. Slender Man completely erodes the enemy's shadow, achieving a certain degree of control over the enemy. Lord of Shadows. Your shadow will be the future ruler of the Shadow Realm. Origin of the ability. A certain extremely powerful and unspeakable being who controlled the rules of shadows perished for some reason. Although the unspeakable is dead, his unique rules transformed into a drop of blood carrying the inheritance of power, which you have devoured. Call. After letting out another long sigh, Incheng finally smiled. The shadow ability has no lasting consequences, and the corresponding unspeakable has already perished. The possibility of fishing, as initially speculated by Count Rose, does not exist. It feels so good. The burden on my shoulders has instantly lightened a lot. After letting out a sigh, he felt inexplicably sad. God knows, in such a short time, he carried such immense pressure on his shoulders. It's a pity that the City of Memories abilities are incomplete, and I can't use them right now. Otherwise, I could explore its secrets. Incheng sighed inwardly. I don't know if it's because of the looting during the Blood Hunt missions, or the characteristics of the City of Memories itself. He gained the fragmented ability of the City of Memories simply by devouring an old man named Lee. It's so badly damaged that it's unusable right now. The Eye of Insight has not yet been raised to the level of directly introspecting oneself. The condition of revealing is still required to trigger the effect. Is something wrong with Big Brother? Little Hill, who was gently hugging Incheng's neck, noticed the change in his expression and asked with concern. Her soft-spoken manner is irresistible. It's nothing, just a minor issue, Hill, don't worry. Incheng activates his skill, a head pat. Hill instantly triggered a certain dog's skill, weakness, and helplessness. The spirit in the mirror, Hill, is so light that her weight can be described as nothing, as she is ethereal and elusive. Most importantly, Hill is 316 years old. What method? Cough cough. Who could resist such a temptation? In any case, Incheng couldn't resist. With the burden on his shoulders relieved, he had nothing to worry about for the time being. It's too big, worrying won't help. It's a small matter, no need to worry about it. After a sweet kiss, Incheng's gaze became slightly strange. Such an action did not provoke a strong protest from the storyboard artist, who used shock to express his shock. After a slight pause, he tentatively asked, has the soul-stealing storyboard been a bit quiet today? Hill said with an innocent expression on her cute little face. It doesn't know either. Maybe she's just busy right now. Hiss. Incheng gasped, somewhat surprised. Lychee prices are starting to fall. I'm doing this to improve my relationship with Hill and reach a super high level of favorability where she'll obey me as soon as possible, so I can resolve the Cleaver crisis. Yes, that's right. That's exactly it. A machete or something like that. Absolutely not. Incheng didn't want to miss such a golden opportunity. Time slips away bit by bit. The lost soul scene also did not produce any reaction. I wonder if it's because Hill and the Mirror Lady said something in the previous game. It's because Ms. Mirror is too busy to worry about this. All in all, I don't know how much time has passed. A balanced diet lays a simple foundation. Hill is quite receptive to new things. At this moment, Incheng's expression was sacred and devout. He asked gently, how are you feeling? Hill pondered for a moment, then replied in an adorable, slightly dazed manner. What Big Brother gives is the best. Chapter 138, Ghostly Artifact, 3-second eye confinement. Bizarre conditions for recognizing a master. Incheng looked refreshed and energetic. Let the obedient and adorable Hill hang on his back, her cute white little legs swinging back and forth. Well, eat one bite at a time, and walk one step at a time. To avoid today being just an unexpected situation, Incheng remained quite restrained and did not immediately max out the progress bar. After the Eye of Insight is upgraded, Incheng could already see that a note had appeared after the life and death together favorability rating. Just as he had guessed, obedient and compliant. However, the note about being obedient is only partially visible. In other words, we still need to work harder. After the brief period of divine wisdom has passed, Incheng tidied up briefly. Then he took out a small box that he had kept for a long time from the animal head leather strap. Resolving the problem with the gluttonous kid, the gift he received was the eyeball ghost artifact. Ghostly weapon, 3-second blindness. Owning it will make you a true 3-second man. Ability, within the range defined by its master's strength, activates a restriction defined by it for 3 seconds. Within the 3-second area, everything except the ghost weapon's master will be restricted by the restriction, and no one below the level of a fierce god can escape. The number of times it can be used per day is related to the master's strength. As long as you are fast enough, 3 seconds is enough. Origin. It was formed from an eyeball that a ruthless individual gouged out of a ferocious god while it was still alive. It contained the power of that ferocious god's rules and, by chance, transformed into a ghostly artifact, the ferocious god. Conditions for recognizing a master. 1. Possessing a talent related to the eyes. 2. Possessing a dwelling perfectly suited for the crimson vertical pupil. 3. Making a vow in front of the crimson vertical pupil that, if conditions permit, one will definitely kill the ferocious god who abandoned the eyeball. The poor eyeball seems to think it has been abandoned, thus harboring extremely strong malice towards the original owner, which has become one of the rules for recognizing a master. Hiss. After carefully considering the message returned by the Eye of Insight, In-chung gasped. His eyes twitched involuntarily. The notes are a little odd, but that's fine. That's not the point, after all. The key point is, damn it, the blood-red vertical pupil ghost weapon is actually the eyeball of a ferocious god. All the words in In-chung's heart were summed up in a single word. Blanche. I just breathed a sigh of relief, having been relieved of an unspeakable burden. A ferocious god was immediately presented to him. WDNMD. In-chung couldn't help but break down a bit, but the attributes of the ghost weapon were just so tempting. 3-second blindness. Having it will make you a true 3-second man. Literally, this ghost artifact will define a special 3-second forbidden zone based on my strength level. Within the forbidden zone, I can set up a restriction within 3 seconds. No one but me knows about this restriction, and no one can violate it. In that case, doesn't that mean? His eyes gradually brightened, In-chung's heart pounded, and his breathing became rapid. 3-second blindness, a special ghost artifact whose power of rules cannot be resisted even by the unspeakable. The owner of the ghost weapon will be invincible for 3 seconds. In-chung couldn't think of any other evaluation, just one word, strong. Strong as it may be, risks still exist. After his reflection, a bitter smile appeared on his face. However, judging from the current situation, I can't worry about that anymore. The more debts I have, the better. Moreover, the evil spirits in the horror world have all disappeared, so the potential dangers of the 3-second blindness restriction can be ignored for the time being. The surrounding urban areas of Yiming City are about to undergo a major upheaval. That unspeakable being who is about to die wants to cause trouble. The crisis is ever present, and I cannot hesitate to use any means that can enhance my strength. I made a decision quickly in my mind. He'll seem to know that In-chung was facing a very important decision. She nestled obediently on In-chung's back, without uttering a word, her little face pressed against his, soft and gentle. After taking a deep breath, In-chung began to think about the second condition for the 3-second eye blocking rule. The first condition has already been met by the existence of the Eye of Insight talent. This might also explain why the 3-second eye confinement technique provided In-chung with a drop of blood, enabling him to awaken his vampire talent. Well, in other words, they've acknowledged the master, but not completely. What other place could be a perfect home for the eyeball besides the eye itself? In-chung grimaced, feeling a bit of a headache. The power of the 3-second eye blocking ability is directly proportional to its bizarre conditions for recognizing a master. Each of the 3 conditions was more bizarre than the last. The first condition was a matter of luck, and In-chung just happened to meet it perfectly. The second one is still relatively normal. After all, there are always some ghosts or humans who are one-eyed, providing a perfect habitat for the 3-second blindness gap. But the third one, who the hell would be out of their mind to do this without knowing anything about the situation? Making a vow over an eyeball, saying something like killing a ferocious god. It's impossible to gouge out my own eyes and replace them with the 3-second blindness. I still prefer the original. In-chung played with the 3-second eye blocking device, and an idea gradually formed in his mind. The battle at Count Rose's manor was what truly introduced him to blood magic. The blood demon armor, one of the 3 forbidden techniques, requires extremely strong talent to master. However, other blood magic does not have this condition. One of these is a blood magic called Blood Eye Technique, which is based on the category of body modification abilities. It is not a one-time consumable spell after it is cast. Red pupil is born between the eyebrows, which is continuously nourished by the blood and energy of the individual. The blood-red pupils open and close. They can release extremely powerful crimson beams of light, killing enemies with a mere glance. My idea should be feasible. Replacing the blood pupil with a 3-second blindness should not be a big problem. Anyway, that kind of blood magic is meaningless to me. After making a plan, In-chung decisively began to take action. His fingernail gently scratched his finger, and a spurt of blood flew out. Guided by his fingertip, it transformed into blood-red characters standing in the void. The next moment, an invisible portal has been opened. In-chung's spirit once again inspired the call of the sea of blood. Suddenly, it felt as if I were in a world of blood. His spirit stood atop the sea of blood, seeking the deepest desires of his heart. Communicating with the Sea of Blood. Chapter 139, The Forbidden Recognition of Master, Hill's Little Logic. Blood magic. Based on the progenitor of the vampires, the ferocious god, and utilizing the unique power of rules, he brought bloodline inheritance to the entire race. Insheng didn't know if other vampires could be like him. When you want to learn blood magic, you can directly communicate with the Blood Sea. Enter it as a spiritual entity, and then randomly select and summon the corresponding blood magic. It's very convenient and fast. Not long after, in the world of blood, a blood-red eyeball quietly flew out at Insheng's call. It merged directly into the space between Insheng's eyebrows, where his spiritual body was located. The real world. Insheng slowly opened his eyes, a sense of enlightenment rising in his heart. The blood eye technique is like an instinct that is engraved deep in the brain and memory. The blood and energy in his body surged towards the space between his eyebrows. An eerie line quietly emerged from between the eyebrows, running downwards. A small crack slowly appeared on the smooth skin. A blood-red eye emerged from between Insheng's brows. It feels almost identical to a real eye, the only difference being that it can release a blood-red beam to kill enemies, but that requires further nurturing, which I can't do right now. It felt somewhat novel. The vertical eye between his eyebrows moved back and forth, observing his surroundings. After briefly experiencing Erling Shen's daily life, Insheng put away his distracting thoughts, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. Hill, do your brother a small favor. Great. Hill immediately smiled happily when he heard that he could help Insheng. Can you remove this eyeball between my eyebrows as painlessly as possible? Insheng is not a masochist. He can solve problems in the simplest and easiest way, so he naturally wouldn't resort to the horrific act of gouging out his own eyeballs. No problem, big brother, don't resist. Hill will use the mirror realm to transfer part of your body, and then you'll be able to easily separate your eyeballs. Hill was very obedient and didn't ask Insheng why he did it. Alright, let's not delay, let's begin now. The words fell. Hill's fair little hand gently touched Insheng's brow and vertical eye. Relaxing his mind, he gave Hill an encouraging smile. The next moment, Hill disappeared. At the same time, Insheng clearly sensed that the eyeball inside his vertical eye between his eyebrows had also disappeared. The blood energy continued to surge towards the center of his brow, seemingly intending to condense into a new blood-red eye. He certainly wouldn't allow a new eyeball to be born. He immediately took control of his blood and chi, and closed the vertical eye between his eyebrows, making it look slightly withered. The blood-red, eerie patterns appeared somewhat dull and lifeless. Without the slightest hesitation, Insheng grabbed the bizarre eye-shaped ring from the small box. The eye, as exquisite as amber and shimmering with light, was staring straight at Insheng. The divine talent, Eye of Insight, possesses an almost natural and intense attraction to such ghostly artifacts. I, Insheng, swear today that when I have the power in the future, I will definitely help you kill your former self to avenge the hatred that he abandoned you. The moment the vow was made, buzz, the eyeball ring began to vibrate violently. Staring at Insheng's blood-red vertical eyes, it was as if some kind of characteristic had been triggered. Then, the ghost artifact shaped like an eyeball ring melted into a pool of liquid in an instant, flowing into Insheng's body through his palm. The next moment, a feeling of being connected by blood, as if one were controlling one's own arm, arises spontaneously. Eye technique between the eyebrows. A brand new, blood-red vertical eye has taken its place. Its vertical eyes shone like amber, both eerie and beautiful. The moment Insheng opened his vertical eye between his eyebrows, his entire demeanor seemed to undergo a complete transformation. If he was previously a reserved and steady person who kept his talents hidden, then, at this moment, he was like a monarch who disregarded and dominated everything. The 3-second eye binding technique was originally formed from the eyeball of a ferocious god, containing extremely terrifying power of rules. The mere opening of his vertical eye added an indescribable sense of oppression to Insheng. It's a wonderful feeling. Once you use the ability to close your eyes for 3 seconds, it really gives you the illusion that you are invincible, even though it only lasts for 3 seconds. Insheng couldn't help but sigh, clenching his fists to gradually suppress his inner excitement. Hill reappeared, her delicate white hands carefully cradling Insheng's bloodshot eyes. As a contracted spirit, she knew, of course, that the space between Insheng's eyebrows had been replaced by new eyes. And so, with a hint of anticipation on her porcelain-like, adorable face, Hill asked, Does Big Brother still want this eye? In Cheng's expression was slightly strange. No, Hill can take it if he likes it. It's just an eye. Well, anyway, it's just a product of condensed blood and chi, not the original eyeball. Hill can play with it if he wants. It's not a big problem. Thank you, Big Brother. Hill smiled sweetly. Then, whoa. Hill opened her little mouth and her little hand trembled. Her blood-red eyes were instantly chopped off. In Cheng. Hill, Omega. It was assumed that Hill intended to keep his eyeballs as a keepsake. As it turns out, things often don't turn out the way we imagine. Hill, can you tell your brother why you ate his eyeballs? In Cheng asked with a slightly serious expression. For the sake of future happiness, it's really necessary to ask this kind of question. Otherwise, if Hill gets interested and eats something he shouldn't, that would be troublesome. Hilton gave a pitiful look, as if she was at a loss. Did Hill do something wrong? It's not a question of right or wrong, but why did Hill eat that eyeball? Because it's part of Big Brother's body. Even if Big Brother doesn't want it anymore, Hill will protect it carefully. Hill said earnestly. Mom said that the best way to protect something is to become one with it. Call. In Cheng breathed a sigh of relief, and he understood even more clearly that Hill's mild Yandere tendencies were indeed inextricably linked to her mother-in-law. It's okay, it's fine since I ate it. My brother was just curious. He patted Hill's cute little head, then reminded him. But Hill, remember, you can only eat what your brother gives you willingly. If you steal it, you're not a good child. Hill nodded happily, then asked somewhat cautiously. Then, can Hill eat candy anytime? Chapter 140 The Dialogue Request from the Wujian Chamber of Commerce. Hill asked a very profound question. In Cheng fell into a brief moment of contemplation. Delegation or control, that is the question. Some substances, well, are still quite precious. In Cheng doesn't know whether he will still possess these characteristics after being transformed into a vampire. Moderation. We still need to be more moderate. She silently warned herself, but her body still gave the honest answer. When no one is around, Hill can eat, but no more than 3. No, 5 times a day. No more than 5 times. Guilt plus 100. But who can resist such a temptation? Anyway, In Cheng can't. Upon receiving the answer, Hill was overjoyed and jumped in front of In Cheng, hanging on like a koala. In her mind, she was calculating. There are 5 chances a day, and she can decide when no one is around. If the older brother feeds her, wouldn't that be many, many more chances? Thinking about it this way, Hill felt a sweet warmth in her heart, and her smile became even brighter, just as the atmosphere was starting to veer off course. After In Cheng returned, he took out his phone, which he had left aside, and it rang. The ringing broke the unspoken understanding. Hill frowned her cute brows and silently glanced at the incoming call notification on In Cheng's phone. The name Lu Jun reminded her of a pawn in the hands of an older brother. Hill will remember this grudge. Hello. In Cheng answered the phone. Phew. Lu Jun on the other end of the phone visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Boss, thanks to the resources you provided, I have successfully been promoted to a high-level position in the Wujian Chamber of Commerce. The person in charge behind me thinks very highly of me. All of this is thanks to you. Without you, sir, I, Lu Jun, would not be where I am today. Now my authority has been increased by nearly 10 times. If the boss has any orders, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Lu Jun's tone was tinged with excitement and sincere gratitude. Clearly, despite the fact that the power in his hands has expanded many times over, he is still able to understand his own position. With In Cheng's support, he is the rising star of the Wujian Chamber of Commerce. Without him, he probably wouldn't be alive today. Blood, you should understand. Secondly, In Cheng pondered for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the well-behaved and adorable Hill. Search out all sorts of pretty little dresses in the world, and buy more delicious lollipops, and some dolls that little girls like as well. Every shopping experience. Of course, In Cheng wouldn't forget Hill. If he didn't spoil such an obedient and well-behaved little girl, who else would he spoil? Well, Lena certainly needs to be pampered too, but the current circumstances don't quite allow it. But it will be soon. In the feedback from the Eye of Insight, under the favorability section, obedience has begun to glow faintly, moving from a half-bright state. It's obvious. Millet porridge really does accelerate the increase of Hill's favorability. Of course, the most important part is the close interaction between In Cheng and Hill. This is the key to increasing favorability. No problem, boss. You can rest assured to leave everything to me. Lu Jun was very sensible and didn't say anything more. After a moment of hesitation on the phone, Lu Xun asked somewhat cautiously. Boss, can I ask about some things on behalf of the person in charge of the Wujian Chamber of Commerce? As you know, my own strength is limited. My sudden leap must mean that I have a powerful force supporting me. The leaders of the Wujian Chamber of Commerce aren't fools. They've guessed a lot of things, so? His tone was slightly awkward and fearful. After all, in Lu Xun's impression, Boss Yincheng had a slightly lone wolf personality. To put it more vividly, it seems that the big boss is closer to ghosts than to people. So, the person in charge of the Wujian Chamber of Commerce wants to use you to talk to me? A playful smile appeared on Yincheng's lips as he asked in return. Lu Xun was speechless and did not refute. Yincheng was not surprised by this situation. From the moment he decided to make contact and turn Lu Xun into a pawn in his game. The current situation was already foreseeable. As Lu Xun himself said, his strength was limited, and he had not become a chosen one of the gods. It's impossible to get something like a mid-level amulet, let alone two at once. Is it possible to avoid arousing suspicion and speculation? Fortunately, the Wujian Chamber of Commerce does indeed have the demeanor of a major power. Unlike some chaotic organizations that simply robbed Lu Xun of his belongings and then subjected him to severe torture to interrogate him about their origin, they did not. It could even be said to be the exact opposite. Lu Xun's treatment was significantly improved, and the other party directly stated their identity and intentions. This action demonstrates the goodwill of the Wujian Chamber of Commerce and the desire to win over Yincheng. The one who can generously provide two intermediate-level amulets must undoubtedly be a chosen one of the gods. They could very well be among the best. If the Wujian Chamber of Commerce isn't interested, it will only make Yincheng suspicious. After pondering for a moment, Yincheng's smile remained unchanged as he slowly spoke. Since the person behind you wants to talk to me, then let him talk to me himself. Whether by phone or in person, I won't mind. Lu Xun was stunned, never expecting that the big shot would actually agree to such a request. He vigorously cleaned his ears, his face showing disbelief. What did the big shot say? Whether by phone or in person? The big boss doesn't mind meeting with the head of the Wujian Chamber of Commerce. Lu Xun gasped and silently made up his mind. After yet another thrilling game, the master's skills have undoubtedly grown even further. It has reached a point where it can disregard threats in the human world. B-Boss, I'll contact the leaders of the Wujian Chamber of Commerce right away. They'll be very happy to have a conversation with someone like you. Lu Xun was incredibly excited. His inner joy was almost overflowing. The stronger the big boss, the more valued he, as a pawn in the big boss's hands, will naturally be. The call ended. Yincheng tossed his phone aside and gently stroked Hill's head with his other hand. From Serena that the human world and the world of horror are two mirrors reflecting each other, representing life and death. In addition, there were experiences in the City of Memories. He desperately wanted to find an organization that could help him gather information about the world. The Infinite Business Association is precisely the perfect target. Chapter 141, Everything is Sold, the Inscrutable Merchant Guild. The waiting time was a little long. It's unclear whether Lu Xun was unable to contact the leader of the Wujian Chamber of Commerce for the time being. Or perhaps it was because they were also somewhat surprised by Yincheng's open attitude, so they planned to make careful preparations before contacting him again. All in all, while waiting, I was bored. Feeding cute little girls is just so captivating. Most importantly, the results were excellent. In the notes section for favorability rating, obedient has become increasingly prominent. Completely transform Hill into his own shape before entering the next game. Feeling refreshed? 2. Draw back the curtains and let the sunlight stream in. The logging camp has now become a paradise for Yincheng and Hill. Everything that could be moved from the original children's playground was transferred to reality by them. In the already eerie forest, the area around the logging camp was practically indistinguishable from the underworld. A rocking horse with human heads, an eyeball ball pit, a Titan Ferris wheel. Fortunately, with Hill's abilities, they can easily create illusions to cover everything up. However, Yincheng was already able to clearly perceive it. Inside the park, a ghostly aura had begun to quietly spread, subtly forming a peculiar atmosphere. In this environment, both Yincheng of the Vampire Clan and Hill of the Mirror Spirit felt very comfortable. It truly felt like coming home. It seems a bit different from the horror world. The range of the ghostly energy seems to be completely controlled within the park, instead of spreading outwards as I initially expected. Yincheng was somewhat curious about the reason for this situation. He and Hill did not use any professional methods to gather the ghostly energy. Unexpectedly, The ghostly aura of the objects brought back from the horror world not only failed to spread, but instead continued to gather. The environment of the core area of the logging camp has been altered to some extent. It must be a characteristic of those objects themselves, Hill pondered, guessing. The purpose of the children's amusement park is to cultivate a new generation of ghosts and monsters in Inming City, so those objects might be a bit special. Inching thought about it and felt it was very likely, and then his sense of guilt increased a little bit more. Just as he was considering whether he should try to bring back more local specialties from future horror game segments. The phone that was lying to the side rang. Inching's lips curled up slightly. The fish had taken the bait. The call was connected. "Excuse me, is this the being Lu Jun mentioned?" A strong, deep voice, like that of a middle-aged man, came from the other end of the phone. The way he asked the question was very careful. It seemed that Lu Jun hadn't told him Inching's real name. "Yes," Inching murmured. "Let's get straight to the point. Tell me why you contacted me through Lu Jun." Since Lu Jun did not reveal his name, Inching naturally had no intention of telling Ku Pengxing the other party. Maintaining a certain degree of mystery has many advantages. Alright, I also enjoy dealing with straightforward people. So, before we begin, let me briefly introduce myself. My name is Ku Pengxing, one of the 3 leaders of the Wujian Chamber of Commerce, in charge of business matters within the chamber. The reason we contacted you today is very simple. If possible, we are willing to spend a lot of money to acquire the amulet you possess. Upon hearing this, Inching's smile deepened. "Are you so sure that I have extra amulets?" Ku Pengxing laughed heartily. Being able to casually toss Lu Jun 2 intermediate-level protective amulets as an investment, how could there not be something better? "It seems my careless actions have exposed me." Inching's tone was somewhat amused. No. You can rest assured that the reputation of the Wujian Chamber of Commerce has been built up over time. Even I would not break this rule. Keeping clients confidential is what the Wujian Chamber of Commerce does best. Alright, since you've put it that way. Inching narrowed his eyes slightly. Let's talk about the price. I do have one extra intermediate-level amulet. I wonder what price you're willing to pay for it. Friendly reminder, the price I'm referring to isn't worldly money. That's useless to me, isn't it? Inside the garden restaurant on the top floor of a towering skyscraper, Ku Pengxing smiled faintly. He is a businessman with exceptional judgment. I'm not afraid of sellers asking for high prices. I'm afraid they won't make a move. As long as the other party is willing to make a move, Ku Pengxing is not worried about not being able to afford the price. The financial resources of the Wujian Chamber of Commerce have never been limited to ordinary money. How could a chamber of commerce that has grown to this level not have the support of those favored by the gods? A mid-level amulet costs as much as 5,000 ghost coins in the shop, and you also need to purchase the right to do so. In the human world, considering the exchange rate of ghost coins at 1:100,000, the value of a single amulet is almost immeasurable. Therefore, we certainly would not exchange worldly money for something so precious. Since you are so generous in making a deal with us, we will certainly not disappoint you. Unknown information about the horror world, tickets to special scenes, information about various evil spirits, and information about various powerful players in the human world, etc. The Wujian Chamber of Commerce sells everything. It all depends on your preference, sir. Ku Pengxing's tone was particularly confident and revealed a faint sense of pride. It even subtly points out some things. The Wujian Chamber of Commerce is not a charity, and the black market will ultimately do some shady business. But thinking about it, it makes sense. The most powerful black market in the Great Xia dynasty, favored by the gods under his command, must be quite large. Resources and information that are difficult for ordinary players to collect will naturally be much easier for them. This is the benefit of powerful forces banding together. Inside the house, Inching pondered for a moment. He wasn't particularly interested in news from the horror world, since he already knew everything he wanted to know. On the contrary, it was that forgotten city in the world that made him restless and unable to eat or sleep. Has the city of memories completely fallen into a world of horror, or has it left a trace in the human world? Inching really wanted to know. Most importantly, if there are indeed any remaining traces, he might be able to follow the clues and use his eye of insight to find the real culprit behind the scenes. Whether or not the problem can be solved is one thing. But before solving the problem, it's always a good idea to find out about the person who created it. Chapter 142 News about the Black Scythe Ghost Weapon? After a brief moment of reflection, Inching made up his mind. First, I need your Wujian Chamber of Commerce to mobilize as many of its forces as possible to help me investigate something. Oh, Sir, are you sure you need to mobilize the entire Wujian Chamber of Commerce to help you? Ku Pengxing on the other end of the phone frowned slightly and asked a question subconsciously. It wasn't that Yin Cheng's conditions were unreasonable, but rather that the other party seemed unclear about what the all forces of the Wujian Chamber of Commerce meant. It can be said that the Wujian Chamber of Commerce is omnipresent within the Great Xia dynasty. I know what you're questioning. In fact, even if you mobilize the entire Wujian Chamber of Commerce, I don't think you'll necessarily gain anything. Yin Cheng spoke calmly. However, I still have some hope for you. After all, I can't find a better candidate to do things for me. Although Ku Pengxing was somewhat confused, he still asked, in that case, please explain what information you are looking for. City of Memories. Remember these 4 words. I want everything related to it. Secondly, the City of Memory is very likely a forgotten, or even non-existent, city in the human world. The slightly somber tone made Ku Pengxing on the other end of the phone unable to hold back. A forgotten, non-existent city? That's right. Follow this information to investigate. That's one of my conditions. Okay, the Wujian Chamber of Commerce will definitely do its best. Ku Pengxing solemnly agreed. Secondly, information is, after all, a resource without physical evidence, and its value can vary. However, I would have to give up a precious talisman. I wonder if Mr. Ku has any suggestions on how to use the resources to purchase the talisman. Yin Cheng passed the buck to Ku Pengxing. In fact, there are very few people in the world who can help him. In terms of resource gathering, illusion alone is barely enough. Can you exchange amulets for an equivalent amount of ghost money? That doesn't mean much after being kept by the O'Connor family. Yin Cheng doesn't currently lack ghost coins, nor does he have anything he urgently wants. Moreover, with his parasitic puppets and numerous other abilities, he is probably the safest person in the world. If I really want something, only high-quality items like ghost artifacts can truly pique his interest. Unfortunately, the Wujian Chamber of Commerce wouldn't offer something like that as an exchange. A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. It's such a simple principle that the people of the Wujian Chamber of Commerce couldn't possibly be unaware of it. Shall I offer my advice? Ku Pengxing chuckled, understanding the deeper meaning in Yin Cheng's words. Although we have never met, I can tell that you are a powerful chosen one of the gods. Ordinary things naturally won't interest you, and you probably wouldn't be too keen on a large amount of ghost coins either, right? I happen to have a message and a ticket here, which may catch your eye, sir. Oh, Yin Cheng became interested, but also somewhat wary. Interesting news is indeed very attractive, but the ticket you mentioned, it can't be some kind of blood hunt mission, can it? He almost had a stress reaction whenever the ticket was mentioned. The unpleasant experience I had in the City of Memories is still fresh in my memory. Of course it's not a ticket to the blood hunt mission. Isn't that something anyone can buy? Ku Pengxing felt a little confused, sensing that the other party seemed somewhat sensitive about the blood hunt mission. However, now is not the time to pry into secrets. He quickly explained, Black Scythe Messenger. I'm not familiar with this title, sir. Have you ever heard of it? Upon hearing this, a glint flashed in Yin Cheng's eyes, but his tone remained calm. That guy who wields a scythe-wielding demon weapon possesses the strength of a peak-level vengeful ghost and calls himself the Black Scythe Messenger? Yes, he was once quite famous, but he fell in a horror game. Ku Pengxing sighed with a hint of regret and continued. His ghost weapon, the Black Scythe, was also left behind in the area of that game. So, you plan to use the tickets to the horror games in that area as a condition for exchanging them for a mid-level protective amulet? Yes, the possibility of obtaining a ghost artifact is what the Wujian Merchant Guild is suggesting to you. It is, in my opinion, the most suitable option for you. Silence fell on both ends of the phone call. Yin Cheng understood perfectly what Ku Pengxing's words meant. The other party may be testing me, or they may have realized that I am quite capable, which is why they offered such conditions. Otherwise, for an ordinary player, such conditions would be no different from going to their death. Scythe Messenger, who wielded the ghost weapon, died in that instance is enough to demonstrate the danger of that game. You seem quite confident in my abilities? Yin Cheng asked, somewhat strangely. Ha! Ku Pengxing burst into laughter. Actually, sir, you're wrong. I'm not confident in your abilities, but rather in our own. It is precisely because of this confidence that I judge that you, who have the confidence to say that you want to meet with us in person, must be very capable. As expected of a businessman, your analysis is spot on. Yin Cheng praised, without being modest. The key to stability lies not in having strength, but remaining completely unknown. It reveals a certain level of strength that inspires fear, yet it also leaves people unable to gauge its true extent. In Incheng's view, this is the best and most prudent approach. After all, sometimes, demonstrating a certain level of strength can save a lot of trouble. One last question. Since you know which instance he perished in, and even control the tickets to actively enter the instance. Incheng abruptly changed the subject, his voice gradually turning chilling. Then why don't you try to take Black Scythe away yourselves? Think carefully before answering my question. I don't like being tested or being used. The words fell. Ku Pengxing, on the other end of the phone, seemed to sense Incheng's chilling killing intent and inexplicably shivered. This guy is no ordinary person. Just one sentence, laced with murderous intent, was enough to send a chill down my spine. Ku Pengxing was filled with emotion, but he remained calm. He never intended to harm or take advantage of the other party. It's not that we don't want to, but we have no choice. There's only one ticket available. If we fail, the Wujian Chamber of Commerce will lose a top elite member. More importantly, once the ticket is used, it has no value, and it is very difficult to get a second one. Even if we take a chance and succeed, we will most likely only receive a ghost weapon that cannot recognize its owner. Doing so would not be in line with the interests of the Chamber of Commerce. After all, we are a collective, not individuals. Using it yourself will most likely result in nothing, but trading it can bring profits to the Chamber of Commerce. I think you can understand this principle, sir. Chapter 143, You Can't Beat Me. Ku Pengxing's words make a lot of sense. But Incheng certainly wouldn't completely believe it. The Wujian Merchant Guild can accurately determine which instance the Black Scythe envoy died in. They also managed to get a ticket for the corresponding instance. The information revealed here led Incheng to two guesses. First, within the Wujian Chamber of Commerce, there exists a kind of ghost artifact similar to the treasure of the Great Xia Palace of Pacifying Chaos. The treasure of the Palace of Suppression can summarize the survival probability of various dungeons. Whether it has other functions has not been disclosed. The horror game was made public. However, in most cases, it is very difficult for human players to explore the world of horror. Not to mention, like the Infinite Merchant Guild, they can pinpoint exactly which instance the Black Scythe messenger died in. Such a message itself carries sufficient deterrent power. The second possibility is that the Black Scythe messenger was originally an insider of the Wujian Merchant Guild. In such a relationship, it becomes much easier to locate the other party through certain means. For example, Incheng used a parasitic puppet to leave a straw in Lu Zhen's heart that could control his life and death. The principle is the same, but the infinite business association makes it a bit more difficult. After pondering for a while, Incheng's tone returned to calm. How can I be sure that what you're saying is true or false? There's no way around it, Ku Pengxing replied decisively. Information resources are unpredictable, and even if they are true, he can't provide evidence because they are separated from the human world and the horror world. It's impossible to expose the Wujian Chamber of Commerce's ghost artifacts to the public and place them in front of the other party, is it? No, actually I do have a way. This was exactly the answer Incheng was waiting for, and he immediately said it. Oh, Ku Pengxing was both curious and confused. How do you want to verify it? It's very simple. Have Lu Zhen take you to the usual place, and we can discuss the details in person after we meet. This. On the other end of the phone, Ku Pengxing hesitated for a moment, his eyes showing a hint of wariness. Incheng's strength, information, abilities, and so on are all unknown. As one of the leaders of the Wujian Chamber of Commerce, he was in charge of business matters and held a high position of power. To personally meet a powerful figure whose existence is entirely unknown, the risks are undoubtedly enormous. However, if we can take this opportunity to win them over and forge a friendly alliance with the Wujian Chamber of Commerce, that's not necessarily a bad thing. In conclusion, risk and crisis coexist. From their conversation, Ku Pengxing could tell that the young man on the other end of the phone was a cautious yet decisive individual. But he couldn't tell whether the other party had any crazy tendencies. Favored by the gods are the lucky ones who are blessed by gods and spirits. Not all of them are kind and benevolent people. To bear the power of ghosts and gods with a human body comes at a price. The price might be painful attrition. It might be the distortion and assimilation of one's mind by demons. It might even be heading towards some inhuman extreme. As one of the three leaders of the Wujian Chamber of Commerce, Ku Pengxing has seen too many two-faced people favored by the gods. Therefore, when faced with Incheng's request for a meeting, he became somewhat hesitant and timid. Sir, I wonder if you could give me some time to consider this. Both you and I should be aware of the risks of meeting in person, and I do need to think it over carefully. Of course, that's your right. Call me back when you've thought it through. In Chung responded matter-of-factly, which relieved Ko Pengxing on the other end of the phone. After apologizing, Ko Pengxing hung up the phone. Big brother, should Hill go and find out some information about the Wujin Merchant Guild for you? The moment the call ended, Hill immediately presented her cute little face to In Chung, enjoying his gentle head pat. No, In Chung shook his head decisively, rejecting Hill's suggestion. Although the world is not as dangerous as a horror movie, but there are also truly strong individuals. The green-clad guest, who emerged from the Palace of Suppression, and the little rascal, who became an internet celebrity among wild players. There are even some unknown individuals. They all possess the strength of those in red robes. The blue-robed figure in the Palace of Pacifying Chaos is someone cultivated by gathering resources from the entire Great Xia dynasty. No one knows how deep its foundation is. Moreover, what's on the surface isn't necessarily the real trump card. And then there's that kid who's clearly a casual player, but he prefers live streaming and enjoys being adored by thousands. The fact that he constantly exposes himself and still lives such a comfortable and carefree life is enough to prove his strength, or rather, the power behind him. The human world is not a stagnant pool that can be stirred up at will by a vengeful ghost. Even Hill, the spirit in the mirror, is not immune to being targeted and thus in danger. If you can sit back and relax, there's no need to take risks. Okay then, if Big Brother says he's not going, then Hill won't go either. Feeling In Cheng's care, Hill's frail body seemed to melt and clung to In Cheng. It has no weight, yet it has a strange and subtle tactile sensation that is truly wonderful. Well, the benefits of being transformed into a vampire are now becoming apparent. Their energy and recovery ability are beyond powerful. They're simply outrageous. Ko Pengxing's so-called considering it over takes a rather long time. More than an hour had passed before we knew it. In Cheng, on the other hand, felt that time passed quite quickly, and he felt no anxiety at all. In fact, he was quite happy. Little Hill was also very happy and enjoyed her meal. On the other side, leaning on his delicate cane, Ko Pengxing gently tapped the table as if deep in thought. Before him sat an old man with white hair and beard, whose figure appeared somewhat ethereal. On the table, I don't know when a chessboard was set up. After pondering for a long time, Ko Pengxing placed a white piece on the board with a snap, creating a checkmate situation of double 4-5 in a row. The somewhat ethereal old man couldn't help but frown and sigh helplessly. I say, can't you learn Go properly? Every time you ask me out, is it really that interesting to play Connect 4? Ko Pengxing smiled calmly. You can't beat me. This is Gamoku. I've hardly ever played it. Of course I can't beat you, the old man said angrily. You can't beat me. Ko Pengxing remained calm. Chapter 144 The Wise Ghost. Wise Ghost. A rare and special kind of ghost, famous for its superb wisdom and ingenious planning techniques. Ko Pengxing is also a chosen one of the gods, but he is not good at fighting. The illusory old man figure before him was none other than his contracted spirit ghost, the Wise Ghost. Humans have 1,000 faces, and so do ghosts. Some of them enjoy eating fresh, live flesh and blood, and have grotesque and terrifying appearances. There are also those who are no different from ordinary people, but are good at seeking the truth in their own hearts. The Wise Ghost is the latter, and can be considered a major anomaly among ghosts. Despite lacking combat power, it is highly favored by certain powerful monsters and demons. Many powerful ghosts take pride in subduing a wise ghost. Ko Pengxing is clearly very lucky. I admit defeat. Now, tell me, what question do you wish to ask this time? Ji Gui gradually calmed down. What do you mean by calculate? You were never going to beat me. Ko Pengxing retorted seriously. Wise ghost. Van. Ahem. All right, let's not dwell on such unpleasant things. The reason I'm disturbing your contemplation of the ways of the world is because. Ko Pengxing pondered for a moment. A mysterious person of unknown origin wants me to meet with him in person. I am worried about the risks involved. That person doesn't seem simple. I'm not unfamiliar with the power of the Wujin Chamber of Commerce. For someone to make you so hesitant, he must be an extraordinary chosen one of the gods, right? The wise ghost narrowed his eyes, gently stroking his white beard with one hand, his pupils flashing with a sharp light. Yes, someone who can easily pull out 2 intermediate-level protective amulets to invest in that Lu Zheng guy is no ordinary person, is he? Ji Gui's hand movements stiffened slightly for a moment. A mid-level amulet. If converted into worldly wealth, it would truly be priceless. It's a life-saving treasure. The fact that he can give it away so casually shows his extraordinary nature. At least, most ghosts and monsters probably can't pose any threat to him anymore. Listening to Ji Gui's analysis, Ku Pengxing wholeheartedly agreed. He thought so too, and he had a very high opinion of the strength of the people behind Lu Zhan. It's no wonder you're afraid of someone like him. But, do you know why he wanted to see you in person? The wise ghost grasped the biggest problem with the meeting request. He meant that the information I gave him in the deal regarding the fallen copy of the Black Scythe Messenger could only be verified by meeting him in person. Oh, you can confirm the truth of the news by meeting in person? Ji Gui frowned. I do have a somewhat uncertain guess. Ku Pengxing immediately became interested. What speculation? Tell me about it. Perhaps, the unknown powerhouse you mentioned has awakened a talent that allows him to judge the truth of information, or even the ability to read minds. Of course, this ability may also have been given to him by a contracted spirit. Hiss. Upon hearing this deduction, Ku Pengxing gasped, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. No, really? Is there really such a terrifying talent? He rarely questioned Ji Gui. Who knows? The horror world is full of all sorts of ghosts and monsters with all kinds of bizarre abilities. There are even ghosts that specifically draw energy from the Ali Gay. The wise ghost put his knowledge to practical use and uttered the new words he had heard in the human world. Ku Pengxing. After a brief silence. So, do you think I should go see him? Should. Why? Ku Pengxing was slightly surprised by such a definite answer. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. It is true that the risks are great, but the power of the Wujian Chamber of Commerce is also a kind of deterrent, isn't it? But. No buts, Ji Gui said calmly, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. The other party has repeatedly emphasized meeting in person. Haven't you figured out the subtext? Ku Pengxing immediately shook his head and said, of course I could tell. He was clearly telling me that he was not afraid of the power of the Wujian Chamber of Commerce. That's it. Ji Gui's face showed a disdainful smile, which made Ku Pengxing's face turn slightly red. Please teach me, senior. At this moment, Ku Pengxing didn't care about saving face. The principle of not being ashamed to ask questions is simple, but not everyone can be as humble as him in seeking knowledge. Ji Gui didn't put on any high-handed attitude and slowly said, based on the information we have so far, the only thing we can be sure of is that the opponent is very strong and has terrifying talent, right? That's true. Otherwise Lu Zhan's situation wouldn't make sense. Those were two mid-level protective charms that could save lives. You are extremely powerful, yet you deliberately displayed your abilities in front of you instead of hiding them. Don't you understand the deeper meaning behind this? Ku Pengxing suddenly realized. You mean, the other party is showing off their strength precisely because they want to have an equal dialogue with the Wujian Chamber of Commerce to prevent us from making any underhanded moves, and that they are sincere about cooperating? Yes, but not entirely. Ji Gui shook his head slightly. There's another possibility. The other party might also be assessing whether the Wujian Chamber of Commerce is qualified to communicate with him on an equal footing. Snap. The glass was accidentally dropped and shattered on the ground. Isn't this going a bit too far? The Infernal Commerce Guild is a behind-the-scenes force that began to be established not long after the horror game even started. And to this day, it has already. Ku Pengxing was somewhat unable to accept it. His fists clenched tightly, and the veins on his forehead bulged. Past. The wise ghost chuckled. Humans, you still know far too little. There was a time when I was unwilling to tell you too much, not because I didn't want to, but because knowing too much would make you feel hopeless. Those in red are practically the most powerful fighters in the entire world, right? It was as if they sensed that the wise ghost was going to reveal some unusual information today. Ku Pengxing's expression instantly turned serious. Above the red robes, there are blood-stained robes, which is a level that is very difficult for you to access. Hence you know very little about it. In many people's minds, the blood-stained clothes almost represent the pinnacle of the horror world, with terrifying power capable of destroying everything. But what you don't know? Above the blood-stained robe, there exists an unspeakable entity that can wield the power of rules. It is a being whose very name cannot be mentioned lightly, and whose words will surely have an effect. And beyond the unspeakable, there exists a ferocious god capable of completely controlling the rules, transcending the rules, and even creating the rules. May I ask, can the Wujian Chamber of Commerce withstand the baptism of a blood-clad realm expert? Not to mention the unspeakable one, who possesses the power of rules, and the ferocious god. Ji Gui's voice faded away. Ku Pengxing's face turned deathly pale. the pride of one of the 3 leaders of the Wujian Chamber of Commerce. At this moment, it has vanished completely. Chapter 145, a report from Niu Feichen. Ku Pengxing looked as if he had been pulled out of the water. His clothes were soaked with sweat. As the head of the Wujian Chamber of Commerce, he naturally had access to information about some blood-clad level monsters. They possess a power called domain. Anyone who is shrouded in blood-red robes will find their life and death completely in the hands of the other party once they step inside. That terrifying power is something that people desperately crave, yet it remains unattainable. Today, he also learned that above the blood-stained clothes, there were beings called unspeakable and fierce God. When things reach that point, they might no longer be described as ghosts or monsters. How is the power to control and manipulate the rules different from the gods and immortals in myths and legends? Even nowadays, some people become chosen ones or awaken special talents through horror games. Isn't that just like the immortals of the past? The sheer power emanating from these 2 rules alone was enough to make Ku Pengxing tremble. After an endless silence, Ku Pengxing finally spoke in a hoarse voice. So, I absolutely have to meet that guy of unknown origin? That's one way to understand it, but it doesn't necessarily mean coercion. The other party gave you time to consider, which means there was no coercion, right? After a pause, Zhigue continued. Actually, there's another point. I really want to personally meet this unknown being you mentioned. Why? As a wise ghost, don't you hate taking risks the most? Ku Pengxing asked, his face full of doubt. City of Memories, the wise ghost calmly uttered. There really is such a city? Ku Pengxing was somewhat stunned. The Pingwan Palace base. Hua Xiangling frowned and led 2 human players into the surface structure of the base. Niu Feichen, Baiyu, as players who survived in the Dead Resort, are you sure you want to report that during the game, someone belonging to the Pingwan Palace faction was killed by another player? Certainly. That's right. Niu Feichen and Baiyu responded decisively, without the slightest hesitation. There seemed to be a hint of regret in their eyes. However, as a veteran member of the Palace of Suppressing Chaos, Hua Xiangling clearly sensed some unusual emotions deep in their eyes. Come with me. Niu Feichen and Baiyu were led to 2 separate, transparent interrogation rooms. The matter concerns the subordinates of the palace who are responsible for quelling the rebellion, so it is clear that we must proceed with caution. Half an hour later, as Hua Xiangling sat outside waiting for the results of her inquiry, an intelligence agent walked up to her. She took the letter from the other person and opened it. None of the players who recently died in the Restoration Palace belonged to the Restoration Palace, which means Hua Xiangling blinked her beautiful eyes gently. Either Niu Feichen and the other person are lying, or the dead guy was deliberately faking his identity. But regardless, that young Master Yin they're talking about is certainly someone to be taken seriously. When the name, young Master Yin, is mentioned, her expression became noticeably more serious. Just then, the people in charge of the questioning came out of the interrogation room. Hua Xiangling gave a look, and the group immediately began to report. The information obtained from questioning the people on both sides was almost identical. Well, they even asked about Niu Feichen's girlfriend, Sun Xiaowei. Hearing this, Hua Xiangling couldn't help but spit inwardly a few times. Without a doubt, the people in the Pingwan Palace aren't fools. They won't easily draw conclusions based solely on Niu Feichen and Baiyu's reports. 2 unremarkable men were subjected to a rather serious interrogation. He immediately told them everything. He initially had the idea of using the opportunity of reporting the incident to join the effort to quell the rebellion, but that idea was immediately abandoned. Even the people who quelled the rebellion in the palace made a note of it in their little notebook. Twisted mind, jealous. Such people are not unsuitable to join. After all, every type of person has its own purpose. No one is perfect. All the Palace of Pacifying Rebellion can do is to place them in the right places as much as possible. However, its weaknesses are too obvious, and it doesn't have much strength yet. The Palace of Pacifying the Rebellion had no interest in recruiting them. Soon, Niu Feichen and Baiyu were dismissed with the words, "Go back and wait for news." Hua Xiangling, carrying the information she had gathered, went to the actual underground base and met with the bespectacled man who was in charge of the base. After a brief briefing on the situation, the bespectacled man pushed up his glasses, his expression slightly strange and grave. "Young Master Yin, you are clearly a player, yet you can make the dungeons of the horror game open doors for you. This is not scientific, no? Science has long since failed. It should be called unbelievable. Even the blue-robed men trained by the Palace of Suppression, who have already possessed the strength of red-robed men, cannot receive such preferential treatment. Something that has never happened before may mean a change in the entire horror game. Upon hearing this, Huxiangling couldn't help but ask, could it be that the player is actually being controlled by an evil spirit, and the spirit controlling him is of a very high status? Your idea has virtually zero feasibility. The bespectacled man replied without hesitation. It's like how humans view ants. Would you have even the slightest interest in an ant's body, let alone replace it? Based on past information, the ghosts and monsters in the horror world are also divided into different races and various forces. Would a ghost belonging to a powerful faction really try to seize the body of a plate of food? Moreover, judging from the circumstances of Sun Xiaohui's death, the so-called young master Yin seems to have been on very good terms with the vampire clan. I speculate that he was likely transformed by a vampire noble, which is why he was revered by the other monsters. It has to be said, the bespectacled man was, after all, one of the core power holders in the high-level leadership of the Palace of Suppression. Both their minds and their methods remain constantly online. They managed to analyze Yin Cheng's identity with remarkable accuracy. However, even the Palace of Suppression was unable to fully investigate the true relationship between vampires and bloodsuckers. Furthermore, Yin Cheng's network of connections is far more terrifying than he had guessed. Now that we've confirmed young Master Yin's potential, should we take action? A strong desire appeared in Huxiangling's eyes. Such a player possesses an identity that commands respect even from ghosts and monsters. Once they join the Palace of Pacifying Rebellion, they will likely bring unimaginable benefits to the entire Palace of Pacifying Rebellion. One side, the bespectacled man was also unable to suppress the excitement in his heart. However, he was much more composed than Huxiangling, and he maintained his rationality, thinking quietly. Throughout history, all great talents have been elusive and difficult to fathom. Winning over young Master Yin would certainly not be an easy task. Chapter 146, The Black Scythe Messenger Who Died of Comfort. The next day, sunlight streamed down. After a pleasant time, Yin Cheng finished his morning class. After the return, for almost the entire day, the main theme was the breaking of certain boundaries. It gradually began to become somewhat normalized. Yin Cheng can resist the charm of Little Hill. If it weren't for Ku Pengxing's decision to meet and exchange ideas, today will likely be another boring and formulaic day. There was no way around it. Yin Cheng was still very interested in the information about a ghost artifact. It had a day off for myself. Not long after, inside a cafe in the city center, Yin Cheng, wearing a mask and hat, came into Lu Zhen and Ku Pengxing's view. Lu Zhen was still the same as always. The moment he saw Yin Cheng appear, he was so excited that he couldn't contain himself and felt like he wanted to kowtow out to him on the spot. This is not a joke, but Lu Zhen's genuine feelings. With such a thick thigh, what's the difference between him and a second parent? Mr. Ku, it's been a long time. Yin Cheng graciously sat down opposite the two and greeted them. I wonder if you could tell me your name, or even just your code name. Otherwise I'm not sure how to address you. Ku Pengxing wanted to respond, but realized he didn't even know the other person's name. Mr. Cheng, please call me that. Yin Cheng gave a brief self-introduction. Hello, Mr. Cheng. There's no need to waste time with unnecessary words. Shall we get straight to the point? Yin Cheng nodded. Of course. All right. Ku Pengxing suddenly slapped his forehead, as if he was annoyed by his bad memory, and said with a hint of apology, Mr. Cheng, before we begin our conversation, I should be frank with you. Oh, Yin Cheng said with a slightly teasing tone. Is it the intelligent ghost inside Mr. Ku that also wants to participate in this conversation? After the strength is improved of the contracted spirit within the host's body. Wise ghost. Even he couldn't help but feel a little tempted when he saw this rare race of ghosts. Fortunately, Yin Cheng has a strong ability to control himself, except when facing Hill and Lena. Mr. Cheng is indeed insightful. He saw through my true nature at a glance. I wonder. Ku Pengxing's pupils contracted slightly, but he remained calm on the surface. Mr. Cheng was not surprised that he could see through that he was a chosen one of God. But the other party was able to directly discern the race of the ghost within him. That's quite alarming. He knew this was a show of force, and also proof that the other party wanted to take control of the conversation. I don't mind. Do as you please. Thank you. Ku Pengxing's forehead was covered in cold sweat, which dripped onto the ground without him realizing it. A wise ghost, with white hair and beard, and resembling an old man with a sage-like demeanor, quietly appeared. The coffee shop had long been secretly taken over by the Wujin Chamber of Commerce. The ghost appeared in broad daylight, yet no one noticed. I've met Mr. Chung. May I ask how you discovered my identity? As soon as he appeared, Ji Gue asked with a face full of curiosity. Special ghosts like him are not much different from other ghosts like Yin spirits. They are often mistaken for ordinary spirits and thus ignored. However, the other party confidently confirmed their identity, which puzzled even Ji Gue. Speculation about Mr. Cheng's abilities has changed again. It's a secret, Yin Cheng uttered, then fell silent. I apologize, I misspoke. Ji Gue immediately apologized and even bowed to Yin Cheng. It looked a bit awkward, with an elderly man bowing and apologizing to a young man. Well, but the age of ghosts and monsters is meaningless anyway. Hill is 312 years old, but in Yin Cheng's eyes, isn't she still a perfect little lowly? Speak, what exactly is the situation with the Black Scythe Messenger? And by the way, do you control any ghost artifacts that function somewhat similarly to those used in the Peace Palace? Or perhaps, the Black Scythe Messenger is one of your own? Otherwise, it's impossible to explain why you have such precise knowledge of the Black Scythe Messenger. Yin Cheng asked the question first, while the eye of insight focused intently on the other party's current status column. As for strengths and weaknesses, Yin Cheng completely ignored it. The wandering spirit Ku Pengxing, whose contracted spirit is a mindless ghost with no combat ability, poses no threat to him at all. Ku Pengxing is a businessman, not someone who specializes in combat. The threat he poses stems from his influence, not from his own fighting ability. Mr. Cheng's question is indeed very insightful. However, since you have personally met with me, I might as well give you some additional information as a gift for this cooperation. Ku Pengxing gave a wry smile. As you said, the Wujian Chamber of Commerce does indeed control a ghost artifact similar to the treasure of the Pingwan Palace, only with slightly different functions. The Black Scythe Messenger is not one of our people, but for some reason, he has established a very good cooperative relationship with us. This is why we were able to accurately locate him through the ghost artifact. However, Mr. Chung, you can rest assured that this positioning is based on the approval of the main body and cannot be enforced. Yin Cheng nodded silently, acknowledging the other person's words. What Ku Pengxing said is indeed true. The psychological activity of the current state is the best proof. One side. Ji Gue was also curiously observing Yin Cheng, constantly speculating about Yin Cheng's abilities in his mind. The wealth of knowledge accumulated over time did not play a significant role this time. Mind reading was the best answer he could think of, but it seems not quite accurate. Well, even if Ji Gue racked his brains, he would never have imagined that Yin Cheng would possess such a freakishly powerful talent as the Eye of Insight. He didn't even know. All of his actions were completely exposed to Yin Cheng's watchful eye. That feeling of having no privacy at all, like being stripped naked. It's better not to know, because if I did know, they will probably spare no effort to disappear from Yin Cheng's sight immediately. Having no secrets is a terrifying thing. Fortunately, even the wise ghosts were unaware that such an outrageous ability existed. By the way, since you were able to pinpoint exactly where the Black Scythe envoy died, do you know how he died? What kind of predicament did he face before his death? Yin Cheng asked another question. However, when discussing this issue, Ku Pengxing's face showed a hint of embarrassment as he awkwardly said, This. I'm not afraid you'll laugh at me, Mr. Chung, but the Black Scythe envoy, he died comfortably. It's that kind of pleasure that makes a man feel like he's dying. Yin Cheng, _ Chapter 147 Hidden Dungeon, Carnival Club. The topic was somewhat awkward. Hill inside Yin Cheng's body, on the other hand, was somewhat restless. She was curious. Could humans really die comfortably? Will the older brother also die from excessive comfort? A bewildered Hill suddenly felt a surge of nervousness. Forehead. For a moment, Yin Cheng didn't know how to start the conversation. He was a renowned Black Scythe wielder and the wielder of a deadly weapon, yet he didn't die in battle. Instead, it's so comfortable it'll make you die. Would this count as dying under a peony flower? Even as a ghost, one would be romantic. However, it seems that the Black Scythe Messenger probably won't even have the chance to become a ghost. When I learned of Kurosaki's death, I had the same expression as you, Mr. Chung, Ku Pengxing said with a wry smile. Although it might seem like he has some unspeakable allure for men, I still have to advise you. Everything in excess is bad. It seems they don't want to see a rising star suffer the same fate as Black Scythe. Ku Pengxing couldn't help but offer a reminder. Do you know the specific details of his death? Yin Cheng frowned. Of course, I'm not talking about that. I'm just curious. How could someone chosen by the gods be unable to control their own desires? There's no way to know the specific details. Even the ghost artifacts in the Wujian Chamber of Commerce can't do that. Knowing the location and manner of death is already the limit. Ku Pengxing shook his head, somewhat helplessly. So what exactly is the copy of his death? Would you mind telling me in advance? Yin Cheng was slightly curious about the place where the Black Scythe messenger could die in that way. What may seem alluring may actually conceal some unknown dangers. There's nothing wrong with saying that. The place where Black Scythe died is located in Phantom City, and the instance is called Carnival Club. Phantom City. Upon hearing these 3 words, Yin Cheng instantly understood something. Lilith and Elise, 2 women with blatant lewdness, are none other than the legitimate daughter and adopted daughter of the Bloody Queen in Phantom City. Lilith's race is succubus. Elise is a spider demon. It is quite obvious what kind of people are in power in this terrifying world city named Phantom. Carnival Club. It doesn't sound like a legitimate club. Black Scythe died a just death. Yin Cheng silently mourned for the other person for a few seconds. However, I might be able to give Phantom City a try. After all, Elise and Lilith are still in Count Rose's hands. The fingers tapped lightly on the table, making a rhythmic sound. Yin Cheng analyzed the feasibility of the matter, wondering if he could directly use Lilith and Elise as bargaining chips. Try trading directly with the Blood Queen to obtain the Black Scythe. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. Doing so would likely offend the Blood Queen, since she sincerely wanted to form an alliance with Yiming City. Although I was being used by others, I didn't have any ulterior motives. Taking Elise and her 2 companions hostage was already a rather ruthless move. If they were to be used as bargaining chips in a transaction, there's a high probability that the Blood Queen will hold a grudge against them. The method is feasible, but unnecessary. It is unwise to provoke a powerful figure of at least the blood robe level for no reason. The Count of Roses could protect him, but he couldn't possibly watch over him day and night. Yin Cheng understood the principle that it's not the theft itself that's scary, but the fact that a thief has his eye on it. Therefore, only the second method remains, to use Lilith, whom I have won over, as a breakthrough in opening up the Phantom City's network of relationships, and to enter the Phantom City in a friendly manner. The moment the thought arose, Yin Cheng quickly confirmed it. The second, gentler approach simply requires Count Rose to give a greeting. With the cover of being a vampire, plus Lilith, it's practically safe to say there's no danger whatsoever. The only problem is, Yin Cheng needs to enter the 3rd hospital instance once in advance, contact Count Rose in the horror world, and explain everything. Otherwise, if you contact them directly after entering the instance, there is a possibility that something unexpected might happen. To be on the safe side, using the 3rd hospital as a transit point and making arrangements in advance is the most prudent option. Certainly. Another small problem is that Hill's favorability rating is just a little bit away from being completely at the obedient level. My thoughts raced. The first 3 terrifying games are over, and Yin Cheng still has plenty of time to linger in the human world. I expect Hill's favorability to be maxed out without any problems. While the existence of the Eye of Insight may not be able to ensure that every ghost artifact successfully recognizes its master, the probability of success is still quite high. A chance to obtain a ghost artifact, and the Wujian Merchant Guild gathers all the information about the City of Memories for him, to exchange it for a mid-level amulet that has no value to me whatsoever. Such a deal can barely be considered a win-win situation. The seller is actually guaranteed to make a profit. As for the buyer, well, that depends on who it is. Opportunities are not something everyone can easily control. One last question, Yin Cheng said slowly, narrowing his eyes. If I remember correctly, the Carnival Club, this instance seems to have never appeared before, right? Yes. Otherwise, given the magnanimity of the Palace of Pacifying Chaos, they would at least have made the death probability of this instance public. Ku Pengxing nodded. So this should be a hidden instance, and I don't know why it was only recently opened. Regardless of whether Mr. Ching wants to do business with us or not, I have to remind you. For some reason, the survival rate of the first batch of players who entered this newly opened instance was surprisingly high, except for the Black Scythe messenger himself, who died. Based on our speculation, there are 2 possibilities. First, the Black Scythe messenger's ghost weapon aroused the greed of some ghosts. Second, powerful individuals may be targeted. Therefore, Mr. Chung had better be confident and think things through before deciding whether to proceed with the transaction. Ku Pengxing was very frank and did not hide anything. Although he was one of the leaders of the underground forces, he was not as cunning and treacherous as one might expect. This magnanimity alone was enough to satisfy Yin Cheng. The information constantly fed back by the Eye of Insight can verify the truthfulness of the other party's words. Incheng was not worried at all that the other party had any ulterior motives. Mr. Chang, given your capabilities, I can provide you with some more information free of charge. The wise ghost, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke with a smile. Incheng's eyes lit up. He had almost overlooked the existence of the wise ghost. This is a ghost or monster known for its extensive knowledge, prodigious memory, and exceptional wisdom. How could they not have a sufficient understanding of the various information within the world of horror? Chapter 148 Muqian Strategy 2. Half a day passed quickly. It was already afternoon when Incheng walked out of the coffee shop. Under the blazing sun, a faint, intense heat permeated the air. Driving his pickup truck, loaded with the various supplies prepared by Lu Zhan, Incheng quietly drove away. The wise ghost shared a lot of useful information. For example, the 5 major powers that control Phantom City. The Succubus clan, a race of succubi controlled by the Blood Queen, which also includes many other monsters under its command. The Desire Realm, an alliance formed by lustful spirits drawn together by each other, including other spirits who are also addicted to their desires. The Thousand Changes Pavilion is entirely composed of demons with painted skins. Changxiangxi, the only virtuous and chaste special force within Phantom City, controlled by the mysterious Ghost Bride. Nine-tailed Fox was established by a fox spirit, aiming to become the legendary Nine-tailed Fox. These are, of course, only the ones that are on the surface. Why Phantom City has been able to stand firm is still due to a mysterious and unspeakable entity hidden within it, seemingly asleep. All in all, the wise ghost didn't know much about the Carnival Club. Based on his judgment, it should be a new organization jointly formed by the forces within Phantom City. Otherwise, given the wise ghost's understanding of the horror world, there's no reason he wouldn't know. Park the pickup truck. The items above had already been moved to the mirror realm by Incheng. A small mirror quietly appeared, growing larger and larger in front of him. Incheng stepped into it and disappeared into the wilderness in the blink of an eye. Inside the logging camp, Hill's petite figure emerged from behind Incheng. She gently clung to Incheng's back, affectionately resting her little head on his shoulder. The cool, refreshing touch is very comfortable in slightly warm weather. Big brother, shall we enter the dungeon now and go find the black scythe ghost weapon? Hill, who had been listening to the whole thing, naturally knew what Incheng's goal was, and she herself seemed somewhat eager to try. However, Incheng smiled slightly, placed Hill in front of him, and slowly shook his head. No rush. What could be more important than helping our lovely Hill? His gaze gradually became hentai. Lychees were long forgotten. Guilt, and all that, have long been thrown to the winds. I wonder if Ms. Mirror has truly tacitly approved of something. There was absolutely no movement all day long. Since that's the case, what scruples would Incheng possibly have left? All of this was to maximize goodwill in the shortest amount of time and prevent a catastrophic situation from occurring. Incheng silently thought to himself. Neither Incheng nor Hill, who were focused on their work, noticed. In the realm of mirrors, a certain mirror trembled for a fleeting moment without anyone noticing. A world of horror. A house constructed entirely of various kinds of mirrors. Qing Yuan, with her own special lighting effects, gripped her slender fingers tightly. The armrests of the chair I was sitting on had been crushed countless times. Calm down. Qing Yuan, you should know that with Hill's personality, this was bound to happen sooner or later. And that kid seems to. Hill being able to do that earlier actually allows him to occupy a sufficiently important place in his heart. Would ghosts care about human customs? That's outrageous. This is absolutely outrageous. A hint of embarrassment flashed across her sharply defined, naturally alluring face. Qing Yuan found it outrageous. It was a mixture of anger, shame, and a strange, inexplicable feeling. But she just couldn't help it. Incheng was unaware that after he successfully completed the blood hunt mission and advanced to the level of a vengeful ghost, the power that the Soul Lost storyboard can unleash has also been greatly enhanced. So, previously, the only way to express dissatisfaction was through vibration from the small mirror. It is already. The soul-losing mirror had, after all, been completely fused with by Qing Yuan. Bringing in storyboards is equivalent to bringing in a part of Qing Yuan herself. Compared to Count Rose's blood magic circle, the signal is far superior. And so, Incheng was completely unaware, and Hill pretended not to know. The woman who adored her daughter was overwhelmed with emotions that defied description. It's a complete mess, and it probably won't be sorted out anytime soon. Time slipped away, second by second, bit by bit. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. including the first day of the comeback. A whole week. It finally shone with a dazzling luster. Within a world of horror. A whole week. Lady Mirror Qingyuan was somewhat dazed, having no idea how she had gotten through it. Her heart was filled with mixed feelings. However, I'm not as annoyed as I was at the beginning. I don't know if it's because I've been mentally exhausted and developed a resistance, or if I've just gradually gotten used to it out of helplessness. Chapter 149. The horror game has a bug. Tickets to the Carnival Club. The design is quite unique. The group above is a stack of men and women, dressed in rags. Their faces were filled with the purest joy. Just by holding the ticket in his hand, In-chung could feel the overwhelming atmosphere of a brothel. He almost couldn't resist and started feeding them again on the spot. Fortunately, In-chung has a strong will and can distinguish between what is important and what is urgent. It's been so long since I've seen Lena. I should save up a bit. I can't let him eat it all up, right? The pickup truck roared. Before entering the third hospital, In-chung didn't forget to bring Lena some small gifts. There are many things in the human world that don't exist in the horror world. For example, exquisite desserts, beautiful decorations, and a wide variety of special costumes. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. In-chung hopes that every brief reunion with Lena will be the most perfect experience. Shopping center. In-chung used the black gold card given to him by the Wujian Chamber of Commerce to spend lavishly. Beautiful clothes, pretty jewelry. He would buy anything that could catch a woman's eye. If we don't know what kind of gadgets Lena likes best, then going for high volume is naturally the best option. If we send her enough, there's bound to be one she likes, right? After a leisurely shopping spree, In-chung's attention was gradually drawn to a store that advertised itself as customized. There was only one middle-aged man in the shop who looked rather robust. An idea suddenly came to In-chung's mind. He suddenly thought of the perfect gift for Lena. Step inside the store. Boss, can you make any kind of custom-made items here? In-chung asked the question directly. What would you like to customize? The middle-aged man asked cautiously, without making any boastful claims. A scalpel. Oh, you heard me right, it's a scalpel. It not only needs to be sharp enough, but also strong enough, and it also needs to be crafted to look as beautiful as possible. You should understand what I mean, right? I understand, that can be done, but money is not a problem. You just need to do it. If I'm satisfied, I'll give you an extra reward. Good. Since In-chung had put it that way, the middle-aged man naturally agreed without the slightest hesitation. Given your request, crafting this scalpel may take a little time, I wonder. Time is not an issue. I'm not in a hurry. Once it's finished, I'll leave it with you temporarily and come to pick it up myself. Understood. Regarding the deposit. The middle-aged man was very composed, knowing that some people were unwilling to reveal their identities, so he changed the subject. A deposit of 10,000 yuan, pay by card. The rest will be paid to you when I pick up the goods. However, the final price will depend on your craftsmanship. He generously threw down a deposit of 10,000 yuan, just to have a custom-made scalpel made. In-chung embarked on his journey home. The idea for the scalpel came to me on a whim. Therefore, he did not intend to bring it in as a gift for Lena this time. Better things should be saved for later to bring enough surprises and novelty. Understands this basic principle. The logging camp, inside the house. This time your brother is going to meet an older sister. She is one of the people your brother trusts the most. You have to promise your brother that you will become friends with her, okay? At the bedside, In-chung gently held Hill's delicate, porcelain-like face and spoke softly. Big sister? Who is she? Does Hill know her? A strange light suddenly flashed in Hill's amber eyes. Being obedient doesn't mean you won't get jealous or have envious thoughts. The moment the words "most trusted" left his lips, Hill realized the seriousness of the problem. You'll meet her soon, Hill. We'll hold off on the introductions for now. You'll promise your brother you'll be friends with her, right? In-chung looked directly into Hill's eyes, his tone slightly serious. The guilt in my heart kept increasing. But there's nothing that can be done about it. Lena couldn't possibly be unaware of the existence of the contracted spirit. Although Lena and Lena have reached a point of mutual dependence, Lena is not yet completely obedient to Lena. So, we can only start with little Hill for now. Hill pursed her lips and replied seriously. Since it's Big Brother's request, then Hill will be a good boy and do as he says. Hill is such a good boy. Moi. In-chung rewarded the little girl with a kiss, as a sign of praise. Then, since Hill is so obedient, could you? Hill's innocent eyes held a hint of inquiry. In-chung had no words to refute. Hill had been so obedient and compliant in agreeing to his request, so how could he refuse her request? We'll be entering a horror world soon. and you only have one chance today. Okay. Hill's face immediately lit up with a smile. The third hospital. Dozens of players stared at the sign at the entrance, their faces pale. Even the two chosen ones were shrouded in gloom. Unfortunately, they encountered a dungeon with a mortality rate as high as 99%, including the main character's base number. Huh? What's going on? Do horror games also have delays? Why is that guy only being teleported here now? A figure appeared before the gate, accompanied by a hazy spatial fluctuation. This disrupted the player's concentration. Seriously? Aren't horror games supposed to teleport players simultaneously? This is the first time I've ever encountered something like this. Does this mean horror games also have bugs? Shut up, you lot. The young chosen one of the gods stared intently at the beings that had suddenly appeared at the entrance and shouted. If I'm not mistaken, he's the only player who survived in the third hospital. And they successfully obtained a special identity within the third hospital, granting them the authority to freely enter the third hospital. These words were spoken. The room fell into a deathly silence. The players' gazes toward that figure began to burn with fervor. The existence of special identities is not exactly a secret within the player community. It's just that they didn't subconsciously think about it that way. In front of the third hospital, In-chung was slightly speechless. He had just used his honorary chief physician identity to teleport here. Unexpectedly, it was such a coincidence that we ran into a group of players who had just been selected. Chapter 150, a long-awaited reunion. Let me introduce it. In front of the third hospital, In-chang's gaze swept calmly over the crowd, ignoring them completely. Chosen ones among the players this time. That didn't interest him at all. Just as In-chung turned around and was about to step into the third hospital. As soon as he turned around, the corners of his mouth instantly turned up. Long time no see. Lena, did you miss me? Holding a small notebook, planned to come out to take attendance and assign tasks to the human players. He rubbed his eyes vigorously. Then, like a swallow returning to its nest, she instantly nestled into In-chang's arms. Without saying a word, we simply enjoyed the warmth of the moment. Only, the players were completely stunned. The two chosen ones also showed expressions of utter disbelief. I didn't see that wrong, did I? That guy. Looks like he's hugging a goblin. And it looks so sweet. Am I too old-fashioned? Or is the world changing too fast? Is this something I should be seeing? Could it be that the only way to survive in the third hospital is to fight the ghosts? It's terrifying to think about. Just as there was Ninkaichen in ancient times, there are now horror game players. I admire them. Humans are strange creatures, living in an environment fraught with danger. But this still doesn't change their nature of enjoying gossip. Unlike the other players, chosen ones, who had each realized the other's identity, huddled together and whispered among themselves. That guy seems quite special. Should we try using him as a starting point to ask him about the third hospital? I don't think that will work. Huangyang shook his head. He glanced at us just now. His gaze was very calm, without the slightest hint of sympathy. It's clear he's not someone with much compassion, and besides, and the ghost who we're still embracing. Given his relationship with the other party, do you think we have a good chance of easily getting in touch with him and getting any useful information from him? Upon hearing this, Li Chung smiled wryly and shook his head silently, sighing. Yes, compassion has become a superfluous thing in this era. After the heartwarming moment, In-chung gently took Lena's cool little hand in his. How have you been lately? Busy. It's all right. Because of you, the reputation of the third hospital has been revived in Yiming City, and many ghost doctors have come to seek refuge with us. Overall, the third hospital is now thriving. Lena answered happily, feeling proud of the changes brought about by In-chung. I'm not asking about the third hospital. I'm asking about yourself, Ms. Lena, In-chung said, deliberately with a hint of teasing. A blush immediately appeared on her excessively fair face. Despite having already been close friends with In-chung, like Guanzhong and Baoshuya, Lena still looked somewhat inexperienced, and the small notebook in her other hand was almost crushed to pieces, showing how nervous she was. In-chang's concern made her heart, which had long since stopped beating, seem to come back to life. Only in his presence would Lena become this captivating woman. I'm fine. Because of you, my job is quite easy now. It's just about assigning tasks to the other employees. Lena answered honestly, keeping her thoughts of In-chung to herself. She knew that In-chung was a player and couldn't spend all his time with her. Lena had considered the possibility of signing a contract with In-chung. However, because of her family background, Lena cannot do that. The Death Angels must maintain their purity. Death when becoming a blood-stained garment, thus giving birth to the death domain that terrifies countless ghosts and monsters. Lena has a long-term vision. Insheng's talent is strong enough that he will not end up like other ghosts, whose life will end at the age of wearing red. That was just the beginning for Insheng. So, in order to stay by Insheng's side for longer, Lena must endure the short separations. How about we hand over the work to someone else for today? I've saved up 3 chances, but haven't used them yet. With your 3 chances, we can enjoy 6 days of private time together. Insheng smiled as he gazed at Lena, his large hand gently stroking her soft, lustrous hair. Okay, all right. Lena seemed to have already anticipated the time and scene to come, and answered somewhat weakly. Then, Lena turned around, looked at the tiger-headed security guard at the door, and threw the tattered little notebook into his hand. His voice suddenly turned cold as he said, I'm leaving this to you. Any problems? No problem. The security guard with the tiger-headed head immediately responded respectfully, and then walked straight towards the players outside the gate. All right, now it's time for us to be alone. Insheng smiled strangely, took Lena's hand, and prepared to head to his VIP consultation room. Wait. Lena didn't immediately follow, her slender finger gently tapping Insheng's chest. Is this really a time for 2? Aren't you going to call out the little sister inside you and introduce her to me? His tone was slightly jealous, but there was no hint of blame in his eyes. Although it was somewhat uncomfortable, Insheng's contracted spirit position had been taken away. Karina is still very sensible. Knowing how much help a contracted spirit could bring to Insheng, he didn't intend to investigate further. However, being sensible is one thing. The information that needs to be known still needs to be known, and the jealousy that needs to be felt will not disappear because of it. Ha! Insheng chuckled slightly awkwardly and scratched his head. This isn't the place to talk. Let's go inside and discuss it in detail. I was originally planning to introduce Hill to you, Lena. All right, then you'll have to give me a detailed introduction, little sister Hill. Lena's beautiful face held a strange smile, which made Insheng a little flustered. Fortunately, it's not a big problem. Lena's performance actually exceeded Insheng's expectations. After all, she was the first person with whom he developed a relationship that went beyond friendship, reaching a level of intimacy. Hill's existence is somewhat like a hijacking. The fact that Lena remained so calm and didn't show any intention of picking up the machete was a great relief to Insheng. The 2 figures quickly disappeared at the entrance of the 3rd hospital. The players being called out by the tiger-head security guards outside the door had undisguised disappointment in their eyes. Their thighs were right in front of them, but they couldn't reach them. Considering the terrifying mortality rate at the 3rd hospital, their hearts were filled with even greater gloom. Chapter 151 Hidden Dangers. Hill and Lena's first clash. Dr. Yin. Is that Dr. Yin? Stop. Stop right now. I need to register for Dr. Yin's appointment. Me too. Get me an appointment with Dr. Yin right now. Wearing his honorary chief physician badge, Insheng walked side by side with Lena down the corridor. Many of the new-faced ghosts became excited after glancing at him. By using his special identity to enter the 3rd hospital, his identity tag will automatically appear on Insheng's clothes. This caused quite a stir within the 3rd hospital. Physician Yin's miraculous medical skills had been known throughout Yinming City for a long time. A large portion of the patients here, and even the ghost doctors who come seeking refuge, are drawn by Dr. Yin's reputation. At the moment, Dr. Yin appeared alive before them, a figure revered by both patients and the ghost doctor. How can I avoid becoming agitated? However, before the commotion could even begin, the aura of the half-step blood-clad ghost had subdued them, and they dared not utter another sound. It's been a while since we last saw Lena. Unbeknownst to him, the ghostly aura emanating from his body had reached a whole new level. Judgment based on the information fed back by the Eye of Insight. It seems that all that's missing from the true blood robe is the creation of a domain and a complete transformation. The intimidating power of a half-step blood-clad demon is still very strong. The vast majority of patients, as well as ghost doctors, are only at the level of vengeful ghosts. Back then, he, even at the peak of his power, was able to become the director of the 3rd hospital. Well, not everyone can be as eccentric as Insheng, who always manages to encounter a very small number of top-tier experts. Inside the VIP consultation room, Lena and Hill stared at each other, the atmosphere slightly tense. Insheng remained calm and showed no signs of panic. Hill will definitely listen to him and won't cause trouble. A level of trustworthiness that elicits obedience and compliance suggests they are quite reliable. As for Lena, Insheng also believes that she will remain rational enough. After all, Hill just looks like a little girl who doesn't know any better. Big sister. Stop. As soon as Hill opened her mouth, Lena immediately made a pause gesture and said with a serious expression, I'm not necessarily older than you. It's hard to say who's the older sister. In Chung. On the issue of age. It seems even female ghosts are not immune to this. Hill nodded innocently and blankly. Hill is already 312 years old. How about you? Upon hearing this, Lena's luscious lips immediately curved upward slightly. I'm only 180 years old, Hill. Sister. Hill. In Chung. To be honest, In Chung was genuinely surprised to find that Lena was actually much younger than Hill. Especially that one phrase, Sister Hill, almost broke In Chung's nerves. Age aside, judging by appearances alone, Lena is like a ripe peach, exuding an alluring charm. Hill is like a green, fragrant little apple, making you want to take a bite. Most importantly, no matter how you look at it, Lena seems far more rational and mature than Hill. Ahem. In Chung couldn't help but cough, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Lena, according to the order of arrival, you should be the older sister, shouldn't you? As he spoke, In Chung gave a subtle wink. You are the true empress. Lena instantly understood, and a sweet feeling welled up inside her. Okay, Sister Hill, I'm Lena, Dr. In Chung's partner. After accepting the older sister role, Lena smiled and began to introduce herself. However, there was a hidden meaning in his words. In the world of horror, terms like husband, and wife are rarely used. The closest relationships are described using only the word partner. It means to stay together for life, until the physical body ceases to exist and the soul decays. Without a doubt, this statement is Lena asserting her dominance, making it clear to the flawless little girl in front of her that no matter what, she, Lena, is In Chung's true partner. However, Big Brother, what does partner mean? Hill turned her head with a curious look on her face and asked somewhat blankly. Clearly, the concept of a partner was completely absent from Lady Mirror's teachings to Hill. Such a doting father, if it weren't for In Chung stealing her home. I'm afraid Hill will never know what a partner means in her lifetime. Oh this. In Chung was momentarily at a loss for words. If you explain, Hill will almost certainly blurt out. Hill wants to be the older brother's partner too. But if I don't explain, Lena might misunderstand a little. Fortunately, In Chung was one step ahead and had already come up with a way to ease the tension. And so, In Chung unbuckled his belt. Ahem, don't misunderstand. In Chung packed all the gifts he brought for Lena into the beast head leather belt. There's another small detail to this. He was worried that Lena would see him using Hill's abilities to deliver gifts. It may have some adverse effects. In Chung had thought things through quite thoroughly. In order to prevent Lena from overthinking, he stuffed all the gifts into his belt. We've already introduced ourselves, so let's put everything else aside for now. Since you've come all this way, Lena, come and see the gift I prepared for you. The attempt to change the subject was slightly stiff. However, given the current situation, there's no time to worry about that now. Whoosh. As if performing magic, In Chung lightly stroked the beast head leather belt with his large hand. A bouquet of 99 bright red, luscious roses was presented to Lena. This is a rose from the human world, an extremely ordinary flower. Yet it exudes a fragrance absent in the world of horror. Lena's expression softened instantly, and 2 blushes rose on her face. She quickly accepted the bouquet from In Chung's hand. He brought it close to his nose and took a gentle sniff, revealing a look of intoxication. Is this the fragrance of the world? It certainly has a different charm from the deadly flowers in the horror world. Upon hearing this, In Chung immediately assured him, don't worry, it won't be long before I take Lena with me to experience the beauty of the world. As he spoke, he subtly made a pinky promise gesture to Hill with his large hand behind his back. Upon seeing this, Hill's amber eyes immediately revealed a look of don't worry. The mirror world opened, and Hill pulled out a huge pile of snacks, including her favorite sandwich dumplings. Lena, I also have a gift for you. I hope that Lena and Hill can become best friends in the future. An innocent expression and expectant eyes. Even Lena, who is as cold as ice and has no feelings for anyone other than In Chung, is unaffected by humans or ghosts. I couldn't help but be moved at this moment, as if I were being melted. Chapter 152 Gift Giving gradually turns sour. The gift from Little Hill. And then he even gave her a head pat. In Chung knew it. The first confrontation between Lena and Hill has come to a brief end. Well, the result, naturally, ended in Lena's crushing defeat. Hill successfully feigned innocence right under the enemy's nose. In fact, who was mildly Yandra. From her behavior at the amusement park, In Chung knew that the little girl was not a truly innocent person. To some extent, Hill is somewhat cunning. It's just that because she usually stays by In Cheng's side, it hasn't really been shown. Today, this allowed them ample room to perform. Hill easily lowered Lena's guard against her. She even secretly gave In Cheng an okay sign. In Cheng. Well, there's no time to worry about that now. It's already a blessing that little Hill isn't causing any trouble. Lena isn't as simple as people think. She'll figure it out sooner or later. However, In Cheng was still confident that he could raise Lena's favorability to the point where she would obey his every word. It's not over yet. Since you've come all this way, I've prepared a lot of gifts for Lena. In Cheng acted as if he were Doraemon taking out his magic pocket. He kept taking out small trinkets from inside the animal head leather strap. Music boxes, bracelets, necklaces, rings, and the like. The variety of gifts gradually overwhelmed Lena, and her body began to feel weak. Looking at In Cheng's increasingly strange gaze, how could she not understand what he was planning? Humph, the abacus is too loud. Even the Phantom City next door can hear it. They even gave In Cheng a thumbs up, saying, "Young Master In really knows how to have fun." There were many gifts. From the red rose that initially captivated the ghost's heart, to the increasingly bizarre and elaborate clothing. The effectiveness of gift-giving is gradually changing. He'll seem to understand something, and took the initiative to walk to the door and lock the door of the VIP consultation room from the inside. I drew the curtains as well, and outside the window, several fat crows were cawing and cursing on the bare branches of the tree. The temperature in the horror world is quite low, like a winter in the south, the kind of cold that's bone-chilling. However, the temperature inside the VIP consultation room seemed rather hot. Hill, your big brother wants to discuss some philosophical questions with your sister Lena. Why don't you go back to the mirror realm and play for a while? Lena would definitely not accept it if Hill confronted her. Not at least not right now. So, we still need to get Hill inside first. What is philosophy? Can you eat it? Hill asked, his eyes narrowing and gleaming with a sly light. Philosophy, that's a profound subject. Now is not the time for you to study. Listen to me. Go home first, okay? In Cheng's expression turned slightly serious, and he quietly made the pinky promise gesture again. This was an agreement he made with Hill before he came. When In Cheng played the pinky promise card, Hill had to obey obediently and could not argue. However, the pinky promise card has a negative delayed effect, which will be apparent when you are alone with Hill. Such negative effects can only be resolved by feeding or other means. Hill looked on with a pout, a little reluctant. Okay, big brother, remember to call Hill after you're done discussing. The little girl obediently plunged into In Cheng's body and disappeared. In Cheng. There's so much poverty. It's to take you back to the world in the mirror, not back into your body. His eye twitched slightly involuntarily. He suspected Hill was doing it on purpose, but he had no proof. When a contracted spirit is inside its host's body, it can still clearly and intuitively sense the state of the outside world. This helps the divine favored one and their contracted spirit to improve their compatibility, and to enable the contracted spirit to better protect its host. However, when it came to In Cheng, it seemed to take on a slightly different meaning. Lena doesn't seem to know about the special nature of contracted spirits. After Hill disappeared, Lena took the initiative to approach him, seemingly not quite clear about the state of the contracted spirit. Oh this. In Cheng's sanity level began to drop rapidly, quickly falling below the lowest value. The level of stimulation has increased dramatically and rapidly. Never mind. All the problems were simply put to the back of their minds. In Cheng immediately activated his skill, First Strike. Warfare is based on deception. Seizing the initiative and gaining the upper hand is the key to victory. Chapter 153, the trump card. In the time that follows, time ticked away quietly. After the live broadcast in the VIP consultation room came to an end, In Cheng finally entered a state of calm and composed. The clouds dispersed and the rain stopped. Has anything changed in Yiming City lately? In Cheng hugged Lena, enjoying the warm moment. Lena shook her head. It's very calm. After the blood-clad ones issued certain orders, there have been very few ghosts and monsters coming and going in Yiming City recently, and human players have been completely locked inside the city. That's good. The unspeakable one who is about to die will probably cause quite a stir recently. Lena, you should stay in the third hospital and not go out easily during this time. In Cheng couldn't help but give him some instructions. Don't worry, I won't leave the third hospital. The reason I'm staying here is not only because I love medicine, but also for another reason. Lena leaned on In Cheng's shoulder and spoke slowly. Oh, Yinxing asked with slight curiosity. Another reason? Only by getting closer to death can one comprehend its true meaning. For the ghosts of our kind, getting closer to death is the only way to improve faster. Upon hearing this, Yinxing immediately understood. The Death Angels, to put it simply, don't do anything fancy or frivolous. Their only true power lies in the concept of death. Inside the third hospital, both human players and dead ghosts are quite common. Overall, it is indeed a very suitable place for Lena to live for a long time. Is there anything else you need help with this trip? Is there anything else you're here for? Lena was clever. The month wasn't almost over yet, so Yinxing took the opportunity to return to the third hospital. It's obvious that something went wrong, forcing them to come here. There is indeed a problem, but it's not too big. Yinxing smiled and didn't hide anything. The Black Scythe Messenger and his relationship with Lilith and others in Phantom City. There is no need to hide anything from your own ghost. Has such a change actually occurred in Phantom City? Could the hidden instances be the work of that unspeakable being on the verge of destruction? Is it worth taking such a risk for a ghost artifact that may not even recognize its master? Lena frowned slightly, a hint of worry flashing across her face, clearly concerned for Yinxing's safety. The risks do exist, but, for me, they are still within a controllable range. Even if that unspeakable thing does appear, I have enough means to get out of danger. A glint flashed in Yinxing's eyes, and the vertical lines between his brows subtly opened. After a 3-second blind spot, it appeared before Lena. This is... Lena was slightly taken aback, then the memory in her mind instantly surfaced. The ghost artifact that Glutton Kid gave you has successfully recognized its master. She was somewhat excited, never expecting that Yinxing would actually become the owner of this ghost artifact. That's right, and the ability to disable vision for 3 seconds is very strong. It's enough to give me a certain degree of self-defense capability. Moreover, I still have a backup plan left by a senior member of the vampire clan. Even if the unspeakable forces come head-on, I won't necessarily be afraid of them. Hill's abilities greatly enhanced Yinxing's ability to escape. This serves as the first line of defense. The 3-second eye-blocking technique was Yinxing's second layer of protection. 3 seconds may not be of much value to the average person. But for him, a vampire, there are just too many things he can control. Even the unspeakable could not stop his steps. Senior Serena, who is in love with Count Rose. She marked Yinxing. In critical moments, it can help him resolve crises. The so-called crisis must, of course, be at least on an unspeakable level. To deal with the potential dangers of Phantom City. Are you sure? Should I? Don't worry, if I don't have the courage to take a gamble when I have so many backup plans, then I would really be a waste. Yinxing held Lena's small hand to reassure her. Yes, I believe you. Lena blushed, and her body instinctively went limp. Cough, cough. Yinxing coughed twice, looking slightly embarrassed. There was nothing he could do. The regenerative abilities of vampires were just that powerful. In addition, he was naturally very energetic. How could Lena remain calm for long while pregnant? The ruins of Black Rose Castle. Ever since the battle between Lady Mirror and Count Rose, the renowned ancient castle of Yiming City was completely reduced to ruins. Count Rose stood suspended in midair above the ruins, his eyes twitching slightly. Upon closer examination, this debt should actually fall on Yinxing's shoulders. As a result, Yinxing not only refused to thank him, but even told Count Rose not to thank him. Sister Rose, is this really a good thing to do? They are, after all, daughters of the Blood Queen from Phantom City. Not far away, Jiangling sat on a tree trunk, swinging her cute little feet, her cunning eyes darting around. So what if she's the daughter of the Blood Queen? From the moment they were delivered to our doorstep, they should have been prepared to be expendable. Becoming a vampire is just the lowest price they can pay. Count Rose's expression was cold and stern as he looked down at the busy succubi and spider demons, his gaze unwavering. Then why don't you transform them yourself? Are you planning to leave them to Xiao Yinxing? Can he handle them? Who knows? We'll just have to wait and see. Chapter 154 Jiangling. I was careless back then, letting you guys come and deceive me. In the ruins of Black Rose Castle. Elisa's eyes held a deep resentment, but she dared not show it on her face. Spider legs, resembling spears, swept away large amounts of castle debris with each strike. Then, snow-white spider silk was sprayed out, packing up the residue. The adopted daughter of the Bloody Queen. Now, however, he has become a lowly laborer cleaning up garbage. Not far from her, Lilith looked dazed and listlessly waved the thorny whip in her hand, clearly in a distracted state. The heart-shaped tail behind it drooped limply, as if it were extremely listless. This scene infuriated Elise even more. Ever since being taught a lesson by Cheng's painful, bloody hands, Lilith has always maintained this state. As her closest best friend, Elise knows her sister all too well. She didn't suffer a mental breakdown because of the torment of the bloody hands. Quite the opposite. She became deeply fascinated by it after experiencing that indescribable torment. Hentai is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Some people like flowers, some people like grass. Some people prefer to be proactive, while others prefer to be passive. Lilith's preferences differ slightly from those of normal ghosts and humans. She enjoys both torturing her prey and being torturing herself. Of course, before meeting Cheng, Lilith had never encountered anything that could torment her. Damn it. Lilith is so listless, and the Count of Rose has imprisoned us here for some reason. Without being able to contact the Queen Mother, the situation is very bad. Elise was very anxious. She didn't understand what the problem was. This led to Count Rose suddenly placing them under house arrest. But at least Elise understood that they probably wouldn't be able to return to Phantom City anytime soon. Even if they could go back, they would probably be put in some kind of shackles. Elise pondered how to escape her predicament. She kept thinking to herself. The Count of Roses in the sky suddenly became alert. The crimson magic circle was activated silently. A drop of blood appeared before her. Whoosh. The petite zombie lowly unleashed the fastest speed she had ever achieved. It even charged towards Count Rose with a strange howl. Then, Count Rose looked smug and flicked his tongue slightly. He swallowed the drop of gift from Cheng. This sweetness that only vampires could understand spread through Countess Rose's mouth, leaving her with an unforgettable aftertaste. Having advanced to the level of a vengeful ghost, Cheng's blood now seems to possess an increasingly rich and unique quality. Rose. Jiang Ling glared at Count Rose like an angry little lion, saying slowly and deliberately, "You've gone too far. We're sisters, what happened to sharing happiness and sorrow?" Huh, Count Rose sneered. The little fellow only activated the magic circle because he needed something from me. As someone who went to great lengths to take care of him, is it alright for me to accept such a small fee? Speaking of which, shouldn't little Cheng start paying back my debts too? The die is cast. After failing to snatch food from Count Rose's jaws again, Jiang Ling spoke up dejectedly. Oh right. Mentioning this, Count Rose's bright face lit up with an even brighter smile. The little guy has already reached the level of a fierce ghost. According to our original agreement, after his strength has increased, we can appropriately reduce the amount we pay you. Jiang Ling. As the yellow talisman fluttered, a look of utter despair suddenly appeared on that delicate, porcelain-like face. She, Jiang Ling, was careless and didn't dodge. Let Count Rose team up with Xiao Yinqing to trick and swindle this 1,000-year-old little zombie lowly. A zombie heart with a bloodstained coat. The value is astonishing. It was essentially a gift, or a loan, given to Cheng. I was really hoping to be able to taste that delicious, sweet, and incredibly tempting blood once a week. However, the situation developed in a way that was completely different from Jiang Ling's expectations. Not long ago, Cheng was just a small, demon-level little guy. How long has it been? So you've already advanced? An ominous premonition arose in Jiang Ling's young heart. At this rate, doesn't that mean it might be indefinitely postponed before it even gets a taste? Damn it, Jiang Ling said angrily, glaring at Earl Rose. Then tell me how often you'll pay me back now. Count Rose pretended to ponder, but his eerie eyes held a smile. Evil spirits and vengeful ghosts are naturally not comparable. Since it was set to be once a week before, then now, let's make it once a month. Jiang Ling, unknown. Is there something wrong with my ears? Or is there something wrong with your mouth, Count Rose? Originally it was once a week, but because it was upgraded to the vengeful ghost stage, wow, the time was extended by more than 4 times. The transaction was originally only allowed to last for 1 year. So there are only 12 left? Judging from Xiao Yinqing's current progress speed, how long will it take to advance to the red robe level? Wouldn't that require condensing it to 3 times on the spot? Then the bloodstained clothes, wouldn't she have to pay for them then? Count Rose smiled, enjoying Jiang Ling's angry yet helpless expression, feeling extremely pleased. The happiness between scheming best friends is that simple. Not long ago, Jiang Ling was happily watching the great battle between Count Rose and Lady Mirror. Now though, as the saying goes, fortune's wheel turns, and retribution may be delayed, but it will come in time. Fine. This princess won't hold it against you. I'll just ask for this month's debt payment now. Is that alright? This was intolerable, but Jiang Ling endured it. Jiang Ling had already vaguely discerned just how protective the Count of Rose was of Yin Cheng. If you can't bear it, you might lose even all the benefits you have right now. A bloodstained corpse, it's just lying there anyway. It would be better to exchange it for Xiao Yinqing's blood to satisfy one's own appetite. What's wrong with a former princess indulging in a little extravagance? With the power of the corpse tomb, this amount of extravagance is entirely within their means. Sorry, the bill needs to be settled at the end of the month. Count Rose's words instantly broke Jiang Ling's composure, causing her to lose her guard on the spot. The blood droplets, already transported by the blood magic array, aroused Jiang Ling's intense desire. This time, he really couldn't hold back anymore. Hateful. Rose, I'll fight you to the death. Chapter 155 Black Mist Ghost Scythe. The battle ultimately never took place. Jiang Ling, who had lost the initiative, could only sulk and mutter to herself. Well, Count Rose silenced her with just one sentence. The original quote was, "Given Jiang Ling's intention to maliciously collect debts, Countess Rose is Yin Cheng's guardian in the horror world. They have the right to decide on changes to the method of debt repayment. They even pay off debts on your behalf. With monthly settlements, I can still get the blood I've been longing for from Xiao Yincheng. If Count Rose were to take a hard line and change the repayment method, or even repay the debt on his behalf, without a doubt, with the vampire clan's wealth, a few million ghost coins wouldn't be a big deal for Count Rose. Not to mention, Jiang Ling had already learned this from Count Rose. Right now, within the vampire clan, there's the O'Connor family, who's practically begging to give Yin Cheng money. A continuous and uninterrupted supply of 30,000 units per day. What does that mean? Jiang Ling wished she could replace Yin Cheng and take his place to receive those huge piles of black money. In front of the blood magic circle, Yin Cheng's expression was slightly strange. The blood droplet had been sent, but the phone was busy. Could it be that Count Rose and Jiang Ling are fighting again? Or is it that Ms. Mirror, still upset, is picking a fight again? Various speculations kept surfacing in my mind. Fortunately, the call was connected a few minutes later. Yin Cheng's eye carefully examined him for a few moments and was somewhat disappointed to find that Count Rose's clothes were completely undamaged. The last time I enjoyed the magnificent valley scenery that belonged exclusively to the Earl was the last time. That was all thanks to the Mirror Lady's fault-finding. Little guy, you're contacting me again so soon. Is something important this time? Count Rose understood Yin Cheng's little scheme perfectly. He wouldn't visit unless he had a reason. Yin Cheng, who was afraid of being exploited, was not usually in a bad mood. Of course I won't call the Earl. Losing a single drop of blood is a small matter. But if it arouses the Count's appetite, leading him to demand medicine and incur even greater losses, then things will not go well. So that's why. Normally, he only does so when his own strength has not improved enough to deal with the Earl. Yin Cheng would, of course, try to minimize the number of times he makes phone calls. Right now, it's out of necessity. Ahem, there is indeed a tiny problem that I need the Earl's help with. Yin Cheng, the honest young man, coughed twice with slight embarrassment, but didn't try to hide it. The issue of Count Rose's blood-sucking left him somewhat helpless. But to a large extent, the Count of Rose's presence is like that of a parent in his horror world. Adopted, but very responsible. When children encounter problems, they turn to their parents. Isn't that standard procedure? Speak. Count Rose rolled her eyes dramatically and gently rubbed her forehead. Not far from her, Jiang Ling gritted her teeth, revealing a fierce expression, and muttered to herself. However, no matter how fierce that cute little girl face tries to appear, it doesn't change anything. They seem to have very limited destructive power, which is rather endearing. Yin Cheng witnessed this scene clearly, but he wisely pretended not to see it. He could tell from his expression that the Count's scheming best friend had most likely suffered a loss and was sulking. To prevent the other party from collecting the debt, Yin Cheng had no choice but to pretend he couldn't see it. Count, do you know about the Black Scythe demon weapon? It's like this. In a few words, Yin Cheng explained to Count Rose the whole story of how the Black Scythe messenger met his end in Phantom City. After a moment of contemplation, a sharp glint flashed in the other party's scarlet, eerie eyes. Little guy, you made the right choice in this matter, and you should try your best to get your hands on the Black Mist Demon Scythe. Unexpectedly, he had expected Count Rose to warn him to be rational and not to take risks for the sake of the ghost artifact. Instead, she told herself that she must get her hands on the Black Scythe. Wait, Black Mist Ghost Scythe. Yin Cheng's eyes flashed, and he asked, if I remember correctly, The so-called Black Scythe should be the Black Mist Ghost Scythe that caused such a stir back then. It just seems that the Black Scythe wielder did not unleash the terrifying power of that ghost weapon. Count Rose shook his head, seemingly disdainful of the so-called Black Scythe messenger. In this world, players are all very secretive. Almost everyone has their own secrets. No one will easily reveal their trump cards. The Black Scythe envoy's reputation is only because he has the Black Scythe ghost weapon, but almost no one has ever seen his true abilities. Inchung shared his insights. No, Count Rose shook her head without hesitation. The Black Mist Ghost Scythe's abilities are particularly unique. If that guy can really exert some effect, he will be one of your most troublesome opponents in the mortal world. You wouldn't have died in that instance. Then, is it possible that the Black Scythe isn't the Black Mist Demon Scythe you mentioned, Earl? It's possible, but unlikely. There are very few ghost artifacts of the same type, and even fewer with similar appearances. Then, Inchung pondered for a moment, a sense of anticipation rising in his heart. What exactly are the abilities of the so-called Black Mist Ghost Scythe? Could it be very suitable for my abilities? It's not just suitable, it's a perfect match. Count Rose couldn't help but exclaim. He then continued. The Black Mist domain is the core ability of the Black Mist Ghost Scythe. It allows ghosts under the blood robe to possess the power of a domain ahead of time, and it also allows beings at the blood robe level to have an additional domain. Under the shroud of Black Mist, the five senses are obscured and confused. Although it is not lethal, its auxiliary abilities are very powerful. Most importantly, wherever the Black Mist shrouds, shadows are everywhere. Do you understand what I mean now? Upon hearing this, Incheng's pupils shone with an unprecedented brilliance. Shadow is one of his two main combat talents. It inherently possesses a particularly terrifying eeriness and lethality. If this is combined with a black mist field that can obscure the five senses and make shadows omnipresent, and a 3-second eye-blocking restriction, Inchung felt that he might have the confidence to compete with Blood Robe at the Red Robe level. In fact, it's no exaggeration to say that he might even become the one with the advantage. And all of this is based on the premise that Scythe of the Black Scythe Messenger is indeed the Black Mist Ghost Scythe that Count Rose spoke of. Chapter 156, A Sheep Entering a Tiger's Den, or a Tiger Entering a Sheepfold. Black Scythe, victory is inevitable. The only problem right now is, we need to use Lilith and Elise as channels to open up the Phantom City's network of connections. However, before Inchung could even speak, Count Rose had already foreseen his thoughts. Those two, Elise and her companion, are indeed the best means for you to open a breach in Phantom City. Selling out the Blood Queen would be an extra layer of insurance. However, the Count changed the subject. Given the potential hidden dangers in Phantom City, we cannot be too lenient in our attitude. What do you mean, Earl? Inchung asked tentatively. Blood servants. You need to transform those two into your own blood servants. Count Rose spoke without any hesitation. Hiss. Inchung gasped, feeling a chill run down his spine. Is this really okay? Are you sure we won't offend that Blood Queen to death? What exactly is a blood servant? The moment Inchung successfully awakened as a vampire, he already understood. Every true vampire possesses the ability to transform into a blood servant. The premise is that the other party does not resist, or is unable to resist. Of the embrace is that it is a special racial expansion method used by vampires to transform pure-blooded vampires. To transform into blood servants was created entirely to satisfy the vampire's appetite, or rather, their need for blood. So-called blood servants have their lives and deaths completely controlled by their masters, making them no different from puppets. The succubus Lilith has already been conquered by you, hasn't she? I think she would be quite happy to be transformed into your blood servant, wouldn't she? Besides, after they've been transformed into blood servants, you can bring them back to the human world, adding 2 more ghost-level combatants for nothing. Isn't that a good thing? As for what you said, offending the Blood Queen. Count Rose smiled gently, his elegant face radiating absolute confidence. As a member of the vampire clan, such questions are always something for others to worry about. Don't you still have that little girlfriend from the Death Angel clan by your side? The power behind her is not simple either. Inchung was speechless, then deeply agreed. Behind Count Rose alone stood 2 unspeakable figures. Is this the entirety of the vampire clan's power? Nobody knows the answer to this question. As a direct descendant of the Earl of Roses, even Tiffany of the O'Connor family had high hopes for him. Not to mention, the Death Angels clan behind Lena are no ordinary people either. When it came to their identities, Inchung suddenly realized. He seems to have already become a second-generation ghost. Very well, Since you've put it that way, Earl, then I naturally have no objections. Shing nodded indifferently, then continued, but before that, Earl, you'd better help me put in a good word with Phantom City. The Carnival Club is a newly opened instance, and I have a feeling it might not be that simple. No ordinary players experienced any accidents, but the chosen one who possessed the black scythe died, which is the biggest suspicious point in itself. And the way he died was, well, you know. The black scythe messenger's comfortable death left a deep impression on Sheng. Considering the peculiar nature of the Carnival Club, he felt there must be a big problem here. Don't worry about these little things. Your only goal is to take the Black Mist Demon Scythe into your hands. Countess Rose certainly understood what Sheng meant by that thing. The atmosphere around Phantom City is renowned throughout the surrounding districts. It enjoys a considerable reputation, even among human players. After all, to die beneath a peony is to die a romantic death, even as a ghost, etc. Just as the Earl was about to hang up the phone and deliver Elise and the other two women to Sheng's side, a sudden thought flashed through Sheng's mind, and he made a rather frightening deduction. Is there anything else? Count, do you think it's possible that the unspeakable being who is about to die is actually the one from Phantom City? Sheng's pupils flashed with vigilance as he questioned. Count Rose frowned slightly. The unspeakable slumbering in Phantom City seems to have been quiet for a long time. Your guess is not impossible. Judging from the origins of Phantom City, the unspeakable power of rules involved is highly likely related to bewitchment and seduction. This also explains why Phantom City and the surrounding major districts were persuaded to join the alliance. Your guess is not impossible. Countess Rose's analysis left Sheng feeling somewhat uncertain. If the inference is true, wouldn't he be walking straight into the lion's den, being delivered right into their mouth? Although he's just a small guy at the level of a vengeful ghost, he probably won't arouse any interest. But who knows what the current situation is like at Phantom City? Count, if it's true, then what do you think? Sheng asked tentatively, still unable to resist wanting some promises from the Earl, even though he bore Serena's mark on him. Rather than relying on that Hantai Fu, he certainly felt that Count Rose was more reliable. Don't worry, it's impossible for a sheep to fall into a tiger's mouth, but it's very likely for a tiger to fall into a sheepfold. Although Serena may seem unreliable, the fact that she marked you means that she still approves of you. Even as a new generation of vampires who also possesses the painful bloodhand talent, Serena will not watch you die. Moreover, even if that unspeakable being who is about to die is indeed the ancient being sleeping in Phantom City, he would not dare to reveal his identity, much less act recklessly. Count Rose said quite readily. Already on the verge of death, if his identity is exposed, he will definitely be besieged and killed by the unspeakable beings sleeping in the surrounding cities. Within the world of horror, there are certain unspoken rules that even they cannot easily defy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to act so restrained, would he? Sheng nodded silently, feeling relieved. Serena is reliable. That's good enough. It's like having the strongest layer of insurance. As long as the long-lost evil spirit doesn't appear, he doesn't have too many concerns. And the Count of Roses is absolutely right. The unspeakable being who was about to die also had many constraints. Otherwise, with unspeakable power, all you need to do is reveal your real name to these ghosts and monsters, and they will manipulate you with their bewitching power. He could easily capture a large number of ghosts and monsters to sacrifice and prolong his own life. Chapter 157 Elise's additional role? The call ended. Sheng was finally reassured. I couldn't help but feel a sense of pride, thinking how wonderful it was to have connections. Life is short. Often, in the world of business, it's not so much about ability, but about connections. If Sheng didn't have a sufficient network of connections, how could he have achieved such success? After another brief exchange of combo techniques with Lena, Sheng bid farewell to Lena and led Hill into the morgue of the third hospital. A chilling, cold, and deathly atmosphere permeated the morgue at all times. Following that was a figure that came running at full speed, like a husky, its body covered in black slime. Even the ugliest things aren't cute. Sheng was quite helpless, no matter how much he wanted to romanticize his ghoul friend in his mind. None of them had any effect. The ugliness of ghouls truly existed in the farthest realm of Sheng's aesthetic sense. Gurgle, gurgle. After a long absence, the ghoul couldn't help but greet his only friend warmly. Long time no see. How have you been? Have you been eating well? Sheng also greeted him warmly. The ghoul had shown him great concern back in the third hospital, acting as his protector. Although he couldn't understand the ghoul's strange cries, his eye of insight could clearly reflect the ghoul's thoughts. Therefore, barrier-free communication is still achievable. Gurgle, gurgle. You're eating well. Has Dean Quills been giving you special treatment? Gurgle. Oh, Lena sometimes brings you a few fresh corpses? Not bad, not bad. You need to work on improving yourself too, and remember to protect Lena's safety, understand? Gurgle. After giving some instructions, he watched the ghouls see him off with reluctance. In Chung left the morgue. The time for small talk was always short, because most of the time was spent with Lena. Absence makes the heart grow fonder, and with the vampire's powerful regenerative abilities and In Cheng's already abundant energy, this was all part of the experience. That's something that's hard to avoid. When he reappeared in the lobby of the third hospital, there were hardly any ghosts or monsters left in the hospital. The world of horror has no distinction between day and night. However, their habit of leaving get off work on time is far superior to that of ordinary people. They don't even have 996. Are you leaving? Lena nestled affectionately beside In Chung, not forgetting to straighten his slightly damp clothes. Well, rather than having things on my mind all the time, I prefer to finish the mission ahead of schedule so I can spend some quiet time with you, Lena. Oh, right. I have another gift in mind, which I'm currently working on. There will be a little surprise next time we meet. In Chung kept the details of the gift a secret and did not reveal them directly. A surprise? A hint of anticipation flashed in Lena's beautiful eyes. Then her face flushed slightly as she lowered her voice and said, "Next time you come, I'll have a surprise for you too." Huh? In Cheng's eyes lit up immediately. Is Lena planning to dress up as a teacher? Or in a black dress with lettering? Or cosplay as a fox girl? We'll talk about it next time. Lena immediately hid to the side, too shy to continue talking to In Cheng. At the same time, in front of the third hospital, of black bats, carrying Count Rose and Elise, arrived silently. In Cheng. There is still some distance between them. Lilith was constantly in a sullen and listless state. It was as if the entire succubus had been elevated in an instant. His eyes shone with an unprecedented light. The excited shouts were as if they had seen the hope of salvation right before their eyes. If it weren't for Elise binding him beforehand. She's probably already dashed off and stripped onto In Chung with one click. In Chung completely ignored Lilith's enthusiasm. He stepped forward to greet Count Rose and asked without any affectation, "Is everything all right at Phantom City?" "Don't worry." Count Rose's 3 words were more comforting to In Chung than any other words. "Here you are, your 2 blood servants." The Count slowly stepped aside, his purpose self-evident. In Chung didn't have much to worry about, since he had a vampire standing behind him, and it was Count Rose who brought it up first. What does he have to worry about? He walked up to Elise first, sizing her up as she stood out for her particularly tall and slender figure. The sight of that fair, delicate neck made In Cheng's throat move slightly. Spider Demon at its peak, a vengeful spirit, already held considerable appeal for him. After all, the amount of red-robed level spirit blood can only be purchased in limited quantities each day. Who were transformed into blood servants, were blood supply machines that he could draw blood from at any time. Don't resist. In Chung gently lifted Iris's chin and offered a friendly reminder. There was a deep sense of resentment in the other person's eyes. Unlike Lilith, she was not conquered by In Chung, but was only coerced by Count Rose. She simply couldn't resist. Unfortunately, the world has never been fair. Since he could save his energy and easily obtain a powerful blood servant, In Chung certainly wouldn't waste his energy on any tricks like subduing people with force. A forced relationship may not be sweet, but he just loves it. Sizzle. Sharp fangs pierced through the tender white skin. The spider demon was even sweeter and more delicious than the blood In Chung had tasted in the human world. The blood of an ordinary person is, of course, no match for that of a demon imbued with ghostly energy. A few seconds passed. Elise's face turned pale at a visible speed. Her breath began to weaken, and she collapsed weakly into In Cheng's arms. Just as the blood in her body was almost completely depleted, a small amount of In Cheng's blood, containing the special power of the vampire's rules, was injected into Iris's blood vessels. Then it rushed into her heart at lightning speed. The transformation process has begun. Throughout the entire ordeal, Elise didn't utter a single groan, as if she were making a silent protest. But the protests were ineffective. The conversion was effective. The image of In Chung was imprinted in Elise's mind and soul. It begins the moment the transformation is complete. She could already sense her future fate. Call. After letting out a slightly satisfied sigh, Insheng turned his gaze to Lilith. I don't know why, but Insheng suddenly felt that Elise might be able to play some other role. Chapter 158 Carnival Club, a brothel in the world of ghosts and monsters. After taking care of Elise, Insheng moved closer to Lilith. One of Elise's biggest mistakes was not sealing Lilith's mouth with spider silk. This guy seems to be possessed, constantly muttering the name, Insheng, to himself. His eyes gleamed with emotions described as fervor and obsession. Insheng just got close. Lilith immediately jumped to his side and greedily inhaled his scent. His expression gradually became more hentai-like. That posture made Insheng feel slightly flustered. He really doesn't like flashy hentai stuff. Thinking about it is one thing, but the transformation still needs to be carried out. However, Insheng only touched her briefly. She trembled violently, as if she had been electrocuted. Insheng. Unknown. Wang Defa. He didn't use the painful blood hand either. So what's going on? Please forgive me. I really don't understand the world of hentai. A crisp sound suddenly rang out. The slap landed sharply and decisively. The one who made the move was, of course, Elise. She was furious. Lilith was about to become the other party's blood servant. How could she still laugh? Just a light touch was like turning on some incredible switch. This infuriated Elise. Well, in fact, if Lilith hadn't actively provoked Insheng, their original situation didn't seem to be as dire as it is now. Unfortunately, there is no going back in life. Elise's usual slap slightly jolted Lilith awake. But the emotion in her eyes did not diminish in the slightest. My great master, transform me into your most loyal servant. Everything I have is yours. To be humble and subservient to the extreme. Insheng. At this moment, his feelings were very complicated. The painful blood hand, which strikes fear into the hearts of countless ghosts and monsters, causing them to flee in terror. They even achieved remarkable feats, using their strength at the level of those in red-clad warriors, that caused a severe impact on the unspeakable. When it comes to Lilith, why does she seem to have turned into some kind of strange toy? Damn, the world of hentai is truly unbelievable. Forget it, let's just switch. If Count Rose and Lena hadn't been there, Insheng probably would have abandoned his integrity and chastity on the spot. Anyway, Little Hill's perception is quite unique. At the time, she maintained a highly wary attitude towards Lilith and Elise. Now, I don't care at all. The reason is quite simple. Hill thought that the two girls from Lilith were vying for the affections of the older brother. Now, however, he has become Insheng's blood servant. In the worldview of ghosts and monsters, servants have a very lowly status. Since he is a servant, how could he possibly steal her beloved older brother? It can only be considered an older brother's toy at best. As Insheng's contracted spirit, how could she lower herself to compete for his affections with a toy? The conversion process went very smoothly. Insheng could also feel that the control over the two girls' lives so easily made him very satisfied. The foundation has been laid. Insheng didn't exchange any more pleasantries. He said goodbye to Lena and then greeted Count Rose. He brought Elise and Lilith into the mirror realm. Then, I decisively used the Carnival Club ticket. The next moment, Insheng and his two blood servants gradually faded and disappeared at the entrance of the third hospital. Phantom City. Carnival Club. The neon sign shimmered with an alluring pink glow. At the entrance, the team consisted entirely of male players, totaling 20 people. Insheng's figure stood out among the crowd. There is no other reason. The other players all looked no different from ordinary people. Only a vertical line between his eyebrows added an eerie charm to him. Boss, are you a chosen one of the gods? Soon, someone couldn't help but step forward and ask, as if they wanted to get closer to him. Upon hearing this, the other players also turned their concerned gazes towards him. No, Insheng calmly denied it, not liking the feeling of being watched. Fortunately, the long, flowing dress with flowing sleeves revealed glimpses of her alluring figure, while the large, round, white python robe accentuated her snow-white silhouette through the sheer fabric. Emerging from behind the dark portals of the Carnival Club. Welcome to come in and have some fun, sir/madam. A sweet, delicate voice with a coquettish tone. His very first words exuded the air of a brothel owner. Insheng. Despite having anticipated this, he still hadn't expected the start of this instance to be so explosive. Good heavens. He could only exclaim inwardly, wow. In other instances, you fight to the death, struggling to escape. Upon arriving at the Phantom City, the vibrant nightlife immediately began. Others' dungeon quests often result in severed limbs, turning them into food for monsters. The mission of the carnival club? Unimaginable. To rich women began to surface repeatedly in Incheng's mind. A fragrant breeze wafted through the air, and graceful figures emerged one after another from behind the dark doorway. It surrounded the players and even pressed itself against them. The art style wasn't particularly scary, leaving many players somewhat taken aback. Even though they had played several games and were already veteran players in Phantom City, they seemed to have never encountered such a situation before. Incheng's mind gradually calmed down, and he maintained a safe distance from the alluring body that wanted to entangle him. He wasn't interested in being ridden by thousands of people, compared to these alluring and seductive ghosts. What interested him most was the scythe inside the club. And what exactly is the crisis lurking beneath this seemingly joyous occasion? Chapter 159, The Madam and the Bartender. Girls, what are you all standing there for? Why aren't you welcoming our distinguished guests in? Are you all just standing here at the door, lost in thought? A swaying figure emerged from the darkness behind the door. Its body was far more surging and powerful than that of ordinary ghosts. With just a gentle sway of her lotus-like steps, waves surged, and not a single inch of her flesh grew in any misplaced place. The appearance of such a stunning beauty instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the room, including Incheng. However, what he sees is not quite the same as what ordinary people see. The unspeakable doppelganger, phantom, race, clone, friendliness, neutral, strength, above the blood-clad, an unspeakable clone, also possessing terrifying power. Preference, understanding the true meaning of desire. The 7 emotions and 6 desires are not unique to humans. If she can control the rules of desire, she may have the potential to become a fierce god. Weakness, none. Even if it is just an unspeakable clone, it is not something that ordinary blood cloak can handle. The power of rules can only be restrained by rules themselves. Current status. Among the new players this time, there seems to be a remarkable little guy. I wonder if he can pique my interest? Please note, he has his eye on you. Incheng. He was slightly speechless, but his mind was already quite peaceful. After encountering one indescribable thing after another, I've become somewhat numb to it. It seems that my guess may not be entirely correct. The Preferences section, Understanding the True Meaning of Desire, suggests that the Carnival Club may have been established simply because of something unspeakable, in order to experience the desires of the mortal world. It's hard to say whether the unspeakable thing behind Phantom City is the one who is about to die. The information fed back by the Eye of Insight provided Incheng with a completely new perspective. The Black Scythe Messenger may not necessarily explain everything. After all, apart from him, all the other players in that game survived. Esteemed guests, please follow us inside. You've come at the perfect time. The club has many fun games waiting for you today. The captivating sounds, carrying a variety of fragrant scents, constantly linger in my ears and around me. This left a group of human players feeling quite uneasy. The idea of dying under a peony flower, even as a ghost, one would be romantic, seems to be gradually taking over the minds of players. Many players' hands have started to act out of control, climbing onto places they shouldn't be climbing. Unlike the terrifying atmosphere inside the city of the underworld, human players should not easily approach ghosts. At best, they might lose a hand or foot. At worst, they could die on the spot. Inside the Phantom City, even the players' hands reached out to some subtle directions. Instead of attracting the ghost's murderous intent, it only elicited a burst of giggles. Such an environment is probably unique in Scorpion Poop among the surrounding major urban areas, isn't it? Incheng couldn't help but sigh inwardly, silently following the crowd into the Carnival Club. Yamadera. One warehouse. Now, everyone really couldn't stay still any longer. Behind the dark portal, not far inside. Then, a series of wonderful sounds entered my ears. In the darkness, Incheng and his group arrived at a place that resembled a bar. In the center was a dance floor, where all sorts of masked monsters were venting their frustrations without a care for the onlookers. Decadent music disturbs the mind and spirit. The exciting scenes are sure to spark your imagination. Many players began to breathe rapidly, and some even boldly pulled the ghost beside them into their arms. The lights were disorienting, the rhythm was frantic, and the scene was chaotic. If I weren't certain I was in a horror world, Incheng almost mistook it for the fact that he had entered the human world and was involved in some overly open sex party. Everywhere you look, you see ghosts and monsters being glued together. On the slender steel pipes, there were also many figures striking poses, trying their best to show off their charm. Fortunately, In Chung, who had just parted ways with Lena, was not bothered by this. Of course, the main reason is that he is genuinely not interested in these people riding him. The madam, who led everyone in, who was also the unspeakable alter ego, had disappeared without a trace. Those charming ghosts also began to join the dance floor. They didn't seem as interested in the players they brought in as expected. After some teasing, if you have someone you like, you can pull them into the dance group. Ghosts without a destination simply drift away. Several lingering ghosts surrounded In Chung. However, seeing that he didn't seem to have any particular intentions, and due to certain rules, they ultimately left disappointed. This is interesting. They haven't issued any tasks, nor have they deliberately made things difficult. In fact, the warning sounds for the horror game itself haven't even started yet. Is it because the instance was just created, or are there some other factors? In Chung squinted and walked straight to the side of the bar, to a slightly more spacious spot, where he sat down in a chair. Behind the bar, a bartender dressed in a very stylish manner, whose skin was completely covered with various strange tattoos, was looking at him with great interest. Handsome young vampire, how about a drink? It's on me, it's free. No need. I don't want to be like those guys, losing myself after just one drink and becoming a puppet of my desires. In Chung remained expressionless and directly exposed the other party's thoughts. More than a glass of wine, I'm curious about the purpose of the party club. Could you tell me, sister? With his keen insight, In Chung once again saw the clone belonging to Phantom. They had only been at the club for a few minutes. He had already encountered 2 clones belonging to the Phantom. A captivatingly alluring madam with a voluptuous figure. A bartender with a unique charm, covered in tattoos. In Chung had a bold conjecture. The Carnival Club might not be a dungeon in the traditional sense at all. Rather, it is a special environment constructed by the Phantom using its own power of rules. He originally wanted to understand the true meaning of desire. It's not surprising that such a place, filled with worldly desires, was created. The only thing that In Chung couldn't quite understand was, why did the other side choose this particular time to create the Carnival Club? Chapter 160, The Elders of the Succubus Clan. What an interesting little guy. As expected of someone with several indescribable auras, I'm really curious. What's so special about you? A mere vengeful ghost. How could it be targeted by so many unspeakable beings? Can you tell me why? Instead of answering In Chung's question, the bartender asked a question in return with great interest. I asked first, don't you think you should answer my question first, sister? In Chung remained calm, even though the being before him was an indescribable ghost. With ample resources at his disposal, he has the confidence to communicate with the other party on an equal footing. That's true. The bartender nodded and swallowed the brilliantly mixed drink in one gulp. After licking her lips, a strange smile appeared on her face. Little one, do you really want to know? You should know that sometimes, knowing too much isn't a good thing. Then let's not talk about it anymore. Let's call it a draw and get back to what we were doing. In Chung answered decisively, then turned and left. Are you kidding me? Trying to get the upper hand? It doesn't exist. Instead of wasting time on all this complicated stuff, he should try to find out more about Black Scythe. That is the most important goal of this trip. Wait a minute. The Phantom's clones, whether it's the bartender or the madam, their words seem to possess a natural allure and unique charm. It was a completely different voice, and the words were simple, yet they were so captivating that they stirred one's heart. In Chung understood that it was the power of seduction. Even if the other party never used the true power of the rules, they are still the possessor of the charm rule. Every frown and smile, in every casual movement, they all exude a unique charm unintentionally. Sister, have you decided to tell me? If not, then let's just keep to ourselves and avoid any misunderstandings. That would be bad. A wary look flickered in In Chung's deep eyes. The other party has their eye on him, but he doesn't know why. Perhaps it really stems from interest, or perhaps it's for other reasons. But none of that matters. What In Chung cares about is the information about Black Scythe and the significance of the Carnival Club's existence. There are 2 familiar auras about you. Unexpectedly, Phantom's response this time had nothing to do with the previous question. In Chung's eye sharpened. 2 familiar auras? That would be familiar to the unspeakable big shot, given that this was his first time visiting Phantom City. The only answer can be Iris and Lilith. Iris and Lilith are yours. In Chung asked tentatively. Phantom answered the question without hesitation. Upon hearing this, In Chung did not hesitate at all. He waved his hand, and the small mirror flew out and instantly grew larger. The figures of Elise and Lilith were revealed from this. Owner. Lilith remained enthusiastic, wishing she could stick right up to In-chung and give him a big hug as soon as she came out. Elise, on the other hand, appeared somewhat aloof, her eyes still holding a hint of resentment. Ignoring the two women's reactions, In-chung pointed to the bartender behind the counter. Do you know her? Out of obedience to her master, Lilith reluctantly stopped and turned around, turning her gaze to the bartender along with Elise. Then, they shook their heads blankly. I don't recognize him, but he seems somewhat familiar. Lilith's answer was sincere. Elise remained silent, only her eyes showing a strange change. In-chung's gaze fell on Elise, knowing that she wasn't entirely convinced. Lilith, on the other hand, used her own abilities to make the other party submit. As for Elise, she was just unlucky to be caught in the crossfire, so it's understandable that she's upset. Well, since I've already become a blood servant, there's no way I can resist. I'll just have to train me slowly in the future. Vampires have long lifespans, and In-chung doesn't mind at all. He'll find some extra fun for himself in his long life ahead. Conquest is also a kind of joy, isn't it? It's somewhat like the aura of an ancient being from the succubus race. I think I've come into contact with it before. Seeing In-chung's gaze blatantly scrutinizing her, Elise couldn't hold back any longer and awkwardly voiced her opinion. From beginning to end, the bartenders just watched quietly without saying a word. Hint of amusement in her eyes. Succubus? Phantom? In-chung gradually sorted out his thoughts. According to the Phantom herself, the two women were her juniors. Elise also seems to have had contact with the other party. Therefore, it is not difficult to deduce the true identity of the Phantom, who is highly likely to be a member of the succubus clan. Its seductive rules further confirm this. The only remaining problem is, was she really about to die? Little one, you seem particularly interested in my identity? What? Do you perhaps want to pursue me? The bartender looked at In-chung with a playful expression and couldn't help but tease him. I'd rather not pursue it. I prefer things that I can control, and you, sister, are clearly not within my control. In-chung smiled and shook his head. You've met Lilith and Elise. Now can you answer my question? All right, since you haven't made things too difficult for my two juniors, I'll tell you about the current situation. The bartender gradually stopped smiling and became serious. You must be wondering why a brand new dungeon suddenly appeared in Phantom City, right? I even suspect that I might be that unspeakable being on the verge of death, struggling to prolong my life. Unfortunately, you guessed wrong. The madam appeared beside In-chung at some point. A bewitching, alluring figure, accompanied by a fragrant breeze, approached his ear and whispered, I have plenty of time left, and I have no intention of using sacrifice to prolong my life. Wouldn't it be more wonderful to spend that time with a little guy like you, sharing pleasure? But one thing is certain, the emergence of the Carnival Club is indeed related to that guy, and it's inextricably linked to him. In-chung's pupils contracted slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. The existence of the Eye of Insight allowed him to easily determine that what the Phantom said was true. But to his surprise, what he thought would clear him of suspicion was actually a Carnival Club. However, the other party admitted it themselves. The club is not only connected to that unspeakable being who is about to die, but also has an extremely close relationship with him. For a moment, In-chung also became a little nervous. The vampire senior is whipped again. It is not the unspeakable thing that is about to die, yet it is also closely related to the other party. What does this mean? The Phantom has joined forces with the other side, planning to slaughter a large number of red-clad figures? Still, no. There's no reason for her to deliberately leak this kind of information to me after teaming up with that guy. Knowing that I have the backing of the vampire clan and a complicated background, and that messing with me might cause big trouble. By revealing her secret, she's practically courting death. In-chung quickly calmed down. As the Count of Roses once said, in the major cities of the horror world, there is basically an unspeakable force guarding them. But even if it is unspeakable, certain specific rules must be followed. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. If each of these ineffable beings is on the verge of death, the same attitude as that troublemaker, the world of horror would probably be in complete chaos by now. After all, even that guy who was about to die didn't dare to cause any big trouble. He could only fish in the shadows. Because that's considered an operation within the rules. People die for wealth, birds die for food. Things that are consensual can naturally be tacitly approved. Now, however, In-chung was increasingly curious about the purpose of Phantom's answer. Little guy, you came here for the ghost weapon in the hands of the player who died here, right? The madam's gaze seemed to be able to see into people's hearts. The breath he exhaled slapped against In-chung's face, causing him to involuntarily pull away slightly. As for this kind of veteran of the succubus race, he's probably eaten more lollipops than he's walked roads. He could only keep his distance, not wanting to become the prey of the other party's whim. That's true, In-chung replied noncommittally. There's no way to hide the truth about Black Scythe. The Carnival Club is less of a dungeon and more of the Phantom's domain. Being in such an environment is equivalent to being under surveillance by the other party, so there is no point in hiding it. Very good. A glint flashed in the madam's eyes. An honest young man is always admirable, especially someone as handsome as you. How about we make a small deal? The madam's sudden change of tone only deepened In-cheng's confusion. A deal? Forgive my bluntness, but although I am valued by the vampires, I am not yet at the level where I can command them at will. I consider myself quite talented, but I'm not so arrogant as to think I'm qualified to do business with someone like you, am I? In-chung is not stupid, nor is he arrogant. Unspeakable ghosts and monsters represent the pinnacle of the current horror genre. It's true that he had quite a lot of contact with people, but it was merely contact. It didn't mean he truly possessed an unspeakable level of status. As for setting an example on behalf of Serena, or rather, the father of the Count of Roses, that would be an even more foolish thing to do. To offend all your supporters for your own selfish gain is just plain stupid. No. However, the madam quickly denied it with a charming laugh. The world-class grandeur, beneath the slight tremor of her giggles, stirred up waves of captivating allure. Even though In-chung wasn't interested in her, he couldn't help but give her a couple of hard glances. That's world-class. You have the aura of that perverted woman Serena on you. A junior who can be valued by her must also possess a terrifying talent like the painful bloodhand, right? The madam either guessed or saw through In-chung. The conversation then turned to In-cheng's talent. Phantom was unaware that In-cheng's true core relationship was with Count Rose, the mark left by Serena. This led her to misunderstand, thinking that In-chung was Serena's protege. However, they are not that different, since In-chung does indeed possess the talent of painful bloodhand. In-cheng's eyes darted around, as if he had thought of something, and he tentatively asked, "What do you mean?" The painful bloodhand, at the level of a vengeful ghost, while unable to inflict any damage on the unspeakable one whose strength far surpasses yours. However, it's entirely possible to have some negative impact. Hellish torture, no matter how limited its impact may be, resulting in minimal effect, is still ultimately effective. Moreover, he was merely a part of that unspeakable thing. The information revealed by the madam greatly shocked In-chung. He never expected the other party's so-called deal. It actually involves unspeakable aspects. More importantly, what the heck is this unspeakable part? There was once a very classic incident that has been passed down in the world of horror for a very long time. The madam ignored In-cheng's questioning gaze and continued her story. A certain blood-clad level member of the vampire clan, for some unknown reason, actually dared to attack an existence of unspeakable level. At first, everyone just thought that the ridiculous vampire would be torn to pieces and become a joke. Well, in the end, it's true that he died a terrible death, but he didn't become a laughingstock. The terrifying talent of the painful bloodhand has thus made him infamous throughout the horror world. At this point, the madam couldn't help but reveal a hint of lingering fear in her eyes. It's obvious. Her unique talent, the painful bloodhand, truly posed a significant threat to the community. After a pause, she continued, that vampire died a terrible death, but the unspeakable one corrupted by the painful blood hand also met a less than pleasant end. For a whole month, ghosts and monsters within 100 miles of him could hear his mournful howls and screams day and night. So, it took him a month to erase the erosion of the painful blood hand. In-chung asked curiously. No, he was killed by the unspeakable forces of the vampire clan. Mama replied matter-of-factly. In-chung. Well, I heard the glorious history of the vampire predecessors again from other people's mouths. He also realized once again the power of the blood hand of pain talent. The destructive power may be slow, but the effect is truly devastating. Even the most powerful figures, whose status is beyond description, were tormented to the point of groaning in agony. That speaks volumes. The sickle remains in my hands, but it can't be recognized as a master, so it's not very meaningful. As long as you help me, little guy, use the painful blood hand to erode that incomplete, unspeakable part and weaken his will. Sister, I could just hand over that sickle. The madam chuckled again and spoke, Her voice rippled with captivating charm as she spoke of the world-class, magnificent mountains and valleys. How about it? This is a pretty good deal, isn't it? Chapter 162, The Phantom's Ambition, Love Valley Lacks Rules. Is the deal a good one? In-shung pondered for a moment, a hint of suspicion flashing in his eyes. Then a cold smile flashed through my mind. Are you kidding me? If it were that simple, why would she go to such lengths to create such a grand spectacle and even come up with a completely new instance? Even if it is unspeakable, it is only a part of existence. That is also far superior to the blood-clad demon. Aren't the madam and bartender in front of you the best proof? It cannot be spoken of, but even as a mere clone, it wields the power of the rules. When it comes to rules, it's beyond what bloodclothes can withstand. What level is he? It's just a vengeful ghost. Even with its strength and the 3-second blindness effect, it has a high probability of being able to kill the woman in red. It has transcended many levels of itself, even to the point of being completely on the same level as heaven and earth. In-shung wasn't so foolish as to let profit cloud his judgment. At least, he wouldn't have any extra thoughts until he figured out the purpose of the carnival club. I'm sorry, I'm just a new generation of vampires at the level of a vengeful ghost, and I don't think I'm confident enough to help you. In-shung politely declined the other party's offer. As for the Black Mist Demon Scythe, although it's a bit of a pity, there's still some room for maneuver. For example, he could also trouble Countess Rose to speak with Serena and see if she could act as his agent in the deal. If someone of unspeakable power makes a move, isn't that far more reliable than myself? You're not thinking about asking Serena to come and make a deal with me, are you? Upon hearing this, Yoon-sung felt a chill run down his spine, and his gaze towards the madam became even more wary. As the saying goes, old age makes one wiser. The other party can almost accurately judge one's inner thoughts, which is a very frightening thing. However, In-shung wasn't too flustered, since his eye of insight was much more accurate than Phantom's judgment. Wouldn't that be better? Although I don't have the authority to make transactions on behalf of Senior Serena, I can still relay the message to her. With your 2 unspeakable powers, wouldn't it be much easier to deal with that one? In-shung deliberately asked a question in return. In reality, he had already figured it out in his heart. The Phantom would never allow Serena to interfere. Is a ghost artifact that's useless to you and can't be bound to you. And with a slight movement, one can attain the unspeakable, the ceiling of the current terrifying world. What kind of price will be paid? Without a doubt, it will be extremely painful. There's even a high probability that they'll get a share of the profits. It belongs to an unspeakable part, and it doesn't seem to be a clone. Even if In-shung didn't know its true value, he could easily imagine it. Little one, I don't want to keep you in suspense. The only one who can help me with this is you. I can't ask Serena for help, nor can I afford to. The unspeakable nature of the vampires, under the blessing of the evil god, is far more noble than the unspeakable nature of our small forces. If I'm going to invite her, I might as well just give her the entire Phantom City package. The madam spoke with a hint of helplessness, her charming face carrying a touch of pitifulness that made it hard to refuse. Then let's be honest about the true purpose of the party club, and what risks I have to take. In-shung got straight to the point, not wanting to waste any more time. The Black Mist Demon Scythe is clearly in Phantom's hands. If you want it, you have to agree to the deal. If the risk is too great, he has nothing to say and will definitely give up directly. Although he had already experienced the power of the ghost weapon, it wasn't necessarily something that In-shung absolutely needed. If you don't live to receive it, or if it affects your future, decisively giving up is the best choice. Okay. The madam made a gesture of surrender. With a taut waist, the magnificent mountains and valleys are so breathtaking that they can draw your eyes in and make you unable to look away. The Phantom truly lives up to its reputation as an unspeakable being with bewitching rules. The 2 characters, the madam and the bartender, each possess unique charm and are captivating. Most importantly, they are all world-class, covered with colorful tattoos on both the northern and southern hemispheres, making one want to explore them. First, the purpose of the Carnival Club is to suppress and erode that unspeakable part of the body. Secondly, I'm conducting an experiment that requires observing the desires of all living beings. When the second point was mentioned, In-shung could clearly sense that the madam's eyes were shining with an unprecedented light. Do you know why that dying, unspeakable being dared to separate a part of its body and directly enter Phantom City to cause trouble? Suddenly, the Phantom spoke again. In-shung narrowed his eyes and guessed. That guy seems to control some kind of bewitching or charm-related rule, so he thinks he can be immune to your influence? No, The madam's face gradually turned cold, her eyes filled with intense hatred. It's because the way of charm is one of the weakest rules in terms of killing power among rules of the same level. Each word, spoken slowly and deliberately, revealed the phantom's dissatisfaction with the power of its own rules. It also contains a strong sense of resentment. Seduction, huh? Why is it that for the succubus race, this is the only best shortcut to achieving the unspeakable? Who decided that a succubus must comprehend the power of seduction? The madam's tone gradually became somber and helpless, but unfortunately, for the succubus race, the only way to achieve the unspeakable is to use their own most proficient methods to easily climb that boundary. I'm not reconciled. The charm rules are too weak. What can they even do? Does this mean I should rely on my own charm to make them submit to my powerful, ineffable nature? Why? What? Both are unspeakable beings. Both are trash on the verge of death. They both dare to recklessly split off a part of their bodies to enter Phantom City to haunt. This is the ridiculous deterrent effect brought about by the rules of charm. The madam's alluring face radiated an unprecedented anger and resentment. The bartender behind him spoke in a low voice. But I'm not without options. Seduction is one of the fundamental rules that gives rise to desire in living beings. Above the rule of seduction, there is the terrifying rule of desire. The 7 emotions and 6 desires, any one of them, is terrifying. And what I seek is the passion among the 7 emotions and 6 desires. I will use that unspeakable part of the body that dared to offend Phantom City to conduct experiments. The existence of the Carnival Club is for indulging in sensual pleasures. I will make him succumb to the corruption of desire. In this process, I will seek the opportunity to understand the rules of desire. Chapter 163, The Unspeakable Breakdown. The words of the madam and the bartender. In Chung summarized it into 3 short sentences. Pick the softest persimmons. Trying to squeeze an easy target backfired. And the ambitions of the pushover. Phantom is an ancient being of the succubus race. He achieved an unspeakable position by using his most proficient talent. However, to those beyond the reach of the unspeakable, she might be an unapproachable and inviolable great being. In the eyes of beings of the same level, they are probably among the lowest tier. The fact that even that dying guy dared to split off a part of his body to cause trouble is enough proof of that. Well, no wonder she was unwilling to pay the price to ask Serena to help. Whether or not we can persuade her is secondary. If we could persuade her, would she even get a chance to drink the soup? The answer is obvious. So, Phantom placed her hopes on In Chung. It could even be said that In Chung's appearance was a completely unexpected and delightful surprise for her. Little guy, you will indeed take some risks, but not from unspeakable influences, but from the backlash of your own painful bloodhand talent. Phantom didn't hide anything and continued. Even if it's only a part, it's still unspeakable. With your status as a vengeful ghost and your special talent, it is obviously not a simple matter to corrupt him. Even though, a part of him has already been suppressed by me. So that means, In Chung's expression turned serious as he understood what the other party meant. My painful blood hand will continuously disintegrate and then reassemble during this process? Yes, breaking that guy's will definitely not be a small matter that can be accomplished in a short time. In Chung felt a slight toothache. Innate abilities, when damaged by external forces, disintegrate and then reform within the body. This process will consume your energy. When excessive consumption occurs, it will gradually accumulate and become damage. You don't need to worry about overexertion affecting your potential. You are a vampire, and I happen to be able to provide you with plenty of blood. How about the blood on the bloodstained clothes? The madam deliberately moved closer to In Chung, her world-class magnificence touching his chest. In Chung felt his throat begin to feel dry and hot, and he unconsciously swallowed his saliva. Don't misunderstand. It wasn't that lust was aroused. It's because of the meaning behind the madam's words. The blood on her clothes was none other than her own blood. I still remember. When the bloodline of the vampires awakened, the 3-second blindness provided them with that unspeakable drop of blood. This directly led to the development of his terrifying ability to project shadows. Although that special situation no longer exists. But the blood on his clothes still held an unimaginable allure for him. The vengeful ghost stage. He then began to draw blood containing the power of rules, and as long as he continued to consume it, he would receive a continuous supply. The benefits are, of course, immeasurable. What makes vampires so terrifying is that they can draw power from blood. Unlike blood magic, which is an additional power granted by the power of rules. This is the true foundation of the vampire clan. Under normal circumstances, it would be absolutely impossible for In-chung to obtain blood of an unspeakable level for his own growth. Even within the mall, the highest level of spiritual blood sold only goes up to blood robe before it ends. The terms are very tempting. I could hardly refuse, In-chung said with difficulty, barely suppressing the urge to agree immediately. Almost, which means you're still not satisfied, isn't it? The madam said with a charming smile, exuding an exceptionally alluring charm. Do you want me, your older sister, to spend some more happy times with you? That's unlikely. In-chung quickly shook his head. What I want to know is, will the unspeakable blood have any additional effects on me if the owner is still alive? Don't worry, little guy. Since I'm willing to make such a condition, I will naturally help you remove the unspeakable will from your blood. Can unspeakable will be contained in blood? In-chung was startled and glad that he hadn't agreed immediately. Otherwise, if Phantom really played some tricks, he might just dig a big hole for himself. Even without using any charm techniques, they can stir up the most direct desires in everyone's hearts at any time. It's hard to imagine what would happen if the Phantom actually tried to seduce him. Will he become her devoted lover? Not to mention, directly consuming her blood? What is unspeakable? Even merely mentioning his name is perceived by him, let alone blood, which is an integral part of the body. The madam explained with a charming smile. Let me tell you something about the unspeakable. Once you ascend to the unspeakable, everything about you will be shrouded in your own rules, which is equivalent to being branded or anchored. A name, a story, a drop of blood, a strand of hair, can all become the conditions for the unspeakable to come. And these can also become unspeakable conditions that influence others. In-chung nodded. I've learned a lot. After all that, little one, are you ready to agree to my deal now? The madam asked expectantly. One last question. In-chung held up one finger, looking slightly embarrassed. Madam Sang's beautiful face instantly fell, and she couldn't help but ask, are you a walking encyclopedia of questions? Ahem. In-chung coughed twice solemnly. There's no other way. Our strength is too weak, so we have to proceed with caution. Weak? The madam looked like she'd seen a ghost and cursed on the spot. When I was at your level, I was practically at the bottom of the power hierarchy. Not only do you have terrifying talent, but you also have a contracted spirit ghost, and you even have a red-clothed puppet. I just want to ask you one question. Which vengeful ghost can withstand your full power? Even the one in red might not be your match. Moreover, you bear the unspeakable marks left by the vampires. Who would dare to touch you easily? You? Call this weak strength? It's unspeakable that my defenses have been breached. Looking back on her childhood, that was truly a bitter experience, one I had no one to tell. Even after becoming unspeakable, he was still at the bottom of the same rank in terms of strength. After hearing In-chung's words, which she considered to be the ultimate Versailles, she was deeply moved. It was almost a soul-searching question, uttered word by word. I almost fainted on the spot. Chapter 164. How magnificent are we, the Black Scythe envoys. A worthy death. Ah, this. In-chung scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. He just said it casually, but it seems to have deeply stimulated the unspeakable. After hearing what Phantom said, he suddenly realized that he had become quite strong without even noticing. Could it be that because I've been exposed to too many unspeakable things, I've completely overlooked my own strength? No. Potential is potential, and ability is ability. Before things reach the point of being unspeakable, everything else is meaningless. At only the level of a vengeful ghost, we've already provoked so many unspeakable things. What will the future hold? Be cautious. It's better to be cautious. At least in the face of the blood robe and the beings above it, we must remain cautious. I examine myself 3 times a day, and In-chung feels that maintaining a humble attitude is quite good. The worst thing for a person is to become arrogant because of increased strength. During his 996 career, In-chung has seen many guys like that. In his view, the most prudent path is to always remain vigilant, neither becoming arrogant nor underestimating oneself. After a long while, the madam and the bartender gradually recovered from their gloomy state. He spoke somewhat listlessly. Go on. What's the last question? She didn't even have the desire to tease or flirt with In-chung anymore. She seemed to have lost all her energy and spirit. In-chung felt a slight pang of guilt, but not much. Versailles and such, that wasn't his original intention. Why did the previous owner of the Black Scythe die here? And in such a bizarre way. The Black Scythe messenger was the main reason why he remained highly vigilant about the Carnival Club. Ordinary players are able to survive by sheer luck. The fact that the powerful one died is itself very problematic. Judging from the current situation of the Carnival Club, players are indulging in sensual pleasures and becoming addicted to lust. Actually, it's not a big deal. At most, after returning to the human world, one might suffer from kidney deficiency. Like the Black Scythe messenger, who went bankrupt and died. That's a bit too much. Sister, I thought you were going to ask something else, but it turns out it's this. The madam seemed to perk up instantly. Even the bartender seemed to have a smug look on his face. In Chung was somewhat bewildered. Had he asked something so exciting? Did the madam and bartender, who were listless just a second ago, suddenly become energetic? Damn it, could it be that she's splitting into multiple personalities and causing her to have a mental breakdown? After instinctively taking 2 steps back to keep his distance from the mentally ill person, In Chung said, Sister, just tell me straight. What exactly happened? Oh, it's nothing really. When I saw that the guy seemed to be quite strong and had even mastered a part of the Black Mist Ghost Scythe's abilities, I couldn't help but act as a matchmaker for him and let him and his wife consummate their marriage on the spot. The madam said it was not worth mentioning. In Chung. Acting as matchmaker, consummating the marriage. These 2 simple words instantly gave rise to a terrifying thought in In Cheng's mind. He practically blurted out, You wouldn't be suggesting with that person? That's right. In order to allow the power of lust to further corrupt the unspeakable parts of the body, I just happened to find it a partner. The smile on the madam's lips, when seen by In Chung, instantly transformed into a devilish grin. Black Scythe messenger, you died a worthy death. He died a heroic death. He died a worthy death. To consummate a marriage with a human being, whose rank is below that of the blood robe, and with a being of unspeakable power. Who else in the world could accomplish such a feat? If this gets out, it will probably shock the world for hundreds of years. No wonder he was drained dry and died. In Chung even suspected that the moment the Black Scythe messenger attacked, he probably died on the spot from exhaustion. His heart gradually filled with a strong fire of gossip. In Chung couldn't help but ask, they really consummated their marriage? And that unspeakable one who was about to die was actually a woman. Huh, the madam asked skeptically. Who told you that she was a woman? Is the Black Scythe messenger actually a woman? Of course not. In Chung. Unknown. When we're full of questions, it doesn't mean we have a problem. It means you have a problem, ma'am. The Black Scythe messenger died a gruesome death. Scythe messenger for 3 seconds in his heart. I thought that dying under the peony blossoms would be a romantic death. The result was actually an exchange at the level of swordsmanship. Scary. No wonder he likes to create clones. He's even become somewhat schizophrenic himself. This is no different from a pervert like Serena, is it? A sword duel, and then a consummation of the marriage. I swear. In In Cheng's heart, 1,000 alpacas roared past. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. When he thought back to the world of the living, Kupengxing recalled the awkward expression on his face when he told himself about the death of the Black Scythe messenger. In Chung was thinking, what if Kupengxing found out the true cause of the Black Scythe messenger's death? His feelings must be very complicated. Sister, I know what you're thinking. The madam smiled mysteriously. The rules of desire are never limited to men and women, or even species. I've just made a small attempt. There's no need to be so surprised. In Chung. Well, what the Phantom said makes some sense. After all, In Chung himself had also experienced a life-or-death friendship. It's somewhat understandable that the passions among the 7 emotions and 6 desires are not simply expressed in romantic relationships. However, he didn't care how Phantom interpreted it. Anyway, In Chung himself definitely couldn't accept those things. The blooming of lilies can still be a pleasure to behold. A poop-stirring stick or something, that's really too. Alright, is there anything else you want to know? If not, I can't wait to get started. As if she were moved, appeared on the madam's face. Her eyes were filled with longing as she stared at In Chung. That kind of gaze, so easily misunderstood, made In Chung extremely uncomfortable. No problem. In Chung nodded slightly, ready to act. Very good. Then the transaction shall begin now. The madam smiled with satisfaction. At the same time, the unspeakable doppelganger, Phantom, has issued you a trade quest. Dismantle the will of the unspeakable demon. Mission details. Utilize the unique talent, Bloodstained Hands of Pain, to break the willpower of an unspeakable being as much as possible. Quest rewards. Black Mist Demon Scythe, Unspeakable Blood. Under special circumstances, this reward will be continuously supplied. The familiar, suspenseful game notification sound finally rang in my ears. The main quest, here it comes. Chapter 165, A Friendly Match Before the Deal. The Black Scythe Messenger's tragic death. Although it made Insheng feel incredibly sympathetic, but it also brought him some additional information. Despite the Black Scythe Messenger's negligible strength, he still managed to come into contact with that being. This shows that the unspeakable part was still well suppressed by the phantom. Inside the dance floor. Dynamic music, joyful dance moves. They are all so captivating. No one noticed the conversation between Insheng and Meiying. Even if it exists, it will be subconsciously ignored. It is ineffable that even if it is just an avatar, it is not something that ordinary people can easily observe. Players who were initially very interested in Insheng, believing him to be a chosen one, and were ready to latch onto his coattails. I wonder how much fun they're having on the dance floor right now. I used to face the pressure of survival every day, as well as the fear of death approaching at any moment. They finally got a chance to indulge in sensual pleasures and easily complete their mission. They were certainly happy to indulge themselves this once in a while. Insheng didn't think there was anything wrong with it. If he weren't so uninterested in remnants of a failed career, he wouldn't mind having a friendly match to vent his recent frustrations. But only in this phantom city. It's probably going to be difficult to gather that many genuine, clean-cut beauties for a friendly match. Insheng was pondering what to do next. Suddenly, I realized that my body seemed to have become a little heavier. Coming to his senses, he couldn't help but notice a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. I don't know when it started. The succubus Lilith approached silently. Master. Insheng's body trembled, and his blood began to surge. Elise, standing to one side, felt a chill run down her spine and just wanted to get out of this strange place as soon as possible. Spider demon a few hundred years old, and had absolutely no interest in reproduction. The madam chuckled appropriately. It seems the little one is a bit busy right now, not quite ready to start the transaction. How about? She hesitated for a moment, then gently tapped the air with her slender fingers. The scene in front of me changed instantly. The dance floor has disappeared. The loud, rhythmic music disappeared. The pairs of ghostly figures, along with the human players, all vanished. Instead, it is a large, private room full of interesting details. The pink lights changed softly, and the carpet felt so soft and comfortable to step on. The waterbed in the center of the room swayed slightly. Rose petals continued to fall from the roof, creating a fragrant atmosphere. The air is filled with the scent of the beginning of the 4 seasons. Blanche. It's been arranged. A thought flashed through Insheng's mind. He scanned his surroundings with his eye of insight. Thankfully, the phantom wasn't just standing by as a spectator. That's all. The atmosphere has gotten to this point. If we don't, wouldn't that be a disservice to such a wonderful environment? Well, completing some side quests before doing the main quest isn't a bad idea. Anyway, Insheng isn't exactly a gentleman. He's the kind of person who's long since stopped being human. Lilith had already packed herself up. Is there another reason to refuse? This demonstrates the additional benefits of Blood Servant. Big brother. Hill appeared quietly. Hiss. Insheng gasped, realizing he had almost forgotten about the adorable little Hill. No mischief allowed. Insheng couldn't refuse Hill, whose eyes were full of expectation, and could only give her a soft-hearted word of advice. As for Lilith, what is there to hesitate about? After Lilith and Elise were returned to the mirror realm, a strange light shimmered in Hill's amber eyes. Seeing the baby's expression of having learned something made Insheng feel increasingly guilty. I hope Ms. Mirror won't kill me. After silently praying in his heart, Insheng put away Hill and pushed open the door to the room. The door opened. Insheng then settled in Bungbu. The madam stood at the door with a tender expression. That look in his eyes was absolutely amazing. His gaze made his scalp tingle. Insheng could accept the shame of being a succubus, and even ate it with relish. But he can only keep his distance from beings like the ultimate succubus. Ahem. Insheng coughed loudly twice on purpose, then couldn't help but remind him. It's getting late. Shouldn't we start the transaction? The madam gave Insheng a slightly resentful look. Then, with graceful steps, she turned and left. All that remained was a fragrant breeze and the words, "Come with me." Chapter 166. My sister's blood is plentiful. Keep your distance and remain silent. Insheng obediently followed behind the madam. As he stepped out of the room, he could clearly sense that the environment was completely different from the party club he had entered at the beginning. A chilling atmosphere permeated the air, and some inexplicable things, as if converging in a certain direction. Soon, a spiral staircase appeared before us. Below the steps lay a dark abyss, exuding an aura that seemed to prey on those who sought to devour them. Just as it approached, It was as if countless voices were whispering in Yin Cheng's ears. The voice, with its seductive power, sought to lure him inside to rescue a being suppressed in its deepest depths. Fortunately, that was all the impact of the sound. The whispers continued, but they did not truly affect Yin Cheng's will. At best, it can only be considered a minor disturbance, completely within the scope of being negligible. Below lies the unspeakable place of suppression, isn't it? It seems something is constantly gathering downwards. Yin Cheng asked tentatively. Your observation skills are indeed very sharp, which seems to be completely beyond what a ghost of this rank should have. Is it a special talent of a player? The madam couldn't help but ask a question out of curiosity. Then she chuckled. I forgot, you little rascal asked your sister first. I might as well tell you. What's gathering here is none other than the aura of desire. The Carnival Club is like an alchemical furnace, and the demons and players who are succumbing to desire are like medicinal herbs. Their indulgence in sensual pleasures is equivalent to being refined to produce the most basic medicinal properties. My role is simply to guide and gather these medicinal properties into the elixir in the furnace. So, little one, you should completely understand what I mean now, right? What a grand vision. Truly world-class. Yin Cheng couldn't help but admire him from the bottom of his heart. Although she's a bit weak, she's still very ambitious. And they have a lot of ideas. The metaphor of alchemy is truly apt. Sister is awesome. Wishing you every success. With a flattering remark, Yin Cheng followed closely behind, descending the dark stairs. The deeper he went, the more he felt his body becoming somewhat hot. Images of Lena, Hill, Lilith, and even Count Rose and Lady Mirror would often inadvertently surface in my mind. Is this the effect of the charm rule? It's not about seducing others with one's own charm, but rather arousing their inner desires to achieve the purpose of charm. Yin Cheng secretly speculated in his heart. When the allure of rules began to subtly influence him, this means that they are now very close to the unspeakable part of their body that has been suppressed. As expected, the darkness gradually dissipated. Instead, there was that alluring pink light, and a gaunt figure, whose true appearance was obscured, was tightly chained to the bed by chains that shimmered with runes. Completely outmatched. Yin Cheng felt a chill run down his spine, and such a thought came to mind. Just one glance was enough to give one a terrifying feeling, as if a vast ocean was about to engulf them. The feeling was completely different when I first met Serena. By the phantom is like a powder keg, seemingly on the verge of exploding at any moment. His aura was not concealed in the slightest. Even when suppressed, it continues to try to expand outwards, wanting to devour everything around it. Don't be nervous, little guy. He's just a crab that can be slaughtered right now. Looking fierce won't help. The madam smiled smugly, her eyes flashing with resentment. His plan was quite clever, and it's true that it's widely acknowledged that I'm not very strong. But he probably never imagined that I, his sister, possessed such a ghost artifact with the effect of suppression and sealing. After hiding my talents for so long, I've finally caught a big fish. Little one, you wouldn't reveal my secret, would you? The madam's alluring face was adorned with a pitiful expression, as if she were both being coquettish and trying to please. The phantom wouldn't dare to threaten him. After all, behind Yin Cheng stood the revered Serena, a figure whom countless unspoken people respected. But this opportunity is once in a lifetime, and once missed, it will be hard to come by again. She could only gamble on Yin Cheng's character. Fortunately, after some observation, Phantom, who prides himself on having a pretty good eye for people, was found to be a good judge of character. My impression of Yin Cheng is still quite good. Cautious and careful, possessing great talent and strength, yet not arrogant or conceited. They did not take advantage of Serena's power to act recklessly. If someone with such character cannot be trusted, then Phantom himself doesn't know who to do business with. My greatest strength is that I never say things I shouldn't say. Yin Cheng responded with a smile. Revealing the Phantom's secret would bring him no benefit whatsoever. This would also directly offend the Phantom and cause him to hold a grudge. Even if she didn't dare kill him, Yin Cheng didn't want to be constantly on the mind of an unspeakable being. He was already following the strategy route, so there was no reason for him to offend someone so powerful and unspeakable. Even if the other party is just someone who is unspeakable and rather ordinary. Having more friends means having more options. Who knows, they might come in handy someday in the future? What an adorable little one. I'm growing to love you more and more. The madam smiled radiantly, causing the world-class mountains to tremble, making onlookers dizzy. But soon, she then stopped smiling and became serious. Let's get started, and let your older sister see your wonderful treasure. In Chung. Even without saying a word, he still sincerely released his precious treasure, the painful blood hand. For arms made of blood, radiating a chilling crimson glow. Within the constantly flowing blood, there seemed to be countless faces writhing in pain and screaming. The madam subconsciously created some distance between them. She was merely an avatar of the original body, occupying a special position atop the blood-stained robe, a position that could not be described. I don't want to experience that kind of hellish, ultimate torture because of an accident. Sister, is the blood ready? In-chung stuck out his tongue and licked his slightly dry lips. His throat was already dry and hot, as if he was waiting for the blood on his blood-stained clothes to be poured over him. Don't worry, there's plenty of my sweet blood. The madam swayed her body, avoiding the painful, bloody hand. She extended her fair, delicate arm directly in front of In-chung. Chapter 167, An Unexpected Surprise. The Advancement of the Temptation of the Dead Talent. This. Eat it raw. Looking at the smooth, flawless arm in front of him, In-chung couldn't help but swallow. In his eyes, it seemed as if all that remained were the veins on his arm, hidden beneath the skin, with blood surging through them. The burning sensation in my throat seemed to be getting more intense. The incredibly tempting blood was right before my eyes. This is a temptation that no vampire can resist. I steeled myself and decided to stop worrying about everything else. With a slight thought, a bloodied, agonizing hand flew straight toward the unspeakable being bound and suppressed by chains. Although it was said to be part of the body, after being suppressed, it was completely transformed into a form similar to that of a human. Splash! Splash! The chains, shimmering with inscriptions, rattled uncontrollably as the bloodied hand of agony drew near. He seemed to sense the impending crisis and struggled desperately. But it is clear that it was only an unspeakable part, which was personally suppressed here by the phantom using the ghost artifact. He was powerless to resist. Sizzle! The painful blood hand easily touched the unspeakable body and immediately turned into a pool of putrid blood, adhering to it. But it was far less effective than when In-chung dealt with those former underlings. White smoke billowed out, and the putrid blood evaporated at an extremely rapid pace. As expected, with the strength of a vengeful ghost, it is not a simple matter to erode and disintegrate the unspeakable will. In-chung's eyes flashed with bloodlust. But, thankfully, I'm not an ordinary vengeful ghost. Bizarre, blood-red characters began to emerge from the surface of In-chung's body. The bizarre characters intertwined, and a pair of wings shimmering with blood-red light coalesced behind them. Dark red armor gradually enveloped In-chung's body. Blood demon armor, one of the 3 forbidden blood magic spells. The blood inside his body was boiling, and faint crimson steam kept rising from the surface of his armor. The rotting blood scattered on the unspeakable chest suddenly burst forth with an even more dazzling crimson light. His body trembled slightly for a moment. However, that's all. In less than a few seconds, the putrid blood completely dissipated. Fortunately, there are 4 blood hands in total, and each one lost can be regenerated within its own body. The blood supply for the bloodstained clothes was right in front of them. In-chung could absolutely do it, unleashing the full power of the blood demon armor and frantically pushing the painful blood hand. Whoosh! One pool of putrid blood was wiped away, and another immediately followed. After several exertions, In-chung was ready to enjoy the supplies from his delicious meal. Without the slightest hesitation, he grabbed Madame Sang's fair arm and pulled it to his mouth. The mask was removed, revealing sharp teeth that emitted a faint, cold light. Uft! The fangs pierced the blood vessels with pinpoint accuracy. Sweet, fragrant, and with a surge of powerful energy. In-chung didn't dare to devour it recklessly, but instead absorbed it little by little, in small sips. It wasn't that he was worried the phantom would turn on him because of his insolence. Rather, it was the blood on the blood-stained clothes, even if it was just the blood of the phantom's own clone. For In-chung himself, it was also a leap across several ranks, even though the phantom tried its best to suppress the backlash of its own rule power. But the energy contained in its blood is also astonishing. This means that if you eat too fast, you can easily overeat. A steady, long-term approach is the most reliable way. Glug, glug. After the supply of fresh blood on the blood-stained clothes, In-chung's depletion and recovery gradually reached a delicate balance. The bloody hand of agony was constantly evaporated, only to be immediately reattached, continuing to bring that unspeakable, wonderful enjoyment. Visible to the naked eye, Under such circumstances, the body formed from that unspeakable part began to tremble continuously. On the side, even though In-shung was constantly draining her blood, the smile on Mama's face never disappeared. Her deduction was correct. The painful blood hand could not inflict any real harm on the unspeakable. But that kind of ultimate torment is truly unbearable, even beyond description. The sight of him trembling and even beginning to convulse before our eyes is the best proof. Suck. Suck as much as you want. If that's not enough, I'll call all the other clones over so you can suck to your heart's content. Encouraged her with an unprecedentedly gentle tone. She has an attitude of, I'll take care of you, sister. Upon hearing this, In-shung immediately calmed down and began to enjoy the repetitive process. The painful, bloodied hand constantly undergoes destruction and rebirth. In-shung, on the other hand, kept drawing on the alluring blood. He can feel it very intuitively. Its own strength is growing at a terrifying rate. If this continues, it probably won't be long before I break through to the Red Robe realm, right? In-shung was thrilled, completely unprepared for the potential benefits that the trip to Phantom City would bring. What pleased him even more was, as it continuously devours the sweet blood of the madam, he could sense that something indescribable was gradually merging into his body. The feeling was magical, like a newborn coming into contact with the world outside the amniotic fluid. Could it be that the unspeakable rules that can only be accessed? The Phantom's alluring rules. With this guess in mind, the joy in his eyes grew even stronger. Although this is just one of the rules with the weakest combat power, which the Phantom mentioned and which was looked down upon by the others. But that is ultimately the power of the rules. Imagine, if he could possess a portion of the power of the rules before advancing to the unspeakable realm. What kind of terrifying boost would that bring? Just as In-shung was full of hope. Near the ear, to his utter surprise, the warning sound of the horror game actually rang out. Congratulations to lucky player In-shung. By sheer coincidence, your special talent ability Temptation of the Dead has advanced. Your charm has been greatly enhanced once again. The ghosts and monsters in the horror world will initially favor you at the friendly level, unless the situation becomes dire. This favorability will not easily drop below neutral. What is a surprise? What? A surprise? To In-shung's surprise, his rapid improvement in strength has already made him very satisfied. But I never expected it. The special talent Temptation of the Dead has been dormant for a long time. He actually advanced at this time. All ghosts and monsters will have their initial favorability towards him increased to friendly. In-shung seemed to have already seen the wonderful vision of a future horror world where friends were everywhere and all roads led to Rome. A more intuitive feeling is. He clearly noticed that the way the madam beside him looked at him seemed to have undergone some strange change. Chapter 168 uses nations as the unit. I felt a mixture of surprise, curiosity, and a faint longing. It seemed to carry a look of kinship with it. The talent of seducing the dead. In some ways, it is similar to the Phantom's seductive rules. But from a certain perspective, the Temptation of the Dead talent is actually more powerful than the Phantom's power of rules. Because its reach extends to the entire world of horror. Even the Phantom's power of rules cannot encompass the entire horror world. Little one, you seem a little different. The Phantom's doppelganger, the madam, had a somewhat pale face, but her eyes were still moist and bright. It seemed to radiate an unusual glow, staring intently at In-shung. In-shung couldn't hide anything. In front of Mei-ying, the huge change from his talent advancement was impossible to conceal. Perhaps it's because I absorbed your blood that my charm has also been enhanced to some extent. He said something ambiguous, which made the madam nod with some suspicion. Even the Phantom cannot fathom the depths of talent. After all, there was nothing false in what In-shung said. It's true that her charm has increased, but the scope of her influence is only slightly wider. How long do we have to maintain this state? Can he keep resisting like this indefinitely? In-shung deliberately frowned, subtly changing the subject. The madam chuckled and said, Don't worry, little one, I still have a backup plan. You don't actually think that the Carnival Club is just that, do you? What do you mean, sister? Do you really think that the Carnival Club, such a small place, with so many ghosts and the power of passion generated by the players, is enough to erode the unspeakable? This is still young. In-shung asked a very honest question. In his view, although carnival clubs may look similar to bars on the surface, in fact, the space it covers is far larger than a bar in the human world, even 10 or dozens of times larger. Never underestimate any unspeakable being, even if he, like me, is not skilled in combat. So, the Carnival Club is definitely not enough. We need to add a powerful remedy. A smug smile appeared on the madam's alluring face as she asked a question. Do you know why Phantom City is named after me? Hiss. Upon hearing this, In-chung gasped in shock. You wouldn't be thinking of. A bold guess popped into his mind, and without thinking, he blurted it out. The madam smiled sweetly. That's right. Just what you think, little one. Isn't it a bit too much to let the entire Phantom City descend into that kind of state? In-chung could hardly believe it. Man is about to take. Sakurajima's famous scenes seem like an insignificant ant trying to wrestle with an elephant. How big is a district in the horror world? For many players, this is a question they may never be able to fully explore in their lifetime. The concept of a region in the horror world is completely different from the understanding of the human world. In In-chung's view, any city in the horror world is almost comparable in size to a conventional country in the human world. Not to mention, in some special areas, there may be inner worlds and special spaces. If we compare them based on these regional attributes, just thinking about it made In-chung's scalp tingle. What kind of concept is it to use country as a unit? Those who achieve great things do not concern themselves with trifles. Little one, you must remember this. Do not let your perspective limit your mind. The madam pointed a finger at her world-class conscience and solemnly admonished her. Despite her serious expression, In-chung felt that something was off. What does it mean when one's vision limits one's mind? Sorry, he's just a weak, ghost-level vampire and can't quite grasp such profound principles. In-chung only knew that the famous Sakurajima scene with so many people was even organized by country, which was absolutely outrageous. I have a question. Does that mean all the ghosts in Phantom City are willingly cooperating with you in doing this, sister? After all, no matter what, it's still somewhat. It's a bit of an exaggeration. In-chung couldn't bring himself to say those words. Heh, the madam chuckled lightly. From the very first day of its founding, all 5 major powers, except for the eccentric ghost bride, longing for you, have reached an agreement with me. I sheltered them, and they, in turn, are contributing their modest efforts to me at this critical juncture. This is also a transaction. In-chung remained silent. Only now did he truly realize that the seemingly easy target in front of him was not as simple as it appeared at first glance. Perhaps, when the Phantom achieved the unspeakable, or even before that, she had already begun planning to use the way of seduction as a foundation to further comprehend the possibility of the way of love and desire. As expected, no one who can reach the level of the ineffable is a simple person. In-chung pondered for a moment. Then his gaze fell on the unspeakable figure not far away. Even the Phantom has a plan, intending to use him as a medium to break through. So, will this dying being, who possesses the power to manipulate rules, have any surprising hidden tricks up their sleeve? Don't even think about it. He has no other backup plan. His only backup plan is just a ghost artifact. Not all ghosts are as patient as I am, able to scheme for such a long time to achieve their goals. The madam spoke in a cheerful tone, seemingly particularly looking forward to the moment that was about to arrive. A ghost artifact? In-chung grasped the key point in her words and asked curiously. Yes, a ghost artifact. The madam nodded. An unspeakable entity that controls the rules of bewitching. What makes you think it can prolong its life through sacrifice? Without the corresponding means or innate abilities, even the most powerful ghost cannot achieve that level. The ghostly weapon in his hand is also a well-known item in the horror world, called Libra. In-chung narrowed his eyes. Libra of Libra? That's right. That unique ghost artifact symbolizes that everything in the world can be put on a price tag. You pay the price, and it brings you what you expect, including lifespan. The madam's tone was slightly wary. It seems that they have a very strong sense of vigilance towards that ghostly artifact called Libra. Chapter 169, The Mysterious Scales, The Alternation of Rules. Ghost weapon. Its origins are mysterious. The way it comes into being is particularly complex. Even ghosts and monsters are rarely able to witness the birth of a ghost artifact. In a sense, they are. It's even somewhat similar to the unspeakable, powerful ghost artifacts, such as the 3-second blindness restriction, involve the power of rules. An irresistible force for all beings below the level of evil gods. Even among ghost artifacts, it ranks among the best. Libra is a renowned and famous artifact among ghost weapons. It inspires fear in countless powerful ghosts and monsters, while leaving countless weak ghosts and monsters longing for it, but unable to reach it. Everything in this world can be clearly priced. You pay the price, and Libra brings you the goods. It sounds a bit like a horror world, with a shop feature available to players. That's not actually the case. From the madam's account, In-chung gradually learned the truth. Libra is an extremely bizarre and sinister artifact. This is why countless powerful ghosts and monsters are extremely wary of it. For example, you yearn for great power, and you happen to have Libra in your hands. So you sacrificed yourself to satisfy Libra's rule of equivalent exchange. Then, several possibilities will generally arise. Firstly, Libra, through some mysterious power of rules, has plundered certain powerful innate abilities from you. This greatly increases your strength, giving you power that is almost unmatched at the same level. This is one way to greatly increase one's strength. Secondly, you will find that your will has been transferred to another body, and you have become the master of that other body. And the strength of that body will surpass your current rank. This is also one of the ways Libras perceive a significant increase in strength. The former is still acceptable. After all, it is not surprising that such things as plunder happen in a horror world. However, if it is the latter, it could very likely cause a big problem. For example, where did the previous owner of that body go? Are you the last owner of this body? No one knows the answer, because Libra will disappear immediately after completing the transaction with its current owner to find the next target for the transaction. Even within the rumors of the horror world, there was also a particularly terrifying situation. A powerful figure clad in blood was peacefully staying at home when suddenly his spirit and will were extracted from his body and infused into the body of an incredibly weak ghost. The original owner of that body had his spirit and will almost instantly devoured and obliterated by him. It was later learned that this was also a masterpiece created by Libra, and the trader's wish was also to greatly increase his strength. Unfortunately, Libra's understanding was somewhat flawed. He infused his body with an even stronger mental will, which, in a sense, greatly increased his strength. The problem is, he himself was killed. The bizarre and eccentric nature of Libra was thus thoroughly spread. Since then, many bizarre incidents have occurred, all caused by Libra. The most terrifying one. An unspeakable being has been possessed. Of course, that weak will was no match for the body of the unspeakable powerhouse and was instantly destroyed. Then, due to its ineffable nature, that powerful figure's willpower easily regained control of his body. However, Libra's terrifying nature also thoroughly aroused the fear of the ghost bosses. No ghost would want to lose its innate abilities for no reason. Even their bodies were taken over by others. Therefore, the more powerful the ghost, the more likely it is to keep its distance from Libra. Those kinds of unpredictable magical artifacts are far too unreliable. The key is that it is very alluring, capable of arousing the strongest desires in people's hearts. Few ghosts or monsters can resist that temptation. Well, it's not that there aren't ghosts or monsters, but they're trying to change their approach to exploit Libra. For example, you could trade with a Libra for another ghost artifact that would allow them to recognize you as their master. That's a good idea. And it was a success. It's just not entirely successful. Because the original owner of the ghost artifact was also brought before the ghost, and then slapped him to death. In short, Libra, this special ghost artifact, is practically useless in the eyes of almost all powerful ghosts. Only weak ghosts would hope that Libra would perform normally and bring them a huge boost. And then there is the unspeakable one, like that dying being. He had reached the end of his life and had no choice but to place his hopes on Libra in order to prolong his life. Libra is so terrifying. Does he really dare to use it? Isn't he afraid that his spirit will be worn down and replaced by another will to live in his body, which would be a way to prolong his life? In-chung couldn't help but mutter to himself. From the madam's words, he learned just how eccentric Libras could be. I also admire that the desperate and unspeakable dared to use this pitted ghost artifact. He had no choice but to gamble. The madam didn't mock him. Instead, her eyes revealed a hint of the useless after the hunt mentality. In-chung was speechless for a moment. Then he understood. A figure like the first emperor of Qin would do many absurd things in his pursuit of immortality. It's hard to say, but in fact, it seems not so different from the human beings who experience birth, aging, sickness, and death. That doesn't seem right. Suddenly, a thought flashed through In-chung's mind, and his eyes immediately became suspicious. The fact that it cannot be spoken of already means that it has become the embodiment of some kind of rule. If it is a rule, how can it have a lifespan limit? This is something that doesn't make sense. It was also a problem he couldn't understand. Having been transformed into a vampire, he already possesses a great deal of knowledge about the horror world. Unlike in the human world, where the strongest level of power is almost entirely limited to those in blood-stained clothes, Insheng knew far more information than the other players. The unspeakable, who has become the embodiment of the power of rules, is still limited by lifespan. Little guy, you don't actually think that the unspeakable won't die unless something unexpected happens, do you? The madam's eyes held a faint sadness that was almost impossible to conceal. Insheng became increasingly confused. Countless ghosts and monsters revere it. The current pinnacle of the horror world seems not as easy as imagined. What the madam said next made him understand completely. The unspeakable threat we face. Rules do not die out. They are invisible and intangible. Even if they are right in front of you, if they are not yours, you cannot touch or perceive them. But you should know that rules are updated and replaced when more comprehensive rules of the same kind appear. What do you think will become of those who were once the embodiment of the rules? Chapter 170 Cruel. Rules are subject to change and can be replaced. When this concept appeared in Insheng's mind, he suddenly realized the cruel truth of the horror world. This situation, it's actually quite similar to some situations in the world. Wield power and wealth are more afraid of death. They yearn for immortality, for the ability to hold on to wealth and power indefinitely, and for the feeling of being high above others. As we grow older, death creeps closer. Everything will naturally be different. They possess power and wealth that are unattainable for ordinary people. They enjoy a life that ordinary people can only dream of in their entire lives. That's why they certainly wouldn't want to die quietly like ordinary people. But the Grim Reaper's scythe will not cease to be wielded because of power or wealth. At most, the speed of the swing might be slowed down a bit under certain circumstances. Ultimately, they still had to die. The unspeakable is even more cruel than the human world. They clearly possessed supreme power and endless lifespan. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they will exist until the end of time. However, the overlapping and updating of rules became their fatal flaw. The rules you represent, the rules you embody, after being fully understood by others, and even gradually growing into something entirely new and unspeakable, then you will gradually disappear and become a past tense. This leads to, once it becomes something unspeakable, the pressure actually increases. You have to constantly find ways to improve your own rules to the point of perfection based on your own foundation. This prevents others from having the opportunity to improve. Because once someone else perfects it, it means your failure, and your rules will be replaced. Rules are the unspeakable foundation. Without it, he, as the embodiment of the rules, would of course only face certain death. That's cruel. After a long silence, Insheng couldn't help but sigh. Yes, it's cruel. The reason why the succubus race has never been able to give birth to a completely new, unspeakable being is precisely this. When this issue was brought up, the madam's mood was clearly not good, and her tone was very low. Insheng remained silent. According to the Phantom, the simplest way for the succubus race to achieve the unspeakable is to comprehend the rules of enchantment and then become the rules of enchantment themselves. But she has already taken over that rule. If you want to create something new, you either need to improve upon this rule and go a step further than it already is. Alternatively, the only option is to change the rules. The former will lead to the Phantom's death. It is extremely difficult for the succubus race. Even if the Phantom is willing to accept death, would it be a simple matter to perfect or even take the rules of allure to the next level? I have a question. Insheng's eyes flickered slightly, and a cruel idea formed in his mind. I know what you're trying to say. Kill the rules that are about to replace you, right? The madam's ability to read people's expressions was even better than Insheng's. She directly saw through his thoughts. Insheng tacitly agreed and did not refute. It may seem cruel and bloody to talk about this, but that's just the way it is. True strength lies in nipping threats in the bud, or even before they fully emerge. Kindness, it doesn't exist. You've already threatened my life and death, so why should I show you any mercy, right or wrong? It's no use. What you can think of, how could we not think of? The world of horror is too big. If a single district is this big, then the whole world is too big to be measured, even by us who cannot speak of it. To accurately identify the rules that are about to replace oneself and successfully eliminate them. This is no different from finding a needle in a haystack. The madam shook her head with a wry smile. Moreover, by the time you realize that you are about to be replaced and about to disappear, it's already too late. Since it's a more comprehensive set of rules, how could I possibly lose to you? Is there really no other way? Insheng asked, somewhat unwillingly. Yes, there are two paths. A glint of light gradually appeared in the madam's eyes. First, like me, try to understand a completely new set of rules and find a way out for yourself. And the second one? Second, transcendence. Transcend from the embodiment of rules. Become a god who truly controls and creates the rules. Well, it's the same as saying nothing at all. Neither of the two methods is simple. Moreover, the former is still feasible, while the latter, the evil spirits disappeared for unknown reasons. In the current world of horror, no new malevolent god has been born. This demonstrates just how difficult it is. Don't be so discouraged, little one. Seeing that Yin Cheng's expression was not good, the madam resumed her seductive demeanor, smiling charmingly as she tried to comfort him. The situation isn't as terrible as it seems. After all, not all ghosts and monsters are qualified to become the unspeakable. Of the countless ghosts and monsters, how many can stand in a position like mine? Besides, there are countless rules, and it's not such a coincidence that they all come together. With your talent, you only need to transform into an extremely powerful rule that ordinary ghosts and monsters can hardly even touch, and you can practically live a worry-free life. At this point, the madam's eyes once again filled with uncontrollable envy. The succubus' race, in a sense, both made her who she was and bound her. This gave her a shortcut to climb to the unspeakable position more quickly. However, it also brought her many problems. Otherwise, why would she go to such lengths to study and comprehend the ways of desire? Thanks. Yin Cheng sincerely thanked him. Phantom's words today provided him with a lot of useful information. This can be considered as a wake-up call for him. The world of horror is not stagnant. Who are high above and unspeakable can face threats of life and death. What about those unspeakable ghosts and monsters? Even with his talent for tempting the dead, he couldn't possibly have friends everywhere and every road to Rome. As long as Yin Cheng has the determination to become the unspeakable, this meant that he was destined to become a potential enemy of certain ghosts and monsters. Phantom's words are true. Trying to eliminate threats within the same rules is like looking for a needle in a haystack. But perhaps this doesn't apply to every ghost. Yin Cheng's own god-level talent, the Eye of Insight, has now enabled him to see through the origins of his own abilities. What happens after further growth in the future? Unbeknownst to him, a cruel smile crept onto Yin Cheng's lips. Chapter 171: The Big Turmoil at Phantom City. The rules of the unspeakable level alternate. Ling Yincheng thought of the Tao struggle in some fantasy novels. In the struggle for the great Tao, there is no right or wrong, only life and death. After gaining a deeper understanding, Yincheng's mindset underwent some subtle changes. Under the circumstances of constantly consuming the mother's blood, his strength is only a hair's breadth away from breaking through the red-clothed level. The Eye of Insight may gain more comprehensive abilities as his strength grows. At that time, the feedback information may become increasingly detailed. Furthermore, Yincheng speculated that the existence of the Eye of Insight might not be without the possibility of evolving into omniscience. In that situation, he would use a method of following the clues and nipping it in the bud. Isn't that easy? Little one, the big operation is about to begin. Concentrate and stay calm. Don't let the gathering power of the Valley of Love disturb your mind. The madam took a deep breath, her expression turning serious. Good. Yincheng nodded, regaining his composure. The next moment, those special powers that Yincheng sensed, but were not actually there, suddenly began to surge. They kept converging on that unspeakable part that could no longer bear the pain and was whimpering. That was the scent of desire, as if it could stir up the most primal lust in people's hearts. At the same time, outside world, Phantom City, mysterious sounds continued to echo. It was in complete chaos. Today's Phantom City is destined to be a true carnival show. The Blood Queen sat high on the Thorn Throne, coldly observing the current situation in Phantom City, a faint smile playing on her lips. A look of anticipation flickered in her pale purple eyes. As the current patriarch of the Succubus clan, no one would want her to advance further than her, especially the Succubus elder within the clan. Only when Phantom takes that crucial step will she have the opportunity to access that level. The valley owed to the sky. The ghost king Chen Hung, who was of colorless color, sat on the soft couch. Monsters of various shapes and sizes, some resembling humans, some resembling beasts, and some whose forms were indistinct, stood before me. She simply waved slightly. The monsters immediately swarmed forward. It's true that the few can defeat the many, but the ending was predetermined from the very beginning. Inside the Thousand Changes Pavilion, one by one, human skin masks were hung on the rack, dancing in the wind. A figure whose face is indistinct is putting on makeup in front of a mirror. With a gentle flick of her jade-like finger, a human skin mask, as thin as a cicada's wing and radiating a crystal-clear quality, fell into her hand. A soft laugh, as melodious as a silver bell, rang out in the room. Senior Phantom is about to delve into the power of entirely new rules. I wonder if she will succeed. I've done all the help I could. Now I can only wait and see. The human skin mask was applied to the faceless face and fit perfectly instantly. An exquisitely beautiful face, so stunning it seemed unreal, suddenly appeared in the mirror's reflection. Her face was absolutely perfect. Nine-tailed. The blonde, animal-eared girl appeared, prompting players in the mortal realm to point and shout, "Anime girlfriend." There are countless examples of this here. A fluffy big tail and adorable upright ears. Every single detail can easily touch the hearts of otaku. Unfortunately, if the god of pure love who loves anime were to see the current situation, he would probably be heartbroken on the spot. The Minotaur warrior would find this scene utterly uninteresting. Today is destined to be a crazy day for Phantom City. The entire city was enveloped by the nascent power of the rules that were about to take shape. Longing for you. Within Phantom City, the only force that stands out somewhat from the crowd. It is located in an ancient mansion within the city. Inside the mansion, there were no landscape gardens like those in the human world, only rooms with pale white lanterns and pale white sheet characters pasted on them. Deep within the mansion lies the boudoir of the ghost bride. Only here does it have a color that is completely different from the other rooms. Bright red lanterns hung in front of the door, and on the golden candlesticks, bright red candles flickered with pale blue light. A red veil, a red wedding dress, as alluring as blood. On the antique-style bed, a ghost bride, dressed in a wedding gown, exudes a terrifying ghostly aura. Sudden, there seemed to be some invisible ripples in the air. On the ghost bride's slender hand, half of the red rope suddenly detached and began to swirl and dance in the boudoir. It was just an ordinary-looking piece of red string. This sudden change caused the ghost bride's beautiful face, hidden beneath her red veil, to freeze in shock. A predestined marriage. As my destiny finally arrived. The ghost bride's voice was like jade beads, clear and melodious, filled with unprecedented excitement. With a gentle wave of her hand, the red rope that had been fluttering and swirling in the air immediately fell into her palm. The other end, like a guide, points straight in a certain direction. Is that the direction of the party club? The atmosphere in the boudoir became slightly tense, and the ghost bride's expression gradually stiffened. The person she's been waiting for 1,000 years, her destined marriage, is now in Senior Phantom's party club? My wonderful mood instantly turned into a mess. The ghost bride knew exactly what the carnival club was like. If a predestined marriage exists in such a place, what else could it be for? Chapter 172, A Fated Marriage. He bit his lips secretly. Her eyebrows were furrowed. Beneath the red veil, the ghost bride's expression was extremely complex. Good news. Your destined marriage has arrived. Bad news. The target is a playboy. She waited a full 1,000 years for this destined marriage. Result. No matter what, I have to find that guy and get to the bottom of this after this is over. If. At first, the ghost bride's tone was quite tough. But after muttering to himself for a while, he gradually became depressed and somewhat withdrawn. To put it bluntly, it is true that she is a powerful, blood-clad demon. In reality, she was no different from a naive and inexperienced homebody. For the sake of the so-called destined marriage that he longed for, he waited bitterly for 1,000 years, willingly enduring 1,000 years of loneliness. Well, in a sense, the ghost bride is terrifyingly naive. But from another perspective, her persistence and determination are also admirable. The deepest part of the carnival club, the frenzied gathering of lustful energy, has transformed this place into an area shrouded in hazy light and shadow. In the hazy light and shadow, the scene reflected is none other than this Jiaowan scene that made people's blood boil and wish they could jump right in, like a 3D blockbuster. It is a gathering of pure lust, rather than a manifestation of rules. What is revealed will naturally be only the most straightforward thing. However, the effects are also extremely terrifying. The unspeakable part of the body, located at the core of the aura of lust, was emanating an increasingly chaotic energy. The terrible torment inflicted by the bloody hand gradually eroded his will. The constant gathering of erotic energy stirred up desires that he had long forgotten. Amidst painful whimpers, heavy breathing gradually began. The small hill below further illustrates the problem visually. In-chung had no time to care about the guy's condition. Thanks to the powerful blood supply, he successfully broke through to the red robe level. Just now, he inexplicably felt a strange resentment. What struck him as even stranger was, the moment he broke through the red robes, it seemed as if he was being watched by something in the dark. The feeling was so vivid, it gave him the creeps. And so, In-chung made a quick decision and brought up his player panel. Lucky player, In-chung. Race, vampire. Strength, red robe. Innate abilities, temptation of the dead, eye of insight, shadow, painful blood hand, city of memories, fragmented, blood magic, mirror realm, ability of contracted spirits. Ghost coins, 41,681. Unclaimed mission rewards, none. Special status, Serena's mark, fated marriage. Destiny, marriage is unknown. In-chung was completely bewildered, his head filled with questions. He stayed quietly in the carnival club, neither flirting nor causing trouble. Why did this bizarre destined marriage status suddenly appear? So every time we enter the game, some random mark is added to us? Are you stacking buffs on us? In-chung couldn't help but want to complain, his mind a complete mess. The 2 marks obtained from the City of Memories were only due to the start of the Blood Hunt mission. This inexplicable predestined marriage is something he simply can't fathom. Sister, how much longer will it take you to finish? He couldn't help but ask the bartender next to him. The madam who provided blood for In-chung has already left the stage to rest. Even though the rate at which he draws blood has slowed down considerably because he cannot draw too much. But as time went by, even the madam couldn't hold on any longer. Even the bartenders couldn't last long before they had to be replaced again. Having successfully advanced to the crimson robe rank, In-chung's tolerance for the unspeakable blood beneath his blood robe has increased significantly. What's wrong, little guy? Can't hold on anymore? The bartender's body trembled slightly, and his tattooed cleavage swayed in alluring curves. When blood loss is excessive, even the unspeakable clone is in a state of imminent collapse. After all, vampires can draw upon the primordial power within her clone through blood. No, it was just a tiny little accident. In-chung said with a wry smile, the moment I advanced to the red robe level with the help of my sister's blood, I felt a strange sense of resentment. At the same time, a strange destined marriage status has appeared on the player panel of the horror game. The unspeakable big shot is right in front of me. The other party's goodwill has even increased to the level of trust because of my help. It's harmless to bring up the problem and see if the other party can help. Upon hearing this, the bartender's expression immediately became somewhat strange. Are you sure it's a destined match? What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this state? In-chung became slightly wary. No, on the contrary, this is a great thing that will only bring you benefits and will not cause you any harm. The bartender's expression was still somewhat strange, but his answer relieved In-chung. However, he also became slightly curious. Sister, you should know what this so-called predestined marriage is all about, right? Why don't you tell me about it? The matter isn't that complicated. It just involves a rather strange ghost artifact and the ghost bride in Phantom City. The ghost bride in Longing for You. Yes. The bartender nodded non-committally, and In-chung immediately breathed a sigh of relief. I heard the tragic story of the black scythe messenger from the Phantom's mouth. Some shadows inevitably fell upon his heart. The inexplicable predestined marriage situation is fortunately not related to any strange ghosts or spirits. Instead, she is the eccentric ghost bride within the Phantom City. She was famously pure and untainted, and for some unknown reason, she remained secluded in her chamber for 1,000 years. Now it seems that perhaps it was precisely because of this destined marriage that it happened. What on earth is going on? I've never even had any contact with her, so how did I get dragged into this? Despite his relief, In-chung remained highly vigilant. Those 2 in the City of Memories, at least, were marked because I had personally met them. There was absolutely no contact with ghost brides or anything like that. What do you think marriage is? That ghost artifact, the red string of marriage, is so wonderful because it can find its owner a so-called destined marriage. The 2 people chosen by it will receive the blessing of the red thread of fate once they have consummated their marriage, bringing some unknown benefits to both of them. Honestly, I'm a little jealous of your luck, little one. As the bartender spoke, his tone shifted, and his eyes revealed undisguised envy. Chapter 173 The Black Mist Ghost Scythe is in hand. The Ghost Bride is coming to kill. Powerful innate abilities. A strong background and powerful connections. Extremely good luck. Every single one of these qualities is something that Phantom lacked at In Cheng's stage. Even now, she has become unspeakable, and she still envies In Cheng immensely. If she had half, no, a third, of the luck and talent that In Cheng has now, back then, she wouldn't be in this situation now. Even an unspeakable being on the verge of death dared to provoke her. Ahem. In Cheng coughed twice, slightly embarrassed. Sister, how about we talk about our destined marriage? What else is there to say? You're getting a beautiful bride for free, and she's clean and innocent. Don't you want her? The bartender immediately retorted in an annoyed tone. Maybe not. Damn. Big brother can't marry another bride. Hill will be big brother's future bride. Just as In Cheng was about to be forced to accept reality. Little Hill, with a resentful and unhappy expression, appeared in front of In Cheng. A pitiful look appeared on her delicate, porcelain-like little face. Tears gradually welled up in his amber eyes. It's almost like asking, Big brother, you're not thinking of abandoning Hill, are you? In Cheng. We can't take it. We can't take it. Hill's expression made it impossible for him to refuse. Tsk tisk. The bartender on the side made a sarcastic sound, his face saying something like, You actually have this kind of hobby. Then, silently gesturing with his world-class magnificence, he said with a serious expression, No wonder I couldn't seduce you. So you like tablets? No, I just like the original. In Cheng silently replied in my heart. On the surface, she smiled and addressed him as sister, saying, Good sister, how much longer will it take to finish? We can't go on like this forever, can we? Love Valley lacks power. In Cheng was certainly not immune to the impact. The ancient dragon, which had been dormant, had already begun to roar in defiance of being subservient to others. He urgently needed to find a secluded place after completing his task. To the little blood servant about your life ideals, or go to the third hospital and do some medical research with Lena. At the very least, I should return to the human world and feed Little Hill. This helps to alleviate the feeling of expansion. Little one, are you in such a hurry to leave your sister? Is it because my blood isn't sweet enough? The bartender looked resentful. How about I get you some of my sister's blood to try? No, no. In Cheng hurriedly shook his head and said with a wry smile, I am not fortunate enough to enjoy my sister's blood. The erosion of that kind of rule power is something I cannot resist in my current state. Regardless of whether the bartender was joking or not, In Cheng had to refuse the tempting offer. In fact, when drawing blood from the unspeakable clone on the blood-stained robe, he has already taken on some risks. Fortunately, In Cheng has a very solid foundation. The slight influence of the rules not only had no effect on him, but actually enhanced the deceased's allure talent. But if it were real, unspeakable blood, then everything would be uncertain. Little one, you refused this yourself, so don't blame me for not being generous. The bartender smiled sweetly and slowly withdrew the arm that In Cheng had been holding. This move undoubtedly sends a signal. In Cheng's mission is complete. Call. Return immediately after receiving the Phantom's reward. As for ghost brides and such, he has no interest in dealing with it right now. Since predestined marriages only bring benefits and no harm, there's no need to rush into it. 1,000 years have passed, so the ghost bride must be getting impatient for this moment. The most important question is, Little Hill is upset. Such a well-behaved and obedient little girl, yet she has such a pitiful and aggrieved expression. In Cheng was quite embarrassed to marry a ghost bride at such a time. Being inhuman is one thing, but being inhuman is another. He still wouldn't hurt Hill's young heart. The role of bride. Well, let's leave that to Hill for now. It's just a title anyway, no big deal. Alright, little guy, your task is over now. The bartender put away his naturally alluring smile and became serious. At the same time, with a gentle wave of her hand, something silently materialized in the darkness. It was a life-sized scythe, pure black in color, seemingly capable of absorbing all light. A faint glint of light flashed in In Cheng's eyes. Black Mist Demon Scythe. The artifact that the Count of Roses had instructed him to obtain was now right before his eyes. Here, it's yours. Phantom kept his promise and generously tossed the Black Mist Ghost Scythe directly into In Cheng's hands. The sickle felt cold to the touch, like iron. Yet it also gives one the feeling that it might dissipate into a cloud of mist at any moment. Ghost Weapon, Black Mist Ghost Scythe. Abilities, Mist Transformation, Black Mist Domain, blinds the 5 senses. Black Mist Transformation, each enemy killed increases the power of the Black Mist Domain by 1 unit. Origin. In the world of horror, there is a legendary region called the City of the Hazy, which exists in a state between existence and non-existence. The Black Mist Ghost Scythe is a product that accidentally flowed into the outside world from that city. Conditions for recognition. The interplay of light and shadow often brings many wondrous sights, one of which is the mirage. By grasping the scythe that symbolizes illusion, one can recognize the master. Thank goodness. It's relatively simple, not too outrageous. Using his eye of insight to see through the conditions for recognizing a master, In-chung breathed a sigh of relief. The conditions for recognizing a master, which may seem somewhat confusing, are actually not difficult to understand. To put it simply, you create a mirage-like image, then grasp the reflection of the Black Mist Demon Scythe, and it will recognize you as its master. Well, normally, this condition is quite difficult to trigger. After all, other ghosts and players can't see through the conditions for recognizing a master like In-chung can. They have both seen a mirage and grasped an illusory sickle. Coincidentally, with Hill as his lucky charm, In-chung could easily achieve such a condition. Cough cough. Seeing that In-chung seemed a little dazed, the bartender couldn't help but cough lightly. Her expression was a little strange, and she reminded him gently, "Little one, I have good news for you. Your bride is being delivered to your door." In-chung. Unknown. Chapter 174. The Ghost Bride. Don't be nervous. I definitely won't be nervous. The ghost bride has come knocking on our door? When such news reached my ears, Hill instantly became highly alert, her cute little face filled with hostility and defensiveness. Her small hands wrapped around In-chung's neck, and her petite body clung to him. It's as if it's declaring ownership. A strange glint flashed in In-chung's eyes. The ghost bride is so thirsty. No, so impatient? She's already here? Yes, congratulations to the little guy on his upcoming marriage to a beautiful wife. The bartender quipped, his face beaming with delight, looking on with amusement. But a sharp glint flashed in his deep eyes. The ghost bride is the controller of eternal love, one of the 5 major forces in Phantom City. It would at least be a monster with blood on its clothes. If it is truly a predestined marriage that brings me a trustworthy, virtuous wife of exceptional talent, that would certainly be a good thing. What he was worried about was good female ghosts like the ghost bride, who were willing to wait 1,000 years for a destined marriage. Can you accept someone like him, with his eccentric and romantic destiny? Don't wait in vain and end up disappointed, and then turn your love into hate. That would be truly awful. Don't worry, little guy. Considering how much you've helped your sister, as long as it's within the territory of Phantom City, I will never refuse to help you. As if sensing In-chung's worries, the bartender immediately did him a favor. Well, given In-chung's talent and background, it's only a matter of time before he grows up. Phantom, establishing a good foundation of relationships beforehand is entirely beneficial. This is also the main reason why she was willing to let a mere ghost-level vampire boy absorb the blood of her clone to grow stronger. There is never good or bad without a reason in the world. Even among the closest relatives, this is often no exception. Then thank you very much for taking care of me, sister, In-chung said. He also knew very well what the Phantom was thinking, even without using the Eye of Insight. He's someone who used to work 996. How could he not understand such basic social skills? Just accept their kindness graciously, and that's it. The main principle of the strategy guide route is, everyone on the road ahead is a friend. Because the enemy's corpses were buried under the road. Big brother. Hill's weak voice rang out, her amber eyes glistening with tears. That pitiful expression is heartbreaking. In-chung's heart was struck a heavy blow. He patted Hill's little head and promised, "Don't worry, Big Brother will always save the position of bride for Hill." Pinky promise. The tears in Hill's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by an excited expression. He immediately extended his delicate little finger, a look of triumph hidden deep in his pupils. In-chung. I was careless at the time and didn't flash. I was tricked by the adorable little Hill. However, it's not a big problem. If he doesn't pamper his own adorable little girl, who else will? Affectionately extended his little finger and hooked it with Hill's finger. The little girl instantly beamed with joy and gave him a sweet kiss. In-chung smiled and gently rubbed Hill's head, gradually drawing her into his body. Little Hill was very well behaved and did not resist, quietly entering her warm little nest. Just in case, to prevent the ghost bride from being the jealous type of ghost. Let's keep little Hill a secret for now. After all, the little girl's thoughts are very simple and she's easily satisfied. The ghost bride who is about to arrive on the battlefield remains unknown for now. Regarding the so-called predestined marriage, In-chung wasn't that eager. Well, He already had quite a few ghosts around him, and he hadn't completely won them over yet. A ghost bride who comes knocking on your door, if her personality is a bit off. Better yet, we can part ways amicably. If things go worse, Inxing wouldn't hesitate to use his influence to suppress others, or even eliminate them completely. In front of the carnival club, a ghostly figure, with a seductive posture and draped in a light veil, swayed gracefully as she approached the ghost bride and gestured for her to enter. However, her attire, which was barely anything special, and her simple pose, exuded an irresistible charm. Please follow me. The ghost bride's face, hidden beneath her red veil, was already flushed with embarrassment. The ghostly aura around him surged, forming a veil that isolated him from the outside world. Even so, the mysterious voices constantly emanating from her ears were driving her crazy. I wish I could use some kind of forget-me-not water to gouge my ears off right then and there and wash them dozens of times. This is utterly shameless. It's an insult to civilization. Although it was long anticipated that this day would come for Phantom City, the ghost bride is still hard to accept. In broad daylight, the entire Phantom City was in complete chaos, times more outrageous than some of the grand scenes at Sakurajima. A refined young lady, valuing her purity and reputation as a ghost bride, would naturally find such a ghostly scene unbearable. Even just hearing the sound made her feel extremely uncomfortable. She quickened her pace and followed the ghostly guide into the carnival club. The scene inside the carnival club was even more outrageous than the outside world. Outside, the Luan River is still the normal river, but inside, things have taken a whole new turn. Any kind of prop competition is just commonplace. A very few ghosts even tore off half of their own bodies, enjoying themselves from both ends. Fortunately, the ghost bride isolated herself from the outside world and did not observe, but simply followed behind the female ghost. Otherwise, she'd probably gouge out his eyes and then stomp on them. Go down from here, and you will meet your destined partner. I cannot see you off any further. The female ghost servant silently retreated to the side. Below lies the core area controlled by the unspeakable phantom. The ghost bride was not qualified to go there without the phantom's permission. Well, unbeknownst to her, the ghost bride's delicate hands had already clenched into fists. Even his reply to the servants was inexplicably trembling. No, this is bad. Why am I starting to get nervous? No, I've waited 1,000 years for this destined marriage. How can I back down now? Don't be nervous. You can do it. But I've never even met him. What if he doesn't like me? What if he's this scumbag that human players talk about? What if? The final push. The dignified, blood-clad ghost bride was as nervous as a frightened bird, muttering to herself incessantly. Chapter 175 Blind Date. Thriller World Limited Edition. Self-doubt plus social anxiety. This is an important part of the ghost bride's personality. The reason for this situation is quite simple. For the sake of a destined marriage, she was able to remain secluded in her boudoir for a full 1,000 years. To put it bluntly, she is a naive and inexperienced homebody who is so ignorant of the world that she could be described as unaware of what year it is. Her obsession was that her destiny would lead her to a perfect marriage. But when that moment actually arrived, it was only natural that she began to feel nervous and fearful. After all, her destined other half appeared inside the carnival club. What's even more frightening is that he seems to have a very close relationship with the phantom. Thinking of this, the ghost bride clenched her fists even tighter, gritted her teeth, and felt somewhat at a loss. Stealing a man from the phantom? Such a thought was fleeting, and she rejected it herself. Faced with the phantom, the embodiment of alluring rules, she will undoubtedly suffer a complete defeat. What should I do? What should I do? If he's really bewitched by the phantom, I. Beneath the red veil, that exquisitely beautiful face grew increasingly anxious. Negative thoughts kept popping into my head, one after another. The spiral staircase is right in front of us. The ghost bride didn't dare step onto the stairs, as if what she saw before her was not a staircase, but the gate to hell. 1 minute. 3 minutes. 10 minutes. Time slips away bit by bit. Inxing's expression grew increasingly strange, and he looked at the bartender with a hint of doubt in his eyes. It's like they're asking, what happened to the promised home delivery? This is seriously late. Aren't you afraid of getting a bad review? The bartender's expression was equally strange. The Carnival Club is a product of the Phantom's rules manifesting themselves. She was perfectly aware of every move the ghost bride made. Your little wife, who delivers goods to your door, is worried about whether she'll steal my man. After listening to the ghost bride's ramblings, the bartender laughed heartily and couldn't help but tease her. In Chung. Unknown. His eye twitched slightly, but he could barely understand it. What kind of place is a carnival club? A place for unrestrained revelry and indulgence. It's understandable that fate led them here, causing some misunderstandings. Never mind, I'll take care of it for you and arrange a more private space for your meeting. The bartender watched as the ghost bride trembled with nervousness and kept muttering to herself. She couldn't help but cover her forehead and say, "Don't worry, I won't spy on you." The words fell. In Chung felt the scene in front of him blur for a moment, and then he found himself in a particularly charming room. Dim lighting, a candlestick with flickering flame, and 2 delicate desserts made from unknown ingredients. He sat at a round table. Opposite him was a ghost bride dressed in a bright red wedding gown and wearing a red veil. A candlelight dinner. Good heavens! In Chung exclaimed, "Wow." His eyes twitched slightly as he glanced at the large waterbed on the other side of the room. The ghost bride seemed to have no idea what was going on, still muttering things like, "Will he like me? And is he a jerk?" As a result, they were abruptly transferred here. Are you planning to arrange everything from dinner to hotel room? While inwardly cursing, In Chung didn't forget to use his eye of insight to observe the information of the ghost in front of him. The ghost bride, a dream of destiny, a dream of 3 lifetimes. Where will it lead? Race, dream demon. Dreams can also become reality. Friendliness, affectionate. Destined marriage has greatly increased her favorability towards you, despite some doubts. Strength, bloodstained robe. Preference, waiting. Time often makes many things more precious. Weaknesses, social anxiety, excessive shyness. It's hard to imagine such problems occurring in a ghost. Current status, what to do? What to do? Should I go see him now? What if he? Clearly, you're the one who has to initiate this relationship. A flock of crows flew over In Cheng's head. It brings up large ellipses. Social anxiety plus excessive shyness. Countless ghosts with his eye of insight. This was truly the first time he had ever encountered such a bizarre weakness. The notes on the current status left In Cheng speechless. He began to suspect that the ghost bride was just a convenient excuse for his social anxiety. For example, the idea of destined marriage led to people comfortably staying at home for thousands of years. Criticism is one thing. In Cheng still politely greeted him. "Are you alright?" It was a very gentle statement, but it brought about a completely unexpected result. A scream rang out, followed by a series of crackling sounds. The exquisite little table in front of them shattered into pieces under the rampage of ghostly energy. The candlesticks, delicate pastries, and other items placed on top were all reduced to fragments. Even the chair that Yuan Meng was sitting on was broken into pieces. In her surprise and nervousness, she failed to unleash the power of a blood-clad, vengeful ghost and fell to the ground with a thud. Fortunately, even when the ghostly energy went berserk, she controlled it, and it did not harm In Chung in the slightest. However, looking at the scene before him, In Chung didn't know what to say. A dignified, blood-stained ghost. She was still wearing a bright red wedding dress, the kind that exuded a sinister aura and inspired fear. At this moment, she looked like a wronged little girl, sitting on the ground, nervously unsure of what to do with her hands. They managed to poke holes in the carpet. The scene was quite awkward at one point. Faced with such a socially anxious and nervous ghost bride, In Chung felt quite helpless. I said, "How about we meet another day? Come find me when you're ready." "No, don't." Upon hearing this question, Yuan Ming instantly became excited and finally spoke up. "Can you calm down first, and we can talk this over properly?" Her words became hesitant again, and when faced with In Cheng's questioning, Yuan Ming seemed to have some difficulty even organizing her thoughts. Well, she spent over 1,000 years confined to her boudoir, at most only communicating with the maids within the mansion. Having absolutely no experience communicating with strange men, Yuan Ming was already overloaded, her brain almost unresponsive. Fortunately, a bloodstained garment is still a bloodstained garment. Although his mental fortitude was somewhat lacking, his control over the ghost body was still very good. Yuan Ming forced herself to stand up and stammered. Let's introduce ourselves first." From the moment he opened his mouth, he created a strong blind date atmosphere for In Chung. Blind Date, Thriller World Limited Edition. Chapter 176 Loli's Messenger, Hill Limited Edition. Don't be nervous. This is everyone's first time going on a blind date. Relax, relax. Unable to hold back any longer, In Chung blurted out what was on his mind. Visibly, Yuan Ming's delicate body stiffened for a moment. In Sheng could almost imagine that the cheeks hidden under the red veil were turning red at an extremely rapid pace. Headache. It's such a headache. The ghost bride's dream, on the other hand, doesn't have any bad habits. The only downside is that social anxiety and shyness make communication very difficult. They have to think for ages before they can say a single sentence, and then they're too shy to actually say it. Wait, perhaps we can try a different way of communicating. In Sheng came up with an idea, and Yuan Ming nervously responded. Hillshire, please appear quickly. In Sheng activated the spell. The next moment, she wore a black princess dress, her hair was tied in pigtails, and she wore a bow. A stunningly beautiful loli with white skin covering her fair and delicate legs. It cooperated perfectly, bursting out from In Sheng's crown, spinning a few times in midair, and then landing leisurely. Hey, my dearest Hill is here. Seeing Hill's playful antics, In Sheng couldn't resist giving her a gentle head pat. It instantly turned into a docile little rabbit, snuggling into my arms and acting all cute. Hill, can you do your brother a favor? Understood. Leave it to Hill. Before In Sheng could finish speaking, Hill already understood his thoughts. He patted his somewhat flat chest and immediately made a promise. Hill is the best. When we return to the human world, I'll definitely reward you handsomely. Really? It's a promise. Hill wants lots and lots of lollipops. The light in his amber eyes instantly brightened. Don't worry, there's plenty. With a wave of his hand, In Sheng made a bold promise. In the Phantom S underground prison, influenced by the aura of the Valley of Love, he had accumulated a large amount of syrup. Just waiting. A moment later, after giving Hill his instructions, In Sheng quietly walked to the side, lay down on the bed, and relaxed. The rest is up to Hill to handle. Although the little girl is slightly cunning and Yandra, however, given her level of obedience and goodwill, she wouldn't resort to petty tricks or deliberately sow discord. The ghost bride is very socially anxious and excessively shy. To ensure smooth communication, In Sheng had no choice but to resort to the initial measure of having Hill act as a liaison. Let the bride choose her own blind date. In Sheng felt a strange and exciting sensation in his heart. Not long after, Hill, carrying Yuan Ming's self-introduction, skipped and hopped to the waterbed, leaned close to In Sheng's ear, and told him everything in one go. Very basic information, no different from what the Eye of Insight reports. By the way, that older sister asked why you were here, big brother. Should I answer her? Helping Yuan Ming introduce herself, Hill also took the opportunity to ask the question that Yuan Ming cared about most. In Sheng thought for a moment and said, just tell her I'm only here to do a mission. That's all. Okay. The little girl Hill made an okay sign and then quickly ran towards Yuan Ming. Lowly Messenger, Hill Limited Edition. An extremely rare item that only In Sheng can use. Back and forth. In Sheng also built a bridge of communication with Yuan Ming, the ghost bride. However, this way of communicating is quite unconventional. After both sides had learned some basic information from each other, Yuan Ming's boldness stemmed from the existence of the communication tube, or from her unwavering belief in her predestined marriage. She even had the audacity to ask the little girl Hill to tell In Sheng that if he didn't mind, she was willing to spend her life with him and become his wife. Boom. After hearing Hill say those words with such resentment, it was as if a thunderbolt had struck In Sheng's mind. Immediately following this was a barrage of question marks. Feeling lost, utterly lost. Given the current situation, Yuan Ming have come up with the idea of getting married? Could it be that in the future, on their wedding night, they'll also have to rely on little Hill for help? My thoughts started to wander, but I quickly brought them back to the right track. Ahem. Looking at the adorable, puffed-up little girl Hill, In Sheng couldn't help but cough twice. Tell her that once she can overcome her social anxiety and excessive shyness, she can consider the matter of her destined marriage. No problem. Hill's face lit up with joy, and he hurriedly ran towards Yuan Ming. What a pity, such a powerful support character with the blood robe level. But he just happens to be a socially awkward person. In Sheng felt regretful, as he was unable to communicate properly with the blood-stained clothes that had been delivered to his door, which left him somewhat helpless. He wasn't that concerned about the unknown benefits of a predestined marriage. What he values is the dream itself. The blood-clad dream demon, with its note that dreams can also become reality, piqued his interest. It reminded him of a ruthless character from a movie, Freddy. He possesses the bizarre ability to kill people in their dreams, causing them to die in reality as well. That note led In Sheng to guess that Yuan Ming's abilities might be even more mysterious and peculiar. When dreams become reality, They can no longer be limited to mere killing. Hill ran back happily. Sister Yuanming said that as long as you don't mind, she will wait for you forever. By the way, she also asked if she could leave a dream seed in my brother. That way, she can meet him in her dreams. And what does young master mean? Is it edible? Hill clearly didn't quite understand the archaic-sounding title and asked innocently. Young master is just my nickname. You can't eat it. In-sheng replied, but in his heart he was thinking to himself. Even if you do eat it, you can only eat a small portion. Okay, Hill said weakly. Dream seed, meeting in dreams. After answering Hill's question, In-sheng pondered for a moment. He suddenly had a feeling that after a blind date, the woman was very satisfied and then asked him for his Fishin, a Chinese instant messaging service, account. However, the functions of Fishin might be a bit too powerful. It belongs to the type that supports VR functionality. Could it be that I'll be playing a specially made VR minigame in a horror world? In-sheng couldn't help but mutter to himself, glancing at the still reserved ghost bride Yuanming not far away, and whispered a few words in Hill's ear. Hill nodded, giving him an understood and okay look. A sly glint in his eyes as he walked towards Yuanming. Chapter 177 The Clever Hill. Seeing through the dream. Little Hill, she's definitely not someone to be trifled with. In-sheng glanced at Hill, who was whispering with the ghost bride Yuanming, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Perhaps none of the little Lolas with Yandere traits are simple. If it weren't for the previous efforts to drastically increase Hill's favorability, making her completely obedient, the current situation is likely to be quite difficult to manage. On the other side, Sister Yuanming, your big brother promises you that he can let you leave a dream seed, so we can meet in our dreams in the future. A sly glint flashed in Hill's eyes as he slowly spoke. That's wonderful. Thank you, Hill, for relaying the message. This little gift is for you. Consider it a little something from your older sister to mark our meeting. Ghost bride Yuanming is very reserved and socially awkward. She is still quite good at the way of ghosts. From the sleeve of her bright red wedding dress, she pulled out an exquisitely beautiful, perfectly crafted jade bracelet. The jade bracelet seemed to shimmer with iridescent light, making it clearly very valuable. Although it's not a ghost artifact, what legitimate female ghost or woman could resist something so shiny? Despite being a little girl, Hill is not immune to the common occurrences. A look of longing immediately appeared in his amber eyes. However, Hill is Hill after all, and of course he wouldn't violate his principles for a few small favors. Ahem, she coughed twice, her expression slightly serious, and subtly took the bracelet from Yuanming's hand. But she still deliberately kept a straight face and said, even if Sister Yuanming gives me a gift, Hill will not go against my principles. Big Brother's everything is Hill's everything. So, for the sake of Big Brother's safety, we must get a dream seed for Hill too. That way, Hill can continue to act as a mouthpiece. They used the excuse of thinking about the safety of the older brother. Hill revealed his true purpose. She wouldn't give her rival even a moment of private time with her older brother. Even in a dream, it won't work. I hate things like predestined marriage. A sense of crisis began to weigh on Hill's young mind from the moment the destined marriage appeared. So, when In-sheng asked her to act as a messenger, she agreed without hesitation. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to learn about the enemy. As the art of war says, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. She, Hill, has gone to great lengths to protect her position as the bride. Okay. Yuanming didn't think much of it. On the contrary, she thought Hill was right. Some even felt relieved for In-sheng. It's rare to find a contracted spirit that's so good, so obedient, and so considerate of its host. She stretched out her slender hand, and tiny specks of hazy light gathered in her palm. Shone like dreamlike stars and constantly shifted and changed their light, were presented to Hill. She took it out of curiosity and carefully examined it, but found no trace of threat. Just inject a trace of your own ghostly energy. This is just a seed to link your dreams, and will not bring you any danger. Yuanming couldn't help but offer an explanation. As a dream ghost, her methods are quite unique, which makes many who know of the existence of dream ghosts very wary. Ghosts are indeed different from humans. At one point, they were even able to go without sleep. But who says that dreams can only occur when you're asleep? Daydreams aren't always jokes. The lines between dreams and reality are often blurred. Okay. Hill seemed completely unprepared, directly injecting his ghostly energy into the dream seed. Soon, the seed, which had absorbed the foreign ghostly energy, dissipated like starlight. But Hill could clearly sense that there was already a very vague connection between her and the older sister in front of her. Big sister, can I actively enter my dream to find you? Or is it that only you can actively enter my dream? Hill feigned innocence, but in reality, he asked tentatively. The seed has already sprouted. All you need to do is enter the dream and call my real name, and it will contact me on its own. Of course, I won't enter your dreams without your permission. Yuan Ming explained earnestly, afraid that the little guy in front of her might misunderstand. She really just wanted a chance to contact Yinxing anytime. It relates to one's destiny and marriage. Yuan Ming even had a vague feeling that the opportunity for her to climb to the unspeakable level might lie with that man not far away. If it weren't for social anxiety and excessive shyness, she wouldn't have chosen such a tactful approach. Hill believes her sister is definitely a good ghost, so of course she wouldn't randomly invade Big Brother's and my dreams. Hill smiled sweetly, greeted Yuan Ming, and then returned to Yincheng's side. Her delicate, perfect face came close to Yincheng's ear. The ghostly aura subtly permeated the air, preventing Yuan Ming from eavesdropping. Big Brother, you have to be careful. Hill has already tested out the power of the dream seed for you. It is true that we can establish a certain connection with that sister Yuan Ming, but Hill suspects that she may be able to use this connection to actively enter our dreams, or even invade them. Ghosts and monsters involving dreams are extremely rare, and their abilities are very strange, almost the same as Hill's mirror world. Hill thinks that Big Brother should still be careful. Hill, who had moved closer to Yincheng, immediately changed his attitude, his eyes filled with wariness. She wasn't deliberately spreading rumors out of jealousy. She was simply analyzing the potential threats to Yincheng with utmost seriousness. After all, Yuan Ming herself said that she would not casually enter Yincheng and her dream. That means that once a connection is established, she can enter it any time. Don't worry, this is a small problem, your brother can handle it. Yincheng patted Hill's little head with satisfaction, a slight smile playing on his lips. The seed of a dream is the manifestation of the dream ghost's ability to create dreams. Before the eye of insight after yet another advancement in strength, Yuan Ming's abilities have all been exposed to Yincheng. If the level of affection hasn't been raised to the point of being completely open and honest, Yincheng would certainly not take the risk of letting ghosts leave marks on his body so easily. However, Yuan Ming, who had already seen through him, was not included in this category. Chapter 178 The Sign of Omniscience, The Sacrifice. Item, Seed of Dreams. Ability, to build a bridge to a designated person or spirit that enters one's dreams. Origin, a derivative item created by Yuan Ming using her innate ability, dream weaving. The dream seed that Hill brought back contained a very simple message. As Yuan Ming said, it is basically a product that can be used to meet in dreams. Only, reaching the level of Red Robe, Yincheng's Eye of Insight ability was further enhanced. In the origin section, Yuan Ming's innate ability, dream weaving, was also completely read out by him. Talent, Dream Weaver, a beautiful name that allows one to die in a sweet dream. Effects, Dream Invasion. Any dream within reach can be easily invaded by the Dream Demon. Dream Creation, dreams are the domain of the Dream Demon. She can weave any dream at will and easily lure people into them. Dream Reality, dream or reality. Beware, the harm suffered in a dream may become real. Deep dreams, you think you're awake, but little do you know, this is just a recurring dream. Weakness will no longer be effective after the promotion to the unspeakable absolute perception. Clearly distinguishing between dreams and reality is the most effective way to resist the Dream Weaver. Dream Weaver, a terrifying talent. Like Yincheng's own ghostly figure, it naturally comes with a variety of additional abilities. The dream reality concept, in particular, is a prime example of killing without leaving a trace. On the surface, the ability to weave dreams is almost entirely limited to the realm of dreams. But the ability to create dreams perfectly compensates for the insignificant flaws. Without anyone noticing, they were drawn into a dream. Then he was killed by the power of the dream reality. Perhaps when you die, a sweet smile will still be on your lips. The name is beautiful, but the effect is deadly. Fortunately, Yuan Ming, who has not yet entered the unspeakable stage, still has weaknesses in her abilities. Absolute knowledge, isn't that the same as a weakness specifically designed for me? A strange look flashed across Yincheng's eyes, and he couldn't help but think to himself, what do you mean? There's a saying that goes, nothing is absolute, there's only a will to be one. However, this might not be so appropriate when applied to Yincheng. the god-level talent eye of insight, especially after being upgraded time and time again. He was already able to read all the information within his sight. A gust of wind, a river, a withered leaf. Everything in the world, everything within sight, is truth. Insheng sensed that he seemed to have already begun to embark on a terrifying path of rules. And the name of that rule is omniscience. Even though it was just his own guess, it still gave Insheng a lot of motivation. The level of power involved, even if it's merely pseudo-powerful, is astonishing enough. Therefore, dreams cannot deceive his eyes, not even the eyes within a dream. This is Insheng's confidence, and the reason why he can easily manipulate Yuan Ming. Once a dream ghost loses her dream state, she becomes no different from an ordinary ghost. With a multitude of trump cards at his disposal, and having successfully advanced to the red robe rank, Insheng is a perfect counter to Yuan Ming at this stage. A wisp of blood essence merged into the seed of dreams. The seeds immediately turned into tiny specks of light and disappeared into the air. A subtle connection was established between Insheng and Yuan Ming. He could clearly feel that after the seed of dreams took effect, Yuan Ming, who was far away, trembled almost imperceptibly. This awful shyness. Hopeless. Ms. Yuan Ming, the connection through dreams has been established, so let's part ways here today. I have other things to do. If there's anything, we can communicate directly in the dream. With the black mist ghost scythe in hand, Insheng had no intention of wasting any more time. Only when resources are completely in our hands can they be transformed into real power. Otherwise, no matter how powerful a ghost weapon is, if it cannot be bound to its owner, it is nothing more than broken copper and scrap iron. Okay, goodbye. Yuan Ming mustered her courage and, in a melodious but trembling voice, said goodbye. Goodbye, dream. Insheng waved his hand generously, activating the effects of his special identity, honorary chief physician. His and Hill's figures gradually faded and blurred until they disappeared inside the house. Call. Yuan Ming breathed a sigh of relief, and the ghost immediately relaxed. However, beneath the red veil, a hint of annoyance appeared on that exquisite face. She slapped her leg in annoyance. Yuan Ming, your destined marriage was right before your eyes, and he's not the kind of man you imagined. But how could you? How could you? Human world. On the edge of Cloud City, a well-equipped convoy of off-road vehicles roamed across the overgrown wilderness. Because of the arrival of horror games, the world has been greatly impacted, and some places are no longer inhabited. As a result, there are increasingly more open and desolate wilderness areas. It is located in the forest near Insheng's stronghold, Human Paradise. The roaring convoy gradually came to a stop. Leading the way was an armored vehicle that had been modified to look imposing, equipped with a Gatling gun. The car door opened. With her alluring figure and long legs encased in black, she stepped out of the car first. Following closely behind was a man whose large hand kept making strange moves, but whose body was as thin as a monkey and looked extremely weak. Darling, the alluring woman said in a coquettish voice, why did we come all the way to this remote wilderness? Wouldn't it have been better to stay in a 5-star hotel in the city? Hee. Gaunt man, Song Wu, grinned and haphazardly plucked at the pupae with his large hands. The beautiful woman was in pain, but she still smiled and her expression conveyed a, I don't understand. Please teach me. Look. Foolish woman, what do you know? Although the city is nice and supplies are readily available, many things are not so convenient to do. Song Wu's smile gradually turned cold. Recently, the Pingluan Palace has been acting strangely, making big moves and searching everywhere for information about some young master, Hing. It makes it difficult for me to even raise a couple of two-legged sheep. A greedy and bloodthirsty glint flashed in Song's dark eyes. The people from the palace of pacifying the rebellion are difficult to deal with. They're like a persistent, invasive disease. Once you get involved, it's hard to get rid of them. Just in case, let's temporarily move the base outside of Cloud City, and while we're at it, take this opportunity to carry out a new sacrifice. The text mentions sacrifice. Song Wu's eyes revealed an unprecedented fervor. The other people in the convoy also had expressions of longing on their faces. Those who were being held captive, their bodies tightly bound by ropes and lined up in a row, showed expressions of utter terror upon hearing this. Chapter 179, The One Favored by the Gods. Sacrifice. It is a special activity that is carried out periodically by an organization led by Song Wu. These people who were captured were what they called sacrifices. Isn't this a bit too fast? Are these people even capable of handling it? Upon hearing that a sacrificial ceremony was about to be held, the beautiful woman showed no fear or panic whatsoever. Instead, his face was filled with intense longing. Even though she knew perfectly well that the so-called sacrifice would kill countless innocent lives. Her only concern was whether there were enough people to be sacrificed. Not enough people. Song-woo gave a sinister smile and pointed to the green forest not far away. Why do you think I came all the way here? Remoteness and seclusion are good for concealment, but that's just one of them. The real target is a small, shady gang lurking here. This place has already been occupied. The beautiful woman immediately became alert and asked with suspicion. Her alluring figure unconsciously pressed against Song-woo's body. Song-woo collected his thoughts. He's just a trashy god, favored one who built a trashy organization. If I hadn't been too busy to deal with him back then, he would have become a sacrifice in my hands long ago. However, it's not too late now, it's still just right. He wore a cruel smile, and when he spoke of those favored by the gods, his eyes were filled with disdain. Sung-woo. He was originally just an ordinary horror game player. After several games, he also experienced moments of despair, such as crying out in despair, kneeling and begging for mercy, and even betraying his teammates. I once envied the high and mighty, chosen ones of the gods and longed for their power. In order to survive, he chose to give up everything. Yet, within the game, he still lives a humble life, like a dog. However, in a somewhat bizarre thriller game, Song-woo obtained something that changed his destiny forever. After that day, favored by the gods are no longer taken seriously by him. Because, in Song-woo's view, all those favored by the gods are nothing but fakes with nice-sounding titles. Only he himself is the man truly favored by God. Inside the modified armored vehicle, a shrine is placed in a prominent position and carefully tended to. That is the best proof. A group of 36 people. They were dispatched. They split into 6-person teams, carrying firearms and melee weapons, and advanced into the forest at an extremely rapid pace. Song-woo himself got back into the car. A few minutes later, with sunken eyes and a satisfied look on his face, Song-woo walked out, looking quite pleased with himself. The beautiful woman obediently stepped forward to help Song-woo, but her eyes held a deep resentment. Well, she had no choice but to survive. Relying on her decent looks, she hooked up with the rising star Song-woo. In a world where horror games have arrived, this is the best way for a woman like her to survive. She was already used to it. Unfortunately, compared to those weaker gamers, Song-woo's strength is undeniable, but his abilities. To sum it up in one sentence, what else can you do besides spit on me? Of course, such resentment cannot be shown. Instead, one must pretend to be very comfortable. The beautiful woman had witnessed Song-woo's ruthlessness. He wouldn't have any mercy thoughts just because she's a woman. Darling, aren't you going to do it yourself? Didn't they say there's a chosen one of the gods hiding in that forest? Heh, he's just a piece of trash who doesn't even qualify as a wandering soul. It's already an honor for me to hand him over to a baptized divine servant. Song-woo smiled dismissively, his eyes filled with absolute confidence. He is the man truly favored by God, while the mere trash bearing the title of God's chosen one is nothing but trash. Of course, Song-woo didn't take them seriously. Then, boss, something's wrong. Servant carrying a walkie-talkie ran over, his forehead dripping with cold sweat. Song-woo's expression instantly turned cold, his eyes filled with anger and embarrassment. He just made a promise to his mistress, only to be proven wrong on the spot. The servant broke out in a cold sweat even more profusely, but still managed to stammer. Boss. Boss. Puff. Song-woo clenched his fist in midair. The man in front of him, who had just been alive and well, calling him boss. He instantly turned into a lump of bloody mud, which scattered on the ground. A chilling voice then rang out. I've said it many times, Song-woo, am a divine child. A divine child chosen and favored by the gods. Why can't you guys remember? Why do you call me by such a vulgar title like boss? The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. The beautiful woman who was massaging Song-woo was a little stiff, but she still didn't dare to stop what she was doing. She knows Song-woo very well. Especially in situations like this, she must not show any abnormality. Otherwise, her figure might be among the sacrificial offerings. You, tell this divine child, what exactly happened? He simply vented his anger by killing a servant of the gods. Song-woo seemed to have regained his composure and pointed to the divine servant wearing an earpiece not far away, giving a command. The servant trembled almost imperceptibly, then stepped forward respectfully. Reporting to your highness, The servant guards you dispatched did not find the so-called logging camp. Songwoo couldn't hold back any longer. He grabbed the servant's shoulder, and his fingers dug directly into the flesh. It's hard to imagine that such terrifying power could be hidden beneath his frail body. What did you say? No. Yes. Divine child. According to the information relayed back by the divine servant guard, they indeed found no trace of the logging camp. Thump. Servant who answered the question was thrown away by Songwoo and crashed heavily to the ground. His eyes flashed with an unprecedented sinister rage. The transfer and sacrifice plan, which he considered perfectly timed, encountered unexpected problems before it even began. He, who considered himself favored by God, could not accept this fact. He is a divine being. How could he make a mistake? How could he err? Unacceptable. Absolutely not. Chapter 180: The Aura of a Strange Ghost. The third hospital. Inside the VIP consultation room. The scent of the beginning of the 4 seasons permeates every corner of the house. In Chung, who had been quiet for too long in the carnival club, also needed to relax. Most of the day has passed. On the bony tree outside the window, 2 or 3 plump crows gathered together again, occasionally letting out a chilling caw. The sky above the horror world remains as gloomy as ever. The dark clouds resemble a distorted face, while the occasional twinkling morning star is their eye. Looking down at the bizarre world below, a strange smile played on his lips. No matter how many times you watch it, looking at the sky like this, In-sheng couldn't help but feel an extremely oppressive feeling. He even wondered if those distorted dark clouds were the vanished evil spirits. To appear in this way, looking down at the world with resentment? I gazed out the window at the sky. A rare moment of peace. Instead of being complacent, In-chung was filled with a sense of impending doom, and his mind inexplicably drifted to unspeakable questions. The alternation and iteration of rules signify an unspeakable crisis of life and death. So, will the evil spirit also have similar problems? Could the disappearance of the evil spirits be due to the outbreak of an unknown problem? Sigh. In-chung sighed helplessly, putting aside the complicated thoughts in his mind. Then, a blush rose on Lena's face, but she let In-chung do as he pleased. After a long while, In-chung Kai reluctantly got up and ran his hand through Lena's hair. I have to go. I have already obtained the Black Mist Ghost Scythe, and I have a way to make it recognize its master. The third hospital is full of ghosts and is not suitable as a place to make the ghost artifact recognize its master. It's all right. Once I advance to the blood robe level, I'll be able to stay by your side forever. Lena leaned gently on In-cheng's shoulder, a determined look in her eyes. A brief separation is for a long-lasting stay together. In-cheng's talent has already put immense pressure on her. Especially, In-cheng's contracted spirits are all extremely rare mirror spirits, the daughter of that mirror lady. Lena doesn't want to be just a pretty face. She hopes to provide more support to In-cheng and become a truly virtuous and capable wife. Therefore, she must rise to the blood robe level as soon as possible to gain sufficient influence throughout the entire Yinming city. After a brief, heartwarming moment, the two said goodbye. In-cheng's figure gradually faded from the consultation room. Yinming city, within the mirror realm. The radiant world reflected in the mirror. Space is shattered and destroyed time and time again, only to be rebuilt. A certain mirror lady, Qing Yuan, had a face that shone with a dazzling light and shadow effect, now flushed crimson. Her bright and captivating eyes flickered with shame and annoyance. That's outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. How dare he? How dare he let Hill come into contact with that kind of... Even if it were just a ghost alone in the mirror world, Qing Yuan was still too embarrassed to say certain things aloud. It's too flashy, it's really too flashy. The special connection between the contracted spirit and its host allows it to clearly see into the outside world. The unique connection between Qing Yuan and Hill, combined with the effect of the lost soul segmentation. This Ms. Mirror has, without even realizing it, been. I know perfectly well that out of sight, out of mind. But she didn't know why. She always couldn't help but watch the whole thing to the end. Perhaps it was for Hill, or perhaps Ms. Mirror, who had never experienced anything like this before and had always been a loner, was a woman who had never been in contact with anyone. Unbeknownst to them, this all began the moment Hill and In-cheng established their contractual relationship. She herself was already bound to In-cheng's fate. Feelings she had never experienced before began to gradually erode Qingye's heart. Big brother, the aura of a strange ghost. As soon as I returned to my room at the logging camp, Little Hill eagerly popped out, her eyes wary as she gave a warning. A cold glint flashed in Yin Cheng's eyes, followed by a cruel smile. No rush. Let's see what their purpose is. Getting into the amusement park is easy, but getting out isn't so simple. In order to construct a forbidden zone in the human world, Yin Cheng and Hill went to great lengths to empty out the entire paradise in the horror world. The investors in a certain amusement park have now lost so much money they can't even find their underwear. Hidden throughout the park are a large number of mirrors that were specially brought in. He can appear anywhere within a 10-mile radius of the logging camp whenever he wants. Although I had long anticipated this day, it still came very quickly. Yin Cheng sighed with a chilling tone. The image reflected in the small mirror in front of him intensified the murderous intent emanating from him. In the desolate wilderness, in a silent, deserted forest, a group of well-equipped elites, their bodies emanating a ghostly aura, headed precisely towards his location. The possibility of an accident is zero. If we rule out any accidents, then there is only one possibility left. The other party came with a certain purpose. Could it be that the little trouble left behind by that piece of trash I killed? Yin Cheng rhythmically tapped his thigh lightly, his mind racing with numerous guesses. Hill, standing to one side, had a stern expression on her face. The amusement park is her and her older brother's home. All trespassers were placed on her kill list. Big brother, they're almost at the edge of the mirror illusion. Should we take them out? Hill's amber eyes flashed with murderous intent. He was already barely able to contain himself. Catch one and kill the rest. After a moment's thought, Yin Cheng made a decision. Chapter 181 Triple Identity, Star God reappears. Leave it to Hill. He'll guarantee a successful mission. The little girl, Hill, wore a long black gothic dress, her twin ponytails swaying slightly. He mimicked the gesture of saluting and cheerfully agreed. Good boy, go and come back quickly. Yin Cheng patted Hill's head and watched Hill disappear from the mirror. His expression returned to its indifferent calm, and his deep eyes gazed out the window into the distance. In that direction, there are scattered spiritual scarecrows. Although her strength has advanced to the level of the red robe, the parasitic puppet is still quite effective. At least, it's quite useful in terms of building forbidden zones in the human world. Through the scarecrow's perspective, he had already noticed the well-equipped convoy. The reason they didn't choose to target the person directly immediately was, it's because Yin Cheng was thinking about a problem. In what way should he appear before humans and human players? The park's exposure was inevitable. But he has no intention of revealing his true identity. It's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against an arrow in the dark. It's always good to be cautious. I need two, even three identities, both overt and covert. Yin Cheng muttered to himself, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. On the Wujian Chamber of Commerce side, Lu Zhan, whose life and death were in their own hands, was the only one who knew his true identity. Ku Pengxing's information was limited to that of Mr. Cheng. The Palace of Pacifying the Chaos knew about Yin Cheng's past records, but now, they were equally clueless. The world as it is now. If someone disappears, it won't surprise anyone. Whether they died in a horror game or at the hands of some mad, God-favored ones. Or perhaps it has been hidden away. This is not surprising. In an era dominated by horror games, maintaining basic order has become extremely difficult. Even the Palace of Suppressing Rebellion cannot truly cover everything. Mr. Cheng is already on the side of the Wujian Chamber of Commerce. As for the Pingluan Palace, the name Young Master Yin should have been recorded as well. In this way, you actually have two identities. Yin Cheng held up two fingers, pondering to himself. For the Wujian Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Cheng's identity and strength are unknown. But that was enough to make them wary. Players who can easily trade intermediate amulets have considerable deterrent power. As for Young Master Yin's identity, after returning from the resort for the dead, Yin Cheng had already anticipated the possibility of it being exposed. After all, he killed a member of the Palace of Pacifying the Rebellion. Players who survive that game are highly likely to report it to the Palace of Pacification. Especially Niu Feichen, that guy who left a deep impression on Yin Cheng. The powerful Minotaur warriors are always unforgettable. Mr. Cheng is portrayed as mysterious and powerful, while Young Master Yin is portrayed as having a strong background. As for the third identity, since it is a forbidden zone in the human world, then it is only natural that there should be some rules that people dare not cross. We also need one more divinely favored being, one that inspires such fear that people dare not act rashly. Pondered calmly and quickly identified his third identity as Hill's ability, the Mirror Realm. If one wants to establish a forbidden zone in the human world, the ability of the mirror realm is the most suitable. The vampire's abilities have been temporarily used in the identity of young Master Yin. As for Mr. Chung, whom the Wujian Chamber of Commerce knows, he has not yet revealed much. The Black Mist Ghost Scythe is undoubtedly the best and most intimidating weapon to be displayed to the Wujian Merchant Guild, a paradise on the side of the logging camp, since it is to be established as a forbidden zone for outsiders, to prevent outside interference. Without a doubt, the Mirror Realm is the most perfectly suited ability. It can be used for both offense and defense. If someone harbors the idea of destroying the entire logging camp along with it, then Insheng can simply hide in the Mirror Realm. But afterwards, others will have to face his relentless revenge. A gentleman takes his revenge even after 10 years. Insheng takes his revenge all day long. After confirming the arrangement of his third identity, Insheng lightly tapped his fingertip, and the magnificent mirror created by the contractual relationship appeared in front of him. The mirror shimmered, casting a hazy light and shadow on his cheeks. Mirror imagery is a basic yet highly practical technique. Under the shadow of the mirror image, Insheng's face gradually became distorted. It transformed into faceless features, pieced together like prisms. On that face, tiny prisms reflected the scene inside the room. It looks incredibly creepy. Under the influence of the illusion, his clothes were completely transformed. It looked as if they were wearing a special garment that was incredibly shiny, like a mirror, clearly reflecting everything around them. Mr. Ghost Mirror, let's just call him your third identity. A hoarse, deep, and eerie voice echoed inside the room. The voice was completely different from usual. With his vampire talent granting him absolute control over his physical body, Insheng could easily change his tone of voice. After completing this small arrangement, the adorable little girl, Hill, with specks of blood on her black dress, stepped out of the full-length mirror inside the house. With her fair and slender arms, she grabbed an adult by the collar and easily threw him to the floor. Upon seeing Hill return, Insheng was not in a hurry to interrogate the prisoner. Instead, he patted Hill on the head and gave her a cream-filled lollipop as a reward. A proper lollipop. Big brother, I've discovered a problem. Hill slurped her lollipop with a slightly puzzled expression on her face as she spoke. Is it the ghostly energy within those guys? Insheng squinted, noticing the strangeness within the prisoners. The Eye of Insight was quietly activated. However, the information that came back from that one glance made his heart jump. Inferior Divine Servant, Li Xiaoyu. Race, half-demon, mutation caused by demonic energy contamination. Friendliness, hostile. Strength, quasi-wanderer. Preference, sacrifice, deeply ingrained. He can no longer escape that easy and pleasurable way of improving himself. Weakness, trash is full of weaknesses. Current status, who am I? Where am I? Where's my husband? Oh no, my teammate. Star God. Insheng felt a chill run down his spine. Although he was inside the house, it felt as if a cold wind was raging. A chill ran from the soles of my feet straight to the top of my head. The many strange occurrences in the city of memory remain vivid in my memory to this day. But what he didn't expect was, it's unbelievable that so quickly, and still in the human world, I've come into contact with someone related to that big guy. Big brother, are you alright? Did you discover something? Hill noticed the change in Insheng's mood and quickly asked with concern, his amber eyes filled with worry. Call. Insheng forced himself to calm down and exhaled a breath of stale air. It's alright, but we need to be careful how we handle today's events. Chapter 182 Welcome to the Forest of Bewilderment. After giving Hill some instructions, Insheng gradually calmed down. Deep eyes were fixed on the prisoner whose bones were broken, yet who still stared intently at him and Hill. The Asterisk God was the mastermind behind the tragic events in the City of Memories. He may very well have caused a human city to fall into a world of horror. Then it turned into a nightmare of those memories. It has become an unspeakable prison that everyone wants to forget and escape from. Now, for the second time, Insheng directly encountered a half-ghost in the human world who was closely related to the Star God. Perhaps, this doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing. After a moment of contemplation, his eyes shone with an unprecedented brilliance. Reason regained its footing and dispelled the fear. Insheng realized that this might be a rare opportunity. Horror games have become a bridge connecting the human world and the horror world. However, this bridge is almost one way, easily pulled into a bizarre and terrifying world by unforeseen circumstances. However, the monsters in the horror world must either sign a contract or possess human bodies. Only then can one enter the human world. That kind of situation is often something that ghosts and monsters are not happy to accept. Favored by the gods are so rare. After all, who would willingly sign a contract with something that's just food in their eyes, or even take over its body and replace it? All in all, human players have little impact on the horror world because they are weak. The horror world has a significant impact on humanity, but that's based on the fact that humanity has never had superhumans before, until now that superhumans have arrived. In reality, ghosts and monsters that can enter the human world. To date, there has never been one above the red robe. Insheng hadn't paid much attention to this issue before. Now he has a vague idea. Perhaps it is some of the rules of the human world that prevent truly powerful ghosts from completely descending upon the human world in the horror world. Otherwise, the world would probably have been in chaos long ago. There is absolutely no need for the asterisk god to continuously increase his influence through shrine sacrifices. If he could grab it with one hand, would he use one finger to push it towards him little by little? God, divine child. All the divine servants who entered the forest have lost contact. Before Song Wu, the servant kneeling on the ground spoke tremblingly, his eyes filled with fear. Some were concerned about the strange situation in the forest, while others were concerned about Song Wu, who was on the verge of going berserk. Interesting. 36 well-equipped divine servants. Even a wandering soul-level divine, favored, might not be able to do anything to them. The fierce light in Song Wu's pupils intensified, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Could it be that that piece of trash received some benefit and advanced to the demon rank? No, that's not right. His brows furrowed, and a sense of unease crept into his heart. Even if it's a demon-level being, there's no reason why it could instantly kill so many divine servants and prevent them from even sending back messages. Although Song Wu was tyrannical and despotic, he was still a player who had survived several terrifying games. Even though obtaining a shrine changed his fate. From extreme inferiority to feeling superior doesn't mean you've completely lost your mind. Honey, something seems off in the forest. Should we be careful and find somewhere else? The beautiful woman's voice was extremely gentle as she tentatively offered a tiny suggestion. No. Song Wu refused her without hesitation, his withered arm grabbing her neck without hesitation, a ferocious smile on his lips. I've let you live a comfortable life without any danger for so long. It's time for you to repay me. Ugh. Wah. Under the immense force, the beautiful woman's face quickly turned red, and the veins on her forehead bulged. She kept patting Song Wu's arm with both hands. But within that slender arm lurked a terrifying power. How could a woman at the half-ghost level with no combat experience possibly resist? Click. A crisp sound rang out. It was the sound of bones being crushed. God, divine child, what are you going to do? The servant of the god, kneeling on the ground, was drenched in cold sweat, and his body began to tremble. He had already guessed Song Wu's thoughts, but he still held on to a last glimmer of hope. Well, there's nothing we can do if we don't have any hope. His body was completely unresponsive to his commands, and like the remaining servants in the caravan, he stood stiffly in place, unable to move. Sacrifice comes at a price. Song Wu was the first person to offer sacrifices to the gods. Therefore, he is the son of God, even though it is only a self-proclaimed title. But he also possesses the qualifications to manipulate these divine servants and to control their lives and deaths. Servants themselves were also aware of this information. But in order to gain power and to survive better within the horror game, they chose to gain power by becoming servants. Unfortunately, there's one thing they're unaware of. The servants of the gods is actually just a more advanced backup offering. The purpose is to carry out a just right sacrifice at this very moment. It will greatly enhance the strength of the divine child when it arrives. Sacrifice is relative. To the gods, the greater the rewards they will bring. The so-called servants of the gods were actually the goo worms raised by Song Wu. The goo worms devour weaker goo worms, thus growing stronger over time. When the time comes, he will extract all the value from all the goo worms, thereby enabling himself to undergo a further transformation. It's a pity that these goo worms have to be sacrificed before they have reached their peak value. You damn bastard, you better live up to all my caution and prudence. Song Wu roared ominously. Servants who remained around the convoy began to die one after another. They didn't even manage to struggle before they died. This scene caused the already terrified captives to struggle frantically. But how could ordinary people like them, who were tightly bound by ropes, possibly struggle and escape? Death is imminent. The shrine inside the car seemed to be drawn by some kind of force. It flew out silently and hovered in midair. those deceased divine servants, which were continuously absorbed by the shrine. Songwoo grinned maliciously as he walked towards the crowd. Withered arms, about to take away one vibrant life after another. A blinding ray of light shone into his eyes. He instinctively reached out to shield his eyes. Behind Songwoo, a hoarse, deep voice slowly rose to the surface. Welcome to the Forest of Bewilderment, you impolite guest. Chapter 183 Playing Games. The Palace of Pacifying Chaos is about to arrive at the battlefield. Player, Songwoo. Race, half-demon. His corruption is far more terrifying than that of a divine servant. Friendliness level, full of murderous intent. Your appearance interrupted his plan to raise poisonous insects. Strength, peak of the vengeful ghost. All divine gifts were obtained through a price tag. From the very beginning of the transaction, he had already become a servant traded to the gods. Preferences, sacrifice, slaughter, control, extreme inferiority complex evolved into extreme tyranny. Easily acquired power often cloud judgment. Weaknesses, inferiority complex, shrine, verbal attacks will expose his inferiority complex, causing him to lose his rationality. Damage to the shrine will directly destroy his spirit and everything else. The power bestowed upon him by the gods will ultimately vanish with the god's demise. Current status, kill him, sacrifice him to the gods, and I will gain even greater power. He seems to regard you as a superior offering. The information from the Eye of Insight made In-shung consider his options. His gaze fell to one side, above the shrine that floated in midair. The shrine was still covered by a veil, concealing the true form of the god within. Only the eerie aura emanating from it was gradually coalescing into a dark red, fleshy substance. There were tiny veins wriggling on it, which was incredibly creepy. The crystallized ghost energy the shrine created from it possesses a unique sacrifice rule. Through this mysterious power, it can bestow some of its insignificant power as a gift upon its servants in another world. Ability. When activated, it can greatly enhance temporary strength by a factor of 10. When slowly absorbed and integrated, it can steadily enhance and grow one's own strength. In-shung squinted, remaining calm and unhurried. He let the blood and flesh fall and drift towards Songwoo's body. The flesh and blood, as seen by Songwoo, seemed like an unparalleled gift and a priceless treasure. His withered arms held it in his hands with reverence. His bloodthirsty and ferocious eyes were fixed on In-shung, who looked like a collection of thousands of mirrors. There wasn't a single word or a single pointless chatter. Songwoo swallowed the disgusting mass of flesh whole without even chewing it. A fist-sized mass of flesh was slowly forced open through its throat and swallowed. Boom. An invisible wave of air spread out, stirring up clouds of dust. A violent surge of ghostly energy erupted from Songwoo's body, almost transforming into a hideous and terrifying face above his head. He exuded a chilling, killing intent, staring intently at the mirror man in front of him. Under the observation of the Eye of Insight, Songwoo's strength has doubled. However, the situation remains under control. Could an ant, even with double the strength, withstand a human's kick? This level of commotion will most likely attract the people from the Palace of Suppression. We should take this opportunity to reach a certain level of consensus on pacifying the chaotic palace. Beneath the illusory reflection in the mirror, In-shung squinted, his thoughts racing. Puppet-like creatures pose no threat. The real problem lies with the shrine itself. How many of these things, such as sacrificial rules and shrines, still lurk in the human world? Is it now possible to uncover the secrets of the star god behind the veil, through the shrine? Whoosh. As In-shung was pondering the problem, a terrifying gust of wind from a punch came hurtling towards him. The withered fist, emanating a repulsive aura, coalesced into a ghostly head, which viciously lunged to bite down. Click, click. The mirror-like body shattered instantly, turning into countless fragments reflecting light and shadow, disappearing like starlight. On the other side, In-shung's figure recoalesced and manifested. It's all a mirage. The person he is now is nothing more than a hollow illusion. In order to ensure the perfect success of the plan that achieves multiple benefits. Before In-shung appeared, he had already had Hill make perfect arrangements around this area. This will allow him to unleash the full potential of his mirror illusion abilities. Come out here. His punch missed, and Songwoo's body lurched forward a considerable distance. After realizing what had happened, he subconsciously looked at the mirror figure that had reformed and couldn't help but roar. A crude, uncouth man hates this kind of bizarre ability the most. That would leave him with a lot of strength, but nowhere to vent it. Moreover, the power boost gained from sacrifice is time-limited. If he couldn't eliminate this strange chosen one before the time ran out, he would have no choice but to retreat temporarily. They launched an attack without any regard for anything else, and paid no attention to the shrine that was floating in the void. That means the shrine itself has extremely strong defensive capabilities, and he may even have deliberately exposed it to me so that I could see this scene. So that I'll be lured into attacking the shrine, only to be devoured by it. In secret, In Chung watched as the clown, enraged by the illusion, went on a rampage, destroying the surrounding Sunwoo. In his mind, he was analyzing the potential threats that the shrine might pose. He did not dare to use his eye of insight to spy on the shrine. At least without the presence of powerful vampires, In Chung wouldn't do this lightly. When it comes to matters involving malevolent spirits, he cannot determine whether the other party is aware of his spying. The Eye of Insight is a god-level talent, and the god of fiends also carries the word God in his name. Even without absolute certainty, the situation is still under control. In Chung chose to proceed cautiously. Yunqing, city center. Inside the underground base of the Palace of Suppression. Beep, beep, beep. The piercing alarm blared incessantly, causing the staff inside the base to wear solemn expressions. In front of the huge screen, the bespectacled man frowned, looking at the ghostly aura level assessment displayed above, feeling quite troubled. A chosen one of the gods who is only one step away from the level of the red-clothed one is in a state of full power, without any concealment. No one on our side currently has the capability to handle a major incident of this magnitude. Hua Xiangling stood behind the bespectacled man, calmly analyzing the problem. At the peak of the level of a vengeful ghost, one possesses combat power that is extremely rare in the human world. Not to mention that it's about to touch the level of the red-clad. Favored by the gods are already rare, and even with a large base, a considerable number of them have been born. But those favored by the gods are not omnipotent. It is merely the beginning. Their growth and development have not been progressing at an ideal pace. The reason is quite simple. With very few exceptions, how powerful could a ghost be that is willing to submit to food? The entire Cloud City. It still possesses some combat power at the level of a vengeful ghost. With Glasses was one of them. But he clearly couldn't resist those top-tier, powerful ghost-level chosen ones. Where is the man in blue right now? Have headquarters notify him to come and provide support immediately. The people of the Yunqing Pingwan Palace were also mobilized immediately. All the ghost-level beings were dispatched, determined to find out the situation in the turbulent area. Under no circumstances should you act rashly before you have fully ascertained the situation. High-powered thermal weapons are permitted for this operation. The bespectacled man quickly devised a plan to respond. At the same time, he stood up from his seat and took off his white coat. The tight-fitting battle armor underneath was revealed. Chapter 184. The living have no way out. The dead are their companions. Commander Lon, this is unacceptable. You are the commander-in-chief of Yunqing, in charge of the operation of the Yunqing Suppression Palace. We'll handle the rampaging chosen one. You must stay here and maintain order. Yunqing cannot function without your command. Yes, Commander Lon, leave it to us. Don't you trust us? Hua Xiangling and her group were momentarily flustered by the bespectacled man's actions. They did not expect that Lan Ming, as the commander-in-chief, would actually plan to participate in the operation personally. No need to say more. A peak-level vengeful ghost, favored by the gods, has gone berserk, recklessly unleashing its ghostly energy. If we sit idly by, it could very well bring about a destructive disaster. The man in blue is not in Yunqing. It will take him some time to get here. If the situation is still under control, it's fine to let you go. But what if that guy completely loses control? Lan Ming adjusted his glasses and continued. We always have to prepare for the worst. If he gets out of control, then the combat power of any of the vengeful spirit stages will be extremely crucial. Even if it costs us our lives, we must slow down the runaway god's chosen ones until the man in blue comes to our aid. If the commander-in-chief is gone, the higher-ups can send a new one. But if Yunqing is gone, what's the point? Hua Xiangling and the others fell silent. He then quietly made way for Lan Ming. Lan Ming smiled upon seeing this. No need to make it seem like a matter of life and death. What if that chosen one of the gods was just having a fit, and things return to normal as soon as we arrive? No one can predict or foresee the future. Therefore, don't be too pessimistic. The words fell. Lan Ming took the lead and walked out of the control room. Hua Xiangling and her group followed him with unwavering steps. Ah, you lowly scum. Reptile. Pig. Get out here. Get out here right now. Get out here. I'm going to tear you to pieces and eat you bit by bit. The enraged Sun Wu roared wildly. From where the convoy was located, they were led into the interior of the forest by Yin Sheng's mirror illusions. Those unfortunate souls who were silenced and captured as sacrifices. Taking advantage of this opportunity, they quietly fled into the distance. Everything was under Yin Sheng's control. He even noticed the convoy of helicopters speeding towards him from afar. The palace's response to the chaos was quite swift. It has only been a short 10 minutes since Song Wu stormed out. Their troops had already arrived at the battlefield. The people below, please stop immediately and remain where you are. We are members of the Yunqing Pacification Palace. Please stay where you are and do not move. The sound of loudspeakers came from the helicopter convoy, and they immediately noticed the slowly moving crowd attempting to escape. The Palace of Pacifying the Rebellion. It's people from the Palace of Pacifying the Rebellion. We're saved. We're saved. Wah, I survived. The title of Pacifying the Palace was very useful. The initially panicked crowd instantly stopped in their tracks. Several professionals quickly descended from a helicopter. They cautiously approached to check, and after confirming that everything was correct, they made an OK sign towards the person in the sky. The next moment, well-equipped figures continuously landed from the helicopters. Chosen, led by Lan Ming, consisted of 18 people. Among them, there are a total of 5 people at the level of vengeful ghosts. Such a number, after excluding those players who were unwilling to join the Palace of Suppression, is already quite luxurious for a medium-sized city. Commander Lan, here's the situation. The people from the Pingluan Palace acted quickly, just after Lan Ming and his group landed. They had already figured out the general reason for what happened from the rescued people. Damn it! Upon hearing this, Lan Ming's eyes instantly blazed with fury. He roared, all personnel, listen to my command. At all costs, hold back the enemy Song Wu and prevent him from further sacrificing himself to gain power. You lot, immediately inform everyone of the current situation. Yes. The people from the Pingluan Palace quickly sprang into action. Lan Ming led his team of 18 chosen ones, chasing after them into the forest at top speed. They chased after him. Lan Ming's mind was racing, analyzing the information he had gleaned from the rescued individuals. Enemy, Song Wu, a peak-level vengeful ghost, abilities unknown. An unknown entity, the Mirror Man, whose strength and abilities are unknown. The favored ones of evil gods, who gain power by sacrificing their own kind. The latter, well, everything is unknown. When did this place, the Forest of Confusion, appear outside Cloud City? The Palace of Pacifying Chaos has not received a single word about it. Mirror Man, is his purpose in appearing merely because Song Wu disturbed his peace and quiet? Is he friend or foe? Is he righteous or evil? There are just too many unknowns, and even with Lan Ming's intelligence, he simply cannot deduce too much. The only thing to be thankful for is, Song Wu was held back by the Mirror Man, seemingly being toyed with by him. From this point of view alone, at least for now, Jingren is a helpful asset to the Palace of Pacifying Chaos. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Although everything about him is unknown, he seems to be shrouded in mystery. However, one point is very important. The priority of the Palace of Pacifying the Rebellion is different when targeting enemies. The Mirror Man appeared abruptly, but did not cause any terrifying impact. In contrast, consider Songyu. They had gone completely mad, plundering their own kind everywhere and killing them as sacrifices. Such a person is a scourge that must be eliminated for the Palace of Pacifying the Rebellion. Stop. The group followed the sounds that kept coming from inside the forest. Suddenly, Lan Ming called a halt to the event. It wasn't because they found Sung Wu, but because a full-length mirror slowly rose from the ground and suddenly appeared in their path. In the mirror, Lan Ming and the others saw what the rescued people described. A face made entirely of countless prisms. The Mirror Man. Welcome to the Forest of Confusion. Lost sheep. This is a road of no return for the living and a road of home for the dead. Choose. Remain with the dead, or return to the world of the living. The somber, hoarse voice sounded like the whisper of death. That strangely shaped face, reflected in the faces of Lan Ming and the others, looked particularly eerie. Even though it had no eyes, it seemed to be watching them from all directions. An invisible pressure fell on my shoulders. Chapter 185 The Temptation from the Shrine. In a gloomy and desolate forest, The sounds of fighting and roaring ahead faded into the distance. Lan Ming and the others stood still, their expressions tense and wary. The eerie figure in the mirror uttered some incomprehensible words. Then he stopped talking. She just stood there coldly in the mirror, as if she were watching them. Although they were in the same forest, they had a strange feeling that they were in completely different worlds. The reflection in the mirror simply stood there. It was as if it were issuing an invisible warning. This deterred those in charge of quelling the rebellion from taking any action, etc. Lan Ming's pupils suddenly contracted as he thought of a crucial question. If the figure in the mirror is the mirror person the rescued person spoke of, then, and who was it that Song Wu chased after in a fit of rage? There's more than one mirror man, or is this his strange ability? There are just too many unknowns. This made it impossible for him to accurately determine whether the person in front of him was actually human. This is a very important, and also fatal, problem. Ugh! A blood-curdling scream echoed from the depths of the forest. Then it came to an abrupt end. The forest returned to a deathly silence. Just like the motionless figure in the mirror, cold sweat dripped continuously from the foreheads of the members of the Palace of Suppression. Song Wu is dead. The moment such a thought arose in their minds, the air seemed to grow even colder. A peak-level vengeful ghost, a terrifying existence only one step away from being red-clothed. Lan Ming and the others rushed over, not even thinking about returning alive, intending to use their lives to hold off the enemy. Before he died, he only managed to let out a desperate scream. Fear. Mystery. Weird. My opinion of Jingren rose rapidly. It even quickly reached a point where even the man in blue might not be able to solve it. After all, he was the commander-in-chief of the Pingwan Palace in Yunqing. Lan Ming has sufficient knowledge. After mentally comparing the man in blue with the mirror figure before him, he came to this conclusion. The brief contact didn't yield much information. However, he could barely make out that the mirror man in front of him seemed to have abilities closely related to illusions and mirrors. This is not something that the red-clad experts and blue-clad figures of the Pingwan Palace are good at. That guy's specialty is head-on confrontation. The sword demon within him grants him unparalleled swordsmanship. However, it did not grant him the ability to easily dispel illusions. The situation was deathly quiet. The members of the Palace of Pacifying the Rebellion dared not act rashly. The figure in front of them remained motionless, simply standing coldly in the mirror. It's just a deterrent illusion. Of course it won't move unless it's being manipulated. Now, deep in the forest, on the edge of a logging camp, Yinqing's attention was completely drawn to the shrine that had followed Song Wu. Like a ghost artifact recognizing its master, it will automatically follow the sacrificer. After the sacrificer dies, it will become its target to devour. What ruthless and cruel methods! Is this the wicked god of the horror world? What was his purpose in doing this? Was it merely to find him some delicious food? Would a villain be so bored as to have nothing better to do? One idea after another kept arising in his mind. Killing Song Wu took less than half a second. With his numerous talents, Yinqing, dressed in red, could easily kill a mere peak-level ghost. He even deliberately made Song Wu let out a mournful wail before he died. The people who quelled the rebellion in the palace have already been summoned. They are currently being held intimidated by him in the forest outside of Paradise. Yinqing was waiting for an opportunity that would only appear after the man in blue arrived. They wanted to completely establish a forbidden zone for humankind here. That would require the approval of the Palace of Pacifying the Rebellion. And of course, such approval would stem from the intimidation emanating from Yinqing himself. Therefore, Mr. Mirror needs an opportunity to talk to the peaceful palace. The person in front of me is not qualified enough. The most suitable candidate would be someone like Qing Yiku, a top-tier fighter recommended by the Pingwan Palace. To avoid trouble, the very fact that this is a troublesome problem in itself is a problem. In order to solve the problem once and for all, Yinqing decided to take this opportunity to put in more effort to resolve all the issues at once. Now, his first task was to figure out how to put away the shrine in front of him. To have personal contact with them is absolutely impossible. The old man selling steamed buns in the City of Memories, and Sun Wu, whose corpses were all devoured. With the lessons of the past right before his eyes, how could he possibly easily come into contact with this strange thing? If we can't make contact with them in person, we'll have to try using a puppet. Yinqing murmured. He'll obediently release the arms wrapped around his neck, floating to one side, his cute little face filled with tension. She also clearly sensed the eerie and terrifying aura emanating from the shrine. The parasitic puppet was removed. On the cross, the bound corpse gradually came to life. Upon landing on the ground, it instantly shrank to the size of a normal person and walked towards the shrine. Incheng's heart gradually tightened. Even in the human world, the creation of the evil god still possessed sufficient deterrent power. Even someone like Song Wu could regard it as a gift from God. But in Incheng's eyes, this was a completely ferocious creature. The puppet's arms slowly extended, reaching straight for the shrine. There were no unexpected events, no resistance as expected, and no ghostly invasion. The shrine was calm, which relieved Incheng slightly. However, before he could completely lower his guard, a strange, muttered voice emerged directly from the depths of his heart. It sent chills down his spine, and he immediately released the puppet and retreated. Call. The murmuring stopped, and Incheng breathed a sigh of relief. Is Big Brother all right? Hill's delicate face was filled with concern, and her amber eyes were brimming with worry. It's nothing. Incheng shook his head, regaining his composure. That bizarre murmur resonated directly in his heart through the connection between the puppet and him. It was a language he had never heard before, yet it seemed to be understandable and comprehensible. All in all, that rambling was full of seductive meaning, trying to get those who came into contact with the shrine to continuously offer sacrifices to the god. As long as a sacrifice is offered, the sacrificer will get everything he wants. It wasn't as terrible as I imagined. At least Incheng's mind wasn't affected in the slightest. The character panel in horror games also clearly reflects one's current situation. Fortunately, if it's just babbling, it's not a big problem. We can take it back to the horror world and hand it over to the vampire bosses to study. They'd probably be very interested in the secrets of the evil god, wouldn't they? Incheng narrowed his eyes, a plan forming in his mind. Chapter 186 The Man in Blue. After the first attempt, the subsequent actions became much simpler. The parasitic puppet manipulated the horrifying corpse and made numerous attempts. Incheng confirmed that the shrine's effects were indeed limited to bewitching and sacrifice. There are no additional active abilities. Certainly, if he were to launch a preemptive attack on the shrine, then everything would be uncertain. Before Song Wu became the master, no one knew how many ordinary people or players this shrine had consumed. No one knows how many humans and players Song Wu sacrificed for him. And how many sacrifices did the shrine consume? The layout and environment of the City of Memories resemble the style of the Great Xia dynasty in the last century. In other words, the shrine has probably existed in the world for over 100 years. How much power did it accumulate during this process? This is really a hot potato, but luckily I didn't plan to take it on right away. Incheng's lips curled up slightly as he safely stored the shrine inside the beast head leather belt. I didn't dare to bring it into the mirror realm, just in case unforeseen circumstances arise that might affect Hill, which would be an unacceptable situation. When faced with methods of a ferocious god, no amount of caution is excessive. Yunqing, the horizon. He was dressed in a long blue robe, carrying 3 long swords on his back, and several smaller swords were also clipped to his waist. He stepped onto a giant sword and descended from the sky. On his shoulders sat a ghost that looked no bigger than the palm of his hand, resembling a child. Hey Lao Qing, can't you take it easy for yourself every day? Wouldn't it be nice to have some tea, go shopping, and buy some food for us? With my help, why would you work so hard every day to quell the rebellion in the palace? The seemingly innocent ghost child is actually a rare sword demon with incredibly sharp attack methods. It is a rare type of ghost known for its absolute attacks. You don't understand. A faint smile appeared on the slightly weathered face of the man in blue, and he said slowly, in life, there are things one should do and things one should not do. I have chosen this path, and I will stick to it to the end, just as you chose me, won't you? The child sword demon nodded as if he understood. You're older, so let's assume you're right for now. Upon hearing this, the man in blue twitched his eye violently and couldn't help but say, You, a sword demon who is over 1,000 years old, actually say that I, a strong man who is not even 50, am old? But I look young. The child sword demon blinked his big eyes, with an expression that said, Isn't that right? The man in blue. He adhered to the principle of not arguing with women and children. The man in blue, riding a giant sword, quietly landed in the stronghold of the Palace of Suppression. The person in charge of the meeting looked excited, as if he had seen an idol. Tell me the details. Time is of the essence. I'll head to the location immediately. The man in blue didn't say much, his expression somewhat serious. Yes. The subordinate of the Palace of Pacifying Chaos responded excitedly, and then informed the man in blue robes of the latest situation as quickly as possible. This includes information just obtained from the rescued individuals. Thank you for your hard work. I'll set off right away. The giant sword swept across the sky, carrying the man in blue away gracefully. The Pinghuan Palace who remained at the base looked on with envy. Sword cultivators, with their immortal-like demeanor, who wouldn't envy them? The cold wind howled. The giant sword carried the man in blue at breakneck speed across the sky, causing his robes to flutter wildly in the wind. He frowned, a bad feeling creeping into his heart. Little sword, have you heard anything about the mirror people? Mirror man. The child sword demon pondered, a confused expression on his little face. Clearly, in his long life of over 1,000 years, he had never heard of such a ghost. Are you suspecting that the creature that occupied that forest isn't a chosen one of the gods, but a real ghost? The naive swordsman thought for a moment, somewhat surprised by the blue-robed man's speculation. No, that possibility is too low. I'm just thinking what his intention was in deliberately showing himself in front of others, and whether his abilities could restrain us. A hint of worry flickered in the eyes of the man in blue. Since the arrival of the horror world, chosen ones whom everyone longed to be not the core force that restored order. On the contrary, they became the most troublesome group for the Palace of Suppressing Rebellion. This situation is quite normal. After all, there are people like him who are willing to protect their territory. There are also those who will sabotage things for their own ambitions. What he was worried about was figuring out which type of mirror people suddenly appeared. Hostility? Neutral? Or is it friendly? Although the information delivered to him by the Palace of Pacifying the Rebellion was extremely limited. However, the man in blue was still able to deduce something. For example, the Mirror Man played a crucial role in enabling those who were rescued to escape the forest. He even suspected that Jingren had deliberately let that group of people go. Otherwise, with his bizarre methods, even without killing them, trapping those people to death would be a very simple matter. Therefore, the possibility of hostility has been greatly reduced. As for friendliness, the man in blue directly denied that possibility. Truly favored by the gods who held a friendly attitude towards the Palace of Suppressing Chaos had basically become their partners. I hope he really is just a neutral hermit who wants to live in seclusion. The man in blue sighed helplessly. At that moment, the child sword demon on his shoulder seemed to have thought of something. That's right. I haven't heard of the Mirror Man, but I do know about ghosts related to mirrors, as well as information about the 3 mirror ghost artifacts in the horror world. Tell me about it. The man in blue's eyes lit up instantly. The 3 ghostly artifacts are the soul-losing mirror, the spirit-losing mirror, and the thousand faces mirror. The blood-clad, ghostly lady mirror wields the soul-losing mirror. The man in blue listened to the news about the child swordsman. They gradually slowed down and approached the edge of the somewhat gloomy forest. The helicopters that were pacifying the palace were still circling and roaring. Outside the forest, many members had deployed a large number of firearms, some even poised to fire. The arrival of the man in blue was like a shot in the arm for them, instantly invigorating them. However, the man in blue didn't pay them any attention at all. Instead, he stared intently at the center of the forest, at the paradise surrounding the logging camp. Such dense, ghostly energy. It's condensed and won't dissipate, turning that area into a hidden ghost realm that's almost indistinguishable from a horror movie. The child sword demon cried out in surprise, rubbing his eyes hard, his face full of disbelief. Chapter 187 Lawful Neutrality? The man in blue's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. The seriousness of the situation was far greater than he had initially imagined. I thought he was just a powerful chosen one of the gods. They wanted to obtain a privilege from the Palace of Pacifying the Rebellion, so that they could become more carefree and at ease. Judging from the current situation, although it is impossible to see clearly what is actually happening beneath that illusory appearance, but the dense ghostly aura within was almost completely concealed, making it a veritable ghostly realm in broad daylight. This is not something an ordinary person favored by the gods could do. Even I, and even the Palace of Suppression, would find it difficult to achieve this level. The man in blue couldn't help but gasp. Despite being dressed in red, he felt a chill run through his entire body. Old Sheen, I have to seriously warn you, this matter is probably beyond our expectations. The young sword demon's face also became serious. It would be difficult for beings like us to cover such a large area with ghostly energy and keep it there for so long, almost turning it into a netherworld of ghosts. So there are only 2 possibilities left. First, There is some kind of special ghost artifact here that can have this effect. Favored one residing here is a terrifying being in red robes who has created his own domain. Upon hearing this, the man in blue couldn't help but smile bitterly. Neither of these 2 points seems to be good news for us. Most importantly, Xiao Jian, answer me seriously. Will the horror world invade the human world? He held the child sword demon in his hands, his expression extremely serious. The child swordsman was speechless. You're asking me this question? Who am I supposed to ask? We're just red clothes. Do you understand? Do you think we can manage world-class affairs? The man in blue. You're right, but I don't accept it. That was his thought at that moment. A moment later. Call. The mocking expression on the child swordsman's face, the man in blue let out a long sigh. His gaze gradually hardened. Special cases are special cases. As long as the one in the forest does not harbor hostility towards the world, then if he wants a pure land, then we will give him this pure land. Having made up his mind, the man in blue no longer hesitated. With a gentle wave of his hand, the greatsword fell into his grasp, its heavy body appearing remarkably agile in his hands. The man in blue was extremely fast, following the trail of Lan Ming and the others. Inside the logging camp, Yinxing opened his eyes after a period of quiet waiting. A sharp glint appeared in his deep pupils. It's finally here. With a whisper, the little girl Hill obediently merged into his body. The mirrored illusion enveloped his body once more. The face formed by prisms was terrifying to behold. Deep in the forest, Lan Ming and the others felt as if each day was an eternity. They remained rooted to the spot, not daring to make a move. The mirror man's words were like a warning, making them afraid to move forward. Similarly, they do not want to back down. Something unexpected had clearly happened in the forest, and they were worried that if they left now, they would miss the opportunity to investigate. During this period, Lan Ming had tried communicating with the figure in the mirror before. Unfortunately, the other party completely ignored him. A simple full-length mirror appears to everyone as if it contains a completely different world. The reflection in the mirror is so close, yet so distant and untouchable. When they were at a loss, a figure in green appeared before them and then quickly stopped. Mirror ghost. Be careful, this guy is most likely a mirror ghost, and one with top-tier talent. The child sword demon sat on the shoulder of the man in blue, and as soon as he saw the mirror, he immediately made a judgment. As a rare and unusual ghost, he possessed extremely keen perception and noticed something unusual. The mirror is a simple mirror, but what lies in that mirror reflecting the outside world is far more complex than what the naked eye can see. Advance and join the dead, retreat and return to the realm of the living. Lost sheep, make your choice. A hoarse, deep voice slowly echoed through the silent forest after the arrival of the man in blue. Who are you? The man in blue was, after all, a powerful figure of the red-clad level, and also had the support of the sword demon. Instead of being intimidated by Yinxing's rambling words, she took the initiative to ask. That's the question. It was as if the reflection in the mirror had been stumped. Various strange lights and shadows kept appearing on that bizarre and eerie face. After a while, a hoarse, deep voice slowly rang out. My identity has long been forgotten. Now, I am merely a guardian of the forest of oblivion. If the lambs are willing, they can call me Mr. Mirror. To act, you have to go all the way. Before the arrival of the man in blue, Yincheng had already fabricated a plausible background for his identity. His third identity, Mr. Mirror, is the guardian of the forest of confusion. As for what they're guarding, well, let the people in the Palace of Suppression guess for themselves. Based on this foundation, Yincheng can even evolve a fourth identity. Use your shadow ability to play the role of an enforcer in the Forest of Confusion. What are we enforcing? We're enforcing the ironclad rules of the Forest of Confusion, of course. The Mirror of Deception, sir? The man in blue pondered for a moment. Since you say you are the guardian of the Forest of Bewilderment, then, could you enlighten me? He chose to probe the identity given by Yincheng. About the Forest of Confusion from Mr. Mirror. Introductions are complete, lambs. This is not a place for the living. Go home. Yincheng, hidden in the mirror's realm, remained completely unhurried. The goal is to create an awe-inspiring amusement park. Therefore, his identity as a guardian must be kept sufficiently mysterious and powerful. The best way to demonstrate your skill is to set rules that they dare not violate. Having finished his self-introduction, he naturally had no reason to answer the question from the man in blue. But the dialogue between the pacification of the chaotic palace is, in fact, quite necessary. So what should we do? The solution is simple. Inchung has already set the rules of the game for those who are quelling the chaos in the palace. Since he had designated the Forest of Confusion as the path home for the dead, there is only one way to learn about this place. Once the deceased is returned home, he can answer one question. What is the concept of the deceased? Those are, of course, ghosts and monsters from the world of horror. A ghost, a deal involving a problem. Then, they used an answer that didn't even exist to respond to the person who was trying to quell the chaos in the palace. In these answers, Inchung will gradually guide the people of the Pingwan Palace to speculate on the reason for the birth of the Forest of Confusion. As he initially said, this is the way home for the dead. Therefore, they disguise themselves as ghosts and monsters in the human world and return to the lawful neutral forces of the horror world. There are still no problems. Chapter 188 hints at the new game. The third time they were persuaded to return, the man in blue felt a sense of relief. Mr. Mirror is at least not a crazy person who can't communicate and kills anyone he sees. It's much better to be able to communicate and exchange ideas than to have to resort to violence every time you meet. He didn't even consider whether the guy in front of him was faking it. After all, no one could create such a grand spectacle just to act like a ghost. That's something even suppressing the rebellion in the palace couldn't easily accomplish. The man in blue would never have imagined this. The terrifying and horrific world he saw was simply a result of a terrible horror amusement park that had been copied and recreated. Mr. Mirror, it was wrong of us to trespass here. The man in blue deliberately lowered his posture and said slowly. However, as a member of the Great Xia Palace for pacifying the chaos, it is just like the duty you are fulfilling in this forest. Our mission is to maintain the order and stability of Great Xia. Therefore, I hope to obtain some information about the Forest of Confusion in order to confirm your existence and prevent you from causing panic and threat to Great Xia. By adopting a humble attitude and drawing parallels based on one's own status, one can evoke resonance. Finally, they made their stance clear. The man in blue robes did have some skill in his speech, though not much. This is the attitude of the palace of pacifying the rebellion. In special times, they can adopt special methods to treat different people or things differently. It's impossible to deal with beings that transcend the mundane world using the same methods you would use with ordinary people. But, before that, there is one principle that cannot be violated. That means, they cannot be enemies of the Great Xia. They are powerful, have no excessive ambitions, and can let the chaos in the palace go unchecked. However, if they do something that crosses the line, that would be outside their tolerance range. Perhaps it will be difficult for them to kill the incredibly powerful chosen one of the gods in a short time. But the Palace of Pacifying Chaos is a group of very persistent people. They would constantly plot how to kill anything that threatened the order of the Great Xia dynasty. It was this perseverance that made the Great Xia dynasty far more stable than other countries in this era. Sakurajima, a certain place, has long since become a paradise for those favored by the gods to run rampant. I guess the status of those favored by the gods is equivalent to that of gods there. Ordinary humans, even gamers, are seen by those crazy, God-favored ones. It's no different from slaves eating meat. Maintaining order. The figure in the mirror seemed to have undergone a slight emotional change, and the hoarse voice carried a hint of fluctuation. Yes, to maintain order, the man in blue said firmly. We hope you can give us a chance to get to know each other. Perhaps we can even help you? Help? Mr. Mirror pondered for a moment, and finally made an extra move. In the mirror, he slowly extended a finger that reflected light like glass. Help me, send the dead back to their homeland. You can? Answer one question. His hoarse voice, as if he had made a decision, spoke with a slight stiffness. Upon hearing this, the man in blue's eyes lit up instantly. I'm not afraid of paying a price for communication. I'm afraid of not being able to communicate at all. However, Lan Ming, who was on the side, asked very keenly, Excuse me, Mr. Ghost Mirror, what do you mean by sending the dead back? But this time, Mr. Mirror showed no intention of answering. He slowly withdrew his finger and looked at them without saying a word. Everyone, how about we retreat first? We can come back to ask after we've figured out what that means, someone suggested. The man in blue shook his head, his gaze falling on the child swordsman, and asked in a low voice, Little swordsman, do you have any thoughts about what Mr. Ghost Mirror said? What nonsense. How would I know? Xiao Jian retorted irritably. It's the dead's journey home. So why don't you just send him a few dead people? Everyone was speechless and didn't take his words seriously. Lan Ming's eyes, however, gleamed. I think I might understand what Mr. Ghost Mirror meant by the dead. Lan Ming pointed at the child sword ghost in front of the man in blue. Aren't the ghosts and monsters in the horror world the purest form of the dead? Hiss. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped, their scalps tingling. The dead equals ghosts and monsters in the horror world. Such thoughts did indeed arise in their minds. However, the price is too high, so much so that they are subconsciously unwilling to accept or believe it. Lan Ming chuckled wryly, then continued, what else could be more likely to be defined as the dead than the ghosts and monsters in a horror world? There are no extraordinary beings in the human world. This has been a fact established long ago. Only players who enter the horror game can acquire extraordinary power and thus become different from others. In the human world, death is death. Research has shown us that without external intervention, people do not become ghosts after death. Therefore, the sending back the dead that Mr. Ghost Mirror refers to is definitely not as simple as just a pile of corpses. Lan Ming's tone became increasingly certain, and he began to have more guesses about the significance of the Forest of Confusion. Bring me those evil chosen ones being held captive in the base as quickly as possible. Hurry. To verify his guess, Lan Ming made a decision immediately. Several members of the Pingluan Palace immediately began to take action. In secret, Yincheng's lips curled up slightly. If he could, he would praise Lan Ming. Talking to smart people is easy. Even if I only reveal a few things superficially, they will fill in the blanks with more information on their own. Yincheng would never reveal the significance of the Forest of Confusion himself. What he wanted was for the palace to deduce and speculate on its own after the chaos was quelled. Mystery and the unknown will become the veil shrouding the Forest of Confusion. Before this veil is completely lifted, those who quelled the chaos in the palace will not act rashly. In particular, they would even proactively categorize Yincheng as belonging to the lawful neutral camp. Time slips away, bit by bit. Yincheng, who was in control of the situation, suddenly encountered a slightly unexpected situation. Lucky player Yincheng, given your previous active participation in a game, you will have the power to choose your path before this round of thrilling games begins. Please make your choice within 1 day, participate or decline. This round of the game will begin in 1 day. Please prepare in advance if you wish to participate. The warning sound of a horror game rang in his mind, catching Yincheng off guard. I see. So, by actively participating in the game, one gains the power of free choice? But, I don't seem to have any reason to refuse, do I? For others, this is an incredibly difficult struggle for survival. But for me, it is an opportunity to continuously improve my abilities. After a brief moment of thought, Yincheng chose to participate without hesitation. Chapter 189 The night was just right. Out of the Forest of Confusion. Lan Ming's expression was strange. The man in blue frowned deeply. The child sword demon looked completely bewildered. Chosen ones from the Palace of Pacifying Chaos seemed to understand, but not quite. Their eyes filled with confusion. Who I am? Where am I? What am I doing? The feeling of the people of the Palace of Pacifying Chaos after sacrificing more than a dozen evil, divinely favored demons. A ghost trades for an answer. Such a price cannot be described as merely high. Even the order maintainers of the Great Xia dynasty are severely damaged by the Pingluan Palace. What bothered them most was that the initiative was still completely in Mr. Mirror's hands. The man in blue had considered testing the waters. But as soon as he had that idea, Mr. Mirror saw right through it. Such an incredible, bizarre ability to see into someone's mind. He immediately dispelled all of the green-clad guests' delusions and then strictly followed the rules set by Mr. Ghost Mirror, conducting an unfair contest. It's also an unequal transaction. The information we ultimately received was still extremely limited. All we can know is that the Forest of Confusion will not expand and will forever remain within this quiet forest. Mr. Mirror will not leave the forest. The Forest of Confusion is to guide the dead back to the Pure Land. The living must not set foot in the territory of the dead. That's all the useful information. The rest is rather vague, and some questions weren't even answered at all. Go back and report the truth. The decision-makers at the higher levels will make a judgment. The man in blue said helplessly. But no matter what, we must refrain from any tentative actions before the decision-makers issue any instructions. Mr. Mirror seems to possess a terrifying ability to see into people's hearts. Everyone remained silent. From the Forest of Confusion, everyone's heart seemed to be shrouded in a shadow. This put them under unprecedented pressure. There's absolutely no reaction from Ms. Mirror right now. Could something have gone wrong? Back then, even a simple gesture like a kiss would cause her strong dissatisfaction. But now, In Chung toyed with the storyboard of the lost soul in his hand, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Qing Yuan is, after all, the mother of little Sierre. From another perspective, they are one. In Chung still had to keep her safety in mind. In Chung patted Hill's smooth head. Hill, could something have happened to your mother? She hasn't contacted us for so long. Hill replied innocently. Don't worry, big brother. Mother hasn't contacted us because of other things. Everything will be fine. That's good. In Chung felt a little relieved, then grasped the key point. Do you know the specifics of the other matters? The little girl Hill immediately pretended to be stupid and remained silent. Seeing this, In Chung didn't press the matter further. Instead, she smiled and patted Hill's head, sighing. Hill's all grown up now. He has his own little secrets too. Hill was a little embarrassed, so she snuggled into In Cheng's arms and started to act cute and charming. Not long after, big brother, it seems like Tang Tang has recovered. A longing look instantly flashed in his amber eyes. Eat up, there's plenty to go around today. In Chung spoke with great enthusiasm. For a vampire, the time of becoming a sage is so short. Ultimately, he lacked a certain level of understanding, allowing the demonic mind to linger for a long time. I made a promise to Hill at the third hospital, and of course I have to keep it. After resolving the shrine incident and settling the people who had been quelling the palace chaos. Throughout the entire day, In Chung didn't do anything. He just played around with Hill. But whenever he has an idea, the long silent, soulless storyboard suddenly started trembling wildly, like a tiny electric motor. That barely dissuaded him from attempting to drive without a license. After a bitter thought flashed through his mind, before I can take down Hill, I must win over Lady Mirror. In Chung has entered a new game. Before entering the game, he used Hill's abilities to successfully gain the approval of the Black Mist Demon Scythe. He became an extremely rare dual wielder. After setting the parasitic puppet with the rule of killing any trespassers, In Chung left him at the logging site. The puppets, with their top-tier red-clad combat power, are sufficient to sustain the current situation. A hazy feeling crept in. His figure gradually faded until it disappeared. Whoa! The night was pitch black, with morning stars filling the sky and a crescent moon hanging high in the air. A wolf's howl shattered the silence of the night. This also jolted In Chung awake from his momentary bewilderment after being transported to the world of horror. His gaze sharpened, and his pupils contracted slightly. There was no trace of any player around, and eerie shadows silently spread throughout the area. In Cheng's body tensed up, poised to strike. Hill was also inside him, holding the lost soul mirror, waiting cautiously. A landscape quite different from the world of horror. This explains the special nature of this round of the game. That perpetually dark, deathly silent, and oppressive sky is the norm in the world of horror. Rather than the beautiful scenery of stars filling the sky before me, In Chung was currently on a cliff, with a grove of ancient pine trees below. Under the hazy moonlight, he could vaguely see some fleeting dark shadows in the forest. It is an animal, yet it is not. A manifestation of special rule power. It involves the power of rules. In Chung knew that this game was probably far more complicated than it seemed. Chapter 190, The 8-Foot Man's Fairy Tale Forest. Game start. Current dungeon, 8-Foot Master's Fairy Tale Forest. Mission details. In this vast and boundless forest, there are one strange puzzle after another, waiting for players to trigger them. A puzzle game. Successfully solving 3 puzzles will complete the mission. Given the extreme difficulty of this mission, each player will be granted 1 death immunity in this horror game. Please cherish it. Friendly reminder. Fairy tales are beautiful, but reality is cruel. The basic rewards for this round of the game will be distributed after the game ends. Eligibility for immunity from death. In Cheng's eyes were slightly dazed, and he murmured to himself. The game difficulty has been increased. This was actually within his expectations, since with his current strength, low-level games wouldn't have any impact at all. But what caught him somewhat off guard was, the game was so difficult that even horror games provided extra life-saving measures. Ordinary players, and even those favored by the gods, experience dangers in every aspect of the game they play. Death can happen at any time. Even so, they did not obtain such a precious exemption from death. But this time, fortunately, this is a puzzle game. In Chung quickly regained his composure. His gaze gradually sharpened. With the existence of the Eye of Insight, everything within its field of vision can be discerned. Solve the mystery? It doesn't exist. I just went into the exam room with the answers right away. Having figured out the key to the problem, In Chung breathed a sigh of relief and began to carefully observe his surroundings. The cliffs are very high. It allows him to have a bird's-eye view of the forest below. The howls of wolves, the cawing of crows, and the chirping of various insects echoed continuously through the forest. It seemed no different from the primeval forests in the human world. Soon, Yin Cheng's eyes caught glimpses of twinkling light swaying in the distance of the forest. It appears to be a small, communal tribe living there, with fires lit around their eyes. It seems that to trigger the so-called puzzle-solving quest, we need to interact with those NPCs in the forest. Turning his gaze away, Yin Cheng had a certain idea in mind. Solving the puzzle wasn't difficult. He only needs to know the riddle to quickly arrive at the answer. But before that, I tried making a phone call, and predictably, it failed. Within the domain of the 8-foot man's rules, the connection between Count Rose and him has been severed. He felt a vague, hazy sense of the marks Serena had left on him. This is not simple. Yin Cheng became more vigilant. As one of the vampire clan's most powerful members, Serena's strength is undeniably exceptional. The so-called 8-foot-tall adult was actually able to blur the marks and sensations she left on him to a certain extent. It can be inferred that the owner of this forest is definitely not a simple person. That's right. Yin Cheng suddenly had a whim and opened his personal profile panel. As expected, the mark that guy left me in the City of Memories has dimmed considerably. However, Yin Cheng grimaced, feeling a bit of a toothache. The mark of the astronomical god hasn't changed at all. It's damn sturdy. It's definitely the fiend god. Under the rule of the fairy tale forest. A simple test proved the mark's owner's strength. Fortunately, the evil spirit has been gone for many years, so there's no need to worry too much for now. Let's get started. Once we've completed the task quickly, we can throw this hot potato of a shrine into the hands of the vampires. If there are any problems, the big shots of the vampire clan will naturally take care of them. Even if it escalates to the level of a malevolent spirit, then there's even less to worry about. Adhering to the principle that if the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up, Yin Cheng felt relieved. Then, whoosh, he took a leap. From a cliff hundreds of meters high. Just as he was about to land, his shadow transformed into eerie patterns and attached itself to Yin Cheng's body. Like a leaf, it fell silently into the forest of dead leaves. Yin Cheng blended perfectly into the shadows. Nighttime is the prime time for the abilities of the shadow to shine. He was like an invisible ghost, moving through the forest under the perfect night sky. The burly man, Lena, with his broad shoulders and thick waist, wielding a giant axe, stared coldly at the woman in front of him. Crazy woman, I'm not one of those lapdogs of yours. Stay away from me, or else. Behind Rita, a burst of blazing blue lightning surged, and within the blue light, a somewhat blurry face could be vaguely seen. The Inlay Gue, along with the Jin Gue, is one of the rarest ghosts with explosive attack power. The alluring woman chuckled and swayed her seductive figure as she moved closer to Lena. She dressed in avant-garde clothes. She was covered only by a semi-transparent light gauze. 3 crucial points. The 2 spots above were just covered with 2 band-aids. This female gamer possesses boundless charm with every smile and gesture. However, Rita remained unmoved by her, instead becoming unusually wary. Click. A bolt of lightning suddenly burst forth as the woman moved forward. A thunderclap boomed. Strangely, the ground was completely undamaged. Not even a single blade of grass was broken. Rita's pupils contracted slightly, and a hint of shock flashed across the alluring woman's eyes. The name of Rita may not be well known to ordinary people. However, in the minds of a certain group of players, he is basically synonymous with destructive power. However, in this eerie forest, Rita's probing attacks failed to damage even a single patch of grass. Such an outrageous scene naturally aroused their high alert. Alluring and avant-garde female players stopped her advance, attempting to cling to a powerful figure. A hint of resentment lingered on her face. Brother Rita, I just felt that this game was fraught with danger, and the horror game even gave out unprecedented special privileges like death immunity. Out of concern, I wanted to team up with you to improve our survival rate. Since brother doesn't like it, then sister naturally won't bother you any longer. Sister will be leaving now. A affected, high-pitched voice. But when applied to the woman in front of us, it somehow doesn't seem out of place. Rita's resolute face showed no change in expression, but a hint of hesitation flickered deep in his eyes. He disliked women and remained unmoved by the allure of the enchantress Su Lian. What made Rita hesitate was that Su Lian, the demoness, did indeed have a point. His contracted spirit unleashed a warning bolt of dark lightning, but it didn't even damage the lawn in the slightest. Lien said, "This game is extremely bizarre and terrifying." Chapter 191 Fairy Tale Scene Triggered, Little Red Riding Hood. In the shadows. The perspective is completely different from usual. It was as if the shadows around me had become my eyes. Where shadows linger, everything can be clearly perceived. It's somewhat like a god's eye view with an all-around, unobstructed perspective. The only drawback is that the scope is not very wide. With Yin Sheng's current strength in red, he can only spread out a shadowy field of vision within a radius of about 100 meters. He estimated that he would only be able to do so when he himself made further progress. Having grown into a being of the blood robe level, one already possesses domain abilities. Only with a vision of shadows can we take things a step further and achieve a fundamental transformation. Although the field of vision is limited, as he blended into the shadows, and in no time he had already penetrated deep into the fairy tale forest. Is my luck a little too good? In the shadows, two figures, maintaining a certain distance, cautiously explored the forest. This caught Yin Sheng's eye, leaving him slightly speechless. A vast and boundless forest. He just wandered around aimlessly and still managed to run into two human players. The luck was truly outrageous. Sure enough, with the game's difficulty greatly increased, the players participating in this game are far more formidable than those we encountered before. The information from the Eye of Insight gave Yin Sheng a very clear understanding of the strength of the man and woman in front of him. The man named Rita is a rare red-clad powerhouse in the world. The contracted spirit is the Yin Thunder Spirit, known for its powerful attacks. What impressed Yin Sheng even more was that Rita, like him, was a top talent who awakened his abilities the moment he entered the game. Its innate talent is called Wrath. During battle, Rita's strength will increase to a certain extent as his rage grows. It's very practical, but its drawbacks are also obvious. The greater the boost from the rage state, the lower one's sanity will be. It's a talent that's somewhat of a double-edged sword. Named Su Lien was not as strong as Lei Ta, only at the peak of the ghost realm, and was not good at fighting. However, she was also a rare player who awakened her talent at the very beginning of the game. Its innate talent is called Pomegranate Skirt. This was a talent that even Yin Sheng found somewhat strange and eerie. The Pomegranate Skirt talent allows men who have a level of affection for Su Lien that exceeds the level of trust to submit to her. Of course, talent is not without its limitations. Those who are 2 ranks higher than Su Lien are unaffected. For those above the blood robe level, it will be completely ineffective. During the vengeful spirit stage, one is perfectly able to control the red-clad level. The lustful ghost in red robes within her body undoubtedly signed a contract with Su Lien because of this. A lustful ghost encountered someone like Su Lien. That would truly be like throwing a meat bun to a dog, a complete waste. After determining the strength and abilities of the 2 individuals, silently, Yin Sheng followed the shadow and entered the shadow beneath Su Lien's feet. Neither of them were particularly skilled in perception, and they maintained a high degree of vigilance towards each other. They didn't notice at all. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the forest, casting Su Lien's shadow, making it appear even darker. The burly Lei Ta and the alluring Su Lien. The beautiful woman and the wild beast duo traversed the dark forest, their footsteps blending seamlessly with the sounds of insects and birds. Stop. Suddenly, Rita lowered her voice and stopped walking. A serious expression appeared on Su Lien's delicate face. The lustful ghost, with its sunken eyes and sleepy appearance, slowly appeared behind her. He exuded a somewhat inexplicable aura, an aura that seemed to possess the ability to arouse certain primal desires. Rita subtly increased the distance again. The combination of the lustful ghost and Su Lien is truly a perfect pairing. Males who are obsessed with lust are more likely to be careless and develop feelings for the opposite sex beneath them. Of course, some perverts are an exception. Su Lien herself is also quite charming. She can easily win the favor of men when she has in-depth conversations with them. Whether that feeling of affection is temporary or permanent, none of that matters. Importantly, once the critical point is reached, Su Lien can activate her pomegranate skirt talent. She would make him submit to her and become her plaything in the palm of her hand. This ability was exposed, which alerted players like Rita. It's all thanks to a certain Su Lien's simp, the kind who simps but can't get what he wants. To put it bluntly, Su Lien completely looked down on his weak strength. As a result, although he couldn't get what he wanted, he still managed to get some dirt on Su Lien through sheer perseverance. Then, in a fit of endless jealousy and resentment, he immediately exploded at Su Lien. And then, that was it. Su Lian became someone that many male players were extremely wary of and guarded against. Alluring and seductive she is, few powerful male players can easily approach her. But for some reason, the weak, sycophantic men that Su Lian disliked actually increased in number. They're here. The alluring Su Lian also restrained herself somewhat at this moment. A pair of watery eyes were fixed on the source of the constant noise in the dark forest. Without saying a word, Rita silently put on the steel knuckle duster. Swish, swish. A tall figure moved swiftly through the forest, making a series of sounds as it passed through the vegetation. Rita is poised to strike. Su Lian hid behind the lustful ghost. Hidden in the shadows, Yincheng leisurely became a spectator. It's rare to have two pieces that can help you test the risks. He certainly had no reason to reveal his whereabouts. Whoosh. Was rapidly approaching from within the forest finally revealed its true form under the moonlight. It was a humanoid creature with hair as fine as steel needles and a grayish-black color. To be precise, he is called a werewolf. The moment that ferocious, drooling face with exposed fangs appeared before the three of them, the warning sounds from the horror world rang in their ears simultaneously. The fairy tale scene, Little Red Riding Hood, has been triggered. Please solve the mystery in this scene. Friendly reminder. What's the key to solving this puzzle game? Don't kill him. The moment the notification sound rang in their ears, the werewolves had already launched an attack on the two of them. Su Lian acted decisively and reminded Leta. I know without you telling me. Leta grunted, his fists clashing together, and lightning flashed. The crackling electricity seemed to converge into a pair of thunderous fist gloves, attaching themselves to his fists. Boom. Fist and wolf claw collided. A woo. The intense pain drove the werewolf even crazier, causing it to let out a piercing howl. Retta looked on incredulously, forced to retreat several steps by a single swipe of his claw from this seemingly ordinary werewolf. Chapter 192 Werewolf. Race. Human. Make your move. This werewolf is no ordinary creature. Rita roared, and violent lightning instantly enveloped his entire body. The Een Thunder Demon within his body transformed into a hideous ghost face, appearing on his chest. Een Legaway completely handed over the initiative in the battle to Leta. It is amplified in a unique way. He's got something. This guy must be one of the strongest hidden chosen ones in the world. In the shadows, Yincheng observed Leta's every move, admiring him inwardly. To be able to become a chosen one of the gods, and to make contracted spirits act entirely according to one's will. Those are completely different things. At the moment, Een Legaway willingly assisted from the sidelines, fully empowering Leta with his own power. This shows that he trusts Retta very much, or rather, he has a very high level of recognition of Retta's combat ability. While the game's difficulty has increased significantly, the corresponding player skill level has also risen dramatically, but the problem remains obvious. The limit of human players is only at the level of the red-clothed. When the strength is not equal, it is no different from suicide in games involving the unspeakable level of the power of rules. Even horror games offer a special ability like immunity from death, which speaks volumes. If a player survives this game, does it mean the player will have the opportunity to touch the level of the bloodstained robe? Yincheng's gaze was fixed on the seemingly ordinary werewolf. His information was completely exposed. Rampaging werewolf, Mike. Race. Human. He's not pitiful at all. Some old lady deliberately made him look like this. Friendliness level. Unstoppable. A madman with no sense of reason, who will only kill any living being in his path. Strength. Red-clad. His greatest strength is his durability. Preferences. None. Without reason, there are no preferences. Killing is merely a mechanical process. Weakness. Loss of consciousness. Current status. Kill. 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 Tear everything in sight apart. Devour everything in sight. A woo. Werewolves have very average attributes. The race section, along with its notes, put Yincheng on high alert. Human beings. Where did the humans in this terrifying world come from? There's only one answer. The players who were chosen and summoned. He didn't die from the game. Instead, he was transformed into this grotesque state. Is it due to the inherent characteristics of the fairy tale forest, or is it because something unspeakable is being conducted in secret, some kind of special experiment? Yincheng had a slight guess in his heart. In the recent world of horror, things are very strange. Even the rarest and most unspeakable ghosts are frequently appearing. The asterisk god had already begun plotting and scheming in the human world at least a century ago. He suspected that a drastic change might be imminent. Bang! Boom. Sizzle. A violent collision, a burst of explosive lightning. This is a battle between real men, every punch landing hard, blood and flesh flying everywhere. The werewolf is, after all, just a very durable red-clothed character. Facing Lena, who is blessed with the Een Legaway and the Rage talent. Lena, who directs the lustful ghost to release aphrodisiac smoke. The werewolf was ultimately defeated and collapsed to the ground. This is the power of desire, which involves the level of instinct and has nothing to do with whether one is conscious or not. Therefore, the lustful ghost can still influence the crazed werewolf. This causes them to instinctively want to bond together, while simultaneously being dominated by a bloodthirsty and murderous will. Significantly reduces control over the body, which naturally affects combat. Click, click. Bones were violently broken, making a chilling sound. Retta acted very steadily in response to the brutal red-clad werewolf, and even gave Su Lien a cold glance. Stop with your little tricks. The battle is over, and you'd better stop releasing that damn smoke. Little sister is just worried about you. Brother Retta werewolves are so brutal. If we don't keep them under control, I'm afraid you'll get hurt. Was sweet and coquettish, like she was pleading. Su Lien obediently put away the lustful ghost. These monsters aren't strong in combat, but they're surprisingly useful as support. Well, the main reason is that, apart from ghosts of the lustful type, few male ghosts or spirits could develop a level of affection for Su Lien that reached the level of trust. Snort. Lena groaned, silently arched his back, and ignored Su Lien. Frowning, she flipped the werewolf, whose limbs were all severed, over. A fleeting glimpse made Su Lien's eyes brighten. While the werewolf was badly injured, covered in wounds, and his fur was charred black. But he still made sounds as if he was unwilling to admit defeat. There was not a trace of reason in those blood-red eyes. Looks like we won't get anything out of him. Tie him up and take him away. He might be one of the key factors in solving the mystery. Since it's a fairy tale and a werewolf has appeared, there should also be some villagers who have been persecuted by the werewolf. Also, what is the story of Little Red Riding Hood? Do you know it? Retta was a very decisive person. After a simple analysis, she didn't bother with any futile efforts. He pulled out a bundle of steel rope he always carried and tied the werewolf up tightly. He's a rough man. He doesn't understand all that nonsense. I've never heard of fairy tales, but I've read quite a few water margin stories. Su Lien giggled. Brother Lena, you've come to the right person. I'm quite familiar with stories like Little Red Riding Hood. Su Lien didn't mince words or make any demands. Keeping a distance from Rita, he walked and told her the simple fairy tale of Little Red Riding Hood. There are quite a few versions. Especially when discussing adult-oriented storylines, Su Lien intentionally or unintentionally emphasized the details. Hearing this, Een Chung, who was hiding in his shadow, couldn't help but grin. He thought to himself that this woman was truly amazing. She would stop at nothing to maximize her talent. Only a straight man like Retta could completely ignore her charm. Chapter 193. Is it really true that a sincere person is trying to seduce Xiaohong? Hidden in the shadows, they had a bird's-eye view of about 100 meters. But it was still a bit boring. Previously, standing on the cliff overlooking the forest below, I had already clearly felt the vastness of this forest. You truly immerse yourself in it. You can experience it even more deeply. The monotony of constantly moving forward while the scenery remains repetitive and monotonous. Leta and Su Lien's brows had become furrowed without them even noticing, dragging along the werewolf, who kept whimpering and howling, following the direction from which the werewolves attacked. After advancing for nearly half an hour, we didn't see a single human being, or even a bird's feather. Brother Retta, have we gone the wrong way? Su Lien no longer had any intention of tempting Leta, and her tone became much more serious. Direction, Retta said in a muffled voice. Do you think we can still tell which way is which in this eerie forest? Does this mean we can only keep walking aimlessly like this? Su Lien asked helplessly. Let's go. Without saying anything more, Retta dragged the werewolf forward. Su Lien's eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness, and she could only continue to follow beside him. No way. With her charm failing to work, her abilities were severely limited. It was a great pity for her that she couldn't win over a top-tier fighter like Retta. Light. Suddenly, Retta, who was walking ahead, stopped and lowered his voice. Su Lien's eyes lit up, and following the direction of the thunder tower, she indeed saw twinkling lights. However, she felt no excitement whatsoever. On the contrary, like Retta, a look of vigilance and worry appeared on his face. As one of the very few top players in the world, their level of alertness far surpasses that of ordinary people. The longer you survive in a horror game, the more cautious you become. If you make a mistake, the consequences will be disastrous. I remember it very clearly. Just a few seconds ago, there was absolutely no light in that area. Retta stared intently at the light in the distance ahead and spoke in a cold voice. There was a chill in his tone. Me too. Su Lian toned down her flirtatious posture and said with a slight nervousness. Are there any unwritten rules in fairy tales, such as, a person on the verge of dying of thirst will happen to stumble upon a spring? A person on the verge of starvation will have a pie fall from the sky. It must be said that Retta has a good imagination and a sharp mind. Despite his innate talent of rage and his burly physique, his mind is far more complex than it appears. Su Lian's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Brother Leda, do you mean? There are indeed many similar scenes in fairy tales, so such a guess is not impossible. Get closer and take a look. If it's a village that looks like a human village, you can go and investigate. If it's a werewolf tribe, then we should retreat immediately. Rita stared intently at Su Lian, her gaze brooking no refusal. To team up with Su Lian was what they valued was the woman's potential attraction to male ghosts. If one can exchange their beauty for information and assistance, that would naturally be the best outcome. No problem, Su Lian said, clearly aware of her role, and readily agreed. Retta immediately pulled out a roll of duct tape and sealed the werewolf's mouth shut as it continued to wail. Then, the two cautiously made their way towards the light. After getting closer, what comes into view is a village that is neither too big nor too small. There are about a dozen houses, all of them very simple and rustic earthen houses. In front of each household, a torch was burning. Outside the village at night, four guards dressed in coarse linen clothes patrolled the area, carrying iron swords and torches. Some urgent and high-pitched voices. As Retta and the other person approached, the words gradually reached their ears. Retta's resolute face twitched involuntarily at the corner of his eye. Su Lian smiled charmingly, her beauty captivating, a hint of joy flashing across her face. Very good. A village with a human-like structure is exactly the place where she can best utilize her abilities. In the shadows, Insheng also heard the rhythmic sound. However, due to the limited field of vision caused by the shadows, he was unable to directly observe the scene inside the village. However, at this moment, he also began to have some doubts. Could it really be Makoto's little red hat? Could it be that to solve the mystery, I'll ultimately have to sacrifice myself? Feeling somewhat uncertain, Insheng quietly slipped away from Su Lian's shadow. The flickering light of a torch cannot completely dispel the shadows in the darkness. Insheng quickly hid in a corner of the village. Coincidentally, the rapid and high-pitched voice came from the house where he was hiding. Put aside distractions. As the shadows spread out, the entire village appeared before his eyes like a 3D image. Patrolling guards. Villagers fast asleep. A black cat attempting to steal cured meat hanging from the roof beam. An elderly man with gray hair, yet remarkably vigorous, seemed to be discussing something. And the sound of crashing waves against the shore. The power of the Eye of Insight was quietly activated. A large amount of information was constantly fed back into Insheng's mind. Soon, he had a general understanding of the fairy tale scene Little Red Hat. It really is the little red hat that Makoto is looking for. The two people diligently practicing inside the house are one of the main characters, and also the protagonist of the story, Little Red Hat. Xiao Hongmao's appearance is not at all what one would call a little girl. On the contrary, she is somewhat similar to Su Lian, but far surpasses Su Lian. That obviously ill-fitting outfit was draped over that exaggerated body. It created a stark contrast. A snow-white figure. The impact of that gaunt, dark-skinned fellow with sunken eyes was more intense than ever before. Insheng felt as if he had returned to the Phantom City, the party club. After admiring her for a few more minutes with lingering reluctance, he once again lurked back into Su Lian's shadow. He had roughly figured out what had happened. However, there was no progress in solving the puzzle, and no warning sounds from the horror game were heard. Perhaps, you have to personally interact with the NPCs in the village to trigger it. Therefore, there are two very good task triggers right in front of us. Insheng had absolutely no intention of triggering the mission himself. Chapter 194, A Filthy and Twisted Fairy Tale. After Insheng left, inside the house, the gaunt man let out a muffled groan. Uncle Nord, that concludes today's Thanksgiving ceremony. That alluring face, which could inspire countless fantasies just by looking at it, wore a serious and solemn expression. The stark contrast is what makes it all the more alluring. Well, the man known as Uncle Nord was speaking haltingly and weakly at this moment. His cloudy eyes were filled with endless longing. Unfortunately, due to his physical limitations, he had to abandon his plan to continue the thank you ceremony. A faint smile appeared on Little Red Riding Hood's alluring face. Without even straightening himself up, he bowed deeply to Uncle Nord and walked out of the house. Just then, the 4 patrolmen arrived at the door of the house. Seeing the stunningly charming Little Red Riding Hood emerge from the baptism of fire, she appeared before us. Oh, it's Little Red Riding Hood. Is today's Thanksgiving ceremony over so quickly? Uncle Nord is such a lame old man. The young and strong man flexed his powerful muscles, his eyes brazenly scanning the figure in front of him, and said mockingly, "Jeno, you can't say that," the blonde-haired Frere scolded. "The Thanksgiving ceremony is sacred and inviolable. Watch your manners." "Okay, sorry, it was my fault." The young man, known as Gino, readily surrendered without offering any sincere apology. The other 2 men beside them seemed to want to keep their eyes glued to Little Red Hat, gleamed with intense longing. "Thank you for your hard work, guarding the village's safety so late at night. I'll be visiting your homes tomorrow for a gratitude ceremony." Little Red Riding Hood spoke earnestly, her eyes filled with gratitude. "I'm so grateful. I'll definitely look forward to your arrival." Gino replied with a beaming smile, his eyes shining. Frere was much calmer, but he couldn't hide the passion deep in his eyes. After a brief greeting, Little Red Riding Hood skipped along, ignoring the stains left on the ground, and headed straight for her home. Frere and his 3 companions remained behind, their faces filled with anticipation as they continued their patrol. Lien had just approached the village, only a few dozen meters away, but remained undetected due to the darkness. He stood frozen in place, his face stiff, his eyes filled with confusion as he muttered to himself, "Is this the fairy tale I remember? Even Makoto wouldn't be this outrageous, would he? That outfit is even more." Su Lien, who prides herself on being alluring and having seen countless people. Absurd thought popped into my head. There are actually people more outrageous than me. Especially the kind of seemingly seductive yet serious and solemn expression, creating a striking contrast. Even Su Lien can't compare. In a short time, she was unsure whether she should continue. There was a little girl named Xiao Hong in the village who could kill her with coal burning and held a thank you ceremony every day. Is she still able to play her due role? In the shadows, Yin Chung was unfazed and showed no surprise whatsoever. In this twisted fairy tale, whether it's the villagers, the werewolves, or Little Redcap himself, they are all products of filth and distortion. The so-called fairy tale here also has an additional layer of homophonic meaning. It's called assimilation. NPCs are all players who are recruited from the human world. They failed to solve the mystery of the fairy tale and were left there forever. They gradually lost everything they once had and became natives. Similarly, the fairy tale scene itself was also assimilated. As more and more NPCs are added, its story and background will be continuously enriched and improved. To put it simply, Fairy Tale Forest provides the beginning, and the content is filled in by one player after another. The fairy tales in their hearts will gradually evolve into the corresponding scenes. The distorted and corrupted story of Little Red Hat touched Yin Chung deeply. There are no fairy tales in the adult world. Besides, what also puzzled Yin Chung slightly was, given these prerequisites, what exactly is the answer that the so-called puzzle-solving aims to uncover? This is a large part of the reason why he has remained inactive. The unspeakable 8-foot man has given players this fairy tale forest like a canvas. It seems to be about letting them freely express themselves, allowing each fairy tale to evolve in the direction that those people envision. That is indeed the case. So where does the so-called mystery come from? What do these new players need to crack? What did the players need to crack in the past? Without triggering any further tasks. Even though Yin Chung has grasped the whole story, he still has no way of knowing what the mystery truly is. Phew, be more confident. You can do it, Su Lien. After taking several deep breaths, Su Lien cheered herself up. What a contrasting style. Little Red Hat, she's Su Lien, who's pure and simple. She's not weak either. In order to obtain more useful information, Su Lien had no other choice. Hey guys. A sweet, coquettish voice, a soft tone, uttered a cry. Su Lien also stood perfectly in the firelight-lit environment. Whoosh. The 4 guards reacted much faster than Su Lien had imagined. For sharp iron swords surrounded her almost instantly. Wait. Su Lien's scalp tingled. She had never expected that the 4 guards of such an ordinary village would have such strength. The speed was so fast that even she, a near red-robed chosen one of the gods, couldn't react in time. In terms of speed alone, it's almost on par with that werewolf. Who are you? Why are you sneaking into our village in the middle of the night? Lien with an aggressive look in his eyes, but asked in an icy voice. I am a wanderer, and my brother and I have been living together, but just now, we were attacked by werewolves. My brother and I finally managed to subdue the werewolf. The wilderness was full of dangers, and this was the only place with traces of a village, so we came here to ask for lodging. Su Lien revealed the existence of the Thunder Tower without hesitation. One reason was to intimidate the few villagers in front of them. On the other hand, she planned to use the werewolf's presence to test the waters and gauge the villagers' opinions. Chapter 195. A real man should confront things head-on. You have an older brother? Where is he? Freyr's expression hardened, and he glanced around warily. The iron sword in his hand moved even closer to Su Lien's neck. With just a slight exertion, he could instantly kill the alluring woman before him. Why yes, it's like this. Su Lien feigned fear, revealing a pitiful expression. My brother finally managed to subdue the werewolf and is recuperating, which is why he didn't come with me. A hero who can subdue werewolves. Freyr's eyes flickered slightly, and his tone changed a bit. If your brother really did subdue the werewolves, then our village can provide you with lodging. But what? Su Lien asked pitifully. Her body, covered only by 2 band-aids, looked snow-white and enchanting in the firelight. Heh, Gino chuckled. If you want to rest in this village, you must abide by the village rules and perform the gratitude ritual, lest you fall into the trap of becoming that damn werewolf. Fallen, became a werewolf. Su Lien was shocked and couldn't help but ask. Yes, the werewolves you see are former residents of the village who have fallen into darkness. Freyr said seriously, while making a gesture to the 2 guards beside him. Let's go. Take us to bring your brother over. I hope you haven't been lying to us. 2 guards stood on either side of Su Lien, their swords pressed against her neck, giving her no chance to resist. She cursed inwardly, but dared not make a move. Combat ability has always been her weakness. Using someone else's strength against them is her best way to survive. The current situation is truly alarming. The guards of any village in the forest are terrifying beings dressed in red. Su Lien didn't even have time to react before she was captured alive. This way, please follow me. My brother and I are good people. Please don't misunderstand, gentlemen. Su Lien struck a pose, deliberately opening her light veil slightly. She could clearly perceive it. The 4 guards had designs on her, their blatant gazes making no attempt to conceal their intentions. But perhaps it's for safety reasons. Without being bothered by rice worms, they simply used the sky as their blanket and the ground as their bed, launching a thoroughly enjoyable defense of the village front. In Chung, standing in the shadows, also seemed slightly regretful. He's not interested in Su Lien, who's ridden by thousands. Was still very interested in the moves of Su Lien, a veteran of many battles. As for technical skills, of course, you can only improve them by learning more from your teacher. Damn it! How did this stupid woman get captured so quickly? In the shadows, Rida was somewhat annoyed, staring intently at Su Lien and the 2 guards who were heading towards his hiding place. For a moment, he was torn between 2 choices. Selling Su Lien outright and escaping on the spot would undoubtedly be the safest decision. The problem is that the Little Red Riding Hood scenario has been triggered, but he hasn't gotten any useful information at all. The captured werewolf was nothing but a madman who only knew how to kill. No information can be provided whatsoever. If she were to leave now, then in the first fairy tale scene, Retta would be destined to gain nothing. The most crucial point is, the other fairy tale scenes are not necessarily simpler than Little Red Riding Hood. There's no other way. It seems that the only way to trigger the puzzle-solving task is to make direct contact with the villagers. Retta made a decision quickly, dragging the werewolf along. They walked out of the dark forest on their own, revealing their true forms in the firelight of the guards. Wow, we actually captured a werewolf, and it's alive. One of the 2 guards, upon seeing Retta's appearance, was immediately drawn to the werewolf with its 4 limbs broken. Your brother is quite strong. Werewolves are a real headache for us guards. The other guard became even more vigilant, tightening his grip on Su Lien's arm. Gentlemen, I wonder what my sister has done to offend you. Upon hearing this, Lena naturally understood Su Lien's thoughts and readily played the role of the older brother. In such a situation, he knew perfectly well that only by cooperating with Su Lien could he better complete the game. No, she did nothing wrong, nor did she anger us. It's just that the village is more wary of outsiders for some special reasons. The guard was quite straightforward. Since you are guests who have come from afar, as long as you follow our rules, it is not impossible for you to stay overnight. Retta's expression shifted. Rules? What rules? To avoid falling into the trap of becoming a werewolf, guests must perform a gratitude ceremony in order to gain our trust. A Thanksgiving ceremony? Retta asked, somewhat bewildered. Don't worry, it's very simple. Not only will it not pose any threat to you, sir and lady, but it will also bring you great pleasure. The guard explained with a strange laugh. Even a rough man like Retta instantly understood the strange tone. Then, he was deeply shocked. Are all the people in the village these days playing such thrilling games? The first step upon entering the village is to take off your underwear? I don't mind the Thanksgiving ceremony. To survive and to solve the mystery, Retta didn't care about these things. However, Retta changed the subject. But I don't like women. That's a choice only weak people make. Real men should confront women head-on. Boom. It was like being struck by lightning. The guard's worldview shattered on the spot. Their gazes toward Retta were filled with inexplicable awe. No, sisterly. Not at all like sisterly. Why would anyone dislike a soft, fair-skinned, and delicate young lady? And what about choosing fencing? As villagers, they had never seen anything like this before. Retta simply told the two guards that she wouldn't. Su Lian also stared blankly for a moment before suddenly realizing what was happening. He thought to himself, no wonder this lump of iron didn't seem to notice him at all. It turns out he's a fencing type. This. The guard wanted to say something, but didn't know how to begin. After thinking for a moment, another person said, come into the village with us first. Your situation is special, and we need to ask the village chief before making a decision. Okay, Retta replied cooperatively. This time, the guards did not resort to swords and weapons, but instead took Rita away by coercion. They were well aware that Rita, who was able to subdue the werewolf, was no weakling. Forcing someone is not advisable. One after the other. In front of the old mud house. As the knocking sounded on the door, an elderly man with white hair and beard, sunken eyes, and a somewhat withered appearance came out. His gaze fell on Su Lian, and his eyes lit up immediately. Rita, on the other hand, was subconsciously ignored by him. Chapter 196, Unraveling the Mystery. A Thanksgiving Ceremony, Little Red Riding Hood, a tainted and decadent fairy tale. The werewolf that the villagers called a degenerate was actually created by the old lady. The entire village was filled with an atmosphere of decadence, completely succumbing to despair, while the werewolves were brutal and insane, knowing only how to kill. Looking at it another way, perhaps, the old lady is actually the positive character who wants to cleanse this filthy fairy tale. Yin Sheng remained hidden in the shadows, never being noticed by anyone. Thoughts raced like lightning, connecting one clue after another. In an instant, a sudden inspiration struck me. Inside the carnival club, Yin Sheng, who was lacking in romantic feelings, came into contact with her more than once. Suddenly, a bold conjecture came to mind. A riddle may not necessarily represent a problem. Thinking about it more deeply, it might involve some kind of rule. Perhaps soon, my conjecture will be verified. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Sheng felt a mixture of anticipation and growing vigilance. If it's really as he guessed. So this is probably not just a matter of things that are unspeakable. Village Chief Maul stared intently at Su Lian. Su Lian wasn't as alluring or seductive as Little Red Riding Hood. She possessed a certain allure. However, her avant-garde clothing has a unique charm. A guard walked up to the village chief and whispered a few words to him. Visible to the naked eye, the village chief's face instantly turned to one of utter astonishment as he came into view of Rita, whom he had subconsciously ignored. Then he suddenly took a few steps back, maintaining a sufficient distance. Outsider you. Malls was also a little stunned, and for a moment he didn't know how to start the conversation. His brows gradually furrowed. As the village head, he desperately wanted the village's population to continue to increase. For various reasons, some individuals have fallen into the trap of becoming werewolves, making the safety of the village increasingly precarious. He needs stronger guards to protect the villagers. And many more women like Little Red Riding Hood. This is a deep-seated belief in the minds of the village chief and the villagers, and in a sense, it has become a rule that they are constantly practicing. If that's not possible, I don't mind not participating in the Thanksgiving ceremony. Retta spoke in a deep, muffled voice, a wary glint in his eyes. Village chief, rest assured, I possess the strength to defeat werewolves, and I should not stoop so low as to become one myself. Besides, my sister should be happy to do the Thanksgiving ceremony with you. Right, my dear sister? His gaze fell on Su Lian. carrying a subtle threat unknown to the villagers. That's right, my brothers, is indeed a bit unusual, but I can vouch for my brother and cooperate with you in the gratitude ceremony. How about it? Su Lien deliberately put on a pitiful expression. This. The village chief hesitated, but then he saw Su Lien in front of him. He finally agreed. All right, you two take this person to a place to rest and recuperate. Frel, Gino, you two have come at the right time. Quickly take this werewolf away and keep a close watch on him. Who knows, we might be able to uncover the secret of the villagers' descent into werewolves. Frere and Gino, who happened to arrive, were also assigned tasks by the village chief. The 4 guards left somewhat reluctantly. Only the village chief and Su Lien, who was smiling and took the initiative to greet him, were left behind. They entered the house with light steps. Insheng also quietly followed them inside. Tell him directly that the gratitude ceremony is very likely the key to solving the mystery. It's not for unlocking. Absolutely not. A rustling sound came from inside the village chief's house. What they didn't know was, in the shadows, a pair of eyes saw through them completely. As the village chief moved, he made strange hand gestures in front of his chest and chanted, "Grateful for everything the world has given us. Grateful for the present, grateful for the future." As the gratitude ceremony began, Insheng heard a notification sound. The gratitude ceremony has begun. Players can choose to observe or actively join. The riddle exists within the Thanksgiving ceremony, but it is not limited to it. Please deduce the riddle and solve the puzzle based on the complete story context. As expected, the crucial moment has arrived. Insheng was on edge. The eye of insight stared intently at the two of them. The village chief's condition remained unchanged. Su Lien returned had changed to some extent. Village woman, Su Lien, from the moment the gratitude ceremony began, she had already become part of this forest, becoming a part of the fairy tale. Race, human. Friendliness, neutral. No one would be hostile to an unknown entity, right? Strength, peak of the vengeful ghost. Preference, seduction. Weakness, Irotani Ken. Current status. This old thing is garbage. It's not even as good as a cucumber. The riddle, I think, should be pretty much the same as what I guessed. It should be desire. The Little Red Riding Hood story in the fairy tale forest has evolved over time as players have entered the area, resulting in its current filthy state. They may not have intended it to be this way at first, but as time goes by, it's not surprising that a fairy tale world that is allowed to do whatever it wants will fall into depravity and corruption. Little Red Riding Hood is the only product of the rules in the entire village, not a human. Her existence symbolizes lack of resources, but perhaps also innocence and beauty. It's just a pity there are no fairy tales in the adult world. Congratulations to lucky player Insheng. Your Little Red Riding Hood puzzle completion rate exceeds 80%, and you will receive a hint reward from the game. Friendly reminder. Despair may not mean everything. Even in the depths of human despair, there is often redemption. The image of the old woman who created the werewolves appeared in Insheng's mind. And, in the story, the hunter who ultimately killed the wolf and saved Little Red Riding Hood. Chapter 197 Unraveling the Worldview, an Unexpected Delight. In the shadows, Insheng murmured to himself, somewhat wistfully. Living in the shadows, he didn't have to worry about his whispers being overheard by others. The story of Little Red Riding Hood. Most people in the world have heard of it. There are many versions. Dark, honest, childlike. In Insheng's memory, the wolf ate Grandma and Little Red Riding Hood. When their lives hung in the balance, the hunter killed the wolf and rescued Little Red Riding Hood from its belly. In other versions, the grandmother was also rescued. That's not important. The important thing is, the puzzle is already 80% solved. This led to the horror game providing a direct hint. This should be one way to increase the player's survival rate. Compared to players like Insheng who bring the answers to the exam, the rest of the players are indeed constantly teetering on the brink of death. Lien, who plans to use the power of her pomegranate skirt to capture the village chief and then further manipulate the entire village to serve her. She logged off before the game had even started. I wonder if Su Lien, who was transformed into a village woman, will be able to trigger her death immunity ability and regain her freedom after the mystery is completely solved. This question lingered in Insheng's mind for a moment before being forgotten. What he needs to think about now is how to reach out to the old lady and the hunter, who are nowhere to be found. The village was undoubtedly a product of depravity and despair. The only salvation suggested by the horror game can be found in the old woman and the hunter. With just one glance, In Chung was able to perfectly decipher the first fairy tale scene. In the original story, Little Red Riding Hood was delivering food to her grandmother when she came into contact with wolves, hunters, and other such beings. In this story that has clearly taken a turn for the worse, will she still go to deliver food? With these doubts in mind, In Chung gradually withdrew from Su Lian's shadow. This woman is no longer of any value. Observing the gratitude ceremony has given In Chung the key to solving the mystery. The shadows shifted. In Chung appeared directly outside the house where Little Red Riding Hood lived. As soon as he got close, a strange, frantic tremor surged through his body. Wow. If it weren't for the shadows, my pants would probably have been ripped open. He couldn't help but curse under his breath, becoming even more vigilant and cautious. Little Red Riding Hood now is clearly different from how she was when she was eavesdropping. The air in the room was thick with the scent of passion, so alluring that even the softest water could harden from its succumb to temptation. Rules. This must be a power at the level of rules. However, there seems to be some problem. It hasn't shown its truly terrifying side, otherwise. Without a doubt, this would be the power of truly perfect rules. The moment he appeared here, he was probably already a beast controlled by Qin Guqian. Only knowing how do you know. In Chung has come into contact with more than one being of an ineffable level. They knew all too well how terrifying the true power of rules could be. The little red hoodie in front of me can only be considered a fellow like the Phantom, who is new to the ways of love and lacks experience. However, compared to the Phantom, Little Red Riding Hood in the fairy tale forest is clearly more powerful. It's like the nascent form of a love valley lacking rules. The moment the thought arose in his mind, In Chung felt a chill run down his spine. A terrifying hypothesis suddenly emerged. Does a fairy tale setting signify the beginnings of a completely different set of rules? How many similar scenes are there in the vast and boundless forest? Such methods, are they truly beyond comprehension? Recalling the phantoms within the Phantom City, her abilities may not be that great, but her wisdom and methods are quite remarkable. Such an ineffable being would go through countless hardships to find a way out. So, to create such a grand spectacle as this, is one ineffable being enough? Is it that they unspeakably joined forces to build a fairy tale forest as a way out for themselves? Or is this actually a testing ground left behind by some evil god? In Chung leans more towards the latter. Only a malevolent god, capable of creating rules, could create such a bizarre fairy tale forest. Based on clues from the horror game, this forest belongs to 8-Foot Man. If they were to join forces in the unspeakable way, how could they possibly relinquish complete control to one of them? The answer is already obvious. Congratulations to lucky player In Chung for successfully deciphering part of the fairy tale forest worldview. Given your outstanding performance, you have earned the approval of the lingering will of Master 8 Feet, and will receive a unique surprise reward after this round of the game. The warning sound of the horror game came abruptly to my ears. In Chung was caught off guard. After a long while, he finally came to his senses, but his whole body was still somewhat stiff. So they've gotten involved with the evil god again. This is really... In Chung was speechless, unsure how to comment. The only saving grace is that this fierce deity seems rather friendly. After deciphering the worldview to a certain extent, he was also able to receive gifts from the other party. Forget it, a lot of lice won't itch, and a lot of debt won't worry you. Right now, let's think about how to get Little Red Riding Hood to deliver food to her grandmother. In the shadows, In Chung's gaze fell on Little Red Riding Hood. The status reported by the Eye of Insight has also changed slightly. The Valley of Love lacking rules, Little Red Riding Hood. Race, none. Friendliness, none. Strength, none. Preferences, none. Weakness, none. Current status, none. The little red hats that held the Thanksgiving ceremony at the villagers' home, all the information they had beforehand, such as their preferences, still existed. But now, it's a completely substandard product. But thinking about it, there's no problem. The little red hats in front of the villagers are alive and breathing, just as the villagers hoped to see. With no one watching, she will naturally revert to her original state, the rudimentary form of the rules. So, does that mean I can use a mirror image to pretend to appear and influence the rules, so that she will lead me to find that mysterious old woman? In Chung analyzed the feasibility of the plan and did not act rashly. When he was hesitant, outside Little Red Riding Hood's house, very low footsteps could be heard. From God's perspective, Rita tried her best to keep her steps short and tiptoed toward Little Red Riding Hood's house. At the same time, Chung clearly sensed that the aura of passion within the room instantly contracted into Little Red Riding Hood's body. Her expression, which had been as stiff as a robot's, instantly became vivid and lifelike. Her alluring figure swayed, creating waves of captivating allure as she walked towards the door, which she had deliberately opened wide for Rita. Chapter 198 changed on a whim, the terrifying assimilation. Hiss! The door to the house was open. A light like never before shone in Rita's eyes. He couldn't help but gasp. Beautiful. It's absolutely gorgeous. Full, bulging muscles, a physique like a bear or tiger, and an incredibly resolute face. Every inch, every millimeter, is perfectly aligned with his aesthetic sense. Faced with such a real man, Rita was even willing to reveal her precious. Are you a traveler? Are you here to perform a Thanksgiving ceremony with Little Red Riding Hood? His voice was deep and muffled, like thunder. The moment the door opened, Little Red Riding Hood, who had completely changed her appearance, came out. Chung in the shadows. Speechless. It can only be said that it truly is the prototype of the rules of desire. Just as Phantom once said, the rules of Love Valley are never limited to men and women. All kinds of creatures are affected by these rules. In front of Rita, who doesn't like women? Little Red Riding Hood. He transformed into the image he loved most deep down. Aye. Rita stammered, too excited to speak. Don't be nervous, I understand. Come in with me. After the gratitude ceremony, you'll be one of the villagers, and you can do whatever you want. To Chung, it was a voice that sent chills down his spine. What reached Rita's ears, however, was filled with a captivating charm. The words fell. Little Red Riding Hood then grabbed Rita's calloused hand and tried to lead him directly into the house. However, at this time, an invisible anger surged from the depths of Rita's heart. It instantly brought him back to his senses. Chung exclaimed in surprise, his eyes turning strange. The talent for rage was actually activated at this moment. Is it a reaction brought about by the subconscious sensing danger? The rage talent reduces sanity but increases combat power. In the current situation, rationality is decreasing and anger is increasing. On the contrary, it allows Rita to break free from the state of being tempted. Wait. Rita's back was soaked with cold sweat. He wasn't stupid. Of course he knew that something was wrong with his current state. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Don't worry. Everything will be all right after the Thanksgiving ceremony. The dull voice and the coquettish tone made Chung shake his head. But for Rita, it was incredibly tempting. Fortunately, his surging anger gradually contorted his expression, allowing him to somewhat escape the influence of the aura of the Valley of Love. While she was still lucid, Rita quickly explained the purpose of her visit. I'm sorry, the gratitude ceremony and such can probably only be held later. My sister, Why did I say sister? Her mind suddenly went blank, and Rita couldn't understand why she would suddenly think of the concept of sister. He was an only child and never had a younger sister. Sorry, I was lost in thought, Rita said apologetically. I came here hoping you could take me to meet your grandmother. It may be a bit presumptuous, but I hope you can agree. Various versions of the Little Red Riding Hood story. Whether you call her maternal grandmother, paternal grandmother, or whatever. Without a doubt, that was an extremely important role. Although Rita was somewhat confused about how he had entered the village, he did not forget his purpose. Solving the mystery is the key to everything. His will was still very firm. Compared to completing the game, everything else had to take a back seat. You want to see Grandma? Little Red Riding Hood's tone and expression changed instantly, her face showing obvious displeasure. Chung, hidden in the shadows, frowned slightly, guessing something. In a story under normal circumstances, Little Red Riding Hood undoubtedly had a lot of affection for her grandmother. However, the stories that have been tainted are not all the same. Little Red Riding Hood became the source of corruption, the embodiment of the rudimentary form of the unruly nature of the Valley of Love. Grandma, on the other hand, could very well represent either redemption or destruction. It's understandable that she's unwilling to contact him. Yes, Rita answered firmly, her eyes flickering slightly as she continued. Once I see your grandmother, I think I will have a way to resolve the werewolf crisis in the village. He was clever and found a condition that Little Red Riding Hood couldn't refuse. In any case, the village operates according to certain rules. Both the NPCs and the rules themselves are traceable. Rita didn't think too much about it. He just made up an excuse to get in touch with all the characters involved in fairy tales. Chung smiled faintly. Rita's actions helped him resolve the question of whether he should reveal himself and have Little Red Riding Hood take him to find his grandmother. Well, I'll have to ask the village chief. Grandma's a little. Little Red Riding Hood seemed quite conflicted, clearly showing some resistance and reluctance to interact with her grandmother. No problem. Let's not delay. Shall we set off now? Retta didn't dare to hesitate. Such an alluring Little Red Riding Hood could be standing right in front of you at any time. He was somewhat worried that he might lose control. Although he didn't know what was wrong with the so-called gratitude ceremony, his subconscious made him very resistant to it. All right. Under the rules, Little Red Riding Hood couldn't refuse a werewolf who threatened the village. She had no choice but to take Retta and head towards the village chief's room. In Chung, who was hiding in the shadows, also quietly followed. He admired Retta's swift movements, because the darkness provided him with the best cover. During the daytime, the ability to conceal oneself through shadows would be significantly less effective. He was only dressed in red. He couldn't be a blood-clad monster, or even the unspeakable kind, who could easily transform a large area into his own domain. Inside the village chief's house, they have already given up. Upon hearing the knock on the door, the exhausted village chief was helped out by Su Lian. Hello, village chief. Hello, Sister Su Lian. Little Red Riding Hood greeted them naturally, while Retta, for some reason, stared intently at the woman beside the village chief, feeling somewhat dazed. That alluring face, and that incredibly avant-garde clothing. It always gave him a sense of déjà vu. But the thing is, he clearly had never seen the other person before. What terrifying assimilation power. If I weren't an observer and had the eye of insight, would I also be in the same predicament as Retta? In Chung asked himself honestly, and he felt somewhat uncertain. He could only sigh inwardly. No wonder it was created by the evil god as a testing ground. The impact on the understanding of rules was terrifying. However, it seems to be because the testing ground is no longer under the control of its master. Although Retta, dressed in red, was affected, she clearly also noticed something amiss. Chapter 199 Bloodclad Paradise, Rules Everywhere. Su Lian. She is a memory in the hearts of everyone in the entire village. Everything has been changed. In her mind, she was a member of the village, just like Little Red Riding Hood, someone who dedicated herself to the safety of the village. A moment later, Little Red Riding Hood relayed Retta's explanation to the village chief. Maltz frowned, staring at Retta with some skepticism. Are you sure you can resolve the werewolf crisis after meeting Little Red Riding Hood's grandmother? Retta was in a bit of a dilemma, so he could only bite the bullet and say, I am very confident that I can resolve the werewolf crisis after meeting Little Red Riding Hood's grandmother. How big is it? Maltz asked instinctively. Retta. Never mind. Even the slightest hope is good enough. Surprisingly, Maltz's tone softened. Since this warrior has some confidence, then let him go, even if that one is a bit. What is it? Retta couldn't help but ask, having gleaned some clues from the attitudes of Little Red Riding Hood and the village chief. Little Red Riding Hood's grandmother seems to have a big problem? It's nothing. He just has some mental issues. He's a bit crazy, and he keeps muttering that our village will be destroyed sooner or later. The villagers couldn't stand her eccentric behavior, so they drove her out. The village chief looked gloomy when he mentioned Little Red Riding Hood's grandmother. All right, we can talk about the rest when you get back. I'll have Frere and the others go with you to protect Little Red Riding Hood. This is a werewolf crisis, so let's not delay and get ready to set off immediately. The village chief's tone left no room for argument, and without giving Retta a chance to refuse, he turned and walked toward where the guards lived. Retta's eyes flickered slightly. He knew perfectly well that the whole protecting Little Red Riding Hood's safety thing was just an excuse. It's just to keep an eye on him and prevent him from causing trouble. Sir, please wait a moment. We can set off once Frere and the others arrive. Little Red Riding Hood remained understanding, speaking in a muffled voice that gave In Chung, who was hiding in the shadows, a headache. When Little Red Riding Hood was alone with Retta, she looked like a burly, strong man. But when the village chief and others are on the side, she will show two completely different appearances. The villagers and Retta saw completely different extremes. In Chung does not exist in the other party's field of vision, therefore Little Red Riding Hood will not change because of him. Spending time with these two is pure torture. Fortunately, before long, two guards, Frere and Gino, arrived, their iron swords slung at their waists. Little Red Riding Hood has once again split her personality into two faces. This gave In Chung some small comfort. Let's go. Frere gave Retta a cold look, without saying anything more. He was still dragging the werewolf that Retta had crippled in his arms, seemingly intending to use this method to deter any other werewolves that might exist in the forest. They remained silent the entire way. The small group, carrying torches, traversed the dark jungle. The sounds of insects chirping and birds singing were incessant. Deep in the jungle, the occasional fleeting shadows made the group even more nervous. Inchung, from God's perspective, was somewhat speechless. Little Red Riding Hood, this rudimentary form of the Love Valley, already possesses the power to instantly kill everyone in front of her. Yet, she acted as if she were completely powerless. Guards, who possessed the strength of those in red, were utterly cowardly. They followed closely behind Retta, entrusting him with the important task of clearing the way. Little Red Riding Hood looked terrified and clung tightly to Rita's large hand, making him somewhat confused. Fortunately, Little Red Riding Hood's grandmother, although she lived deep in the forest, was not very far away. After walking through the forest for about half an hour, before everyone's eyes was a small wooden house, not large, occupying only a dozen square meters. The door was tightly closed, and there was no flickering light from the kerosene lamp inside. The house was surrounded by towering ancient trees, their lush branches piled up, making the small house completely dark. Grandma, I've come to see you. Little Red Riding Hood didn't show any fear. She calmly called out a few times. Squeak. The wooden door slowly opened. A ray of light ignited in the dark room. Beneath the cuffs of the coarse linen clothes, a wrinkled arm carrying a kerosene lamp slowly emerged. The prototype of the despair rule, Little Red Riding Hood's grandmother. She is the reflection of despair within the sealed inner selves of those players who have fallen into this state. Race, none. Friendliness, none. Strength, red robe. Her abilities and identity will be activated when the player triggers this scene. Normally, she is in an evolving state of rudimentary rule development. Preference, destruction. In the depths of despair, is it destruction or rebirth? She chose the former. Weakness, none. Current status, an unfamiliar face has arrived. Is it another pathetic creature on the verge of despair? This filthy village should never have existed again. Why not eradicate this hopeless depravity along with everything else? Hiss. Inchun gasped. A rudimentary rule. Another rudimentary rule. Within a fairy tale setting, 2 rudimentary rules were born. If this were to happen outside, it's hard to imagine what kind of crazy scene those ghosts would create. Phantom devoted endless effort to scheming in order to gain control of the rules of Love Valley. And in this forest, how many fairy tale scenes are there? And how many rudimentary rules are there? For monsters below the level of bloodstained robe, the allure of the rudimentary rules might not be that great. But once it reaches the level of bloodstained clothing, this nascent form of unclaimed power of rules will be an even more alluring existence than that unspeakable being that is about to die. The former is a basic fruit. Once swallowed, it becomes your own, thus forging a solid foundation. It is only a matter of time before it becomes unspeakable. The latter, that was a replaced rule. How could its value compare to these nascent rule prototypes? One represents unlimited potential. One is merely a stimulating effect, though it is still quite valuable. Wealth. Unimaginable wealth. The 8-foot adult's fairy tale forest is practically a paradise for blood-soaked monsters. If he could create even a basic framework for a rule, Inchung felt he would be set for life for many years to come. Within the vampire clan, there is the O'Connor family, who collect red blood for themselves every day. The wealth of his entire family probably couldn't even match the value of this nascent rule. My heart gradually warmed up. Fortunately, he remained rational and did not act rashly. Wealth can only be called wealth if it can be put into one's pocket. Inchung was well aware of this. In this forest overflowing with gold, there are bound to be many rudimentary rules. But will it be so easy to acquire it? Chapter 200 brings the fairy tale to a close. What are you here for? Dim firelight. A shady, wrinkled face beneath the cloak. And that hunched figure, that hoarse voice. The surrounding darkness, coupled with the occasional cawing of a crow, created a striking contrast. It looks exactly like the scene where the big boss lives in a horror movie, even when in the shadows. Inchung could also clearly smell that as the door opened, a strong and complex medicinal smell almost wafted out. It's reminiscent of how she turned the villagers into werewolves. Therefore, it is not difficult to deduce their abilities. It's an ability other than the power of one's own rules, like an alchemist or a wizard. The fairy tale forest is somewhat strange. Whether it's Little Red Riding Hood or the old lady, they are products of the nascent stages of rules. Control over their own power of rules. However, to a certain extent, instinct drives the rules to have a certain impact on the outside world. Otherwise, whether it's the debt of love or despair, these 2 forces of law, even if they are only in their nascent stages, will erupt once they do. Everyone in front of you will fall for it on the spot. Either become a beast dominated by lust, or sink and decay in despair. Is it because the rules themselves don't actively control power? Or is it because they need a master to merge with before they can unleash their true power? Many guesses were swirling in my mind. The notification sound rang in my ears the moment the old lady completely stepped out of the wooden house and appeared. Congratulations to lucky player Inchung. You've solved over 90% of the Little Red Riding Hood scenario and will receive a hint reward from the game. Friendly reminder. Where despair lies, redemption often follows. The hunter with the gun lingers, his muzzle already pointed at desire and despair. He waits, waiting for the light of redemption to arrive. The hint from the horror game stirred something within Inchung. The shadowy view, covering an area of about 100 meters in radius, revealed no trace of anyone. There wasn't even a single werewolf. Is it because they are too far apart, or is he not visible to the naked eye? No. A sudden thought flashed through Incheng's mind. He is salvation, and also a nascent form of rules. The hint said he is waiting. Waiting for what? For the chance of redemption? Of course. A decadent village, a twisted Little Red Riding Hood, an old woman symbolizing despair, and ultimate redemption. I see. All the clues finally formed a complete story in Incheng's mind. In essence, fairy tales haven't changed much. In fact, it's a transformation that can cleanse the soul. Incheng's gaze fell on the guards named Frere and Gino. They were once human players, but they were assimilated by the fairy tale forest and ended up like this. But actually, when the salvation of this game arrives, they might be able to regain their consciousness, break free from the game, and achieve a complete transformation. The occurrence of the gratitude ceremony symbolizes that the players are dominated by the valley of love and assimilated by the forest. Their true consciousness is bound and trapped forever, and in despair, the old lady is born. She was born in despair, but her purpose was to destroy the place that gave her birth. This is the meaning of her existence, symbolizing the player's desire for liberation. Redemption, although I don't know why it came about, let's just assume it's what the hint says. So, the answer to the riddle is, the old woman, symbolizing despair, created a werewolf that destroyed everything. The werewolf ate the villagers, ate everything. It even eats the old woman who created it. Then the hunter of redemption appears, kills the werewolf who destroyed everything with the muzzle of his gun, and ends this filthy and twisted fairy tale. The exciting thing is that, as the hunter of redemption, we should be able to rescue the players who have been redeemed from the werewolf's belly. At the same time, the fairy tale has come to an end, and the rudimentary form of rules, like a cultivated fruit, should also have fully matured, right? In the Shadow Realm, Inchung shared his guess. The next moment, congratulations to lucky player Inchung. You have successfully solved the riddle in the fairy tale scene of Little Red Riding Hood. Reward. When the Little Red Riding Hood scene comes to an end, you can choose one of the 3 nascent rule fruits. After a brief silence, Inchung couldn't hold back any longer and broke down. Such hints are not meant to blatantly push the fairy tale to its conclusion as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if these players who are completely unaware of the situation are allowed to continue developing, who knows when they will be able to reach the final state? Doesn't that mean the reward is also indefinitely delayed? The existence of the Eye of Insight allowed Inchung to solve the mystery without hindrance. Without any hints or access to the rules, players simply cannot comprehend that kind of power beyond their comprehension. If you want to solve the mystery, only in this game world can one spend day and night with the villagers. Let time accumulate, and wait for the story to gradually come to an end. Throughout this process, you must constantly guard against Little Red Riding Hood's temptations. Any transgression will lead to your own downfall. The Valley of Passion is a terrifying force. Once or twice, one might still be able to remain sober under the suppression of reason. But when that temptation is always around you, it's really hard to resist. Inchung, who has Hill by his side every day, has a lot to say about this. Long, hard candy bars are either being eaten or about to be eaten every day. Who could resist such temptation? In that case, I'll lend you a tiny bit of help. After a moment's thought, Inchung decisively withdrew from the shadow of Lena, who had already fallen into a daze. While Little Red Riding Hood's grandmother was still engaged in a tense conversation with the others, she quietly slipped into the wooden house. The wooden house was filled with an unpleasant smell of medicine. In the middle was a huge iron pot, and the porridge inside was still bubbling and gurgling even though it wasn't heated by a flame. Werewolf Transformation Potion can transform humans into crazed werewolves who only know how to kill and devour. Effective by injection or ingestion. Effective on those wearing blood-stained clothing. In Cheng's eyes lit up, and he decisively transferred the iron pot directly to the mirror realm. Then, without making a sound, they slipped into the shadows beneath the feet of the two guards, Frere and Gino. The werewolf that had been captured was lying in that shadow. Tonight, it's time to bring this twisted and filthy fairy tale to a happy ending.